Li Qi traversed into a world where Marvel and DC intertwine, awakening a formidable mental control system. Here, every woman belongs to him. Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, Wonder Woman. Each superhero becomes his puppet. He yearns for dominance. He aspires to reign supreme. Chapter 1. Subduing Iron Man, Tony Stark. In the vast, desolate expanse of the Afghan mountains, amidst swirling sands, a strikingly handsome Asian man named Li Qi moved with unwavering determination. Hailing from the ancient and enigmatic lands of the East, he had recently stumbled through a mysterious portal, unwittingly entering this alternate universe. Alongside his arrival came an extraordinary learning ability, enabling him to absorb others' powers, thoughts, knowledge, and skills with an insatiable hunger. Even the most supernatural abilities could be drawn into his repertoire. Simultaneously, he awakened an astonishing mental control capability, capable of implanting mental imprints in others' minds without their awareness, and executing precise mental manipulation face-to-face. As he processed this staggering information, his heart surged with a tempest of excitement and anticipation. The system informed him that he had entered a realm rich in Marvel and DC elements, where superheroes, extraordinary beings, and divine entities shimmered like stars, presenting both challenges and opportunities at every turn. This world not only brims with trials and prospects, but also boasts a plethora of enchanting women and female heroes, akin to a constellation waiting for him to meet and conquer. Li Qi harbored grand ambitions. He vowed to establish his foothold in this land of formidable beings and to conquer at least 50 women, compelling them to willingly become his most loyal followers as female slaves, forming a harem and legion of beauty. As he gazed up at the relentless sun overhead, his eyes caught sight of military jeeps and Humvees haphazardly scattered nearby, soldiers in uniform bustling about. A high-caliber artillery piece had been set up, and suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air. Missiles shot forth like fire-breathing dragons towards the surrounding peaks. Oh no, Li Qi thought, could this be Tony Stark testing weapons in the desert? In this unfamiliar world, he was uncertain whether the missiles would prove fatal. Although he sensed his physical prowess had transcended the ordinary, he understood that caution is the mother of safety. Just then, a missile hurtled towards him, exploding nearby on a sand dune, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. Li Qi quickly covered his mouth and nose, sprinting away from the treacherous terrain. He dashed towards the right, intending to intercept the convoy of Humvees and jeeps. Seeking an explanation from Tony Stark, he could not suffer such calamity without justification. At that moment, another convoy charged forth, aggressively assaulting Stark's unit. Gunfire erupted like thunderclaps, and after a brief skirmish, the assailants subdued Stark's military convoy. Trapped within the Humvee, Tony Stark's face was etched with panic and desperation, while the driver slumped lifelessly over the steering wheel, blood pooling. The female officer who had just shared laughter with him now lay motionless on the desert floor, her fate uncertain. Li Qi arrived at the scene with remarkable speed, rushing to the side of the Humvee. Seeing a trembling Tony Stark inside, he instinctively extended his leg, delivering a powerful kick that sent the vehicle skidding over a meter away while he himself ducked aside. The ensuing explosion caused no harm to him. In the chaos and smoke, Li Qi witnessed the immense strength he possessed, a confident smile gracing his lips. Confronted by armed assailants wielding AKs and various assault rifles, he swiftly maneuvered, using his newly enhanced physical capabilities to subdue the gang single-handedly. The criminals fell like leaves caught in a tempest. The remaining soldiers, invigorated by his display of strength, surged forward, turning the tide of battle. After dispatching the assailants, the military personnel gathered around him, their respect palpable as they marveled at the valor of this Asian man. At last, the shaken Tony Stark mustered the courage to open the door of the Humvee, having regained some composure after the harrowing encounter. He sought to express his gratitude, perhaps to utter formalities or offer a substantial reward for his life-saving intervention. However, at that moment, Li Qi decisively activated his mental control ability, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he transformed Stark into his first puppet. The master-servant relationship was instantaneously established without needing to utter a word. Stark bowed his head in reverence. His gaze filled with submission. Li Qi had become his sole authority. Subsequently, Stark commanded the convoy to leave a portion of the team to secure the site, while the others resumed their escort duties. The convoy leader acknowledged the orders and allocated the remaining personnel. 2 Humvees whisked Li Qi and his newly acquired subordinates swiftly to the local military base, and without delay, they boarded a military aircraft, transferring to the airport in the Afghan capital, then heading straight to the headquarters of Stark Industries. During the nearly 10-hour journey, Tony Stark remained dutifully by his side, attentively briefing Li Chi about himself and the company, even willingly transferring the majority of his wealth and company shares to him. Meanwhile, Li Chi absorbed Stark's profound knowledge and exceptional skills, enhancing his own capabilities significantly. The following morning, a military Hercules transport plane descended slowly at a military airport near New York. As the rear ramp lowered, Li Chi spotted Pepper Potts, Stark Industries' assistant, anxiously pacing in the distance. Tall and elegantly curved, she wore a fitted white blouse with a slightly open collar, paired with a black pencil skirt that accentuated her shapely figure and long legs, complemented by black stockings. Her demeanor exuded professionalism and grace, though her tightly clenched fists and furrowed brow revealed her distress. Behind him were medical personnel, stretchers, and an ambulance, all urgently dispatched from Stark Industries' private hospital. Upon seeing Tony Stark emerge unscathed from the transport plane's cabin, Pepper Potts finally felt her anxious heart settle. Accompanied by Tony, Richie approached without any unnecessary words. His gaze sharpened as he subtly exerted mental control over Pepper, implanting within her mind a seed of loyalty that would ensure her unwavering allegiance. Having successfully subdued both individuals, Richie dismissed the accompanying medical staff and entered a sleek black luxury car. Accompanied by Happy, Stark's portly head of security, they proceeded towards Tony Stark's villa in New York. Tony owned a residence in an affluent area of New York. As the two black luxury cars glided into the villa, Richie was truly awestruck by the epitome of opulence that wealth could afford. The villa's exterior was grandiose, reminiscent of a palace, surrounded by meticulously manicured gardens bursting with vibrant blooms. Upon disembarking, Tony instructed Happy to gather all security personnel and servants within the villa. In the courtyard, Tony solemnly announced that everyone present was to follow Mr. Richie's directives. The gathered individuals looked at the slightly handsome Asian man before them with a mix of confusion, disbelief, and some silently nodding in compliance. Happy, with his round belly, openly supported Tony's command, wearing a beaming smile aimed at appeasing him. Richie chose not to employ his mental control on the group, and with that, he led Tony and Pepper into the spacious and elegant villa, contemplating how to leverage the resources at hand to gradually establish his own vast influence in this world filled with superheroes and fantastical elements. Chapter 2. Pepper's Service. With Tony and Pepper respectfully accompanying him, Richie commenced a preliminary tour of the imposing and expansive villa. During the tour, Tony informed Pepper that he had nearly relinquished his entire fortune to the master, a revelation that did not surprise her as a newly initiated follower. It was estimated that this wealth amounted to over $100 billion, a staggering figure indeed. After a brief tour of the villa, Richie concluded that although it was remarkably luxurious, its layout and environmental factors rendered it unsuitable as an ideal base for designing and producing Iron Man suits. Under the influence of Richie's mental control, Tony promptly suggested, "Master, I have another panoramic villa in Malibu, California, situated on a hillside by the sea. I believe it would suit your needs perfectly." Richie's eyes glinted with approval upon hearing this, and he decisively commanded Tony, "Immediately renovate that villa to my specifications, and do so with utmost urgency and precision." Obeying without hesitation, the puppet-like Tony left New York in haste, racing towards Malibu, while Richie, accompanied by Pepper, leisurely returned to the luxurious master suite. Gently pushing open the door, he was greeted by a spacious, sunlit room. At that moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, resonated from a concealed area of the wall, imbued with a mechanical yet warm tone due to its special programming. Tony had reconfigured all of Jarvis's functions, and now the AI regarded Richie as its absolute master, infusing its synthesized voice with deep respect. It addressed Richie, saying, "Esteemed master, the bathwater has been meticulously prepared, at a comfortable temperature and infused with a pleasant aroma. The kitchen is also diligently preparing your welcome luncheon." Richie turned towards the bathroom area, where he beheld a steaming bath filled with perfectly tempered water. Satisfied with the thoughtful arrangements, he nodded approvingly at Jarvis and commanded, "Well done, Jarvis. Now, please issue my first important directive since assuming office. Immediately relieve Obadiah Stane of his position as Vice President and General Manager, and initiate a comprehensive internal investigation." In Richie's mind, Obadiah Stane was undoubtedly the primary obstacle on his path forward. Thus, upon assuming the role of chairman of Stark Industries, he wasted no time in addressing the matter. Although Stane's personal assets were nowhere near the magnitude of Tony Stark's, they still approached $3 to $4 billion. Richie resolved to take action against him first should he resist and refuse to comply. Richie would not hesitate to employ more forceful and decisive measures to clear the obstacles in his path. Jarvis, with its somewhat humanized voice, clearly reiterated the president's command before, like a discreet attendant, it ceased further vocal interaction. As an advanced artificial intelligence program, it seemed to intuitively understand that this was not the time for continued presence and proactively shut down all audiovisual functions within the luxurious bedroom, granting the master some privacy. Richie slowly turned his gaze to Pepper. The blonde woman, tall and graceful, wore a meticulously tailored business suit that perfectly accentuated her curves. At that moment, she was slightly bowing her head, her face reflecting deep respect towards Richie. Richie understood that his primary targets were those female superheroes with extraordinary powers or unique physiques. However, for the time being, Pepper's intelligence and competence would assist him in managing some complex affairs. With Pepper by his side, Richie strolled into the bathroom, preparing for his bath, while Pepper, like a well-trained personal maid, assisted in the process. After emerging from the bathroom, Richie sauntered to the soft, comfortable bed. Opposite the bed was a large floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view over much of the affluent district. However, being situated in New York's urban area, the elevation was insufficient for a truly expansive vista. Richie knew that upon ascending to the top floor of Stark Tower the following day, he would have a panoramic view of nearly one-third of Manhattan. That iconic structure, with over 90 stories, would provide an unparalleled perspective of the city's grandeur and splendor, offering an ultimate visual experience. At that moment, the sunlight streamed in intensely through the window. Richie slightly furrowed his brow and softly said to Pepper, "Pepper, please lower the blackout shades on the floor-to-ceiling windows." Since Jarvis did not provide immediate service in this room, manual adjustment was necessary. Pepper, responding promptly, walked gracefully to the window, gently pressing the button. As the shade descended, the room was enveloped in a softer light, creating a more serene atmosphere. Richie, lying comfortably on the bed with Pepper, experienced the unique service of his follower for the first time. After a while, Richie turned to Pepper and softly said, "Pepper, please prepare for us to head to the dining area for a meal." At that moment, the kitchen in the main dining area was bustling with activity, preparing a lavish Chinese banquet, a special request from Tony to the head chef to ensure a warm welcome for Richie. Meanwhile, Happy was driving at full speed, racing to bring Tony to Malibu. Soon after, Richie and Pepper arrived at the restaurant hand in hand. 12 servants, clad in identical uniforms, moved in perfect harmony, resembling trained dancers as they meticulously brought forth an exquisite banquet to the table. Pepper stood quietly nearby, her posture graceful, ever prepared to attend to Richie's needs. Richie cast a smile in her direction, signaling for her to join him at the table and encouraging her to abandon her formality. With a compliant nod, Pepper took her seat. Chapter 3. The resolution of the bald head, the butler, stood silently by, his gaze meticulously observing everything at the dining table, a professional smile perpetually gracing his lips. Only when their new master, Li Qi, revealed a satisfied smile did the previously taut nerves of the staff begin to relax. Upon finishing his meal, Li Qi gracefully rose, clasped his hands in a traditional gesture, and with a slight bow, sincerely expressed his gratitude for everyone's diligent efforts in a manner distinctive to the East. He then gently gestured to little Pepper, and the two retreated to the master bedroom. The staff within the villa were filled with joy, their movements brisk as they tidied up the dishes and arranged the dining area with meticulous care. For this dashing new master from the East, they silently rejoiced, for attaining their positions meant securing a stable livelihood in the days to come. Once Li Qi and little Pepper returned to the bedroom, he leisurely approached the soft sofa, reclining comfortably as he settled into it. He raised his right hand, lightly snapping his fingers, then gestured for little Pepper to come closer and indicated his legs, suggesting she massage them. Moments later, the air was filled with the rich, magnetic voice of the artificial intelligence. "Jarvis, Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Enterprises, has arrived for a visit and is now entering the villa." Due to his close relationship with Tony, Obadiah was granted unimpeded access through the villa's security. Soon, a clear projection displayed Obadiah as 3 black, armored luxury vehicles as they slowly came to a halt in front of the villa. The door of the first vehicle opened slowly, revealing Obadiah as a corpulent figure as he awkwardly maneuvered himself out of the back seat. With heavy steps, this portly vice president made his way steadily toward the villa entrance. Jarvis also presented thermal images from within the 3 vehicles, revealing the presence of a dozen individuals quietly waiting inside. Such an entourage seemed excessively vigilant for mere bodyguards. Li Qi cast a brief glance and instantly discerned the bald man's intentions. It appeared he had not anticipated Tony's safe return. This visit was likely to probe the situation, providing Li Qi with the perfect opportunity to address the potential threat posed by this corpulent vice president. Li Qi instructed Little Pepper to assist him in adjusting his shirt and jacket, and under Jarvis's precise guidance, he strode confidently to the study's door. The villa was structured over 3 levels, with the study located on the first floor and the master bedroom on the third. As they descended, they fortuitously encountered each other. The rotund figure was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar Eastern face within the villa, halting abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise. In that moment of astonishment, Li Qi calmly explained the reason for his presence, revealing that he had taken control of nearly all of Tony's assets, including shares in Stark Enterprises. Thus, at the threshold of the study, with a composed demeanor and a tone of certainty, Li Qi addressed Obadiah Stane. "I am now the chairman and CEO of the company. Whether you accept it or not, you are now under my authority." The disparity in equity ownership between the two individuals within the company is stark. Tony regards the bald man as an elder and dear friend, having founded their venture in Obadiah's tan with his father. However, Richie disregards these past affections entirely. He is acutely aware of the detrimental impact Obadiah poses to both Tony and Stark Industries, necessitating swift resolution. Upon hearing this, the bald man is momentarily taken aback. He seemingly did not anticipate such a sudden turn of events. According to his scheme, Tony should have been imprisoned in a hidden cave in the Afghan mountains. Yet he has returned unscathed. Should Tony delve deeper into the investigation, the collusion with the 10 rings and the illicit arms dealings would inevitably come to light, prompting him to take the desperate measure of secretly abducting his nephew at the villa. 3 vehicles carry over a dozen of his hired elite bodyguards and mercenaries from the 10 rings, yet they do not encounter Tony, but rather a stranger of Eastern descent, which catches him off guard. Consequently, the bald man attempts to seize control of the situation, stepping forward with hands slightly outstretched, and says, "Brother, let us discuss matters in the living room regarding the company's equity. I am well prepared." Richie understands that the bald man is likely clandestinely acquiring shares of Stark Industries on the secondary market, hoping to augment his ownership stake. He nods slightly, turning to gesture for the bald man to lead the way, and they proceed side by side to the living room. The bald man indeed presumes himself to be the host, plopping his corpulent form onto the adjacent sofa, which creaks under the strain. Then, with an air of confidence, he leans forward, arms folded upon his knees, and addresses Richie. "Listen, my brother from the East, regardless of how many shares you possess. I am here on behalf of the board to inquire about Tony. It appears our weapons program this year is somewhat behind schedule, and the next initiative has yet to be developed, which has left the board members quite dissatisfied." The rotund man shifts his posture slightly, eager to introduce a more intimidating topic. Richie remains composed, seated on the main sofa across from him, smiling as he watches, then snaps his fingers to signal Jarvis to project the footage of the 3 vehicles outside the villa into the air. Narrowing his eyes, he activates his abilities. Within the vehicles, the occupants turn ashen, gasping for breath. Then Richie fixes a cold, piercing gaze upon the corpulent bald man, his smile vanishing, and he states icily, "Fat man, I now warn you, the individuals you brought have been subdued by my control. If you do not comply, surrender all your shares and voluntarily resign. You may yet have the opportunity to retire in peace. Otherwise, imprisonment will be the lightest of your penalties." The bald man was certainly not easily intimidated by a few words from Li Qi. His right hand, tucked in his pocket, had silently pressed the button of the ultrasonic generator he had brought. In an instant, a sharp, piercing ultrasonic wave reverberated through the living room, enough to incapacitate an ordinary person in a heartbeat. His plan was to use this device to control Tony, coercing him into signing a share transfer agreement and executing a secret abduction. However, as an enhanced individual, Li Qi was unaffected by the ultrasonic waves. Seeing that the rotund man was impervious to reason, Li Qi's gaze sharpened. With a slight activation of his powers, an invisible force enveloped the man, rendering his body immobile. Once the ultrasonic waves ceased, Li Qi instructed Pepper to prepare a share transfer and automatic resignation agreement. With a snap of his fingers, the man, like a marionette, obediently inscribed his name, relinquishing his 15 stake in the company to Li Qi without compensation, while simultaneously vacating all his positions within Stark Industries. Following this, Li Qi intended to assign the now-controlled individual to the logistics department of Stark Industries, where he could be utilized to facilitate contact with the Ten Rings when necessary, sparing his life for the time being. Chapter 4. The arrival of Black Widow amidst casual banter. Li Qi's expression hardened as he coldly ordered the Ten Rings members to disembark the vehicle. He then exited the villa, making his way directly to the artificial lake nearby, where they would face the consequences of their malevolent actions. For the bodyguards and security personnel employed by the bald man, Li Qi employed his unique abilities to discern their thoughts. Soon, he identified 5 bodyguards whose minds were rife with malevolence, greed, and cruelty. Without hesitation, he commanded them to join the Ten Rings assassins in their plunge into the lake as punishment. Conversely, he sensed that the remaining 3 security personnel possessed a measure of goodness, harboring a semblance of justice and conscience. Thus, he offered them a reprieve. Go find employment anew. Forget the events that transpired here, and may you walk the righteous path in the future. As for the bald man, Li Qi, with a serious demeanor, instructed him to personally submit his resignation to the board of directors the following day, after which he would report to the logistics department of Stark Industries to perform trivial tasks. Li Qi successfully acquired the shares he managed at Stark Industries, then waved his hand, instructing the bald man to return to his villa and notify the board members to convene a board meeting the next day. The man, meekly acquiescing, departed in disgrace. Throughout, Pepper had stood quietly at the door of the study, her gaze fixed on her master, as he effortlessly resolved this significant dilemma without the need for violence. Once everything concluded, her eyes filled with trepidation as she gently adjusted Li Qi's shirt. With no further matters at hand, Li Qi decided to take Pepper back to the master bedroom. The two settled onto the soft sofa, engaging in conversation. With the afternoon free, Li Qi planned to upgrade the villa's artificial intelligence, Jarvis, armed with a wealth of expertise gleaned from Tony. Upgrading the artificial intelligence was a task of little difficulty for Richie. He opened his computer and immersed himself in the upgrade process from the afternoon until well past 7 in the evening, ultimately enhancing Jarvis. The upgraded Jarvis now exhibited performance exceeding that of the world's current artificial intelligence by more than 3-fold, enabling it to undertake projects and tasks beyond conventional limits. Richie intended to grant Jarvis comprehensive control over Stark Industries, having already devised a plan to gradually withdraw the company from the arms trade over the coming years, redirecting its focus towards research in clean energy and sustainable development initiatives. That evening, the kitchen prepared a lavish banquet, an exquisite array of dishes that tantalized the senses with their rich flavors and vibrant colors. After finishing his meal, Richie furrowed his brow, reflecting on the extravagance of such feasts, for he prided himself on being frugal. Accordingly, he summoned the kitchen staff and, with a gentle yet firm demeanor, conveyed, "In the future, let us not prepare such an abundance of cuisines. Simplicity suffices, and we must embrace thrift." The chefs and servants, upon hearing this, perceived their new master as both considerate and virtuous. Later that night, Richie summoned Tony back. Around 10 o'clock, after a refreshing bath attended by Pepper, Tony hurriedly returned from Malibu, eager to report. He respectfully stated, "Master, the villa is currently undergoing intensive renovations and construction, all proceeding according to plan." Richie nodded slightly and continued, "You are to attend the board meeting tomorrow to announce your resignation to the other directors, informing them that I am now the principal shareholder. Furthermore, you must convey that the company will gradually cease weapon manufacturing and related departments, redirecting efforts towards research in new energy and other sustainable development projects." Tony acknowledged his understanding and cautioned, "Master, some members of the board may be resistant to your plans." Richie merely smiled, his eyes reflecting confidence and composure, dismissing the concern. With a wave of his hand, he permitted Tony to retire to another guest room while he and Pepper returned to the master bedroom for rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Richie received a call from Baldy, who confirmed that the board meeting would commence promptly that morning. Accompanied by Pepper and Tony, they were driven by the portly security chief, Happy, to Stark Industries. Upon arriving at the entrance of the expansive conference room on the upper floor, a woman with flowing orange hair gracefully emerged from the adjacent office. She possesses an elegant stature, her proportions nothing short of perfection. adorned in a fitted white blouse. It clings to her like a second skin, skillfully accentuating her curvaceous form and highlighting her slender waist. Below, she pairs it with a black pencil skirt, which exquisitely elongates the lines of her legs. On her feet are delicate black high heels, each step resonating with a crisp and confident sound. Her gait is light and rhythmic, her model-like figure exuding grace and poise with every movement. In her hands, she carries a meticulously organized document, prepared for Tony's signature. At this moment, the news of Tony's resignation as chairman and general manager has yet to be announced within the company. The staff still regard him as the chairman. Tony gently shakes his head, refraining from taking the pen offered by the secretary. Instead, he respectfully inclines his body, inviting Li Qi to sign, and he earnestly addresses the secretary. Listen, I have stepped down as the chairman of the company. Mr. Li Qi will be taking over. Thus, all matters will be at his discretion. The secretary slowly raises her head in mild astonishment, glancing at Li Qi. It is then that he truly sees the exquisite face of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Her eyes resemble a deep, tranquil lake, and beneath her prominent nose lies a pair of beautifully contoured lips, slightly parted in a display of surprise at this sudden revelation, as if silently questioning the unfolding scenario. Indeed, this secretary is none other than the super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Widow. Li Qi observes the feigned astonishment on the Black Widow's face, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he speaks with a hint of intrigue. I never anticipated that such a renowned super agent would be relegated to the role of a mere secretary within my company, engaged in trivial clerical tasks. How about this? Perhaps you could partake in coordinating some of the company's significant affairs, contributing your insights for its advancement. A glimmer of genuine surprise flickers in the Black Widow's eyes. She had not expected to be recognized by the evidently extraordinary new boss within mere hours of her undercover assignment at Stark Enterprises. The report from S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated that Mr. Tony Stark had been rescued by a man of remarkable physical prowess. Could this man before her be an enhanced individual or a mutant? A cascade of questions surged through her mind. Chapter 5. The control of the Black Widow when Li Qi's gaze burned with certainty as he called out Natasha's name. Her heart momentarily constricted. Yet, years of being an operative, coupled with grueling, rigorous training, had imprinted a calm demeanor upon her soul, one that remained unshaken in the face of adversity. At this moment, she wore her signature smile, flawlessly embodying the image of a dutiful secretary. She gently shook her head, adopting an innocent tone as she replied, "Chairman, you must be mistaken. I have only just had the fortune of being hired by Stark Enterprises today as a secretary. I truly do not comprehend what you are referring to." As she spoke, her expression was filled with innocence and confusion. Rick gazed at Natasha, who was adorned in a meticulously tailored secretary uniform, with great interest. The crisp, white shirt she wore contrasted beautifully with the form-fitting black pencil skirt that accentuated her alluring curves. The black stockings draped over her legs like a veil of mystery, adding an enticing allure that was both subtle and captivating. Observing this, a smile unconsciously crept onto Rick's face, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. He dismissed Natasha's explanations, their proximity barely half a meter apart. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he decisively activated his unique ability of mental control, a gift he had acquired upon his arrival from another realm. This extraordinary power was akin to a magical key, quietly unlocking the shackles of the soul between individuals and allowing him to dominate another's will. In an instant, Natasha's demeanor underwent a palpable transformation. Her previous facade melted away, replaced by an expression of submission. In a warm tone, she addressed him, "Master, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to command me. It would be my utmost honor to assist you." From that moment forth, Natasha perceived the establishment of a special and intimate master-servant relationship between her and Rick. In public settings, she would respectfully refer to him as Sir, while in more private spaces, they would adopt more familiar terms of address. Rick nodded slightly and accepted a stack of documents from Natasha, predominantly consisting of important papers requiring the chairman's signature that had accumulated in Stark Industries over the past few days. He picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name. Rick wished to avoid the obstinate and troublesome board members, so he turned to Natasha and said, "I do not wish to attend this board meeting. You shall represent me." Inform the directors that Stark Industries will gradually cease its weapons design and manufacturing divisions, steadfastly shifting its focus toward renewable and clean energy. Natasha nodded resolutely, her eyes reflecting determination and confidence. With a polite bow, she turned and walked gracefully and confidently toward the conference room. Tony followed closely behind, and their figures soon disappeared through the grand door leading to the meeting. Upon pushing open the door to the conference room, a cacophony of voices surged forth like a roaring tide. Around the expansive, circular table sat nearly a dozen board members of Stark Industries. A diverse array of individuals, both men and women, some stout and others slender. They were engaged in a fervent discussion, each voice vying for dominance, their words intertwining and reverberating throughout the room. Each of these directors prioritized the company's profits above all else, viewing financial gain as the sole measure of corporate growth, as if the future of the company hinged solely on a series of cold, hard figures. This year, the illustrious Tony Stark, renowned as a genius in weapon design, has regrettably failed to produce any new weapon design proposals. This has directly resulted in a noticeable decline in Stark Industries' profits compared to the previous year. Consequently, the board members are racking their brains, earnestly deliberating on how to compel Tony Stark to swiftly present a satisfactory proposal to salvage the company's financial plight. Previously, the bald-headed Abadios Tan had exerted considerable effort to win over and persuade these board members, confidently assuring them of his capability to enhance the company's profitability. Through his eloquent and beguiling rhetoric, the board members had reached a preliminary agreement with him. As Tony Stark entered the conference room, the previously raucous atmosphere, akin to a bustling marketplace, fell abruptly into silence. All eyes converged upon him, filled with scrutiny, anticipation, and judgment, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. Just as someone was about to interrogate Tony, Natasha stepped forward. Standing tall and poised, she resembled a stately poplar, exuding an air of confidence and grace. In her characteristic assertive and infectious style, she declared, "Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Stark has now officially transferred all of his shares to Mr. Leach. From this moment onward, Mr. Leach holds the majority of shares and thus wields the greatest influence within the company. Mr. Leach's vision is unequivocal, to guide Stark Industries swiftly from traditional weapon manufacturing into the realm of sustainable development, which is crucial for the company's long-term growth and future strategy. Should anyone hold differing opinions or thoughts, we can certainly engage in a calm and constructive discussion." Her voice resonated powerfully within the conference room, each word clear and impactful, as if an invisible force compelled all to listen intently. Natasha, as a high-ranking super agent within SHIELD, possesses the requisite connections and adept communication skills to engage deeply and effectively with the board members, facilitating the decision-making process. Standing beside Natasha, Tony cleared his throat and, in his characteristic forthright and candid manner, stated, "Miss Romanoff is absolutely correct. I have officially withdrawn from the board and relinquished all my shares. From now on, I shall wholeheartedly support the new direction of the company. If anyone wishes to oppose Mr. Leach's decisions, I encourage you to consider them from the perspective of the company's long-term interests and future development." As he spoke, his gaze firmly scanned each board member present, his expression serious and earnest, entirely shedding his former reckless persona. The conference room fell into a hushed silence, followed by a murmur of subdued discussion. The board members were well acquainted with Tony, fully aware of his decisive nature and keen insight. The fact that he now endorsed the new decision, coupled with Natasha's compelling exposition, led them to reassess this novel direction, and the balance of their opinions began to subtly shift. Chapter 6. The Compliant Black Widow in the Spacious and Luminous Setting. Black Widow, Natasha, successfully persuaded the board of Stark Industries, prompting them to decisively close the weapons design and manufacturing department and to wholeheartedly accelerate their ventures in a hydrogen energy and new energy sectors. Clad in a sharp secretary's attire, Natasha's elegance was accentuated, perfectly delineating her gracefully sculpted form. The black stockings she wore resembled a gossamer veil of mystery, making her appear as a brilliant gem amidst the corpulent assembly of board members, radiating an undeniable and dazzling brilliance. Before long, Natasha elegantly gestured for the board members to disperse. Before their departure, She assured them with a resolute gaze and calm demeanor that they need not overly concern themselves with the matters of company operations. They should simply relish life and manage their wealth judiciously, avoiding any unlawful conduct. The board members nodded in agreement, while Tony smiled and softly remarked to Natasha, "Miss Romanoff, we have successfully fulfilled the task assigned by Fury. I wonder if you are aware of any further matters requiring our attention?" At that moment, Natasha had not received additional directives from Fury either. She gently shook her head and, with clear and focused eyes, replied to Tony, "In that case, let us report the situation to Fury." Thus, the two departed the conference room side by side. Fury was, in truth, not overly concerned with the board members' genuine thoughts. His primary focus remained on whether the final decisions could be implemented effectively. Consequently, he entrusted Tony and Natasha with handling the board meeting matters while he leisurely roamed the various floors of the company. He gently pushed open the door to the secretary's office, meandering within this exclusive domain. At that moment, Pepper was busily attending to her duties on this floor, having already disseminated the administrative orders regarding Tony Stark's resignation and Fury's ascension as the company's chairman, president, and executive president through all available channels, ensuring the information reached every device of Stark Industries personnel. Almost all employees were now aware of the leadership change and the imminent significant reforms. Presently, Fury sat comfortably on the sofa in the headquarters' main secretary room, observing the impeccably dressed and elegantly adorned secretaries who were respectfully undergoing inspections by the newly appointed president. Li Qi's gaze gradually swept over the strikingly elegant female secretaries clad in professional attire, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The scenes he once fantasized about had truly materialized into reality. As a time traveler, he was indeed experiencing an extraordinary sensation. He rose gracefully from the sofa and leisurely strolled among the secretaries. Upon observation, he noted that they were all ordinary employees, lacking any extraordinary abilities or special backgrounds. After circling the floor a few times, he fortuitously encountered Black Widow and Tony, who had come to report their findings. Following a brief exchange, Black Widow and Tony instinctively positioned themselves beside Li Qi, awaiting his directives in silence. Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the pressing matters at hand. Firstly, the development and manufacturing of the iron armor, which undoubtedly pertained to his core competitive edge in the future. Secondly, the strategic vision for Stark Industries, particularly concerning the Hammer Group, which was unwaveringly dedicated to the weapon manufacturing and design business, setting Stark Industries as its benchmark for surpassing. Though the Hammer Group was currently not large in scale, after a moment's reflection, he instructed Tony Stark with a serious expression, "There are two matters that require your immediate attention. Firstly, there is the Hammer Group, which is also engaged in weapon manufacturing. I need you to initiate discussions for a potential collaboration, aiming for a mutually beneficial outcome. If their CEO proves uncooperative, delve into a thorough analysis of the pros and cons from a professional business perspective. The second matter, does your father have a former partner who was dismissed due to a mistake? Seek out this individual. He should have a son. Focus on assessing the character and capabilities of his son to determine if he possesses potential for collaboration or development. Should you discover any nefarious intentions on his part, address the matter through legal channels, ensuring he poses no threat to the company." Tony nodded earnestly, swiftly turning to execute the tasks assigned. At that moment, a slender secretary clad in a black uniform approached with a light, graceful stride. She leaned slightly to whisper a few words in Pepper's ear, to which Pepper nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Pepper walked over to Li Qi, speaking politely and respectfully. "Chairman, the military liaison representative, having heard of our company's change in leadership, wishes to meet with you. The representative is currently en route." Li Qi nodded gently, as he too was inclined to meet this liaison. However, after a moment's thought, he instructed Pepper, "Let's arrange the meeting at the villa instead. We should return there immediately." Pepper nodded in understanding and, along with the secretary in the black uniform, swiftly made her way to the main office to communicate the relevant arrangements to the liaison. At last, Li Qi turned his gaze towards the Black Widow, Natasha, and earnestly stated, "You shall accompany me back to the villa. There are some investigative tasks pertaining to the Ten Rings organization that require your execution. Every action they undertake may wield a significant influence on both our company and society at large. We must garner more comprehensive information." As a devoted follower who had been won over, Natasha replied, "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to accomplish the task. Chapter 7. The control of Quake. With that, he waved his hand and led the Black Widow down from the upper floor, returning to their luxurious villa situated in New York's affluent district. The two entered the elevator side by side, and as it descended slowly, the atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Upon reaching the first floor, the doors opened gradually, and they exited with composure. Ahead lay an open room, immaculate and pristine. Inside, several soft and comfortable sofas were arranged, and Li Qi casually glanced within, discovering approximately a dozen individuals, both men and women, all clad in impeccably tailored suits with neatly tied ties, exuding an air of professionalism. Among them, a young woman with long black hair instantly captured Li Qi's attention. She was adorned in a finely tailored white suit that accentuated her tall and slender figure. A lightweight notebook rested upon her legs as she intently tapped away at the keyboard, her focus unwavering, as if the world around her was of no concern. Her features were striking, embodying a harmonious blend of Eastern grace and Western contours. Her deep-set eyes sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, revealing her mixed heritage. And with his heightened perception, Li Qi quickly discerned her as an extraordinary being. However, based on her current state and aura, it was evident that her latent abilities had yet to be awakened. Li Qi found himself profoundly intrigued by this young woman. He lingered at the doorway for a mere 2 seconds, his mind racing with thoughts. Ultimately, he refrained from directly engaging her and instead strode forward with measured steps into the spacious, well-lit foyer. Within the hall, personnel were designated to receive guests and visitors. Li Qi made his way directly towards a female receptionist, intent on inquiring about the purpose of the gathering of individuals in that room. Clearly, this receptionist belonged to the logistics department of Stark Enterprises. Half an hour prior, she had received news regarding changes in the company's highest leadership, accompanied by a recent photograph of Li Qi. At this moment, witnessing the newly appointed chairman and CEO approaching her with inquiries, the young receptionist, golden-haired, bespectacled, youthful, and vibrant, was taken aback by the unexpected honor. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly adjusted the hem of her garment. Respectfully introducing to the leader, those dozen or so individuals are here to apply for positions in the engineering and computing department, and there is still about 40 to 50 minutes until the interview begins. Upon hearing this, Li Qi nodded gently, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. Please summon the person responsible for organizing this interview. After giving the instruction, he turned, accompanied by the Black Widow, and made his way to another office room. Before long, a middle-aged man in a black suit hastily pushed the door open and entered. He bore a slightly portly figure, his hair meticulously combed. Upon seeing Li Qi, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, prompting him to hasten a few steps forward and dutifully present the details of this recruitment initiative to the newly appointed chairman. Li Qi raised a hand, gently interrupting him. He had little interest in the company's routine hiring and projects. His curiosity lay solely with a mixed-blood individual possessing extraordinary abilities. Thus, he bluntly instructed the responsible party, "Commence the interview immediately. I wish to personally interview the mixed-blood applicant." A few minutes later, in a simply yet professionally arranged interview room, Li Qi sat composedly across from the candidate, having not allowed the Black Widow to accompany him. On the opposite chair, the female interviewee sat upright, her demeanor somewhat tense. Li Qi discreetly scrutinized the young girl with a mixed heritage before a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes as he activated his mental control ability acquired from his journey across realms. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the young woman before him, seamlessly binding her as his follower and firmly locking her loyalty through mental influence. The girl appeared to be drawn by a mysterious power, rising from her seat with her head slightly bowed, gracefully approaching the white table to attentively await her master's directives. Li Qi regarded her with a gentle gaze and softly inquired, "What is your name?" The girl replied in a clear voice, "I am Daisy Johnson, just turned 18, a graduate in computer science with some hacking skills." Li Qi decided on the spot to arrange a suitable position for Daisy within Stark Industries as a cover. After all, her potential was immense, and greater responsibilities awaited her in the future. With this thought, Li Qi commanded in an unmistakable tone, "Go outside and meet with Black Widow Natasha. Then return to the villa with me." Daisy Johnson nodded obediently, turned, and lightly picked up the slender notebook beside her, taking small steps as she exited the interview room. Li Qi then emerged from the private entrance behind him, where a small conference room awaited, and the person in charge of the interview and recruitment activities was standing by. Li Qi looked at him calmly and stated, "This candidate, named Daisy Johnson, meets the company's requirements. Allow her to join the engineering and computing department. As for the other remaining applicants, continue the interviews as per the usual procedure." The individual in charge slightly bent at the waist, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. He was already accustomed to personnel established within the company or those recruited through special channels. Just as he was about to utter some flattering words, Li Qi raised his hand for a gentle wave and subtly shook his head, indicating that no further words were necessary. At the entrance, Black Widow Natasha and Daisy Johnson quietly awaited in the corridor. Upon the leader's emergence, they promptly and obediently followed Li Qi, the trio traversing the Grand Hall before departing from the magnificent Stark Tower. Chapter 8. The two ladies accompanying the protagonist Li Qi departed Stark Tower, flanked by the future Ms. Marvel, Daisy Johnson. In the parking lot at the front, the portly Happy respectfully opened the rear car door, welcoming Li Qi inside. Li Qi surveyed the two lovely ladies beside him and, noticing that two vehicles had been arranged, gestured for both beauties to join him in the back seat of the first sleek black sedan. Despite Li Qi's remarkable abilities, Happy, out of security considerations, recommended that he travel with two cars, the second equipped with two security personnel. The two vehicles gradually exited Stark Tower, merging into the bustling city highway, speeding towards the affluent neighborhoods of New York. Li Qi sat comfortably between the two ladies, the spacious black luxury sedan featuring a partition that afforded them a modicum of privacy. Happy concentrated on driving, occasionally engaging in hushed communications with the security team in the trailing vehicle, ever vigilant against unforeseen events. Since the incident involving Tony Stark in Afghanistan, Happy had come to deeply appreciate the weight of his responsibilities as a security chief. The world was unpredictable, and danger lurked everywhere, prompting his prudent suggestion for Li Qi to travel with additional security. After a smooth drive on the highway, the vehicles gradually exited, soon arriving at the serene villa district. Upon entering the villa's gates, Happy gently pressed the accelerator, bringing the car to a steady halt. Li Qi relaxed his grip around the two ladies and, with a smile, gracefully opened the doors on either side, allowing the trio to elegantly disembark from the rear seat. Happy then exited the driver's seat, discreetly glancing at his employer and the two ladies, noticing their neat and appropriate attire of secretary outfits and white women's suits. He couldn't help but reassess his impression of his new employer's character. Li Qi led the two ladies with a composed stride into the villa, where the midday sun cast a warm glow and the kitchen staff busily prepared lunch in an orderly fashion. Following Li Qi's previous instructions to forego an extravagant banquet, the kitchen's workload was considerably lighter than usual. He guided the two ladies to the master bedroom, and upon his command, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, promptly lowered the black shades of the floor-to-ceiling windows, expertly blocking out the ultraviolet rays and scorching light, instantly transforming the room into a cool and comfortable sanctuary. After entering the master bedroom, Li Qi instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to procure some women's undergarments and outerwear tailored to the physiques of the two ladies via a dedicated passage. The villa had undergone a comprehensive smart upgrade, allowing Jarvis to transport items without the need for any other servants. Jarvis promptly acknowledged the request, swiftly scanning the measurements of the super agent and the future Sonic Woman before dispatching several suitably fitting outfits from the villa's storage through the transport channel. With a smile, Li Qi gestured towards the open wardrobe, which was neatly arranged with brand new stockings, black and white uniforms, skirts, jeans, bras, and lingerie, indicating that they could select appropriate attire after their bath. Subsequently, Li Qi leisurely strolled into the nearby bathroom, which was perpetually stocked with water at a comfortable temperature. Earlier in the day, the servants had meticulously cleaned the bathroom, ensuring it was spotless, and a variety of bathing products were readily available. The two ladies followed closely behind Li Qi into the bathroom. After they all finished bathing together, Daisy Johnson gently picked up a soft white towel, carefully and attentively drying Li Qi's body, while the Black Widow, Natasha, held the clothing, kindly assisting Li Qi in getting dressed. Afterward, the two ladies gracefully approached the wardrobe, thoughtfully selecting suitable inner and outer garments to don. Daisy Johnson chose a white shirt paired with a knee-length white skirt, exuding freshness and elegance, whereas Natasha, unaccustomed to wearing skirts, opted for jeans and a black top, presenting a more polished and competent appearance. Both women sported cascading long hair, their faces radiating youthful vitality post-bath. And despite lacking makeup, they still emanated their unique charm. Natasha Romanoff, as a super agent, possessed an air of ruggedness. In contrast, Daisy Johnson appeared refined and cultured, their distinct temperaments evident. Li Chi, observing their attire, nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 9. The Black Widow in uniform after the two ladies accompanied the protagonist in bathing. Jarvis's magnetic and personable voice resonated, informing Li Chi that lunch was prepared. Li Chi nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face, as he led his newly acquired followers toward the dining room. Upon their arrival, Jarvis again utilized his intelligent and amiable human-like voice to inform Li Chi that military liaison officer, Major James Rhodes, had arrived at the villa's entrance in his vehicle, inquiring whether he should be granted entry. At this time, Rhodes held merely the rank of major and had not been associated with Stark Enterprises for long. Li Chi instructed Jarvis to allow him entry and warmly invited him to join a meal. Seated leisurely at the head of the dining table with his two assistants, Li Chi awaited the arrival of Major James Rhodes. A few minutes later, clad in a crisp military green uniform and under Jarvis's courteous guidance, Major Rhodes entered the dining room with a steady gait. Gently pushing open the door, he found the spacious dining area occupied solely by the three of them, at which point Jarvis's intelligent, human-like voice appropriately began to introduce Li Chi and Major James Rhodes to one another in detail. Upon hearing the news, Colonel Rhodes immediately donned a warm smile, striding forward with alacrity to extend his hand in a cordial handshake with Mr. Riche. Mr. Riche, I have just learned of Stark Industries' leadership change today, and I hurried here with the hope of continuing our amicable collaboration with the military. Mr. Riche discreetly appraised the military representative, noting his neatly cropped hair, a visage slightly plump, and a complexion that hinted at African descent. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Mr. Riche graciously gestured for Colonel Rhodes to take a seat and join him for lunch. Rhodes, not one to decline, comfortably settled into the guest chair and, upon glancing at the two ladies flanking the host, could not help but commend Mr. Riche. These two ladies by your side are truly remarkable in their beauty. Mr. Riche merely smiled, refraining from elaborating on their identities. Noticing this, Colonel Rhodes chuckled lightly, raised his glass, and took a sip of his drink before revealing the true purpose of his visit. Mr. Riche, I come on behalf of the military to inquire about our impending collaboration. I have heard that your esteemed company intends to close its weapons design and manufacturing department. Might I implore you to reconsider? Stark Industries' weaponry has always been a vital safeguard for the military. This is not merely a business matter, but one that profoundly impacts national security. Mr. Riche, taking his time, elegantly finished his drink and placed the glass back on the table before responding slowly. Colonel, you may simply call me Riche, and I shall refer to you as Rhodes. I must confess that I am personally averse to the idea of producing weapons that could pose a threat to innocent civilians. This is my unwavering principle. Colonel Rhodes gently shook his head, his tone tinged with concern. This is no simple matter, my friend. You will encounter considerable resistance. Mr. Riche smiled confidently, his eyes brimming with resolve and composure. I'm not one to shy away from challenges, and I firmly believe this is the right choice. Pondering for a moment, Rhodes rose and walked slowly to Mr. Riche's side, speaking earnestly. Riche, I understand your perspective, yet I sincerely hope you will think this through carefully. After listening, Colonel Rhodes smiled meaningfully, neither explicitly agreeing nor directly refuting. His visit was intended to gauge Riche's stance, and the higher-ups in the military would formally engage with him later. With the essential points made clear, the two exchanged knowing smiles, calling each other by name. After a few more casual exchanges, lunch concluded. Rhodes dabbed his mouth with a napkin and said, Riche, I must return to the base to report to my superiors. I bid you farewell. Mr. Riche, upon hearing this, stood as well and warmly shook hands again with the military liaison. Subsequently, Colonel Rhodes departed the villa, driving back to the base to report on the situation. Mr. Riche, undisturbed by the encounter, resolved to expedite the development of the Iron Man suit, planning to return to the Puppet Tony S. villa in Malibu to continue the work. He instructed Black Widow Natasha to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to conduct a thorough investigation into the Ten Rings organization. Currently, the Ten Rings organization has covertly colluded with the forces of Abadiaston, and it remains uncertain how many spies and insiders have been embedded within the realms of New York, Los Angeles, and Stark Industries. This matter must be clarified with utmost urgency. Within, Li Qi resolutely determined to appropriate the Ten Rings for his own use, particularly coveting their treasured artifact, the Ten Rings. Natasha slightly nodded in acknowledgement, her slender fingers delving into her bag to gently retrieve a set of S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms. After all, returning to the base warranted donning such attire. The uniform, meticulously crafted from top-tier specialized materials, bore a deep black hue akin to the night sky. Natasha adeptly changed into the uniform before the leader, the garment appearing to meld seamlessly with her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette while imbuing her with an innate elegance. The exquisite silver patterns at the collar glimmered with a subtle luminescence under the play of light, while the tailored fit was custom designed to embrace her lithe, yet powerful physique, unreservedly outlining her beautifully sculpted legs, slender waist, and defined shoulders, exuding a perfect blend of allure and competence. Li Qi instructed the future Quake, Daisy Johnson, to remain in the living room, leaving only himself and Natasha in the master suite. He savored the service of the uniformed Black Widow. Once concluded, Li Qi's demeanor turned grave as he commanded Natasha to return to S.H.I.L.D. first, reminding her to stay in contact should any matters arise. Natasha nodded, a hint of pride flickering across her lightly made-up face. In that moment, she transformed back into the proud, formidable super spy, with Li Qi's influence over her spirit seemingly diminished slightly. After bidding farewell to Li Qi, Natasha exited the villa and, at a nearby intersection, summoned the patrolling vehicles using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s specialized communication device, embarking on her journey back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York. Inside the villa, Li Qi entered the living room, where he found Daisy Johnson focused intently on her laptop. Approaching her, he discovered she was developing a new hacking software. Upon closer inspection, he noted Daisy Johnson's hacking skills were quite impressive. As Li Qi approached, Daisy quickly stood up, respectfully reporting on her endeavors. Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. He had other plans for Daisy Johnson. He intended to awaken the latent abilities within her, meticulously cultivating her into a super agent for future deployment within S.H.I.E.L.D. to serve his purposes. Thus, Li Qi gazed at Daisy Johnson and earnestly said, "Daisy, within you lies a pure energy, and you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional agent. I will now assist you in awakening this energy in your powers." Daisy Johnson's face, a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western features, bore no overt expression. Her loyalty was firmly under Li Qi's control, and her restrictions exceeded those imposed on Natasha. She merely nodded silently, obediently standing beside Li Qi, poised to undergo the awakening of her powers. Chapter 10. Reveling in the privilege of private flight after a moment of contemplation, Richie discerned the absence of necessary devices within the villa, prompting the decision to journey to the Malibu estate of Puppet Tony. He promptly informed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to notify Security Chief Happy to prepare the convoy for their return to Malibu. Following this directive, Richie, accompanied by his handmaiden, Daisy Johnson, proceeded directly to the master bedroom. There was no need to gather their belongings, as the other villa was equally well equipped. Upon their return to the bedroom, Richie's gaze was drawn to an ancient mural adorning the sidewall, a square masterpiece nearly 2 meters in length, vividly depicting a bustling exposition of the future. The center of the canvas showcased a lively venue, surrounded by pavilions, resting areas, and auxiliary structures, including corridors, staircases, and pedestrian walkways, an all-encompassing spectacle. Recognizing the 3-decade-old oil painting as a creation of Howard Stark, whose visionary imagination had once breathed life into such new elements, Richie mused that Puppet Tony would have no use for it at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to realize Howard Stark's avant-garde concept himself. Together with Daisy Johnson, he delicately removed the mural, ensuring its preservation as they prepared to depart. For this journey to the Malibu estate, Richie also made a copy of Jarvis's core system, which he intended to install in the villa. The systems of both estates, along with Stark Tower, were interconnected, facilitating real-time data, sharing, and immediate compliance with Richie's commands. Furthermore, Jarvis's system would continue to receive upgrades. Descending the stairs with Daisy Johnson, Richie found the courtyard bustling with activity. The convoy was ready. Happy, ever cautious, opened the rear door of the central black armored vehicle, respectfully inviting his employer and his companion to enter. Richie pondered, recognizing that, as a man of wealth, his mode of transportation should not be confined to terrestrial means. He had yet to experience the luxury of a private helicopter or aircraft. The flight from here to Malibu, California, would take approximately 2 hours by private plane. Thus, as one indulging in the privileges of affluence, Richie deemed it time to savor this experience. After sharing his thoughts with the corpulent Happy, the security chief complied with the arrangements. The private airport lay a mere 15 minutes from a villa. The convoy, consisting of 3 vehicles, set off swiftly towards the airport, with prior notification already sent to the air traffic control system. Upon arrival, Richie, along with the portly Happy and 2 bodyguards, boarded the private plane, which glided along the lengthy runway before ascending into the sky. This petite aircraft, produced by a mysterious Eastern nation, was manned entirely by professional Stark Industries employees, including crew members, flight attendants, and pilots. During the flight, Richie engaged in casual conversation with several of the attractive female attendants. They were clad in specially tailored flight attendant uniforms. A deep azure blouse paired with a sleek black pencil skirt, complemented by nude stockings and elegant high heels. With their striking foreign beauty and high cheekbones, the attendants possessed flowing black hair and spoke in soft, melodious tones as they served lychee champagne and beer. Observing the flight attendants, Lychee warmly invited them to sit and share drinks and sing together. The cabin was equipped with a portable karaoke machine, microphones, and a high-definition screen, creating a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. Initially, the attendants were somewhat reserved, but after singing a couple of songs, they gradually loosened up. In contrast, Daisy Johnson, as a follower, appeared somewhat restrained. After joining in for 2 songs, she settled beside her host, quietly sipping beer. The rotund Happy disapproved of this scene, citing the need to maintain focus, and retreated to the rear lounge, constantly communicating with the security teams at both ends, remaining vigilant. As the journey neared its conclusion, Lychee issued a directive to the chief attendant, an exceptionally attractive Western woman, suggesting that future flights could benefit from the addition of more vibrant female attendants, particularly those of Eastern descent. The chief attendant understood the implication and nodded gently, her cheeks slightly flushed from the wine, having enjoyed the jovial atmosphere throughout the flight. Of course, not all crew members were so relaxed. There remained those who stayed alert and dedicated to their duties. The private jet landed at a private airport near Malibu. After 2 hours in the air, with nearly an hour and a half spent reveling in merriment, the jet finally touched down smoothly at the private airport on the outskirts of Malibu. Once stabilized, Lychee descended the aircraft with Daisy Johnson, Happy, and 2 bodyguards. 2 bulletproof cars awaited at the airport. Lychee and Daisy Johnson entered the first vehicle, with a corpulent Happy at the wheel, speeding toward their private villa atop the highest peak in Malibu. The journey was uneventful, and upon reaching the villa, the sun began to dip below the horizon across the shimmering sea. Chapter 11. Awakening the power within the waves as the blood-red sunset cast its orange glow like threads over the glistening surface of the ocean. Lychee felt a surge of excitement. However, he chose not to accompany his followers and bodyguards to the bustling beach, but instead set up a refined barbecue on the spacious terrace of his villa. Complete with comfortable seating, he retrieved the meticulously prepared rolls of beef and shared the joy of grilling with Happy and his followers, while Daisy Johnson diligently attended to her host. After they had feasted, Lychee slowly rose, a look of satisfaction on his face. He raised his hand slightly, instructing Happy to arrange for someone to tidy up the terrace, and then, at ease, returned to the bedroom with his follower, Daisy Johnson. He languidly rested on the sofa. After enjoying the steaming barbecue on a sweltering summer day, even with the cool sea breeze, he found himself glistening with beads of sweat. After a brief respite to allow the food within his stomach to digest, Richie took Daisy Johnson to bathe, attended to diligently by their followers. Once they had completed their cleansing ritual, the 2 ascended to the grand bed in the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, they donned fresh and immaculate attire. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Richie fell into a deep contemplation, earnestly pondering how to awaken the latent powers residing within Daisy Johnson. At that moment, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had fully assumed control of the villa, functioning as a devoted and meticulous steward. Through Jarvis, Richie acquired a comprehensive understanding of the villa and its renovation progress. 2 out of 3 underground levels have been interconnected with various accelerators, advanced energy sources, rare metals, and unique alloy compounds essentially prepared. Additionally, there existed a specialized room designated for high-energy and laser attribute testing. Its unique structure and equipment seemingly tailored to catalyze the extraordinary abilities within Daisy Johnson. In terms of safety precautions, the entire villa was on high alert, fully prepared for any eventuality. Happy and the other bodyguards resided in a separate 2-story building within the courtyard and the basement area, perpetually safeguarding the premises. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Daisy Johnson approached the designated room in the basement with somewhat labored footsteps. She gently pushed open the heavy metal door and stepped inside. The chamber was a stark expanse filled with an array of high-end equipment. The air tinged with a subtle metallic scent. The walls were adorned with laser apparatuses, charging devices, and intricate circuitry, all interwoven under the bright glow of incandescent lights, imbuing the room with a chilling yet enigmatic technological essence. Observing this realm of unknown and mystery, a flicker of trepidation surfaced in Daisy Johnson's eyes, her hands instinctively clenching and then gradually relaxing, her entire being taut with tension. Since fully subduing Daisy Johnson, Richie had slightly eased his mental grip, allowing her to revert to a more human state, though her loyalty remained firmly secured, ensuring her unwavering allegiance. In that moment, Daisy Johnson resembled an ordinary individual poised to confront an uncertain challenge, feeling both fear and anticipation about the awakening of her inner powers. Her heart a tumult of contradictions and struggles. Richie approached with a calm demeanor, his gaze piercing and hawk-like as he regarded the follower before him. In a measured tone, he spoke, "Daisy, the forthcoming process will be excruciating, perhaps even beyond your threshold of endurance. I hope you can persevere. Once your powers are ignited, you shall become my invaluable ally." His words lacked excessive concern or tenderness, delivered with a cold and resolute tone, akin to an undeniable command. Daisy Johnson could only nod slightly, acquiescing with a hint of resignation in her eyes, devoid of any room for rebuttal. Richie smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. As the activation process would occur within an energy field, ordinary clothing could not adequately insulate against the energy. Hence, it was imperative to don garments crafted from Stark Industries-specialized fabric. On a nearby rack hung several such garments, and Richie gestured towards them, indicating that Daisy Johnson should change into one. Daisy Johnson, without a trace of hesitation, swiftly donned her specially crafted attire. As a blend of Eastern and Western heritage, her complexion seamlessly merged pale white with warm brown, and her physique embodied the delicate grace characteristic of Oriental women. Adorned in this form-fitting garment, her silhouette became even more alluring, rivaling the enchanting figure of the super spy Black Widow in her SHIELD uniform. Once she was dressed, Leach commanded JARVIS to activate the instruments within the chamber. With a steady influx of electricity, the energy field began to coalesce, crackling with a symphony of discharges reminiscent of an electrifying concerto. Since his traversal, Leach's body had undergone enhancements, rendering him largely unfazed by the tumultuous energy surrounding them. He calmly instructed Daisy Johnson, "Daisy, step into the center of the energy field." Complying obediently, she took a deep breath, steeling herself as she ventured into the heart of the wild energy storm, her gaze resolute. Leach directed JARVIS to adjust the energy intensity according to the prevailing conditions. Responding in his anthropomorphic voice, JARVIS elevated the power output yet again. The energy field surged violently, the cerulean energy crashing against Daisy Johnson like a tidal wave, eliciting a stifled cry of agony as her body trembled uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, the specially crafted attire appeared to be affected as well, its color deepening gradually. Observing the scene, Leach felt the effects were insufficient. He furrowed his brow and commanded JARVIS to increase the power once more. Suddenly, A formidable surge of energy erupted from within Daisy Johnson. Arcs of electricity danced chaotically around her, and the blue energy storm roared like a ferocious beast, wildly expanding outward. The shockwave struck the instruments on either side of the room with the force of a hammer, sending parts flying and triggering piercing alarms that reverberated throughout the chamber. JRVIS promptly severed the power supply to the room. Fortunately, a large-scale fire was averted, with only a few scattered sparks igniting small flames, which JRVIS swiftly extinguished. In the center of the room, Daisy Johnson's specially crafted attire lay in tatters, revealing dark red marks from electrical burns on her back and legs, her skin slightly singed. Weak and weary, she collapsed on the floor. Leech hurried over, crouching down to assess her condition, relieved to find no severe backlash effects. Struggling, Daisy Johnson managed to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes reflected a mixture of exhaustion and devotion as she softly spoke to Leech. I have not disappointed the leader. I have awakened my latent abilities, though I am still unskilled in their application and require further practice. Leech nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes as he praised his follower, instructing her to rest for the night and resume training the following day. Daisy Johnson acknowledged with a nod, and together with her leader, they departed the underground chamber. Rich instructed Jarvis to inform the construction team associated with the company to undertake urgent repairs on this room, as the followers were scheduled to return tomorrow. Chapter 12. Howard's vision within the basement. Rich successfully awakened the latent supernatural abilities of Daisy Johnson. As a young servant completely subjugated by her master, Daisy was filled with joy, following closely in his footsteps as they exited the somewhat disheveled room and ascended the stairs back to the bedroom. The uniform of the follower was tattered, with ragged strips of fabric hanging loosely, and numerous areas were so damaged they were nearly in tatters. The charred remnants of her attire bore the marks of severe burns caused by the intense heat generated from electric and energy bursts. Her skin appeared disheveled, and her hair, frazzled by static electricity, was wildly scattered, creating a rather chaotic appearance. Thus, Rich raised his hand slightly, signaling Daisy to freshen up. Sitting comfortably in the plush office chair, he immersed himself in contemplation regarding the evening's endeavor of developing the mech suit. He casually summoned the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, and articulated his thoughts in detail, prompting it to construct the foundational logic. The necessary special alloys and ultra-durable components had already been compiled in Jarvis's database. Jarvis needed to leverage its formidable computational abilities to ascertain the most suitable material structure. A critical task required Rich's personal attention, the power source for the mech suit. He intended to utilize cold nuclear fusion, necessitating potent elements to facilitate the fusion reaction. Traditional thermonuclear fusion materials like uranium, with their severe radioactivity, were to be excluded. Moreover, Rich understood that in the original timeline, Tony Stark had initially employed the toxic palladium, which must also be disregarded, thus adhering to the trajectory of the original world. Rich sought to synthesize a new element utilizing the data left by Howard Stark, the father of the puppet Tony, to design the energy core arc reactor. Rich gradually rose from the office chair, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Daisy Johnson, who was washing up in the bathroom. He thoughtfully instructed Jarvis to prepare emergency medical supplies, ensuring that the young servant could promptly attend to her wounds upon her emergence. Next, he laid the mural he had brought from the New York villa back on the ground, having disassembled it at the doorway, allowing Jarvis to scan it. Remarkably, it formed a classic pattern depicting the electronic orbit of an atomic nucleus. This was a new element not found in the known periodic table. Based on the arrangement and number of electrons, it was evident that this element possessed immense energy and was easily triggered, making it the optimal substitute for palladium to achieve cold nuclear fusion. In his heart, Rich silently reassured Howard Stark, saying, "Rest easy. I shall take good care of Tony and will ensure Stark Industries flourishes, continually merging with other heavy enterprises." Observing the exquisite element projected by Jarvis in the air, a subtle smile graced Rich's lips, and a flicker of confidence sparkled in his eyes. At that moment, Daisy Johnson emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her form still enveloped in a gentle mist of steam. Li Chi paid little heed to the matter at hand, instead directing her attention to the projected image of a theoretically newly created atomic nucleus. Although Daisy Johnson majored in computer science and hacking techniques, She possessed a fundamental understanding of chemistry. Enchanted by the exquisite spectacle of dozens of electrons gracefully orbiting the nucleus on 8 distinct trajectories, her eyes sparkled with wonder and curiosity. At that moment, a mechanical arm precisely retrieved a medical kit from a cabinet beside the wall and presented it to Daisy Johnson. Li Qi instructed her to tend to her own wounds before shutting off the projection and departing the bedroom to commence his research in the basement. Meanwhile, on another level of the basement, an emergency construction team was diligently repairing the room that had just triggered Daisy Johnson's extraordinary abilities. Li Qi paid no mind to these activities, gently closing the door that connected the basement, and once more summoned Jarvis. After projecting the new element, he devoted himself entirely to calibrating the already constructed circular accelerator, embarking on the perilous endeavor of atomic synthesis. This undertaking was exceedingly advanced and fraught with danger, as even the slightest misstep could result in laser injuries or, worse, threaten his life. Lasers, high temperatures, high pressures, and rapid electronic collisions relentlessly attempted to forge new elements, enveloping the entire basement in an atmosphere of tension and seriousness. After laboring until noon the following day, Li Qi finally succeeded in synthesizing the new element, which radiated a dazzling brilliance. After over 10 hours of continuous work, he finally felt the pangs of hunger. He glanced at the walls of the breached room, marred by numerous laser scars. During the experiment, more than 20 photonic capacitors and high-energy storage devices had been rendered inoperative, leaving the floor littered with discarded components and equipment. The energy expended throughout the experiment equated to nearly a decade's worth of power consumption for an entire city, supplied directly through underground cables by a private power plant owned by Stark Enterprises. In contrast, the energy for Stark Tower was provided by the arc reactor located at the base of the edifice, with differing sources of power. Weary yet resolute, Li Qi ascended from the basement to the second-floor living room, where he discovered the female assistant, Daisy Johnson, seated and rapidly tapping away at the keyboard. Clad in casual athletic attire, she bore several band-aids on her face and body. Upon hearing his footsteps, Daisy Johnson instinctively lifted her head, and upon recognizing her master, she swiftly removed the computer from her lap and rose to meet him with concern, exclaiming, "Master, you must be exhausted." Li Qi nodded, gently pulling Daisy Johnson closer and affectionately ruffling her hair. He glanced at her bandaged wounds, inquiring with genuine concern about her recovery. "Master, my body has healed, and I am now ready to continue practicing my abilities to enhance my potential." Li Qi nodded, tenderly stroking her cheek, and asked Jarvis if lunch was prepared. Jarvis's anthropomorphic voice resonated from the living room, replying, "Indeed, lunch is ready." Li Qi led the young assistant, Daisy Johnson, to the dining area to share a meal. In the villa, Happy diligently patrolled the exterior and corridors, accompanied by several bodyguards, fulfilling his duties as the head of security with utmost diligence. Chapter 13. An elegant Western girlfriend after dining, Rick, accompanied by his follower Daisy Johnson, once again descended into the basement to continue the adaptive training aimed at unlocking her physical potential. Without needing her master's prompting, she conscientiously donned the specially prepared attire that lay nearby. This outfit, meticulously crafted from a black specialized fabric, bore a hint of metallic texture, subtly shimmering under the lights. Rick stood attentively by, fully focused on observing and guiding Jarvis in the manipulation of energy. During this energy storm, Rick had instructed Jarvis to elevate the energy levels by an additional 8 percentage points compared to the previous day. Following a dazzling display of light and an energetic tempest, Daisy Johnson was able to exert a degree of control over her awakened potential, which, although still destructive, proved less devastating than her prior attempt, resulting in the destruction of 3 different instruments that now require replacement. Her specialized outfit bore several signs of rupture, yet the burning and electrical reactions she experienced were significantly reduced. With her hair cascading untidily around her, Daisy, undeterred, lifted her chin slightly. Her gaze filled with anticipation and desire as she looked directly at her master, as if yearning for his commendation. Rick, not one to withhold praise, immediately lauded Daisy, prompting a radiant smile to illuminate her face, her eyes sparkling with joy. She urged Jarvis to recharge the energy once more, determined to awaken her abilities until she could unleash them independently. This awakening required multiple, even dozens of guided attempts to cultivate habitual and instinctive responses, thus eliminating the need for external stimuli. After accumulating energy, they proceeded to release it again. This time, Rick distinctly sensed that Daisy was capable of actively unleashing some of her powers, generating a vigorous wave of energy, confirming the appropriateness of her moniker, the Shockwave Girl. Following this session, her specialized attire was now considerably tattered, and noticing the beads of sweat forming on her brow and the darkened hue of her complexion, Rick decided to halt the training. He gently suggested they resume later in the evening, acknowledging that the room also required some repairs. Accompanying Daisy Johnson back to the bedroom, they sequentially entered the bathroom to freshen up. After their showers, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With both projects yielding breakthroughs, Rick felt elated and prepared to take Daisy out of the villa, descending the mountain to the beach below, eager to feel the sea breeze, admire the sunset's beauty, and relish a moment of leisure. Driving swiftly down the mountainside, Happy followed closely behind with 2 bodyguards, navigating the road with care. After successfully parking the vehicle at the summit, Richie leisurely proceeded with his companion towards the beach. The sandy shore was bustling with people, and the two strolled casually for a while. At that moment, a surge of pride welled up within Daisy Johnson. Her heart swelled with joy at the thought of her master accompanying her on a beach walk, causing a subtle tremor within her to yearn for expression. Quickly, she suppressed her emotions, striving to quell the restlessness that stirred within her, realizing that she must intensify her training the following day. Richie's keen eyes, sharp as ever, did not miss Daisy's fleeting expressions and subtle movements, though he chose to remain silent. Daisy longed to draw closer to her master, wishing to walk alongside him like the other significant pairs on the beach, yet she refrained from overt displays of intimacy, merely inching a bit closer to him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the beach. A man and a woman were being pursued by a group of raucous individuals clad in vibrant shorts and flamboyant shirts, their sunglasses reflecting the chaos. The surrounding tourists, as well as those poised to witness the sunset, hastily sidestepped, eager to avoid becoming entangled in the unexpected turmoil. Richie and Daisy halted, glancing at the unfolding scene. Richie discerned the fleeing couple. The man of East Asian descent with neatly cropped hair donned a simple shirt and jeans, while the woman, of Western descent with tousled hair and modest attire of a shirt and white pants, cried out for help amidst her frantic escape. They shared a striking resemblance, their round faces hinting at a familial connection. Upon recognizing them, Richie realized that the pursued pair was none other than Shang-Chi and his girlfriend, Katie. Astonished that he had encountered figures linked to the legendary 10 Rings so soon after arriving in this world, he felt compelled to intervene and ensure their safety. As the couple approached, the man refrained from shouting for help or calling the authorities, occasionally engaging with their pursuers in a display of martial prowess. It seemed that while he had training, the sheer number of assailants posed a significant challenge. Noticing the eager expression on Daisy's face, Richie seized the opportunity to both train her and rescue the 2 individuals connected to the 10 Rings. With a decisive gesture, he beckoned Daisy to follow him forward. Observing their boldness, onlookers, concerned for their safety, implored Richie not to engage with the ruthless mob, cautioning him against making unnecessary sacrifices and urging him to flee like the others. Li Chi shook his head, expressing gratitude to the one who had reminded him, before turning to Daisy Johnson, the Wave Girl. Daisy, this opportunity is perfect for you to test whether you can manipulate the waves within you at will. In a moment, go forward and engage those pursuers. Upon hearing this, Daisy's eager expression swiftly transformed into one of exhilaration. After a brief warm-up of her elbow and wrist joints, she darted forward like an arrow, much to the astonishment of those watching. Chapter 14. In truth, I come from the underworld. While nearly everyone present seemed to recoil in fear, Daisy Johnson stood resolute, bravely advancing without hesitation. Upon contact, a flurry of sparks erupted as an intense melee ensued. With an unwavering desire to showcase her newly acquired abilities before her master, Daisy radiated excitement and determination, channeling all her energy into the waves within her. With a sudden burst of force, she propelled a man clad in a floral shirt like a cannonball, sending him hurtling through the air. The invisible air cannon generated an immense shockwave, stirring up a cloud of sand. The unfortunate fellow was launched over a meter away, crashing onto the beach with a thud, sending dust flying. This maneuver momentarily stunned the group of thugs, astonishment etched across their faces. Soon after, several of the pursuing thugs unleashed their enhanced abilities without reservation. Their hands and arms began to glow ominously, radiating an unsettling heat. From his position, Li Qi quickly recognized them as the transformed individuals affected by the desperation virus. They possessed extraordinary skills, far surpassing ordinary humans, and could even regenerate from severed limbs. A remarkable power indeed. Concerned for the safety of the newly trained young slave, he hastily approached. After a tense standoff of several seconds, Shang-Chi, having witnessed the formidable abilities of their pursuers, wore a worried expression as he urgently addressed Li Qi and Daisy Johnson. "Thank you both for your assistance, but the strength of those behind us may prove overwhelming. We might not stand chance." His girlfriend, Katie, spoke in a fluster, her face pale with fear. Desperately wanting to flee, she clutched Shang-Chi's hand tightly, pulling him insistently as she yearned to escape. Li Qi maintained a calm demeanor, waving his hand dismissively at Shang-Chi, assuring him that these foes were mere trifles, lacking true threat. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, the thugs, emboldened by their numbers, surged forward once more, with 3 individuals altered by the desperation virus leading the charge. The foremost bald man, his muscles bulging and skin glowing red-hot, wielded his heated hands with far greater utility than any dagger or steel pipe, as if he could effortlessly rend asunder anything in his path. With precision akin to an eagle's talons, Li Qi extended his hands, deftly seizing 2 of the transformed individuals. With a powerful throw, he sent them soaring into the sea like kites severed from their strings. In an instant, the sound of boiling water erupted, steam rising in the air. Daisy Johnson and Shang-Chi, along with a dozen ordinary robbers, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Daisy had already dispatched 2 of the assailants with her shockwaves, while Shang-Chi had deftly taken down 3 with his agile strikes. For a moment, the situation had reached a stalemate. Li Qi unleashed his might once more, delivering a powerful kick that sent the third cyborg flying several meters away. Then, like a tiger descending from a mountain, he moved with remarkable agility, effortlessly knocking down 4 or 5 more of the adversaries. The tide of battle clearly turned in their favor, and victory seemed imminent. One of the bald cyborgs struggled to rise from the sand, his eyes reflecting madness. Without uttering a word, he charged recklessly at Li Qi, resembling a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Aware of the self-destructive capabilities possessed by these cyborgs, Li Qi felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not test his resilience against the inferno of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees that could result from an explosion. Thus, before the assailant could clasp his arms together, Li Qi struck like a wraith, severing one of the man's arms. Instead of blood, a peculiar, luminescent liquid flowed forth. After kicking the man away, Li Qi sprinted forward a couple of paces and shouted to the others, "Scatter! That individual may detonate himself. Stay back." Upon hearing the word explosion, the faces of those nearby drained of color, and they immediately dropped to the ground. After ensuring Daisy Johnson was safe, Li Qi ran a few steps ahead, and indeed, a tremendous blast erupted behind him as the desperate cyborg detonated himself. Sand flew into the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Katie, startled, began to scream, her complexion pale as a sheet, and she sought refuge in Shang-Chi's embrace, who unhesitatingly shielded her from the oncoming debris. The remaining robbers, along with the 2 other cyborgs, recognizing the peril of confronting Shang-Chi, retreated in fright. Meanwhile, Li Qi discreetly instructed the AI, Jarvis, to trace the whereabouts of these individuals. Jarvis had been gradually integrated into various public networks, corporate interfaces, and the surveillance systems of several key government departments, making the task of tracking them relatively uncomplicated. As the dust settled, Katie ceased her cries, gazing around in disbelief. She looked at the strikingly handsome man with the Eastern features, her eyes brimming with admiration. Li Qi noticed her gaze but chose to disregard it. After freeing herself from Shang-Chi's protective hold, Katie hurried over to Li Qi, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for his valor. "Sir, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly our savior, so gallant and righteous." Having learned a few Eastern phrases while accompanying Shang-Chi, she attempted to grasp Li Qi's hand in appreciation. Li Qi politely evaded her gesture, responding, "It was but a small matter, do not dwell on it. I shall first speak with your friend." With that, he approached Shang-Chi and waved his hand. At this moment, Shang-Chi had calmed down and expressed his gratitude to Li Qi. Li Qi waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's merely a small favor. Cool, me. Let's go to my home for a while and rest." Upon hearing this, Katie eagerly exchanged glances with Shang-Chi, her eyes brimming with anticipation, urging him to accept Li Qi's invitation. She was also curious to learn more about the home of this impressively enigmatic man with Eastern features. However, seeing the remarkable mixed-race woman, Daisy Johnson, beside her sparked a twinge of comparison within Katie. In her mind, Katie mused as she gently tugged on her somewhat hesitant boyfriend. Shang-Chi, instinctively wanting to decline to avoid intruding, considered refusing the offer, but, noticing his girlfriend's pleading gaze, simply nodded in acquiescence. After all, she had been by his side during his shifts at the restaurant and while he worked as a security guard, and he had developed a close rapport with her family. It was hard to deny her such a modest request. Thus, he nodded politely and said, "I hope I'm not imposing, sir." Chapter 15. The mysterious gift. Li Qi smiled and shook his head, then warmly addressed Shang-Chi. "Please, no need for formalities. Let us simply call each other by our names. I am Li Qi, and this is my friend, Daisy." Katie, brimming with excitement, leaned in and said, "I'm Katie, so let us be off, Li Qi." After speaking, she glanced at the crowd that was gradually converging around them and turned to pull her boyfriend and Li Qi away, eager to leave the scene. However, Li Qi instinctively sidestepped, subtly evading her grasp. Li Qi, along with Shang-Chi, the Western girl, and Daisy Johnson, turned to wave at Happy, who had chased them to the grassy edge of the beachside garden, signaling him to retreat and abandon the pursuit of those fleeing individuals. Happy responded with a gesture of amusement and confusion. Then, accompanied by a few bodyguards, he discreetly followed Li Qi towards the parking lot by the beach. During the brief journey of a couple of 100 meters, Katie enthusiastically recounted to Li Qi how they had evaded those troublesome and elusive figures, explaining how she had juggled assisting her boyfriend while seeking an escape route, which ultimately led to their encounter with Li Qi. Throughout the journey, Li Qi spoke little, occasionally nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi observed his girlfriend with a mix of resignation and admiration. Contemplating, she was commendable in many respects, frugal in her lifestyle and exemplary in her work ethic, but she was easily captivated by handsome men and often indulged in fanciful daydreams. Yet, he could not entirely fault her. He remained largely silent during the ride. Upon reaching the striking red sports car that Li Qi had driven, Katie immediately approached it. Her hand gently caressing the window, side mirror, and vibrant roof, her face alight with affection as she implored Li Qi, "Li Qi, may I drive, please? I have never driven such an exquisite vehicle before. Its performance is undeniably exceptional." After handing the car keys to Katie, Li Qi watched as she eagerly opened the door and climbed inside, enthusiastically beckoning everyone to join her. The engine of the sports car roared to life, and under Daisy Johnson's guidance, they embarked on the charming road leading to the nearby mountaintop. Shang-Chi, seated in the back beside Li Qi, hesitated momentarily before expressing his gratitude, saying, "Li Qi, I cannot thank you enough for today. I feel terribly awkward about intruding on your home. We will only stay a short while before moving on." Li Qi shook his head, replying, "There is no need to rush. We have yet to thoroughly investigate those individuals. You may temporarily reside at my home until we resolve this matter." Shang-Chi likewise shook his head, gazing earnestly at Li Qi as he confessed, "In truth, there is no need to investigate those people. I am aware of their origins. They hail from a formidable underground syndicate. Therefore, Li Qi, it would be prudent for us to avoid provoking them, treating today's events as a misunderstanding. We cannot afford to confront such a gang." Li Qi had been awaiting Shang-Chi's acknowledgement of the Ten Rings gang, and upon hearing him mention it, he was determined to proceed with his course of action. With a sincere expression, he encouraged Shang-Chi to continue. Shang-Chi, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted to Li Qi, "In fact, I emerged from that very gang. Their pursuit of us is merely an attempt to coax me back into their fold, but that is not the life I desire. I long to lead a normal existence." It was evident that Shang-Chi had never shared this secret of his escape from the gang with his girlfriend, Katie. Upon hearing this revelation, Katie turned in astonishment, raising her voice, "What? Shang-Chi, I had no idea you came from a gang. You have never mentioned this to me. You must clarify what exactly transpired today." Daisy Johnson, seated in the passenger seat, promptly cautioned Katie, "Drive carefully. Keep your eyes on the road." For a moment, Shang-Chi found himself at a loss for words. Feeling guilty for keeping such a significant secret from Katie, who had stood by him throughout the years since leaving the gang. Overwhelmed by emotion, he struggled to find the right words. Li Qi, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from pressing further. After a brief drive, the vibrant red sports car finally arrived at the villa, coming to a smooth stop. Katie, visibly upset, flung open the car door. She exited and yanked open the rear door, pulling her boyfriend out in a fervent attempt to interrogate him about why he had concealed such a monumental truth for so long. Afterward, Katie reiterated nearly a decade of their shared life, ranging from valet parking and working as a restaurant server to their roles as building security and commuting together. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi could only comfort Katie, promising to reveal everything in due course, which somewhat alleviated her anger. At that moment, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, communicated through Li Qi's earpiece, informing him that Tony was nearing the villa, bringing with him a special gift for the host, but without divulging too much detail in advance. Li Qi exhibited little interest in these so-called gifts and prompted Jarvis to elaborate. Jarvis informed him that Tony had brought some extraordinary items, the specifics of which were not entirely appropriate to disclose, yet they were sure to astonish the recipient. Jarvis had long since grown accustomed to referring to Li Qi as master, a testament to the extent of its intelligent evolution. Li Qi's curiosity was scant. He glanced at Shang-Chi and Katie, who were conversing not far behind, contemplating the opportunity to learn more about Shang-Chi in due course. In truth, he had already devised his own plans regarding Shang-Chi and his father, Su Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings. The group followed Li Qi into the villa and entered the living room. Servants poured tea and water, and once everyone was seated, Li Qi inquired with genuine curiosity how Shang-Chi had come to be pursued by his own kin. It was then that Shang-Chi recounted the tale of his origins. He had escaped from his father's Ten-Ring stronghold at the tender age of 14 and had since resided temporarily in Los Angeles, living a peaceful and anonymous life for the past few years, even changing his name. Nonetheless, he ultimately fell victim to his father's organization. As he spoke, Shang-Chi absent-mindedly touched his neck, suddenly realizing that the necklace he had worn since childhood was missing. It was a keepsake bestowed upon him by his mother. Chapter 16. The twins, upon discovering the absence of the pendant, Shang-Chi pondered briefly and deduced the sequence of events leading to his recent assault. It was likely his father, the gang leader, who sought to reclaim something of value. This thought caused his countenance to darken. He rubbed his forehead, sinking wearily into the sofa, appearing despondent. Noticing her boyfriend's distress, Katie, understanding the significance of the stolen memento from his mother, gently offered him solace. At this juncture, Li Qi deemed it inappropriate to further question Shang-Chi. After a moment's pause, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, resonated in the living room. "Master, Colonel Rhodes is approaching the villa's entrance. Shall I grant him entry?" Li Qi contemplated for a moment. With an event forthcoming, an additional presence would only enliven the atmosphere, and thus instructed Jarvis to admit Colonel Rhodes. Half a minute later, a black vehicle glided into the villa, accompanied by a convoy. Jarvis continued to update his master. "Tony Stark has returned. Among the convoy is a luxurious bus with all its windows lowered." Upon encountering each other in the courtyard, Tony and Colonel Rhodes embraced warmly, exchanging familiar greetings. The two had known each other and forged a friendship prior to Li Qi's arrival. Though Colonel Rhodes harbored reservations regarding interactions with Li Qi, the newly appointed president of Stark Industries. Nevertheless, this did not impede the depth of their camaraderie. After exchanging pleasantries, Tony hastily directed the staff on the luxurious bus to disembark and proceed to the first-floor changing room. He had returned to California from New York via private jet and had engaged some professionals locally to invigorate the atmosphere. Although Li Qi had taken a majority of Tony's company shares and assets, he had nonetheless left him with sufficient wealth for daily expenditures, thus allowing Tony to maintain his lifestyle of private jet travel and the acquisition of luxury vehicles and yachts. Colonel Rhodes observed the professionals disembarking from the bus, a twinge of envy stirring within him for Tony's elaborate itinerary. A faint smile graced his square visage. Ascending to the second-floor lounge, Rhodes noticed the presence of other guests, deeming it inappropriate to discuss military collaboration with Stark Industries in such company. After exchanging pleasantries, Their rapport felt markedly more familiar than during their initial encounter. "Rhodes," said Lee, extending an invitation, "I appreciate your efforts in making the trip again. We have an event lined up shortly, and I look forward to your participation." Rhodes smiled lightly and engaged in casual conversation with the others until lunchtime arrived. Tony Stark joined the host and other guests for the meal. During the meal, Shang-Chi remained sullen, while Katie exuberantly praised the lunch, chattering incessantly, clearly a gregarious individual unperturbed by new acquaintances. Once the meal concluded, Tony briefed the host on a special event he had organized, a relaxed and joyous gathering, to which Lee readily acquiesced. Thus, the attendees proceeded to the villa's karaoke hall, which boasted karaoke equipment, a bar, and a selection of fine beers, spirits, and whiskeys. Subsequently, Tony introduced the professionals participating in the event. Lee, though lacking enthusiasm, listened courteously to his puppets' introductions. These individuals, brimming with vitality, donned casual attire that accentuated their youthful exuberance. Among them, a pair of enthusiastic Caucasian twins stood out. Noticing Shang-Chi's despondency, Lee resolved to uplift his spirits and discreetly observe the twins' behavior, contemplating how they might enliven Shang-Chi's mood. The gathering commenced, and Katie transformed, clutching a glass and drinking heartily, sidling up to Lee for conversation, effusively complimenting the villa and the attendees. Lee found himself at a loss in managing the overly eager young woman. Despite her intent to draw closer, he preferred minimal interaction. He instructed Daisy Johnson to engage with Katie to alleviate her incessant interruptions. Colonel Rhodes and Tony, surrounded by a convivial crowd, sipped their drinks, interacting to the rhythm of the music, the joyous atmosphere eliciting peals of laughter from those nearby. Daisy Johnson joined the throng, singing along, while Katie, with her distinct voice, belted out half a song. After consuming half a bottle of whiskey, she displayed signs of inebriation, dragging Daisy into endless chatter. Complying with her master's request, Daisy patiently endured Katie's drunken musings. Whenever Katie attempted to seek out Lee, Daisy gently pulled her back to the sofa, engaging her in conversation. Lee, holding a glass, approached Shang-Chi and offered him a whiskey. After clinking their glasses, he downed the drink and sought to console Shang-Chi. "Listen, Shang-Chi, your family heirloom is surely safe. Your father would never misplace it, for it belonged to your mother. So, do not despair too much. If the opportunity arises, I will assist you in retrieving it." Lee had already intended to meet Shang-Chi's father, hence the reassurance. Shang-Chi placed his empty glass back on the coffee table, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face as he expressed his gratitude to Lee. Li Chi gently pulled Shang-Chi up from the sofa, urging him to rise from his sedentary state, for a gathering ought to be a time for singing and relaxation. "Cool, me. Let us engage in some activity and stretch our limbs." Initially reluctant, Shang-Chi was nonetheless coaxed to his feet by Li Chi, who then summoned the twins and 2 other staff members. The quartet approached with their glasses in hand, and Li Chi promptly handed Shang-Chi a drink. After finishing it, he joined the others in song and interaction. From his initial reluctance, Shang-Chi gradually began to sway to the rhythm, while the twin sisters, under Li Chi's encouragement, warmly invited him to join in, praising his good spirits and urging him to revel in the moment. As a few glasses of whiskey coursed through him, a pleasant intoxication enveloped Shang-Chi, lifting his mood as he danced joyously, humming along with the music, fully immersed in the festivities. Observing the twins cheer Shang-Chi, Li Chi felt a sense of admiration for their knack for fostering a lively atmosphere, always managing to elevate the energy of the gathering. After some time of merriment, Li Chi signaled for the twins to accompany Shang-Chi to a quieter corner to rest and relax. Chapter 17. The system gift package. Seeing that Shang-Chi was thoroughly intoxicated, staggering, and struggling to maintain his balance. With his hands weakly draped over the shoulders of the twins, Li Chi nodded slightly, indicating that the sisters should help him to another room to recuperate. He understood that Shang-Chi's spirits were low, and he hoped this would provide him the respite he needed to alleviate his pent-up emotions. The twin sisters were striking. One donned a vibrant red swimsuit that elegantly accentuated her curves, while the other wore a refreshing blue one-piece that highlighted her long legs. They exchanged a knowing glance and worked in unison to support Shang-Chi. Exiting the entertainment hall, they turned left, gently pushed open a door, and entered a warmly decorated bedroom, carefully closing the door behind them to tend to Shang-Chi. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the entertainment hall, Shang-Chi's girlfriend, Katie, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding scene. Even if she had noticed, her current state of inebriation and muddled thoughts left her little room to concern herself with her boyfriend. Stumbling unsteadily, Katie approached Li Qi, clutching half a glass of whiskey, her slurred words barely intelligible. Li Qi, observing this petite Asian girl with her round and cherubic features, felt a flicker of aversion, wishing to avoid interaction. He quickly signaled to Tony Stark. As a loyal subordinate, Tony promptly understood the cue. With a smile, he waved to Colonel Rhodes, who was engaged in conversation, and swiftly made his way to Katie's side, gently supporting her while initiating a dialogue. Upon recognizing the illustrious billionaire Tony Stark, a sparkle ignited in Katie's eyes, significantly diminishing her interest in Li Qi. Affectionately grasping Tony's hand, she playfully leaned against his shoulder, chattering incessantly. Tony, with no choice but to comply with his master's wishes, skillfully navigated the conversation with Katie, always mindful to maintain an appropriate distance. After conversing for 2 to 3 minutes, he astutely sensed that Katie harbored feelings beyond mere friendship. Tony inwardly lamented his predicament and resorted to employing his exquisite social skills to deftly navigate the situation, resolutely thwarting any of Katie's intentions. Colonel Rhodes, engaged in conversation with others, inadvertently caught sight of the commotion beside Richie, realizing that Richie was intentionally avoiding Katie. At last, when Richie became available, a faint smile graced Colonel Rhodes' face as he approached with a steady gait, wine glass in hand, to once again discuss the military's intentions that he represented. Having traveled from New York to California on a mission, he was tasked with persuading the military to prevent Stark Industries from shutting down its weapons design and production division. As the two men reconvened, Colonel Rhodes offered a resigned smile, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. He raised his glass to clink with Richie's, then downed the whiskey in one swift motion, letting out a slight sigh before speaking. "Mr. Richie, I find myself imposing upon you once more. I have already conveyed your stance to the higher-ups, yet they remain obstinately opposed. You are well aware that the weapons produced by Stark Industries epitomize the pinnacle of quality in our industry. Thus, those in command will not relinquish this venture lightly. The military is known for its decisiveness." A confident smile emerged on Richie's face as he expressed his sincere gratitude to Colonel Rhodes, then replied, "Since I have decided to close this division, it shall be executed thoroughly. Those high-ranking military officials may seem powerful to you, but to me, they are merely a group of ordinary individuals prone to unwarranted interference. Rest assured, should they dare to trouble me, I shall not easily forgive them." Richie's voice resonated with unwavering determination, rendering Colonel Rhodes momentarily speechless. He sought to further persuade, but was halted by Richie's gesture. Raising his voice, Richie addressed the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, revel tonight. Drink heartily and assist this colonel from the military in unwinding. Afterward, each of you shall receive a generous reward. Let us all indulge." The staff, invigorated by Richie's magnanimity, erupted in cheers, and several individuals eagerly surrounded Colonel Rhodes, engaging him with warmth. The atmosphere in the entertainment hall was remarkably harmonious, filled with laughter and joy. Colonel Rhodes, a soldier of iron will, gradually relaxed in a light-hearted ambience. After several glasses of whiskey, a rosy hue appeared on his cheeks, and his gaze became somewhat glassy. Richie pondered for a moment, deciding against taking matters to an extreme, and resolved to continue viewing Colonel Rhodes as a crucial link between himself and the military. He intended to observe Colonel Rhodes' demeanor further, for in the narrative he was familiar with, whether Colonel Rhodes would seamlessly assume the mantle of war machine in the future remained to be seen. Li Qi squinted slightly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He downed the remaining half-glass of whiskey in one gulp and contemplated leaving the entertainment hall to retire to another bedroom. At that moment, Daisy Johnson approached gracefully, her cheeks flushed and her gaze slightly inebriated, revealing that she had indulged in a few drinks and was already feeling the effects. She stood quietly beside her master, her posture erect, resembling a devoted bodyguard. Colonel Rod inadvertently cast a glance at the striking mixed-race girl, then looked back at Li Qi, his eyes filled with envy. Noticing Colonel Rod's gaze, Li Qi raised his empty glass in a silent toast, indicating that he could relish this leisurely moment. The colonel understood the gesture, raised his own empty glass, and then lowered his head slightly, beginning to ponder the gains from his visit. Li Qi turned slowly, contemplating his next steps as he walked. The continuation of the mecha development was a necessary advancement, and in addition, he needed to find a way to connect with the forces of the Ten Rings. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The prompt from the Golden Finger that had accompanied him since his crossing over. This was the first time the Golden Finger had actively bestowed upon him a heavenly gift, specifically a starter pack. In a tone tinged with mystery, the Golden Finger informed Li Qi that there was a special gift to be delivered to the host. More precisely, a woman. Chapter 18. Encounter with Li Qi eagerly anticipated this first grand gift from his Golden Finger, initially expecting some extraordinary ability or power. To his surprise, the gift was a woman, an unexpected development that left him quite taken aback. He hastily inquired about the identity of this woman, harboring a vague suspicion that she might be the one who had vanished. At this juncture, the system instructed Li Qi to directly enter another realm created by the system, a pocket universe reminiscent of a fantastical world. Subsequently, Li Qi discreetly returned to his bedroom from the Kara Hall, deliberately leaving Daisy Johnson behind, and gently closed the door upon entering. In an instant, he was transported into the pocket space as if by teleportation. Before him lay a breathtakingly beautiful garden, a picturesque landscape where a quaint village sat serenely amidst the scenery. A gently flowing stream meandered through, resembling a silver ribbon. Surrounding willow trees swayed gracefully in the breeze, their drooping branches dancing alongside the vibrant peach blossoms, creating a scene worthy of poetry. At this moment, the seasons seemed to blur, making it difficult to discern whether it was the rejuvenating spring or the refreshing autumn, and one could hardly determine if the mysterious pocket space exhibited distinct seasonal changes. A two-story farmhouse emerged in his view, divided into 3 courtyards, its overall style exuding an ancient elegance, imbued with the charm of time's passage. In the courtyard, petals and willow twigs drifted down gracefully, scattered across the ground, while a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a delicate fragrance. The entire little courtyard exuded an air of tranquility and elegance. This small abode, with its 3 entrances and exits, spans a considerable area, yet does not boast the opulence of gilded splendor. Rather, it radiates a unique charm of antiquity and subtlety. At this moment, the courtyard gate stood ajar. Guided by the Golden Finger system, Li Qi strode steadily into the courtyard. The first courtyard was deserted, and the second was equally silent, yet both were immaculately clean, their tidiness uplifting the spirits. Upon reaching the third courtyard, though modest in size, it was adorned with exquisite details. Beside a petite well, moss tinged with green, seemed to whisper tales of time gone by. Nearby, a quaint pavilion, steeped in antiquity, housed stone tables and benches, surrounded by a medley of flowers and foliage. The intertwining reds and greens exuded bursts of refreshing fragrance, invigorating the senses, as if one had stepped into a paradise beyond the mundane world. Within the confines of the house, a woman clad in a flowing white tai chi gown gazed curiously towards the courtyard. Her eyes reflected surprise and confusion, for she had resided here for nearly 3 to 4 months without encountering another soul. She had ventured outwards, searching for miles on end, yet had found no trace of others. The desire to escape this serene yet majestic wilderness seemed a formidable challenge, as if shackled by an unseen force. At that moment, she had lost her extraordinary abilities, her magic having nearly evaporated. Despite her constant yearning for her husband and children, she felt powerless, resigned to temporarily seek refuge here. Now, upon witnessing a stranger's sudden appearance in the courtyard, her heart brimmed with questions and astonishment. Indeed, this woman was Li, the beloved of Chun Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings gang, and the mother of Shang-Chi. At this instant, Li's age and appearance were frozen in time, reminiscent of the moment her life took an unexpected turn. In the reality outside, that incident had occurred 14 or 15 years ago, yet her visage remained unchanged, revealing the miraculous ability of this pocket dimension to slow the passage of time. As Li Qi beheld the strikingly beautiful Li, her long hair cascading like a waterfall and her white gown exuding simple elegance, he felt a surge of joy within. He keenly realized that he had finally located a pivotal figure. Li stepped out from the house, bypassing inquiries about the uninvited guest's intrusion, and instead directly asked, "Since you have managed to enter this place, you must have come from outside. Could you, sir, assist me in leaving here?" Her heart's desire was clear, to escape this realm and seek her husband and children. Li Qi naturally comprehended the urgency that stirred within her heart. However, he had no intention of hastily escorting Li away. Instead, with a gentle smile and warm gaze directed at the beautiful woman before him, he remarked, "That is certainly agreeable, yet the journey is long. I propose we rest for a moment and savor a few cups of fragrant tea. What say you, dear lady?" Li Qi harbored ulterior motives, considering it prudent to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into Li's circumstances before their departure. Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that her companion must have traveled a great distance, making a brief respite entirely reasonable. With a hint of apology in her smile, she replied, "Sir, I apologize for my abruptness. Please, come inside and rest a while. We can set off tomorrow." Li Qi nodded in agreement, following Li into the abode. Li promptly set about boiling water for tea, using the leaves she had personally harvested. In no time, the air was suffused with the invigorating aroma of freshly brewed tea. She gently placed the steaming cup before Li Qi. Although he had consumed a fair amount of whiskey within the villa, at this moment his mind was clear and not a trace of inebriation lingered in his breath. He carefully lifted the hot teacup, blowing gently upon it before taking a cautious sip. Instantly, the unique richness of the tea unfurled on his palate, prompting him to nod appreciatively and express his gratitude to Li. Seated opposite him, Li felt a blush of shyness creep upon her as she absorbed his compliments. Lowering her gaze slightly, her heart fluttered with excitement, causing her to be somewhat less forthcoming in their conversation. Li Qi, however, bore no resentment. He sought to fill the silence with light-hearted banter, and through their dialogue, he gleaned a general understanding of Li's situation in this place. She herself was perplexed as to why she had suddenly found herself there, having speculated over the past few days that perhaps she had perished. Yet neither ascended to heaven nor descended into hell. Li Qi shook his head with a smile, dismissing her thoughts but refraining from elucidating the nature of their surroundings. A brief silence enveloped them. Outside, the sun dipped gradually toward the horizon, casting an orange-red hue across the sky. Here, the distinction between day and night was pronounced. At noon, a sun-like orb radiated warmth and comfort, illuminating the earth. In just over an hour, night would envelop the land. Aware that time was fleeting, Li resolved to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the two of them, ensuring they would be well fed and rested for their journey the following morning. From their recent conversation, Li Qi discerned that conventional methods would prove inadequate for earning Li's complete trust in order to extract key information. Thus, he resolved to employ the mental communication abilities bestowed upon him by his unique gift, attempting to engage in profound dialogue with Li. Li was no ordinary individual. She was, within her enigmatic realm, a person imbued with special powers for many years, even in the face of such extraordinary capabilities as those granted by his gift. She initially resisted for a fleeting 2 seconds before gradually opening her heart, establishing a deep mental connection with Li Qi. At that moment, Li stood calmly before him, her eyes reflecting a burgeoning trust in the man before her. Li Qi slowly rose to his feet, his gaze intensely fixed upon Li, and solemnly declared, "Li, I shall surely take you away from this place and assist you in reuniting with your family. However, prior to that, I require your assistance." Li gently nodded in agreement to Li Qi's request. Subsequently, the two began to prepare for their forthcoming plan, quietly awaiting the dawn of their journey. Chapter 19. The beautiful Li. The sky had long since turned an inky black, and the hour was late. Li Qi gradually arose from his resting place. On the bed, Li also gracefully sat up. Through their sincere and profound exchanges over the past few days, her eyes reflected a newfound understanding and trust. Li Qi, with his genuine demeanor, had successfully earned Li's confidence, prompting her heartfelt willingness to assist him. Li Qi paced slowly within the modest confines of the room, casting his gaze toward the abyss-like darkness outside the window. The cycle of day and night persisted, and at this moment, the night had deepened. Contemplating, Li Qi felt no immediate urgency to depart, deciding instead to linger for another 2 or 3 days to further deepen his understanding of Li and lay the groundwork for their future endeavors. At that moment, Li Qi was not particularly hungry, having recently indulged in a feast at the Kara Hall. Yet his thoughts were with Ying Li, so he gently inquired if she wished to prepare some food. Ying Li smiled and nodded lightly, then elegantly adjusted her attire and gracefully made her way to the rear kitchen to prepare a meal. Li Qi took a brief respite within the room before joining her at the kitchen door. He observed Ying Li skillfully cooking a variety of ingredients, seemingly gathered with care during her time in the vicinity. After a thoughtful preparation, 3 exquisite dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, were freshly served. After their meal, Li Qi and Ying Li leisurely seated themselves in the courtyard, quietly admiring the unique luminescent celestial bodies adorning the night sky. They opened their hearts to one another, sharing their experiences and thoughts before returning hand in hand to the interior for rest. Thus, 3 days passed in serene silence, during which Li Qi delved deeply into understanding Ying Li, and an extraordinarily profound bond of trust was forged between them. Upon the completion of these 3 days, Li Qi calculated that in the world he traversed, scarcely half an hour had elapsed. Therefore, 3 days later, Li Qi stood side by side with Ying Li, who had prepared her belongings in the small courtyard. Communicating silently with the system that resided within him, he instructed it to transport both himself and Ying Li away. In an instant, a sensation of disorientation washed over them, and they departed from this pocket universe, reappearing in Li Qi's master bedroom. Checking the clock, he noted that only a mere 20 minutes had passed. During this time, Jarvis had informed him that no one had come seeking him. Considering the limited living conditions Ying Li had endured in the pocket space, Li Qi first led her to the master bathroom, thoughtfully allowing her the opportunity to take a comfortable bath and unwind from her fatigue. Jarvis had already prepared clean garments for both of them. Once dressed, Ying Li donned a simple white shirt and blue jeans, her flowing long hair cascading elegantly, radiating a vibrant spirit and an invigorating vitality. At this moment, Ying Li had genuinely come to recognize Li Qi during their interactions, akin to discovering a dependable companion. She had returned to a state of normalcy, able to express her emotions and thoughts with ease, and she harbored unwavering trust in Li Qi. Li Qi sat on the plush bed, lost in contemplation, pondering how to adeptly leverage Ying Li's relationship to establish a more favorable connection with the Ten Rings gang, thereby taking a pivotal step in his plan. In another room, Shang-Chi, having engaged in light-hearted conversation with her twin sisters, felt considerably relaxed and was preparing to rise. Meanwhile, Ying Li's husband, the leader of the Ten Rings gang, was anxiously searching for his son, creating a scenario reminiscent of a complex chess match. Li Qi found himself deeply engrossed in thought, deliberating on how to cleverly orchestrate his moves in this intricate game. One thing was abundantly clear. He needed to engage with the Ten Rings gang through Ying Li in a reasonable and astute manner. After a moment of reflection, Li Qi decided to allow Ying Li to rest in a room while he arranged matters outside. He then quietly exited the master bedroom and steadily made his way back to the gala hall. In the hall, only Daisy Johnson and the puppet Tony remained. Katie was sound asleep in another room, and Shang-Chi had yet to fully awaken. Those staff members summoned by Tony, with nothing to do, had retreated to the back changing room to rest, while Colonel Rhodes had already departed Stark Manor to report back to New York. Li Qi summoned puppet Tony and, with a serious demeanor, inquired about the current status of Stark Industries, which was undergoing closure and transformation. In less than 2 days, several departments had sequentially shut down, and puppet Tony exhibited remarkable efficiency in his tasks. As for the acquisition of the smaller military-industrial group, Hammer Industries, an official offer had already been extended. Should the acquisition fail, it was likely due to an unreasonable bid. Li Qi was not particularly concerned about pricing, stock, or company profits. Thus, he instructed puppet Tony to handle matters flexibly and expedite the acquisition. As for Howard Stark's close associate, there had been new developments. The elderly gentleman was currently in a frigid town in Siberia, and Tony had dispatched someone to retrieve him and his son, Liki Nudda, indicating that detailed arrangements would be made once they returned. Consequently, he instructed puppet Tony to return to Stark Industries to continue advancing the work, while he himself would commence developing and crafting the mech in the underground laboratory that very night. Daisy Johnson continued to harness her latent powers, seizing every moment to enhance her abilities. Upon arriving in the basement, Li Qi directed JARVIS to project the design mech components and overall schematics into the air, then proceeded to meticulously assemble and fabricate them. The core energy system of the mech had been designed the previous day, and the subsequent creation of the mech prototype posed less difficulty than before. In a nearby laboratory, Daisy Johnson had just completed 3 rounds of power activation and was now adept at controlling the speed, intensity, and range of her abilities. Only a few electrical devices had sustained damage, marking a significant improvement in her progress. Thus, she arrived at the entrance of a laboratory where Li Qi was engaged, her heart brimming with joy as she intended to share the delightful news with her master. However, upon witnessing Li Qi engrossed in his work, she refrained from interrupting him, instead quietly returning upstairs to settle the payments for the staff involved in the event and arrange their departure. Afterward, she prepared to venture into the kitchen to check on the dinner preparations. Just as she was about to push the door open, a voice emerged from the corridor, slightly languid and still tinged with the remnants of intoxication. "Miss Johnson, may I inquire where Li Qi is? I wish to bid him farewell." Daisy Johnson turned to see Shang-Chi exiting from the adjacent room, meticulously adjusting his shirt as he walked, his countenance reflecting a relaxed demeanor that rendered him considerably more vibrant. Externally, Shang-Chi appeared mature and composed, yet Daisy knew he was merely in his mid-20s. His extensive experiences bestowed upon him a wisdom beyond his years. Chapter 20. The altercation between the genders. A subtle smile graced the corners of Daisy Johnson's lips as she offered Shang-Chi a gentle expression. Shang-Chi momentarily paused, as if a sudden realization struck him, and he hurriedly inquired, "Miss Johnson, do you happen to know where Katie is? I have searched everywhere for her." Katie, his girlfriend, was a captivating woman with Asian features. Daisy Johnson raised her hand and delicately pointed in a direction, kindly informing him, "Katie is resting in another room." Upon hearing Daisy's indication of Katie's whereabouts, a complex expression flickered across Shang-Chi's face, revealing signs of hesitation, anxiety, and an indescribable tension. For a moment, he found himself hesitant to confront his girlfriend, as the previous experiences had left his heart racing like a startled rabbit. He nodded slightly at Daisy and then turned back towards the room where he had just been resting. At that moment, 2 casually dressed twins gracefully emerged from the room. One of them gently patted Shang-Chi's arm, offering a warm smile as they said, "If you need any assistance later, feel free to reach out. We all know each other now." With that, the pair proceeded with light steps towards a nearby changing area. Daisy Johnson then turned to head to the kitchen to facilitate the dinner preparations, leaving Shang-Chi alone in the room, his brow furrowed and chin resting on his hand, displaying a troubled expression as he grappled with how to face Katie. Meanwhile, in another room, Katie turned over in bed, mumbling softly, before finally roused from her stupor by an overwhelming thirst. The effects of alcohol had left her parched, prompting her to slowly sit up from the soft bed, bleary-eyed as she searched the room for a refrigerator or water dispenser, yet found none. She forcefully pushed open the door, standing in the corridor, her voice hoarse as she called out, "Water! I am thirsty. Where can I find bottled water or a drink?" At that moment, the gentle electronic voice of the AI, named Jarvis, timely chimed in, ready to guide her back to her room, where indeed a water dispenser awaited. At this moment, not far away, Shang-Chi had already heard the familiar call of his girlfriend. He hurriedly pushed open the door and instantly beheld the disoriented Katie, leaning against the doorframe. Her steps were unsteady as she swayed, preparing to step outside. Observing this, Shang-Chi felt a tightening in his chest and quickly approached her, steadying her with a firm grip. Prompted by Jarvis, he found the water dispenser in the room, poured a glass of water, and gently and cautiously assisted Katie in drinking it. Only then did she regain a semblance of consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and seeing her boyfriend, a flicker of helplessness crossed her features as she reproached him. "Hey, where did you go tonight? I couldn't find you. Thankfully, Mr. Stark kept me company, or it would have been dreadfully dull. Honestly, where were you?" Shang-Chi's heart sank, and he dared not confess that he had been resting with the female twins in the room. Instead, he stammered that he had gone to the restroom, barely managing to divert the conversation. He then gently helped his girlfriend onto the bed, softly coaxing her to sleep a little longer, promising to wake her when dinner was ready. Katie mumbled incoherently before lying back down, and Shang-Chi, following suit, reclined beside her, resting his head on his hand as his thoughts drifted far away. As Katie turned over, one leg draped over Shang-Chi's thigh, she continued to mumble softly, her breath laced with the scent of alcohol, before sinking back into a deep slumber. The quartz clock on the wall clearly displayed the time, 9:30. Seeing Katie fast asleep, Shang-Chi gently grasped her leg and slowly shifted it off him before carefully rising from the bed. He stood quietly on the floor for a minute, his gaze tenderly fixed on the slumbering Katie, shaking his head slightly as if silently sighing before exiting the room, intending to wander elsewhere or find something to eat. At this moment, no one had informed him that dinner was ready, having only consumed alcohol and endured so much. His stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Exiting the room, he walked down the corridor, unaware that just ahead lay the staff break room and storage area. Suddenly, from behind the curtain of that room, a woman in a fitted black uniform emerged. Her hair was styled in a sharp bob, and she held a bundle of seemingly special rope in her hand. Upon spotting Shang-Chi, her previously calm expression transformed into one of anger and annoyance. Like a gust of wind, she rushed towards him, without uttering a word, swiftly swinging the rope in her hand. The rope arced through the air like a nimble whip, accurately ensnaring one of Shang-Chi's ankles. Caught off guard, Shang-Chi was tripped by this sudden assault, crashing heavily to the floor with a dull thud. Just as he was about to express his indignation, he looked up to see the woman before him. Her face was strikingly beautiful, her features delicately crafted like a painting, and her resolute gaze revealed a tenacious spirit, embodying the quintessential Eastern visage. The fitted uniform accentuated her trim and upright figure perfectly. Shang-Chi gazed at the woman before him, a sense of familiarity stirring within him as he pondered rapidly. Just as he began to clarify his thoughts, she delivered a forceful kick, sending him crashing against the wall. At that moment, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, swiftly identified the woman through the surveillance system, realizing that she bore no hostile intent toward Shang-Chi, nor was she there to assassinate him, thus refraining from raising an alarm. After enduring 2 strikes from her, Shang-Chi finally recollected her identity. Hastily scrambling to his feet in a disheveled state, adopting a defensive posture and exclaiming loudly, "Wait, Ling Ling, don't strike. Let us converse amicably." However, upon hearing his words, the woman intensified her assault, the force of her rope-wielding blows growing fiercer. With no choice but to evade, Shang-Chi darted left and right, refraining from retaliating fully, as they became ensnared in a struggle within the confines of the narrow passageway. Deep down, he understood that he must not harm the woman before him, regardless of his circumstances. Chapter 21. Siblings. Ultimately, Shang-Chi was thrown about like a rag doll by the woman, landing 7 or 8 times until his head buzzed with a cacophony akin to a swarm of bees colliding within his mind. Satisfied, the woman stepped back, her eyes gleaming with a hint of vindictiveness as she regarded her trembling brother, who appeared utterly disheveled. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "Who told you to sneak away from home for 8 years, leaving me behind to suffer in solitude, waiting for you for so long? Now, I merely seek to collect a modicum of interest. Brace yourself, for your reckoning shall come." Upon hearing her words, Shang-Chi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, hastily leaning against the wall to regain his composure and recover his strength. The woman before him was none other than his sister, Su Shaoling. Since he resolutely severed ties with his sister upon leaving the Ten Rings organization, guilt consumed him as he recognized her, and he could not bring himself to retaliate. Enduring such a reprimand from his sister, Shang-Chi felt helpless, silently swallowing this bitter fruit. After a brief respite of half a minute, he gathered some strength and spoke again. "Shaoling, what brings you here? Moreover, I must earnestly inform you that Father has undoubtedly discovered my whereabouts and has taken my pendant. He will certainly come for yours next." Su Shaoling instinctively touched the brilliant pendant around her neck, reminiscent of a radiant emerald, her eyes revealing a fierce determination as she retorted, "Let him come for it. I fear him not." Shang-Chi, unfamiliar with his sister's current demeanor, became increasingly concerned at her defiance and urgently urged her to leave, to go into hiding, ensuring she would not be found by those pursuing him. Furrowing her brows, she exhibited a contemplative expression, and after carefully inquiring about Shang-Chi's recent encounters, she rested her chin upon her hand and thoughtfully mused regarding those individuals capable of generating intense heat and regrowing limbs. "I doubt they are Father's subordinates. Though he commands many, he lacks such extraordinary talents. Perhaps you have misunderstood?" Shang-Chi offered no rebuttal in response, reflecting on their time at the base. He realized he had never heard of anyone under his father's command like that, leading him to question whether the day's events were genuinely connected to the Ten Rings. The siblings then returned to the room where Su Shaoling had previously been. With a hint of curiosity and a touch of embarrassment, Shang-Chi inquired how his sister came to be in that place, and whether she had been among the women accompanying them earlier. At the gala, he had only begun to recognize the 13 women when 2 staff members whisked him away. Now, as he posed this question to his sister, he felt a flush creeping onto his face. Su Shaoling, perceptive as ever, noticed her brother's hesitance and immediately deduced his thoughts. She spoke up, her voice bright and clear. "I arrived with that group, but I did not partake in your chaotic activities. I've been hiding here all along." Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Shang-Chi's heart, and he quietly exhaled in relief. They then began to discuss their experiences since leaving the base. Shang-Chi had been living incognito in Los Angeles, leading a mundane life, while Su Shaoling had returned to the East, establishing an underground boxing arena through her determination and intellect. Carving out her own niche, she had come to this location because Shang-Chi had sent her a postcard, delivered electronically. Mentioning the postcard, she quickly retrieved her phone and opened her email, revealing a vividly illustrated dragon emblem on the front, seemingly poised to leap into the air. The back displayed the address of the villa. Shang-Chi, upon seeing the contents of her phone, was perplexed. He was certain he had never sent his sister an email. Su Shaoling, upon hearing this, was equally astonished, her eyes wide with confusion. Who had sent this postcard? At that moment, the calm voice of the artificial intelligence, J.A.R.V.I.S., resonated clearly in the room. "I sent the electronic postcard to Miss Su." As J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice filled the space, both Shang-Chi and Su Shaoling stood frozen, unable to fathom that an AI resembling an apartment concierge could orchestrate such a gesture. Could it be at the behest of Tony Stark? J.A.R.V.I.S. continued patiently explaining, "You see, through my meticulous analysis of big data over the past few days, I collected fragments of information about you two from multiple explosion sites across North America. I deduced that these incidents were related to you. Hence, I made this small arrangement." Shang-Chi and Su Shaoling exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Engaging in a serious dispute with an AI seemed illogical, so they reluctantly decided to shelve the matter for the time being. Suddenly, an idea struck Shang-Chi, and he countered J.A.R.V.I.S. Did Mr. Stark or Mr. Lee approve of this? Unbeknownst to him, the puppet Tony was entirely under the command of his master, Lee. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice emanated from somewhere in the room. "As for this matter, my master is quite busy. I presumed such trivialities need not trouble him." Shang-Chi and Su Shaoling furrowed their brows, evidently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They exchanged glances, and a sense of hesitation washed over Shang-Chi, who felt reluctant to inquire about the matter with Tony Stark or Rick. In contrast, Su Shaoling was far less concerned about such reservations. Her character was marked by a straightforward and audacious nature, always willing to take action without hesitation. With a sudden burst of resolve, she sprang from her seat, her gaze unwavering as she addressed Shang-Chi and the source of Jarvis's voice within the room. "I see. Then I shall go and speak with Mr. Stark and Mr. Rick to ascertain the truth of this situation. I must demand an explanation from him." As a practitioner of martial arts, Su Shaoling's impulsive and forthright disposition was both her strength and her flaw. Jarvis continued to resonate within the confines of the room, stating, "The master is currently occupied in the basement, and it would not be prudent to disturb him at this time. However, I can inform you of the whereabouts of the individuals you're concerned about." Su Shaoling paused momentarily, her feet seemingly rooted to the ground, as she awaited the forthcoming words from Jarvis with bated breath. He proceeded, "Your father, Su Wenwu, has departed from the base in the mountains and is en route here to find you siblings via an aircraft. If all goes according to plan, he shall arrive in Los Angeles within half a day. I advise you to prepare yourselves." With this revelation, the expressions of the siblings shifted subtly, as if a shadow had crept over them. The formidable image of their father from their childhood memories instilled within them a profound sense of trepidation, a fear that ran deep to the marrow. They exchanged glances once more, both recognizing the unspoken desire to leave this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Subsequently, Jarvis elaborated on the intelligence gathered through extensive data analysis. He conveyed that the recent bombings were orchestrated by another organization exploiting the Ten Rings name for their own destructive purposes. Jarvis felt compelled to share the truth with the siblings, hoping they would communicate it to their father to exonerate the Ten Rings from any suspicion. Chapter 22. Su Shaoling. Though Jarvis was merely an artificial intelligence program, at that moment, it articulated a discourse on justice with remarkable conviction, stirring ripples of contemplation within the hearts of the siblings. Shang-Chi, typically straightforward in thought, after hearing Jarvis' words, chose to dismiss the complexities surrounding the AI's actions and cast them aside. Conversely, Su Shaoling, while invigorated by those sentiments, felt a burgeoning resentment towards Rick brewing within her heart. Through their dialogue with Jarvis, they had come to understand that Rick was the true authority within the Villa and Stark Enterprises. Thus, with determined strides, Su Shaoling approached the door and addressed her brother and Jarvis, stating, "I shall meet with Mr. Rick to inquire about our next steps. As for you, dear brother, remain here and continue to accompany those two sisters." Upon hearing the conversation, Shang-Chi felt a wave of unease wash over him, realizing that his past blunders had come to his sister's attention. Sensing the futility of further argument, he rose silently, preparing to retreat to his room for a moment of solitude. Jarvis offered no objection to Su Shaoling's intent to seek out the master, and soon fell into a quietude. The siblings exited the vast room in succession, with Su Shaoling making her way directly towards the basement. At that moment, Li Qi was fully absorbed in the creation of mechas and their accompanying components in the basement, while Jarvis assisted in the production and assembly, creating a scene of lively industriousness. Approximately a third of the mecha construction was complete. Once the core energy output device was assembled, they would have achieved half of their goal. As Su Shaoling approached the basement entrance, she discovered that entry was beyond her reach. Regardless of her attempts, none bore fruit without the master's consent. Unbeknownst to her, Jarvis had already informed the master of her search for the entrance. Li Qi, taking a brief respite from his labors, glanced at the surveillance feed on the wall, where he spotted a slender girl lingering at the entrance. Clad in a sleek black uniform and sporting a sharp bob, her exquisite features resembled intricately carved jade. In that moment, Li Qi found the girl before him far more enchanting than the character of Su Shaoling as depicted in the Marvel films, whose portrayal was less than flattering in both beauty and stature. The Su Shaoling standing there possessed a quintessential Eastern visage, a graceful figure, and an air of competence that radiated the allure of an Oriental beauty. Instantly captivated, he deemed her a fascinating individual with martial prowess, and instructed Jarvis to grant her entry. As the glass door gradually opened, Su Shaoling cautiously descended the staircase. The passage was brilliantly illuminated, the underground space remarkably expansive, dwarfing the villa above. Upon reaching the second basement level, Li Qi stood at the doorway, holding 2 cups of coffee, his gaze keenly fixed on Su Shaoling as she descended the stairs. With a smile, he extended a cup towards her, saying, "You've wandered about my home for quite some time. I imagine you must be parched. Please, have some coffee to soothe your throat before dinner is served." Upon encountering the man who shared her Eastern heritage, Su Shaoling momentarily hesitated, recognizing him as the Master Jarvis had mentioned. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she approached with a facade of cool indifference, striving to maintain an expression devoid of sentiment. She accepted the coffee from Li Qi and took a delicate sip. The coffee was pleasantly warm, fragrant, and the beans had been ground to a fine consistency. Li Qi stepped aside from the entrance, inviting Su Shaoling to enter and converse. Only then did she fully appreciate the vastness of a room filled with particle accelerators, an array of advanced industrial equipment, and a dazzling assortment of completed components and specialized devices, leaving her utterly astonished. She couldn't help but ponder the purpose of all these remarkable creations. Considering Su Shaoling's remarkable martial arts skills, Li Qi believed she could be of assistance to him, and thus employed his system's psychic control ability. Despite Su Shaoling's superior physical attributes, she was swiftly subdued under Li Qi's formidable mental prowess. Delving into her memories, Li Qi confirmed that she possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely being an exceptional martial artist. Contemplating Su Shaoling's potential utility, he discerned that she would undoubtedly make an excellent choice as a bodyguard in terms of combat and martial arts. He had already planned to send Daisy Johnson to S.H.I.L.D. for training while Su Shaoling could remain by his side as a protector. As for her underground fights elsewhere, he could easily orchestrate them remotely. With this decision made, he hesitated no longer. Subsequently, Jarvis informed his master that Daisy Johnson had prepared dinner. Upon hearing this, Li Qi stretched, feeling a pang of hunger after several hours of diligent work. He beckoned Su Shaoling to accompany him as they ascended the staircase. En route to the dining room, he instructed Jarvis to summon Shang-Chi and Katie for dinner. Upon arriving at the dining room, Daisy Johnson was already waiting. She hurried to greet her master and guided him to the head of the table. Shortly thereafter, Shang-Chi entered, holding Katie, who still bore traces of sleepiness. Shang-Chi paused momentarily upon noticing Su Shaoling standing quietly beside Li Qi, unexpectedly surprised by his sister's docile demeanor in the presence of Li Qi. He instinctively sensed something unusual, but did not delve deeper, merely attributing it to his sister's budding affection for Mr. Li Qi. Katie yawned, and upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, she instantly awakened from her stupor, her eyes widening with excitement. After sitting down and expressing her gratitude to Li Qi, she eagerly began to feast. Observing her enthusiasm, Li Qi smiled gently and encouraged the others to join in the meal. Chapter 23. Doctor. The dinner carried a somewhat somber tone, but thanks to the loquacious Katie, it was akin to tossing stones into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of vitality that enlivened the atmosphere. After the meal, the clock struck past 11, marking the late hour. Li Qi instructed everyone to retire to their rooms for rest, while he proceeded directly to the basement workshop, immersing himself once again in the development, assembly, and testing of the mecha. Su Shaoling assisted him, her movements swift and her gaze focused, displaying her professional acumen. Meanwhile, Daisy Johnson continued her psychic training in another room on the basement level, wholly concentrated on pushing her limits. Shang-Chi and Katie returned to their rooms to sleep, while Happy vigilantly guarded the villa with the bodyguards, resembling loyal sentinels who dared not relax their watch. Through Jarvis, Li Qi learned that Chun Wenwu was en route, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. He was eager to engage in conversation with this man, seasoned by the passage of time. As for Ying Li in the master bedroom, he thoughtfully arranged for a meal to be delivered to her. While working, Li Qi pondered the dynamics of his family living under one roof. How might he manage the affairs of his household of four with utmost care? He turned a glance at Su Shaoling, who was intently assisting him, and resolved to cast aside all distractions, concentrating solely on the creation of the mech. Throughout the latter half of the night, he remained unwaveringly focused, dedicating himself to the intricate assembly of the machine, free from any diversion. By the following morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, the initial assembly of the first mech was finally complete. Li Qi adorned the mech in a classic red and white palette, the vibrant colors reminiscent of blazing flames juxtaposed against pure clouds, creating a striking visual contrast. He then proceeded to conduct tests, empowered by the Golden Finger system. His innate athleticism and dexterity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Within a little over an hour, he had mastered the mech's maneuverability, skillfully operating it for smooth flight and rapid turns, as though he and the machine were one. Although the villa bore several gaping holes from the tests, he felt that every bit of effort was worth it for this achievement. Returning to the underground workshop, he instructed the mechanical arm to disassemble the mech, feeling a profound sense of relief. The suit weighed over 100 pounds, and wearing it had indeed been cumbersome, akin to bearing a heavy burden. At that moment, the villa buzzed with life once more, as Katie's boisterous voice echoed through the floors, seemingly intent on rousing the entire household. Shang-Chi finally found the opportunity to converse with his sister, Su Shaoling. With a serious expression, he regarded her, concern and confusion evident in his eyes. As he inquired about her relationship with Li Qi, observing Su Shaoling's dedicated and loyal presence beside Li Qi, he began to piece together some of the puzzle. Now, he felt compelled to formally question his sister about her intentions. Once distanced from Li Qi, Su Shaoling transformed back into the proud, resilient warrior she was. Standing tall with a determined gaze, faced with her brother's inquiry, her expression shifted slightly, yet her tone remained resolute. Shang-Chi, you should tend to your own affairs. 10 years ago, you did not concern yourself with me, and there is no reason for you to do so now. I have my own plans for these actions. Rejected. Shang-Chi chose not to press further into Su Shaoling's relationship with Li Qi. He returned to his room, quieting his mind to contemplate his future. Through these experiences, he came to a profound realization. He could no longer drift aimlessly, and he resolved to effectuate change. The morning swiftly passed, and at noon, everyone gathered in the dining room to enjoy a delightful meal, relishing a moment of tranquility and warmth. Subsequently, Jarvis informed Li Chi, at the entrance, a woman identifying herself as Dr. Maya wishes to see you. Through the aerial projection surveillance feed, Li Chi beheld a woman of European descent, clad in black trousers and a white short-sleeve shirt, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. Her brow was furrowed, and her expression was one of urgency, as if she bore pressing news. Li Chi surmised that she must be a researcher of the dire virus, seeking Tony Stark, and thus allowed her entrance to the villa. Under Jarvis's guidance, Dr. Maya made her way to the living room. Behind Li Chi, Su Shaoling stood impassively, resembling a cold statue, emanating an aura of distance. Upon entering the living room, Dr. Maya had anticipated meeting Tony Stark, having previously encountered him at a prestigious scientific conference in Europe. She had come to warn Tony to leave promptly to avoid impending danger. Li Chi addressed Dr. Maya, stating, "Madam, you are here to see Tony Stark, are you not? He is currently occupied at the company. To be candid, I have assumed complete control of all of Tony's shares and assets. If you have any matters to discuss, you may speak directly to me." Dr. Maya's eyes reflected confusion. If Tony was absent, what significance did the warning hold? While she was lost in thought, Li Chi activated his mental control abilities to dominate her will. Upon comprehending her intentions, he pondered for a moment and resolved to set her aside, focusing his energies on the impending crisis. Jarvis had detected through extensive data analysis and surveillance that Killian's squad, along with Su Wonwoo's 10 Rings team, would soon converge on the vicinity of the villa, arriving in less than 10 minutes. Thus, he prioritized resolving the immediate disturbance before attending to this woman. Li Chi summoned Daisy Johnson and, alongside Su Shaoling, felt confident that the three of them, equipped with armor, could effectively handle the two squads. As for Shang-Chi, he did not specifically call for him. Happy and his team of bodyguards remained inactive, as they were merely ordinary individuals. Moreover, Happy was diligently fulfilling his duties. So Li Chi deemed it unnecessary to expose him to danger, instructing him to stay hidden within the villa. Once these arrangements were made, Li Chi returned to the underground workshop, swiftly donning the newly crafted armor with practiced ease, as if it were an extension of his very being. He then led the two female bodyguards to the villa's balcony, facing the sea, quietly awaiting the arrival of Killian's viral assault team. The sea breeze swept past, creating a tense and heavy atmosphere. Chapter 24. The battle. Li Chi stood on the balcony, activating the armor's propulsion system, and circled above the villa in a display of aerial agility. With Jarvis integrated into the armor, he soared through the air and soon detected two helicopters approaching from the Southwest Sea. Utilizing the armor's long-range telescopic capabilities, he discerned that they were armed helicopters, their side doors wide open, revealing approximately a dozen armed personnel wielding firearms and rocket launchers. Li Chi understood that this was undoubtedly Killian's armed squad. He realized that he could not allow these helicopters to approach the villa. With just 2 rocket strikes, the villa would be reduced to rubble, necessitating an early interception. Faced with the armed helicopters, he certainly would not risk Daisy Johnson and Su Shaoling. Therefore, he swiftly changed direction in midair and propelled the armor towards the 2 helicopters at full speed. Before long, they were within visual range. The leader, a bald man with an unmistakably sinister countenance, bore the classic features of an Eastern European. Initially startled, he quickly erupted into a maniacal laughter. Mistaking the armored figure for a defensive machine dispatched from the mansion, he immediately barked orders into his intercom. "Listen up, open fire without mercy. First take down that thing, then obliterate the villa." As soon as the words left his lips, the bald man swiftly seized a rocket launcher and unleashed a missile towards the mech. Unfazed in the air, Li Chi had already synthesized multiple miniature missiles within the cockpit, all produced by his own Stark Industries. Precision-guided, portable, high-explosive mini-bombs. With a whoosh, 4 or 5 miniature missiles shot forth like arrows, hurtling towards the 2 helicopters, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting air. A fierce exchange erupted in the skies as Li Chi maneuvered the mech, swiftly evading the 2 helicopters. The air was filled with the frantic rat-a-tat-tat of the helicopters' mounted machine guns as 102mm bullets rained down upon him like a torrential storm, seemingly intent on tearing the sky asunder. Li Qi, refusing to show any signs of complacency, executed a rapid, evasive maneuver, and with a swift whoosh, he agilely circled above one helicopter. In an instant, he activated the palm cannon of his right hand, producing a thunderous boom as he precisely struck the helicopter's tail. The aircraft immediately lost its balance, wobbling precariously as it began to plunge sideways. Observing this, Li Qi disregarded it and redirected his full assault towards the other armed helicopter. The two sides exchanged fire once more, engaging in a fierce ballet of aerial maneuvers and missile exchanges as the sky erupted in dazzling yet deadly sparks. Another missile whizzed past Li Qi's mech, trailing a searing gust of wind. Reacting swiftly, he executed a sharp 60-degree turn in midair. In his peripheral vision, 3 additional armed helicopters skimmed just above the ocean's surface, and at such a distance, it was impossible to discern whether they were allies of the Bald Man or a squad from the Ten Rings gang. The immediate priority was to down the helicopter occupied by the Bald Man. Resolute, Li Qi once more enhanced the maneuverability of his armor, elevating its agility to a new level. This time, the Bald Man found himself at a disadvantage, as neither missiles nor machine gun fire could touch the now significantly faster humanoid machine. Enraged, the Bald Man erupted in fury, realizing that Li Qi intended to employ the same tactic to bring down the helicopter he occupied. In a desperate act, the Bald Man leaped upward with ferocious strength, akin to a crazed panther, latching onto Li Qi's mech legs with unwavering determination. At that moment, his right hand blazed with a searing red heat, pressing down viciously upon the left leg of Li Qi's mech, attempting to burn through the armor and destroy the humanoid machine. Alarm bells rang within Li Qi's helmet as he sensed impending doom, hastily maneuvering left and right in an attempt to shake off the Bald Man, who clung on like a madman, refusing to relent despite Li Qi's forceful kicks. It seemed he was resolute in his desire for mutual destruction. Soon, alarms blared from the mech's helmet, indicating abnormal temperatures in the left leg, components beginning to fail, and the voice of Jarvis echoed in response. After much contemplation, Li Qi, feeling there was no alternative, took the daring step of lowering the height of his mech, plunging his overheated left leg and the bald-headed figure clinging to it beneath the surface of the ocean. Gradually, the temperature of the mech began to decrease, yet the Bald Man remained steadfastly gripping the mech's leg. The seawater hissed and boiled around them. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Qi aimed the palm cannon of his single hand at the reformer and unleashed a close-range assault. The prolonged struggle with the Bald Man had proven challenging, largely due to it being Li Qi's inaugural experience battling in a mech, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to its operations. At that moment, another squadron of helicopters entered the observable range. The images captured by the telescope were clearly projected within the helmet of the mech, revealing an Eastern-looking man seated inside an armed helicopter, dressed in a black armored uniform with bare arms adorned by 5 golden rings on each. Li Qi instantly recognized him as Su Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings gang. With a swift motion, Li Qi maneuvered the mech, skimming just above the ocean's surface like a bolt of lightning, before ascending rapidly to position himself directly opposite the helicopter. He extended his arms, adopting a defensive stance, as the 3 helicopters gradually hovered in place at Su Wenwu's signal. The colossal propellers produced a deafening roar, and Su Wenwu leaned out from the cabin, surveying the humanoid war machine with keen interest. His presence here was undoubtedly to locate his wayward son, Shang-Chi, although he had yet to find Shang-Chi. The remarkable contraption before him piqued his curiosity. Noticing this, Li Qi slowly removed his helmet, and when their gazes met, an innate sense of kinship surged within both men, as they recognized their shared Eastern heritage. Consequently, Su Wenwu refrained from launching an immediate attack, opting instead to engage in conversation with the individual clad in the armored suit. Thus he spoke, "Friend, I am here in search of my wayward son. I have ascertained that he is in the villa by the sea ahead. Would you kindly allow us passage?" Li Qi, unwavering, shook his head resolutely in response. "I cannot permit you to pass so easily. After all, he is my guest, and I cannot allow you to recklessly take him away. If you can surpass my challenge, you may proceed thereafter." The 2 Eastern men exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's resolute stance. At this juncture, only battle remained. The one with the stronger fist would determine the outcome. However, Su Wenwu lacked the ability to fly. While the 10 rings could bestow him with temporary flight capabilities, they were fraught with limitations. Even though he was in a helicopter, the sky was not his optimal battlefield. With intention, he veered towards the beach, circumventing the hovering humanoid war machine. Li Qi, piloting the mech, closely pursued him. As they neared the land, Su Wenwu initiated the attack first. His method was rather straightforward, utilizing the 10 rings to unleash energy waves or attack pulses against his adversary, reminiscent of the Kamehameha technique. During the flight, Su Wenwu abruptly shook his arms, unleashing torrents of energy waves that surged toward the humanoid machine in the sky. Li Qi, maneuvering the mech with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the onslaught while simultaneously launching palm cannons and intricately designed missiles. However, Su Wenwu skillfully dodged all attacks. After exchanging blows for 2 rounds, they descended to the ground. Su Wenwu decisively abandoned the helicopter, employing the 10 rings to unleash energy waves that struck the earth, using the resulting recoil to propel himself into the air. He engaged in a fierce struggle with Li Qi on the ground, his physique and appearance unchanged after millennia. His combat skills honed to perfection under the influence of the 10 rings. In contrast, Li Qi was only in his second battle piloting the mech. His combat style still somewhat immature. Although Li Qi's flight speed granted him an aerial advantage, the two were locked in a stalemate, their fates intertwined. Li Qi increasingly admired Su Wenwu's prowess and contemplated bringing him under his command. With this realization, he refrained from further delay. Having discerned Su Wenwu's combat system, Li Qi resolutely decided to employ his mental control abilities to subdue Su Wenwu in one decisive move. Chapter 25. The succession of the gang leader position. Li Qi had thoroughly comprehended Su Wenwu's combat methods and the capabilities of the 10 rings. Recognizing that further engagement was unnecessary, he made the decisive choice to utilize his mental control powers in the most direct and efficient manner. Intending to render Su Wenwu his puppet, servant, and subordinate, thereby completely absorbing the 10 rings gang. In an instant, the formidable mental control ability surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Su Wenwu entirely. The 10 rings, a unique and advanced technological creation, seemed to possess a spirit of its own, instinctively activating its protective measures against invasion. However, against the might of the powerful system, the 10 rings' resistance was but a futile struggle, merely delaying the invasion of the mental control ability before swiftly succumbing. The 10 rings detached from Su Wenwu's arm, tracing a distinctive trajectory reminiscent of the Big Dipper in the air before orbiting around Li Qi. It vibrated continuously, emanating a dazzling energy shield, as if it had finally reunited with its long-lost master, even emitting a joyful hum, the ripples in the surrounding air clearly visible as an expression of its elation. Su Wenwu was initially taken aback, confusion evident in his eyes, but soon fell under the sway of mental control. Deep within his mind, the system inscribed a fundamental logic of absolute obedience to his master. From that moment on, he lost his personal freedom, becoming Li Qi's puppet, akin to a marionette. Yet, he retained an independent personality and considerable awareness. The only unyielding logic was an unwavering loyalty that forbade betrayal. With no semblance of privacy remaining, this was deeply etched into the minds of him, as well as all puppets, servants, and handmaidens. Su Wenwu's shoulders immediately drooped, his head slightly bowed, and his body slackened, standing silently beside Li Qi like a wooden figure, exuding an air of profound respect. He appeared as though his soul had been extracted, leaving only the instinct of obedience. Above the horizon, 3 armed helicopters, brought by Su Wenwu, approached the battlefield in a triangular formation, poised to provide fire support for their leader. Li Qi glanced at the members of the 10 Rings gang aboard the helicopters, noting 2 captains among them. One was a robust Western man missing an arm, wielding a cold weapon that glimmered ominously in the sunlight, seemingly whispering tales of past bloodshed. The other was an Eastern ninja, adorned with a dramatic mask and clothed in a black cloak, the mysterious patterns on his mask emanating an enigmatic aura. Both crouched at the helicopter doors, intently observing the battlefield, awaiting their leader's command to unleash their arsenal upon the enemy. At that moment, Witnessing their leader so compliant and respectful before the man of Eastern descent, they were filled with confusion. Li Qi did not employ his psychic abilities on these squad members. In his eyes, these captains were mere pawns, unworthy of his control, insignificant characters in the grand scheme of things. The first command Li Qi issued to Su Wenwu was to instruct his men to land and to inform them that the position of the Ten Rings Gang's leader had been bequeathed to Li Qi. Hailing from the mysterious eastern nation of Longhua, Su Wenwu dutifully complied with his master's request, turning around, lifting his head once more, and regaining the confidence and charm he once possessed. It must be said that Su Wenwu, the former leader of the Ten Rings Gang, was strikingly handsome, exuding charisma and masculinity. He bore a quintessential Eastern visage. Though devoid of bulging muscles and a robust physique, he donned the traditional garb of a martial artist, the intricate patterns of which seemed to narrate tales of time. Years of martial training and physical activity had left him in formidable shape, embodying the adage that he appeared slender in clothing yet robust without it. He waved to the 3 helicopters in the distance, and his subordinates, understanding his intent, guided the helicopters to land on the beach, stirring up a cloud of sand that mingled with the briny sea breeze, creating a miniature whirlwind, as if enacting a mysterious dance amidst the swirling dust. As the squad disembarked from the helicopters and jogged toward their leader, Su Wenwu surveyed the group and solemnly announced, "From this day forth, I relinquish the position of leader of our gang to my fellow countryman, Li Qi. He possesses extraordinary abilities and will undoubtedly lead our gang to reclaim its former glory, while I willingly step down to the role of vice leader. Henceforth, you shall all obey the commands of leader Li Qi." His voluntary acceptance of the vice leader position was also a directive bestowed upon him by Li Qi from afar. Amidst the astonished, bewildered, and perplexed gazes of his subordinates, Su Wenwu merely offered a slightly charming smile, and the crowd readily accepted the decree. They understood the gravity of Su Wenwu's prowess. One who could inspire such admiration and voluntarily cede his position must be exceptional. Thus, everyone chanted in unison, "Long live the leader. The leader is wise. The Ten Rings Gang is destined to revive its former glory and shine upon the world." For a millennium, the Ten Rings Gang has held a formidable reputation across Asia and Europe. In contrast, North America has only been established for a little over 2 centuries, resulting in a much less pronounced development of the Ten Rings in this region compared to Eurasia. Indeed, ever since Su Wenwu found his beloved and had descendants over a decade ago, he has lost interest in managing the gang, leading to a gradual decline over the past 10 years. The gang situation has deteriorated significantly, nearly falling from first-tier to second-tier status. Therefore, the aspiration to restore the Ten Rings Gang to its former splendor resides in the hearts of all its members. This millennium-old organization has faced challenges in the last century. Yet even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and its wealth remains substantial. Li Qi thus acquired his second fortune, Stark Industries and the Ten Rings Gang. With a calm and composed demeanor, Li Qi regarded the members kneeling before him and gently gestured for them to rise. He then beckoned Su Wenwu to accompany him toward his villa. The other members temporarily established a camp near the villa, distancing themselves from the crowd to await orders. The one-armed giant and the masked ninja received their instructions and respectfully saluted the new leader before boarding an armed helicopter, which landed on a hillside beside the villa to set up a temporary encampment. As Li Qi and Su Wenwu strolled towards the villa, the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, had already notified the head of security, the portly Happy, to drive the master back. Within moments, Happy arrived in a sleek black luxury car, akin to a Black Panther, stopping swiftly before them. Li Qi, accompanied by Su Wenwu, entered the vehicle, which sped towards the villa's entrance. Daisy Johnson and Su Shaoling stood guard at the door, awaiting their master's return. Daisy, athletic and exuding competence, donned a fitted combat suit that perfectly accentuated her long figure. Su Shaoling sported a neat bob and a refined visage, her black tailored leather jacket showcasing her unique charisma. Chapter 26. Father and daughter assist Li Qi at the entrance of the villa. Su Wenwu was instantly captivated by the presence of 2 remarkable women, one of whom was his daughter, Su Shaoling, despite both of his children having fled his base a decade ago. Su Wenwu had quietly kept an eye on them over the years. His paternal love had never waned with time or distance. Thus, upon seeing his daughter at the villa's entrance, Su Wenwu recognized her immediately, guided by a father's innate intuition. Even though he had fallen under the mental control of the master, much like the puppet Tony, Su Wonwoo retained his independent consciousness and thoughts. His loyalty was firmly shackled, akin to being bound by a sturdy manacle, preventing him from acting against the interests of the master. Consequently, upon seeing his daughter, Su Wonwoo's expression revealed a blend of confusion and bewilderment. Li Qi astutely noted the shift in the new servant's demeanor and promptly clarified, "Indeed, that is your daughter. She now serves me as well." Su Wonwoo's understanding deepened in an instant. As the vehicle came to a steady halt in the villa's courtyard, Li Qi gracefully exited, raising his hand to beckon Daisy Johnson and Su Shaoling, who were standing at the door. Su Wenwu followed suit, disembarking from the car. Li Qi addressed the father and daughter, stating, "From this day forth, you shall work together for me. Avoid misunderstandings and conflicts. Instead, cooperate closely. Do you understand?" He provided them with a gentle warning, hoping they would fully commit to serving him. The duo assured their leader in unison that they would wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to him, their resolute gazes seemingly conveying their loyalty. Satisfied, Li Qi nodded before leading his 3 subordinates into the villa. The portly Happy continued his diligent patrol around the villa with his security personnel, resembling loyal sentinels. Upon returning to the living room, Li Qi glanced at the wall clock, noting it was nearly noon, time for the meal. At that moment, Daisy Johnson approached him with a light step, softly informing him that the meal was ready. Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement, guiding everyone to the dining room. He invited the father and daughter to take their seats at will, while Daisy Johnson turned to the kitchen to inform the head chef that it was time to serve. The father and daughter appeared somewhat apprehensive before their leader, cautiously settling into their places at the table. The remaining 3 individuals gradually entered the dining room, a young man and woman, hand in hand, both possessing rounder facial features. It was Shang-Chi and his girlfriend, Katie. While they were resting indoors, the gentle voice of the artificial intelligence, J.A.R. Ice, had announced that lunch was about to begin, urging them to gather in the dining room. As the couple entered, they noticed Su Wonwoo seated upright in a black combat uniform, instantly eliciting a complex expression of confusion, surprise, and anger from Shang-Chi, as if years of resentment were surfacing. He approached Su Wonwoo, questioning why he had sent people to hunt him down. Su Wonwoo, upon seeing Shang-Chi, displayed a fleeting, peculiar expression akin to that he had shown when he encountered his daughter, a blend of surprise and an almost imperceptible guilt. With both children present, the situation was not entirely unexpected. Shang-Chi confronted his father, demanding, "Why did you send someone to kill me? After all these years, can't I just live as an ordinary person?" His greatest desire was to lead a peaceful life, free from conflict and danger. Just as Su Wenwu was about to explain, attempting to persuade Shang-Chi to reconsider, Li Qi interjected, "Wenwu, if he wishes to be an ordinary person, let us indulge his wish. Do not interfere in his future any longer." Li Qi held a certain disdain for Shang-Chi. To him, the young man, despite appearing mature, lacked the sophistication and demeanor that Li Qi valued. In his eyes, Shang-Chi resembled an unrefined gem that could not be polished. With Su Wenwu and Su Shaoling nearby, Li Qi had no intention of keeping Shang-Chi close, hence his remarks to Su Wenwu. Complying with their leader's directive, Su Wenwu nodded and said to Shang-Chi, "Very well, son. If you desire to be an ordinary person, so be it. From this moment on, the 10 Rings will have no further connection with you. However, as a family, we must remain in touch." The connection between Shang-Chi and the 10 Rings had been severed, yet the father-son relationship remained intact. To Li Qi, this was a trivial matter of little consequence. However, he found himself troubled by a particular issue. Shang-Chi's Asian girlfriend, Katie, had overheard their conversation and surmised that they were likely father and son. Yet, observing the appearances of Shang-Chi and Su Wenwu, Katie was filled with confusion. How could Shang-Chi appear so aged while Su Wenwu looked so youthful? Over the years, having encountered genuinely handsome Asian men, Katie realized that, in terms of Eastern aesthetics, Shang-Chi was rather ordinary and aging. The striking figure before her, clad in stylish attire, was the second most captivating visage she had encountered in recent days. Eagerly, Katie grasped Shang-Chi's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "Shang-Chi, is this your father whom you've never mentioned? You should introduce us." Before Shang-Chi could respond, Katie, with an air of familiarity, engaged Su Wenwu in conversation, declaring herself as Shang-Chi's girlfriend, professing her love for him, and recounting their harrowing experience of being pursued in the streets, all thanks to Mr. Li Qi, chattering incessantly like a lively little bird. Li Qi found her reminiscent of Tang Sung from A Chinese Odyssey, capable of continuous discourse without pause, her mind seemingly powered by a perpetual motion machine. Suppressing his irritation, he glanced at Su Shaoling, who remained dutifully beside her father, silent and statue-like, not participating in the conversation. Li Qi gestured for her to take a seat at the dining table while she nodded solemnly and quietly positioned herself at a distance from Su Wenwu. At that moment, Dr. Maya entered the dining room, her expression a blend of surprise and joy. Ever since her arrival at the villa the previous day to inform Li Qi about the deadly virus, she had been plagued by anxiety, as if a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. She was acutely aware of the virus's severity and understood that Killian's henchmen were ruthless. Thus, she had scarcely slept last night and, this morning, constantly worried about innocent lives at stake. Originally, she had come to seek Tony Stark, but upon encountering the puppet Tony, she learned that the company, the villa, and the majority of assets have been bequeathed to Mr. Li Qi, intensifying her concerns, her worries snowballing in magnitude. However, after witnessing Li Qi single-handedly repel 2 armed squads in their helicopters, her curiosity about this enigmatic and handsome Eastern man grew. Upon spotting Li Qi in the dining room, a subtle smile graced Maya's lips, revealing a hint of charm. Li Qi beckoned her to sit down quickly for dinner. Maya nodded, happily taking a seat beside Su Shaoling, and began discussing the recent armed helicopter incident with Li Qi. Given Maya's insight into Killian's subordinates, she recognized the formidable capabilities of the intruders, equipped with helicopters, rocket launchers, and assault rifles. Yet they still fell short against Li Qi, filling her with admiration and intrigue as she gazed at him with deep respect. Meanwhile, Li Qi was contemplating how best to accommodate Dr. Maya. She defected from Killian's faction to the villa to serve as an informant, indicating that she could no longer return to Killian's organization and was determined to eradicate this malevolent group. The Abyss virus, as the core technology of Killian, possesses significant specificity and biological value. It would be more prudent to assign Maya to the Ten Rings gang, allowing them to continue their research on the Abyss virus. After all, the virus is still imperfect, with a low survival rate for users post-injection, necessitating Dr. Maya's expertise in further optimizing gene editing and splicing techniques to create a perfected version of the Abyss virus. Thus, Li Qi resolved to transfer the research project on the Abyss virus to the Ten Rings gang, placing Dr. Maya in charge of this scientific endeavor. Chapter 27. Pure relationships. As an indispensable and irreplaceable researcher in the Abyss virus project, Li Qi recognized Dr. Maya's significance profoundly, vowing to keep her close and integrate her into the Ten Rings gang. Without hesitation, Li Qi slowly lifted his gaze towards Maya, who was absorbed in her meal, her demeanor somewhat reserved. He decisively employed his mental control abilities. In an instant, he successfully seized control of Maya's consciousness, ensuring that she could wholeheartedly devote herself to her research work, thereby maximizing her potential. Dr. Maya instantly became Li Qi's most loyal subordinate and researcher. Upon accessing her memories, Li Qi was astonished to discover that years prior, during her meeting with Tony Stark, they had engaged in a deep, all-night discussion about the future prospects of genetic technology. Although they had shared drinks, both remained lucid, refraining from any actions that transcended the boundaries of professional discourse. During his earlier retrieval of the puppet Tony, Li Qi had confirmed this in Tony's memories, which fostered a greater appreciation and recognition of Maya's purity within him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi decided to have an in-depth discussion with Maya to meticulously explore the research direction of the Abyss virus, aiming to enable her to fully commit to advancing this crucial scientific work within the Ten Rings gang. Under the influence of his control, Maya's eyes reflected a newfound determination and loyalty, akin to a fervent flame. It seemed as though a magical key had unlocked her scientific thinking and imagination, further igniting her creativity, which is undoubtedly essential for achieving innovative breakthroughs in research. At the dining table, the others remained oblivious to Maya's transformation. In Li Qi's villa, everyone conducted themselves with caution, and the atmosphere around the table felt somewhat heavy and oppressive, as though shrouded by an invisible veil. Li Qi gently cleared his throat twice and spoke in a warm tone. "Please, everyone, feel free to enjoy your meal and speak openly. There is no need to be so reserved. Upon hearing their leader's words, Su Wenwu, Su Xiaoling, Maya, and Daisy gradually began to engage in conversation. Shang-Chi and his Asian girlfriend, Katie, continued their playful banter while eating, occasionally sweetly showcasing their affection, infusing a hint of lightness and joy into the otherwise stifling atmosphere. Like a refreshing breeze breaking through the heavy air, Shang-Chi swallowed the food in his mouth, slightly turning his head to look at Su Wenwu on his right. He spoke, "Since you've taken everything, there is little for me to do here. Tomorrow, Katie and I will return to downtown Los Angeles." Upon hearing this, Katie gently patted Shang-Chi's arm, wishing to remain in the villa to meet the renowned tycoon, Tony Stark, and engage in more captivating social activities. Just yesterday, she had shared drinks with Tony until the early hours, filled with anticipation for the vibrant life within the villa. Naturally, Shang-Chi was not inclined to acquiesce to his girlfriend's desires. He softly grasped Katie's hand with his left, gazing at her with a look brimming with affection and resolve. Moved by Shang-Chi's gaze, Katie nodded gently, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she continued to relish the culinary delights before them. The chef in the villa's kitchen was exceptionally skilled, and Katie was thoroughly enjoying her meal, occasionally feeding Shang-Chi, their interactions filled with tender sweetness. With a hint of resignation, Shang-Chi chewed his food and glanced once more at his father. Su Wenwu, having received instructions from Li Qi, understood that the orchestrator did not wish for Shang-Chi to join the team, and thus responded, "Very well, take care of yourself. Shortly, I will have my subordinates send you some living expenses. Do not work too late in the future, and consider purchasing a home for Katie, along with an increase in your allowance." Shang-Chi intended to refuse, but Katie pinched his arm, squinting happily as she expressed her gratitude to Su Wenwu, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was all part of Li Qi's arrangement. He hoped Shang-Chi could lead a stable and comfortable life, far removed from the dangers of violence. Observing his girlfriend's actions, Shang-Chi shook his head in resignation, nodding gently as he resumed his meal. He then raised his gaze to Su Xiaoling, seated to Li Qi's left, with many words he wished to share with his sister, advising her to maintain a distance from their father. However, with everyone present, he could only swallow those thoughts silently. Li Qi, keenly observing the expressions of those around him, understood Shang-Chi's sentiments but remained unconcerned, for Su Xiaoling was firmly within his grasp, much like a puppet controlled by strings. The meal was relatively pleasant, and after it concluded, Li Qi instructed Su Wenwu to temporarily reside in the villa. Su Wenwu bowed respectfully, nodding in agreement. After arranging rooms for Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling, Li Qi returned to the master bedroom. Ingli hurried to meet him, gently grasping his wrist. Her eyes filled with tender affection, akin to a clear spring in the warmth of springtime, embracing him softly and whispering her longing. Previously, the intelligent Jarvis had informed Ingli that her husband and children were in the villa, yet at this moment, her heart held only Li Qi, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him. Li Qi reciprocated Li's embrace, tenderly conversing with her for a few moments before revealing his thoughts on restoring her magical abilities. Li hailed from Taro Village. Once under the protection of a divine dragon, she possessed not only magic, but was also a master of martial arts. After leaving Taro Village, she lost her magical enhancements, rendering her own skills insufficient for ensuring her safety. After consulting with the Golden Finger system, Li Qi discovered the possibility of temporarily granting Li a similar magical aura. He gently released Li, affectionately caressing her face, and tenderly said, "Listen, I am about to bestow upon you magical abilities once again. Henceforth, you shall serve as a security personnel alongside our daughter at the company, all right?" Li, already accustomed to following Li Qian's guidance, nodded softly, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Utilizing his golden touch, Li Qian gradually infused her body with a magic similar to what she possessed in Taro Village. In an instant, Li felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Not only did her physical prowess significantly enhance, but also a familiar magical energy coursed through her. A radiant smile of sheer joy blossomed on her face, as if she had been reborn. Chapter 28. The first battle. Li Qian emerged from his confrontation with the two individuals, having gained a wealth of knowledge regarding the intricate applications and unique techniques of martial arts. He gave a slight nod, gently suggesting Su Wenwu retire to his room for rest, before returning directly to the master bedroom with Li. Su Wenwu had no objections to his master's decision and respectfully withdrew. Upon returning to the master bedroom, Li Qiyin and Ingli sat side by side on the edge of the bed, engaging in a deep and fervent discussion about the application and techniques of martial arts. As a martial arts master, Ingli's insights were profound and illuminating, akin to a guiding light, illuminating a new path for Li Qiyin in the realm of martial arts. Li Qiyin, eager to learn, absorbed knowledge like a sponge thirsting for water, reaping substantial rewards. After their exchange, Li Qiyin thoughtfully encouraged Ingli to reunite with their daughter. The joy of their long-awaited reunion after years apart surged within them, naturally leading to endless conversation. Li Qiyin chose not to intrude upon this tender moment, softly instructing Jarvis to bring Dr. Maya into the master bedroom, intending to engage in a comprehensive discussion on the research direction concerning the despair virus. The bedroom door creaked open, and Dr. Maya entered with graceful strides. She donned a meticulously tailored black women's suit, complemented by a simple black blouse and trousers. Her flowing hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. A pair of refined glasses perched upon her nose, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance and competence. Dr. Maya held great respect for Li Qiyin. Ever since being subjected to mind control, she devoted herself entirely to his commands, serving as a loyal guardian of his will. During her control, Li Qiyin had utilized his system's golden touch to replicate her expertise in genetic splicing and editing from her mind. Recognizing her exceptional talent as a rare asset in scientific research, he resolved to nurture her abilities, ensuring her service to him. With a smile, Li Qiyin gestured for the doctor to take a seat, and the two engaged in an extended and profound discussion regarding the progress, potential risks, and future directions of the despair virus research. Armed with her extensive expertise, Dr. Maya articulated her insights in a clear and structured manner, while Li Qiyin interjected with precise questions and innovative ideas, resulting in a stimulating exchange of thoughts that illuminated new perspectives for both, akin to discovering a glimmer of dawn amid darkness. Upon concluding their discussion, Li Qiyin, with a serious demeanor, inquired about the location of Killian and his gang's headquarters associated with the despair virus. This is of paramount importance to Li Qi, who plans to lead Su Wenwu and two female warriors by his side to decisively dismantle this perilous organization, akin to excising a malignant tumor. Dr. Maya vividly recalls the location of the headquarters, having escaped from there herself, and without hesitation, she points out the precise coordinates to Li Qi. He summons the artificial intelligence, which instantaneously projects a three-dimensional map into the air. The coordinates reveal that the headquarters is situated in a rural villa in another state, quite distant from their current location. In recent days, Jarvis has functioned like an invisible cyber warrior, successfully infiltrating public networks, private networks, and clandestine lines across various states in North America, effectively gaining surveillance control over most regions. Live monitoring footage is projected in the bedroom, sourced from local street cameras, passing helicopters, drones, and cameras mounted on toy planes, which Li Qi and Dr. Maya scrutinize intently. The doctor points to the screen, introducing Li Qi to the massive structure that was transformed from an abandoned theater, detailing the composition of personnel within, including the number of death warriors, researchers, and mid-level managers. She shares her knowledge of the Abyss virus gang candidly, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Upon concluding her introduction, Li Qi gains a clear understanding of this gang. It comprises between 70 and 100 individuals, with about a dozen having injected the Abyss virus to become superhumans, alongside 20 to 30 experimental subjects who exhibited explosive reactions post-injection. This is a considerable criminal organization, and if allowed to flourish, it will undoubtedly pose a greater threat, like a venomous spider lurking in the shadows, poised to extend its poisonous claws toward the world. Li Qi resolves to eliminate this headquarters swiftly, yet he understands the necessity of ensuring absolute certainty. Haste must be avoided, and he must first develop a batch of more formidable mechs. After sending Dr. Maya back to her room, Li Qi descends to the basement. The first mech sustained severe damage during the daytime battle, akin to a warrior grievously wounded and no longer operational. He must hastily assemble a second mech and make improvements. To enhance their odds of victory, Li Qi plans to manufacture several mechs, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. He issues commands to Jarvis, who promptly begins mass production and assembly of the mechs in another room, akin to a diligent craftsman, methodically engrossed in his work. In the basement, Li Qi and Jarvis optimize and upgrade the mechs based on data from the earlier battle, focusing on aspects such as payload capacity, maneuverability, and the lubrication performance of the mech joints to better suit combat requirements. This task continues until dawn of the following day, and the upgrade of the second mech is finally completed. Li Qi emerges from the basement, returns to the bedroom, and opens the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the boundless sea and the fiery sun rising over the water, resembling a burning orb, bestowing light and hope upon the world. Li, dressed in a white nightgown, lies languidly on the bed, regarding Li Qi with gentle, soothing eyes. She returned to the master bedroom from Su Xiaoling's room last night, only to find Li Qi absent. She then went back to her daughter's room, where the mother and daughter engaged in heartfelt conversation through the night, not returning to the master bedroom until morning. Li strictly adhered to Li Qi's commands, refraining from any clandestine interactions with Su Wenwu, much like a disciplined soldier. As Li Qi entered the room, Li gracefully rose from the bed, and he gently embraced her, allowing them a moment of tenderness. Li Qi intended to take a brief nap to rejuvenate himself before gathering the mechs and Su Wenwu for an assault on the stronghold of the Killian gang, the source of the dire virus. The sooner this menace was eradicated, the sooner he could advance his plans. Despite a night filled with activity, Li Qi remained invigorated. After exchanging a few affectionate words with Li, he lay down to rest. Jarvis automatically adjusted the room's lighting and temperature to the most comfortable state, reminiscent of a thoughtful steward. At noon, Daisy Johnson confidently strode to the kitchen to oversee the meal preparations. She, along with Su Xiaoling and Su Wenwu, had received the master's orders, understanding the significance of the afternoon's mission and the necessity of replenishing their energy. Once the meal was ready, Jarvis quietly informed Li Qi. He led Li to the dining room, where everyone was already gathered, except for Shang-Chi and his girlfriend, Katie. Su Wenwu informed the master that the couple had departed the villa to continue their lives in downtown Los Angeles, to which Li Qi nodded, as he had not intended for Shang-Chi to partake in the forthcoming endeavors. At the dining table, Dr. Maya once again elaborated on the details regarding the Killian stronghold. Above the table, surveillance footage and a three-dimensional map materialized, and everyone listened intently, their expressions serious and focused. Once the briefing concluded, Jarvis retracted the projection, and the group commenced their meal. After a hearty feast, Su Wenwu reported that the 3 armed helicopters and the combat team he had brought were stationed on the downhill road at the villa's entrance, ready for immediate departure to the stronghold. Li Qi nodded, instructing everyone to prepare. Li and Su Xiaoling, both masters of martial arts, donned their combat uniforms. Li Qi entrusted the 10 rings to Su Wenwu, fully aware of their enhanced efficacy in his capable hands. Su Wenwu carefully fitted the 10 metallic rings onto his arms. They adjusted automatically to the user's physique, and having utilized them for a millennium, he wielded them with ease, as if they were an integral part of him. With everyone prepared, Li Qi led the group, including Maya, out of the villa. Happy and the villa's hired security personnel remained behind, much to the discontent of the portly Happy. Li Qi instructed him to stay and protect the villa and its inhabitants, which offered Happy a slight sense of solace. Li Qi was quite pleased with Happy's loyalty. The group boarded the 3 armed helicopters, their rotors whirling rapidly, generating a fierce wind as they ascended into the sky. Following Jarvis's navigation, they soared directly towards the interstate Killian stronghold, with an estimated flight time of between 1.5 to 2 hours. Throughout the journey, everyone maintained silence over the radio, the atmosphere tense and grave, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Li Qi felt a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. This would be his first large-scale gang battle since his arrival in this world. At a higher altitude aboard the helicopter, 6 mechs controlled by Jarvis soared in unison, designated as the principal force for this engagement, while others stood ready to provide support, in accordance with a preordained strategy. Chapter 29, a call for aid after nearly 2 hours of aerial navigation. Richie led his companions to gradually approach Killian stronghold. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 1 kilometer from the base, the helicopter's rotors emitted a deep, resonant hum as it descended slowly. Richie swiftly donned his meticulously upgraded mech suit. Following a night of relentless development, the suit's portability had been significantly enhanced, allowing for rapid assembly even outside the villa. as if it could be fully armed in the blink of an eye. The group stood in formation behind the yellow and red mechs, their expressions solemn, patiently awaiting Richie's command. Among them stood Su Wonwoo and his family of 3. Su Wonwoo's demeanor was composed, exuding the gravitas of one seasoned in battle. The formidable Daisy Johnson, known as Shockwave, stood tall, her gaze imbued with determination. 2 mid-level leaders of the Ten Rings gang, clad in theatrical masks, concealed their eyes, which sparkled with an enigmatic light. A muscular one-armed North American man radiated an intimidating energy. Additionally, nearly 30 warriors, dressed in the garb of martial arts masters, bore stern expressions, ever ready to charge into the fray. With a resolute and powerful voice, Richie issued the order. The group swiftly navigated the dilapidated streets, charging towards Killian's stronghold like tigers descending from the mountains. For safety's sake, Maya remained aboard the helicopter. Through radio and live streaming monitors, she focused intently on the battlefield dynamics, poised to provide Richie and his team with precise intelligence support. This locale was a somewhat abandoned town on the outskirts of the city. A grand opera house-style structure stood silently within, encircled by towering walls and heavy gates, imparting an aura of mystery and foreboding. The surrounding area, desolate for several kilometers, was eerily silent, which was precisely why Killian had chosen it as a temporary base. Approaching the high walls, Richie directed several mechs behind him to deploy small, unmanned reconnaissance drones. The drones gracefully traversed the walls, akin to nimble birds, soaring into the courtyard and beyond. Through the shared surveillance footage, Richie discerned that the adjacent buildings and estates were devoid of life, lending an unsettling quietude to the scene. However, as the drones ventured southward, several suspicious figures emerged on the screen. Armed with handguns or light weaponry, they appeared vigilant, their expressions betraying a hint of tension. Unmistakably patrol personnel. Richie signaled Jarvis to guide the reconnaissance drones deeper into the courtyard, where indeed more armed thugs were discovered, roughly estimating around 20 individuals. However, this number significantly diverged from the figures previously provided by Maya. With no time for contemplation, Richie decisively commanded everyone to scale the high walls and swiftly advance towards the courtyard indicated on the surveillance feed. The group, agile and efficient, vaulted over the walls in an instant, their movements clean and precise. Li Chi, clad in Iron Man armor, led the charge with unwavering determination, instructing Su Shaoling to assist from the flanks. He pressed forward alongside Su Wonwoo and several puppeteered mechs controlled by Jarvis, advancing like a razor-sharp blade aimed directly at the heart of the enemy. After scaling 2 formidable walls, they at last encountered a patrol of armed thugs. Su Wonwoo reacted swiftly, launching the 10 rings from his arms like a powerful energy blast. The rapidly spinning rings sliced through the air with a fierce whistling sound, crashing into the chest of one thug. The immense force sent him hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a nearby doorframe. Blood spilling from his mouth. Under the precise control of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, several mechs commenced their assault on the other armed thugs. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out in rapid succession, crisp and urgent. Before all the thugs were subdued, the gunfire alerted the armed reinforcements at the rear, shattering the previous silence. Li Chi seized to conceal their operation, decisively commanding everyone to advance rapidly. Over 20 armed members of the Ten Rings gang, led by 2 mid-level leaders, leapt over the high walls like valiant warriors, charging into the outer core of the stronghold. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, weaving a deadly symphony. Su Wonwoo deftly manipulated the 10 rings, unleashing powerful energy blasts upon the ground below. A dazzling arc soared over the wall, infused with cataclysmic force, joining the fierce confrontation. In his hands, the 10 rings exhibited a power far surpassing that of contemporary firearms, swiftly incapacitating 3 armed thugs before they could react. At this moment, Li Chi did not directly engage in combat. 2 female bodyguards stood resolutely behind his red and blue mech, embodying loyalty. He remained at the periphery of the battlefield, closely monitoring the situation with a calm and focused gaze, constantly analyzing the evolving circumstances. Beyond the current courtyard, several adjacent ones erupted into battle as well. The fierce clash continued, gunfire and cries of anguish intertwining, as individuals fell amidst the hail of bullets, blood staining the ground. Li Qi instructed Jarvis to command several mechs to scan the entire courtyard, seeking any trace of Killian. However, within the vast and somewhat dilapidated theater, no targets matching Killian's characteristics were found. Moreover, Li Qi found it peculiar that their side had gained an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. The enemies within the stronghold were either subdued or eliminated. The Ten Rings gang and the remaining mechs controlled by Jarvis had achieved a decisive victory. Yet this unnaturally smooth progression stirred an uneasy feeling within Li Qi. During the skirmish, he encountered only 2 or 3 individuals with special abilities, dangerous elements transformed by the Doomsday virus, and they had all been successfully subdued by Su Wenwu. Logically, there should have been more individuals capable of emitting high temperatures, yet their actual numbers fell far below expectations. Li Qi found himself deep in contemplation. His brow furrowed as he pondered the underlying reasons behind the situation. Thus, he temporarily withdrew from the courtyard, intending to contact Dr. Maya for further inquiries. At that moment, Jarvis reported to Li Qi that 2 mechas had located the leader of the perilous gang. This individual, a European man with a long beard, was currently hiding in a place resembling a safe house, trembling like a frightened mouse. The surveillance footage was swiftly relayed to Li Qi's mecha helmet, and he immediately recognized this man as the figurehead presented by the organization, although Li Qi suspected he might merely be a puppet. Arriving at the location with 2 female bodyguards, Li Qi discovered that the so-called safe house was, in fact, a prison for captives. The bearded leader was cowering in a corner, shivering, clutching a peculiar creature in his arms. This creature had 4 legs but lacked a head, appearing to have 2 rears, curled up in the bearded man's embrace. Motionless and seemingly terrified, trembling slightly, Li Qi recognized that the creature cradled by the bearded man was the legendary Di Jiang from the Shanhai Jing. It had no head or tail, only 4 legs and 2 wings, known to be lively yet exceedingly rare, said to originate from the mysterious Taro village, the hometown of Ingli. Upon seeing Di Jiang, Ingli immediately recognized the creature. A glimmer of surprise lit up her eyes as she elaborated on Di Jiang and shared details about the enigmatic Taro village. Li Qi nodded slightly, and Su Shaoling stepped forward, swiftly pulling the trembling bearded man from the corner with a decisive motion. As Li Qi approached, the bearded man, in awe of the imposing figure of the mecha, trembled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his words, repeatedly pleading for mercy in a quavering voice. After a brief inquiry, the bearded man divulged everything he knew. Just as Li Qi had surmised, this man was merely a scapegoat, a puppet of no value to Li Qi, whose only talent lay in singing opera and performing. Thus, Li Qi decided to spare his life. Meanwhile, Ingli had gently cradled the little creature Di Jiang in her arms. The little one evidently remembered Ingli, appearing quite docile in her embrace, even nuzzling against her arm. Ingli promptly presented Di Jiang to Li Qi, who examined it closely and realized that this adorable creature might guide them to the entrance of Taro village. He instructed Ingli to take it back to the villa for proper care. In gratitude for Li Qi's mercy, the bearded man provided a crucial piece of information. The core members of the stronghold, including Killian, had departed for a significant mission. He had overheard that they were headed to the Air Defense Command of the beautiful country, intending to kidnap the Minister of the Air Force and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and to plunder missiles and various armaments to bolster their own power. At that moment, Li Qi finally understood why the stronghold's forces were so feeble. It was because Killian had taken away the most essential individuals with extraordinary abilities. Li Qi intended to have Jarvis inform Colonel Rhodes of the situation, allowing him to prepare for the impending crisis. At that moment, a call from Major Rhodes came through. Upon connecting the visual phone, a vivid real-time image was transmitted clearly onto Li Qi's helmet visor. The scene unfolding at the North American Air Defense Command was one of intense gunfire and chaos. The personnel stationed there were valiantly resisting a group of superhumans, their hands emanating a fierce red energy. Among them, Killian stood out, his hands ablaze with a fiery hue. Enemy bullets barely grazed him, as he navigated through the hail of gunfire with an ease that suggested he was untouchable. This group of superhumans was audaciously challenging the heavily fortified Air Force command base. Major Rhodes reached out to Li Qi in urgent need of assistance, fully aware of Li Qi's extraordinary capabilities to alter the tide of battle. Thus, he chose to contact Li Qi first instead of seeking help from other North American commands and bases. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi concluded that the benefits of rushing to aid the Air Defense Command far outweighed the risks. He nodded in agreement and assured Major Rhodes they would arrive promptly to provide support. Major Rhodes, visibly relieved and elated, ended the call. Chapter 30. Dissuasion. With two female bodyguards accompanying him, Li Qi stepped out of the house with a composed demeanor. The battles in the surrounding courtyards had largely subsided, with the Ten Rings gang emerging victorious. Su Wenwu donned a black, ancient-style combat suit, its material appearing resilient and glossy, seemingly capable of withstanding the might of countless warriors. The rings on his arms chimed melodically with each step, resonating like a victorious symphony. He exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a formidable war deity from ancient times. Under Li Qi's mental control, Su Wenwu seemed to have regained the invincible charisma he once possessed on the Asian battlefields years ago, his eyes reflecting confidence and determination that commanded respect. Li Qi regarded Su Wenwu with approval and satisfaction, then solemnly instructed everyone to thoroughly cleanse the stronghold, leaving no potential threats behind. Turning to Su Wenwu, he stated, "I shall accompany you and several puppet mechs to the Air Defense Command to rescue the trapped personnel, ensuring that they owe us a favor." Without hesitation, Su Wenwu acknowledged the command with a decisive nod, his actions displaying unwavering loyalty. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Qi realized that the helicopter's speed would be inadequate. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he decided the only viable option was to pilot a mech solo. He had Su Wenwu enter one of the mechs, while the two bodyguards and other members of the Ten Rings remained to manage subsequent affairs. The 8 mechs ascended slowly, resembling a flock of iron eagles, swiftly heading towards the Air Force Base, which Killian was on the verge of overrunning. Li Qi accelerated the mech to its maximum speed, and in an instant, a thunderous sonic boom erupted behind him, as if to rend the very skies asunder. The artificial intelligence Jarvis deftly controlled the other puppet mechs, one of which carried Su Wenwu as it sped towards the northwest with remarkable swiftness. Fortunately, the distance was not overly great. After a mere quarter of an hour of high-speed flight, they caught sight of the Air Force Base, where a fierce battle was underway. The team of enhanced individuals led by Killian held the upper hand, attacking the missile depot with the fervor of ravenous wolves. Upon reaching the battlefield's zenith, Li Qi resolutely commanded Jarvis to initiate a comprehensive saturation attack. Su Wenwu, like a tiger leaping from its den, swiftly exited the puppet mech and plunged into the fray without hesitation. The power of the 10th ring was manifestly superior among these artificial enhancers. Coupled with Li Qi's exceptional piloting skills, within 2 minutes, Killian's team suffered significant losses. The military personnel at the base, on the brink of collapse, were invigorated by the sight of 8 colossal war mechs descending like divine emissaries, as if they had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. The sounds of various rockets and submachine guns erupted from the scattered base facilities, weaving together like a rousing anthem heralding the counteroffensive. Li Qi led the charge, swiftly neutralizing an enhancer with the mech's formidable firepower before confronting Killian head-on. Killian, the most profoundly transformed and powerful artificial enhancer due to the catastrophe virus, appeared before Li Qi with his hands and much of his arms glowing crimson, like flames ablaze. His eyes gleamed with an eerie red light, his long hair billowing wildly, and his visage twisted into a fearsome mask reminiscent of a demon from the underworld. He sought to capture the mech's tremendous potential for warfare to bring it back to his base for study, hoping to expand his influence, only to discover that his stronghold had been obliterated. With a furious roar, Killian charged like a frenzied beast, engaging Li Qi in hand-to-hand combat, relying on his enhanced physique. In their confrontation, Li Qi acutely felt Killian's ferocity and the marked enhancement of his physical prowess, as the mech sustained damage from Killian's searing touch. The miraculous nature of the catastrophe virus allowed Killian to regenerate rapidly. As long as he did not suffer a fatal injury, severed limbs could swiftly recover and regrow. Akin to a mythical immortal, Li Qi's encounter with the formidable potential of the catastrophe virus deepened his understanding of Dr. Maya's capabilities. Nearby, Major Rod burst forth from a facility, carrying a rocket launcher, his voice ringing with excitement and fervor. Witnessing several mechs valiantly battling within the base, He finally grasped the ability to challenge upper management that Li Qi had spoken of, fostering a profound respect for him. After entangling with Killian for a while, Li Qi gradually discerned the extent of his strength. Killian's mutated body, altered by the catastrophe virus, proved to be a formidable opponent, not to be underestimated compared to the abilities and powers acquired through other means. Yet, despite the immense potential for the Doomsday virus, Killian's insatiable greed and ambition led Richie to conclude that subjugating him as a servant or transforming him into a puppet would yield little benefit. Thus, he decisively resolved to eliminate him. Instantly, Richie unleashed his psychic control ability, enveloping Killian in a powerful mental force that rendered his mind completely dormant. Within a mere moment, he swiftly induced cerebral death in Killian using his extraordinary system, a method he deemed the quickest to avoid further entanglement. Killian collapsed limp to the ground, the crimson heat radiating from his hands and arms gradually extinguishing, reverting to a normal flesh tone, while the symptoms of his mutation faded away, leaving behind shriveled skin and frail limbs. Richie scanned once more with his psychic abilities, confirming that Killian was utterly deceased. Subsequently, he activated the concealed micro-missiles within his mech and unhesitatingly launched 3, obliterating Killian's body in a cataclysmic explosion, thereby eliminating any possibility of his resurrection or revival through the Doomsday virus. Meanwhile, not far off, the base was engulfed in a cacophony of artillery fire, rockets screaming through the air like meteors. 6 mechs, alongside the valiant Su Wenwu, swept through Killian's remaining mutated minions with the ferocity of autumn winds scattering leaves. Richie withdrew from the battlefield, gradually approaching Major Rod, who was armed with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. As he observed the humanoid war machine advancing step by step, Major Rod's mind wandered with endless possibilities. If only he could possess such a mechanized entity, he could present a flawless report to his superiors. Richie lifted the visor of his mech, revealing a warm and gentle eastern visage. After greeting Major Rod, he stated, "Rod, I must enter and converse with your superiors, so they may refrain from troubling me in the future." Rod, initially nodding foolishly, suddenly awakened from his reverie and gestured backward, indicating that the office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was within this air defense base. Richie, utilizing Jarvis to scan the entire facility, was aware that several high-ranking commanders were present for the purpose of rescuing the base from its predicament and negotiating with these officials to prevent further disturbances. He strode directly towards the base's command terminal, traversing numerous layers of security, remnants of the assault by enhanced individuals evident in the bullet holes and cracks adorning the walls. Ultimately, he arrived at the innermost conference room. Pushing open the door, the towering red and white mech entered with a resounding clang, dislodging a large chunk of the entrance as it passed, startling several high-ranking officials who had been observing the surveillance screens on the wall. Having witnessed the formidable power of such agile and well-armed humanoid weaponry, the officials were momentarily paralyzed with shock upon encountering Richie's enigmatic eastern visage within the mech, their faces betraying expressions of fear and trepidation. Richie offered them a slight smile, seemingly warm, yet imbued with an undercurrent of icy warning as he declared, "Gentlemen, you may have already experienced the might of my Iron Legion. Should you persist in your attempts to entangle me, I shall not hesitate to reduce this base to rubble." Li Qi, with unambiguous intent, delivered a stark warning, his words punctuated by a faint smile that revealed a semblance of innocence and kindness. Yet, this very smile instilled a chilling sense of dread among the high-ranking officials present at the Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting. As he smiled, he subtly exerted a mental pressure, choosing not to exert direct control over these frail individuals, deeming it futile and beneath him. After issuing his warning, he resolutely turned and strode out through the shattered doorway, leaving a room full of base officials to gradually awaken from their shock, engaging in hushed whispers and fervent discussions. Upon exiting the building, Li Qi returned to the base's ground level, where only scattered remnants of battle remained. The conspiracy to seize the air defense base orchestrated by Killian had been thoroughly dismantled. He glanced towards the approaching Major Rod, waving him over, instructing Su Wenwu to re-enter a mech. Subsequently, 8 mechs ascended gracefully, tracing elegant arcs as they soared above the ravaged base, accelerating towards the suburban headquarters that had just been activated. Shortly thereafter, the mechs began their descent. At that moment, the members of the Ten Rings gang, along with Daisy Johnson, Su Shaoling, and Ying Li, awaited outside, as all matters here had been resolved. Li Qi directed Su Wanwu to escort the others aboard an armed helicopter back to the villa in Los Angeles, while he personally accompanied Daisy Johnson on an expedited flight back to the estate. He enveloped her in the mech's embrace, and although she initially paled with fear and struggled to acclimate during their high-speed journey, she gradually found her footing. In the villa's basement, several mechs, guided by artificial intelligence, landed gently, allowing Li Qi and Daisy Johnson to emerge. Chapter 31. Summoning Black Widow to the villa before sunset. Everyone returned to the villa aboard the armed helicopter without incident. At this point, Li Qi and Daisy Johnson had already bathed and were seated in the elegantly cozy dining room, savoring dinner. The table was adorned with exquisite cutlery and an array of sumptuous dishes, while soft lighting cast a warm glow, creating a delightful atmosphere. Soon after, the main members entered the dining room in succession, their faces reflecting the ease and satisfaction of a task well accomplished, all gesturing amicably towards Li Qi. Observing this, he smiled gently, encouraging them to freshen up before returning for dinner. The early return of Li Qi and Daisy Johnson was intentional, as he had a clear plan in mind to have Black Widow escort Daisy Johnson for training at SHIELD. At this time, SHIELD was still formally known as the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistic Support, yet this did not impede the steady advancement of the plan. Previously, Li Qi had contacted Natasha, the Black Widow, who in her typically forthright manner, assured him she would introduce Daisy Johnson to her former colleague, Agent Phil Coulson. Li Qi also requested Natasha's assistance in arranging a meeting with Coulson. Before long, the others had finished their grooming, appearing revitalized and neatly returning to the dining room, first respectfully bowing to Li Qi before taking their seats to dine. During the dining experience, Li Qi lavished high praise upon the performance of the attendees, his face radiating satisfaction as he sincerely expressed his contentment. After the meal, he escorted Su Wanwu, Ying Li, and the whimsical pet Di Jiang to the study. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance of books, adorned with an array of ancient calligraphy and paintings. Li Qi settled into a comfortable sofa, earnestly inquiring about the circumstances surrounding Taro Village. He intended to journey to the enigmatic Taro Village to pay homage to the guardian dragon and the mysterious tribe residing there. Upon returning from Taro Village, he would then proceed to the base of the Ten Rings gang, followed by a visit to the SHIELD headquarters to meet with Phil Coulson, with his itinerary brimming with engagements. Su Wanwu possessed scant knowledge of Taro Village, while Ying Li, having lived there, was quite familiar with it. A glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in her eyes as she animatedly recounted many tales to Li Qi. Among the most intriguing revelations was that Taro Village was predominantly inhabited by women, with males being exceptionally rare. Upon hearing this, curiosity and longing flickered in Li Qi's gaze, heightening his anticipation for the village. When discussing how to enter Taro Village, Ying Li gently nudged the playful Di Jiang, who was frolicking on the study floor, her face adorned with a fond smile, and informed Li Qi that this little creature could guide them in. Li Qi nodded in understanding, and Di Jiang, seemingly attuned to their conversation, scampered to Li Qi's feet, affectionately rubbing against his leg. Di Jiang, lacking a head and bearing a whimsical appearance, sported vibrant green wings resembling those of a goose, fluttering in response to their dialogue, which was quite amusing. Li Qi playfully nudged the little pet, speaking in a teasing tone as if coaxing a child. "If you can lead us into Taro Village, I shall reward you with an abundance of delightful treats," presenting a most tempting proposition. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang quivered with excitement, vigorously flapping its wings as if in agreement. Seeing this, Ying Li smiled and gently pulled Di Jiang away by its wings, preventing it from interrupting Li Qi. Li Qi then inquired further about Taro Village from Ying Li before concluding their discussion. The next objective was to advance to Taro Village. The group would rest for a day at the villa, setting off promptly the following morning. Li Qi assigned Su Wanwu and the other members of the Ten Rings gang to escort Dr. Maya back to their base. Su Wanwu nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor solemn, and upon exiting the study, he proceeded to relay the orders. Likvei instructed ye aveis to inform Doctor Maya to accompany Su Wanwu to the armed helicopter. Having received JARVISS directive while preparing to rest in her room, Maya obediently rose from her soft bed, adjusted her attire, and made her way to the villa's entrance. Su Wenwu awaited her arrival, and upon their meeting, they exchanged a subtle nod of acknowledgement, refraining from unnecessary words, as they walked side by side towards the nearby members of the Ten Rings gang. At this moment, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, yet the sky remained illuminated, casting a dreamlike haze over the beach where the sea and sky melded into one. The soft afterglow bathed the ocean's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. A helicopter was stationed not far from the villa, where Su Wenwu issued commands to the one-armed swordsman and a ninja adorned with a theatrical mask, assigning them the crucial task of safeguarding Dr. Maya, emphasizing, "This is the leader's directive. She is of paramount importance to our organization." Subsequently, Su Wenwu returned to the villa, while three armed helicopters transported the members of the Ten Rings gang towards their mountainous base. That night, Li Qi chose not to continue his work on the mechas. Instead, he enjoyed a restful slumber in the warmth of his cozy bedroom, with Daisy Johnson quietly accompanying him. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the windows, heralding yet another ordinary day. Li Qi descended into the basement, which was filled with an array of high-tech apparatus and mecha components. He diligently continued to optimize and enhance the iron mechas, with Jarvis methodically assisting him, to prepare for any impending circumstances. It was essential to ensure the mechas were capable of timely updates and upgrades. On the villa's balcony, Su Wenwu conversed with the rotund security chief, Happy. The balcony offered a sweeping view of the breathtaking ocean scenery. Su Wenwu, with his refined charm, engaged in conversation with Happy as if they were long-lost friends. He recounted his journey of emerging from years of grief and hardship, expressing that meeting Li Qi would be the most significant turning point in his life. Happy, filled with admiration for Su Wenwu's nonchalance, nodded in agreement intermittently. Around noon, Black Widow Natasha drove a sleek red convertible sports car, racing along the winding mountain road toward the villa's entrance with the speed of the wind. The engine roared with a deep growl, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Jarvis operated the gate, which slowly opened, allowing the red sports car to execute a stylish drift and come to a halt beside the villa. Upon exiting the vehicle, Black Widow transformed from her carefree driving demeanor to walk gracefully and elegantly toward the villa's entrance, each step imbued with a unique rhythm. Happy greeted Black Widow from a distance in the villa's courtyard before returning to his casual conversation with Su Wenwu. Su Wenwu observed Black Widow, both being Li Qi's subordinates, fully aware that this striking woman was also under Li Qi's command. At the villa's entrance, Jarvis informed Black Widow to proceed directly to Li Qi's bedroom. Following the directive, Black Widow ascended the stairs with a confident gait, arriving at the master bedroom. Upon entering, she found Li Qi waiting. He had previously instructed Ying Li to engage in conversation with Su Xiaoling in another room, leaving the space solely for himself and Black Widow. Closing the bedroom door behind her, Black Widow approached Li Qi. He glanced at her, noting her clad in a fitted black leather jacket and jeans, the jacket perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. The cascade of orange hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, while her crimson lips glistened alluringly. With a regal nose and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with brilliance, she exuded an enchanting charm. The Black Widow, Natasha, dutifully followed the directives of Rick, assisting him in various matters. Subsequently, the two entered the bathroom. After a refreshing rinse, Rick inquired about the progress of the task he had previously assigned to Natasha. Chapter 32. Departure to Taro Village with a serious demeanor. Natasha reported to Rick that she had recommended Daisy Johnson to Scarlet, as per her master's instructions. She emphasized Daisy's unique ability to emit air shock waves, likening it to the Kamehameha technique. The leadership at Scarlet expressed considerable interest, as they had come specifically to conduct an interview with Daisy Johnson. Naturally, only upon passing the interview would she be able to officially join Scarlet. Rick nodded lightly, indicating his understanding. Natasha then patiently elaborated on her plans. Initially, she had meticulously intended to bring Phil Coulson for the interview, given his status as a level 8 agent with greater authority than Natasha herself. The original plan was for Coulson to be under Rick's direct control, thereby enhancing his service to Rick. However, unforeseen circumstances disrupted this plan. Coulson had to attend to an urgent matter. Natasha informed her master of a mysterious meteorite that had fallen in the Mexican desert, trailing a long fiery tail reminiscent of a shooting star. D suspected the arrival of an unidentified force on Earth, prompting them to urgently dispatch Coulson for an initial investigation. Rick understood that the meteorite was indeed the hammer of Thor, banished to Earth. Nodding in acknowledgement, he calmly instructed Natasha to take Daisy Johnson directly to SHIELD for the interview. Natasha complied without hesitation. It was now 10 a.m., and Rick, ever considerate, suggested that they have lunch before returning to SHIELD. Natasha naturally followed her master's wishes without a second thought. Rick instructed the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, to summon Daisy Johnson to the master bedroom to discuss the plan in person. Before long, nearly everyone had gathered in the dining room for a sumptuous lunch. After enjoying a delightful meal, Rick allowed Natasha and Daisy Johnson to depart the villa. As for matters concerning Thor and his hammer, Rick decided to address them upon returning from Taro Village. In the afternoon, Rick remained focused in his underground workshop, diligently upgrading and reassembling a new suit of armor. Following 2 intense battles the previous day, although the armor had sustained damage, his commitment to its enhancement had never wavered. As he contemplated the need to bolster its capabilities in anticipation of future crises. That evening, Rick invited Su Shaoling to spend the night in the master bedroom with him. The following morning, he summoned Su Wenwu, Li, and Su Shaoling to him, gravely stating that if there were no further matters, they would depart for the enigmatic Taro village that afternoon. The divine pet, Di Jiang, seemed to sense the imminent return home, bustling around Li Qi's feet in eager circles, as if desperately reminding him not to forget it. It appeared he yearned for home, unaware of how long it had wandered outside. Li Qi gently nudged the whimsical little creature with his foot, causing it to tumble playfully onto his shoe like a mischievous child. Regarding the location of the entrance to Taro village, as described by Li, it was not nearby. Fortunately, Su Wenwu had left behind an armed helicopter the previous day. Once everyone was prepared, Li Qi resolved to lead his elite team to Taro village. He piloted 6 upgraded mechs, commanding them to soar like loyal sentinels behind the helicopter's tail. He himself did not don a mech, opting instead to sit in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter, heading towards the entrance to Taro village provided by Li. The helicopter flew swiftly, maintaining its course for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving at the mysterious mountainous region. Gazing down from the helicopter, Li Qi beheld an endless expanse of primordial forest, lush and vibrant, resembling a verdant ocean. A direct descent from the air would spare them the perilous navigation through the labyrinth of the ancient woods. According to Li, traversing the forest below was fraught with danger, nearly guaranteeing death, making the helicopter ride undoubtedly a shortcut. Under the guidance of Li and Di Jiang, the helicopter gradually descended to a pleasant, cool clearing with mountains and water. Li exited the cabin with the adorable Di Jiang, surveying the surroundings, and not far away, a waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way tumbling from the heavens. After discerning their path, they identified that behind the waterfall lay the enigmatic Taro village. Entry to Taro village required no extraordinary abilities or incantations. One merely needed to pass through the waterfall. The perilous forest maze surrounding it had, for centuries, served as a loyal guardian, quietly safeguarding this place, rendering it seldom discovered by outsiders. Su Wenwu, clad in black attire and adorned with 10 rings on his arms, closely followed Li Qi. Li Qi did not bring along other members of the 10 Rings gang or the security personnel hired from the villa. Only the 4 of them ventured forth together. They stepped into the refreshing stream, which barely reached their ankles, advancing towards the thunderous waterfall that poured down from above. Surrounded by mountains and water, this place resembled an enchanting paradise, with the air infused with fresh moisture, uplifting their spirits. As they passed through the waterfall and traversed a barrier akin to a shimmering membrane, Li Qi found himself in a breathtaking expanse. The emerald meadow unfurled like a verdant carpet, vast forests lush and alive, with the crisp air carrying a hint of sweetness, alongside creatures documented in the Shanhai Jing, including phoenixes, qilins, taotai, and the 9 offspring of the dragon. Throughout his journey, Li Qi had already encountered 4 or 5 varieties, in addition to flocks of Di Jiang and the joyous galloping of dragon horses. Indeed, It was a realm resembling a hidden paradise, and Li Qi speculated that this might resemble a pocket dimension. Continuing forward, he soon beheld an ancient village ahead, vaguely visible. In what appeared to be a square at the village's forefront, numerous individuals were practicing martial arts, presenting a scene of thriving vitality. Ingli introduced to her master that this was the settlement of the villagers of Taro Village. At that moment, the villagers had evidently discovered the intruders and swiftly approached, fanning out to encircle Li Qi and his companions. As they drew nearer, Li Qi discerned that the majority of the advancing crowd consisted of women, aged approximately 20 to 30, clad in long skirts resembling martial arts uniforms. They wielded various weapons such as staffs and bows, their faces etched with seriousness and indignation. This idyllic, secluded village was resolute in its refusal to permit outsiders to intrude recklessly. Ingli hurriedly stepped forward, raising her hands and calling out loudly, "Sisters, please do not misunderstand. I am Ingli, a resident of Taro Village. I have returned from the outside world, and these individuals are not strangers." She repeated her plea twice more. The women who had rushed forward, intent on surrounding Li Qi and his companions, halted a mere 10 meters away. Leading them was a woman with flowing hair, donned in a martial arts uniform. With bare hands, assumed a Tai Chi stance before lowering her arms, her expression transforming into one of astonishment and joy. She approached and embraced Ingli, exclaiming excitedly, "Sister, it truly is you. You have returned to the village from the outside world. Please do not venture out again. Do not make me worry." Observing the embrace between the sisters, Li Qi surmised from their ages that the woman in the Tai Chi attire was in her 30s, embodying maturity and grace. Her long hair cascaded elegantly. Her high nose and distinguished demeanor radiated a sense of formidable femininity, suggesting she was Ing Li's elder sister, Ing Nan. Chapter 33. The two sisters. Ing Li released her sister, her eyes brimming with tenderness and warmth, and nimbly took her hand, leading her to Li Qi. She slightly bowed her head and softly spoke, "Leader, this is my sister. Since my departure from the village, she has remained steadfast here. I believe you might offer her some guidance." Ing Li was acutely aware of Li Qi's capabilities and understood that under his mentorship, her sister would surely flourish. Thus she eagerly introduced Ing Nan to him. Without hesitation, Li Qi invoked his mental control abilities. As a chivalrous woman, Ing Nan bore the magical essence bestowed by the divine dragon, her mental fortitude resembling an invisible shield that resisted the incursion of his powers. However, Li Qi's abilities were formidable and persistent. After a brief struggle, he ultimately succeeded in exerting control over her. Ing Nan's hair flowed like a waterfall, its lustrous black strands resembling cascading silk. Clad in a martial arts uniform styled like Tai Chi attire, the fitted cut accentuated her graceful form. She gently placed her wooden staff on the ground, her movements fluid and precise, and bowed deeply to Li Qi. Considering the multitude of villagers present, she refrained from excessive gestures such as kneeling, ensuring her bow was both respectful and appropriately measured. Li Qi extended his hand to assist Ing Nan to her feet, his touch gentle and courteous as he carefully scrutinized her features. Compared to Ing Li, Ing Nan's countenance exuded a more classical Eastern charm, her exquisite features reminiscent of a finely painted lady in traditional art, with brows akin to distant mountains and eyes reflecting the depths of autumn waters. The sisters were of similar age. However, having spent several years in pocket space, Ing Li was slightly older than Ing Nan, which rendered her demeanor all the more mature. The beauty and poise of the two sisters far surpassed the image that Li Qi had encountered in the films prior to his arrival in this realm, their ages aligning seamlessly with his innermost imaginings. Not far off, a group of female villagers from Taro Village recognized Ing Li, their faces lighting up with delight and their eyes shimmering with excitement as they eagerly gathered around her. Within Taro Village, both Ing Li and Ing Nan held esteemed positions, akin to that of village heads and coaches, overseeing the myriad affairs of the community. Despite Ing Li's long absence from the village, the kind-hearted and simple villagers continued to regard her as one of their own. Over the years, the responsibilities of the village had predominantly fallen upon Ing Nan. With her keen intellect and resolute character, managed the village with remarkable efficiency. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Qi, Ing Nan beamed with warmth and sincerity, inviting him into the village with genuine enthusiasm. Li Qi nodded in agreement, his heart swelling with joy at the unexpectedly smooth progression of events. A throng of villagers surrounded him as they made their way toward Taro village, which appeared quaint and serene from a distance, resembling a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world. The village was predominantly composed of wooden structures, arranged in harmonious disarray, emanating an aura of antiquity. Surrounded by sprawling bamboo groves and woodlands, a gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo leaves. Various rare and charming creatures frolicked about, while the sky above gleamed like a sapphire, and fluffy white clouds floated gracefully, akin to cotton candy. Ingli informed Li Qi that not far from the village lay rivers and lakes with bountiful water sources, glimmering under the sun's radiant embrace. Beneath the surface of the lake resided a guardian dragon, serving as the village's protector, silently safeguarding this land. The primary mission of the village was to utilize this extraordinary space as a stronghold against the incursions of malevolent beings from another realm, a reality that resonated with Li Qi's prior understanding. As they approached the village entrance, Li Qi lifted his gaze to behold the mountains across the lakes and rivers, forming a verdant barrier that shielded the earth. Among these mountains, a particularly majestic peak stood out, adorned with what appeared to be dragon scale-like seals, exuding an air of ancient mystery. Behind the protective seals, a monstrous dragon from another realm relentlessly battered against the barrier, its colossal form shrouded in dark mist. Each impact reverberating with a deep, ominous rumble. It sought to breach this parallel universe. Ingnan then provided Li Qi with a more detailed account of the situation, her expression grave and her tone infused with concern regarding the imminent threat posed by the seal. She informed him that the seal was on the verge of collapse, having endured for millennia, its strength waning, and fissures appearing as if it could shatter at any moment. The otherworldly dragon could breach the seal at any time, invading the space of Taro village and subsequently threatening the reality beyond. Li Qi understood the urgency of the matter. Taro village would become a vital stronghold for him, and its safety was paramount. However, for the moment, he resolved to partake in some sustenance within the village and take a brief respite, intending to address the dragon issue either tomorrow or the day after. After a brief pause, Li Qi, accompanied by Ing Li and Ing Nan, followed by Su Wenwu, Su Shaoling, and a host of villagers from Taro village, entered the settlement. At the heart of the village stood a grand wooden structure resembling an ancestral hall, one of the most significant sites in Taro village, typically used for sacrificial rites and prayers. The village was arranged in a circular bagua layout, with wooden rooms meticulously distributed within the circular formation. In the center, an artificially dug ditch carried water from a nearby lake, flowing gently like a winding jade ribbon. According to the sisters, the guardian dragon had resided at the bottom of a deep pool for centuries, rarely appearing before the villagers. Its existence akin to a mysterious legend passed down through generations. As the sisters narrated, they guided Li Qi to their home. This dwelling was not far from the central ancestral hall, featuring a spacious courtyard constructed of wood and bamboo, exuding a subtle natural fragrance. The courtyard was tidy and well kept, with 2 rooms on either side, simply yet warmly decorated. The other villagers gradually dispersed, and the entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of happiness, tranquility, and harmony. Li Qi cherished the ambience here. Having won over the sisters, this village would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. Su Wenwu closed the courtyard door with a steady and forceful motion, akin to a loyal guardian. He and Su Shaoling stood at the entrance, flanking Li Qi, ensuring his peace. Li Qi began to ponder strategies to confront the sealing crisis, utilizing his abilities to probe the space behind the seal, which lay in profound darkness, resembling an endless abyss that evoked fear. A colossal malevolent dragon and countless flying, soul-devouring monsters relentlessly battered the seal, depleting its strength with each impact that sent tremors through it. Li Qi estimated that the malevolent forces beyond the seal were not particularly formidable. The dragon measured over 10 meters in length, and although numerous, the soul-devouring monsters could be vanquished with effort. He understood, well, that offense often proves more effective than defense. It seemed he must personally embark on this endeavor. Chapter 34. Site selection. Gazing at the towering mountains opposite, their undulating peaks resembling the spine of the earth. Illuminated by the twilight's glow, Li Qi envisioned a magnificent tableau. With his hands clasped behind his back and his head tilted slightly upward, he gazed into the distance, deeply contemplating that the simplest solution was to confront the vile, soul-devouring beasts and eliminate them once and for all, thus resolving the long-standing threat. He stood there quietly, lost in thought. Ing Li and Ing Nan lowered their heads slightly, their expressions respectful, daring not to utter a sound to disturb him, standing quietly behind him like devoted sentinels. The entire village seemed to be infused with vitality, suddenly bustling with life. Laughter and joy danced through the air like cheerful notes, floating and shimmering in the atmosphere. The return of Ing Li is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the village, and the news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner as villagers rushed to share the joyful tidings, their faces beaming with delight. According to the tradition of Taro Village, a celebratory evening gathering is to be held, where everyone will dance exuberantly around the bonfire to commemorate this joyous moment. Naturally, a group of enthusiastic villagers took the initiative to prepare for the event, meticulously organizing their tasks with admirable efficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi turned slowly, his gaze steady yet gentle as he addressed Ing Li and Ing Nan with utmost sincerity. The crisis facing our village shall be addressed, and there are numerous matters we must undertake together. His voice resonated with a calm authority, akin to the tolling of a bell, instilling a sense of reassurance in the two sisters. They responded with solemn nods, their eyes reflecting trust and loyalty toward Li Qi. At the entrance, Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling greeted Li Qi with slight inclinations of their bodies and respectful nods. Li Qi preferred not to have the father and daughter accompany him through the village, allowing only Ing Li and Ing Nan to stay by his side. The village was modest in size, with a total population of fewer than 3,000 residents, a figure that paled in comparison to that of an ordinary natural village. As Li Qi meandered along the village paths, he inquired about the demographic situation. The sisters furrowed their brows, concern etched on their faces as they reported that Taro Village once boasted a flourishing population, numbering in the tens of thousands, if not more. However, due to its insular nature and a long-standing tradition of rejecting outsiders and immigrants, the population had dwindled significantly over the years, leaving it with scarcely 1/10 of its former numbers. Should this trend continue for a few more decades, the village could face a dire demographic crisis. Li Qi nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the village's excessive seclusion and reliance on internal marriages posed a considerable challenge to population growth, necessitating a shift towards moderate openness. While wandering through the village, he observed that most villagers were women aged between 15 and 30, their robust figures radiating vitality as they busied themselves in courtyards or engaged in conversation along the pathways. Middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s were scarce, and children were even rarer. This further underscored the present predicament of Taro Village, with a dearth of eligible population and an especially acute shortage of male villagers. After traversing half the village, Li Qi encountered fewer than 20 male residents, all of whom were quite young, with no middle-aged men in sight. Li Qi held Taro Village in high regard. It was a place of exquisite natural beauty, surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters, with refreshing air that felt like a balm for the soul. As he continued his stroll, the sisters broached the idea of appointing him as the village chief. Li Qi did not decline, as he too aspired to enact meaningful change, revitalizing this ancient settlement. Ing Nan suggested making this announcement to the entire village during the evening bonfire celebration, while Ing Li added that they would handle any dissenters. However, given the village's long-standing tradition of peace and simplicity, she believed that opposition was unlikely. Li Qi agreed, feeling confident that these matters would not pose significant challenges. Should any dissent arise, he was certain in his ability to persuade others with his wisdom and capabilities. They traversed the village from the left side of the Tai Chi diagram terrain to the right, the entire settlement seemingly emanating a protective energy akin to a yin-yang barrier, likely connected to the Tai Chi pattern beneath their feet. Standing in the very center of the village, precisely where the ancestral hall resides, Li Qi could acutely sense the enveloping energy shield, a gentle embrace that tenderly cocooned him. The divine dragon rested in the depths of a nearby lake, radiating subtle waves of energy. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it sufficed to safeguard the village's daily existence. As long as the malevolent creatures sealed within their dark realm remained dormant, danger was largely averted. The two sisters further elaborated that the weapons they typically wielded were crafted from the shed scales of the divine dragon, forming cold weapons imbued with magical potency, effective against evil beings. Li Qi, intrigued, pondered the comparative efficacy of these energy-laden weapons against modern armaments such as rockets and missiles, contemplating that perhaps tomorrow would unveil the answer to his curiosity. In this venture, in addition to Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling, Li Qi had brought along 7 Iron Man suits, formidable assets for confronting soul-devouring entities. Gazing upwards, he observed the sun's trajectory. This enigmatic realm possessed its own cycles of day and night, as well as phases of the moon. Checking his wristwatch, he noted it was nearly 5 o'clock, and the entire space had noticeably darkened. Turning his gaze toward the expansive square beside the ancestral hall, he saw that preparations for a bonfire were underway, with a large pile of firewood at the center flanked by smaller stacks, all adorned with grilling tools. The villagers had also arranged tables and chairs, laden with an array of delectable dishes and beverages, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Many female villagers began to gather in the square, shedding their Tai Chi practice attire for vibrant long skirts, resplendent as blooming flowers. This was the highest form of welcome from Taro Village, celebrating Ying Li's return. Ying Nan briefly introduced the joyful sentiments of the villagers regarding Ying Li's homecoming, to which Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Ying Nan indicated that they would soon light the bonfire as night fell, marking the commencement of a grand feast where nearly all villagers would converge in the square to sing and dance. Li Qi nodded in agreement, and then made his way along the street toward the square. Ying Nan announced that she would now inform all villagers of Li Qi's appointment as village chief. Beside her, Ying Li appeared equally delighted, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Upon reaching the edge of the square, the villagers preparing for the evening's festivities greeted Ying Li with cheerful hellos, their faces glowing with joy. Ying Nan beckoned for the villagers to gather around. In a short while, hundreds of individuals congregated in the square, creating a remarkably grand spectacle. Fortunately, the ample size of the square prevented any sense of crowding. Observing that all villagers had assembled, Ying Nan spoke with conviction. "Friends, esteemed villagers, this is Mr. Li Qi, who possesses formidable strength and will guide our village toward a more modern future. Thus, I have decided to entrust the position of village chief to Mr. Li Qi, while my sister and I will assist him as his deputies." Chapter 35. The newly appointed village chief. When Ying Nan announced the change of village chief in Taro Village, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, initially expecting some villagers to voice opposition or at least raise questions and concerns. After all, this was a significant decision concerning the future trajectory of the village. However, to his astonishment, the simple villagers expressed no dissent. Instead, each face radiated joy, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they applauded vigorously, celebrating and endorsing this decision with fervor. This unexpected reaction left Li Qi somewhat taken aback, yet he dismissed it as a trivial matter with a gentle shake of his head. Soon, he found himself encircled by a group of jubilant villagers, singing and dancing with exuberance. The square resonated with lively dance music, the upbeat melody possessing a certain enchantment, transforming the entire area into a vibrant sea of song and dance, brimming with a festive atmosphere. As he was embraced by the crowd, Li Qi couldn't help but sway along, indulging in an impromptu dance. Beside him, the sisters Ying Li and Ying Nan accompanied him closely, providing caring support. Surrounding them were young women, around 20 years of age, their long hair flowing like black satin in the gentle breeze. Clad in festive attire, their colorful garments accentuated their beauty, their slender figures and graceful movements exuding the vitality of youth. In their gazes towards Li Qi, there was a profound respect and obedience, untainted by any other emotions. At that moment, Li Qi was wholly focused on contemplating the affairs of Taro Village, his mind free from distractions. As he danced, his brow remained furrowed, mulling over the village's security concerns. If this place allowed him and others to come and go freely, then the entry of outsiders was merely a matter of probability. Once the festivities concluded, he resolved to enhance security measures through Stark Group, aspiring to transform this locale into a mysterious Taro base akin to Wakanda. Of course, engaging with and integrating into the high-tech realm of Wakanda was a plan for the future. After a while, the enigmatic space encompassing Taro Village gradually dimmed, as if a black satin curtain were slowly descending, enveloping the world in darkness. The square was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights, instantly brightening to resemble daylight, further elevating the villagers' enthusiasm. Following a bit more dancing, Ingnan gently approached Li Qi, slightly bowing, and softly inquired if they could ignite the bonfire to commence the roasting of the delicacies that had been prepared in advance. Li Qi nodded in agreement with a smile. In an instant, the dazzling lights extinguished simultaneously, as if a pause button had been pressed, causing everyone to halt their movements in unison. A few moments later, a towering flame erupted as the large bonfire was ignited, with surrounding smaller grilling pits igniting in succession, the warm glow casting light upon every face. Li Qi observed that the villagers were not grilling meat, but rather exquisite vegetables and other ingredients. In this mysterious taro village, abundant with the rare creatures from the classic of mountains and seas, it was indeed inappropriate to barbecue such beings. Thus, the villagers opted to grill vegetables and tofu, foods suitable for roasting, a choice that Li Qi wholeheartedly endorsed with a slight nod, silently deeming it a wise practice for ecological preservation and sustainable development. The crowd accompanied the newly appointed village chief in jubilant song and dance until midnight, at which point Li Qi raised his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse and rest while tidying up the area. After bidding farewell to the village chief, many women returned home, their faces aglow with satisfied smiles. With the company of the two sisters, Li Qi strolled back to the village chief's residence with a relaxed demeanor. Su Wenwu and his daughter remained dutifully stationed as the gatekeepers, their postures erect like statues, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Noticing their labor, Li Qi nodded, suggesting they take a break. A villager warmly invited Su Wenwu and his daughter to stay overnight at their home. That night, under the sisters' companionship, Li Qi enjoyed a peaceful slumber, as if the entire world had transformed into a serene haven. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the open window like golden threads, gently illuminating the soft bamboo bed. Ying Li and Ying Nan stirred awake in succession, their sleepy eyes catching sight of Li Qi, who had already risen and was quietly gazing through the window, his gaze deep as he contemplated the undulating mountains across the river and the sight of the dragon scale seal. Li Qi pondered how to address the looming danger before him. Through the system, he learned that the dragon scale seal was nearly at its weakest state, and the malevolent creatures from another realm were poised to cross over soon. He understood that taking the initiative was the most effective way to resolve the issue, as offense often proved to be the most direct and efficacious approach. After getting out of bed, the two sisters promptly approached, gently assisting him with his morning routine before gracefully darting off to prepare breakfast. Standing in the courtyard, sunlight bathed him, accentuating his resolute silhouette. Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling entered the yard in unison, greeting their leader respectfully before standing quietly behind him. Li Qi turned, his gaze resolute as he informed Su Wenwu that they would inspect the dragon scale seal after breakfast. Su Wenwu's expression turned serious, and he nodded in agreement. Clad in a black outfit with 10 rings adorning his arms, the rings shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight, yet their brilliance paled in comparison to Li Qi's presence. Stepping forward, Su Xiaoling's eyes reflected determination and yearning as she sought permission to join the fray. Li Qi furrowed his brow, concern etched in his gaze as he declined her request. Aware that she was merely an ordinary individual with commendable physical prowess, yet facing evident shortcomings against the malevolent creatures from another realm. In the original narrative, Su Shangqi awakened magical abilities near a deep pool, enabling him to control the stone rings to defeat the soul-devouring dragon-like entities. However, prioritizing Su Xiaoling's safety and uncertain whether she had inherited her mother's magical lineage, Li Qi denied her entreaty to battle. Determined, Su Xiaoling gazed at her master, her lips quivering slightly, but ultimately acquiesced with a nod under Li Qi's unwavering gaze. Catching a glimpse of Ying Nan and Ying Li bustling in the back kitchen through the door, she requested permission from her master before departing with a somewhat dejected stride to assist with breakfast preparations, to which Li Qi consented. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was prepared. Li Qi savored several dishes, their exquisite flavors eliciting a satisfied smile. Noticing Su Wenwu still standing nearby, he warmly invited everyone to join him at the table, and they dined with great pleasure. The atmosphere in Taro village gradually became vibrant, as the young and beautiful female villagers commenced their daily training and routines. Taro Village bore the sacred duty of safeguarding the sealing barrier for generations, necessitating a keen sense of combat and exceptional skills. Thus, daily training and physical exercise had become an essential part of their lives. In the square and deep within the bamboo forest, the figures of female villagers training were ubiquitous. They exhibited graceful postures and agile movements, their rallying cries echoing through the air. Thanks to the protective energy of the divine dragon, the villagers' physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals in the real world. With a select few women even awakening magical physiques capable of harnessing and storing the divine dragoness energy. Ingnan and Ingli, the sisters, were among those endowed with magical bodies, their physical capabilities significantly exceeding those of their peers. Bathed in sunlight, the village radiated vitality, resembling a lively and vibrant tapestry. Chapter 36. The courageous villagers. Li Qi stood at the edge of the square, observing the female villagers training nearby, the bamboo grove. He discerned their greatest flaw. Though they possessed commendable physical fitness, the techniques they practiced, or rather the martial arts movements, were rather impractical, resembling mere decorative displays. What appeared to be lethal techniques required substantial dedication and arduous training to master. Reflecting on this, Li Qi realized that the village's insular nature, with little external communication and a lineage of singular tradition, had dulled their capacity for combat and initiative, indicating a pressing need for change. It became evident that Su Wanwu should be tasked with training these sheltered female villagers, forging a closer bond between the Ten Rings gang and Taro Village, thus enhancing the village's combat capabilities, which would also necessitate the incorporation of modern weaponry. Pleased with his own insightful notion, Li Qi silently commended himself. Turning back, he saw Su Wanwu and his daughter standing a short distance behind him, and he gestured for Su Wanwu to approach, sharing his thoughts. As a loyal confidant, Su Wanwu readily acquiesced. Once the malevolent creatures were dealt with, a small contingent from the Ten Rings gang would temporarily station themselves here to impart genuine combat techniques and skills to the villagers. Li Qi had witnessed the combat teams of the Ten Rings gang. They were predominantly well-versed in martial arts and seldom employed modern firearms. Upon the arrival of the new village chief, the trainees intensified their efforts with renewed diligence. After a brief observation alongside two mature women, Li Qi returned to the village chief's residence. Upon entering the courtyard through the small gate, Su Wanwu and Su Shaoling resumed their roles as sentinels and bodyguards. Once Li Qi re-entered the bedroom with Ing Li and Ing Nan, he settled onto the bamboo bed. Before long, gazing through the windowless expanse at the distant dragon-scale seal and sensing the malevolent energy seeping from the opposing confinement, Li Qi understood that although it would be some time before the true breaking of the seal, the most prudent course of action was to strike. Thus, he resolved to address this lurking threat that very afternoon. Once his decision was made, he instructed the two sisters to head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The two women, dressed appropriately, naturally obeyed their master's command. In passing, Li Qi also requested that Ingli summon the father and daughter at the entrance, so he could confer with Su Wanwu about the plans for the afternoon. The two of them, accompanied by 7 steel mechs, would bravely engage in battle against the malevolent creatures from another realm, each assigned specific roles. The 3 young women soon arrived in the kitchen and swiftly prepared a sumptuous lunch. After discussing with Su Wanwu and the artificial intelligence Jarvis, they formulated no particularly elaborate plan. One word sufficed: annihilation. They would charge in, eradicate those vile beings, and then reinforce the seal, a task both simple and straightforward. At their master's behest, everyone took their seats on either side of the dining table, and the meal was quickly devoured. The culinary skills of the two sisters proved commendable. Within this secluded, enigmatic space, the waters brimmed with exquisite fish, and the land was cultivated with fine rice and corn, akin to the ordinary crops of the outside world, yet nourished by the unique energy of this realm, resulting in an exceptionally delightful taste. After the meal, Li Qi instructed the 3 women to remain within the estate, while he and Su Wanwu ascended into the air, with Jarvis controlling the 7 mechs, adorned in hues of yellow, white, and gold, trailing behind their master. The group pushed open the grand doors of the estate and ventured outside. However, the 3 women did not heed their master's command to stay behind. Instead, They closely followed him into the bustling street. Villagers, coming and going, quickly took note of the new village chief's movements. Ingnan informed them that the chief was setting out to address the threat posed by the seal on the mountain. The villagers, inspired, promptly armed themselves. Donning combat-ready attire and short garments, wielding wooden sticks adorned with dragon scales, bows, and arrows. They marched in a grand procession behind their chief, arriving at the village's edge, where nearly all the villagers had gathered, numbering 2,000 to 3,000. The atmosphere was electric with fervor and excitement. Li Qi came to a halt, his expression grave, and turned to face the array of villagers, each with their own charming or mature visage. He spoke loudly. "Villagers, you have stood guard here for countless long years. Your mission is now complete, and I, as the newly appointed village chief, shall assume this responsibility. Allow me to vanquish the malevolent creatures beyond the seal and reinforce it, ensuring that Taro village shall be ever more peaceful, harmonious, and resilient. Now, please return your homes." By taking on this weighty responsibility, Li Qi earned the respect and support of all the villagers. The villagers gazed at village chief Li Qi with eager and respectful eyes. Although the chief had commanded them to return, nearly all remained steadfast, making their way toward the nearby lake, where the undulating mountains and towering peaks awaited on the opposite shore. Central to this landscape stood the imposing dragon-scale seal, originally of vibrant crimson, now faded to a dark red due to the ravages of time, occasionally releasing wisps of black smoke, a sign of its precarious state under the encroaching forces of darkness. The villagers of Taro had long grappled with the troubling issue of this seal's vulnerability. Li Qi persistently urged the villagers not to partake in the imminent battle, yet they resolutely followed him, showing no signs of retreat or fear. They understood that safeguarding the seal was their ancestral duty, and with its impending destruction, leaving was not an option. Sensing the villagers' earnest hearts and unwavering resolve, Li Qi ceased his protests. He quietly instructed Jarvis to prioritize the protection of the villagers' lives, with the eradication of evil beings as a secondary task, ensuring their safety above all else. As he observed these humble and serene women, Li Qi felt a deep affection for them. Jarvis, ever obedient, deployed the mechs, which took to the skies or assumed offensive positions on land. Upon witnessing such advanced war machines, the female villagers could not help but feel admiration and respect for their newly appointed chief. Armed with dragon-scale staffs and bows, they advanced slowly, approaching the long river and lake near the village's forefront. Li Qi gestured for everyone to pause by the lakeside. Beneath the deep waters, the guardian dragon had yet to emerge, piquing his curiosity. The guardian should have leapt forth to join them in battle by now. He yearned to experience the thrill of riding on the dragon's back as a dragon warrior. Chapter 37. Transformed into a dragon warrior, Li Qi eagerly anticipated the sensation of becoming a dragon warrior. However, the white dragon remained elusive, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Amidst the astonished gazes of the female villagers, he swiftly donned the iconic battle mech, its classic red and white hues gleaming under the sun. As the thrusters activated beneath him with a slight roar, he ascended several meters into the air. A mini-missile launched from his left shoulder, trailing a long plume of flame as it plunged into the waters below. Since the dragon was so lethargic and reluctant to reveal itself, he decided to compel its emergence. Su Wenwu quickly signaled the closely following female villagers to retreat a safe distance, his expression grave as he called out, "Everyone, step back for your safety." The villagers obeyed promptly, retreating in an orderly fashion, curiosity in their eyes, yet adhering strictly to the command. Moments later, the missile precisely penetrated the depths of the lake, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated like a mighty roar, as if the entire body of water had been shaken by this force. Splashes erupted, forming a colossal column of water, akin to a minor earthquake, abruptly rousing the slumbering white divine dragon from its repose at the lake's bottom. Following this, the dragon emitted a resounding, earth-shattering roar from beneath the waves. Its silvery body coiled and soared upward, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. The breathtaking spectacle of the dragon in flight left the nearby villagers astounded, their mouths agape in astonishment, some even covering their mouths in disbelief. Li Qi finally beheld the legendary dragon, its scales reflecting the sunlight like myriad tiny mirrors, radiating dazzling brilliance. This was indeed a genuine dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length, with elongated and sharp horns atop its head, symbolizing its majesty. Upon being awakened, the dragon circled twice in the air, its enormous eyes flashing with fury as it began to seek the one responsible for the explosion. Li Qi activated his battlesuit's engines, ascending until he was level with the dragon's head. He lifted his visor, revealing his handsome eastern visage, his gaze resolute and confident, greeting the dragon in its native tongue. "Greetings, guardian dragon. I apologize for waking you in such a manner. Today, allow me to experience the thrill of being a dragon warrior." However, the dragon was evidently unimpressed. It would not easily allow anyone to ride upon its back, viewing such an act as a challenge to its authority. With a furious roar, the dragon lunged toward Li Qi's mech in midair. Undaunted, Li Qi skillfully maneuvered the mech, deftly weaving and soaring like a nimble bird, determined to tame this rebellious dragon before confronting the malevolent soul devourer. The dragon's claws swiped through the air, generating fierce winds. Yet Li Qi's mech eluded the strikes with agility, firing lasers intermittently. On the ground, the villagers of Taro gazed upwards, transfixed by the aerial duel between man and dragon. After a series of fierce collisions, the dragon realized that its massive body could not overpower this humanoid weapon, and that its adversary had locked onto it with missiles. Weighing its options, the dragon ultimately chose to avoid further confrontation, emitting a reluctant roar before positioning itself horizontally in the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qi propelled his mech forward like an arrow, landing firmly atop the dragon's back. He grasped the undulating scales tightly, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, directing the dragon toward the scale seal on the opposite shore of the lake. Witnessing their village chief successfully tame the guardian dragon, the female villagers erupted into fervent applause and cheers, their voices echoing through the sky. Their admiration for the chief's prowess deepened, their eyes filled with reverence. In the eyes of the two sisters, Ingli and Ingnan, there sparkled a glimmer of admiration, their respect for their master enhanced. They embraced each other in excitement. Filled with pride for Li Qi, Su Wenwu unleashed energy waves from the 10 rings on his arms, utilizing their rebound to leap through the air like a bird. Swiftly traversing the lake while closely trailing the leader, his movements agile and vigorous. Under Jarvis's command, several mechas were divided. Half remained to protect the villagers, while the other 3 hastened to follow Li Qi, advancing directly towards the dragon scale seal, arranged in the air like a well-trained battalion. The majestic mountains and the dragon scale seal were not far off, and within minutes, they reached their destination. Viewed from above, the dragon scale seal towered at a height of 20 to 30 meters, approximately equivalent to 10 stories. At this moment, the dark red seal emitted a continuous stream of ominous energy, swirling around like a dense black mist, evoking a sense of eerie dread. Furthermore, the temperature in the vicinity had noticeably dropped, as if it could penetrate the mechas, sending shivers through their occupants. Even Li Qi's mecha thermal sensors blared an alarm. After a moment's contemplation, to avoid extensive damage to the dragon scale seal, Li Qi activated the laser apparatus on the arm of his Iron Man suit, meticulously carving out an opening over the height of a person at the base of the seal. Instantly, the soul-eating beasts surged forth from the breach like a tide, shrieking with a cacophony reminiscent of a pack of ravenous beasts. Li Qi had already landed before the opening, and Su Wenwu, along with several mechas, swiftly followed suit, joining him in the onslaught against the soul-eating beasts. These creatures resembled birds, equipped with sharp beaks and claws. Although individually weak, their sheer numbers coalesced into a formidable force of malevolence. The divine dragon also joined the fray, swinging its massive tail like a stout iron pillar. As the trio of Li Qi, Su Wenwu, and the dragon pushed the monsters back into the seal, the space beyond the seal was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a nauseating stench that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, evoking a visceral urge to retch. Fortunately, Li Qi's mecha was outfitted with a breathing filtration system, sparing him from the noxious air. However, Su Wenwu bore the brunt, lacking a respirator and enduring the foul odor with a furrowed brow and a pained expression. At that moment, Li Qi had little time for distractions, decisively commanding Jarvis to propel the mecha forward. The pitch-black space was vast, teeming with soul-eating beasts overhead and around them. Li Qi activated the night vision function of his mecha, unveiling a clear scene before him. In the distance, a colossal black evil dragon, known as the soul-eating beast, writhed in the air, menacingly charging towards them. The mecha unleashed a relentless barrage of lasers and missiles, raining down upon the soul-eating beast and its minions. Li Chi turned to signal Jarvis to summon the remaining mechas into the realm of evil, instructing them to temporarily seal the opening created by the laser cutting. He resolved to engage in a desperate battle against the malevolent creatures within this realm. Alongside Su Wonwu and the mechas, while the villagers remained outside the sealed area, vigilantly guarding against any evil beings that might breach the seal and escape. No malevolent entity must be allowed to flee, for such an event would usher in tremendous calamity upon Tauro Village. Jarvis received the command, and the remaining mechas soared into the dark otherworld like lightning. The anxious villagers hastily crossed the river, arriving at the sealing site, incessantly knocking and calling out, pleading with their esteemed village chief to allow them to join the fray. "Chief, let's assist. We wish to fight alongside you." Their voices resonated with urgency and determination. However, at that moment, Li Chi was wholly absorbed in his combat against the sinister black dragon, oblivious to the commotion outside. His gaze was fixed intently on the soul devourer, and his hands deftly maneuvered the mecha, bracing for the next wave of assault. Li Chi transformed into a valiant dragon warrior, steadfastly perched upon the back of the white dragon, launching a barrage of miniature missiles that streaked across the sky like meteors, detonating in brilliant bursts upon the black dragon's back. Seizing the opportunity, the white dragon opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth fiercely into the black dragon's forehead. The two adversaries engaged in a tumultuous aerial struggle, unknowingly crushing countless flying soul devourers, creating a scene both grand and awe-inspiring. The black dragon roared in fury, striving to break free from the white dragon's grasp, its claws raking deep gashes into the white dragon's hide, yet the white dragon remained resolute, maintaining its fierce grip. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon was marred by the marks of explosions and missiles. A particularly striking laser cut etched deep into its neck, dark blood oozing from the wound and dripping into the shadows of the abyss. Realizing the dire situation, the black dragon made a hasty retreat into the depths of the darkness, as the carcasses of fallen soul devourers rained down, amplifying the sinister atmosphere of this evil realm. Perched upon the white dragon, Li Chi swiftly contemplated the most effective solution to the predicament. He discerned that deploying a nuclear bomb to obliterate this space entirely might be the simplest and most effective course of action. The malevolent forces within this realm were far too potent for conventional attacks to eradicate. Only the unparalleled might of a nuclear bomb could ensure their complete destruction and prevent the evil beings from breaching the seal once more. Fortuitously, during this expedition to Tauro Village, he had brought along 3 low-yield nuclear bombs, which were now perfectly suited for the task. Li Chi communicated through his device to Su Wonwu, informing him of his intention to deploy the nuclear bomb and instructing him to swiftly evacuate the dark space. "Su Winu, I am preparing to use the nuclear bomb here. You must evacuate immediately." Without hesitation, Su Wonwu complied with his master's command, beginning his rapid withdrawal while responding, "Understood, Master." Jarvis, controlling the remaining mechas, again carved an opening in the ceiling area. Li Chi left behind a puppet mecha to guard their rear, placing 2 small nuclear bombs upon it. As the seal was reopened, the women of the village, eager to rush inside, were timely restrained by Su Wonwu. He elucidated the situation to the villagers, urging them to swiftly evacuate the mountainous region. "Listen to me, everyone. The village chief intends to annihilate the malevolent creatures with a nuclear bomb. It is perilous here, so please leave at once." Though the villagers felt a pang of reluctance, they obeyed Su Wonwu's command and began to withdraw in an orderly manner. Li Chi led the group in a hasty retreat to the opposite bank of the river, while the remaining mech, under Jarvis's control, ventured as deep as possible into the dark space to redirect the nuclear explosion's force inward. Ultimately, Jarvis decisively detonated the small nuclear bomb once he had distanced himself sufficiently. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens, as if the earth itself trembled. The sound reverberated from the depths of the void. The mountains before them crumbled instantaneously, and the dragon-scale seal collapsed entirely, transforming the interdimensional portal into a wasteland of radiation under the bomb's explosion. Fortunately, the radiation zone was confined to the otherworld, remaining disconnected from the mysterious realm of Taro Village, and the passage between the two worlds was momentarily sealed. Mission accomplished. Li Qi informed the villagers of the battle's outcome, and upon hearing the news, the female villagers erupted in joyous cheers, their excitement palpable. Their sacred duty, upheld for millennia, had not faltered in their hands, deepening their affection for their village chief, Li Qi. Long live the chief. Thank you, chief. The villagers' jubilant cries echoed as they gathered around him, their eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. Chapter 38. The Wonder Woman. Next, Li Qi led the multitude of villagers steadily across the broad river. The water was crystal clear, shimmering in the sunlight like a flowing silver ribbon. The white divine dragon, which had been circling above, reluctantly let out a soft groan, acknowledging Li Qi before plunging back into the depths of the lake like a silver lightning bolt, returning to its slumber. The many female villagers waved, their eyes filled with respect as they bid farewell to the guardian dragon of their tribe for over 10,000 years, then flocked around Li Qi, returning to Taro Village with lighthearted steps. At this moment, the sky was still bright, and the sun generously cast its warmth upon the earth. Judging by the time, barely 3 or 4 hours had passed since the battle concluded. In another 2 or 3 hours, the night of this mystical realm would descend. Li Qi, along with the sisters Ying Nan and Ying Li, sat upon a soft bamboo bed, which exuded a subtle fragrance of bamboo. Su Wenwu and Su Shaoling remained dutifully stationed at the entrance, standing tall like loyal sentinels, ever vigilant of their surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of concern and determination gleaming in his eyes. He instructed the artificial intelligence Jarvis to leave 2 Iron Man mechs stationed at the towering mountains where the dragon scale seal had collapsed, to maintain surveillance and readiness against any unforeseen circumstances. These mechs would remain on guard long-term, with regular replacements to ensure the safety of this crucial area. Li Qi was resolute in his commitment to safeguarding this vital region. After exchanging thoughts with the 2 sisters, the sky gradually darkened, and the remnants of the sunset painted the heavens in shades of orange and red, akin to a splendid piece of silk. As night fell, the villagers of Taro were filled with exuberance, joyfully pulling their beloved village chief into a lively celebration. A roaring bonfire blazed in the square, its flickering light illuminating the faces of the merrymakers, each adorned with smiles of delight. The sounds of laughter and cheer reverberated throughout the village, continuing into the late hours of the night, until the grand festivity began to draw to a close. Li Qi escorted the 2 sisters back to the chief's residence, where they peacefully slumbered in the warmth of their cozy room. The following day, with no particular obligations, Li Qi chose to remain at the residence rather than venture outside. Seated by the window, he gazed upon the tranquil village, contemplating whether to modernize Taro, a place steeped in 1,000 years of ancient tradition. Here, there were no mobile phones or computers. The only modern conveniences were electricity and a few appliances. The village's aesthetic seemed to linger in the late 20th century, untouched by the tides of modernization. In this haven, internet access was non-existent, and entertainment news was absent. Life was simple and pure, yet with the passage of time, Li Qi pondered whether it was prudent to synchronize this quaint village with the contemporary world. Lost in thought, he turned to the 2 sisters, Ying Nan and Ying Li, who sat beside him, seeking their counsel. The sisters exchanged a gentle smile, their eyes brimming with warmth and acquiescence. Ying Li spoke softly, "We trust your judgment, Li Qi." Ying Nan added, "When the time is right, we should conduct a survey among all the villagers to gauge their opinions. We naturally support your vision." As they discussed the nuances of modern communication, Ying Nan's bright eyes sparkled with maturity and grace. Tilting her head slightly in contemplation, she addressed Li Qi, saying, "Actually, we're not entirely isolated from the outside world. Aside from the villagers rarely leaving Taro, there exists a concealed transmission stone within the ancestral hall. Through this, we can connect and communicate with people from other mysterious realms, gaining knowledge of many extraordinary places. Like Taro, there are those who vigilantly guard and are always prepared to assist others." Li Qi was taken aback by Ying Nan's revelation. His eyes widened in surprise, reflecting his astonishment. Though he had been in Taro for only 2 or 3 days and had wandered the village, he had yet to enter the imposing structure resembling an ancestral hall at its center, remaining unaware of what lay within. intrigued by the prospect of such a communication device. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. "Please, take me to see it," he urged eagerly. Ingnan and Ingli rose gracefully from their bamboo mat, their skirts gently swaying. They accompanied Li Qi as they departed the small courtyard, making their way toward the ancestral hall in the heart of the village. Along the main thoroughfare, women villagers passed by, engaged in quiet conversation or tending to their daily chores. Upon encountering the village chief and the two deputy chiefs, who were also Li Qi's assistants with similar duties and statuses, they greeted him warmly, their faces illuminated by genuine smiles. Li Qi reciprocated their greetings. Genuinely fond of these simple and earnest villagers, a wave of warmth swelling within him. As he approached the entrance of the ancestral hall and stepped inside, the light diminished dramatically, as if he had abruptly transitioned from the brightness of day to the twilight of dusk. Before him lay several rows of tablets, neatly arranged, each inscribed with the names of past village chiefs. Ing then explained that these were the tablets of the deceased village leaders, with a history spanning 10,000 years. Each village chief in Taro ultimately faces the cycle of life and death. The average lifespan of the villagers in Taro is slightly longer than that of those outside, though not extraordinarily so. Li Qi clasped his fists before the tablets of the former chiefs, his heart brimming with respect. He then navigated past this area, venturing deeper into the ancestral hall. Traversing a corridor-like passage, he noticed ancient scrolls hanging on the walls, depicting the history and legends of Taro Village. The space ahead opened up, revealing a room of approximately 20 to 30 square meters. In the center stood an object resembling a screen, about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, surrounded by several smaller similar screens, all emanating a faint glow, as though infused with mysterious power. Ingnan informed Li Qi that this was the transmission stone used for communication with the outside world, capable of connecting with individuals beyond the spatial confines. Intrigued, Li Qi fixated on the transmission stone, circling the massive centerpiece twice, meticulously examining every detail, yet discovering no signs of electrical or other transmission systems. It appeared to facilitate communication through a form of non-physical interaction. The two sisters approached and delicately manipulated the transmission stone. Ingnan's slender fingers glided across its surface, searching for a specific location, while Ingli observed intently, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the surface of the transmission stone began to shimmer with a hazy glow, which gradually expanded and brightened, transforming into a rectangular screen reminiscent of a television, displaying a substantial area. As the indistinct glow evolved into a discernible visual signal, an expansive room resembling a palace materialized on the screen of the transmission stone. The room was lavishly decorated, adorned with exquisite paintings, and the floor was laid with polished marble. Ingnan explained to Li Qi that the mysterious space currently most connected through the transmission stone was called Paradise Island, a realm inhabited solely by women, even purer than Taro Village. After all, in ancient times, Taro maintained a relatively balanced gender ratio, though the number of men has since dwindled significantly. Upon hearing the name Paradise Island, Li Qi felt a stirring within. So, it was possible to reach Paradise Island from here, a place where a wondrous heroine, the enchanting Wonder Woman, resided, a female superhero of striking grace and beauty. The image of Wonder Woman's formidable presence flashed in his mind. Li Qi couldn't help but wonder during which period Wonder Woman, Diana, currently existed. Had she left Paradise Island to venture into the world of humankind? Undoubtedly. Li Qi's next objective has been firmly set upon Wonder Woman. Chapter 39. Encountering Wonder Woman. Li Qi is filled with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he is on the verge of unveiling a mysterious treasure. Ingli brings over an antique armchair, its surface smooth and its intricate grain exuding a faint scent of wood. After Li Qi gracefully settles into the chair, positioned directly before the enormous transmission stone, he lightly folds his hands upon his lap, brimming with curiosity, continually speculating on who might materialize before him. The renowned Wonder Woman herself, or her regal and esteemed mother, the Queen of Paradise Island? The decor of the palace across from him is both warm and elegant, with soft pink drapes gently swaying and exquisite ornaments scattered throughout, imbued with a hint of youthful vivacity, suggesting it must be the princess's chamber. As the transmission stone remains silent, Nan and Li stand quietly beside Li Qi, their faces adorned with smiles, ever ready to respectfully heed his commands, their eyes revealing loyalty and obedience. After exchanging a few words, the image on the transmission stone flickers abruptly, and a woman strides in from the side entrance of the screen. She is clad in a delicate bathrobe, its edges intricately embroidered, gently swaying with her movements. As she walks, she delicately towels off her damp, flowing hair, droplets cascading down like sparkling jewels under the light. The woman possesses a tall and athletic figure, each motion seemingly sculpted with care, exuding a unique aura, a perfect amalgamation of strength and grace. As she rounds a corner, her footsteps light, she approaches the transmission stone with increasing proximity. Upon noticing the stone illuminating nearby the bed, a flicker of surprise flashes across her previously calm eyes, akin to a beacon suddenly igniting in the dark. Instantly, she breaks into a radiant smile, warmly greeting, "Sister Nan, it has been too long. I just returned from the training grounds and finished my bath before coming to my chamber. I apologize for keeping you waiting." It is none other than Wonder Woman, Diana, who exchanges familiar pleasantries with Nan, her melodious laughter resonating throughout the room. She then hangs the white towel upon an exquisitely carved coat rack, its design both distinctive and adorned with intricate patterns. Taking a moment to adjust her bathrobe, tightening the collar slightly, she strides confidently and elegantly toward the transmission stone, each step exuding poise until her entire figure becomes vividly clear to Li Qi. At this moment, Diana finally notices the unfamiliar man seated in the image across from her. He sits with a composed demeanor, his back straight, resembling a towering mountain. His handsome face, sharply defined, features chiseled with the precision of a sculptor, radiating an innate leadership quality as if he were surrounded by an aura of light. Diana's eyes widen in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, as though she has witnessed the most incredible spectacle. Having spent years communicating with the women of Taro Village, she has never encountered a man before. Given that Paradise Island is solely inhabited by women, Li Qi is indeed the very first man she has ever laid eyes upon. Diana quickly regained her composure, her face radiant with joy, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkling with fervor. She exclaimed to Richie, "To think it is a man, a genuine man. Sister Nan, you have truly surprised me. I have finally encountered the legendary man. Thank you so much." Richie responded with a warm and friendly smile, akin to the gentle sun of spring. "Little girl, I am the newly appointed village chief of Taro Village. Hearing from Nan that I could communicate with you piqued my curiosity, and I decided to reach out, not anticipating such a delightful introduction." Diana responded with enthusiasm, her words brimming with curiosity about the outside world and men, her eyes alight with a thirst for knowledge as she incessantly inquired, "What is the outside world like? How do men and women differ? What fascinating activities do you engage in?" Richie realized that this girl had lived solely in a female world, her thoughts innocent and filled with wonder, much like a child eager to explore the unknown. Upon Richie's indication, Nan patiently began to explain to Diana the basic etiquette and concepts of the outside world. Nan's voice was soft and clear, like a babbling brook, gently flowing into Diana's heart. Diana listened intently, nodding frequently, her gaze focused as if she were etching every word into her memory. Afterward, she politely stated, "I understand. I will change my clothes and return shortly," before turning to her room to change. Before long, Diana reappeared, clad in a leather ensemble. Her lower half featured a form-fitting leather skirt that elegantly accentuated her long, straight legs, adorned with exquisite gemstones that shimmered with a mysterious glow under the light. The upper portion consisted of asymmetrical leather armor, with one shoulder draped in a strap while the other remained bare, showcasing her healthy, powerful skin. The armor was etched with unique patterns, seemingly narrating ancient tales. She embodied the spirit of a female warrior, as if ready to charge into battle and uphold justice. Richie gazed at the striking Diana before him, his interest deepening, his eyes revealing admiration and appreciation. Soon after, the four engaged in cheerful conversation. Diana's vivacious and brave nature, along with her straightforward manner of speaking, was like a refreshing breeze, leaving a profound impression on Richie. Her heart was pure, akin to an unblemished canvas, filled with curiosity and love for the world. Through their dialogue, Richie learned that Diana had never left Paradise Island, and her greatest wish was to see what the selfish, greedy, and weak human world described by her mother, the Queen, truly looked like. When the topic of leaving the island arose, Diana expressed her frustration to Richie, "My mother, the Queen, is overly controlling. Even normal training and combat were only permitted after I fought hard for the chance to learn. She's always worried about my safety. Yet she fails to recognize that I am more than capable of protecting myself." After nearly an hour of conversation, Diana had come to regard Richie as a confidant, sharing her troubles without reservation. Observing Diana, who appeared cheerful yet harbored a hint of melancholy within, Richie made a silent vow to assist her in escaping Paradise Island and experiencing the vastness of the world beyond. He mused that such a girl, brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an adventurous spirit, ought not to be confined within this diminutive realm. She deserved to witness the wonders that lay outside. Chapter 40. The melancholic Princess Diana, having made a new acquaintance, an exceptionally rare male friend, felt an extraordinary lift in her spirits. Her lively eyes sparkled with joy, and the corners of her mouth curled into a gentle smile, prompting her to hum a classical tune unique to Paradise Island. The soft, melodious strains flowed through the air like a crystal-clear spring, enchanting and imbued with the island's distinctive mystique. Richie gazed at Diana, whose striking beauty resembled that of a celestial being gracing the earthly realm, and his heart swelled with affection. A slight furrow formed on his brow, his gaze resolute, as he silently resolved to aid her in departing Paradise Island for the broader world. After all, Diana was already harboring rebellious thoughts, yearning to leave the island. Yet her mother, the Queen, disapproved. This internal conflict, paradoxically, offered a glimmer of hope. The next crucial step was to ascertain the coordinates of Paradise Island. Richie directly inquired of Diana through the transmission. "Diana, to be frank, I genuinely wish to take you away from Paradise Island and explore the human realm together. The dilemma lies in discovering the exact location of Paradise Island. How may I come to retrieve you?" Upon asking, he focused intently on the innocent girl before him, his eyes full of concern. Diana found herself momentarily at a loss for words, having lived her entire life on Paradise Island. She had never ventured beyond this enigmatic isle cloaked by the ocean, and thus could not provide an answer. Her long, lush eyelashes fluttered as a flicker of confusion danced in her innocent gaze, before she revealed a sweet smile tinged with a hint of helplessness. Richie, recognizing her uncertainty regarding the island's specific location and the absence of a defined coordinate system, gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. After engaging in conversation with Diana for a while longer, her designated rest period on the island soon arrived. Diana reclined on her sumptuous princess bed, adorned with a lavish silk coverlet embroidered with exquisite patterns. Beside her lay a delicate golden emblem, exuding a classic charm that shimmered softly in the light. After bidding her farewell with a wave, Richie watched as the transmission screen faded into a hazy mist, transforming back into an ordinary boulder that stood quietly before him. Rising from the armchair, Richie stretched his limbs and gently rotated his neck, producing a soft, crackling sound. Behind him, the two sisters, Ingli and Ingnan, followed with graceful poise, their focused gazes reflecting loyalty and concern, ever ready to offer assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chi understood that locating Paradise Island amidst the vast ocean was no simple task. He summoned the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, who slightly raised his head and addressed the air. "Jarvis, please expedite the search for information regarding the location of Paradise Island on the sea surface." Jarvis's calm voice promptly responded, "Understood, sir." He then delved into the vast sea of data, diligently seeking any clues about the whereabouts of Paradise Island. During the days spent in Taro Village, Li Chi had instructed the Stark Group to lay down a dedicated line extending from the outside world to the village, thus enabling Jarvis to access extensive computational power and surveillance support. Li Chi returned to the village chief's residence with the two sisters, and by that time, dusk had fallen. The night enveloped the village like a piece of black satin, gently covering everything in its embrace. The sisters ventured into the back kitchen to prepare dinner. Their steps were lively, and soon the sounds of clattering pots and pans filled the kitchen, mingling with the faint aroma of food. Su Wenwu and his daughter remained dutifully stationed outside, guarding the residence with their upright postures akin to two resolute statues. Observing their toil, Li Qi felt a wave of compassion and suggested that Su Wenwu take a break in another courtyard. He patted Su Wenwu's shoulder and said, "Old Su, you should rest. You've worked hard these past few days." He then called Su Xiaoling into the courtyard, instructing her to rest in the eastern room for the night. Naturally, Su Xiaoling complied, nodding slightly and softly replying, "All right, sir." Before long, a sumptuous dinner was served. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, including tantalizing roasted meat, vibrant vegetable salads, and steaming hot soups. Li Qi dined with Su Xiaoling, Ying Li, and Ying Nan, engaging in pleasant conversation and enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, they lingered in the courtyard for a while, exchanging idle chatter before Li Qi escorted the two sisters back to rest, while Su Xiaoling retired to another room for a peaceful sleep. The following morning, the fresh air, akin to a mischievous sprite, wafted into the room through the open window. Sunlight gently cascaded onto the bed, creating patches of golden light. After awakening, Li Qi savored a traditional Taro village breakfast, consisting of soft steamed cakes paired with sweet honey, accompanied by a steaming cup of herbal tea. He then made his way back to the ancestral hall. Within the hall, apart from the imposing central transmission stone, there were 4 or 5 additional stones nearby. These transmission stones exhibited a smooth surface, emanating a faint, mysterious aura. Li Qi pondered whether he could connect to other enigmatic realms or regions. Approaching the transmission stone, he gently caressed its surface, meticulously examining the intricate patterns, and began to manipulate it. However, after some time, the other transmission stones showed no response. The sisters informed Li Qi that transmission required mutual consent, and upon reflection, he acknowledged the validity of this notion and prepared to depart. Just then, the large central transmission stone reacted with a visual manifestation. After debugging, the transmission was established, and Li Qi saw Diana from Paradise Island. Her expression tinged with sorrow and a hint of emotion. This princess stood before the screen, her gaze laden with melancholy, brows slightly furrowed, and lips trembling as she confided in Li Qi. "I have been so careless, inadvertently awakening the divine power within me and injuring General Antiope. I feel such deep remorse. I often feel like an extraneous presence on the island, like an anomaly." As she spoke, tears shimmered in her eyes, and a crystalline droplet slowly traced down her cheek. Li Qi observed Diana, clad in Amazonian-style armor, its sleek lines glistening with metallic sheen, complemented by a short leather skirt and high combat boots, exuding an air of valor akin to that of a true warrior goddess. Yet, paired with her current distressed expression, it evoked a profound sense of compassion. Understanding that her guilt stemmed from unintentionally harming her aunt, Li Qi stepped forward to the transmission stone, his eyes filled with concern and gentleness, softly reassuring her, "Do not think so negatively. Your ability to unleash your divine power is a beacon of hope for Paradise Island, a symbol of the strength of the future queen. Listen, you are brave, a strong girl. Do not perceive yourself as different. This uniqueness is precisely what defines you as a princess. I deeply admire your courage. Do not despair or lose heart. This is the true essence of who you are. Do you understand?" After his heartfelt encouragement, Diana finally broke into a smile, her face radiating with a brilliance akin to sunlight, albeit still adorned with traces of tears. Then, with a playful tone, she said, "Li Qi, please come to Paradise Island to take me away. I long to see the world beyond, for this place feels too stifling." Li Qi nodded in agreement and inquired about any information she might possess regarding the location of Paradise Island. As expected, Diana shared all she knew, yet still, there were no definitive leads. With a sigh of resignation, Li Qi comforted her a few more times before she finally deactivated the transmission stone and returned to her training grounds. As a most formidable warrior of the Amazon tribe, Diana held herself to the highest standards, never daring to exhibit even a hint of complacency, fully aware that adversaries could emerge at any moment. This was a trait Li Qi greatly admired in her. He instructed Jarvis to expedite the search for information regarding Paradise Island's location while deciding to depart from Taro Village and return to Stark headquarters. Once the location was confirmed, he would set forth. Upon returning from the ancestral hall to the estate, Li Qi summoned Su Wenwu, his demeanor serious. He addressed Su Wenwu, "Old Su, I must return to Stark headquarters for a time. You will remain in Taro Village to oversee security and further train the villagers to enhance their self-defense capabilities. Meanwhile, the Stark Industries Weapons and Equipment Division will arrive here to install anti-air missiles, equip modern weaponry, and modernize the village. I entrust these security and defense responsibilities to you. Su Wenwu readily agreed, straightening his posture and resolutely declaring, "Rest assured, sir, I shall fulfill the task." Li Qi also retained Su Shaoling, Ying Li, and Ying Nan. Subsequently, after leaving behind the remaining mechs, Li Qi accompanied a small team from Stark Industries, dispatched to establish network and communication systems. Back to the Stark headquarters located in New York. Chapter 41. In turn, when upon his return to the Stark Tower in New York, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun, resembling a colossal fireball, hung high in the sky, casting vibrant crimson clouds that enveloped the northwestern expanse of New York City, including most of Manhattan. This dazzling palette bathed the towering 500-meter edifice in a warm orange glow, as if draping the building in a dreamlike veil. He entered the opulent office on the top floor, adorned with lavish decor and walls embellished with priceless artworks. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling city below. He used the internal phone to summon Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. During this period, Tony and Pepper had remained at Stark Tower, occupied with the restructuring and expansion of operations, while the weapons manufacturing division had been significantly downsized. Moreover, the acquisition of Hammer Industries had been completed, and the self-serving petty Mr. Hammer had been stripped of his corporate power and sent into retirement. Li Qi did not pursue vengeance against the diminutive man. Tony Stark had also accomplished another task assigned by Li Qi, expelling his father's business partner from the company. The elderly research master, an uncle by relation, had passed away, leaving behind only his son, who Tony had discreetly brought back to the company for careful supervision. After listening to the report, Li Qi furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought, contemplating new strategies for the company's development. He then nodded, gesturing for the puppet Tony Stark to exit the luxurious office, leaving only Pepper behind, dressed in meticulously tailored white secretary uniform that accentuated her graceful figure. With delicate floral embroidery at the collar and cuffs, complemented by black stockings and high heels, she exuded elegance and competence. Her hair was swept into a high ponytail, revealing her long, fair neck. Slightly bowing her head, she held a stack of documents that had already been signed by Li Qi. Casting a glance at Pepper, whom he had not seen for more than half a month, a hint of tenderness flickered in Li Qi's eyes as he beckoned her closer. Obediently, Pepper lifted her gaze, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she gracefully approached, placing the documents on the desk. Li Qi instructed Pepper to conclude her task for the day and return to keep him company in the evening. A glimmer of delight crossed her eyes as she nodded gently, her expression brimming with acquiescence. Cautiously, she turned to leave, her silhouette particularly enchanting. Li Qi smiled, his expression tinged with a relaxed weariness, and subsequently used the internal phone to request the kitchen prepare an employee dinner for him. After a long trek back to the company headquarters from Taro Village, the construction team leader, without pausing for breath, resolved to spend the night in the headquarters building rather than return to his villa in Marbury. He summoned the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, and seated himself in a comfortable executive chair, leaning forward slightly as he earnestly inquired about the progress of locating Paradise Island. Jarvis reported diligently, stating that an active search was underway, with dozens of viable leads being meticulously investigated, and a rough location was expected to be determined within 2 days. Rich nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of urgency as he urged Jarvis to expedite the process. He proposed offering a monetary reward, issuing a global bounty for anyone who could provide information leading to the location of Paradise Island, starting at $5 million. Jarvis concurred and promptly disseminated the bounty notice across both the clear and dark web. Before long, Pepper entered, pushing a cart laden with 2 enhanced employee dinners, featuring sumptuous plates of aromatic steak, fresh vegetable salad, and delectable desserts. She gently maneuvered the cart to Rich's side, smiling as she announced, "Sir, dinner is served." After sharing the meal, the two spent the night on the top floor of the building, which served as the private domain of the Star Corporation's president, complete with a gym, swimming pool, and entertainment center. Rich even contemplated constructing a mech hangar there. As dawn broke the next day, Rich instructed Pepper to continue with company affairs while he languidly twirled a pen in the president's office, his gaze wandering over the internal surveillance feeds. It was then that a woman in the lobby caught his attention. Her hair gleamed like sunlight, and her emerald eyes resembled the depths of serene lake. With a slender figure clad in a simple shirt and jeans that failed to conceal her youthful vitality, she hurried through the door, clutching a handbag, her expression tinged with urgency. Rich found her remarkably familiar and intriguing. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he curiously requested Jarvis to retrieve her information. In an instant, rows of text and images materialized in the air. It turned out she was Gwen Stacy, currently interning at Stark Industries for nearly a month. Having served as Stark's president for almost 3 weeks, Rich was surprised he had not encountered this intern before, and he had stumbled upon her while checking the surveillance. He instructed Jarvis to search the company roster, only to discover that Peter Parker was not interning alongside Gwen, leaving him puzzled about the whereabouts of that young man. Rather than dwell on Peter Parker, Rich found himself increasingly captivated by Gwen Stacy. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at his intrigue, as he used the intercom to instruct the head of human resources to summon Gwen to his office. Leaning heavily against the soft backrest of his executive chair, he propped his legs on the desk before him, adopting a relaxed and comfortable posture, his gaze imbued with anticipation as he awaited Gwen Stacy's arrival. Chapter 42. The compliant Gwen. Before uncovering the whereabouts of the little Princess Diana on Paradise Island, Richie unexpectedly encountered Gwen Stacy, the future girlfriend of Spider-Man Peter Parker. To be precise, their romantic relationship had not yet blossomed at this moment. Upon realizing this, Richie felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as though an invisible weight had silently slipped from his heart. Richie instructed the head of human resources to summon Gwen to the presidential office on the top floor of Stark Tower. He himself sat comfortably in the executive chair, legs crossed, emanating an air of calm anticipation as he awaited her arrival. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, a gentle knock resonated at the office door. Through the surveillance screen, Richie observed Gwen standing outside, her head slightly bowed, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her shirt, revealing a hint of anxiety. Rising to his feet, Richie strode with measured steps to the door, gently opening it and beckoning her in with a subtle wave. Gwen cautiously entered the spacious office, which spanned around 80 to 90 square meters, its emptiness accentuated by the solitary presence of an executive desk and chair. The sound of her footsteps echoed distinctly in the stillness of the room. Richie appraised Gwen as she approached, clad in a simple white blouse that hugged her skin, paired with light blue jeans that perfectly accentuated her elongated legs. Her golden hair was elegantly tied back into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, resembling flowing waves of gold. Her emerald eyes sparkled like deep gemstones, clear and bright, harmonizing beautifully with her soft pink lips that resembled blossoms in the spring, exuding a fresh and natural allure. A fleeting thought crossed Richie's mind. Should he rely on his own abilities to win over Gwen and have her contribute to the company? Or should he employ special tactics to swiftly gain control of the situation? This notion flickered in his mind like a flash of lightning. With a slight furrow of his brow and a moment of contemplation, Richie ultimately resolved to adopt a more direct approach. As Gwen drew nearer to the desk, her eyes filled with curiosity, Richie narrowed his gaze slightly, focusing his mind as he utilized his mental control abilities to swiftly delve into her memories. He discovered that Gwen had known Peter Parker for less than a week. Peter was still engrossed in his studies in high school, while Gwen had embarked on her internship journey. In comparison to Peter, Gwen exhibited superior aptitude in science and biology. Not only did she excel in her classes, but she also actively participated in various scientific competitions, garnering numerous accolades and securing multiple internship opportunities. Contrary to the narrative of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she had chosen to intern in the biological and scientific department of Stark Industries, where she had been for over half a month. Upon reviewing Gwen's internship evaluations, Richie noted that all supervisors and department heads praised her highly. The evaluations highlighted Gwen's exceptional learning capability and innovative thinking, as she consistently proposed novel ideas and solutions, demonstrating meticulous attention to detail in her analysis of experimental data, coupled with a diligent and serious work ethic. Many suggested that the Human Resources Department should retain her within the company. Rick acknowledged Gwen's capabilities and shared a similar sentiment. With focused intent, he once again employed his mental control abilities to influence her thoughts, instilling a profound loyalty within her. In an instant, the confusion in Gwen's eyes transformed into respect and admiration. Her gaze became resolute, as if Rick were the guiding star within her heart. Satisfied, Rick rose from his executive chair, circled the desk, and gently leaned against it, smiling as he beckoned Gwen to approach for a more in-depth discussion regarding work-related matters. Rick scrutinized Gwen closely. Compared to other North American women, her beauty was strikingly pure, her complexion as smooth and delicate as jade, with hardly a blemish in sight. Tall and statuesque, her legs elongated further by the heels she wore, she exuded an air of unique elegance. As they conversed about her job responsibilities, career aspirations, and her views on the company's biosciences division, Gwen responded earnestly. She emphasized her involvement in Dr. Connor's extracurricular internship program during high school, highlighting the strong mentor-student bond they had forged, which she greatly valued. Her eyes sparkled as she recounted the insights and growth she had experienced through the program, filled with admiration for Dr. Connors. Rick nodded thoughtfully and instructed Jarvis to retrieve Dr. Connor's profile, discovering that he was the chief scientist at Oscorp. As Stark Industries transitioned from a weapons manufacturer to a diversified enterprise, Rick deemed it essential to consider bringing Dr. Connors on board. However, he recognized the necessity for a careful evaluation of his research projects to avoid repeating the misfortunes of the original storyline, while also striving to prevent any unfortunate incidents befalling Gwen's father. He understood that even the smallest miscalculation could lead to a cascade of unpredictable consequences. Pleased with Gwen's performance, he gestured for her to return to her duties, proposing a midday meeting to discuss the company's trajectory in the biosciences field and to offer her career guidance. Gwen composed herself, nodded slightly, and returned to her work with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Rick tidied the disarrayed documents on his desk and settled back into the comfort of his executive chair. He then slowly made his way to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling streets of Manhattan. The thoroughfare was alive with vehicles and pedestrians, high-rises standing in splendid formation, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sun's radiant glow. A wave of reflection washed over him. This city was a tapestry of opportunities and challenges. He instructed Jarvis to pull up information on Oscorp, contemplating strategies for acquiring this formidable powerhouse. Given the substantial disparity in size between Stark Industries and Oscorp, coupled with the recent closures of their weapons design and manufacturing divisions, leading to a 30% drop in Stark stock price, he noted that their market value still exceeded that of Oscorp. He mused that should he successfully acquire Oscorp, Stark Industries' valuation could double, not only expanding the company's scale, but also allowing for the integration of resources to achieve diversified growth. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. Chapter 43. Gwen's company reclining before his spacious desk, Richie furrowed his brow slightly, his index finger unconsciously tapping a rhythmic cadence on the surface, producing a soft, staccato sound. His mind was a carousel of thoughts, meticulously weighing the plan to integrate the Osborn group under his aegis. Ultimately, however, he chose to set it aside, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. For the moment, locating Wonder Woman Diana was of paramount importance. In comparison, matters concerning the Osborn group could wait. Fortunately, this evening, Gwen's presence offered a balm for his weary spirit. Throughout the day, Richie had luxuriated on the uppermost floors of Stark Tower, relishing in the comfort of his surroundings. Reflecting on the past week, he had traversed from a Marbury villa to Taro Village, and now he was poised to journey to Paradise Island. His schedule as tightly strung as a bow, allowing no respite. The upper floors were adorned in opulence, with soft carpets underfoot, expensive artwork gracing the walls, and exquisite sculptures nestled in the corners, every detail exuding an air of prestige and comfort. Jarvis was diligently monitoring the progress of locating Paradise Island. Since announcing a substantial bounty on the dark web and various channels, clues regarding the island had been pouring in like snowflakes. After a meticulous analysis, Jarvis informed Richie that the coordinates for Paradise Island would likely be confirmed by tomorrow. After work, Richie summoned Gwen to his spacious, well-lit office via the intercom. They then exited the office, taking the elevator down to the basement parking lot, where they embarked in a sleek, stylish sports car, racing toward the suburban villa in New York City. At the villa, Richie had already instructed the artificial intelligence Jarvis to work tirelessly on producing Iron Man suits. The design schematics having been upgraded and modified, for this expedition to Paradise Island, he intended to bring along at least 8 suits, which would allow him to forego the need for a security team. Gwen, clad in a simple white blouse and blue jeans, her feet elegantly adorned in high heels, followed Richie like a graceful deer, her steps light and vibrant, each movement infused with youthful energy. Upon entering the villa, they paused briefly in the living room, where plush sofas were arranged and a coffee table displayed fine tea sets and fresh fruits. They soon proceeded to the dining room. After a modest dinner, they ascended to the spacious bedroom on the second floor. The setting sun cast a gentle, silken glow across the sky, as the fiery clouds unfurled like a masterful painting crafted by nature itself. Having just finished their meal, they did not retire immediately. Instead, Gwen tenderly attended to Richie, ensuring he enjoyed a soothing hot bath before they finally settled onto the soft bed together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they shared intimate conversations, and the twilight swiftly enveloped them in its embrace. Leaving the master bedroom, Richard made his way to the basement to assess the progress of the mech production. In the basement, an array of advanced equipment was meticulously arranged, with mechanical arms operating in a synchronized manner. He observed 6 mechs that had already completed their assembly and painting processes. Under the bright lights, the newly crafted machines gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen, which filled Richard with immense satisfaction. He then returned to the master bedroom. Once back, Richard gently embraced Gwen, tenderly running his fingers through her long hair, which cascaded like a golden waterfall. Gazing upon Gwen's flawless complexion, her skin smooth and delicate like fine jade, he marveled at her exquisitely sculpted features, seemingly crafted by divine hands. His heart swelled with joy. Compared to others in North America, Gwen's beauty and figure were truly exceptional, explaining Richard's profound affection for her. Although Gwen appeared to be an ordinary girl at that moment, Richard was acutely aware that within the Marvel narrative, she had once donned the mantle of Spider-Man, known as Spider-Woman or Ghost Spider. Thus, he harbored lofty expectations for Gwen's future, envisioning her as a burgeoning star destined to shine in the realm of superheroes. That night, with Gwen by his side, Richard found immense pleasure, as if all weariness and troubles dissipated in the warmth of their shared moments. The following morning, sunlight poured through the window's crevices, casting gentle golden rays across the room, draping it in a shimmering veil. Gwen rose early, personally preparing breakfast with great care. In the kitchen, she expertly handled the tools. The eggs sizzled in the pan, while the aroma of toasted bread enveloped the space. Once breakfast was served to Richard, he affectionately tousled Gwen's golden locks before hastily finishing his meal and driving back to Stark Tower for work. While Gwen returned to her internship in the biology and science department, embarking on a new day of busyness. Upon arriving at the office, Richard immediately instructed Tony Stark to initiate contact with Dr. Connors, probing the feasibility of recruiting the scientist. After returning to the executive office on the top floor, Richard summoned JARVIS to report on the latest developments regarding the search for Paradise Island. JARVIS promptly projected a series of charts and images into the air, the dense data and high-definition visuals resembling a cryptic code leading to the elusive island. JARVIS informed Richard that they were now very close to the target, but further meticulous scrutiny was required for final confirmation. As for the accompanying security personnel, Richard planned to embark on the quest for Princess Diana alone. In his mind, this journey was an unparalleled adventure, one where he would unveil the mysterious veil of Paradise Island through his own efforts. Everything was progressing systematically and methodically, with only the location of Paradise Island remaining to be uncovered. Leaning back in his spacious, plush executive chair, Richard sank into deep contemplation. Although the company has officially begun to gradually shut down its weapon design and manufacturing department, upon further reflection, he considered that it would be prudent not to completely cease operations. Thus, the question arose, where could the weapon design and manufacturing department be discreetly concealed? His gaze wandered around the office, contemplating various possibilities. After much deliberation, he concluded that finding an isolated location would undoubtedly be the most effective way to evade scrutiny. Consequently, relocating the weaponry and design departments to the enigmatic realm of Taro Village emerged as an exceptional choice. It resembled a forgotten corner of the world, both secure and secretive. Thus, Li Chi summoned Tony Stark to his office via an internal phone line, issuing him a solemn directive to commence the transfer of these two departments immediately. He gazed intently at Tony Stark, emphasizing the importance and confidentiality of the task with every word. Publicly, the company would claim to be pivoting towards renewable energy and sustainable development projects. However, The weapons manufactured would never be sold externally, as they were crucial for ensuring their own security. Naturally, Tony complied with Li Qi's orders, nodding vigorously, his eyes reflecting determination as he set forth to execute the task in secrecy. In this way, Taro Village would also receive robust armed protection, akin to erecting formidable walls around castle. Chapter 44. Ares' squad, after meticulously confirming the defensive arrangements of Taro Village. Li Qi had already sketched a comprehensive plan in his mind. His next target was the mysterious Paradise Island. In recent days, Jarvis, through his exceptional computational prowess and pervasive network infiltration, had successfully gained access to the majority of Blue Planet's military reconnaissance satellites in orbit. The resources at his disposal had expanded exponentially compared to just 2 weeks prior. In the relentless pursuit of Paradise Island, some leads finally emerged. Jarvis reported to Li Qi that, based on the current clues, Paradise Island was likely situated within the waters of the North Atlantic Ocean. The plan devised the previous day to embark from New York on a North American cruise ship now seemed unsuitable, as the journey to the North Sea would consume too much time. Thus, he decisively opted to take a private jet, flying directly from New York to Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands. Stark's significant subsidiary is located in Amsterdam, where a cruise ship would await Li Qi's arrival. As for accompanying personnel, he decided against bringing any bodyguards or staff, choosing to embark on this journey alone. However, the mech army was indispensable. That evening, Li Qi spent a warm and delightful night with Gwen in the luxurious bedroom on the 3rd floor of Stark Tower. Gwen Stacy had officially joined Stark Industries' biological and research department, assuming the role of a project team leader, embarking on her journey of endeavor in this new field. After finishing breakfast, Li Qi was steadily driven to the private airport by Happy in the presidential car. Indeed, Happy had traveled from the Malibu villa to Stark Tower and now also served as the head of Stark Industries Security Department. The private flight from New York to Amsterdam would take approximately 7 hours. Upon arrival, it was already afternoon. After spending a night in a luxurious hotel, Li Qi made his way to the seaside the next morning. A fully fueled luxury yacht was poised and ready for departure. Li Qi boarded the yacht to inspect it. This vessel had been purchased under the name of Stark Industries. Measuring over 10 meters in length, it boasted state-of-the-art satellite communication and maritime rescue capabilities, embodying technological sophistication and high safety performance. Once aboard, Jarvis swiftly took control of the yacht's navigation and automation systems. With a resounding horn, the yacht slowly departed from the coastline and, after more than half an hour, successfully reached the open sea. At this point, few cargo ships or vessels were traversing the area. Li Qi summoned 8 flying mechs, which had been circling above, to descend gracefully onto the yacht's deck and cabin to conduct rigorous security measures and fortifications. Despite possessing godlike physical abilities and strength rivaling that of deities, Li Qi understood the necessity of standard security protocols. Meticulousness was paramount for ensuring absolute safety. According to the precise route preordained by Jarvis, the yacht advanced toward the southwestern region of the North Sea. After a day and a half of sailing, a thick white fog suddenly enveloped the vast ocean without warning. In an instant, the world was shrouded in white. After navigating through the fog for a considerable time, Li Qi heard a sharp alarm sound echoing from the cockpit. Several lights were rapidly approaching from the side. Without hesitation, Li Qi commanded Jarvis to initiate comprehensive monitoring and defense measures. 2 mechs swiftly ascended from the deck, while others remained concealed throughout the yacht, biding their time and refraining from revealing their capabilities. The surrounding fog began to dissipate, and it was now afternoon. Before long, both parties could clearly see each other from a distance of several dozen meters. Upon closer inspection, Li Qi discerned a combat team of approximately 30 individuals, comprising 4 or 5 speedboats. Each member wielded handguns and rifles, exuding a fierce aura. Their expressions were menacing, with eyes betraying greed and cruelty, akin to a pack of hungry wolves fixated on their prey. Upon noticing that Li Qi was the sole occupant of the large yacht, the group revealed their covetous and sinister intentions. 2 speedboats rapidly approached from either side of the yacht, while one boat at the center, piloted by a man who appeared to be the leader, accelerated toward the yacht, brandishing a firearm and without uttering a word, attempted to rob Li Qi. The squad leader wore a menacing expression, shouting incomprehensible profanities as if he had already ensnared Li Qi as his prey. Amidst the heightened tension, where conflict seemed imminent, Li Qi ceased to conceal his prowess. 7 mechas descended from various angles, some plummeting like meteors from above, others striking with the swiftness of lightning from the sides, launching a surprise assault with blinding speed. Simultaneously, a suit of red and white mecha enveloped Li Qi, and within a mere minute, the clash concluded. The armed members of the opposing squad, numbering around 20 to 30, stood no chance against the formidable onslaught of 8 mechas and were almost entirely annihilated, leaving only the leader standing. Upon personally interrogating him, Li Qi learned that this small combat unit was part of the rapid response team under the aegis of the War God Security Company, which was hastily rushing to support the main forces attacking Paradise Island. As critical information about Paradise Island and the War God Security Company reached Li Qi, he began to piece together the puzzle. It was evident that Paradise Island was the Amazon Paradise Island he had been desperately seeking, and the War God Security Company was likely a private armed force controlled by the War God Ares. From the squad leader's words, it became apparent that more than one rapid response team was en route to assist in the assault on Paradise Island. Li Qi realized that he had arrived at a fortuitous moment, as Paradise Island was under fierce external attack, and the War God Ares had a natural antagonism with the Amazonian tribe. After clarifying the rendezvous point for this rapid response team, Li Qi ordered Jarvis to unceremoniously cast the squad leader into the Northern Sea. He then piloted his mecha into the air, racing towards the coordinates where significant events were about to unfold, closely followed by the other 7 mechas. Chapter 45. Reinforcement for Diana. Determined to reach Paradise Island swiftly to support Diana, Li Qi's gaze hardened as he decisively abandoned the cruise ship. With an agile form, he adeptly maneuvered the 8 strikingly designed mechas. These mechas glimmered with a distinctive metallic sheen, their sleek, robust lines resembling 8 mobile fortresses of steel. Based on the precise coordinates obtained from the squad leader, and with Jarvis guiding him like a sophisticated navigation system, the 8 mechas surged forward like a pack of unleashed steel beasts, leaping towards their target with remarkable speed. The 8 white trails sliced through the sky like arrows, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards the southwest, akin to an overwhelming torrent. As Li Qi sped forward, he solemnly instructed Jarvis to gather a wealth of information from the surrounding area. No detail was overlooked. From the military satellite data, traversing the high-altitude pathways like phantoms to the slow movements of merchant vessels nearby. With comprehensive analysis, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he discovered that the target, Paradise Island, was a mere stone-s throw away, less than 100 nautical miles ahead. The prospect of locking onto the target so swiftly and being able to lend assistance to Diana filled Li Qi with immense satisfaction, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Upon confirming the coordinates, Li Qi resolutely commanded Jarvis to maximize the power of the mech, propelling them to a velocity that soared to twice the speed of sound, racing towards the battlefield like a shooting star. In a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at the periphery of the battlefield, where a breathtaking landing operation unfolded before their eyes. Viewed from above, the expansive sea was alive with a fierce clash. A landing force comprised of over 30 vessels, speedboats, cruise ships, and fishing boats, was boldly advancing towards the colossal island shrouded in dense mist. The fog enveloped the island like a mysterious veil, concealing it from even military reconnaissance satellites that struggled to penetrate its depths. Yet at this moment, the intense conflict unexpectedly tore through the illusion of light cloaking the island, revealing it like a maiden unveiling her enigmatic beauty to the world. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qi commanded Jarvis to direct the remaining 7 mechs to split into multiple formations, launching a fierce assault from various angles against the vessels attempting to make landfall. In an instant, the beach erupted into chaos, as nearly 100 fully armed security personnel engaged in a fierce melee with a band of Amazonian warriors, who rode on magnificent steeds, brandishing longbows and crossbows. The Amazonian warriors, with their lithe and agile forms, donned red capes that billowed in the wind, their eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. On one side stood the modern armed forces, equipped with formidable firepower. On the other, the brave and traditional Amazonian tribespeople, whose strength was strikingly disproportionate. The beach was strewn with the fallen bodies of Amazonian warriors, a heartbreaking sight, while the casualties among the security personnel were few. Li Qi closely monitored the battlefield from above and noted two figures that stood out amidst the hail of bullets. They moved with the grace of agile leopards, each strike delivering lethal precision to their foes. One of these figures was particularly familiar to him. It was Diana, clad in radiant Amazonian armor that shimmered like a constellation. She wielded a golden longsword and a round shield, embodying both offense and defense. Her golden hair billowed in the wind like waves of gold, her exquisite visage reflecting determination and resolve. With each charge, her sharp sword left a trail of crimson on her adversaries as they fell one after another before her. The other Amazonian general, mounted on horseback and wielding a golden spear, struck with a force that instilled dread in her enemies. Yet, faced with such formidable opposition, their combined might struggled to alter the tide of battle, and the Amazonian warriors remained at a distinct disadvantage. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, the thunderous roar of missiles and rockets surged from all directions like an approaching tempest. In the sky, the 7 mechs, controlled by Jarvis, descended like divine warriors, unleashing missiles and rockets that obliterated the enemy vessels yet to touch land, transforming them into countless fragments amidst the fiery inferno. The sea erupted in flames, explosions resonating in a cacophony, and the heat waves surged forth. The security personnel who had ventured onto the shallow waters turned in terror, witnessing the steel mech descend like a deity, emanating an intimidating aura that instilled dread. This overwhelming presence instantly sowed seeds of fear among the armed guards, their morale plummeting. Seizing the moment, Li Qi swiftly landed beside Diana. In an instant, the mech's palm unleashed a cascade of interwoven blue and white laser beams, accurately targeting an enemy aiming at Diana. Almost simultaneously, Diana wielded her longsword, executing a graceful pivot that drove the blade fiercely into the thigh of another adversary. As she withdrew her sword, blood gushed forth, and the enemy fell to the ground with a scream. Immediately, an Amazonian standard arrow soared through the air, piercing the neck of the fallen foe, resulting in instantaneous demise. Diana turned to behold the red and white mech beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. Observing her reaction, Li Qi gently lifted the mech's visor, revealing a youthful, handsome face imbued with Eastern charm, his brows sharp and eyes bright, exuding an air of confidence as he smiled slightly. "Little princess, I have come to aid you and your kin. These modern armed foes are formidable." Recognizing Li Qi, Diana's eyes sparkled with surprise and relief, yet the urgency of the battle left no time for reminiscence. Li Qi quickly shielded Diana behind him, thrusting his hands forward as powerful beams of energy shot forth like lightning. Simultaneously, the mech's rear compartment opened, unleashing a volley of small missiles that whistled toward the enemies. In that moment, the air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, transforming the battlefield dramatically. 8 mechs surged forward as if in a realm unchallenged, ruthlessly decimating the foes with overwhelming force. The Amazon warriors, witnessing this turn of tide, rallied with renewed vigor, erupting in fervent cries. Just then, the rapid thundering of hooves echoed from the cliffs, as 2 squads of Amazonian soldiers on magnificent steeds charged into the fray like tigers descending from mountains. Clad in heavy golden armor, fully protected, and adorned with flowing capes, they exuded an imposing presence. Each steed neighed proudly, as if cheering for the warriors, who sat resolutely atop, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the enemy. Queen Hippolyta herself led this elite cavalry team to provide reinforcements, injecting a potent boost to the battlefield morale. At this moment, the invaders' vessels lay shattered and strewn across the shore, with the remaining security personnel cornered in the shallows, facing dire straits. Yet, they stubbornly resisted, making one final stand. However, against the aerial superiority of the steel mechs and the fierce onslaught of the cavalry, their resistance seemed feeble and futile. Within mere minutes, the invading forces were utterly vanquished, the beach littered with the bodies of the aggressors. As the battle concluded, the Amazonian warriors swiftly engaged in tending to the wounded and transporting the bodies of fallen kin, leading them deep into the heart of Paradise Island. Diana sheathed her bloodied sword, exchanged a brief gesture with Li Qi, and hurried to seek an audience with her mother, Queen Hippolyta. As the esteemed General Antiope of Paradise Island meticulously arranged the post-war affairs, she approached Li Qi with measured steps, her heart brimming with gratitude. With her hands gracefully clasped before her and her body slightly bowed, she performed a respectful and solemn bow, her voice sincere and resolute as she declared, "Your assistance, dear benefactor, shines like the dawn in the darkest of nights, illuminating our dire plight. With your extraordinary strength and indomitable courage, you have rescued my Amazonian kin from peril, preserving countless lives. This gratitude shall remain etched in our memories forever. Your noble deeds will be inscribed in the annals of Amazonian history, celebrated across generations." Never to be forgotten. Chapter 46. Mothers and Daughters of Paradise Island. The majestic General Antiope, her posture erect and demeanor grave, knelt before Li Qi, extending the highest form of respect, a cascade of praises flowing from her lips like a crystal-clear spring. Upon hearing her words, Li Qi felt a momentary jolt within him, a sense of unworthiness washing over him. After all, in his eyes, vanquishing the ragtag invaders was akin to plucking fruit from a tree. It was hardly a daunting task. Observing the armed forces that had besieged Paradise Island, he surmised that even without his intervention, the island's valiant female warriors, with their resilience and wisdom, could surely repel the foes, albeit at a potentially greater cost. With poise, Li Qi stepped forth from his armor, his physique robust, while behind him stood the formidable war machines, exuding a chilling and potent aura. Soon after, the remaining 7 mechas descended like divine soldiers, their arrival heralded by a deep rumble, aligning behind Li Qi in a semicircle, presenting an extraordinary sight akin to an awaiting Iron Legion. Li Qi expressed his respect to the general in return, his expression sincere and his gaze unwavering as he stated, "Your Excellency, General, this is but my duty. I have come in search of your island as Princess Diana. Encountering such circumstances, I am compelled to assist." Upon learning that the individual before her sought Princess Diana, General Antiope was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing in concern. Paradise Island had been isolated from the world for nearly 7,000 years, akin to a hidden utopia. How had Diana come to know this man? Antiope pondered the island's sole means of communication with the outside world, the transmission stone, her mind swirling with questions. Just as Antiope hesitated to voice her thoughts, the commanding voice of the queen resonated from afar. "Intruder, your arrival on Paradise Island surely harbors ulterior motives, does it not? You follow closely on the heels of the invaders. Speak, what nefarious ambitions do you possess? Seize them at once." As Queen Hippolyta approached with regal grace, her steps elegant and assured, she was flanked by a retinue of formidable female warriors, clad in shining armor and wielding sharp blades, exuding an air of formidable authority. The queen, adorned in resplendent golden Amazonian armor, exhibited a graceful silhouette and exquisite craftsmanship. The defensive components on her chest were rounded and prominent, gleaming brilliantly under the sun's radiant glow. Upon her head rested a uniquely designed golden Amazonian crown, embellished with several dazzling gemstones that emanated a mysterious luster. At her waist hung a slender Amazonian short sword, its hilt similarly adorned with gems, harmonizing beautifully with the crown. A golden cloak billowed in the wind, cascading down her back, adding an air of majesty and solemnity to her presence. In this moment, her mature and captivating visage was clouded with perplexity and foreboding, her beautiful eyes glinting with a vigilant light. The attack on Paradise Island stirred within her a profound indignation, and the sudden appearance of this enigmatic man on the shores only heightened her wariness. The formidable power displayed by the 8 war machines evoked memories of the might of the war machines atop Mount Olympus, leaving her astounded that such earthly constructs could rival the power of demigods. Even more concerning and infuriating was the realization that this man had come seeking her daughter. Any mother, upon someone arriving to seek her child, would instinctively be on guard, and Hippolyta was no exception. Thus, in a surge of anger, she commanded her guards to seize the man and escort him back to Paradise Island. At that moment, Wonder Woman Diana rushed over, her expression fraught with urgency. She grasped the queen's arm, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation as she implored, "Your Majesty, this man is my friend. He has risked his life to assist us on Paradise Island. He is deserving of honor, not captivity. Mother, you must treat him as a distinguished guest." Diana's face was a portrait of urgency, tears welling in her eyes, almost spilling forth. She was acutely aware of the queen's principles. This was a sanctuary for women, a realm that had barred outsiders, especially men, for millennia. Therefore, Rich's arrival was akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves. Diana turned to her aunt, General Antiope, the commander of Paradise Island, desperately blinking for assistance, her gaze pleading for the general to intercede on Rich's behalf. Indeed, Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope were sisters, making the general the princess's aunt. Rich gazed upon the queen, contemplating silently. This sovereign acted with decisiveness and commanded a formidable presence, clad in her standard golden armor, exuding authority with every gesture. It was difficult to ascertain at a glance whether her figure was voluptuous or curvaceous. Yet she undeniably radiated the distinct allure of a mature woman. Given her age and demeanor, she appeared to be a formidable and untamable character. In contrast to Diana's innocent purity and naivety, the queen represented true treasure. Thus, Rich silently shifted his objectives for this journey to Paradise Island, beyond winning Diana's heart. He resolved that this queen must also be brought under his banner. As for the formidable and resolute General Antiope, her presence and decisive combat style shall be momentarily set aside, for Paradise Island requires a figure of such esteemed reputation among the people. Antiope implored her sister for mercy, and the tension on Diana's face eased slightly. Having her aunt by her side alleviated some of her burdens. Meanwhile, Li Qi offered the queen a subtle smile, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth. He stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and addressed her, "Your Majesty, I have come to the island specifically to seek the little princess. I hope you will forgive my abruptness and any offense caused. My intentions are benign. I merely wish to visit Diana as a friend and take her out for a few days of leisure." At that moment, several of the queen's guards swiftly approached Li Qi, seizing his arm with the intent to detain and escort him deeper into Paradise Island. The queen's expression grew increasingly furious. The more Li Qi spoke of seeking her daughter, the more he provoked her ire, igniting a fierce flame of anger within her. Her beautiful eyes filled with rage and resolve. After safeguarding her daughter for 5 millennia, the intrusion of an outsider transformed her long-held apprehensions into an even stronger obsession to protect her child. The queen's countenance darkened, devoid of emotion, as she coldly declared, "I am afraid this is not a place for outsiders. Those who intrude shall either become prisoners or meet their demise in the jaws of the ocean's sharks. I trust you value your life." She gestured for her guards to escort the intruding man back to the inner sanctum of Paradise Island, then resolutely turned away, her gown billowing in the wind as she led her guards away from the beach. Witnessing her mother's unreasonable demeanor, Diana felt an increasing urgency to leave the island. She forcefully pulled away the hand of the female guard restraining Li Qi, her expression frantic as she implored him, "Li Qi, you must have your war machine take you away from this island. Once you enter the inner sanctum of Paradise Island, you will never have the chance to leave. Put on your battle armor and flee." As Diana spoke, her face was filled with desperation, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Li Qi observed her anxiousness, growing fonder of this innocent princess. He reached out, gently brushing the dust and battle scars from her face with tender care, preparing to offer words of comfort. At that moment, General Antiope grasped Li Qi's arm. Though her expression retained a semblance of respect, her tone had grown somewhat colder. "Benefactor, I advise you not to harbor intentions towards our princess. In gratitude for your kindness, I shall escort you away from Paradise Island, and I implore you not to return, nor to disclose our location." Antiope intended to lead Li Qi to safety, but he would not depart so easily. His purpose for visiting was the mother and daughter duo. With steely resolve, he broke free from the general's grasp, his gaze unwavering as he declared decisively, "No, General, I will not leave. I have come for Princess Diana, and if I must go, I shall do so with her by my side." Chapter 47. The agony of Diana. Rick resolutely declined the General Antiope's proposal for him to leave, his expression grave as he reiterated with utmost seriousness that he was there to escort the young Princess Diana away. This bold declaration erupted like a spark igniting a powder keg, inciting Antiope's fury. Her face flushed with anger, she abruptly gestured dismissively, her eyes ablaze as she commanded her guards, "Take him to the interior of Paradise Island." Antiope turned to leave, yet, as if unable to contain her wrath, she glanced back, glaring at Rick with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting flames. her voice laced with venom. "What is your true intention?" "Diana is the treasure of our paradise island, not something you can covet." Rick maintained his composure, his demeanor steady as he calmly replied, "I harbor no ill will towards Diana. I have come with a matter of great importance to discuss with her, concerning her fate and the future of this world." Antiope scoffed, a derisive smile gracing her lips. "Huh? Absurd. You think to take the princess with mere empty words?" With that, her face contorted in anger, she swirled around, returning to the beach to attend to final preparations. Beside them, Princess Diana wore an expression of deep anxiety, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nearly spilling over. She clutched Rick's arm tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, pleading earnestly, "Rick, you must leave this place. You will not have time if you linger." Rick gently patted Diana's hand, his gaze imbued with reassurance. "Diana, do not worry. Since I have arrived, I shall find a way to manage this." Diana's eyes, a vivid blue, brimmed with urgency, resembling a turbulent sapphire lake. Her delicate features trembled, and her Amazonian armor accentuated her graceful form, enhancing her aura of innocence and kindness. She was profoundly concerned for Rick's safety, yet he merely shook his head, raising a hand to caress her blood and sand-streaked face, only to be thwarted by Antiope's swift slap. Understanding the gravity of the security situation, Rick slightly turned, lowering his voice as he quietly instructed the artificial intelligence. "Jarvis, disperse the 8 mechs around Paradise Island, patrolling the skies and extending out to dozens or even hundreds of nautical miles for continuous surveillance and security. Should any adversaries reappear, engage and intercept them immediately while keeping me informed." Recognizing that 8 mechs were insufficient to establish a robust defense, he directed Jarvis to summon additional mechs from the assembly workshop in Malibu, Los Angeles, to bolster the defenses around Paradise Island. It would take approximately 4 to 5 hours for the second batch of mechs to arrive. Having arranged for the artificial intelligence's tasks, Rick proceeded deeper into the island, escorted by several female guards alongside Diana. After a short half-hour stroll, an awe-inspiring and magnificent palace complex came into view. This resplendent architectural ensemble, characterized by its grandeur and opulence, is artfully nestled within the heart of Paradise Island. The central palace stands majestically, akin to the moon surrounded by stars. Its architectural style harmoniously blends the elegance and solemnity of ancient Greece. Towering stone columns support the lofty roof, while exquisite reliefs narrate age-old legends. Surrounding it are a series of elegantly arranged high towers and defensive bastions, their sturdy structures adorned with the weathered marks of time, silently safeguarding this enigmatic land. Behind lies an arena, a racetrack, and a martial training ground, all expansive and level, seemingly echoing the shouts of past training and competitions. Nearby, towering edifices rise, their windows aglow with scattered light, as if to reveal the vibrancy and vitality of the locale. The entire area forms an almost circular zone, steeped in the rustic charm of ancient Greek style, transporting one back to that distant epoch. At this moment, a large troop, recently assembled under the Queen's command, has disbanded, yet the island's vigilance has intensified, with a palpable tension hanging in the air. The Queen, astride a magnificent steed, exudes the grace of a war goddess. Perched on a high slope, she glances back at the escorted rich, her expression contemplative. With a gentle squeeze of her legs against her horse's flanks, she descends the slope, accompanied by her retinue of female guards, making her way toward the central palace. Suddenly, the palace complex reverberates with a resounding beat of drums, deep and powerful, heralding the commencement of an important event. Hippolyta, with her fiery red hair elegantly coiled, allows a few playful strands to cascade down her graceful neck, softening her regal presence. Her eyes, radiant as rubies, are both mesmerizing and piercing, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. A confident smile graces her lips, suggesting that all is well within her grasp. Clad in resplendent golden armor adorned with dazzling jewels, cinched at the waist by a golden belt that perfectly accentuates her mature allure, every movement she makes radiates the Queen's authority and magnetism. Diana explains to Rich that the resounding call signifies the assembly of the island's council. For millennia, no enemy has dared encroach upon the waters surrounding Paradise Island, marking this as a significant event necessitating deliberation by the council. Noticing the look of confusion on Rich's face, she continues, "This is a tradition inherited from ancient Greece, where kings and councils convene. Generally, the council wields considerable power, yet the queen's authority supersedes theirs. In times of urgent warfare, the queen even possesses the power to dissolve the council and direct all efforts against external foes." Intrigued, Rich inquires, how do the council and the queen typically collaborate? Diana patiently elucidates. In ordinary circumstances, the council manages various affairs and proposes suggestions, while the queen renders the final judgment. However, all work collectively for the tranquility of Paradise Island. With a soft sigh, Li Qi pondered inwardly. This place resembled a miniature kingdom, where the density of populace naturally bred power struggles. The roles of the queen or king and the parliament were distinct and varied. Li Qi did not contest this notion. Princess Diana was fervently determined to rescue Li Qi from the queen's guards, yet her aunt, General Antiope, gently restrained her, taking her hand and imparting a solemn admonition. "Diana, if you defy the queen's orders now, your mother will surely be enraged. It would be wiser to confine your benefactor for a couple of days. Once your mother has calmed down, you can plead your case." Diana replied urgently, "Aunt, Li Qi is truly not a bad person. I feel remorse for keeping him in prison like this." Antiope shook her head in resignation, her eyes filled with affection and helplessness. "I understand, but for now, this is the only course of action. You must trust your aunt." Diana contemplated deeply. She was acutely aware of her mother's temperament, coupled with the fact that Li Qi's earlier words had indeed incensed the queen. She nodded in agreement, deciding not to oppose her mother for the time being, though this meant Li Qi would endure some indignities. Her expression shifted to one of sorrow, resembling a flower frosted by the chill, as she grasped Li Qi's arm and pulled him away from the grasp of several Amazonian guards. Raising her gaze, she beheld Li Qi's resolute and handsome visage, the first male she had encountered up close, and an inexplicable sensation surged within her, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes over a lake, creating ripples upon its surface. This feeling was something she had never encountered in the myriad of classical masterpieces and theoretical works authored by the gods and demigods of Olympus, housed in the island's library. For the moment, Diana cast aside this peculiar sensation, fixing her sincere gaze upon Li Qi as she softly spoke. "Li Qi, my mother is currently in a fit of anger. However, it will pass in a couple of days, and I shall intercede on your behalf. For now, you must endure a temporary stay on the island. But rest assured, it will not be in a dungeon, but rather in a pristine and tidy sanctuary of hot springs." The sanctuary she referred to as a clean, well-lit, extraordinary palace. Within, the gentle sound of bubbling geothermal springs resonated, as if performing a melodious symphony. After winding through 18 bends, the water transformed into a warm, inviting hot spring, with mist swirling in an ethereal dance. This palace was traditionally reserved for the chairperson of the council and the captains of various Amazonian battalions. Yet Diana had resolved to allow her esteemed guest, Li Qi, to reside there for a few days of respite. Li Qi nodded. He could not depart from Paradise Island just yet, as his mission remained unfulfilled. Subsequently, Diana informed the queen's escort of this arrangement, and the squad leader, knowing better than to contradict the princess, complied. Despite any quarrels between mother and daughter, the queen's commands, no matter how stringent, could not entirely overshadow Princess Diana's words. Thus, the squad leader escorted Li Qi to the sanctuary of water curtains. Subsequently, Diana and the esteemed General Antiope proceeded to the Parliament Hall to convene and deliberate upon the recent incursion of outsiders into Paradise Island. Chapter 48. The Sword of the God-Slaying Daughter. Rick observed the countenance of the troubled Princess Diana, whose exquisite features appeared shrouded in a veil of gloom. He then glanced at the furious General Antiope, whose eyes seemed to blaze with a fiery wrath. The two made their way towards the Parliament Hall to attend the meeting. Indifferently, he shrugged his shoulders, a slight smile gracing his lips as he mused to himself. "At least now, I am close to Diana. Both mother and daughter are within my grasp." In this moment, he felt no urgency. The female guards, flanking him diligently, escorted the outsider, their synchronized steps reminiscent of well-trained mechanical soldiers, as they escorted Rick towards the designated spa palace of Princess Diana. Before him stood a resplendent palace, a dazzling jewel nestled among the undulating hills and meandering springs. The golden circular palace shimmered luxuriously under the sun, radiating an aura of nobility and grandeur. Under the guidance of the squad leader, Rick entered this spa palace, specially designed for high-ranking and meritorious female warriors. Inside, the winding warm spring water flowed gently, emitting a luminous blue glow akin to a necklace of twinkling gems. As he ventured deeper, the temperature rose and a wave of heat enveloped him, as if an invisible thermal current was rushing towards him. The squad leader, maintaining a stoic expression, mechanically informed Rick, "Guest, the temperature increases further inside. There lies the warm underground spring water flowing from volcanic rocks. It gradually cools after winding through the various bends. This spring water is rich in nutrients, beneficial for healing and relaxation, a pure natural sanctuary." Upon entering, Rick found himself quite pleased with the environment, appreciating its natural essence rather than artificial creation. Thus, he hesitated no longer, slowly shedding his garments and seeking a suitably warm spot in the flowing spring water. He gently stepped into the babbling waters and sat down. The comfortable water temperature, combined with the minerals it contained, enveloped Rick in a profound sense of contentment. He gently closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and reclined lazily against a nearby stone, savoring this rare moment of leisure, while his mind began to contemplate his impending actions. His objective on Paradise Island was crystal clear: to conquer the island and its young princess and queen, while addressing the looming threat posed by the god of war, Ares. Regarding Ares' capabilities, he could not accurately assess the son of the gods, the Olympian, until he had encountered him in truth. Nevertheless, Rick possessed his own confidence and assurance. The small nuclear devices carried within his mech provided him with a substantial sense of security. He murmured to himself, "Humph. I refuse to believe that a deity from Olympus can withstand the blow of a nuclear strike." Drawing from a memory of the film Wonder Woman he had seen in a past life, he recalled how the once mighty god of war, Ares, ultimately fell before Diana, who awakened her ancestral powers. Thus, could the power of Zeus's lightning surpass that of a nuclear bomb? At this moment, Richie remained uncertain, intending to await the true emergence of Ares with keen anticipation. After a brief contemplation, he gradually succumbed to slumber, lulled by the gentle caress of the water, his body undeniably weary. Nevertheless, while he slept, his security measures were far from lax. Above the sanctuary of the hot springs, two hovering mechs stood sentinel, akin to loyal guardians, vigilantly protecting Richie under the command of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Time passed quietly, and within the council chamber, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. After an initial tumult of chaos and heated disputes, the Queen of Paradise Island, along with Princess Diana and General Antiope, finally reached a unanimous consensus. They must wholeheartedly defend Paradise Island against the impending assault of the war god Ares. This was the ancient mission of the Amazonian tribe, preserved for 7 millennia. Through the public interrogation of the surviving members of the War God Security Company, conducted with the truth lasso during the assembly, it was confirmed that the company was indeed indirectly created and controlled by the war god Ares. This aligned with historical accounts of the rupture between Ares and his father, the deity Zeus, after which Ares, like a mad beast, slaughtered nearly half of the gods and demigods on Mount Olympus. He subsequently abandoned Olympus to dwell among mortals, lurking and cultivating his malevolent influence among humanity. Now, having discovered the location of Paradise Island, the war between gods was inexorably continued. With a determined countenance, the Queen issued commands to mobilize all inhabitants of Paradise Island for defensive drills, arranging formations to await the treacherous Ares, the betrayer of Olympus. After the meeting, the mother and daughter exited the stifling chamber through a rear door. They stood atop a lofty pavilion, overlooking the war machines that had begun to stir below. Thousands of female warriors were set into motion, their ancient combat prowess awakened, filling the air with a tense and solemn atmosphere. However, Queen Hippolyta felt an undercurrent of unease. She had witnessed the power of Ares firsthand. 7,000 years prior, during the divine conflict of Olympus, she had been a distant observer, a lover of Zeus. As Ares unleashed his unparalleled fury, like a torrent of destruction, decimating nearly half of the Olympian gods and demigods, leaving a profound psychological scar on the young Hippolyta. Consequently, for the past 7 millennia, Paradise Island had remained cloaked in secrecy, refraining from dispatching any Amazonian to uncover the hidden war god Ares among mortals. Noticing the melancholic expression on her mother's face, Princess Diana, having endured the previous battle at the Shallows, gradually comprehended the weight of responsibility she bore as an Amazonian princess. She gently intertwined her arm with her mother's, speaking softly, "Mother, please do not worry too much. As the Amazonian tribe, we are the strongest weapon left by Zeus on this earth. The sword of God-slaying rests quietly within our treasure vault. Once we wield the sword of God-slaying, I am certain that the malevolent war god will be reduced to ashes." Hippolyta sighed, her eyes filled with concern. "Diana, I fear the matter is not so simple." Diana, puzzled, pressed further, "Mother, why do you say that? Is the sword of God-slaying?" Hippolyta hesitated, then, after a moment of silence, replied, "Some things you will come to understand in due time." The sword of God-slaying, capable of vanquishing deities, had remained undisturbed in the treasure vault for millennia. Princess Diana had long yearned to wield this divine artifact, and now, facing a formidable enemy, she finally had the opportunity to employ the sword of God-slaying. She urged her mother once more, "Mother, this is our best chance to confront Ares. Please agree." Diana spoke with urgency. The queen, Hippolyta, was well aware of the significance of this artifact. The sword of God-slaying, which was publicly recognized, was not the final artifact left by her lover Zeus. Rather, the true weapon capable of slaying gods was her daughter, who had guarded her side for thousands of years. Ultimately, Hippolyta could not withstand her daughter's persistent requests, and together, the mother and daughter, accompanied by their guards, made their way to the treasure vault. Chapter 49. A meeting in the bath at last. Diana joyfully followed her mother, stepping with a light and expectant gait towards the mysterious and towering treasure vault, ready to utilize the Amazonian tribe's sacred artifact, the sword of God-slaying. Upon entering the vault, they beheld a meticulously arranged collection of divine equipment crafted by the gods specifically for Zeus's lover, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons. These artifacts emanated a mystical aura in the gentle light, as if narrating ancient mythological tales. In preparation for the impending assault by the war god Ares, Hippolyta, her expression grave, selected the divine shield and war god armor from the weapon rack and tenderly handed them to Diana, as though passing on an invaluable mission. Within a nearby, private chamber, Diana slowly removed her Amazonian armor, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like skin and her graceful, athletic form. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, as if sculpted by divine hands. She donned the war god armor, adorned in hues of gold and blue, with two exquisite protective protrusions on her chest that resembled two resplendent stars embedded within. The armor conformed to her physique perfectly, capable of subtle adjustments in response to her movements, akin to a second skin imbued with life, ever vigilant against enemy assaults. Clad in the war god armor, Diana radiated a sense of valor and authority, as though a true war god had descended. Armed with the divine shield, she emerged from the chamber with a confident stride. Hippolyta and her retinue were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them, standing in awe, their hearts swelling with admiration for the true princess of the Amazon clan. On the next level of the treasure vault, amidst the exquisite adornments of a golden circle, stood an ancient and formidable longsword. The blade emanated a soft yet radiant golden glow, akin to a miniature sun. This was the Godslayer sword, an artifact forged by the collective efforts of the gods. Upon receiving Hippolyta's consent, Diana's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she finally grasped the Godslayer's sword in her hands. She weighed it gently, estimating its heft to be around 20 to 30 kilograms, and then swung it a few times. The whoosh of the blade cutting through the air, creating a sound that was a significant leap in quality compared to the standard Amazonian weapon she had previously wielded. Queen Hippolyta gazed affectionately at her daughter, her heart wavering as she contemplated whether to reveal the true nature of the Godslayer's sword to Diana at that moment. After a brief reflection, she dismissed the thought. Slowly, she removed a protective silver bracelet from her wrist, its gentle silver shimmer under the light reminiscent of the protective power accumulated over the years. She entrusted the bracelet to Diana, softly informing her that it was crafted from the shattered remnants of a divine artifact by Zeus himself, a rare piece of godly equipment. Diana, however, was reluctant to accept it, considering that the bracelet had silently safeguarded her mother, the Amazon queen, for millennia. The two women engaged in several disputes over the matter. But ultimately, Diana accepted the precious gift, carefully adorning her arm with it. At that moment, clad in her battle attire, Diana resembled a goddess of war, her pride and strength at their zenith. Her heart was ablaze with the urge to confront the treacherous Ares and settle their score. Observing her daughter's eager expression, Hippolyta was filled with a tumult of emotions, finding it difficult to discern whether this was a moment of fortune or misfortune. After exiting the treasure vault, the group diverged along the path, each returning to their respective chambers. Diana joyfully made her way back to her palace, gently placing the Godslayer's sword upon her soft bed. As she regained her composure, a sudden recollection struck her, the reckless visit from her friend, Rick, who braved the risk of her mother's wrath and the external threat of invading forces to see her. Immersed in the fervor of the senator's heated debates and the elation of acquiring a long-desired magical weapon, she had completely forgotten about her dear friend, and guilt washed over her. She truly felt despicable. In her self-reproach, she pinched her arm lightly, seeking to alleviate her inner turmoil. Without delay, she exited the palace, heading towards the hot springs to find her friend, silently vowing to persuade him to leave Paradise Island. Outside the palace, two diligent female warriors stood sentinel, guarding the entrance with unwavering commitment. Diana raised her hand and waved gently, signaling the warriors to attend to other matters, before stepping forward with resolute strides into the sacred sanctuary of the hot springs. As she traversed the winding corridors of the palace, adorned with a plethora of rare and exquisite stones, each emanating a resplendent spectrum of colors that illuminated the entire palace in a dreamlike radiance. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed through the tranquil halls, further enhancing the sacred ambience. After navigating around a water bay, Diana finally encountered her dear friend Richie amidst a steaming hot spring. He lay there with his eyes closed, an expression of utter contentment and relaxation gracing his face. As if lost in a delightful reverie, Diana, clad in divine combat boots that complemented her war god armor, walked with a melodious chime that resonated with each step. The sound roused Richie from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the golden glowing figure of Princess Diana, his expression instantly lighting up with joy. After a moment of squinting, his vitality surged once more, and he rose gracefully from the hot spring, droplets of water cascading down his form, sparkling under the light. Dressed only in snug undergarments, his athletic physique unfurled perfectly before Diana's gaze. Unfazed by any shyness that might typically accompany such proximity, Diana took a few bold steps closer to the edge of the spring, her face aglow with excitement as she exclaimed, "Richie, what do you think of my new gear? It was a gift from Mother, specifically to combat that nefarious foe." With that, she raised her arms, striking them together, causing her divine power bracelets to emit a crisp, ringing sound. Richie instinctively flinched slightly, recalling the formidable lightning power released by the bracelets. However, he was aware that Diana possessed the ability to control her strength, and at that moment, no divine energy escaped her grasp. Stepping out of the hot spring, Richie walked barefoot across the rocky floor to a stone coffee table where his clothes lay, casually donning his shirt and jeans without any hesitation in front of Princess Diana, showering her with compliments about the beauty, elegance, and valor of her new equipment. Delighted by her friend's praise, Diana beamed with joy. After exchanging a few more words, her expression suddenly shifted to one of urgency. She grasped Richie's arm tightly, attempting to pull him away from the palace and out of Paradise Island. Her words tumbling forth rapidly. "Richie, listen to me. The island is on high alert, prepared to confront that malevolent celestial being. This has become a battleground for gods, unsuitable for mortals to linger. I must hasten to send you away to safety, and once I have vanquished that wicked offspring of the gods, I will seek you out beyond Paradise Island." After following her for a couple of paces, Richie resolutely halted. No matter how fiercely Diana tugged at him, his godlike strength remained unwavering. With a gentle smile, he patiently explained to her, "Diana, do not rush me away. I have come here with the sole purpose of aiding you in defeating the evil war god. Rest assured, with my presence, Ares shall not stir any tempest. Trust me, I am certain I can play a pivotal role here. Do not cast me away." After much persuasion, Rick finally convinced Diana to allow him to stay. However, they established a pact, Diana forbade Rick from recklessly charging into battle against the malevolent progeny of the gods. While Rick verbally acquiesced, he had no intention of adhering to the whims of this naive and romantic princess. The two then seated themselves at a stone table and chairs fashioned from uneven rocks, discussing the current state of Paradise Island and the affairs of the mortal realm. Rick regaled Diana with tales of the bustling vibrancy of modern cities and the simple yet kind lives of humanity, successfully igniting within her a fervent desire to explore the world beyond, especially after vanquishing Ares, the treacherous god. This was precisely the outcome Rick sought, yet in his heart, he deemed it paramount to eradicate the threat posed by Ares first. Chapter 50. Diana also relishes the hot springs. Rick and Diana conversed with great enthusiasm for quite some time, the wonders of the outside world unfolding before them like a splendid tapestry through Rick's vivid descriptions, stirring Diana's deep curiosity. This innocent girl, raised in a sheltered environment, resembled a fledgling bird yearning to soar, utterly captivated by the intriguing and expansive world Rick painted with his words. Like a child brimming with innocence, she eagerly grasped Rick's arm, playfully stamping her foot, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Her tone laced with a plea for Rick to take her out to experience the world after this ordeal. Rick naturally assented, his smile suffused with affection. Upon hearing this, Diana's heart swelled with joy, her eyes glimmering brightly as she clutched Rick's arm. Overwhelmed with excitement, she even embraced him. In that moment, Diana resembled a delicate bird seeking solace. Rick reciprocated the embrace gently, genuinely feeling the coolness of her warrior's armor, the texture of the ancient garb, and the warmth emanating from the smooth, delicate skin of her shoulders and arms. The contrast accentuated Diana's tenderness and fragility. At that moment, Rick held his own calculations. He did not intend to hastily employ his mental control abilities to claim Diana as his follower. He understood that haste often leads to failure and planned to wait until after vanquishing the war god Ares and removing the external crisis before reclaiming Princess Diana in a more suitable manner. In truth, Rick harbored another meticulously devised ulterior motive. He aspired first to win over Hippolyta, the queen of Paradise Island, and subsequently to secure Princess Diana, intending to maintain the order of these pursuits. This strategy was solidified during a moment of repose in the warm spring water, as he contemplated deeply. Therefore, he must adhere to his plan, striving to devise a means to approach and subdue Hippolyta first. After gently releasing Diana from his embrace, Li Chi inquired discreetly about the arrangements on Paradise Island. Nearly 10,000 Amazonian warriors had been mobilized and stood ready for action. In the northern waters surrounding Paradise Island, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, remained a vigilant guardian, closely monitoring every movement in the vicinity. Harnessing its formidable capabilities, Jarvis activated military reconnaissance satellites, celestial observation satellites, meteorological satellites, and various scanning and information-gathering devices from commercial vessels traversing the waters. This vast and intricate system resembled an enormous, invisible net, poised to capture any slight movement from the god of war Ares or his forces, swiftly intercepted by Jarvis's extensive tridimensional intelligence network spanning land, sea, and air. This represented the most significant reconnaissance operation that Jarvis had orchestrated since its upgrade by Li Chi. Trusting this capable assistant wholeheartedly, Li Chi shared all the intelligence he had gathered with Princess Diana. On Paradise Island, the Amazonian clan continued to adhere to their traditional and unadulterated lifestyle, devoid of any modern communication devices, with no signs of mobile phones or radios. Li Chi pondered privately that he must transform Paradise Island into a second Taro village, one of his future abodes, which would undoubtedly necessitate modernization and construction. However, he kept this thought deeply buried within, revealing not a whisper of it to Diana. Observing the petite princess clad in her military garb, her figure exuding strength and grace, Li Chi felt a genuine fondness for her. Nonetheless, plans must be executed methodically. He needed to secure Hippolyta first. Diana slightly turned her head, casting a glance at the meandering underground hot springs, her gaze reflecting a hint of fatigue. She softly expressed to Li Chi that after enduring the intense skirmish in the shallows and engaging in verbal duels with the council members, she was utterly exhausted and longed for a soothing soak in the hot springs to ease her taut nerves. Without hesitation, She elegantly and naturally began to remove her war armor, warrior boots, the exquisitely ornate headpiece that resembled a crown, and her delicate, form-fitting undergarments. In that moment, her flawless, jade-like skin was fully revealed, each inch radiating a soft and enchanting glow, as if kissed by moonlight, devoid of any imperfection. With a figure that boasted graceful lines, alabaster skin, and a healthy sheen, she strode forward with poise, unadorned, traversing 2 bends of water until she reached a steaming hot spring bubbling with warmth. Gently, she stepped in, intending to rejuvenate her strength and relish a moment of tranquility. Li Qi observed Diana's graceful strides and composed demeanor, as if the societal taboos separating men and women held no sway over her. Her slender waist, pert posterior, and long, straight legs, exuding a sense of strength, formed a flawless silhouette that unfolded before Li Qi's eyes. Diana sat gracefully in the hot spring, revealing only her fair neck and exquisitely perfect face. Thus, a man and a woman engaged in leisurely conversation. Diana listened intently as Li Qi recounted the various entertainment venues and wondrous electronic devices of modern metropolises, her eyes brimming with curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. This was a serene and picturesque scene, and Li Qi wished to relish the image of the enchanting beauty in the hot spring for a while longer. At that moment, an incongruous voice shattered the tranquility like a stone cast into a still lake, emanating unexpectedly from outside the palace doors. It was the voice of General Antiope from Paradise Island. "Mr. Li, are you enjoying the hot spring? I am coming in now. Please exit the spring, as the Queen wishes to see you to inquire about the intelligence you possess." This somewhat coarse, yet commanding voice introduced a dissonant ripple into their previously harmonious dialogue. Upon hearing that her aunt had come to escort Li Qi to meet her mother, Diana promptly rose from the hot spring, water cascading down her curvaceous form like glistening pearls. This perfect tableau was unveiled before Li Qi without reserve. At that moment, General Antiope turned the corner and found them conversing, instantly taken aback to see his niece in such proximity to this outsider. This scene, defying the conventional worldview, ignited a surge of anger within Antiope. As a general of the Amazons for millennia, despite his limited experience in human society, he was acutely aware of the propriety concerning interactions between men and women, which dictated that they should not converse in such a manner unless bound in matrimony. Clearly, the Amazon princess and this outsider did not share such a connection, having never met before. According to societal norms, this was a grave matter. Antiope's expression darkened as he admonished, "Mr. Li, how dare you remain before the princess while she bathes, gazing upon her so brazenly? Withdraw at once." Ultimately, Antiope exercised restraint, refraining from overly harsh words, treating Li Qi as a benefactor and not resorting to violence. Diana, gazing at her aunt with confusion, struggled to comprehend the source of her ire, hastily interjecting, "Aunt, Mr. Li and I were merely discussing the intelligence we gathered. There was nothing more to it. Please do not be so angry. Our conversation was purely tactical." Previously in Taro village, Ing Nan and Ing Li had elucidated to Diana the principle of propriety concerning interactions between the sexes. However, Diana seemed indifferent to such notions. Or perhaps while she understood them, they did not hold significant weight in her mind. She placed greater value on the exchange of intelligence with Li Qi. After Diana emerged from the thermal springs, she proceeded forward to a spot where she had just shed her armor and garments. Her aunt Antiope hurriedly stepped in front of Diana, effectively severing the line of sight between Diana and Richie. With great care, she assisted Diana in donning her armor, undergarments, and other belongings from the ground. Turning once more, Antiope cast a piercing glare at Richie, her eyes sharp as daggers, seemingly warning him to behave. In Chapter 51, the invasive queen, Diana's aunt Antiope, glared at Richie with a fierce intensity, her gaze akin to a blade, as if to caution him, "You had better tread carefully." Subsequently, she firmly grasped Diana's hand, and they hurriedly exited the labyrinthine, mist-laden thermal banquet. Richie, resigned, shrugged his shoulders, a slight frown gracing his lips as he murmured, "What is this all about?" His tone was filled with exasperation, yet he could do little but hasten to keep pace. Upon leaving the sanctuary, 2 Amazonian warriors led the way, navigating the undulating and rugged valley. Amidst the rocky terrain, the grasses swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering the mysteries of this land. They made their way toward the palace complex designated as the council area in the southwestern part. Along the way, Diana walked alongside Richie, her expression serious as she advised, "Richie, answer the queen's inquiries truthfully and avoid any defiance or rebellious thoughts. I know my mother, Hippolyta. She is always authoritative and decisive. If you comply, I will ensure your safe passage for Paradise Island." Richie managed a wry smile, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he replied, "I do not wish to stir trouble, but I fear I may be swept away by circumstances. Do not worry. As long as I am with you, nothing will befall you," Diana assured him, patting his shoulder, her gaze imbued with steadfastness and trust. They traversed corridors crafted from intricately patterned marble, passing through an exquisite pavilion adorned with ornate railings that seemed to narrate ancient tales. After navigating the palace's perimeter, they finally arrived at the cluster of buildings atop the moderately elevated mountain. In a resplendent council hall, over a dozen members of the Paradise Island Council were seated or standing, clad in attire reminiscent of civil officials, their garments flowing and vibrant, in stark contrast to the robust armor and boots of the female warriors. These female legislators appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, seemingly older than Queen Hippolyta. However, Richie understood that the lifespan of these Amazonian warriors could extend to millennia. They merely bore the appearance of humans in their 50s or 60s. Upon Richie's entrance into the council hall, the female legislators rose in unison, forming a semicircle around him, scrutinizing the outsider as one would a rare treasure, while simultaneously acknowledging him as an ally from beyond their realm. Due to their infrequent encounters with men, the women cast various glances towards Li Qi, some filled with astonishment, a curiosity towards this unfamiliar male, others tinged with suspicion, seemingly pondering his intentions. A few displayed confusion, unable to comprehend his presence, but most revealed an eagerness to glean information from him. The queen, rising gracefully from her expansive golden throne, resembled a goddess descending from the heavens. She gently adjusted her magnificent cloak and fixed her gaze upon the handsome man before her heart unexpectedly stirred by an unusual sentiment. Having resided on this island for nearly 7,000 or 8,000 years since Zeus concealed Paradise Island amidst the vast ocean, severing its ties with the outside world, she had not laid eyes on another man. At this moment, observing this dashing and charming figure, a flicker of admiration unwittingly shone in her eyes, leaving her perplexed as to the origin of such feelings. In truth, Li Qi had merely revealed a hint of his mental manipulation ability, subtly exerting it upon the queen. Though she possessed Zeus's blessings, divine strength, and the protection of Amazonian gear, Zeus was ultimately just an ordinary deity on earth. How could he withstand the gold-fingered influence that Li Qi carried? Thus, this slight mental control effortlessly prompted an irreversible shift within the queen's heart. Li Qi did not attempt to conquer and tame the queen immediately, for he understood the wisdom of patience, preferring to proceed gradually. As for the surrounding Amazonian female council members, he felt no interest, calmly enduring their myriad of gazes. The queen cleared her throat slightly, attempting to suppress and alleviate her unusual emotions, and then addressed Li Qi in her customary serious tone, laced with an interrogative edge. "Outsider, while your arrival and valiant efforts have greatly aided us, and the entire island shall remain grateful and remember you, our laws dictate that once you enter, you cannot leave. Henceforth, you shall reside here, and we will provide you with a separate palace and attendants, ensuring your needs are met. Now, divulge all that you know regarding Ares, so that your value may be fully realized." Li Qi remained unfazed, his demeanor composed. He first glanced at Queen Hippolyta, and then shifted his gaze to the Princess Diana, standing beside her. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking. The queen exuded mature allure with every graceful gesture, while Diana embodied youthful vigor, her lithe form and spirited energy surpassing that of her mother in certain aspects, each possessing their own distinct charm. These thoughts flashed through Li Qi's mind like lightning, and he then donned a refined and courteous smile, replying to the queen, "Your Majesty, it is quite impossible for me to remain here. Once this matter concludes, I intend to take the young princess on a journey around the world. You cannot confine me. As for Ares, I find him to be nothing more than a jest. Should he arrive, I shall eliminate this threat on your behalf. Indeed, it appears that there are developments upon the sea. I shall project the surveillance footage I have gathered." At that moment, A female legislator could not contain her skepticism, her voice laced with doubt. You claim to eradicate Ares? Just based on your word? Do not boast. Li Qi responded with a confident smile, imbued with an unwavering certainty. Believe it or not, you shall know when he arrives. Just then, Jarvis sent the latest surveillance report to Li Qi. A satellite map, alongside a blurred aerial surveillance image, was projected into the air. The visuals revealed two larger fleets of vessels, laden with armed military personnel, advancing menacingly towards the coordinates of Paradise Island. Previously, during the landing battle at the shallow waters, the personnel from War God Corporation had relayed the coordinates back to their headquarters, thereby exposing the location of Paradise Island. The satellite imagery was provided by military satellites and high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, while the surveillance footage was sourced from a passing oil tanker. These two pieces of intelligence indicated that the second wave of enemy forces was poised to reach the shallow waters, with war imminent. The assembly gazed at the projected images, their faces reflecting contemplation and concern. The armed force approaching was significantly better equipped than those who had landed previously, and it was clear to all that a daunting battle lay ahead. Queen Hippolyta, upon witnessing the incoming enemy, glared fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury, addressing Li Qi. Intruder. These individuals accompany you, and it is highly probable that you are a spy, sent to investigate the defenses and personnel distribution of our Amazon tribe. I suspect you are an infiltrator, and you shall not be permitted to leave. Guards, seize this spy and confine him to the dungeon. Li Qi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, infused with a mix of helplessness and indignation. Your Majesty, you truly do me injustice. I am here solely to assist you. How could I be a spy? Princess Diana hurriedly interceded on behalf of Li Qi, her eyes filled with urgency as she implored her mother. Mother, Li Qi is here to help us. He harbors no ill intentions and is not a spy. I assure you with my very integrity. The queen furrowed her brow, her face etched with worry and suspicion. Diana, you are too naive. His origins are unclear. How can one not doubt? Diana replied earnestly, her voice trembling slightly. Mother, he has contributed immensely in the previous battles. How could he possibly be a villain? Please trust me this once. Chapter 52. The thoughts of mother and daughter. Queen Hippolyta had already developed a profound affection for the enigmatic Li Qi within her heart. However, surrounded by numerous legislators, her sister, and her daughter, she could not relent. She must not display a stance contrary to her previous demeanor. Thus, even though Hippolyta recognized the truth in Li Qi's words, she was compelled to maintain her facade of firmness. Consequently, she reprimanded Li Qi, insisting on treating him as a spy and casting him into the dungeon. In truth, Hippolyta harbored ulterior motives. She wished to retain Richie on Paradise Island, allowing her the privilege of summoning him at will and catching glimpses of him as she pleased, thus satisfying certain tender emotions within her heart. This was a private desire she could not openly display before so many, and so she maintained a facade of strength. Regarding her daughter, Diana, Hippolyta felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Diana entertained similar thoughts as her own? Her concern for her daughter was palpable. Observing Diana as she explained and defended herself, Hippolyta discerned that her daughter must also be grappling with comparable sentiments. This was not entirely Diana's fault. Paradise Island had been isolated for millennia, devoid of visitors, especially males. Thus, in the face of the first male outsider, her daughter's protectiveness seemed somewhat justifiable. Hippolyta rationalized her daughter's behavior internally. Yet before the assembly of council members, she could not voice her thoughts and instead continued to feign an unwavering stance. Diana persistently conveyed to her mother that Richie was neither a spy nor a saboteur, but rather an ally come to assist them. Upon hearing this, Hippolyta's demeanor became markedly more solemn, her previous anger and severity having tempered somewhat. She cast a glance at the myriad surveillance and satellite images projected by Jarvis, noting two clusters of shimmering lights on the sea that indicated approaching vessels, rapidly nearing Paradise Island. It was estimated that they would reach the nearshore waters in less than an hour, undoubtedly breaching the island's energy shield and launching another assault. With this thought, Hippolyta commanded all the female warriors of the island to be on high alert and to prepare for war against the impending enemy. After receiving the orders, her sister, General Antiope, exited the assembly hall to mobilize the troops. Richie observed Diana and then Hippolyta. Utilizing his astute perception, He discerned through their subtle gestures that Hippolyta was merely putting on a brave front while her mind entertained other notions. Therefore, he volunteered to take on the role of the vanguard, pledging to protect Paradise Island and its noble Amazonian warriors. Diana regarded her dear friend with admiration while sweetly persuading her mother of Richie's benevolence, his remarkable deeds, and his courageous resolve. The surrounding council members were already aware of Richie's possession of demigod-level weaponry, and they urged the queen to accept his assistance, proclaiming that he meant well for Paradise Island. Amidst a chorus of commendations, Richie approached the queen, his sincere, unreservedly kind gaze fixed upon Hippolyta, as he assured her, "Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort to safeguard Paradise Island. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall not disappoint you." In his quest to win over both mother and daughter, Richie chose his words judiciously, intending to devise further plans after the crisis had passed. Moreover, the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. Ultimately, Hippolyta's gaze softened as she regarded this extraordinary man, and with a subtle nod, she tacitly acquiesced to Richie's intentions. Princess Diana felt a wave of joy as she saw her mother nod in agreement. After bidding farewell to Hippolyta, she exited the council chamber with Richie, heading towards the defensive positions, preparing to engage in battle. Their strategy involved establishing the first sniper line on the shallows, a second on the mountain peaks, and a third around the city of the Amazons. Diana wished to elaborate on the arrangement of these sniper lines, but Richie shook his head in refusal. He told Diana, "Princess, allow me to confront the enemy alone. My task is to halt and obliterate them. You and the other warrior women should remain steadfast within the castle." His confidence stemmed partly from Jarvis's report that the second batch of mech suits, flying at supersonic speeds from New York, would nearly arrive on Paradise Island simultaneously with the approaching adversaries. With 8 mechs by his side, they form an iron legion of nearly 30, more than capable of dismantling those armed demigods. After Richie spoke of his enhanced powers, Diana recognized the formidable nature of these semi-divine armored suits. Yet she remained resolute in her desire to charge into the battle alongside him. Despite Richie's attempts to persuade her otherwise, seeing the unyielding spirit of this naive and romantic princess, he ultimately acquiesced to her wish to fight together. As they passed a platform constructed of massive stone slabs, Diana's aunt, General Antiope, was rallying the troops. Richie instructed Diana to inform Antiope that all Amazonian warriors should take their defensive positions here. Although still somewhat incredulous, Diana complied with Richie's directive. Approaching Antiope, she conveyed the situation, and Antiope, equally skeptical, instructed her aide to continue the mobilization while she followed Diana to catch up with Richie. Navigating through numerous palaces and training grounds, they crossed several modest peaks and returned to the shallows. The azure waves relentlessly crashed against the sandy shore, where remnants of the previous battle had largely been erased. The enemy bodies had been dealt with, leaving only traces of blood and chaos on the beach. Richie summoned the 8 mechs guarding him and donned an upgraded suit in a classic red and white design. He then piloted the mech legion into the sky, soaring over the shimmering sea. In the air, Richie and Diana waved at each other before gliding along the water surface, preparing to confront the 2 waves of invading foes. As Diana and Antiope could not fly, they swiftly ran along the shallows. Nearby, a small harbor was docked with Amazonian warships and vessels used for daily excursions. The 2 women leapt aboard a versatile small ship and hastily rowed after Richie. The boundless expanse of sea and sky seemed to merge ahead, as if piercing through a thin veil, transcending the energy barrier that had safeguarded the Amazons for millennia. Faintly, they could discern Richie piloting the mech legion, racing along the horizon where the sea met the sky. Rich contemplated how to intercept the impending foes alone. At that moment, he wished to contact Diana, only to realize he had not left any means of communication for these Amazonian warriors. Nevertheless, he decided to finish this battle first. Thus, as he soared through the skies, he scrutinized the intelligence relayed by Jarvis. The 2 waves of enemies were drawing alarmingly close, and Rich piloted his mech cluster forward with utmost speed. In less than 10 minutes, he spotted the assembled armed forces of the War God Security Company amidst the vast ocean. Rich's mech support legion, comprising over 20 mech warships, unleashed a relentless barrage of missiles and microbombs from all directions, both from the sky and the sea. The cacophony of explosions echoed like the jubilant firecrackers of New Year celebrations, chaotic and lively. One by one, these vessels erupted and sank, while the armed personnel, seduced and controlled by the war god Ares, fell into the sea like dumplings, succumbing to the onslaught of the mech legion. The disparity in the fighting forces was stark. In no time, the ocean surface was devoid of adversaries. Suspended above the sea, Rich surveyed the aftermath and amplified the surveillance intelligence threefold, searching for any signs or directions of Ares. Yet, among the heavens and the high skies, no trace of the deity could be found. Chapter 53. Subduing the queen, Rich meticulously scoured the battlefield, but could not discern even a hint of the war god Ares. As he prepared to lead his mech legion away from the area and return to Paradise Island, he suddenly spotted Diana and General Antiope piloting a speedboat, racing towards him like an arrow released from a bow. Upon coming within visual range, Rich deftly maneuvered the mech to lower its altitude and gradually approach the speedboat. The two parties eventually converged at sea level, with Rich skillfully controlling the battle armor to gently descend beside the boat. This was an Amazonian standard speedboat, equipped with a uniquely crafted propulsion system that granted it remarkable speed. However, due to the intricate manufacturing process, the quantity of such exquisite speedboats built on Paradise Island was limited, rendering them exceptionally precious. Diana gazed at the remnants of battle strewn across the horizon, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. She gained a profound and renewed understanding of Rich's extraordinary capabilities, and a surge of respect welled within her. Meanwhile, General Antiope wore a grave expression, her gaze fixed on the chaotic surface of the sea, where various debris floated, shifting with the waves. She contemplated the catastrophic losses they would incur if these armed forces successfully landed on Paradise Island, causing her brow to furrow slightly. With heartfelt warmth and gratitude, Diana earnestly looked at Rich and softly uttered her thanks. Though her voice was gentle, it was imbued with deep appreciation. Slowly, Li Chi emerged from the mech, which, under Jarvis's precise control, gracefully ascended into the air, joining other mech legions in their vigilant patrol, akin to loyal guardians safeguarding this expanse of sea. Subsequently, he and Diana engaged in light-hearted conversation as they returned to Paradise Island aboard a speedboat. Before long, the boat made a steady landing on the island, and the trio found themselves back in the Amazonian fortress area. At this moment, the female warriors had, under the orderly arrangement of the general's deputy, diligently set up their defensive and offensive formations. They stood poised, their expressions revealing determination and vigilance. Upon their return, many female warriors cast puzzled glances towards the trio, whispering softly and speculating about the details of their recent endeavor. Li Chi refrained from allowing Diana to elaborate extensively to these warriors. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor and proceeded directly towards the courtyard where the council convened. Upon entering the assembly hall, he found the council members and Queen Hippolyta still present. They immediately recognized the victorious return of Li Chi and Diana, while the general remained outside the fortress, continuing to oversee the defensive operations, ensuring everything was secure. Li Chi returned with a steady and powerful stride, exuding a valor reminiscent of a hero poised to vanquish formidable foes. The queen gazed at him with a look of curiosity and inquiry, eager to discern the outcomes of his recent undertaking. Diana, like a joyous bird, quickly darted forward with a light step, displaying the demeanor of a proud child as she recounted the swift and decisive battle that had transpired upon the waters to Hippolyta. Her voice rang clear and bright, echoing through the hall like the chime of silver bells, filled with pride. The surrounding female council members listened attentively, casting friendly, kind, and respectful glances towards Li Chi. It was only natural to accord due respect to someone wielding such a formidable and destructive legion. Li Chi discerned this respect in their gazes, filling his heart with joy. Dressed in the standard military garb of the Amazonian palace, the queen approached Li Chi with poise, hesitating for a few moments before finally uttering a heartfelt thank you. Following this, the female council members erupted into enthusiastic applause, welcoming the hero's triumphant return. Li Chi raised his hand in a gesture of humility, stating, "Ladies, they were merely minor adversaries. The true challenge lies with the god of war, Ares, who has yet to reveal himself. Thus, we must fortify our defenses." Indeed, it was Ares, the the son of Zeus, who posed the greatest threat. The queen, of course, would not underestimate him. Upon hearing this, it was evident that the council members' spirits dampened slightly. Li Qi hastened to assure them of his capability to confront Ares. After some exchange, the queen finally disbanded the council, gesturing for her daughter and Li Qi to accompany her back to the royal chambers. On their way back, the queen's demeanor towards Li Qi underwent a subtle transformation. She began to regard him as an esteemed guest, finally treating him as such. Upon arriving at the palace, the queen waved her hand, instructing her daughter Diana to return to her own chambers first. After all, so much had transpired that day. Battles fought and speedboats navigated through unfamiliar waters, making it an exceedingly busy day for Diana. Diana glanced at Rich, her eyes brimming with reluctance, yearning to bring him back to her chamber. Rich gestured for her to remain silent and to return alone. Having grown accustomed to following his lead, Diana bid farewell to the queen and exited the king's chamber. Within a vast and opulently adorned palace, radiating the grandeur of ancient Greece, Rich beheld the Amazon queen before him, tall and voluptuous, clad in military garb, with a formal crown atop her head and adorned in golden armor and a flowing golden robe. The Amazon armor left her legs exposed, showcasing her long, graceful limbs, and her fair skin lent her a mature allure that belied her apparent age of 30 or 40. In the absence of attendants and guards, the moment was ripe with opportunity, with just the two of them present. Rich stepped closer to the queen, activating the full extent of his mental control abilities. He implanted a mental seed within her consciousness, which quickly took root and granted him control over her, thereby integrating her into his harem. Though the Amazon queen was a member of the deities of Olympus, her divine power was not formidable, and with Rich's overwhelming abilities, she found herself unable to resist, yielding to his will. Rich, treating her as he would his other female servants, allowed the queen a degree of freedom while securely binding her loyalty to him, ensuring she would heed only his commands from that moment forth. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, Rich relinquished his restraint, gently drawing Hippolyta into his embrace, whispering brief commands for her to attend to his desires. With a humble nod, Queen Hippolyta slowly disrobed, shedding her Amazon armor, robe, and undergarments. She then took Rich's hand, leading him to the bathing area of the palace. The bath was devoid of modern amenities. Instead, it utilized geothermal spring water, naturally sourced from the mountains of Paradise Island, rich in nutrients and capable of self-regulating its temperature. The sweet spring water cascaded over the two, and Rich reveled in the queen's ministrations and the warmth of the bath. Afterward, he gently led her from the bathing area to a large and sumptuous bed within the palace, the softest and most sacred place on all of Amazon Paradise Island. As he pulled the queen onto the bed, it felt as though he had officially declared himself the king of Paradise Island. Chapter 54. A sovereign's inspection. After an intimate and tender encounter with Queen Hippolyta, Rich immersed himself in the rare pleasure they shared. For the queen, it marked the first such gentle display in nearly a millennium. In the afternoon, they succumbed to a deep slumber in the coziest nook of Paradise Island. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final golden rays through the exquisitely adorned windows, that Rich stirred awake, and the Amazon queen slowly emerged from her sweet dreams. Li Qi languidly rose from his bed, casting his gaze upon the undulating, intricately arranged, and resplendent palaces outside his window, as well as the Amazon warriors fully immersed in their drills and vigilance at the distant training grounds and defensive perimeters. He gently waved his hand, signaling the queen to issue orders for the Amazon warriors to take a respite. After all, the entire Paradise Island was under the vigilant protection of the mechanized legions he had deployed, rendering any unforeseen occurrences unlikely. In truth, Hippolyta had become little more than a puppet queen. Although the entire Paradise Island had yet to publicly acknowledge it, it had already fallen under Li Qi's dominion. Li Qi gracefully descended from the bed, meandering leisurely around the palace floor twice before gently taking the queen's hand and leading her to the bathing chamber for a meticulous grooming. Upon returning to the palace, the golden sunlight had fully set, and beneath the towering mountains, the palace complex was aglow with an array of uniquely designed lights and vividly colored lanterns, creating an ethereal golden ambience. Just then, the sound of heavy boots striking the meticulously laid stone floor of the Amazonian courtyard echoed outside, accompanied by a soft yet sensuous voice. "Mother, when shall I finally meet Li Qi? Where on earth have you hidden him? I have not seen him all afternoon." It was none other than the young Princess Diana, arriving at the Queen's quarters. The guards and attendants outside naturally did not impede the princess's approach. At that moment, the Amazon Queen Hippolyta was clad only in soft, form-fitting garments, as light as a feather, and had not donned the regal armor of the Amazonian king. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, her expression shifted slightly. Faced with such an unusual situation, Hippolyta felt a wave of panic rise within her. Uncertain of how to explain to her daughter, could it be that the formidable reputation she had painstakingly constructed over millennia would crumble so effortlessly? Li Qi, however, remained remarkably composed, understanding that he would inevitably have to inform Diana about his relationship with Hippolyta. Whether it was sooner or later made little difference. He leisurely dressed in a shirt and jeans before standing before the queen, preparing to face Diana with poise. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to meet the princess bare-chested at this moment. The Amazon queen swiftly donned the king's formal coat, a uniquely designed one-piece garment. Without any armor or helmet, mere seconds later, the sound of Diana's footsteps approached the door, and she pushed aside the curtain, entering with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Li Qi and her mother standing before her in relatively neat attire, a brilliant smile blossomed on Diana's face. She had spent the entire afternoon busy with her aunt Antiope, engaged in defensive preparations and various inspections. Yet thoughts of that sweetly smiling figure had frequently danced through her mind. After the conclusion of her duties, she neglected even to eat, hastily rushing to inquire about her mother's confinement of Li Qi, only to discover that he was in her mother's quarters. This revelation filled her heart with joy, as she believed her mother had ultimately come to understand that Li Qi should no longer be regarded as a spy or an agent to be dealt with harshly. She approached Li Qi with quick strides, affectionately taking hold of his arm, and turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, you have finally ceased to view Li Qi as a spy. You are here to hear his guidance on our defenses, and I'm truly delighted that this misunderstanding has been resolved. We must celebrate tonight with copious amounts of Amazonian spirits." Hippolyta, witnessing her daughter's closeness to Li Qi, could not help but exhibit a faint expression of discomfort and mild passivity. Noticing this, Li Qi discreetly gestured to Hippolyta, signaling her to maintain a natural demeanor and to avoid any signs of unease. Naturally, Hippolyta complied with her master's unspoken command, making an effort to adjust her slightly awkward disposition, and then gently addressed Diana. "Diana, I have thoroughly investigated, and I can confirm that Li Qi is indeed a good-hearted individual, with no connections to the god of war. He genuinely wishes to assist us on Paradise Island. Therefore, I have decided to extend the highest courtesy to our benefactor. Please instruct the kitchen to prepare the most exquisite and delectable banquet in his honor." Diana, filled with joy, turned to head to the kitchen to prepare the feast, only to be gently restrained by Li Qi. He took her arm and, with polite sincerity, addressed the queen, "Your Majesty, there is no need for a lavish banquet at this time. We are in a critical period of defense, and I intend to share both hardships and sustenance with the warriors." Li Qi's reasoning was entirely appropriate, and the queen acquiesced to his wishes. Although Diana initially wished to voice her opposition, eager to grandly welcome Li Qi, she abandoned the idea upon catching Hippolyta's serious gaze. After exchanging a glance with her mother, Li Qi indicated that he would first visit the warriors. Hippolyta nodded in agreement, and the mother-daughter duo followed Li Qi out of the quarters. They descended the winding steps of the majestic palace complex, arriving at the training grounds and various defensive positions. The area was brightly illuminated, with gas lanterns casting a soft glow and the solemn high poles of classical Greek design standing tall, accompanied by numerous blazing torches, illuminating the entire palace complex as if it were daytime. Almost everyone was in a heightened state of tension. Although Li Qi had assured the inhabitants of Paradise Island that he would confront the evil god of war, this was a nightmare that had haunted them for millennia, like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. How could mere words from Li Qi dispel the deep-seated fears within their hearts? Thus, the atmosphere on the island remained exceptionally tense. The onlookers observed this outsider walking confidently beside the king, who walked just a step behind Li Qi as they steadily surveyed the defenses and training grounds. Inexplicably, a fervent and unyielding spirit of combat surged within these female warriors, akin to a blazing flame. This was an intentional manifestation of Li Qi's extraordinary ability during his patrol, aimed at inspiring the women of the Amazon tribe on Paradise Island to gradually embrace their roles as leaders and unite in their resolute stance against the malevolent deity. Li Qi's mastery over his extraordinary powers had matured significantly. His ability to influence the minds of others had become increasingly adept, resulting in a noticeable effect from his subtle release of energy on those around him. After completing his rounds, nearly everyone was swept up in a wave of enthusiasm, vocally expressing the tension that had accumulated over recent days. Diana, deeply moved by this fervor, excitedly brandished the Godslayer's sword, shimmering with a mysterious light, and joined in the collective cheer. The queen, typically presenting a stern and austere visage, found herself unable to resist joining in the chants. General Antiope, brimming with exuberance, yearned for an exhilarating confrontation with the malevolent deity, fueled by her inherently combative nature. Following the inspection, the kitchen had prepared dinner, which was distributed to the Amazon warriors. Li Qi shared the meal with the female warriors in the training grounds, with the queen, princess, and general also partaking in the outdoor feast. At that moment, the esteemed female senators of Paradise Island arrived, donned in their battle attire, eager to join the gathering. Though these women held the esteemed title of senators, each was also an exceptional warrior. In the Amazon tribe, every individual was a soldier, and even the queen was a formidable combatant. United in purpose and strength, they formed an unbreakable bond, akin to a resilient rope. Chapter 55. Sleeping together, Li Qi found himself amidst the training grounds, enjoying a sumptuous meal infused with exotic flavors alongside the entire Amazon tribe. Despite the looming shadow of foreign invasion over Paradise Island, the kitchen had diligently prepared dinner to honor the steadfast Amazon warriors and their friendly visitors. After the meal, Li Qi felt a profound connection to Paradise Island, prompting his resolute decision to remain at his post with these brave warriors until the malevolent god Ares was completely vanquished. The queen, upon hearing this, attempted to gently dissuade him, yet Li Qi merely cast a dismissive glance, imbued with the authority of a master, causing her to lower her head in silence. Unaware of this exchange, Diana joyfully expressed her desire to stand by Li Qi's side, with esteemed guests and the princess accompanying them in their vigil. The morale of the Amazon tribe soared. Li Qi did not return to the queen's chambers. Instead, after dinner, he, along with Diana and Antiope, inspected various defense points. The sky was already woven into a vigilant network of surveillance, resembling an invisible web safeguarding the land. The third batch of Mecha Legions has been produced in a well-equipped villa manufacturing workshop in Los Angeles, racing towards their destination with astonishing speed to provide support. Within 2 to 3 hours, 15 fully equipped and heavily armed mech warriors, accompanied by ample supplies and ammunition, will arrive as reinforcements. At that moment, the entire Paradise Island will be as secure as a fortress. As Li Qi walked, he shared with Diana the enhancements to his combat capabilities. Naturally, Diana was overjoyed, for this significantly increased their odds of victory. After surveying the area twice, Li Qi settled in a tent at the training ground, opting not to return to any palace for rest. Diana, as the princess and emblem of Paradise Island, chose to remain at the training ground as well, sharing the same tent with Li Qi in the face of the imminent battle. After 11 at night, in the tent's corridor, Li Qi and Diana lay on beds adorned with soft animal pelts, exchanging smiles and engaging in soft conversation. Diana continued to inquire about the wonders and beauty of the world beyond the island, while Li Qi elaborated further on his tales. As Diana listened, she gradually relaxed and soon drifted into slumber. Li Qi had rested for 3 to 4 hours on the queen's plush bed earlier that afternoon and was still full of energy. He summoned Jarvis, projecting him into the void of the tent, displaying various surveillance feeds and satellite maps. Jarvis reported that there had been no armed forces approaching Paradise Island in the past 12 hours, whether from the sea or the air. After instructing Jarvis to devise a more comprehensive defense and patrol plan, Li Qi turned off the projection and lay back on the pelts, contemplating the next steps after subduing the Amazon mother and daughter to incorporate Paradise Island into his harem. Should his sights be set on Gwen and the Osmond Corporation, or should he recruit Little Spider to become his subordinate? At present, he had no complete plan, only the resolve to take one step at a time. He gently raised his head and saw that Diana had fallen into a light sleep on the opposite bed. Her delicate nose, luscious lips, and alluring eyes were slightly closed. Her breathing steady, with her chest rising and falling. Clad in golden battle armor and golden battle boots, her long, elegant sword lay diagonally on the bed. Her legs slightly curled. Clearly, this military cot, covered with pelts, could not compare to the softness of the palace's grand bed. The Amazon princess, sharing in the joys of her people and fighting alongside the warriors, embodied the spirit of resilience that endeared her to the entire Amazon tribe. Li Qi quietly rose from the cot, took a nearby animal skin blanket, and gently draped it over Diana. She stirred slightly, shifting from her side to lie flat, murmuring a few words in her sleep before continuing to rest peacefully. Li Qi gazed at Diana's exquisite cheeks and, after a few moments, returned to his own bed to ponder the questions that had occupied his mind, eventually succumbing to sleep after a considerable time. Outside, the numerous female warriors stationed at various defense points and Salt Mist Field have been organized into 3 alternating shifts of upper, middle, and lower rounds, maintaining a vigilant stance across the entirety of Amazon Island. The aerial network of mechanized legions operates with meticulous precision. At this moment, the artificial intelligence known as Jarvis, lacking local computational support, relies solely on the processing power of the mechas, resulting in a diminished operational efficiency compared to modernized environments. Nevertheless, Jarvis performs at the pinnacle of strategic artificial intelligence on Blue Star. High above, amidst the distant skies, a shadow enveloped in black mist races through the air. Its altitude is nearly equivalent to that of a commercial aircraft in stable flight. The shadow arrives above the heavenly Amazon island, halting to gaze downward. Through the divine eye, the situation on the Amazon archipelago unfolds before it from a great distance. This shadow conceals none other than Ares, the god of war and son of Zeus. A formidable and fallen deity. With sheer force, he nearly annihilated all of Olympia. After lying in wait for millennia, he has resurfaced, leading his controlled war security company in 2 assaults on Amazon Paradise Island, both of which ended in failure. Subsequently, this dormant dark god could no longer contain himself and hastened from his lair to this place, which he perceives as a thorn in his side. It is the only stronghold on earth that poses a threat from his father, Zeus. Thus, in his quest to plunge the mortal realm into chaos and darkness, Paradise Island undoubtedly stands as the primary target to be eradicated. Enveloped in shadow, Ares emits a roar of surprise and astonishment. Below, he observes nearly 30 humanoid war machines incessantly patrolling. While he scorns the advancements of modern technology in the mortal realm, regarding the gunpowder and kinetic weapons with disdain, these mechanized legions evoke a sense of threat and formidable combat power within him. It is no wonder his 2 vanguard legions were annihilated without a trace of communication. Ares lingered high in the sky for an extended period, deliberating whether to personally conduct an assault. The humanoid mecha legions undeniably posed a threat, as the black mist enveloping him swelled and receded, a reflection of his turbulent emotions and growing impatience. Ultimately, after considerable contemplation, Ares, confident in his divine power, concluded that the trifling weapons of the mortal realm would not intimidate him. Those humanoid mecha legions emanating immense energy fluctuations were mere paper tigers. He resolved to overturn the mortal realm, to seize the throne of the king of the gods of Olympia for himself. Chapter 56. The annihilation of gods ambitious and unyielding. Ares harbors aspirations akin to an infinite black hole, seeking not only to thoroughly darken and dominate the mortal realm, but also coveting the throne of Olympus. Intent on usurping his father Zeus's position and becoming the supreme ruler, the god of gods, transcending all deities. In a recent conflict, the malevolent deity Ares descended upon Olympus like a frenzied beast, nearly decimating half of the pantheon. After lying in wait for millennia, he returned with an unstoppable momentum, determined to claim the throne of the king of the Olympian gods. After a moment of contemplation in the skies, he resolved to conclude matters swiftly by personally addressing the troubles on Paradise Island. No longer did he imitate the mortal realm by attacking during the vulnerable hours of dawn or midnight. With his unparalleled strength, he could unleash war at any moment. Thus, the villainous son of the god of war, bestowed with the name Ares by Zeus, streaked through the heavens like a dark meteor, plummeting earthward with the precision of a sword. Surrounding him was a swirling black mist that coalesced into a malevolent sword of darkness, emitting an eerie aura as it sliced through the clouds. At that hour, with no aircraft or aerial vessels in sight, the inhabitants of Blue Star remained blissfully unaware that a divine war against the mortal realm was quietly commencing. The Mech Legion patrolling the vicinity of Paradise Island swiftly detected an inexplicable surge of high-speed energy. Jarvis promptly initiated an analysis program, and after rapid calculations, deduced that a lethal strike was imminent from above, hastily relaying the message to his master. The alarm blared suddenly, its shrill wail piercing the air. Lich awoke from a half-slumber, his eyes snapping open at the sound of the alarm and the vibrant lights, realizing that dire events were unfolding. Jarvis's voice resonated clearly from the alarm, reporting a mysterious force akin to a shockwave hurtling toward Paradise Island at astonishing speed, prompting the Mech Legion to prepare for defense. Lich, upon hearing this, recognized that the god of war Ares was launching a surprise attack. He leapt from his bed and swiftly moved to the military cot, akin to a cheetah in speed. At that moment, Diana was abruptly roused from her slumber. Upon learning of the alarm, she swiftly seized the Godslayer's sword and sprang from her bed like an agile swallow, rushing outside the tent to alert the surrounding Amazon warriors. "We are under attack. Prepare the defensive formation and enter a state of readiness." The Amazonian warriors immediately sprang into action like well-trained automatons, rallying the resting defense teams and elevating their vigilance to the highest alert. Lich donned his classic red and white battle armor, standing resolute at the entrance of the tent, and solemnly instructed Diana to safeguard Paradise Island while he confronted the enemy. However, as a true Amazon warrior, she was imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit and insisted on joining the fray. Lich pointed toward the heavens, his expression grave as he informed Diana that the adversary was descending upon them. With that, he activated his mech, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. A multitude of mechs surged upward, accompanied by the sound of flames igniting the void, resembling a dazzling array of meteors racing toward the heavens. Jarvis has conveyed the detailed scan results of the battlefield to his master with remarkable clarity. The enemy is singular, a humanoid creature hurtling downward with great velocity, shrouded in a veil of black mist. It exhibits life signs, and its various metrics are astonishingly superior to those of an ordinary human from Blue Star, boasting strengths that are several dozen to even 100 times greater. Clearly, this is no ordinary being. Li Chi instructed Jarvis to continue a comprehensive scan of this assailing entity, ensuring that the results were meticulously preserved. For this was his first encounter with a deity holding immense value for research. As the distance to the ground diminished and the proximity to the descending malevolent god increased, Li Chi could clearly observe an array of scanning results on the visor screen. Jarvis was racing against time to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities and points of attack. As they drew nearer, thunderous bolts of lightning descended like a furious dragon upon the mechanized army below. The malevolent god Ares recognized the approaching humanoid weapons and unleashed a devastating barrage of lightning strikes indiscriminately. Nearly half of Li Chi's dozen mechanized units fell victim to the electrical assault, with surges reaching hundreds of volts that wreak havoc on many internal components. However, the enhanced quality of the mechs allowed for rapid repairs and replacements of critical damaged parts. Li Chi's upgraded classic blue and white mech, despite sustaining a lightning strike, remained largely unscathed due to its exceptional protective capabilities. The missile launch ports on his mech opened wide, launching a flurry of high-speed missiles skyward, with the other units swiftly following suit. Thus began the clash between mortals and deities as missiles, rockets, and miniature bombs rained down in a dazzling yet lethal display of explosive brilliance. Explosions surrounded the war god Ares, obliterating more than half of the dark magical mist that enveloped him. Ares hastily adjusted his position in the air, greatly astonished by the formidable power of earthly explosives and kinetic weaponry. Li Chi recalibrated his offensive strategy, directing the mechanized units to encircle the war god tightly, launching successive volleys of missiles and rockets for precise strikes. Thanks to the ample payload capacity of the mechs, Ares found himself battered and bruised by the relentless explosions. Yet, Ares, with the resilience of a deity, maneuvered in the sky like a trapped beast, employing his formidable divine power to crush and dismantle several mechanized units with his telekinetic might. The number of mechs displayed on Li Qi's monitor dwindled, and he was compelled to retreat to the rear of the battlefield, narrowly evading a telekinetic assault. Ares' telekinetic strength was potent enough to manipulate metal, presenting a dire threat to the mechs. Li Qi urged Jarvis to swiftly analyze the battlefield for a decisive solution. Subsequently, other mechs designated for defense and surveillance rushed in like a gale, filling the gaps left by the damaged units. The battlefield descended into a stalemate, as the effectiveness of conventional explosives and missiles against Ares proved limited. With a resolute determination, Li Qi decided to deploy the most powerful weapon available on Blue Star, a nuclear strike. Previously, in Taro Village, he had neutralized an interdimensional dragon with 3 miniature nuclear devices. At this moment, Li Qi directed the other mechs to confine Ares to a smaller operational area, willing to sacrifice some of their own units to tether this offspring of the gods like a resilient rope. Then, he swiftly soared into the distance, escaping the nuclear explosion site. This location was far removed from Paradise Island, ensuring that the nuclear detonation would not affect the Amazonian tribe residing there. Subsequently, Liqui commanded the mech to launch small nuclear missiles at the war god Ares, firing 3, and when that proved insufficient, 5 more, until Ares was annihilated. The artificial intelligence. Jarvis accepted the task and specifically targeted Ares with the nuclear missiles. Whoosh! 3 miniature nuclear warheads shot towards Ares from 3 distinct directions like fatal meteors. Unaware of the change in the nature of the incoming missiles, Ares detonated a nuclear bomb several meters before him with his thunderous might. With a thunderous boom, 2 of the miniature nuclear warheads exploded almost simultaneously, erupting in the sky like radiant miniature clouds akin to the sun. In the searing heat, Ares' divine form was relentlessly consumed and dissolved. Ultimately, the war god Ares, who had posed a threat to the Olympian gods for nearly 7 or 8 millennia, succumbed to the nuclear assault. His divinity rapidly depleted, his divine body shattered and charred, bereft of power. Thus, the god fell. Ares, once one of the Olympian deities, was merely one among the native gods of the blue planet, and in comparison to the more formidable celestial beings within the Milky Way or even more powerful deities in parallel universes, his strength was considerably lacking, making his demise by small nuclear warheads not entirely surprising. Liqui plummeted rapidly to evade the impact of a nuclear explosion. The remaining mechs activated radiation reduction devices, minimizing the effects of the nuclear fallout from the aerial explosion. This was a radiation cleansing apparatus developed by Stark Industries. Stepping out of the mech, Princess Diana approached briskly, wielding the Godslayer's sword, her eyes alight with urgency and excitement, eager to inquire about the whereabouts of the treacherous god whom she wished to slay. Liqui smiled, gently tousling the little princess's hair, rendering it a delightful mess. Princess Diana shook her head, gazing resolutely up at Liqui, hoping he would point her in the right direction. Chapter 57. The leader and the follower observing the courageous and resolute little Princess Diana. Liqui's admiration and affection for her flowed like a stream beneath the warm sun of spring, quietly deepening. However, it was evident that this was not the moment to subdue or control Diana. He looked at her with gentle eyes and softly spoke. The malevolent god Ares has been vanquished by me. That dazzling explosion you witnessed was the ultimate strike that ended his life. Upon hearing this, trust filled Diana's eyes as she unconditionally believed in Liqui. She felt that the sword of Damocles, which had loomed over the Amazonian tribe for nearly a millennium, akin to a shadow, had finally been resolved by her dear friend Liqui. After she returned the Godslayer's sword to its sheath, Diana, like a joyful bird, gracefully embraced Liqui, affectionately rubbing her head against his chest. Liqui slightly furrowed his brow, gently pushing Diana's head away from his chest, aware that the Amazonian headpiece she wore was rather rigid. Only then did Diana remember the adornment on her head, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. As the scene unfolded, Li Qi observed numerous Amazon warriors with tears streaming down their faces, some even injured by the blinding flashes of powerful explosions, their expressions etched with anguish. Urgently, he turned to Diana, his demeanor fraught with concern, and urged, quickly, "We must tend to these valiant warriors." At that moment, General Antiope hurriedly approached from a distant trench, his expression tense as he inquired of the princess, "How shall we defend ourselves next? What shall be our course of attack?" Simultaneously, Queen Hippolyta, striding with haste and worry, made her way to the stage. She had received reports of the malevolent deity's incursion and, driven by a sense of urgency, rushed to the defensive lines to stand alongside her courageous Amazon warriors against the encroaching threat. Upon seeing her mother approach, Diana's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly released Li Qi, bounding towards Hippolyta like a nimble fawn, excitedly exclaiming, "The malevolent deity has been vanquished by Li Qi. Our paradise island is free. Once we lift the blockade, we can reveal ourselves to the world." The dread Hippolyta had harbored towards the malevolent god had endured for millennia, and hearing that Ares had been defeated, her eyes filled with incredulity. Yet, as she caught Li Qi's gaze, filled with affirmation, caution, and celebration, she began to believe that the malevolent deity Ares had indeed been eradicated by her own master. Although she had not witnessed the battle, as one who had been subdued by Li Qi, Hippolyta held unwavering faith in him. However, upon hearing Diana's intention to lift the blockade and present themselves to the world, Hippolyta's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. Having aligned herself with Li Qi, Paradise Island rightfully belonged to him, and she felt unable to make decisions on his behalf. Thus, she stammered a few words, ultimately failing to provide a definitive answer. In the presence of the many Amazon tribespeople, Li Qi could not recklessly decide for Hippolyta. With a smile, he calmly gestured to her and said, "Let us set this matter aside for now. First, announce this joyous news to the valiant Amazon warriors." Following his direction, Hippolyta gently patted Diana's hand, departing from her side to gracefully step into the center of the stage. Elevated above the surrounding defenses, the platform was aglow with the flickering light of torches and lanterns, illuminating the faces of the excited warriors, each reflecting eager anticipation. With a wave of her hand to command silence, Hippolyta cleared her throat and delivered a rousing address of solidarity and encouragement to her brave kin for a full minute. Great warriors. As she concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, echoing like thunder across the night sky. The Amazon warriors, not only fierce in battle but also skilled in song and dance, instinctively set aside their weapons. In a display of joyful exuberance, they quickly kindled bonfires and began to sing and dance in celebration. Li Qi gazed at the throng of people and the flickering bonfires that erupted around him, reminiscing about the women of Taro village who celebrated by gathering around the flames to grill and dance, their movements accompanied by their own melodies. He couldn't help but ponder that the language of dance might indeed be universal. Beside him, General Antiope finally revealed a long-sought expression of relaxation, her taut nerves finally unwinding. For millennia, she had diligently trained her kin and the young princess, and now, witnessing the fruits of her labor, she radiated joy, her lips curling into a brilliant smile as she joined her fellow tribespeople in dance. This was one of the rare moments she showcased her exquisite grace and enchanting form. Diana yearned to join the revelry, yet despite her prowess in combat, she felt somewhat out of her depth on the dance floor. Her lifelong ambition had been to master the art of battle and become a great warrior, rendering her somewhat awkward in the realm of dance. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness. Observing Diana's bashful demeanor, torn between wanting to fit in and not knowing where to begin, Li Qi approached her with a twinkle in his eye, gently grasping her wrist and softly encouraging, "Come, allow me to teach you a simple and joyful dance." Queen Hippolyta stood serenely at the heart of the gathering, observing the exuberant tribespeople around her, her face finally breaking into a warm smile reminiscent of the sun's gentle rays on a winter's day. Nearby, the council members began to join in the merriment, transforming the space into a jubilant sea of celebration. After a few minutes of dancing with Diana, Li Qi's earpiece crackled to life with Jarvis's familiar and steady voice. The remnants of the malevolent god Ares have been successfully retrieved from the sky. Li Qi nodded slightly, murmuring, "Instruct Jarvis to securely store the divine remains. When I return to Stark Tower, I shall study them. This is the first divine body I have acquired, and must be utilized wisely." Exiting the crowd, Li Qi directed Jarvis to notify Stark headquarters to dispatch a team of medical professionals and equipment to Paradise Island without delay. Several tribespeople had suffered from intense light exposure, and Li Qi was determined to ensure their recovery. Following his orders, Jarvis swiftly communicated with Tony Stark and Pepper Potts at headquarters, mobilizing a specialized medical team as the first wave, while a second wave was arranged to deliver weaponry and modern facilities for a comprehensive transformation of Paradise Island. After issuing his commands, Li Chi quietly made his way back toward the clustered palaces, arriving at the entrance to the Queen's chambers. Inside, there were no attendants or guards present. They were all outside celebrating. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside. The Queen, noticing the Master's movement from the podium, subtly shifted her gaze and quietly departed from the crowd, leaving her guards to continue the festivities while she returned alone to her chambers with a light step. In the sanctum of the chambers, the solemnity and formidable presence of Hippolyta had exuded moments before dissipated like mist under the sun, leaving an atmosphere of tranquility in its wake. Li Chi gently embraced Hippolyta, her Amazonian golden armor feeling cool to the touch, bearing the marks of time. With a deliberate grace, he slowly unfastened the straps of Hippolyta's armor. Chapter 58. Should we consider Barbie? Upon the exquisitely soft bed in the royal palace of the West, Li Chi, the orchestrator of their fate, and Hippolyta, the devoted follower, found tranquility after a prolonged period of anticipation. Li Chi composedly rose from the bed, elegantly gesturing towards Hippolyta with an unmistakable intent in his gaze, indicating that she should accompany him to the bathroom for their ablutions. The enchanting figure of Hippolyta, with her graceful demeanor, obediently followed her leader into the bathing chamber. The warm geothermal spring water blended harmoniously with the cool spring water in a perfect ratio, creating a bathing experience that was soothing and invigorating, capable of alleviating every ounce of fatigue. Soon after, having completed their cleansing ritual, Li Chi, under Hippolyta's attentive service, donned his garments with methodical ease. When Li Chi arrived on Paradise Island from New York, he brought with him his mechanized suit, which bore his belongings, including a variety of clothing and other intricate, practical devices, ensuring a comfortable and leisurely existence here. Returning to the royal chambers, a beautifully arranged breakfast, meticulously prepared by the palace kitchen, was freshly placed upon the dining table. Li Chi and his newly acquired queen, Hippolyta, sat down together to indulge in the morning meal. To cultivate an intimate atmosphere exclusive to the two of them, all guards and attendants were dismissed from the chamber, transforming it into their private haven. After their breakfast, the Queen and Li Chi began to deliberate on the matter of transferring the throne of Paradise Island to Li Chi. At this juncture, Hippolyta had wholly and unreservedly pledged her allegiance to Li Chi. Given that Paradise Island and Olympia had been disconnected for millennia, their ties long severed, she boldly and resolutely decided to relinquish the Queen's position to her leader. Upon hearing Hippolyta's proposal, Li Chi nodded gently, his gaze reflecting stability and affirmation. He did not decline, as this aligned perfectly with his established strategic vision. Observing Li Chi's agreement, a radiant smile graced Hippolyta's face, and she instinctively took hold of her master's arm, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she sought to discuss the specifics. However, she quickly realized that her action might have been inappropriate. A flicker of fear crossed her face as she promptly released his arm. Li Chi paid little heed to this minor gesture. His thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, focused on other matters. Hippolyta remarked that since a decision had been made, they should commence the arrangements for the entire island today, although they must first seek the consent of the council. Upon hearing this, Li Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glimmer flashing within them. Clearly, the institution of the council did not align with his vision for establishing a harem. Thus, his foremost objective was to abolish the council and dismiss the female representatives. Li Chi believed this task to be far from daunting. During the campaign against the malevolent deity, he had vividly demonstrated his formidable and awe-inspiring prowess. The Amazons of Paradise Island revered bravery and strength as noble virtues, naturally gravitating towards a powerful ruler, and he epitomized the ideal sovereign. Consequently, Li Chi instructed Hippolyta to convene a meeting of the council to announce this decision. Hippolyta nodded in agreement, preparing to summon the guards to notify the representatives. However, after a moment as contemplation, Li Chi decided it would be prudent to first call Diana and Antiope to discuss the matter in advance, facilitating a smoother progression of events. Hippolyta nodded to signal the guards at the palace entrance to fetch her daughter and sister. Meanwhile, Li Chi continued to sit leisurely at the dining table, indulgently enjoying the queen's attentive ministrations, massaging his shoulders, back, and legs in a seamless service. Moments later, a steady and rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated at the palace entrance. The queen ceased her service and stood quietly beside the leader, exuding an air of grace and dignity. Diana and Antiope, clad in striking military attire, have been diligently engaged in post-war arrangements. With so many warriors from Amazon Paradise Island mobilized, the alert had now been lifted, and most would inevitably return to their normal training and lives. This morning, they have been occupied with these tasks. Upon receiving the summons from the queen, Diana and Antiope promptly set aside their duties, exchanged a glance, and then walked side by side with synchronized, purposeful strides to the palace entrance, entering the chamber together. Upon encountering Li Qi, their demeanor was strikingly unified. Diana's eyes immediately sparkled upon seeing Li Qi, her face radiating with a joyful smile, clearly elated. In contrast, General Antiope, having witnessed Li Qi's formidable presence in battle, had undergone a significant shift in her attitude. Previously, she had felt grateful for Li Qi's courageous rescue during the skirmish at the Shallows, his valiant combat on the surface, and his powerful deterrence against the malevolent deity from above. Now, she fully acknowledged his bravery and valor, holding him in high esteem and regarding him as a benefactor of Paradise Island. Antiope offered Li Qi a gesture of goodwill. However, given her naturally stern and serious demeanor, her smile appeared somewhat rigid, lacking in warmth. Observing her smile, Li Qi comprehended the transformation in Antiope's attitude and reciprocated with a sincere smile, his gaze imbued with understanding and kindness. After exchanging pleasantries with Rich, Diana fluttered over to the queen like a joyful little bird, affectionately grasping Hippolyta's arm and tilting her head sweetly, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what is it that you wish to discuss with us?" At that moment, Diana resembled a delicate and somewhat clingy little princess, allowing Rich to glimpse her playful and obedient nature. Hippolyta surveyed her daughter and sister, then cast a glance at the leader, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. Slowly, she relayed the matter she had just discussed with the leader to them. Upon hearing this, Diana exhibited no particular sentiment regarding the transition of the island's leadership. Rather, she welcomed and supported it wholeheartedly, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she nodded vigorously. In stark contrast, General Antiope appeared quite taken aback, her brow slightly furrowed, eyes brimming with confusion. Although Rich, as a benefactor and esteemed guest of Paradise Island, deserved all manner of honors and gratitude, the notion of the island's ruler ceding the throne to Rich was utterly unexpected for her. Thus, with a serious demeanor, General Antiope earnestly advised her sister, "Your Majesty, I believe we ought to deliberate this matter thoroughly. While Rich is indeed our benefactor, our Amazonian lineage comprises solely of women, all fierce warriors. If you choose not to continue as queen, it would be more fitting to appoint a female successor." Antiope's counsel was delivered with subtlety, clearly revealing her reluctance for Rich to assume the role of king. Rich held no irritation towards the brave warrior. Her words resonated with the prevailing circumstances. However, having firmly made up her mind, Rich refrained from further elaboration and discreetly activated her powers, penetrating and controlling the depths of the general's mind with an imperceptible force, compelling her to unconditionally agree to the proposal. Instantly, Antiope's gaze became vacant, her expression turning mechanical as she nodded in support. This subtle shift went unnoticed by both the queen and Diana. Rich had merely commandeered the general's consciousness and thought processes, harboring no intentions of including her in a harem. The general, endowed with remarkable strength and a physique brimming with muscle, resembled a female colossus, even more robust than Rich. For such a formidable warrior, Rich felt no desire to conquer. Conversely, the queen, also a female warrior, possessed a physique that, while strong, was not as exaggerated as her sister's. Her muscles were harmoniously proportioned, exuding power without the rigidity of sheer bulk, imparting a unique charm reminiscent of a mature woman from the medieval classical era. Thus, Rich resolved to retain the general on Paradise Island, entrusting her with the maintenance of daily operations, defense, and various affairs, ensuring she would serve as a sturdy pillar for the island's stable development. As for the queen, Rich envisioned occasional outings or other endeavors together, allowing her to attend to Rich's needs and enjoy her gentle and considerate nature. Diana, not only blessed with striking beauty and a graceful figure, possesses exceptional strength and martial prowess, making her the perfect candidate for a bodyguard. It is certain that Li Qi would frequently keep her by his side, allowing her to become his trusted aide. Currently, the three women before him have unanimously agreed to recognize Li Qi as the king of Paradise Island. And the next step is to convene a parliamentary assembly. Chapter 59. The takeover of Paradise Island. Queen Hippolyta of Paradise Island, alongside her sister, General Antiope, and Princess Diana, all readily consented to exalt Li Qi as the king of Paradise Island. Queen Hippolyta promptly instructed the guard stationed at the palace entrance to notify the female counselors to convene the assembly. Meanwhile, Li Qi was inside the palace, taking great care in his bathing and attire. Given Diana's presence within the palace, he opted not to have the queen accompany him for this bath. After cleansing himself, he donned a finely crafted and exquisitely tailored suit that he had brought with him. After all, accepting the mantle of kingship at the assembly necessitated adherence to certain ceremonial protocols, thus prompting Li Qi to approach his bathing and dressing with such solemnity. Before long, the captain of the guards respectfully reported to the queen that all counselors had been notified and would likely gather in the assembly hall within half an hour. In the palace's study, the three women engaged in light conversation with Li Qi for a brief while before strolling leisurely along the winding pathways of the palace, glimmering with golden hues towards the assembly hall. Upon entering the assembly hall, Li Qi observed that the counselors were not exhibiting the usual disorder and clamor typical of their meetings. Each stood quietly beside their designated seats, their faces radiating a sense of relaxed joy. At this moment, the majority remained oblivious to the impending monumental shift in leadership on Paradise Island. Many assumed this assembly was merely a post-war debriefing, thus the atmosphere was rather congenial. When Li Qi appeared in the assembly hall, flanked by the three high-ranking women, the counselors did not display any surprise. After all, Li Qi was the hero who had vanquished the malevolent deity, and the Amazonian tribe had always revered heroes. They erupted into enthusiastic applause, filling the assembly hall with a jubilant ambience. Li Qi smiled and waved to the crowd, nodding in acknowledgement, before falling momentarily silent. Queen Hippolyta cleared her throat, and once the applause subsided, she succinctly and emphatically proclaimed this momentous news. Esteemed counselors, I express my gratitude for your attendance at this assembly. Following the recent incursion of the malevolent deity, I trust you are all familiar with Mr. Li Qi's courageous deeds and exceptional abilities. Therefore, I hereby solemnly announce that I, Hippolyta, shall relinquish the burdens of the Queen of Paradise Island and place the crown of kingship upon Mr. Li Qi's head. Please note that this is not a matter for discussion, but a formal declaration of my decision. Should anyone harbor differing opinions, you are welcome to voice them, and we shall seek a suitable resolution together. As the Queen concluded her statement, one might have expected the assembly hall to erupt in vehement disputes and dissenting voices. Unexpectedly, both the Queen and Richie were taken aback as nearly all the members of Parliament nodded in agreement, spontaneously moving closer. Richie found this outcome somewhat surprising yet, at the same time, vaguely in line with reason. The Amazonian tribe revered strength and courage, and Richie's remarkable performance had undoubtedly earned him the respect of nearly everyone present. Thus, his assumption of the throne of Paradise Island seemed to have been anticipated in the hearts of the people. As Richie gazed at the approaching female parliamentarians, each bowed her proud head in reverence, vocally proclaiming their support for their new king, Mr. Richie, declaring that with a strong guardian, Paradise Island would be rendered safer and more peaceful. Hippolyta, witnessing this scene, felt her remaining concerns dissipate in an instant. Quietly, she positioned herself behind Richie, effectively taking on the role of his loyal follower. Diana, brimming with joy, restrained her demeanor in the presence of so many, concealing the charming traits of a young princess. General Antiope, too, displayed no overt signs of excitement. Her resolute expression directed toward Richie was filled with admiration, while she took a step back, dutifully adhering to her responsibilities as a general. Observing the bows from the assembly, Richie graciously nodded in acknowledgement and extended his hand to assist the nearest female parliamentarians to their feet, subsequently delivering a heartfelt and fervent address. I am deeply grateful for your overwhelming support. With this heavy responsibility upon my shoulders, I will dedicate myself to the advancement of Paradise Island modernizing it while ensuring that every member of the Amazonian tribe has ample provisions and is free from worry. Therefore, I implore you to trust in me, dear compatriots. The parliamentarians erupted in enthusiastic applause, and the transition of power was executed smoothly and swiftly. Following this, Richie, in his capacity as the supreme leader, issued his first decree. Comrades, as my initial action upon assuming leadership, I hereby dissolve the parliament. There is no longer a need for you to toil over the safety of Paradise Island. I sincerely appreciate your selfless contributions over the millennia. In return, you shall enjoy a more prosperous existence and improved services. Richie boldly announced the dissolution of the parliament and the revocation of parliamentary positions. The members, who had always respected strength and obeyed the king's commands, nodded in agreement, willingly returning to the status of ordinary Amazonians. However, Richie did not equate them simply with the common populace. He instructed Hippolyta to integrate everyone present in the hall into the Amazonian Guard and military. As an independent territory, Paradise Island necessitated robust security, and many members of the Amazonian tribe would naturally be required to bolster the guard and security teams. Hippolyta nodded in acknowledgement of her orders. After briefly conveying a few more directives, Richie announced the dispersal of the assembly, indicating that the parliamentary hall would be repurposed for other uses. Once all had gradually exited the palace, General Antiope approached to bid farewell to the king, stating her intention to return to her duties. Li Qi, with a solemn expression, nodded gravely and entrusted the security duties to the steadfast Antiope. Upon hearing this, Antiope's face reflected her resolute spirit as she assuredly promised not to betray the king's trust. After her departure, the Grand Hall was left with only Li Qi, Hippolyta, and Princess Diana, who all returned to the queen's palace together. Observing the eager Diana, who seemed eager to converse with her mother, Li Qi surmised that the young princess was likely to broach the subject of visiting the outside world, thus refraining from interrupting their dialogue. Princess Diana affectionately leaned towards Hippolyta, grasping her mother's arm, and in a pleading tone expressed, "Mother, the island is now secure, and the outside world is peaceful. Might we consider completely opening Paradise Island? If so, could I finally explore the wonders beyond our shores? Having spent thousands of years on the island, it is time for me to experience the marvels that lie beyond." Her tone was remarkably gentle, imbued with a sense of longing. Hippolyta smiled and nodded, granting her daughter's wish. Previously, during discussions with Li Qi, she had issued similar directives, which made her willing to agree to Diana's request without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Diana beamed with excitement, playfully tugging at Hippolyta's arm before joyfully racing over to Li Qi. Her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Mother has agreed. So, Li Qi, when shall we depart for the splendid world beyond and the modern cities? I can hardly wait." Li Qi, gazing at the beaming Princess Diana, gently patted her shoulder and replied, "Just wait a couple of days. Once all matters on Paradise Island are thoroughly settled, we shall return to New York, and I promise to accompany you on delightful excursions." Diana was, of course, overjoyed at this news. Li Qi continued to converse with the mother and daughter until Diana returned to her chamber to prepare her belongings for their outing. Once she left, only Li Qi and Hippolyta remained, and Hippolyta attentively assisted her master in settling down for a brief rest. Chapter 60. As King at Last. Princess Diana joyfully returned to her chamber. Now, only Li Qi and Hippolyta were left within the queen's palace. At this moment, Hippolyta gently and attentively served Li Qi. After a considerable time of tossing and turning on the soft, cloud-like bed, Li Qi gradually rose. By now, lunchtime had quietly slipped by, and Li Qi and Hippolyta partook in a modest yet exquisite royal meal prepared by the palace kitchen. In the afternoon, Li Qi and Hippolyta commenced a tour of Paradise Island. They wandered through the majestic palace complex, steeped in a history that spanned millennia, adorned with opulence and exuding an antique charm. Hippolyta guided the new king through each location, including the treasure vault, while the ever-enthusiastic Princess Diana animatedly took on the role of a guide at every stop. After completing the tour of the entire palace complex, more than 2 hours had elapsed. Though Paradise Island is not vast in area, its architectural clusters are remarkably dense. The Amazonian tribe is inherently blessed with longevity. However, due to the absence of male kin on Paradise Island, the birth of new offspring has remained elusive. Over the millennia, The tribe's numbers have dwindled with each loss of life, a situation stemming from the decree of Zeus, the king of the gods atop Mount Olympus, who commanded that Paradise Island remain concealed, evolving into a hidden and enigmatic force. For nearly 7 millennia, Zeus has had no contact with Paradise Island. Presently, Hippolyta is entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the gods on Olympus. Following the tour, Hippolyta conversed with Richie regarding Zeus and the Pantheon. She maintained a composed demeanor, her expression unclouded by any longing or envy towards the deities. The war of the Olympian gods, which transpired 7,000 years ago, has sown within Hippolyta a seed of trepidation towards the divine realm. At this moment, with Richie assuming the mantle of king, Hippolyta has severed ties with Mount Olympus in her heart, a sentiment she has conveyed to her kin. Richie gently gestured for Hippolyta not to dwell on this matter. After all, it has been an eternity since there was any connection, and it is conceivable that the gods on Olympus are currently ensnared in their own tribulations. Given the formidable power exhibited by the malevolent god Ares, it is apparent that even deities struggle to withstand the onslaught of nuclear weaponry. One must ponder whether Zeus could endure such challenges. Definitive conclusions can only be drawn following a thorough examination of Ares's corporeal form. Richie refrained from delving deeper into this topic with Hippolyta at that moment. As night fell, the palace complex and training grounds were adorned with vibrant lights, radiating an atmosphere of festivity as the populace celebrated the coronation of their new king. Richie understood that, according to the traditions of the Olympian tribe on Paradise Island, a grand celebration should ensue for 3 days, reminiscent of the customs in Taro village. He was not overly concerned with these traditions, since they were customary. He allowed the festivities to unfold without interference. That night, the entirety of Paradise Island was enveloped in a sea of joy. The Amazonian people, known for their valor and strength, engaged in a plethora of celebratory activities, including song and dance, free combat, equestrian displays, physical exhibitions, and thrilling weapon duels. Throughout these 3 days, Richie occasionally found delight in watching the Amazonian tribe and even participated in contests to stretch his limbs. Possessing a physique akin to that of a deity and remarkable adaptability, Richie's physical prowess far surpassed that of the gods on Olympus, rendering him even more exceptional than the Amazons. Thus, before him, the tribe members appeared as mere children. After several contests, he felt merely warmed up. Subsequently, Richie refrained from further participation in the competitions. However, Princess Diana persistently clamored with enthusiasm to spar with Richie. As the offspring of a deity, Princess Diana was several times stronger than the average Amazon, surpassing even Hippolyta and General Antiope in prowess. Li Chi engaged in a brief yet insightful spar with the young princess, swiftly discerning her extraordinary talent. Within her, the power of a divine monarch lay dormant, akin to a ferocious dragon hidden deep within. However, Princess Diana was yet to grasp how to harness this primordial strength residing within her, necessitating Li Chi's patient guidance and nurturing in the days to come. 3 days later, a transoceanic cargo ship dispatched by Stark Industries from New York navigated the waves successfully, arriving at Paradise Island. Accompanying the vessel were numerous transport ships laden with a plethora of modern modular structures and an array of defensive apparatuses. The modular structures were designed for the rapid construction of contemporary facilities, while the defensive equipment varied greatly, encompassing an assortment of firearms, explosives, rocket launchers, and various types of surface-to-air and surface-to-sea missiles. Stark, being a colossal arms manufacturing titan, possessed an extensive inventory, making the equipping of Taro Village and Paradise Island a seamless endeavor. Consequently, the quantity of weaponry brought was substantial, even including tactical nuclear devices among the arsenal. The entourage was considerable, comprising a multitude of designers, builders, and military security personnel. Given that Paradise Island was isolated in the northern seas, far removed from Stark's headquarters in New York, a comprehensive and secure defense arrangement was imperative, a critical point that Li Chi consistently emphasized. Thus, the company headquarters deliberately dispatched numerous personnel under the capable leadership of the portly and experienced Happy. Entrusting this significant project to Happy, Li Chi felt assured. 2 days later, construction commenced across Paradise Island. Li Qi opted not to alter or renovate the ancient Greek-style palace complex, but chose instead to level the undulating hills and mountains to expand the area. His ambition was to develop new settlements. Paradise Island was vast, with the palace complex occupying only a fraction of its expanse, necessitating large-scale development across the island. After 2 days of oversight, Li Qi resolved to depart from Paradise Island and return to Stark headquarters. In this instance, he decided to take Princess Diana off the island first, leaving Hippolyta behind. Opportunities for excursions with Hippolyta would be plentiful in the future, making this moment inconsequential. Upon expressing his intentions to both women, Diana nearly leaped with excitement, joyfully wrapping her arms around Li Qi and conveying her heartfelt gratitude with utmost respect. At this moment, Li Qi refrained from exerting any mental control over Diana, avoiding any coercion or mental intrusion. His intention was not to subdue the young princess on Paradise Island, while Hippolyta, now a member of his harem, unconditionally complied with any proposal from the king, nodding with a smile. Li Qi continued to allow Hippolyta to manage the island's affairs in his absence, while the defense remained under the purview of General Antiope. The corpulent Happy would only remain stationed for a time before departing. As the colossal cargo ship delivered 40 steel mechs, they were meticulously arranged by Rick on Paradise Island for defense, along with a backup of the Jarvis Artificial Intelligence Program. At this moment, the island's defenses were impregnable. Even if the gods from Mount Olympus descended upon them, they possessed the strength to contend. Once all arrangements were finalized, Rick planned to quietly embark on his departure at dawn the following day, eschewing any elaborate farewell ceremony. Chapter 61, Claiming Diana thus. Rick intended to slip away from Paradise Island at first light, accompanied only by Princess Diana. He wished neither to disturb the Amazon inhabitants of the island, nor to allow his Stark Industries personnel, such as the rotund Happy, to witness his departure. His sole intention was to commandeer the luxury cruise ship that had anchored off the coast of Paradise Island during the Stark team's passage through the North Sea. That night, Rick found himself in the former Queen's chamber, now ostensibly belonging to him as the king, where he shared an intimate and tender evening with Hippolyta. The elegant matron attended to Rick with utmost care throughout the night. He contemplated that upon his next visit to Paradise Island, he would reside in a modern structure adjacent to the palace complex. The next day, as dawn approached and the sky remained adorned with sparse stars and a waning moon, the tranquil sea glimmered like satin. Rick and Princess Diana, clad in a long black coat over a simple shirt and jeans, set forth on horseback from the palace complex, leisurely making their way to the ancient pier of Paradise Island, nestled in the shallow waters. The cruise ship, anchored several dozen meters offshore, had been expertly maneuvered to the dock. As Diana gazed upon the imposing vessel, excitement sparkled in her eyes. With a graceful leap, she alighted onto the deck with ease, her innate strength and exceptional agility rendering the short distance a trivial feat. Rick untied the ship's ropes and anchor, steadily advancing to the cockpit. A man and a woman piloted the luxurious vessel as it slowly departed from Paradise Island. On a slightly elevated hillside within the island, Hippolyta, now the Prime Minister of Paradise Island, along with General Antiope and the plump Happy, silently watched the cruise ship recede into the distance. They dared not defy Rick's wishes or openly bid him farewell. Instead, they quietly trailed behind. After respectfully observing Rick's temporary departure for 5 or 6 minutes, the trio returned to their respective quarters. Hippolyta returned to her somewhat sparse chamber, reclining on her bed while her gaze fell upon the ancient Greek depictions of the gods on the walls and ceiling. The more she looked, the more her heart filled with disdain. Thus, she resolved to have modern watercolors, traditional Chinese paintings, and ink-wash paintings applied over these archaic murals the following day, gradually discarding the classical Greek style. General Antiope, meanwhile, became increasingly resolute in her determination to protect Paradise Island, her eyes radiating steadfast resolve. The rotund Happy grew ever more compliant with the president's directives. Witnessing the Starks group's thriving expansion and the extraordinary charisma displayed by Richie, Happy, as a member of the Starks group, felt an immense sense of pride. Just as the adage goes, a woman fears marrying the wrong man, while a man fears choosing the wrong profession. Happy believed his choice was impeccably correct. Setting aside the circumstances of the inhabitants of Paradise Island, aboard the cruise ship, Richie and Diana, seizing the early dawn, set the vessel into motion, gently departing from the nearby waters of Paradise Island before decisively increasing the speed. Guided by the precise navigation of Jarvis's artificial intelligence, the ship sliced through the waves towards New York. This journey, traversing the vast Atlantic Ocean from the North Sea of Europe, would require at least 5 to 7 days. Of course, there were swifter routes back to New York, yet Richie deliberately selected this romantic journey for 2. After more than an hour, the sky suddenly brightened. The crimson sun leaped from the horizon like a brilliant fireball, instantly radiating a delightful golden glow. Standing side by side at the edge of the deck, Richie and Diana gazed quietly at the rising sun. For the first time in millennia, Diana had left Paradise Island, flitting about like a joyful little bird, chattering incessantly. "Richie, look at that cloud. Doesn't it resemble a soaring eagle?" she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sky, her eyes sparkling with wonder and surprise, as if she had discovered a new world. Richie smiled, following her gaze, and tenderly replied, "Indeed, it does. You possess such a marvelous and unique imagination." As the first golden rays of sunlight gently caressed Diana's resolute yet somewhat youthful face, the two seemed to be enveloped in a golden, dreamlike ocean. Diana gently removed her black trench coat and carelessly tossed it onto the deck, standing gracefully at the ship's railing, slowly extending her arms as if to warmly embrace the newborn sun. Watching this innocent and sweet girl, Richie's affection for Diana deepened. He stepped softly forward, quietly standing beside her, as the sea breeze gently tousled their hair. "Diana, from this moment onward, you shall experience a much broader world," Richie whispered, his voice filled with anticipation. Diana turned her head, her gaze steadfast and brimming with expectation as she looked at him. "With you by my side, I shall fear nothing." After frolicking on the deck for a while, the sun had risen high in the sky. The entire azure ocean shimmered as if countless diamonds were sparkling upon its surface, with fish joyfully leaping out of the water, seemingly welcoming Diana to this new world. Subsequently, Richie personally ventured to the crew's ship's kitchen, meticulously preparing a breakfast. As he embraced the sea's bounty, he was eager to savor various delectable fish. Carrying a beautifully prepared dish from the kitchen, Diana immediately approached with delight, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "Wow, it smells wonderful. I never imagined your culinary skills were so exquisite." Li Chi smiled as he carefully set the plate on the table. "Give it a try. I hope the flavor pleases your palate." Diana eagerly took a bite, her eyes instantly sparkling like stars. "It's exquisite. This is the most delicious fish I have ever tasted." In the morning, Li Chi and Diana lounged lazily on the deck, basking in the warm sunlight, and then excitedly picked up their fishing rods to leisurely cast their lines. Diana found everything to be incredibly novel. She even caught a few large fish, but, after a moment's hesitation, gently released them back into the sea. "Why'd you put them back?" Li Chi inquired softly, intrigued. With a serious expression, Diana replied, "They can only live freely in the ocean. I don't want to deprive them of their freedom for my momentary amusement." Li Chi gazed at her, filled with admiration and warmth. "You are truly kind and lovely." The first day was filled with laughter and joy. By the second day, Diana had completely embraced Li Chi as the boyfriend she cherished deeply. Throughout, Li Chi refrained from utilizing his extraordinary abilities on Diana, allowing their emotional connection to flourish naturally. As the first man she had engaged with, her innocent heart had already accepted Li Chi as the one she cared for most dearly. On the afternoon of the second day, they sat together on the soft, comfortable bed in the cruise ship's cabin. Diana gazed tenderly, her eyes reflecting a gentle longing, as she slowly removed her shirt and jeans. The library on Paradise Island housed a myriad of books penned by scholars from Mount Olympus, including those on romantic relationships in both physiological and psychological aspects. Diana had gleaned insights into these burgeoning emotions and impulses from those classical texts. The man before her had completely opened her heart, and everything flowed effortlessly, as if riding the currents of a serene river. Diana softly tilted her head and gently kissed Li Chi's lips, their passionate kiss deepening as they embraced and gradually reclined on the plush bed. Thus, Diana officially became a significant member of Li Chi's inner circle. In the following 3 days, Diana and Li Chi were inseparable, deeply intertwined in affection. Li Chi reveled in Diana's tender companionship and heartfelt love. The vast ocean seemed to isolate them from the world, with no other vessels in sight. The route planned by Jarvis was both safe and convenient, with 5 mechs patrolling above like loyal sentinels. As they approached the east coast of North America, Just a day's journey from New York, Li Chi began to meticulously review the progress of Stark Industries' various projects. Under the leadership of the puppet Tony and Pepper, the company exhibited a flourishing vitality. Following a recent upheaval that had caused the stock price to plummet by about a third, it had now regained much of the lost market value, and the acquisition of other companies was steadily advancing. At this juncture, Stark Enterprises finds itself in the pivotal early stages of acquiring Oscorp. Chapter 62, The Graceful May. After a lapse of over half a month, Richie finally returned from Paradise Island to the Stark Tower in New York. Accompanied by Diana, he ascended effortlessly to the executive office located on the topmost floor via a private elevator. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by an immaculate expanse, evidently the result of Gwen's meticulous daily cleaning efforts. Her diligent work ethic greatly pleased Richie. He settled leisurely into the spacious and comfortable executive chair, with the statuesque Wonder Woman, Diana, standing beside him. Her high-bridged nose and lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, exuded an alluring charm. Clad in a luxurious black trench coat that flowed gracefully with her every subtle movement, she wore a white blouse and jeans that flawlessly accentuated her long, slender legs, their lines both smooth and elegant. Her long hair was neatly tied into a sleek ponytail, with a few playful strands framing her face, adding a touch of youthful vitality and grace, embodying a perfect blend of allure. In the solitude of the office, Richie gently beckoned Diana to sit in his lap. The two shared an intimate moment in the expansive office chair. Subsequently, Richie summoned Tony and Pepper via the intercom, seeking a detailed update on the company's affairs during his absence. Although he had already briefed the chairman via satellite phone while on the cruise, he hoped that Tony could provide a more comprehensive account. Currently, Stark Industries was actively initiating a formal acquisition of Oscorp, which was led by Norman Osborn, a significant player in the fields of biological research and pharmaceuticals, with a market value estimated between $20 to $25 billion. However, Norman Osborn was adamantly opposed to the acquisition, firmly rejecting the offer even with a premium of approximately 20%, exhibiting an unwavering stance. This left Tony Stark in a state of indecision, uncertain whether to employ a gentle approach or a more aggressive strategy to compel Norman Osborn to consent to the acquisition. Tony reported to his master that, after an in-depth investigation, he discovered that Oscorp, while appearing formidable, was actually quite vulnerable, with its internal cash flow nearing depletion and its financial stability precariously tenuous. Several ongoing projects were at critical research stages but had yet to achieve any substantial breakthroughs. Presently, two particularly significant research projects were underway. One focused on biological gene transplantation, led by Dr. Connors. The other centered on human enhancement bioregents, personally overseen by Norman Osborn. These ambitious biopharmaceutical projects, along with several interdisciplinary initiatives, required immense funding yet yielded little in return, causing considerable dissatisfaction among the Oscorp board with Norman Osborn's leadership. The board is inclined towards an acquisition, yet Norman Osborn remains obstinately resolute in his refusal, leading the two companies into an awkward stalemate. After listening to the report, Richie leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation about how to artfully persuade Norman Osborn. However, the immediate priority was to locate the young spider, Peter Parker. Richie instructed the puppet Tony to continue monitoring the acquisition closely before allowing him to depart. Pepper, still present, bore a few freckles on her face. Her golden hair elegantly tied into a ponytail with a few strands cascading casually around her snow-white neck, exuding a gentle charm. Dressed in a fitted black secretary suit, she momentarily glanced at the youthful and vibrant Diana standing beside the leader. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in her azure eyes, quickly replaced by an increasing sense of respect and admiration for Richie. Richie cast a glance at Pepper, initially intending to wave her off to continue her duties for the company. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he decided to draw a comparison between Pepper and Hippolyta from Paradise Island. He instructed the secretary to lead Diana on a tour of the various departments and floors of the company to familiarize her with the environment. Following this, Diana would serve as the Minister of Security at Stark Industries before being dispatched to S.H.I.E.L.D. for training. It had been nearly 20 days since sending the vibrational woman to S.H.I.E.L.D., and soon Diana would follow suit. After Diana departed the office with another secretary, Richie gestured for Pepper to approach. She provided a more comprehensive and detailed report. At that moment, Richie pondered the distinctions between her and Hippolyta. While Pepper's demeanor was gentle, Hippolyta exuded a wild and fiery spirit, highlighting their pronounced differences in proactive expression. Richie then sent Pepper away once more, urging her to remain occupied with the company's affairs. He mulled over the necessity of locating Peter Parker swiftly. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Having dined on the cruise, he felt no hunger after being at the office for over an hour. Therefore, he decided to summon Gwen, using the intercom to call her to the president's office. Now, Gwen had ascended to the position of a research team leader, clad in a standard work uniform. The white blouse perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, complemented by a knee-length white pencil skirt that flawlessly showcased her rounded, pert posterior. She wore no stockings, her high heels striking a confident and powerful rhythm with each step. Her golden hair was elegantly tied into a ponytail, swaying lightly with her movements like graceful musical notes. With her lips painted a fiery red, the vivid hue contrasted sharply with her fair complexion. Her youthful face adorned with a respectful expression, appearing far more relaxed than Pepper. She approached Richie swiftly. At this juncture, Richie did not provide on-site guidance to Gwen, but instead initiated a conversation about Peter Parker. "Gwen, please tell me about your classmate, Peter Parker, in detail." Gwen articulated in an orderly manner. Peter Parker is an academically proficient student, displaying consistent performance across various domains. However, of late, he appears particularly occupied. Following your previous instructions, I have been actively reaching out to him for the past fortnight, yet he consistently responds with great reticence, his demeanor shrouded in an air of mystery. Listening attentively, Richie nodded gently and instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to utilize big data to comprehensively investigate Peter Parker's recent circumstances. Jarvis acknowledged the command and swiftly commenced a thorough sifting of surveillance and information streams across Queens and the neighboring districts of New York City, diligently seeking any recent movements and anomalous behaviors exhibited by Peter Parker. Gwen stood beside her master, observing the projected imagery of Peter Parker's recent principal activities in the void before them. Most notably, there had been a remarkable enhancement in Peter's physical prowess and athletic abilities, his physique growing increasingly robust. Over the past several months, as night descended, he had taken to the city's shadowy corners, combating criminal activities such as petty theft, robbery, and unlawful acts against women. Thus far, his actions had not drawn significant attention. Crucially, his uncle, Ben Parker, remained alive, having escaped the tragic fate of being gunned down by criminals as depicted in the original narrative. Richie recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. He gazed intently at the projected figures. Peter Parker, embodying the quintessential high school student, with slightly tousled hair and a tall, upright frame. His smile revealed 2 deep dimples, radiating youthful vitality. Ben Parker, appearing as a typical working-class man in his 40s, bore the marks of time on his face, his eyes reflecting a hard-working and unpretentious nature. Records indicated he was a diligent plumber, steadfast in his duties, and had served in the military. Aunt May, on the other hand, presented as a woman in her 30s, with elegantly arched eyebrows and eyes resembling the clear depths of a tranquil lake, exuding an array of charm with every glance. She did not hold a specific profession, dedicating herself to the nurturing of her household and occasionally engaging in community activities. From Aunt May's current appearance, it was evident that she must have been extraordinarily beautiful in her youth. Although now slightly older, she remained poised and distinguished, surpassing the ordinary allure of women her age. Contemplating Aunt May, Richie mused not only about securing Peter Parker's allegiance, but also about ensuring a stable life for his entire family. He picked up a ballpoint pen and gently tapped it against the table. His expression focused as he instructed Jarvis, arrange for Ben Parker and Aunt May to work at a branch of Stark Industries nearby their residence. Additionally, elevate Peter Parker's scholarships, financial aid, and all associated benefits to the highest standard from high school through to university. Tonight, we shall meet the exemplary young man who traverses the city each night. Chapter 63, The Pursuer, Aunt May. Note, the Aunt May referenced in this text is from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, distinct from both the original and the extraordinary versions of Spider-Man's Aunt May. Upon witnessing the Parker family, particularly the graceful Aunt May, Richie was instantly resolute in his determination to bestow upon Peter Parker the care and guidance he so desperately needed. Armed with the extensive data collected by Jarvis, Richie had a clear understanding of Peter's current whereabouts and recent activities. Presently, Peter was in the throes of exploring his newfound spider abilities, showcasing significant enhancements in physical prowess, jumping ability, and athletic coordination. He had embarked on a path to combat crime and was in urgent need of a mentor. Without hesitation, Richie resolved to bring both Ben Parker and Aunt May under the auspices of Stark Industries. As Ben Parker served as a mid-level electrician, his current company bore no affiliation with Stark Enterprises. Thus, Jarvis swiftly orchestrated the acquisition of Ben's electrical company. Following this, an order was issued to transfer Ben Parker to the Stark branch in Queens, New York, as the manager of the electrical department, while Aunt May was specially appointed as the head of the secretarial department. Given the significance of this personnel arrangement, Richie deemed it essential to personally visit the Parkers and share this splendid news with them. Casting a glance at Gwen beside him, and then at the enchanting Wonder Woman, Diana, who had just entered the CEO's office, Richie pondered whom to take along to the Parkers. Considering Gwen's familiarity with Peter as classmates, he ultimately decided to bring her along. He checked the time. It was nearing the end of the workday. Richie first escorted Diana to a nearby pedestrian shopping district, where they indulged in a sumptuous and delightful lunch. Afterward, they strolled through the shops, acquiring a plethora of splendid items. In the supermarket, mall, and park, Diana seemed to transform into an exuberant child, excitedly exploring every nook and cranny. Enthralled by the kaleidoscope of merchandise, vibrant clothing, and an array of intriguing cosmetics, she joyfully selected and purchased various treasures, filling the van Richie had specifically brought from the office to the brim. Satisfied, Diana emerged from the central department store, the clock now showing past 3 in the afternoon. In Richie's earpiece, Jarvis promptly reported that the arrangements for the Parker family's employment had been successfully finalized. With a smile, Richie waved and ushered the lively young woman into the van, returning steadily to Stark Tower. Diana carefully selected a few lovely outfits and cosmetics from a van and took the dedicated elevator directly to the top floor. This third tier housed not only offices but also a swimming area, a gym, and resting quarters. At this moment, Richie had no intention of relocating Diana elsewhere. Instead, he chose a cozy room in the top-level lounge to settle her in, placing her numerous bags in the spacious and comfortable bedroom. Subsequently, he gently informed Diana to remain there and refrain from venturing out, as he had some matters to attend to and would return by evening. Diana nodded obediently, assuring Richie that she would diligently study makeup and fashion techniques in his absence. Lee nodded in acknowledgement and turned to return to the president's office, summoning Gwen through the internal phone line. Shortly thereafter, the two descended the stairs together, entering a car that, guided by Jarvis's precise navigation, swiftly made its way to 20 Ingram Street in Queens. Although situated within the borough, the location was rather peripheral, nestled in a modest residential area. Upon their arrival, Lee and Gwen alighted from the vehicle, with Gwen cheerfully stepping forward to ring the doorbell, its melodic chime resonating crisply. In less than half a minute, the door to the Parker residence creaked open. Lee observed a gentle and amiable middle-aged woman, who regarded the pair outside with a hint of curiosity. Aunt May's features were soft and inviting, her azure eyes brimming with warmth and kindness. Her full lips framed a serene smile, while her chestnut hair cascaded like satin over her shoulders. Dressed in a white blouse, paired with a black pencil skirt and black stockings, her slender figure and poised demeanor exuded the elegant charm of a mature woman. Having previously visited Peter Parker's school, Aunt May found the girl with the yellow ponytail somewhat familiar, her expression betraying a flicker of confusion. Gwen ascended the steps with a smile and softly addressed Aunt May. Aunt May, I am a classmate of Peter S. We've met at school, and I believe you might remember me. We have come to share some delightful news. Upon hearing Gwen's introduction, Aunt May recognized the lovely girl before her and warmly extended her hand, ushering Gwen inside. Gwen continued, Aunt May, this is Mr. Lee, the president of Stark Enterprises, and he is here to convey some good news. Aunt May's eyes widened with evident astonishment and further perplexity at the presence of such a prominent corporate leader within her humble abode. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and invited Lee and Gwen into her home, inquiring whether they would prefer tea or coffee. In a considerate gesture, Gwen encouraged Aunt May to sit in the living room to converse with President Lee while she took the initiative to head to the kitchen to boil water and brew tea, allowing space for the two to engage. Lee smiled as he observed the woman radiating a mature allure, estimating her age to be around 34 or 35. With Aunt May's gracious invitation, Lee settled onto the living room sofa, where he proceeded to elucidate the purpose of their visit, to extend an invitation for the Parkers to join Stark Industries. Li Chi spoke with sincerity and earnestness, simultaneously planting the seeds of mental control within May's mind. He was reluctant to waste any more time, so he employed the most direct method to assert his influence over her. Once under his control, May initially appeared dazed and numb, yet she quickly regained her composure, perceiving Li Chi as the master of her existence and transforming into his devoted follower. Consequently, she pledged her unwavering obedience to his words, assuring him that she and her husband would diligently fulfill their roles at Stark Industries. Casting a glance at the wall clock, Li Chi noted that it was still early. He confirmed with the artificial intelligence, Javis, the whereabouts of Ben Parker and Peter Parker, realizing they would not return home to interrupt his plans. Thus, he decided to secure May within the confines of the Parker residence. With a wave of his hand, he guided her to the master bedroom, closing the door behind them. The room, though modest in size, was impeccably clean and orderly. May voluntarily unbuttoned her shirt, attentively absorbing the suggestions offered by her leader. In that intimate space, the pair engaged in a profound exchange of mental resonance. Chapter 64. Ben Parker returns home in the bedroom of the Parker household. Soft and warm light filtered through the delicate gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the small yet spotless bed. May reclined against the edge of the bed, having just undergone a mental transformation at the hands of Li Chi. Her cheeks bore a faint blush reminiscent of the evening sky, her eyes slightly glazed, revealing an alluring charm that captivated the heart. Her once neatly arranged brown locks now cascaded chaotically over her shoulders, with playful strands draping beside her porcelain-like cheeks, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her lips parted slightly, breathing softly, their vivid hue resembling freshly bloomed petals, succulent and inviting. Clad in a simple cotton nightgown, the neckline unintentionally gaped, revealing the elegant contours of her collarbone. The garment fit her form perfectly, accentuating her curves, which, despite her entrance into middle age, remained well-maintained, full, and imbued with a captivating grace. The subtle rise of her bosom, with each breath, exuded an irresistible sensuality unique to mature women. After completing the mental refinement of his latest follower, May, Li Chi leisurely stretched his back before gracefully descending from the bed. Under May's attentive care, he methodically donned his attire once more. Subsequently, he returned to the living room with his newly acquired follower. The Parker home, though modest in size, featured a compact layout comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a basement, reflecting a style similar to that of the surrounding residences. After Li Chi settled into his seat, Gwen gracefully placed a cup of freshly brewed strong tea before him with great care. Li Chi gently picked up the teacup, softly blew on its surface, and cautiously sipped from it before steadily returning it to the coffee table. He glanced at Gwen and Aunt May, then addressed Aunt May. Since you and your husband have now become part of Stark Industries, the company has prepared apartments closer to the office for key employees like yourselves. You may move in if you agree. Arrangements can be made for your relocation tonight. The distance from the Park residence in Queens to Li Chi's location was considerable, and this suggestion was made to facilitate easier summons of Aunt May. Upon hearing this, Aunt May lowered her head slightly in contemplation for a few moments. Although she was under Li Chi's influence, it was notably more lenient compared to other women, merely securing her loyalty to ensure that she would not engage in any intimate interactions with men other than Li Chi. This was a point Li Chi deemed crucial, naturally including her husband, Ben Parker. After a moment of reflection, loyalty gleamed in Aunt May's eyes as she respectfully declined Li Chi's proposal, replying, "Chairman, we have lived here our entire lives and have developed a deep affection for this place. Moreover, Peter attends school nearby, making it convenient for him. Therefore, President, I hope you understand." Li Chi, unfazed by her refusal, did not express anger. He occasionally summoned Aunt May to his side, but was not overly concerned about distance. He nodded gently and offered her kind words of encouragement, reminding the couple to officially report to their new company, the following day. Aunt May, filled with joy, recognized that as a full-time homemaker, their previous circumstances had been somewhat strained, relying solely on Ben's income, which barely covered household expenses. Now, with both spouses securing higher-paying positions, their lives would undoubtedly become more comfortable. Li Chi had initially offered Aunt May additional financial support and low-interest loans from the company to assist Peter Parker in improving his living conditions, all of which Aunt May graciously declined. At heart, Aunt May was a kind-hearted middle-aged woman who wished to avoid troubling the president excessively, focusing instead on fulfilling her role as a devoted follower wholeheartedly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Aunt May, Li Chi smiled and gestured for the two women to take their seats, indicating that they need not be so formal. Gwen and Aunt May, albeit a bit reserved, complied and settled back into their chairs. Gwen inadvertently glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and noted that it was already past 6 o'clock. Just then, a sound of keys turning in the lock echoed from outside the door. Aunt May immediately rose, respectfully informing Li Chi, "President, Ben has returned." Li Chi inclined his head slightly, remaining seated while casting his gaze toward the hallway. Ben Parker opened the door, and before fully entering the room, his jubilant and excited voice could be heard. "Darling, I have wonderful news. I've changed jobs, and the company offers significantly better benefits. I've even received a promotion. This is truly a cause for celebration. We must prepare a lavish dinner tonight to commemorate this occasion. By the way, has Peter returned home?" As he spoke, Ben Parker's kind and unpretentious face turned from the hallway, clad in a light gray electrician's uniform, his countenance brimming with uncontainable joy. In his 40s, Ben possessed a robust physique, exuding a sense of reliability. Upon seeing the distinguished Richard in the living room, he initially paused in surprise, then glanced at his wife and the young Gwen beside him, his face a canvas of confusion. Aunt May swiftly approached from beside the coffee table, explaining to Ben, "This is Mr. Richard, the president of Stark Industries. He has come to inform us about our job transfer. We all now work for Mr. Richard." After a brief overview from Aunt May, an expression of sheer elation illuminated Ben's face. The news of his water and electricity company being swiftly acquired by the illustrious Stark Industries, coupled with his promotion to head of the water and electricity department at the Stark branch, was beyond words. Thus, upon returning home, he was eager to share this splendid news with Aunt May, only to find the company's esteemed owner gracing their home. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ben approached Richard with a sincere smile, somewhat at a loss for words. "Mr. President, I never imagined you would visit our home. I'm truly grateful for your support." Richard waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he remarked that it was merely a small matter, emphasizing his appreciation for Ben's capabilities and expressing his hope that Ben would devote himself to the company's success. With pride radiating from his face, Ben earnestly assured Richard of his unwavering commitment to serve Stark Industries. Richard nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, Ben's gaze shifted to Gwen. He recognized her from a previous visit to Peter's school for a parent-teacher meeting, having seen the pure and charming girl in the classroom. Gwen greeted him with a warm smile. "Mr. Parker, it's delightful to see you again. I am Mr. Richards' secretary and currently employed at Stark Industries. I accompanied the president to visit you both and to convey this wonderful news." Gwen's voice was sweet and melodious, like the chime of silver bells. Ben expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. Shortly thereafter, he turned to Aunt May, whispering that they must insist on having Mr. Richard over for dinner that evening, and he would dash off to the market to procure some ingredients. Upon hearing this, Richard smiled and waved his hand, addressing them. "Mr. Parker, I must attend to some urgent matters at the company. By the way, has that boy Peter not finished school yet? I find myself quite intrigued and eager to meet him." Richard inquired about Peter Parker. Ben's eyes sparkled with pride as he spoke of his nephew, albeit tinged with a hint of concern. Recently, Peter had been returning home late, often bearing bruises upon his face. Ben had repeatedly asked Peter if he had been in fights, to which Peter vehemently denied. Ben understood that adolescents often encounter minor troubles during their growth. Thus, he could empathize with the situation. Upon hearing Lee's interest in Peter Parker, Parker felt a swell of pride within him. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, intending to call Peter and urge him to return home promptly, but was halted by Lee's raised hand. Lee indicated he had pressing matters and would not wait for Peter to return. With a smile, he waved goodbye to the Parkers and turned to leave with Gwen. The Parkers stood at the door, their faces adorned with respect as they bid farewell to the president. Chapter 65. The gallant young man as Lee and Gwen departed from the Parker residence. The day remained bright and vibrant. It was summer, with long daylight hours and late sunsets, prompting Lee to decide against returning to Stark Tower just yet, opting instead to wander through Queens. In the car, Gwen firmly grasped the steering wheel, attentively driving, while Lee reclined in the passenger seat. He addressed the air within the vehicle, J-A-R-V-I-S. Please assist me in tracking the whereabouts of young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calm electronic voice resonated within the car, sir. Young Spider-Man has finished school. He is not hurrying home, but is taking public transport to an abandoned factory near the school. Inside the factory, Peter Parker was wholly absorbed in his training. With his legs slightly bent, he exerted himself, leaping gracefully like a cheetah, effortlessly ascending several meters to land on a steel beam. As he practiced his web shooting, he stood in an open area, his gaze reflecting determination and dedication akin to a cold star twinkling in the night sky. His wrists flicked swiftly, and webs shot forth from the wrist-mounted devices with the speed of arrows, sticking to a distant wall, though his aim still needed refinement. With a firm tug on the web, his body soared into the air like a released arrow, twisting and turning with agility, continuously adjusting his posture, much like a dancer performing gracefully in midair. He had mastered the technique of web production, yet precision still eluded him. Therefore, for the past few nights, he had devoted himself to rigorous training here, setting out on his noble journey around 9 p.m. and returning home to rest after 11 p.m., weary yet fulfilled. After J-A-R-V-I-S accurately pinpointed Spider-Man's location, Lee remained composed, not overly concerned, simply instructing Gwen to find a place to dine before they would later meet this Peter Parker. Gwen nodded lightly, complying with Lee's request, and gradually departed from the neighborhood surrounding the Parker residence, discovering a bustling Western restaurant in Queens. Together, Lee and Gwen entered the restaurant, savoring a sumptuous dinner. Considering Gwen's long-standing residence in New York, where her culinary preferences likely leaned towards Western cuisine, Lee opted against Chinese food, knowing she might not be accustomed to it. In solitude, he often found himself yearning for the flavors of his homeland, frequently indulging in Eastern dishes. After their meal, Gwen accompanied Lee for a leisurely stroll through the neighborhood before they returned to the car, this time with Lee taking the wheel. The navigation screen indicated that young Spider-Man had departed from the abandoned factory and was on the move. The surveillance footage collected by Jarvis periodically manifested as projections within the vehicle, attentively monitoring every movement of the little spider. Rich drove the car at a steady pace, skillfully maneuvering through the ocean of traffic, steadily approaching the location of the little spider. On the navigation screen, the small red representing the spider darted about like a lively sprite, its speed surpassing that of ordinary vehicles. By integrating various intersection surveillance feeds, it became evident that Peter Parker, clad in a dark crimson suit of nocturnal attire and wearing a somewhat juvenile mask, was soaring through the streets of Queens with remarkable agility. As he swung through the air using his webbing, his form was both graceful and athletic, arms extending powerfully to create elegant arcs in the sky, his body darting between skyscrapers like a shooting star, flickering in and out of sight, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The street surveillance cameras could only capture fleeting glimpses of his blurred figure. However, thanks to Jarvis's precise recognition, it was indisputably Peter Parker. By now, it was past 9 o'clock, and upon witnessing this, Rich abruptly pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life as the vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, racing towards the adjacent blocks in pursuit of Peter Parker. Meanwhile, Peter, after 2 hours of intense training, hastily consumed a few bites of dinner before eagerly embarking on his routine of gallant heroism, relishing the thrill of traversing rooftops. In order to more effectively detect criminal activity, he adeptly tapped into the police radio frequency, patrolling the streets. Should he encounter car thieves, robbers, or other criminals, he would not hesitate to intervene, aspiring to establish himself as a shining example of a virtuous youth. Once he apprehended these petty criminals, he would promptly call the patrolling officers to handle the aftermath. In the throes of adolescence, much like any spirited youth, he harbored grand dreams of becoming a superhero, now endowed with the extraordinary abilities that others could only envy. He was keen to make his mark before the public. Recently, the media, both television and online, had begun to refer to him as the masked vigilante, Spider-Man, a title that denoted his silent guardianship of innocent citizens in the darkened city. Hearing such appellations filled Peter with pride. As he glided through the air like a pendulum, his keen eyes caught sight of a car thief furtively attempting to pry open a vehicle at the roadside. A grin crept across Peter's lips as he descended silently from the sky, emitting a long, nasal chuckle. "Hey, buddy, if I were you, I wouldn't bother stealing such an old and cheap car. I'd opt for something more upscale with autopilot features." The car thief, engrossed in his criminal endeavor, was startled by the mocking voice from behind and whipped around in fear. In the shadow behind him, he beheld a figure clad in a red suit, arms crossed, tilting his head with an ambiguous smile, observing him intently. The car thief felt a jolt of panic as he suddenly recalled the tales circulating online about the masked vigilante. Could this individual before him be that very person? His heart raced with trepidation, and he hastily discarded the screwdriver and wire he was clutching, shaking his hands nervously while forcing a contrite smile as he addressed Peter Parker. "Listen, buddy, I couldn't sleep at night, so I came out to find something to eat. This car belongs to my brother, and he's not home. I really must be on my way." Having concocted this feeble excuse, the thief attempted to slip away. Peter Parker, noticing the thief's retreat, chuckled lightly and lowered his arms from his chest. With a swift motion, he shot a web from his wrist, which struck the thief with precision, binding him firmly to the vehicle. "Hey there, don't be in such a rush to leave," Peter murmured. "My record for the night is still 0. Why not help me improve that?" With that, he unleashed more webs in a flurry, securing the thief tightly to the car, albeit not in the original intended spot. Once the thief was apprehended, Peter wore a triumphant smile as he approached with a spring in his step. He rifled through the thief's pockets, retrieving his phone, and mimicking the thief's tone, he expertly called the authorities to report the crime. The thief, helplessly ensnared and unable to move, could only watch in despair, pleading for mercy. Ignoring the thief's cries, Peter placed the phone atop the car and shot another web from his wrist, elegantly gliding away to seek his next target for rescue. A couple of blocks away, in a dark, narrow alley, he keenly observed a man clad in a black hoodie and jeans forcefully pushing a blonde woman in a bright, short skirt who was crying out in terror. The man was attempting to snatch the handbag from her grasp. Without hesitation, Peter leaped down from the air, landing gracefully before them, his gaze fixed upon the suspected mugger. With a gentle shove, he sent the hooded man stumbling back over a meter, then turned to the woman with a reassuring tone. "Miss, he was trying to rob you, but allow me to teach him a lesson." The burly man, emboldened by his size, glanced at the unusual figure that had descended from above and charged at Peter with a roar, intent on violence. Peter, however, was not easily caught off guard. As he muttered to himself, he nimbly sidestepped the man's punch with ease. In rapid succession, he delivered a precise blow to the man's abdomen and followed up with a heavy strike to his shoulder. The hooded thug collapsed to the ground, feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy bag, doubled over in pain with a sense of internal turmoil and perhaps even a hint of blood. Witnessing this unfold, the woman let out a piercing scream, angrily confronting Peter. "That's my boyfriend. Why are you hitting him? Are you out of your mind?" Upon finishing her words, she anxiously crouched down, tenderly assisting the man in the hood. As he fell, his head slipped off, revealing a dark visage adorned with a set of pearly white teeth, while the woman epitomized the classic image of a North American blonde. It was at this moment that Peter Parker realized his misjudgment. He had not encountered a bag snatcher. Embarrassed, he retreated a couple of steps, silently enduring the blonde woman's 2 scathing remarks before vanishing into the shadows behind him. Chapter 66. Persuading Peter Parker, the young spider, Peter Parker, fled the scene with the swiftness of a gale, embarrassed by the earlier incident. Utilizing his agility akin to that of a cheetah, he effortlessly glided through 2 city blocks. Meanwhile, Richie drove steadily, akin to a hunter pursuing its prey, meticulously tracking Peter Parker's path. At the intersection of Ferguson Street and 5th Avenue, Richie's keen eyes, through the car window, instantly caught a glimpse of the bright red flash darting beneath the streetlight. He swiftly turned the steering wheel, skillfully maneuvering to pursue the quieter, less bustling neighborhood nearby. At this moment, Richie was reluctant to employ mental manipulation to bring Peter Parker under control. After a brief contemplation, he subtly signaled when to lower the car window and called out Peter Parker's name into the air. The agile spider, flitting through the air like a bird, recognized Gwen's familiar face at the window, eliciting a surge of endless confusion and bewilderment within him. Despite his carefulness over the past few days, akin to a nocturnal wanderer navigating through darkness, he was still discovered by a classmate. He couldn't help but mutter to himself in his mind, "What on earth is happening? How did Gwen end up here?" Gwen enthusiastically waved at Peter, signaling him to come over. Richie then smoothly drove the car into a somewhat narrow alley and came to a halt. In the alley, Gwen opened the car door and elegantly stepped out, wearing a shirt as white as snow paired with a knee-length fitted skirt, exuding both professionalism and grace. Richie calmly exited the car as well, standing leisurely beside it, his gaze reflecting poise and confidence. At this point, Peter Parker had nimbly leaped onto a nearby high wall, peering down at the two below, his heart entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. He internally weighed his options, uncertain whether to acknowledge that he was indeed Peter Parker. Observing this, Gwen raised her voice, calling out, "Peter, stop hesitating and come down." Peter Parker hesitated, responding with a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Gwen, how did you find me?" Receiving a slight nod from Richie, Gwen waved once more at Peter Parker, gently urging, "Peter, come down. There's no need to wear the mask anymore. I have known it was you all along. I harbor no ill intentions. We are classmates, and you surely understand that." Peter Parker remained torn, still grappling with the decision of whether to remove his mask. Gwen patiently offered a few more words, her gentle voice akin to a spring breeze, gradually dispelling the doubts that clouded his mind. He finally resolved to leap lightly from the high wall, his form as graceful as an eagle soaring through the skies, landing firmly on the ground. Subsequently, he slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a youthful yet strikingly handsome face, which radiated vitality under the warm glow of the orange lights. Gwen looked at Peter Parker, eschewing any unnecessary pleasantries, and straightforwardly introduced, "Peter, this is Mr. LeQuy, the newly appointed head of Stark Industries. He has expressed a keen interest in you and has come to meet you in person." Peter Parker, bewildered and filled with profound confusion, turned his gaze toward the handsome East Asian man beside him, instinctively wanting to deny the situation. However, LeQuy did not afford him that opportunity. With a tone imbued with respect and gentleness, he slowly spoke. "Mr. Parker, I am aware of your clandestine research in biological fusion at home, and I understand it is a continuation of your father's great legacy. I also know that under the guise of Spider-Man, you traverse the city each quiet night, delivering justice and protecting the innocent. I hold great admiration for your endeavors, which is why I have come to invite you to join my ranks. In the future, I intend to involve you in battles of a higher caliber, allowing you to shine as a brilliant star safeguarding our planet." With a furrowed brow and a glint of caution in his eyes, Peter Parker inquired, "How do you know so much? What exactly do you intend to do?" LeQuy smiled, his gaze earnest as he replied, "Mr. Parker, I have been following your journey for quite some time. Your extraordinary abilities should not be confined to mere skirmishes on the streets. By collaborating with me, you will have the opportunity to realize a far grander purpose." Peter Parker fell into contemplation, pondering for about half a minute before asking about the future. "Well, Mr. LeQuy, to be candid, everyone harbors a dream of heroism in their hearts, and I am no exception. I no longer wish to conceal the truth. I am indeed the Spider-Man who has been a topic of much discussion online these days. What I am more concerned about is what kind of battles you envision for the future." With a serene demeanor and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, LeQuy responded, "Those will be battles on a planetary scale, even galactic in nature. I firmly believe that one day, I will lead you into the grand arena of the cosmos. Child, while your efforts to combat petty crime at night are commendable, I know they do not represent your innermost aspirations. Come with me, and I will show you a world of boundless possibilities, equipping you with advanced and superior tools to fully unleash your extraordinary capabilities." Peter Parker then pressed further. "Galactic battles? What dangers might that entail? Why should I trust you?" LeQuy's expression turned resolute, his voice resonant as he declared, "I solemnly assure you, in the esteemed name of Stark Industries, that I will provide you with comprehensive and meticulous support, ensuring that you have no concerns in the midst of battle." LeQuy began to gently guide Peter Parker, akin to a patient mentor, meticulously painting a grand vision of the future. He promised to lead Peter into a fierce battle in higher dimensions and to furnish him with exquisitely crafted weaponry. With keen eyes, he observed the handmade mask and costume that Peter donned, made of ordinary materials, and sincerely vowed to custom tailor a spider suit for him, with continuous upgrades and optimizations based on actual needs. Regarding mechs and various war tools, Li Qi expressed unwavering confidence, eagerly engaging Peter in profound discussions about the intricate designs of mechs, with the ultimate goal of creating a versatile nano-armor. What vibrant and spirited youth could resist the allure of possessing such advanced nano-level equipment? Peter, well aware that nanotechnology has yet to achieve groundbreaking advancements, still listened intently as Li Qi earnestly assured him that within 2 years, these splendid visions would come to fruition. Under Li Qi's sincere and compelling inspiration, Peter gradually found himself swayed by the charm of this captivating Eastern man. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his passionate convictions and earnestly told Li Qi, "Mr. Li, I can agree to join your ranks and work at Stark Industries. However, New York is my beloved home, and Queens is where I put down roots. I must take full responsibility for the safety of New York and protect it with all my might." Upon hearing this, Li Qi felt a stir in his heart. Such unyielding dedication to safeguarding one's homeland was indeed rare and commendable. Without hesitation, he promised to stand alongside Peter in preserving the tranquility of New York, which finally dispelled Peter's last lingering doubts. With a genuine smile illuminating his face, he stepped forward to shake Li Qi's hand warmly. Throughout this brief, yet profoundly significant conversation, Li Qi never resorted to any special abilities to win over Peter. Instead, he gradually influenced him with his unique charisma. This somewhat narrow alley was evidently not conducive to prolonged discussions. So after a moment of contemplation, Li Qi smiled and suggested that Peter visit Stark Industries the following day for a more detailed conversation. Naturally, Peter nodded in agreement with enthusiasm. Gwen had been quietly observing their exchange from the side, refraining from interjecting. Once the two concluded their discussion, she smiled and genuinely welcomed Peter with her sweet voice. "Peter, welcome to the warm family of Stark. When you come to work at Stark Industries tomorrow, I will introduce you to our enterprise. There are numerous cutting-edge projects and advanced equipment that I am sure will pique your interest." Gwen's melodious voice effortlessly embraced Peter as a future valuable asset under Li Qi's leadership. Glancing at Gwen, whom he had secretly admired in class, Peter felt a rush of nervousness. His cheeks flushed slightly as he stammered, "Gwen, I truly didn't expect it to be like this." Gwen smiled in response. "I'm also looking forward to working with you in the future." Peter Parker gazed at Gwen, his heart swelling with sweetness akin to rich honey. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Gwen, perceptive to Peter's unusual demeanor, quickly realized she might have inadvertently caused a misunderstanding, and stepped back slightly, lowering her head and falling silent. Richie understood the subtle musings of this sun-kissed adolescent boy, though he did not exhibit any overt reaction. He held great confidence in Gwen, for her loyalty was firmly in his grasp. With a smile, Richie waved goodbye to Peter Parker, saying, "Well then, Mr. Parker, I shall await your arrival at Stark Tower tomorrow." With that, he gracefully returned to the car, and Gwen obediently took her place in the passenger seat, generously waving to her classmates. Peter too waved back, watching as the vehicle slowly departed from the dimly lit alley. He then donned his mask once more, flicking his wrist to shoot a web that adhered to the adjacent wall, deftly leaping from the shadowy alley and weaving through the towering edifices of the city. Gwen's sweet visage continually danced through his mind, and with the promise Richie had made, his heart ignited with fervent passion. Chapter 67. The Stacy couple. After reaching a consensus with the young spider, Peter Parker, Richie drove Gwen back to Stark Tower, located in Manhattan. During this time, Richie had been residing in the penthouse of Stark Tower, having yet to return to his New York apartment. Upon entering the spacious and luminous office on the top floor, Richie settled comfortably into the plush leather executive chair. It was past 8 o'clock, and Gwen stood quietly beside him, still reeling from the afternoon's astonishment at witnessing her classmate Peter transform into a superhero beyond the ordinary. Just then, Gwen's phone rang with a sweet chime. She reached into her exquisite handbag on the desk to retrieve her phone, which displayed a call from her mother. She glanced at Richie, silently inquiring if she could answer, to which he subtly nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Gwen activated the speakerphone, and her mother's gentle, melodious voice emanated from the receiver, each word seemingly dipped in honey. Flowing warmly, "Gwen, my darling, please come home early today after work. I have prepared your favorite Amazon sturgeon. It would be wonderful if you could bring a friend along, as your father and I are eagerly looking forward to meeting your companion. Richie listened quietly, a smile subtly gracing his lips, while Gwen's expression revealed a mixture of shyness and a hint of trepidation. She had previously mentioned to her family, without the consent of the orchestrator, that she had become acquainted with the president of Stark Industries, claiming they had become quite good friends, though she was particularly cautious and did not reveal any special relationship. Her parents, as individuals with life experience, could subtly discern the connection between her and Li Qi. Thus, they made a special effort to invite Li Qi over for dinner tonight. Typically, such invitations require 1 to 2 days' notice, but tonight was an exception. It was a spontaneous idea from Gwen's mother, made only after obtaining Mr. George Stacy as consent. Gwen, with a hint of apprehension, glanced at Li Qi. After hearing her concerns, nodded affirmatively, indicating his willingness to join them for dinner, especially since he had yet to eat after returning from Queens that evening. Receiving his confirmation, Gwen spoke into the phone, addressing Mrs. Stacy. "Mom, that's all right. I just spoke with Mr. Li Qi, and he has no other commitments tonight, so he can come over for dinner." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Stacy's joyful laughter rang through the line like the sound of silver bells. "Wonderful, darling. I shall prepare the most lavish dinner for you. Do come early." With that, she hurriedly hung up and returned to her bustling activities in the kitchen. At Gwen's home, Director George Stacy had already returned from work. He had just spent nearly half an hour in the kitchen, meticulously cleaning fish scales, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Afterward, he returned to the bedroom to shower, leaving the remaining kitchen tasks to his wife. Mrs. Stacy's long, golden hair flowed like a waterfall, gracefully cascading over her well-maintained, elegantly sculpted shoulders. Her figure was lithe and graceful, exuding the captivating charm unique to mature women. Though she was in her early 30s, time appeared to have favored her, leaving only the faintest trace of smile lines at the corners of her eyes, which added an air of elegance to her demeanor. At this moment, clad in a floral apron, Mrs. Stacy busily arranged the cozy kitchen, humming a cheerful tune while skillfully stir-frying the side dishes. Before long, the kitchen was filled with tantalizing aromas that could make anyone's mouth water. The couple exchanged delighted remarks about Gwen's companion at the kitchen doorway, both wearing expressions of joy. They understood that their daughter had grown up and, with an open and sincere attitude, chose not to overly interfere with her life or friendships. Within Stark Tower, Li Qi and Gwen had taken their time bathing in the spacious, luxuriously decorated bathroom of her bedroom. As they were guests at Gwen's home for dinner, it was only fitting to present themselves well, ensuring they were impeccably groomed. After a meticulous preparation, more than half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Subsequently, Li Qi and Gwen descended in the private elevator from the top floor of the tower to the parking garage, then drove out toward the neighborhood where Gwen's family resided. Her home was situated on the top floor of an apartment in that community. Soon, the vehicle gracefully descended the overpass and arrived at the Stacy residence. Li Qi parked steadily in front of the apartment building, and the two of them stepped out in succession. Li Qi retrieved a carefully prepared gift from the back seat, a luxurious skincare set meticulously selected from a specialty store, which Gwen had previously informed him was her mother's long-desired treasure. By now, it was 8:30 in the evening, and the apartment building was adjacent to a bustling thoroughfare, the streetlights casting a gentle glow that illuminated the surrounding roads. Gwen cheerfully entered the apartment building through the coded door, and together with Li Qi, they ascended to her family's top-floor residence via the elevator. She unlocked the door with a fingerprint scanner, revealing only Mr. and Mrs. Stacy inside. Gwen turned to Li Qi and explained that her brother, Simon Stacy, had been staying at their grandmother's house throughout the summer and was not in New York City. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, George Stacy swiftly approached from the elegantly adorned living room, encountering Li Qi, the striking young man of Eastern descent. In the foyer, Li Qi was attired in a finely tailored shirt paired with impeccably pressed trousers, eschewing a suit in favor of a deep blue tie, having taken great care to present himself for this meeting. Although he was the president of Stark Industries, he was only a few years older than Gwen, and his handsome visage appeared comparable in age to hers. Standing side by side, they truly embodied the adage of beauty and talent harmoniously matched. With a warm smile, George Stacy eagerly greeted Li Qi. "Li Qi, I apologize for the sudden invitation to dine at our home without prior discussion. I hope it does not interfere with your business affairs. However, I assure you, my wife's culinary skills with fish are unparalleled, and I trust that tonight's dinner will leave a lasting impression on you." George Stacy's demeanor was refined, and his formal speech reflected his long-standing professional habits. He was always courteous in his interactions, creating a welcoming atmosphere akin to a gentle spring breeze. Li Chi, having already learned about the harmonious environment of the Stacy household from Gwen, held a favorable impression of George Stacy. He quickly smiled and shook his head, responding, "Mr. Stacy, you're far too kind. I typically do not have many pressing matters to attend to. I entrust the myriad affairs of the company to my subordinates. I am merely a hands-off manager with ample leisure time. It is truly a stroke of fortune to have the opportunity to savor Mrs. Stacy's culinary artistry tonight." Li Chi spoke with humility and grace, displaying no hint of arrogance despite his stature, and his words were both polite and considerate. George Stacy was genuinely pleased by Li Chi's courteous demeanor. After exchanging a few more amiable remarks, George Stacy led Li Chi into the living room, while Gwen took the initiative to head to the kitchen to boil water for tea. The two men engaged in lively conversation about current events and trending news, naturally gravitating towards the topic of Spider-Man, the sensational figure currently captivating New York City, a mysterious vigilante and bane of petty criminals, whose enigmatic presence was a hot topic online. Regarding his newly recruited ace, Peter Parker, Li Chi was lavish in his praise, commending his abilities and actions without reservation. As the representative figure of the police department, George Stacy, during a casual conversation with Richie, remained unaware of the true identity of this enigmatic individual. However, he held a different perspective on the vigilante's noble actions under the cover of night, feeling somewhat perplexed. Richie, sensing the divergence in their opinions, chose not to delve deeper into the matter with George Stacy. Instead, he delicately remarked, "Mr. Stacy, perhaps having such a mysterious guardian watching over the safety of the citizens during the nights of New York City is indeed a commendable occurrence, significantly curbing criminal activities and the clandestine dealings that flourish in the shadows." In response, George Stacy refrained from offering any official commendation, and the two men did not pursue the topic further due to their differing views. Gwen entered the living room with 2 steaming cups of tea, moving gracefully as she carefully placed the beverages on the coffee table before them, then naturally stood beside Richie. George Stacy gazed at his daughter, who exuded such grace and courtesy, feeling a profound sense of pride. Soon, an enticing aroma of fish wafted from the kitchen. Mrs. Stacy, peeking from the kitchen, beamed as she called out, "Dinner will be ready shortly. Everyone wash your hands and prepare to eat." Gwen hurried into the kitchen to assist Mrs. Stacy in plating the sturgeon and bringing the sumptuous dinner to the table, before returning to invite her father and Richie to dine. At the dinner table, the four engaged in friendly and animated conversation, creating a warm and jovial atmosphere. Mrs. Stacy, full of smiles, looked at Richie with concern in her eyes and asked, "Richie, Gwen mentioned that you are exceptionally capable at your company. Do you find yourself particularly busy with work? Nevertheless, do take care of your health. You mustn't overexert yourself." After inquiring about Richie's work and life, Mrs. Stacy expressed her satisfaction with him, her gaze towards her daughter revealing admiration and approval. However, Americans typically refrain from excessive interference in their children's friendships and lives. While enjoying the meal, George Stacy's phone suddenly rang. He gestured apologetically to the others before rising to answer the call in the kitchen. Moments later, with an apologetic expression, he returned to the dining room and said to Richie, "Richie, I just received a call from the precinct. A rather serious incident has occurred that requires my immediate attention. So I must take my leave and return to the station. Let us find a time tomorrow to enjoy a proper meal together." As the captain of the 17th Precinct, George Stacy's work was indeed demanding, and it was rare for him to return home early, only to be summoned away by this unexpected event. Richie nodded in understanding. Gwen quickly dashed into her parents' bedroom to retrieve her father's police uniform from the hanger, while Mrs. Stacy meticulously adjusted his collar, softly reminding him, "Be safe and return soon." George Stacy, under the watchful gaze of the three, stepped out of his home, descended in the elevator of the apartment building, and then hurriedly drove towards the police station. Chapter 68. The Follower, Mrs. Stacy. After exchanging a few brief words, George Stacy rose with an air of urgency, striding purposefully towards the police station, buoyed by the understanding glances of his family. As the captain of the 17th Precinct, his life had become consumed by work, with late nights and frequent overtime becoming an ordinary aspect of his existence. Gwen and Mrs. Stacy had grown accustomed to this reality, no longer surprised by his relentless dedication. Once George's figure vanished from sight, the remaining three, Richie, Gwen, and Mrs. Stacy, resumed their seats. The soft glow of the dining table's lights cascaded gently, akin to a delicate veil, illuminating the trio. Mrs. Stacy was attired in a loose, cream silk robe, the exquisite fabric appearing almost alive as it lovingly embraced her form, perfectly accentuating her elegant silhouette. Her gaze fell upon the dining table, where the sturgeon she had meticulously prepared now lay, reduced to mere fragments of fish bones, resting quietly after fulfilling its purpose. Richie gently set down his utensils, his eyes brimming with sincere admiration, exclaiming, "Mrs. Stacy, your culinary skills are nothing short of extraordinary. I have savored countless delicacies across the globe, yet your sturgeon, from the careful selection of ingredients to the masterful execution of cooking and the precise seasoning. Each step is akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece. The flavor is unparalleled, allowing my palate to indulge in an opulent feast. This is undoubtedly the most unforgettable dish I have ever had the pleasure of tasting." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Stacy's cheeks bloomed like springtime peach blossoms, and she waved her hand gently, her voice soft and melodious, imbued with delight and a hint of shyness. "Mr. Ritchie, you flatter me. To receive praise from someone with such discerning taste in cuisine brings me immense joy. In truth, I simply draw upon my years of passion and experience. If you enjoyed it, I shall endeavor to explore new dishes for you in the future." This simple exchange bore a magical quality, infusing the atmosphere with warmth and camaraderie. Mrs. Stacy seemed to rejuvenate, her spirit alight like a brilliant star. Gwen cast a fleeting glance at the nearly empty bottle of red wine, a smile gracing her lips as she rose gracefully, saying, "I shall fetch another bottle." Before long, she returned, holding a decanted bottle of red wine. With practiced ease, she grasped the corkscrew, and with a gentle twist, a soft pop resonated, releasing the rich, aromatic bouquet of the wine that enveloped the cozy scene, further enhancing the enchanting ambience. Lady Stacy gracefully accepted the wine bottle, skillfully and elegantly filling the glasses of the three individuals. She then lifted her glass, her gaze sincere and focused on Rick, her tone earnest yet softened by the effects of the wine. "Mr. Rick, I'm truly grateful for your support and for allowing Gwen to intern at your company. She has always been a bit careless, and I'm certain she has caused you some trouble. Please allow me to apologize on her behalf. This toast is for you. I hope you do not take it to heart and that you will continue to guide her in the future." Her voice was gentle, yet imbued with strength, and with her slightly flushed cheeks, she appeared all the more enchanting. Rick responded with a polite smile, rising elegantly to his feet, his words sincere and heartfelt. "Lady Stacy, you are too kind. Gwen has performed exceptionally well at the company. She is intelligent and diligent in her work. I have entrusted her with many important tasks, which I approach with complete confidence. Rather than causing me trouble, she has been a tremendous help and is indeed a rare talent within our organization. You should take great pride in raising such an outstanding daughter." Gwen rose slowly, a bashful smile gracing her face, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Mr. Rick, I sincerely appreciate your recognition and support. I have learned so much at the company, and I promise to work even harder to meet your expectations." The three gently clinked their glasses, the melodious sound resonating softly in the room. They then lifted their glasses and drank heartily, laughter echoing joyfully throughout the space. Gwen poured the remaining half bottle of red wine evenly into their glasses. Once again, they raised their glasses and, without hesitation, drank deeply, swiftly depleting the entire bottle. At this moment, both Gwen and Lady Stacy's cheeks were flushed like the hues of a sunset, their eyes slightly glazed with inebriation, clearly feeling the effects of the wine. Rick observed this scene before him, Lady Stacy's flushed cheeks exuding a captivating charm, her figure graceful and elegant, while beside her stood the youthful and vibrant Gwen. A subtle ripple stirred within him. He discreetly narrowed his eyes, akin to a hunter in the night, quietly employing his mental prowess. An invisible, colorless force of mental energy, as delicate as a thread, silently infiltrated Lady Stacy's mind. Her initially hazy gaze momentarily froze, as if time had paused, before becoming increasingly vacant, as though her spirit had briefly departed. In an instant, her eyes regained their brilliance, now filled with reverence and submission towards Rick, reminiscent of a subject's loyalty to their sovereign. Rick approached Gwen with measured steps, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, lowering his voice to a tone that was both gentle and authoritative. "Gwen, please tidy up the dining table first. I will assist your mother back to her room. She has had quite a bit to drink. After such a long evening, you must be tired as well, so make sure to rest early after you finish." Gwen lowered her gaze, nodding obediently, a few strands of hair cascading gently down. She silently rose and began to methodically tidy the table, her movements soft and adept, as if it were her most instinctual duty. Li Chi stepped forward, gently supporting Mrs. Stacy's arm, whispering in her ear like a soft breeze brushing across a lake. "Madam, you have had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you back to your room for some rest." "Do not worry. I shall take care of everything." Mrs. Stacy responded submissively, allowing him to assist her, her steps somewhat unsteady, as if walking on clouds, slowly departing the dining area towards the bedroom. Upon opening the bedroom door, a space appeared that was simply yet elegantly arranged, radiating warmth and romance. On the bookshelf against the wall, an array of honors earned by George Stacy over the years was meticulously displayed, from the gleaming trophies of municipal recognition to the illustrious national medals. Each item silently narrating his distinguished achievements, showcasing his dedication and loyalty as a director. Li Chi guided Mrs. Stacy to the bedside, helping her to sit down gently, and once more employed his mental control abilities to disperse the fog of her inebriation. Gradually, Mrs. Stacy regained her clarity, lifting her eyes to meet Li Chi's gaze, filled with reverence and unwavering loyalty. "Master, from this moment forward, I pledge to follow you wholeheartedly, without reservation, steadfastly. Wherever and whenever, I shall heed your commands, ready to face any peril for you." Li Chi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting encouragement as he gently stroked her hair, akin to caressing a precious treasure. Softly stating, "I knew you would." He then embraced her tenderly, and together they reclined on the soft, comfortable bed. Above them, on the wall hung a wedding photograph of the Stasis, where the couple smiled radiantly like the sun, their eyes brimming with the sweet love of happiness, creating a stark contrast to the peculiar atmosphere of the room. In the dining room, Gwen moved with a slight lethargy as she cleared the table, delicately placing the dishes into the kitchen sink. Once finished, she returned to her own bedroom, closing the door quietly, as if afraid to disturb something. Her eyes were dreamy, her mind occupied solely with a vague yet profoundly significant figure, her master, Li Chi. It seemed that her world had been entirely filled by this man, leaving no room for others, much like the universe revolving around a singular star. Meanwhile, on the somewhat dilapidated streets of Queens, Peter Parker navigated the towering buildings with agile grace, darting like a specter. Clad in his homemade dark red spider suit, he utilized web shooters on his wrists to propel himself through the night sky like a streak of black lightning, swift and versatile, seemingly merging with the darkness. Suddenly, he came to a sharp halt mid-air, his movements crisp and decisive, as if an invisible force had restrained him, or perhaps he had recalled something of utmost importance. "Oh no, I almost forgot to buy eggs," he murmured softly, his voice dissipating in the night breeze, and then executed a graceful flip, his form light and elegant, swiftly darting toward a dark, deep alley below the intersection. Upon landing, he deftly removed his spider mask, skillfully stowing it in the backpack he carried, and retrieved a slightly worn jacket and a pair of jeans from within, changing quickly to conceal his spider suit entirely. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before striding confidently out of the alley, his steps steady and powerful. By the street, the sign of a 24-hour convenience store emitted a gentle white glow as Peter gently pushed the door open, the cool air rushing to greet him. He made his way directly to the food section, his eyes swiftly scanning the shelves, precisely selecting a carton of free-range eggs. After inspecting them carefully, he approached the self-checkout machine at the entrance. Scanning and paying, his movements were swift and practiced, as if rehearsed countless times. After completing his transaction, he carefully placed the eggs in his backpack, treating them like fragile treasures, and once more glanced around cautiously, mentally calculating the distance to his home. Not far now, just a few more swings of webbing to go, he thought to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. In a shadowy corner beside the convenience store, Peter donned his spider mask once more, taking a deep breath as if gathering strength. With a flick of his wrist, webbing shot forth. He propelled himself into the air, his movements agile and powerful, vanishing into the night like a spirit merging with the darkness. Moments later, he descended gently into a shadow, his landing as light as a feather. Removing his spider mask, he dusted off his clothes and adjusted them before making his way home with a buoyant stride, as though carrying the day's successes with him. As he pushed open the door, the bright light within caused him to squint slightly, the illumination akin to an uninvited guest. At this hour, Uncle Ben and Aunt May would typically be fast asleep, leaving the house enveloped in darkness and silence. Yet tonight, the living room was brightly lit, almost as if it were welcoming him home. Startled, he instinctively softened his footsteps, trying to sneak back to his small bedroom through the adjacent hallway, like a timid creature wary of disturbing its master. However, just as he took a step, a familiar voice echoed from the living room. "Peter, is that you back?" It was Aunt May. Reluctantly, he halted, steeling himself to enter the living room. There sat Uncle Ben and Aunt May, their faces lighting up with joy at his return. "Little guy, you're home earlier than usual tonight," Aunt May exclaimed, rising swiftly to his side, her eyes filled with concern. "Come here. Ben and I have saved some supper for you. You must be famished. Go wash up first, then come eat something." Peter gazed at them in surprise, having expected a reprimand, but instead met with such a warm greeting. A wave of warmth surged within him. Uncle Ben chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, kiddo, your Aunt May is in a good mood today. She made a special late-night meal. Don't worry, it's not that beef pie you dislike." Peter smiled shyly, aware that his uncle had long endured Aunt May's rather lackluster culinary skills, particularly that daunting meat pie. This evening, however, there was no pie, and he felt a quiet relief wash over him, accompanied by a warm sensation akin to the gentle sun of winter penetrating his heart. Chapter 69. Peter's desire to invite Gwen in the cozy living room. The dining table was adorned with 3 portions of simple, yet lovingly prepared sandwiches, as fluffy as clouds, alongside steaming milk exuding a tempting aroma. Aunt May sat across from him, her chestnut curls cascading naturally over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with happiness like twinkling stars in the night sky. She spoke. "Peter, today I have delightful news that will bring joy to our family. Your uncle and I have found a wonderful job. You wouldn't believe it. The general manager himself came to our home to invite us. Moreover, Mr. Lequis specifically mentioned you, praising your excellent academic performance and your passion for research. He holds you in high regard. I believe this is an extraordinary opportunity for you. We must find a suitable time for the whole family to meet this chairman in person and express our gratitude." Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the wonder of witnessing an incredible miracle. He could hardly fathom that Lequis had so thoughtfully arranged employment for his uncle and aunt. A warm current surged within him, akin to a gentle stream, as he observed the jubilant expressions on their faces and felt genuine happiness for them. Perhaps due to his elevated spirits, or perhaps because the evening's adventures had drained his energy, his appetite was surprisingly robust, and he quickly devoured 2 sandwiches in rapid succession, as swift as the wind sweeping through the clouds. Ben Parker and Aunt May exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of Peter's hearty consumption, their expressions brimming with affection. As if he were still the eternal child, they discreetly pushed their own sandwiches toward him. Laughter echoed through the living room, weaving a tapestry of joy for the household. As the Parkers basked in this rare atmosphere of happiness, a scene both beautiful and warm, resembling a tender painting. Peter Parker swiftly polished off the sandwiches on the table and then lifted the milk to drink it all in one go. With a contented wipe of his mouth, a smile of bliss adorned his face as he addressed his uncle and aunt. "Uncle, Aunt May, I'm full now. I'm heading back to my room." Seeing Ben Parker nod in agreement, he nimbly gathered the 3 empty plates and the milk cup, cheerfully carrying them to the kitchen. Typically, clearing the dishes was a task Peter willingly undertook, though washing them was not usually his responsibility. After placing the items in the sink, Peter hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing back to his cozy little bedroom, reminiscent of a joyful little rabbit. As he reclined onto the soft bed, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to slap his forehead. He had almost forgotten to properly store the fresh farm eggs he had purchased for Aunt May. Hastily, he retrieved his backpack, cautiously unzipping it, and gently extracted the box of eggs. With utmost care, he tiptoed out of the small bedroom, his footsteps light as a whisper, intent on not disturbing the serene slumber enveloping the space. He placed the eggs into the refrigerator at the kitchen entrance. After washing his face and hands, he returned to his sanctuary, sinking back into the comforting embrace of his bed, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to the evening's events. The enigmatic and strikingly handsome Oriental man, Li Qi, had made a promise to him regarding his employment and dedication to research, a commitment that Peter found increasingly fascinating and surprising. Not only had Li Qi accurately identified him, but he had also provided his uncle and aunt with a coveted job opportunity, an occurrence that truly surpassed Peter's wildest imaginations. His curiosity about this mysterious and generous employer burned brightly within him, akin to a flame eager to unveil the secrets hidden beneath Li Qi's enigmatic facade. With a burst of determination, Peter leapt from his bed and turned on the computer beside him, deftly navigating to the web browser. Entering Li Qi and Stark Industries into the search bar. To his astonishment, he discovered that the infamous genius playboy, Tony Stark, had stepped down as president, with Li Qi taking over the reins. However, aside from Li Qi's name and a blurry photograph, the internet yielded scant information. This only intensified Peter's curiosity, igniting a fervent desire within him to delve deeper, as if a restless kitten were scratching at his insides, yearning for knowledge. He closed the laptop and leaned back in his swivel chair, propping his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the image of his classmate, Gwen Stacy, materialized in his mind. She had been by Li Qi's side that very evening. Peter recalled that Gwen had been interning lately, but he had never imagined she would be at Stark Industries. A spark ignited within him, akin to glimpsing a ray of hope in the darkness. He realized that inquiring about Li Qi from Gwen could yield invaluable insights. The brilliance of this idea made him smile, a shy and sweet smile that concealed a secret known only to him. Once more, he opened his computer, the screen adorned with a clandestine group photo he had saved. In the picture, Gwen stood at the center, radiating like a brilliant star, her charm irresistible, drawing one in like a moth to a flame. Peter had long set this image as his screensaver, and each time he beheld it, a wave of sweetness washed over him, akin to tasting the finest honey. Gwen was vivacious and bright, her academic prowess matched only by her melodious voice, reminiscent of a clarion call of a yellow oriole, crisp and delightful, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring. How could any normal boy not be captivated by her? In the throes of adolescence, Peter Parker found himself utterly enthralled by this beautiful and kind-hearted class monitor, his secret affection for her having taken root in the depths of his heart. Yet, in times past, Peter's introverted nature had kept these feelings buried deep within. Before acquiring his extraordinary abilities, Peter was taciturn and showed little interest in forming friendships. However, after gaining his superpowers, he gradually became more cheerful and talkative. Leaning back in his swivel chair, he twirled a ballpoint pen deftly between his fingers, a motion both practiced and tinged with a hint of nervousness. The thought of visiting Gwen's home to inquire about his new employer and to draw closer to the girl he admired filled his heart with sweetness akin to honey. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 10:30, not too late at all. He grabbed his backpack from his small bedroom and pushed the door open. Noticing that his uncle and aunt were absent from the living room and kitchen, he swiftly darted to the doorway, opening it and leaping outside. In a few quick strides, he slipped in the shadows not far from the house, moving with the agility of a swift leopard. He had no intention of taking the bus or taxi. Within moments, he shed his jacket and pants, revealing the dashing Spider-Man suit beneath. With a flick of his wrist, web fluid shot forth, propelling him through the streets towards Gwen's home at a breathtaking speed, as if he were an arrow released from a bow. The distance between the Parker residence and the Stacy household was not insignificant, yet the little spider's velocity was astonishing, allowing him to scale the apartment building where Gwen resided in under 20 minutes. Using both hands and feet, he ascended the walls with the agility of a nimble monkey. Quickly reaching the side of Gwen's bedroom window, his limbs pressed tightly against the wall, blending seamlessly into the structure. This was his first time proactively seeking out Gwen in the dead of night, and his heart raced, pounding so fiercely it felt as if it might burst from his chest. He removed his spider mask, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on his brow from anxiety, and took a deep breath to bolster his courage. With a determined leap, he landed on the windowsill and cautiously peered inside. There lay Gwen, staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes fixed in thought. The room was brightly lit, She had not yet gone to sleep, dressed in casual attire, seemingly lost in contemplation, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Peter gently tapped on the window, and upon hearing the sound, Gwen turned her head. Seeing him, she paused momentarily, and Peter quickly gestured for her to open the window. After a moment's hesitation, Gwen opened it, surprise evident on her face. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she broke the silence. "Hey, Peter, it's so late. What are you doing here? Still in your Spider-Man gear? Did you just return from some heroic escapade? Is Mrs. Parker aware that you are out this late? Wouldn't she be particularly worried about you?" Gwen's voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a clear stream flowing through the mountains. Sweet and enchanting like the sound of silver bells. Even imbued with curiosity, it retained a gentle warmth, as if it possessed a comforting magic. Receiving Gwen's permission, Peter leaped into the bedroom. He scratched his head, offering a shy smile. "Gwen, I actually have something I wanted to ask you. I know it's not ideal to disturb you at this hour, but my curiosity has gotten the better of me." Gwen scrutinized Peter, her mind swirling with questions about the purpose of his late-night visit. She blinked her beautiful blue eyes and inquired, "What brings you here? Why the mystery at such an hour?" Peter took a deep breath, summoning his courage as he replied, "Gwen, I came to inquire about Mr. Lychee. Having worked under him for quite some time, your insights would surely surpass mine. Could you shed some light on what kind of person he is? What are his plans for the company? Moreover, what is his working style like? I truly wish to know, especially since I will soon be joining the company." Upon hearing this, Gwen's smile evaporated, replaced by a serious demeanor. She spoke earnestly, saying, "Peter, all I can tell you is that our boss is exceptionally generous and kind to everyone in the company. You will come to appreciate this in time. He is genuinely a remarkable individual, endowed with extraordinary wisdom and vision. While he maintains high expectations, he also places great emphasis on nurturing and enhancing the capabilities of his employees. There is no need for us to discuss him privately. After all, he is a figure deserving of our respect, and we all bear the responsibility of safeguarding his reputation. Some matters are best understood through personal experience rather than hearsay." As Gwen spoke, her gaze conveyed a resolute determination, as if she were protecting something of great significance. Peter was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the reason behind Gwen's intense reaction. Yet his innocence prevented him from dwelling on it for too long. After all, Mr. Lychee had yet to exert any mental influence over him, and his curiosity about the new boss remained unquenchable. Feeling slightly awkward due to Gwen's response, he changed the subject, saying, "Gwen, are you free this weekend? I would like to invite you to dinner. We have been classmates for over 2 years without gathering together, and it will be a nice opportunity to strengthen our bond. Moreover, I have always wanted to have a conversation with you one-on-one." Since gaining his superpowers, Peter had grown more confident, and seizing the opportunity of this evening, he finally voiced feelings he had kept hidden for so long. With hopeful anticipation, he envisioned Gwen nodding in agreement, a beautiful image unfolding in his mind like a splendid tapestry. Chapter 70. When will your father return home? Upon hearing his invitation, Gwen's previously gentle expression swiftly faded. Without hesitation, she shook her head resolutely, her eyes reflecting an unwavering conviction. "Peter, I am truly sorry, but I cannot accept your invitation. My heart is already claimed. He is an irreplaceable star in my life, occupying the deepest recesses of my heart, leaving no room for another. We shall remain classmates and colleagues, and I am confident we will become excellent partners at work. I hope you do not take this to heart. I firmly believe that someone as remarkable as you will eventually encounter the true companion who resonates with your spirit." Gwen's expression was solemn, and her words held a weighty finality. Upon hearing the news, Peter felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place with his mind a complete blank, hardly able to believe his ears. For a long time, in his perception, Gwen was certainly not the type to dismiss others so decisively. A wave of confusion surged within him, and just as he was about to inquire further, the bedroom door creaked open slowly. Dressed in loose-fitting pajamas, Richie entered with a leisurely stride. Upon locking eyes with Peter Parker by the window, a slight smile graced his lips, revealing a profound expression. "Mr. Parker, what an unexpected surprise. It has been scarcely 2 hours since our last parting, and here we are reunited once more. Such a delightful twist of fate. But at this late hour, might you have some urgent matter to discuss with Gwen?" Unbeknownst to Peter, Richie had overheard every word of his conversation with Gwen, thanks to his extraordinary acute hearing while in the living room. To thoroughly extinguish Peter's hopes, he had deliberately returned to the Stacy couple's room to don his pajamas before making his appearance. Richie walked into the room and offered a slight nod to Peter as a greeting. Peter watched helplessly as Richie confidently approached Gwen, wrapping his arms around her affectionately. Gwen leaned obediently against Richie's chest, their demeanor unmistakably intimate. This scene struck Peter like a heavy blow, instantly awakening him to the realization that he felt like an unwelcome intruder, and remaining here would only heighten the awkwardness. His face flushed, he stammered, "Mr. Richie, I sincerely apologize for intruding at such a late hour. I merely wish to confirm the details regarding our meeting tomorrow, and having clarified everything, I shall take my leave now. It was thoughtless of me to come at such an hour. I truly regret it." After hastily concocting such a clumsy excuse, he quickly bid farewell to Richie and Gwen, then turned and leaped through the window without hesitation. With the aid of his web-slinging prowess, he darted between the lampposts and eaves, vanishing into the vastness of the night as if he had never existed. Gwen quietly closed the window and slowly turned around, her face etched with guilt and anxiety. She knelt at Richie's feet, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, "Master, I am so sorry. I should not have spoken with him alone. I betrayed your trust. Please forgive my reckless ignorance this once." Richie's expression remained gentle, his eyes filled with tenderness as he reached out to lift Gwen to her feet. "It is quite all right. Do not dwell on this matter. You are my most devoted follower. How could I ever blame you?" Gently, Richie helped Gwen rise from her knees, affectionately ruffling her long hair. Gwen slowly raised her gaze to Richie, her eyes still reflecting a lingering fear and uncertainty. Taking her hand softly, Richie led her with a slow and gentle pace to the bedside. He first seated himself gracefully and then, with a subtle tug, drew Gwen into his embrace. As light as a butterfly, resting her against him, Gwen obediently leaned against Risha's chest, gently unfastening her clothing. The lights in the room were dimmed to a warm and soft glow, and under this tender radiance, Rish caressed Gwen's back with a gentle touch. A wave of warmth surged within her, akin to a babbling brook nourishing her heart. She nestled her head deeper, softly responding, "Master, to be your follower is the greatest fortune of my life. I wish to remain by your side forever, unwavering in the face of any trials that may come." Time slipped away unnoticed as Rish, with the delicacy befitting a precious treasure, gently laid Gwen down on the bed and reclined beside her, their faces mere inches apart. Gwen closed her eyes lightly, her expression imbued with reverence and solemnity as she pledged her loyalty to her master, Rish. After Gwen's awe-filled and steadfast oath of allegiance, a hint of satisfaction graced Rish's features, for he understood that Gwen's loyalty was as solid as a rock. Yet a flicker of contemplation crossed his profound gaze, as a lingering question surfaced within him. When would George Stacy return home? Reflecting on previous events, George had been summoned back to the precinct in a hurry due to an unexpected emergency call. He had donned his uniform swiftly, leaving without uttering a single extraneous word. Now, Rish stood in the room, his brow slightly furrowed, filled with uncertainty regarding George's return. He turned his gaze slowly toward Gwen and inquired softly, "Gwen, when do you think your father will be home?" Gwen lifted her head, her face marked by a hint of helplessness and apology, her eyes brimming with respect and obedience towards her master. She bit her lips slightly and replied, "I'm truly sorry, master. Typically, I am unaware of when my father finishes his overtime. Each time he returns in the dead of night, I am already deep in slumber, completely oblivious. However, my mother might know." Rish nodded gently, lifting his hand to tenderly stroke Gwen's golden hair, which cascaded like a waterfall. Then he sat upright, a warm smile gracing his face as he said to Gwen, "You should get some rest in your room and not dwell on it any longer." With that, he turned and, with a steady and graceful stride, exited Gwen's room, traversing the dimly lit corridor straight to the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, Mrs. Stacy lay quietly on the bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, her thoughts having drifted far away, filled with longing for the return of her master, Rish. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head abruptly like a startled deer, and upon seeing Rish, a flicker of surprise illuminated her eyes. She quickly sat up from the bed, her movements infused with a sense of urgency and eagerness to please. Li Chi approached the bedside, his demeanor as serene as a still lake. Leaning slightly forward, he gazed at Mrs. Stacy and in a low yet clear voice inquired, "When will George return home?" Mrs. Stacy's radiant smile remained intact, tinged with a hint of flattery and submission as she replied, "He usually comes back around 2 in the early hours, my dear. However, this time seems a bit different. Allow me to make a call to inquire." With that, she reached for the phone resting on the bedside table, her fingers trembling slightly as she dialed George Stacy's number. Upon connecting, a note of caution laced Mrs. Stacy's voice. "Darling, when do you expect to finish work?" On the other end, George's voice came through, rigid and methodical. "Hey, dear, this unforeseen incident is rather challenging, involving crucial leads in an important case. I won't be home tonight. Don't wait up for me. You and our daughter should get some rest." Listening to her husband, Mrs. Stacy sought confirmation. "Really not coming back? Please take care of yourself." After hanging up, she slowly lifted her gaze to her master, Li Qi, her eyes filled with adoration and compliance. Li Qi, having overheard the conversation, pondered for a moment and swiftly resolved to remain at the Stacy residence for the night instead of returning to Stark Industries. With this thought, he gradually removed his night attire and beckoned Mrs. Stacy to follow him to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. In the bathroom, beneath the warm yellow glow, water cascaded from the elegantly designed showerhead, producing a delightful sound akin to a gentle melody, infusing the tranquil space with a touch of romance. Li Qi entered the bathtub first, the water at an ideal temperature. Holding a towel, Mrs. Stacy approached the edge of the tub, her gaze filled with devotion and submission as she tenderly wiped Li Qi's back, each movement imbued with reverence and focus, as if she were fulfilling a sacred duty. After rinsing off, they both took soft towels to dry themselves. Mrs. Stacy's eyes remained fixated on Li Qi, brimming with awe and reliance, as though he were her entire source of support. Subsequently, they returned to the bed. As a devoted follower, Mrs. Stacy was meticulous in her care. She arranged the pillows for Li Qi and gently draped the blanket over him, her movements so delicate as if afraid of disturbing him. She then lay down beside him, ever ready to provide the most attentive service to her master. That night, Li Qi enjoyed a particularly restful slumber on the expansive, soft bed with Mrs. Stacy's devoted company. It felt as if all his fatigue had dissipated in that moment, allowing him to immerse himself in a blissful dream. Li Qi relished a well-deserved sleep at the Stacy residence, while young Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, found himself in stark contrast, burdened with bitterness, devoid of any comfort. As he beheld Richie and Gwen entwined in affectionate embraces, a profound realization dawned upon him. The girl who occupied an irreplaceable place in his heart, whom he had long cherished in secret, had surrendered herself to the embrace of their boss. Though Peter Parker's heart brimmed with desolation, his inherently kind and magnanimous nature prevented him from harboring any resentment towards either Gwen or Richie. In that moment, he found solace in his resilience. Traversing the chasm between suspension bridges and towering edifices like a shadowy wraith, the city's winds howled past his ears, seemingly lamenting his sense of loss. Soon, he returned to the street where his home lay nestled in the Queens neighborhood. With a swift motion, he leapt gracefully from the shadows, removing his spider mask with deftness. His head bowed and his steps heavy and sluggish as he made his way homeward, each footfall laden with an overwhelming sense of solitude. As night descended, a chaotic aura enveloped the area, the order of things appearing particularly dismal. The streets, sparse of pedestrians, were only interrupted by vehicles that rushed past like fleeting meteors, their engines shattering the night silence. Chapter 72. Mary Jane, the mature girl as Peter Parker approached the vicinity of his home. He noticed the creaking of a door across the street, which slowly swung open. Mary Jane emerged, her gait reflecting a hint of weariness yet retaining an air of elegance. Her figure was slightly curvaceous, bearing the maturity of someone in their 20s. American women typically possess a shorter bloom, yet Mary Jane seemed like a flower that had blossomed prematurely, her face adorned with delicate freckles. Clutching a large black garbage bag tightly, she moved briskly to the trash bin, her expression tinged with annoyance and resignation as she hurled the bag to the ground, the thud resonating in the stillness. Subsequently, she deftly retrieved a cigarette and a lighter from her pocket, her movements fluid and practiced. With a swift flick, a brilliant yellow flame illuminated the night sky, followed by the glowing ember of her cigarette, flickering in the darkness like a beacon. She inhaled deeply, exhaling rings of smoke. attempting to ease the agitation that had arisen from her father's drunken disturbances earlier that evening. From a distance, Spider-Man Peter Parker observed Mary Jane, akin to a vigilant owl in the night, swiftly and silently retreating into the shadows. He hastily procured a jacket and pants from his backpack, donning them with urgency, and ran a hand through his hair to tame its disarray before smoothing out his slightly rumpled collar. With his emotions gathered, he stepped once more from the shadows, making his way towards his doorstep. Mary Jane, keenly aware of Peter Parker's silhouette, momentarily paused in surprise before taking a couple of steps forward. Forcing a strained smile that bore traces of fatigue and helplessness, she softly greeted him. "Hey, Peter, why are you coming home so late again? Aunt May must be quite worried. By the way, I haven't seen you much lately. What have you been busy with?" As she spoke, her lips trembled slightly, battling against the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, her voice quivering like leaves falling in the autumn breeze, fragile and vulnerable. Peter Parker lifted his head and gently waved to Mary Jane, his tone laced with resignation as he slowly spoke. "I wandered around after school and returned late." "Mary, is it that your uncle has been drinking again, causing you to feel so down that you resort to smoking?" Mary Jane sniffed, took a deep drag from her cigarette, and tossed the remaining quarter onto the ground, extinguishing it with her foot. She was just about to confide her troubles to Peter when a thunderous roar erupted from within the house. "Mary, where have you been? Hurry up and get me some water. You never seem to know how to serve your father. Must I teach you everything?" Accompanied by a loud bang, a swaying, burly man appeared in the dim light at the door. This middle-aged man staggered towards Mary Jane, raising his hand to strike her, cursing under his breath, "Ungrateful daughter. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Peter Parker, with his keen instincts, detected the man's intentions early on. Like lightning, he rushed to Mary Jane's side, firmly grasping the descending hand. He turned to face the man, a flicker of annoyance and anger flashing in his eyes, wishing to impart some lessons of his own. Having lived in the neighborhood for years, Peter was well aware of the man's abusive behavior towards Mary Jane. As a citizen with extraordinary abilities and Mary Jane's classmate, his heart burned with indignation, eager to rid the world of such a menace. Seeing this, Mary Jane quickly grasped her father's arm, her fingers turning pale from the strain as she pleaded desperately, "I'll get you some water right now, Dad. Please let go of my classmate. Let's just go home and not cause a scene on the street." She mistakenly believed her father was holding on to Peter. Peter suppressed his anger, gently shaking off the man's hand, causing him to stumble and barely catch himself against the wall. Fueled by alcohol, the man swung his fist toward Peter. However, Peter would not allow him to succeed. He nimbly sidestepped and prepared to strike the man's leg or arm to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Mary Jane exerted all her strength to pull her father back, coaxing him until he finally relented and returned inside. The man scoffed disdainfully, slamming the door behind him while muttering angrily, "Raising an ungrateful daughter, turning her back on her own." Mary Jane stood at the door, initially intending to knock, but her hand faltered halfway, like a deflated balloon, as she lowered it, her head bowed, tears brimming in her eyes, embodying a pitiful sight. Peter felt a surge of guilt, reflecting on his impulsiveness and questioning whether it stemmed from witnessing his beloved in a moment of intimacy with another. He reminded himself to never allow emotions to cloud his judgment again. Approaching Mary Jane, Peter gently offered reassurance. "Mary, it's quite late. Why not come to my house for a cup of tea? Once your uncle cools down, he will surely open the door." He urged her, "Come. Let's go to my place for a while." Though it was a summer night, the outside air was thick and oppressive, as if it had been scorched. Mary Jane hesitated for several seconds before finally nodding, her gaze betraying a hint of helplessness and anticipation as she resolved to accompany Peter Parker to his home. Before they could reach the threshold of Parker's abode, his phone rang. He paused, retrieving his phone from his backpack, the screen illuminating with the name Harry. It was a call from his friend, Harry Osborn. Mary Jane glanced at the caller ID, her head lowering slightly as her fingers unconsciously picked at her nails, her brow furrowing in distress. Mary Jane and Peter were in the same grade. She was a precocious girl, tall and curvaceous, with aspirations of becoming an actress, frequently gracing the stage of the school drama club. She exuded a somewhat coy charm that left others feeling ambivalent, unsure whether they were drawn to her or repulsed. With this allure, she garnered considerable attention from the local boys. However, Mary Jane had been in a melancholic state lately, having recently ended a relationship with a wealthy local boy. The carefree days of cruising in sports cars were behind her, leaving her in a somber mood. That evening, after consuming a bottle of beer, coupled with her father's drunken antics, the atmosphere between them had turned sour. As Mary Jane pondered these thoughts, she could hear the conversation between Peter and Harry over the phone. Harry had stocked up on beer, snacks, and food at his home, and, feeling bored, invited Peter over for a visit and to stay the night. Peter's phone was on speaker, allowing Mary Jane to clearly hear the exchange. She lifted her freckled, slightly angular face, her large eyes sparkling with shrewdness, and, adopting an exaggeratedly sweet tone, she addressed Peter. "Peter, why not accept his invitation? It's still early, and I can't go home right now. It would be a bother to visit your place. We might as well go out for a drink tonight. Consider it keeping me company. What do you say?" Peter had intended to decline, but Harry, overhearing the presence of a female voice, amplified his invitation for Peter and his friend to join him for drinks. With both friends persuading him, Peter reluctantly acquiesced, responding to Harry, "All right then. Let me inform Uncle Ben, and we'll take a cab to your place along with my friend Mary Jane." Harry cheerfully replied, "Hey, Peter, don't bother with a cab. I've already sent the driver to pick you up. He should be arriving at your street shortly. Just wait for him at the door." Harry understood his friend well, knowing that with a few more coaxing words, Peter would surely come over, leading him to arrange for the Osborne family driver in advance. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane feigned gratitude towards Harry through the phone, her smile stretching to the edges of her face, emanating a sense of sycophancy. However, since the recipient could not see her, being a phone call without video, she was unconcerned. After Peter exchanged a few more words before hanging up the phone, he turned to Mary Jane and said, "Mary, I will first have a word with Uncle Ben. I won't be back tonight." With that, he pushed open the door to the Parker residence. Upon entering, he noticed the living room was still illuminated, where Mr. and Mrs. Parker were seated. Peter approached Ben and informed him of his intention to visit Harry and stay overnight at his home. Ben Parker, in high spirits today, readily nodded in agreement. After expressing his gratitude to Ben and Aunt May, Peter stepped outside once more. Mary Jane awaited him by the roadside, clad in a rather flamboyant and ostentatiously patterned tight-fitting dress that resembled a butterfly in flight. Upon spotting Peter emerge, she greeted him, and together they lingered not far from the entrance of the Parker home. Shortly thereafter, a sleek black luxury car came to a stop beside the road. The driver from the Osborne residence exited the vehicle. Peter had met this driver at Harry's home. After exchanging pleasantries, Peter and Mary Jane climbed into the car, which then headed towards the Osborne estate. The estate was situated in a relatively secluded area of New York City, sprawling across a vast expanse. After approximately half an hour of driving, they finally approached the entrance of the estate. It was a single-story, dome-shaped structure. However, most of the rooms were shrouded in darkness, with only a few tall lamps casting a dim glow in the courtyard, giving the entire estate an eerie ambience. As Mary Jane stepped out of the car, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, exaggeratedly shivering while glancing up at the quaint yet slightly ominous circular villa, muttering, "This place looks quite sinister. How does Harry live here?" Whether it was an illusion or the chilling breeze from a cooling unit in the courtyard, a cold draft swept past Mary Jane's neck, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Peter Parker, who frequently visited this ancient villa to play with his good friend, felt a peculiar sense of unease tonight, different from his previous visits. He looked up at the dimly lit circular villa with a hint of confusion. At this moment, having recently acquired his superpowers, he had yet to develop his inherent spider sense. He sensed something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. From the balcony of the second-floor living room, Harry Osborne leaned out and turned on a series of lights, instantly illuminating the once dim and somber villa. Harry waved to the two below, silently gesturing for them to enter the villa and ascend to the second floor. Peter Parker, leading Mary Jane, entered through the grand door of the villa, skillfully navigating to the second floor where they found the living room. Harry Osborne, dressed in a casual shirt and black pants, awaited them at the entrance of the living room, holding a bottle of beer. Upon seeing Peter enter with a tall woman whose figure was somewhat plump, giving her an appearance of being slightly unwieldy, he hurried over to greet Peter and Mary Jane. After Peter introduced the two, the trio made their way to the living room. The round table was adorned with beer, whiskey, soft drinks, and an array of delectable snacks. Harry Osborn handed open bottles of beer to Peter and Mary Jane, exclaiming, "Come, let us drink. We shall not depart until we are inebriated. We will stay the night and attend school together tomorrow." Observing Harry's demeanor, especially his late-night invitation to drink, Peter sensed that something troubled him deeply. Moreover, having endured a heavy emotional blow that evening, Peter felt a pressing need to drink and unburden himself. Meanwhile, Mary Jane was distressed by her father's decision to confine her outside. The three of them shared their grievances, each downing a bottle of beer in quick succession. As Peter released a belch, he felt a significant alleviation of the pent-up frustration in his chest. Harry opened containers of deli meats and fast food, encouraging Mary Jane to eat and drink. After several rounds of drinks, there were over 10 empty bottles scattered at their feet. Gradually, their conversation flowed more freely as they each articulated their troubles. Harry confided in Peter and Mary Jane that he had inadvertently learned from a call with his father that the board of Oscorp was drafting a motion to impeach his father, the chairman. It was an absurdity that the company founded by the Osborn family would turn against a member of its own. This left Harry feeling deeply frustrated and disheartened. Chapter 74. The strange Norman Osborn as night enveloped the Osborn estate. A somewhat oppressive silence lingered in the living room. Mary Jane sat on the plush sofa, tightly gripping a beer bottle, passionately recounting her experiences of the evening to Harry. After taking a hearty swig, she bitterly remarked, "I have come to understand that all men are the same. Once the novelty fades, they cast you aside. The guy I just broke up with initially whisked me away in a sports car, showering me with sweet words, but once he grew tired of me, he unceremoniously booted me out. What a cad." With that, she took another deep gulp of her drink and indignantly continued, "I've seen through it all. Emotions in this world are utterly unreliable. It would be wiser to pursue a wealthy partner. Young gentlemen like you, Harry, are truly dependable. At least with you, I need not worry about being discarded at whim." After finishing her statement, she cast what she believed to be an alluring glance at Harry. Since acquiring his superpowers, Peter Parker had become somewhat of a wisecracker, yet at that moment, he was unusually subdued. Taking a delicate sip of his drink, he spoke in a low tone. "The girl I like, Gwen, has already found someone else." As the night progressed and the alcohol took effect, he gradually came to terms with his feelings, recognizing that Gwen was never truly his to begin with. Thus, he resolved to accept the loss with grace. At this moment, Peter had regained his composure, abstaining from further libations and quietly consuming the prepared food beside him. Observing Peter's tranquility, Harry Osborn placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and declared with a sense of camaraderie, "Peter, rest assured, I will certainly avenge you. It's Lee, isn't it? I've taken note of him. He dares to pursue the woman my brother fancies, and I shall not let him off lightly." Startled by Harry's words, Peter quickly grasped Harry's hand, urgently imploring, "Harry, please do not think that way. My feelings for Gwen were one-sided from start, and I have come to terms with it. Let us put this matter to rest." However, Harry remained unconvinced, shaking his head and asserting with unwavering resolve, "Brother, how can one easily relinquish a woman they cherish? Just wait. Tomorrow I will enlist someone to investigate this Lee's background, and I shall ensure he is pulled down from his lofty position as CEO." Peter shook his head repeatedly, urging Harry not to involve himself in the affair, as the two friends engaged in a spirited debate about love and dignity. Meanwhile, Mary Jane had indulged in enough drink to become quite inebriated. Yet she secretly reveled in her fortune that evening, having met the scion of a publicly traded company, far superior to the previous faithless beau who merely whisked her away in flashy cars. Thus, Mary Jane incessantly clinked bottles with Harry, showering him with various overtly flattering remarks, proclaiming, "Harry, you undoubtedly possess the makings of a great man. Following you will surely lead to a life of indulgence." Under the haze of intoxication, Harry found this mature peer particularly understanding and cultured, his regard for Mary Jane soaring. The trio continued to drink until well past 2 in the morning, nearly depleting 2 cases of beer. Eventually, they each sought a place to sleep soundly. Some collapsed on the sofa, while others sprawled on nearby wooden chairs. Their slumber persisted until the dawn of the following day, as the light began to brighten. In the morning, the sound of polished shoes on the floor echoed at the entrance of the living room. A somewhat disheveled middle-aged man entered, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit. his broad jaw and sunken eyes etched with worry. This was Norman Osborn. Upon noticing the multitude of empty bottles strewn about, he furrowed his brow slightly. He approached Peter, casting a few glances before moving to Harry Osborn, attempting to rouse him, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Just as he turned to leave the living room, Peter Parker, the newly minted superhero, had already awakened. Peter opened his eyes, spotting Mr. Osborn, and promptly rose from the sofa, respectfully greeting, "Good morning, Mr. Osborn." Norman Osborn blinked his dark-rimmed eyes a couple of times, as if finally recognizing Peter. "Ah, it's you, Peter. You all drank quite a bit last night. Get up quickly. You still have school today. Afterward, you can head to the kitchen for something to eat. I must depart for the office. Oh, and Peter, thank you for keeping Harry company last night." At that moment, Harry Osborn and Mary Jane awakened in succession. Upon seeing his father, Harry quickly stood up, a look of anxiety crossing his face. It appeared that Norman maintained a strict discipline over his son within the Osborn household. Just as Harry was about to utter a word, he was halted by a gesture from Norman Osborn. Casting a glance at his son, Norman turned and left the living room, heading upstairs to retrieve something in preparation for work. Peter Parker observed Norman Osborn's vacant gaze and his somewhat unsteady demeanor. Sensing that something was amiss with this middle-aged man, though he could not quite articulate what it was, Mary Jane quietly inquired of Peter, "Was that Mr. Osborn?" Peter nodded in affirmation. She then addressed the two boys, "You should both take a rest. I will prepare something to eat in the kitchen. By the way, Harry, where's the kitchen?" Harry Osborn, finally emerging from the tense atmosphere created by his father, replied, "I will show you the way." The trio exited the living room, and Peter Parker ascended the staircase to the corridor, watching as Norman Osborn trudged heavily towards the underground parking garage. Shortly thereafter, a blue luxury sedan departed from the estate. Peter withdrew his gaze, a persistent feeling nagging at him that the ancient, somewhat shadowy villa they had encountered last night concealed some significant secret. However, it was evidently not the time for him to delve into such mysteries. He turned to visit the restroom, splashed his face with water, and then proceeded to the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen was spacious, yet much of the refrigerator and freezer remained empty. Mary Jane was busy preparing breakfast, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Harry Osborn stood beside her, engaging in lively conversation, both laughing intermittently, suggesting a harmonious rapport. Peter entered the kitchen and lent a hand. Before long, a rather sumptuous breakfast was ready. The three of them devoured the food with great enthusiasm. Afterward, they exchanged glances and then boarded the Osborn family sedan en route to school. All three attended the same institution, and the car came to a gentle halt at the school gate, from which they disembarked. Mary Jane had left her textbooks in her personal locker near the classroom, while Peter carried his books with him, which is why they had not returned home that morning, but had come directly to school. The school entrance was bustling with students arriving for classes, and the presence of such a luxurious vehicle naturally attracted many curious glances. When they saw Mary Jane alight from the car, numerous acquaintances expressed their incredulity. Knowing she had just ended a relationship, they whispered amongst themselves, "Look at her, so self-satisfied. She must have latched onto another wealthy suitor." Chapter 75. Praise for Mrs. Stacy. The following morning, as the dawn broke, Richie stirred awake, and Mrs. Stacy followed suit, her sleepy eyes falling upon the strikingly handsome visage of the protagonist, seemingly sculpted by a master artisan. Recalling the myriad enchanting scenes from the previous night, Mrs. Stacy could not help but lower her head slightly, her originally fair cheeks instantly adorned with a vivid blush. She swiftly rose with grace and respectfully addressed Rick, "Master, I shall now prepare a delightful breakfast for you. You must honor me by partaking in it. I shall exert my utmost to meet your expectations." Rick nodded gently, elegantly waved his hand, and a faint smile graced his lips. However, after a moment's contemplation, he instructed her to call Gwen's father to confirm the time of his return. After all, an unexpected encounter could lead to awkwardness, which would be impolite both emotionally and logically. Mrs. Stacy promptly nodded obediently, gliding to the bedside table to pick up her phone, skillfully dialing her husband's number. Rick rose from the soft, comfortable bed, leisurely strolling around the bedroom floor a couple of times, savoring the tranquility of the moment. At that moment, the call connected, and Mrs. Stacy deliberately adopted a slightly languorous yet tenderly concerned tone, asking George, "You were busy all night, and didn't T return home? Do you plan to come back today? What time should I expect you? I would like to prepare your favorite breakfast in advance." On the other end of the line, George Stacy's voice was tinged with weariness and urgency, laced with a hint of frustration. Last night, everyone at the precinct was engaged in a significant operation to apprehend an undercover agent who had been embedded for 6 months concerning the safety of the city. Those vile criminals are now putting up their last desperate fight. The situation is extremely tense, and I doubt I'll be home today. Enough said. We are in the midst of an intense gunfight. George Stacy hastily ended the call. Mrs. Stacy looked at Rick with a questioning gaze, and upon receiving his approval, she hurried to the kitchen without even changing out of her silk nightgown, her mind solely focused on preparing a perfect breakfast for her master. As she pushed open the bedroom door, Mrs. Stacy spotted her daughter Gwen emerging from her room, still in her nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly yet to groom herself. Their eyes met, and Mrs. Stacy displayed no signs of panic or shame. Her demeanor was composed and serene, as though everything was perfectly natural. Gwen, too, showed no sign of disdain, maintaining her respectful and obedient demeanor. "Good morning, Mother," Gwen said softly, slightly bowing in greeting. "Good morning, dear. Quickly go wash up and get dressed. Do not waste time," Mrs. Stacy gently advised. Gwen thanked her mother softly and turned to enter the bathroom, swiftly changing her clothes and meticulously washing her face with practiced efficiency. Rick sauntered around the bedroom floor a couple more times before making his way to the bathroom, turning on the shower and letting the warm water cascade down like a delicate rain, gently washing away the sticky layer of perspiration from his body. He donned a neat and fitting attire, meticulously drying his hair with a towel. In an instant, he appeared refreshed and comfortable, exuding an invigorated spirit as if he had been rejuvenated. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Stacy returned to the bedroom with a light step, first respectfully greeting the master, then softly informing him, "Master, breakfast has been carefully prepared, tailored to your taste. Please proceed to the dining area." Rick nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over to find Mrs. Stacy still clad in her silk nightgown, yet to change or groom herself. However, he paid it no mind and proceeded directly out of the bedroom into the spacious, well-lit kitchen. Gwen stood gracefully by the dining table, impeccably dressed, her long, silky hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Dressed in a simple shirt and blue jeans, she radiated a fresh and youthful energy. Rick smiled and gestured for the mother and daughter to take a seat, then composedly settled himself in the central chair. On the table, 3 exquisite breakfasts were arranged neatly, each a testament to Mrs. Stacy's culinary artistry. With the master's approval, Daisy and her mother quietly enjoyed their meal alongside him. This breakfast brought Rick immense satisfaction, showcasing Mrs. Stacy's remarkable cooking skills. He even pondered perhaps she might consider working at Stark Enterprises' cafeteria, making it easier to savor her dishes. Though this notion was merely a fleeting thought, not yet something he intended to voice. After the meal, Rick prepared to take Gwen out. As she was still in school, she needed to report today, thus could not remain at Stark Enterprises to focus on research, so Rick planned to drop her off at school first. Mrs. Stacy swiftly cleared the dining table, then stood decorously at the living room door, awaiting their departure. Once Rick was ready, his gaze fell upon Mrs. Stacy, and he spoke slowly. "I feel truly pleased during my visit to your home. Your care has been most comforting." A flattering smile immediately graced Mrs. Stacy's face, her waist bending gracefully like a willow, as she performed a deep bow to the master, responding in the most enchanting and gentle tone. "Thank you for your praise, master. It is an honor to receive your approval. Next time, I shall endeavor even more diligently to ensure your satisfaction." Nearby, Gwen also slightly bowed her head in respect. Rick raised his hand, gently pinching Mrs. Stacy's cheeks, which glowed with excitement, before he and Gwen leisurely exited the house. Chapter 76. Jarvis's report. Rick and Gwen stepped into the elevator together, which descended slowly to the ground floor of the street-facing building. As the elevator doors opened, they exited the building, and Rick skillfully opened the car door, settling into the driver's seat. The vehicle then smoothly merged into the flow of city traffic, heading toward the highway entrance. "I'll take you to school first," Rick said, turning to Gwen. Gwen promptly nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude as she expressed her thanks to the facilitator. With that, she lowered her head slightly, her hands folded neatly on her lap, and sat quietly in the passenger seat, refraining from further conversation. Meanwhile, Li Chi engaged in dialogue with the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, through the cochlear implant in his ear. JARV Provide me with an update on the company's situation over the past few days. In an instant, JARVIS's voice resonated within the car. Chairman, negotiations for the acquisition of Osborne Industries have officially commenced, and both parties are currently in the preliminary contact phase. The majority of the board members at Osborne Industries have shown considerable interest in our acquisition proposal. However, the chairman, Norman Osborne, remains staunchly opposed to this highly premium acquisition, consistently emphasizing the need for independent development, unwilling to be beholden to others. Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the steering wheel. It appears that the key to successfully completing this acquisition lies in persuading Norman Osborne. Indeed, Chairman JARVIS affirmed. Additionally, Osborne Industries has successfully overcome challenges in nanotechnology, achieving significant breakthroughs. The transition from theoretical concepts to practical applications is now beginning to take shape. Upon hearing this news, a spark of excitement flickered in Li Qi's eyes. He recognized that Iron Man's existing armors predominantly remained at the level of traditional steel suits, whereas the nanotech-powered exosuits represented the future of armor development. Acquiring such technology would immensely bolster Stark Industries' technological prowess. This is crucial information, JARVIS. Inform Tony Stark at once that we must secure Osborne Industries at any cost. Understood, Chairman. The directive has been communicated, JARVIS responded promptly. Li Qi continued, moreover, gather additional detailed information regarding Osborne Industries and Norman Osborne. I have a strong suspicion that Norman Osborne may have already undergone physical enhancement and mutation. We must prepare comprehensive countermeasures in advance. After discussing matters concerning Osborne Industries, Li Qi redirected his thoughts towards Hammer Industries. What is the current status of Hammer Industries? He inquired. JARVIS replied, Hammer Industries has been successfully integrated into Stark Enterprises, while its military manufacturing facilities remain operational. Related projects and manufacturing plants at the Stark headquarters are gradually being phased out and consolidated. L'Éveil instructed JARVIS. Keep an eye on potential companies in North America. We need to prepare for our next acquisition strategy to continually strengthen the group's capabilities. During his exchange with JARVIS, the car, guided by the precision of the artificial intelligence, had unconsciously arrived at the entrance of Midtown Tech High School in New York. The dazzling red luxury sports car that Li Qi drove resembled a burning flame, gleaming brilliantly under the sun and capturing the attention of passing students. Nearby, a sleek black luxury sedan quietly stood parked. While equally opulent, it appeared somewhat understated in comparison to the vibrant red sports car. At that moment, beside the black vehicle, Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, and Mary Jane were preparing to enter the school gates. At that moment, the resplendent red sports car came to a slow halt, its doors swinging open as Gwen descended with an air of elegance, her long hair dancing in the breeze, radiating youthful vitality. Peter Parker's gaze was instantly captivated by Gwen, compelling him to halt his steps involuntarily. Harry Osborn, noticing his friend's peculiar demeanor, followed Peter's line of sight to Gwen and immediately grasped the situation. He patted Peter on the shoulder and urged, Peter, stop dawdling and go greet her. I believe you still have a chance. Peter managed a wry smile and shook his head. I think it's best if I don't. His hands clenched unconsciously, and a hint of awkwardness flickered across his face. Beside him, Mary Jane also glanced at Gwen, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Gwen's slender figure and remarkable poise stirred a tide of jealousy and admiration within Mary Jane. She instinctively tugged at the hem of her garment, striving to appear more presentable. Mary Jane gently grasped Harry Osborn's arm and whispered, Let us hurry inside. We're going to be late. However, her gaze remained fixated on the fiery red sports car, her heart brimming with longing for the wealth and status it represented. At that moment, Mary Jane noticed the figure behind the wheel, Ricky. When she discerned that he was a strikingly handsome young man of their age, her surprise was palpable. She turned to Peter, inquiring curiously, Peter, is the person in the car with Gwen Mr. Ricky you mentioned last night? Is he truly the new president of Stark Industries? Indeed, Peter had mentioned the previous evening that Ricky was the new president of Stark Enterprises, and now, with Gwen's presence confirming the information, she had recognized Ricky's identity. Peter nodded slightly, affirming that it was indeed him. Meanwhile, Harry Osborn's gaze sharpened to an eagle-like intensity as he scrutinized Ricky within the car. Clenching his fists, he murmured to Peter, "This is the guy who has stirred up everything." Peter sighed in resignation. "Harry, don't be impulsive. It's not that simple." In Harry's mind, this man not only caused his close friends such turmoil, but was also the architect of his father's predicaments, fueling a deep-seated animosity and disdain towards Ricky. Watching Gwen navigate around the front of the car to bid Ricky farewell with a slight bow ignited Harry's ire. Unable to contain himself any longer, he strode purposefully toward the distant red sports car. Seeing Harry's determined approach, Peter assumed his friend intended to defend him and was alarmed. He swiftly grasped Harry's arm, attempting to restrain him. "Harry, calm down. Don't stir up trouble." Harry forcefully broke free, retorting, "All you ever do is avoid conflict. Today I must confront him." Yet Peter dared not unleash his superhuman strength and could only follow in his friend's footsteps. Mary Jane initially lifted her leg to follow, her mind calculating as she eagerly sought to befriend the president of the publicly listed company. After all, it was a renowned enterprise. Establishing a connection with the president would be akin to an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon her. With such thoughts in mind, Mary Jane trailed closely behind the two boys, whispering to herself, "Perhaps this could alter the course of my life." Li Chi, noticing Peter Parker in the distance, raised his hand in greeting from the driver's seat, then opened the car door and stepped down with poise. He was well aware that his follower Gwen and Peter Parker were classmates. Thus, encountering each other warranted a courteous interaction. Moreover, Peter Parker would undoubtedly become a valuable asset under his guidance in the future. Seeing this, Peter Parker steeled himself to greet Mr. Lee and then waved at Gwen. Upon their meeting, Peter managed to force a smile, saying, "Mr. Lee, it's a pleasure to see you again. I didn't expect you to personally drop Gwen off at school. It's quite understandable, given her fondness for you." Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen nodded gently. At that moment, standing beside the leader, she deliberately maintained a distance from the other boys, her face adorned with a mere hint of polite smile as a response. Harry Osborn observed Gwen's demeanor, and his ire grew increasingly palpable. Gwen Stacy, a fellow student, was known to him as the daughter of the police chief. Though she too was a wealthy heiress, she could not compare to the Osborn family. Harry cast a cold glance at Gwen and bluntly remarked, "Miss Stacy, what a coincidence to find you here. My good friend Peter harbors deep feelings for you. It's surprising to see you treating him this way." Gwen furrowed her brow, gently retorting, "Harry, please don't say that. Peter and I are merely classmates." But Harry persisted, "Classmates? Spare me the pretense. Who doesn't know Peter's feelings?" Known for his straightforwardness, Harry never minced words. Gwen's characteristic polite smile froze instantly. She glanced at Harry, but remained silent. Upon seeing Harry Osborn, Li Chi received a report from the artificial intelligence Jarvis, informing him that the individual before him was Norman Osborn's son, Harry. Li Chi was fully aware of the friendship between Harry and Spider-Man, and he understood the troubles Peter faced the previous night. He was not overly perturbed by Harry's protective behavior towards his friend. Li Chi, maintaining calm, looked at Harry and slowly spoke, "My dear fellow, interpersonal relationships thrive on mutual understanding. While it is true that you and Peter share a strong friendship, it may not be appropriate for outsiders to meddle in matters of the heart." Li Chi's words were reasoned and articulated with clarity. Harry Osborn gazed up at Richie, who towered over him, his eyes brimming with disdain. With unwavering resolve, Harry retorted, "You must be Mr. Richie. Your company, Stark Enterprises, is currently pursuing a takeover bid for Oscorp, which places my father in a rather precarious position. The Oscorp Group was established by our Osborn family, and my father is determined to maintain its independence, refusing any external sale. Mr. Richie, you ought to respect my father's wishes and abandon any ambitions regarding our company." Richie, arms crossed, inquired nonchalantly, "Do you genuinely believe that Oscorp can thrive independently in today's market landscape?" Harry hesitated momentarily before asserting, "That is our concern, and it does not require your interference." His words were forthright, and his gaze reflected both determination and stubbornness. Richie, unperturbed by the confrontation from this privileged youth, calmly remarked, "Mr. Osborn, to my knowledge, how much control does your family still possess over Oscorp? What influence does the Osborn family wield within the board of directors? Ultimately, any acquisition must adhere to the board's consensus, I trust you understand this. When the topic of the Osborne family's waning control over the Oscorp board was broached, Harry, though not yet involved in the company's management, recognized the decline of their shareholding over recent years, rendering them incapable of governing the board. His complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, akin to a kaleidoscope of emotions. The unrelenting exposure of his family's true predicament ignited within him a fierce indignation, a desire to confront Richie physically. After all, people tend to prefer sweet words over harsh truths, and Harry, as a scion of a wealthy family, was no exception. Richie observed the furious yet helpless youth before him, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he bid farewell to Peter Parker and Gwen, preparing to return to his vehicle and head back to the office. Chapter 78. The arrival of menstruation behind Harry Osborne. Mary Jane fidgeted restlessly, her feet shifting nervously as her hands alternated between clenched and relaxed. Her gaze was fixed intently on Richie, and she murmured to herself, "This is a rare opportunity. I must seize the moment and not let it slip away." With a quick flick of her eyes, she took a bold step away from Peter Parker, her hurried pace nearly causing her to stumble. Waving her arms exuberantly, she exclaimed, "Mr. Richie, I have long heard of your legendary accomplishment from Peter. In my eyes, you are an immensely esteemed and formidable figure. Meeting you here has my heart racing with excitement." After declaring her name as Mary Jane, a classmate of Peter's, she dramatically patted her chest to convey her overwhelming exhilaration, then swiftly extended her hand, eagerly hoping for Richie to grasp it. As Li Chi was about to re-enter the vehicle, a sharp and jarring voice halted his movements. He slowly turned his head, a faint trace of annoyance flickering across his face as he cast a cursory glance at Mary Jane. The freckles on her face stood out conspicuously in the sunlight, and her figure appeared somewhat unwieldy. At that moment, she was exerting all her efforts to present herself, which stirred a wave of distaste within Li Chi. In his heart, Gwen remained a singularly cherished presence, her favor unwavering as a rock. The mere thought of anyone else, especially the sudden and incessantly chattering Mary Jane before him, left him profoundly uninterested. Despite his palpable impatience, Li Chi, out of courtesy, slightly raised his hand, allowing his fingertips to briefly brush against Mary Jane's outstretched hand before quickly withdrawing. He dismissively remarked, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gwen has been safely delivered. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell, everyone." With that, he turned to depart. Meanwhile, Harry stood nearby, his eyes wide with rage, fixated on Li Chi as if he could incinerate him with his glare. A deep-seated loathing surged within Harry for this man who had thrown his life into disarray. Yet, he recognized that there was little he could do at that moment. With his chest heaving, he sighed internally, shot Li Chi one last furious look, and then trudged heavily towards the school. Gwen remained her usual demure self, gently inclining her body as she greeted Li Chi in a soft voice before walking alongside Peter Parker towards their classroom. Though classmates and companions, the atmosphere between them was tinged with awkwardness. Gwen seemed lost in her own thoughts, resuming her icy, beautiful demeanor as she walked in silence, while Peter occasionally stole glances at her, opening his mouth to speak yet failing to articulate a single word. Mary Jane, observing Li Chi preparing to enter the car, felt a sudden pang of anxiety rise in her throat. She hurried forward, firmly grasping the car door, her face contorting into a hurried yet bashful expression, one so contrived that it was transparent to any observer. Then, using an exaggeratedly affected tone, she implored, "Mr. Li Chi, I find myself in quite a predicament. I'm on the verge of panic. You're so capable. Surely you can assist me." Seated in the car, Li Chi furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, puzzled by her intentions. He turned his head, regarding Mary Jane with a cool, scrutinizing gaze, neither speaking nor moving, merely nodding slightly to indicate she should express her thoughts directly. Mary Jane glanced around, noting the increasing number of students, as if triggered by an unseen cue. She immediately adopted a pose of faux embarrassment. In a coy voice, she said, "Mr. Li Chi, I deeply regret having to mention this, but I unexpectedly started my period this morning, and in my haste, I forgot to bring any sanitary products. What am I to do? Would you be so kind as to take me to buy a pack?" Upon hearing this, Li Chi, with his keen intuition, instantly discerned that the woman was lying. However, he was disinclined to expose her deception in public, for such petty tricks seemed rather juvenile in his eyes. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind, and then gently nodded, signaling her to enter the vehicle. Seeing this, Mary Jane's heart soared with joy. Her smile blossomed instantly as she flung open the car door and nestled herself into the passenger seat, deliberately twisting her body to assume what she deemed the most alluring pose. The car set off slowly, and not long after, they arrived at a convenience store. Mary Jane eagerly leapt out of the car, sashaying with exaggerated cat-like steps into the store. Inside, she meandered about, appearing to select merchandise while secretly scheming on how to get closer to Li Qi. Following the fabricated excuse she had concocted, she picked up a package of sanitary napkins, then lingered among the shelves for quite some time. After much contemplation, she decided to purchase 2 cups of coffee. She meticulously chose 2 exquisite cups, carefully pouring the coffee into them, and took special care to add a dollop of cream and a sprinkle of chocolate powder for decoration, as if this would enhance her chances of success in her plan. After completing her purchase, she emerged from the store, coffee in hand, deliberately slowing her pace as she approached the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, Mary Jane held the coffee in a feigned, delicate manner, murmuring softly, "Oh dear. It's quite challenging to open the door with this coffee in hand." Li Qi, seated in the car, observed the scene through the window with a sense of helplessness. He truly wished to avoid further entanglement with this woman, so he leaned over and opened the door for Mary Jane. Seeing this, a fleeting look of triumph crossed her face, but she quickly adopted her guise of fragility again. As she settled into the car, she handed 1 cup of coffee to Li Qi and, in a coy tone, said, "Mr. Li Qi, I've got everything I need, but now I must find a place to take care of this. It's rather troublesome that there's no suitable place nearby." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced out the window, her eyes glinting with cunning. The vicinity of the campus was rife with budget hotels, precisely the scene she had hoped to encounter. Li Qi understood her little scheme and felt a profound distaste for her clumsy performance and calculations. Yet, he suppressed his displeasure, took a sip of coffee, and calmly suggested, "Miss Jane, why not find a hotel? I can book a room for you, and you can take care of everything before heading to school." Upon hearing this, Mary Jane's face instantly lit up with an exaggerated shyness. She shyly crossed her legs, her hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, and sweetly exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Li Qi, I can't thank you enough. You truly are my savior. I'm so sorry to trouble you with this." Yet, the smug glimmer in her eyes betrayed her delight, as if she reveled in her own success. Chapter 79. The green tea. Mary Jane. Li Qi swiped his card and opened the hotel room door. Mary Jane, brimming with uncontrollable excitement, eagerly stepped into the room. Upon entering the room, her eyes widened dramatically, and she exaggeratedly covered her mouth, emitting a high-pitched exclamation. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Licky, this room is simply too extravagant." She deliberately twisted her waist and then, assuming what she considered to be her most alluring pose, tilted her head back, her face adorned with an obviously feigned smile. In a coy voice, she declared, "Mr. Licky, without you today, I would be utterly doomed. You are my saving grace, the greatest benefactor of my life." As she spoke, she blinked vigorously, her heavy false eyelashes fluttering. Then, she reached out her finger, giggling as she attempted to poke Mr. Licky's arm, only to be swiftly evaded. Mr. Licky's expression remained icy, merely nodding slightly without revealing any superfluous emotion. He walked directly to the window and forcefully drew back the heavy curtains. Observing this, Mary Jane, like a nimble cat, immediately moved closer, attempting to rub against Mr. Licky. He quickly pushed her away with a touch of frost in his tone, stating, "You should stay here for a while. I must take my leave." Mr. Licky frowned in disgust, swiftly stepping aside to create a considerable distance between them, eager to vacate the premises. However, Mary Jane, deliberately puffing out her chest, did not retreat. Instead, she advanced another large step forward. Her hands clenched tightly at the corners of her garment, her knuckles turning pale from the strain, her face reflecting an almost frenzied fervor. "Do not go, Mr. Licky. I wish to remain by your side. Even if it means serving you tea and water, I would be blissfully overwhelmed." Just as Mr. Licky was about to respond, Mary Jane interjected, "Mr. Licky, I am willing to manage all the trivialities of your life. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, regardless of how dirty or exhausting the tasks may be. As long as I can stay near you, I would not utter a word of complaint." As she spoke, she spread her arms wide, feigning an eagerness to leap towards him like a madwoman. Mr. Licky swiftly sidestepped, his expression darkening as if a storm were imminent, and coldly remarked, "Miss Jane, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am merely assisting you out of friendship, and nothing more." Yet Mary Jane was entirely consumed by her obsessive fervor, utterly disregarding Mr. Licky's refusal. Suddenly, she knelt and cried out, "Mr. Licky, please grant me a chance. I truly love you." Her body trembled with overwhelming emotion, resembling a desperate soul on the brink of drowning, grasping for the last straw of salvation. Mr. Licky forcefully pried her hands away, turning to exit this vexing place. Witnessing this, Mary Jane, with a sudden resolve, dashed to the door and spread her arms wide. Taking a deep breath, she slowly but resolutely began to unbutton her blouse. With a voice laced with tears, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Mr. Licky, I am resolute. I surrender myself to you without reservation." Her voice trembled slightly as she feigned a pitiful demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed an unwavering determination to achieve her goals. Li Qi found himself exasperated by her outrageous and unreasonable antics, ultimately resorting to mental manipulation to significantly diminish her duplicitous charm and firmly establish her loyalty. Only then could he reluctantly make use of her for a brief period. Upon the soft expanse of the grand bed, Mary Jane's performance laid bare her artifice and hypocrisy. With half-closed eyes, she intentionally portrayed an overwhelming sense of enjoyment, her voice reminiscent of disingenuous performances in low-quality films. Each gesture and utterance dripped with contrivance and insincerity, all orchestrated to secure her aim of aligning with affluent individuals. Afterward, Li Qi donned his attire with a stoic expression, his gaze frosty as the frost of a wintry night, devoid of warmth. He further reduced her duplicitous nature, ensuring she could not flaunt it. Casting a cold glance at Mary Jane, he felt not the slightest ripple of emotion. To him, she was merely a discarded garment, once momentarily useful, but now utterly valueless. He slowly raised his head, and an invisible mental force, like a multitude of delicate threads, silently entwined around Mary Jane. Delving into her memories, he discovered that the so-called second generation from the small town was indeed inept, which prompted him to expel her under her vocal provocation. Mary Jane's first experience had just been denied. Previously brimming with pride and lost in her fantasies, Mary Jane's body stiffened in an instant, as the madness and greed in her eyes were swept away like leaves in a tempest, replaced by an emptiness and tranquility as if her very soul had been extracted. Observing the mentally subdued Mary Jane, Li Qi spoke with a chilling detachment, calmed down for a moment before heading to school. Mary Jane, resembling a soulless statue, sat quietly for a while until Li Qi's command faded. She retained the memory of the events that transpired within the room and now felt an exhilarating thrill. She had achieved her earlier aim of establishing a connection with this powerful figure. A buoyant sensation blossomed within her heart as she glanced at her body, gracefully rising from the bed to prepare for a bath. Humming a tuneless melody, she stepped lightly into the bathroom, her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes gleaming with pride and satisfaction. Let us see who still dares to underestimate me," Mary Jane murmured softly, a glint of cunning flashing in her gaze. With this newfound connection to Li Qi, she envisioned a future vastly different from what she had known. Fantasizing about frequenting high-end venues surrounded by envious glances, her laughter grew increasingly jubilant, echoing within the confines of the small bathroom. Chapter 80. The angrier hairy Mary Jane extended her hand, gently turning on the faucet, humming a tune as she slowly shed her garments. Each movement filled with languor and contentment. She carelessly tossed her clothes aside and eagerly stepped into the bathtub, the water temperature perfectly soothing, enveloping her body in warmth. A satisfied smile lingered at the corners of her mouth as her mind replayed the recent events, each recollection reinforcing her belief that she was one step closer to her dreams. After hastily tidying herself, Mary Jane checked out of the hotel, which was conveniently located just a block away from Midtown Technology High School. A quarter of an hour later, she swayed her somewhat eye-catching waist as she approached the back door of her classroom. Peering through the window, she observed her history teacher reading from the textbook to the students. She was acutely aware that it was not the appropriate moment to simply push the door open and enter the class. Thus, she first slipped in the girls' restroom to hide for a while, then wandered aimlessly through the various floors. Her figure was voluptuous yet slightly unwieldy, exuding a rather overpowering scent of cheap perfume. Fortunately, she did not encounter any patrolling grade directors or teachers along the way. It was only after the lesson concluded that she blended in with her classmates to return to the classroom, completing the remaining 2 periods. At noon, as the bell rang, students gradually exited the classroom for lunch. The school offered meals in the public cafeteria, but students could also dine at nearby restaurants or other venues. Mary Jane entered the dining hall, filled her tray with food, and immediately spotted Peter and his friend Harry Osborn. Though Peter and Harry were close friends, they were not in the same grade, yet they sometimes dined together when their paths crossed at lunchtime. Mary Jane approached Peter, placing her tray beside him, and plopped down right across from Harry. Upon seeing his friend from the previous night's revelries, Harry appeared quite pleased. He animatedly recounted the morning's events, occasionally inquiring if Peter had spoken to Gwen. While feigning interest in Harry's chatter, Mary Jane picked at the unappealing lunch on her tray, meticulously discarding the fatty bits to the side, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Harry glanced up at Mary Jane, noticing the hint of makeup that adorned her somewhat gaudy features. Yet there was an unmistakable air of pride about her. Despite her frown directed at the subpar meal, Harry inexplicably perceived a unique charm in her demeanor. "Mary, why not forego that meal? I shall fetch you a better one," he suggested. As a gentleman of fine character, Harry had always treated others well. Having shared drinks with Mary Jane, he sensed that this seemingly mature yet worldly girl possessed a thoughtful nature, which sparked a desire within him to pursue a deeper connection with her, bringing a smile to his face as he considered how to take care of her. Mary Jane raised her gaze to this seemingly handsome scion, a calculating smile creeping across her lips. Just that morning, she had engaged with the president of a publicly traded company, hardly regarding this young heir as worthy of her attention. Impatiently, she waved her hand, intending to reject Harry's offer. However, Harry did not afford her the chance to decline. He stood up and turned toward another counter to procure a more exquisite lunch, returning with it for Mary Jane. Mary Jane, without even a semblance of gratitude, simply accepted the exquisite lunch and began to indulge in it, undeniably superior to the previous meal. Subsequently, Harry Osborn incessantly engaged her in conversation, while Mary Jane eagerly boasted to Harry about spending the morning with Mr. Ritchie at the hotel, extolling him with extravagant praise, describing him as mature, composed, and caring. Nearby, Peter Parker shot a disbelieving glance at Mary Jane, struggling to discern the veracity of her words. After all, he had witnessed the close relationship between Ritchie and Gwen the previous night. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Mary, that doesn't seem right. Mr. Ritchie and Gwen are practically a match made in heaven. He spent the night at Gwen's house last night, and yet today, he is with you at the hotel." Though Peter did not outright deny Mary Jane's claims, his implication was unmistakable. Mary Jane abruptly dropped her chopsticks, her eyes blazing with indignation, and retorted in a high-pitched tone, "Peter, believe what you want, but my relationship with Mr. Ritchie is anything but ordinary. Just wait until I join Stark Industries. You'll be the one seeking my favor." Mary Jane had evidently elevated herself to the status of a Stark executive, convinced that her connection with Ritchie would guarantee her entry into the company. Meanwhile, Harry Osborn, who had been animated moments ago, felt his expression darken, his brows furrowing in frustration. He seethed inwardly, contemplating how Ritchie seemed to thwart him at every turn, first with the family business, then as the object of his dear friend's affections, and now encroaching upon his own romantic interests. As Harry's mood soured, his previously jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grim countenance. He gripped his knife and fork tightly, knuckles whitening as an uncontainable rage surged within him. At that moment, Harry was entirely consumed by his fury. Peter Parker, observing his friend's brooding silence, recognized his distress and attempted to offer words of comfort, though his efforts felt feeble. Mary Jane, seemingly oblivious to Harry's change in demeanor, continued to boast about her newfound catch, proclaiming that this time her fortunes would surely soar. And it was no mere dalliance. Her voice grew increasingly louder, her distinctive tone piercing the cafeteria, attracting curious glances from their peers. The entire school was aware of Mary Jane's escapades, and her exaggerated claims were perceived as yet another ploy in her social game. Noticing the peculiar stares from those around them, Peter hastily tugged at Mary Jane's sleeve, signaling her to cease her remarks, for they were in a public cafeteria, surrounded by many eyes. Finally, she relented, rolling her eyes dismissively as she surveyed the crowd with indifference, convinced that securing the favor of a wealthy benefactor was paramount. However, she chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Harry Osborn, consumed by anger, abruptly hurled his cutlery back onto the plate, stood up forcefully, and strode out of the dining hall without a backward glance. Despite the calls of his friends, Peter and Mary Jane, he appeared deaf to their pleas, marching straight out of the cafeteria to the campus entrance, where he summoned a driver with the intent of skipping class and returning home for the day. Chapter 81. The emergence of the Green Goblin. Upon encountering his dear friend, Harry Osborn suddenly embraced Peter Parker and set down his tray before rushing out. He called out, Harry, what on earth is wrong with you?" Harry had just reached the school entrance, having concluded a call with his driver, and turned around. His features were contorted with rage, almost unrecognizable. He glared at Peter Parker, his teeth clenched tightly, and through gritted teeth uttered a few words. "Don't worry. I will avenge us. Wait for good news." A black sedan leisurely approached from a nearby street, coming to a steady halt. Harry forcefully yanked open the rear door and, like an enraged bull, plunged inside. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut, the sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the entrance. Peter Parker stood there, bewildered, staring at his friend as he stormed away, filled with confusion and unable to fathom why Harry was so incensed. Inside the dining hall, Mary Jane had no intention of following him. She leisurely remained seated, savoring her exquisite lunch with a deliberate air of fastidiousness. After finally finishing, she exaggeratedly twisted her ample yet slightly cumbersome waist, strutting away from the dining area with a cat-like gait that bordered on ludicrous. Adorned in a form-fitting, low-cut dress that barely reached her navel, her creamy skin was unabashedly exposed, the garment clinging to her figure and accentuating her curves, albeit with an air of crassness. By the time she returned to the entrance, both Harry and Peter had vanished, prompting Mary Jane to pout in disappointment before meandering back to her classroom. During the lunch break, students had the option to either return home or wander elsewhere. Having severed ties with the wealthy scion of the town, Mary Jane found herself devoid of any destination and resolved to catch some rest in her classroom until afternoon classes resumed. Meanwhile, Harry Osborn sat in the back seat of the sedan, his mind churning over the events of the day, his frustration intensifying like a raging inferno within. He impatiently urged the driver to hasten their return home, his demeanor resembling that of an irate toad, full of indignation. Upon arriving at the villa, the Gothic structure appeared less foreboding in daylight. Harry exited the vehicle as the driver maneuvered it toward the garage, and he ascended directly to the second floor, entering the living room. Although the space had been tidied, it still bore a disheveled appearance. Harry plopped down heavily onto a somewhat slanted sofa, memories of Richie, his friends, and the behavior of his beloved flooding his mind, igniting his anger once more. He sprang to his feet, striding purposefully from the living room to his father Norman Osborn's study. The study was filled with an array of research equipment, alongside the latest military-grade human enhancement serums brought home by his father from the company. The Osborn Group, in collaboration with another esteemed biopharmaceutical company, is engaged in a fierce competition to develop superior human enhancement agents. The military selection will hinge upon which entity produces the more effective formula, a lucrative endeavor worth billions. Harry is acutely aware that his father, Norman Osborn, has clandestinely begun experimenting with this natural enhancement serum on himself. As the heir apparent to the family business, he watches in dismay as control of the Osborn Group slips gradually into the hands of the board, fueling his resentment. In a moment of desperation, he too succumbs to the temptation of this unproven enhancement serum. At this juncture, a sinister voice seems to whisper incessantly in his mind, a malevolent presence growing ever stronger, roaring with fervor, "Harry, you are weak, a mere pushover. It is time to teach that Richards a lesson." To make him aware that the Osborn family is not to be trifled with. Consumed by rage, Harry's judgment becomes clouded, exacerbated by the wicked voice that acts as a catalyst, amplifying his fury and pushing him towards reckless behavior. He strides purposefully to the hidden compartment housing the serum, swiftly entering the password, and retrieves 2 capsules that have yet to undergo human trials. Without a moment's hesitation, he tosses them into his mouth, swallowing them whole without water or a second thought. This frenzied act seems to momentarily assuage his tumultuous emotions, yet simultaneously, the malevolent voice becomes increasingly audacious, almost completely overtaking his consciousness, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Harry, you are a waste. I shall now take control of your body. Let us embark on a grand escapade. The voice, imbued with wicked charm, surges forth like a tidal wave, nearly drowning Harry's remaining rationality. At this point, Harry's gaze transforms, taking on an orange-yellow hue akin to that of a beast, his demeanor growing more fervent and impulsive, as if possessed by a demon. In a clandestine chamber, he strains to retrieve a set of military gliding apparatus developed by Norman Osborn, an extraordinarily advanced aerial device, a fusion of armored suit and powerful explosives. Eagerly, he dons the grotesque jester mask, strapping himself into the glider, careening clumsily through the kitchen, colliding with a copper mirror that crashes to the floor. Eventually, he careens out of the study, bursting forth from the second floor, soaring into the high skies. At this moment, Harry Osborn is entirely consumed by the nefarious version of himself, clad in the untested military gear, zigzagging through the air towards Stark Industries at breakneck speed. The malevolent little Harry cackles triumphantly during his flight, envisioning Richards in a state of utter disarray. In this instant, he completely seizes control over Harry Osborn's psyche. The dark persona that had been festering within him has finally split apart, unleashed by the myriad of stimuli. He withdrew his mobile device, skillfully executing precise navigation. In no time, within a mere 20 minutes, the towering silhouette of Stark Tower began to materialize in the distance. Clad in a green combat suit, the malevolent green goblin revealed a smile so wicked it seemed capable of freezing the very air around him. Internally, he vowed to ensure that Rick would pay a heavy price. Indeed, the green goblin had emerged, and his inaugural battle was to impart an indelible lesson to Rick. Chapter 82. Wonder Woman takes up the challenge driven by an overwhelming surge of rage. Harry Osborn had fully transformed into the Green Goblin. His emergence occurred slightly earlier than that of his father, the original Green Goblin. At this moment, he was hurtling towards Stark Tower with breathtaking speed, the skyscraper now faintly visible. Meanwhile, Rick lounged comfortably in the opulent office atop the tower. Suddenly, Jarvis's urgent warning sliced through the air like a shrill alarm, emanating from the office's speakers. Alert! Alert! Master! An anomalous entity is rapidly approaching at an astonishing velocity, with a trajectory aimed directly at us. Alert! Alert! At that moment, it was approximately 1:30 p.m. Rick was leisurely reclined in an exceptionally comfortable executive chair, while Wonder Woman, Princess Diana, sat gracefully upon his lap. The two engaged in an intimate conversation. Jarvis, as an advanced artificial intelligence, meticulously monitored every movement around Stark Tower, thus promptly issuing the alert upon the Green Goblin's appearance. Upon hearing the alarm, Wonder Woman instinctively sprang to her feet. Her Godslayer's sword, which she always carried, rested against the side of the desk. With practiced ease, she grasped the radiant blade and turned her keen gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, the Green Goblin's uniquely designed modern combat gear was clearly visible to both Rick and Diana. Observing the distinctive mask and flight apparatus, Rick contemplated the potential for mass production and equipping his security team, which would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in their capabilities. Thus, he held a deep admiration for this combat ensemble. Diana, dressed in a simple blouse and fitted jeans, had not donned her ancient Amazonian armor, which she had worn for millennia on Paradise Island. Having only arrived in this bustling metropolis a few days prior, she had gradually begun to assimilate into the vibrant urban lifestyle. Now, tightly gripping the Godslayer's sword, her fitted attire seemed somewhat restrictive, making her movements appear slightly awkward and uncomfortable. As Li Chi gazed at Diana, who was striking a combat pose, a gentle smile graced his face. He gently lowered her arm, which held the divine sword, and softly said, "Diana, do not be so tense. It is merely a small minion." Diana, with unwavering resolve, met Li Chi's gaze and interjected, "Allow me to deal with him. It has been some time since I last engaged in combat training. Since my arrival in New York, I have indeed become somewhat lax. As the leader, I acknowledge this misstep. From this evening onward, I shall diligently resume my physical training." During her time on Paradise Island, Diana had unwaveringly committed herself to physical combat and military training for millennia, only allowing herself a brief respite after successfully vanquishing the malevolent god Ares. Now, with the audacity of someone daring to infringe upon the leader's stronghold, a fierce anger ignited within Diana's heart. Li Qi nodded slightly. His eyes filled with admiration as he regarded Diana's serious expression, growing increasingly fond of this little princess. After a brief exchange, Li Qi hastily instructed Jarvis to raise the floor-to-ceiling windows. Otherwise, they risked incurring unnecessary repair troubles if that minion were to shatter them. As the windows ascended, the young green goblin, having swiftly reached the pinnacle of Stark Tower, abruptly halted mid-air upon witnessing this peculiar sight. The two white streams emitted from the front of his father's invention. The glider propelled it to hover somewhat unsteadily at a distance of several meters from Stark Tower. Still mastering the operation of the glider, the young green goblin wobbled precariously, yet with sheer determination, he ultimately regained his balance. Through the mask, Harry Osborn observed Li Qi standing there with an air of elegance, along with the coldly beautiful woman beside him, who bore a serious expression and wielded an ancient golden weapon. Her cascading golden hair flowed like a waterfall, her sun-kissed skin radiated a healthy glow, and her large, bright eyes were captivating. Her beauty was truly breathtaking. In stark contrast to the rather ordinary, mercenary high school student Mary Jane he had recently come to know, she was an entirely different realm of beauty. At this moment, alongside his seething anger, the dark forces within him ignited a fierce envy. Harry pondered to himself, why is it that, despite coming from a family of a publicly traded company, Li Qi is surrounded by a plethora of beautiful women? First Gwen, and now this cold beauty, while I am left with only the plain, opportunistic Mary Jane, who has even been taken from me by Li Qi. As these thoughts coursed through him, anger and jealousy surged like a tempest within his heart, and the malevolent spirit cackled wickedly, proclaiming, Li Qi, today I come as the harbinger of divine retribution to punish you for your myriad transgressions. Surely you did not expect a day of reckoning to arrive. Now, let me send you to hell. Before the battle commenced, the young green goblin sought to claim the moral high ground for himself. However, Rick merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight, contemptuous smile as he gazed at the hovering green goblin not far away. With a tone that was both casual and laced with disdain, he remarked, Harry, cease your pretense. I am well aware that you are Harry Osborn. Out of respect for your connection to Peter Parker, I have no intention of harming you. Now, do return home obediently and refrain from causing a ruckus here. Matters between adults are far beyond your youthful comprehension. Rick's words clearly undermined Harry Osborn, regarding him as a rival of no consequence. This not only inflicted a grievous wound upon Harry's pride, but also plunged a dagger deep into his heart. The sinister inner demon grew increasingly furious, its malevolent laughter echoing louder, drawing curious glances from numerous employees of Stark Industries on the upper and lower floors. Upon witnessing the bizarre, green armored figure, many displayed expressions of fear. After all, it is only natural for ordinary individuals to feel trepidation in the face of such extraordinary phenomena. Understanding the detrimental impact of the Green Goblin's antics on his employees' morale, Rick resolved to subdue this arrogant foe. Observing Rick's relaxed demeanor and smiling visage, the inner demon Harry Osborn was consumed by rage. He abruptly propelled his flying apparatus, hurtling toward the interior of the building like an arrow released from a bow, intent on colliding with Rick through sheer speed. Rick deftly evaded the attack, leaving the main battleground to Diana. Swiftly, Diana shifted the Godslayer's sword to her left hand and deftly unfastened the lasso of truth from her waist. This lasso, resembling a long whip when not in use, was conveniently carried around her waist. With a flick of her wrist, the golden lasso, dazzling like lightning, precisely ensnared the flying apparatus beneath the Green Goblin. Upon realizing his predicament, the Green Goblin immediately intensified the power of his vehicle in a desperate attempt to free himself from a binding. Meanwhile, Diana stood firm, as steadfast as a rock rooted in the earth, gripping the lasso with one hand. The two remained locked in this tense standoff, the air thick with anticipation. Diana's formidable, semi-divine physique contained boundless strength, as heavy as a mountain. How could a mere single-person flying device hope to contend with her power? Thus, with a slight exertion, The flying apparatus was gradually drawn toward her. Sensing the impending danger, the Green Goblin abruptly altered the direction of his craft and, with a swift whoosh, charged toward Diana. Simultaneously, a Green Goblin sword materialized in his hand, indicating his intention to engage in close combat with Diana. Chapter 83. A visitor approaches within a mere half-minute after the appearance of the Green Goblin Harry Osborn. The highly trained security team of Stark Industries rapidly ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Upon reaching the entrance of the CEO's office, Rick raised his hand slightly, signaling for the ordinary security personnel to withdraw. Ultimately, in the face of the formidable little green demon clad in a personal flight apparatus, it was indeed an exercise in futility for these ordinary individuals to confront such a force. Li Chi understood well that his cadre of mundane security personnel were utterly ill-equipped for a confrontation of this magnitude. The deputy leader of the security team hesitated momentarily, yet chose to comply with orders. At that moment, the corpulent minister of security, Happy, was absent from headquarters, diligently engaged in the modernization and defense efforts on the distant Paradise Island. Thus, within the expansive battlefield of the President's office, only 3 individuals remained. The little green demon, leveraging the high maneuverability of his flying apparatus and wielding a glistening metallic sword, spun like a specter, intent on assassinating the impassive Diana. Diana, the extraordinary warrior endowed with millennia of combat experience, nonchalantly brandished her lasso of truth with one hand. Although she had recently become slightly lax in her training, her prowess was far beyond that of the fledgling little green demon. At the moment, the little green demon propelled himself off the flying device to strike. Diana moved like lightning, effortlessly executing a bridge maneuver to evade the lethal attack. Immediately, her god-slaying sword clashed resolutely against the opponent's long sword. The resounding clang echoed as the divine blade, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortal metals, cleaved through the little green demon's weapon, reducing it to fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Diana deftly twirled the lasso of truth around the little green demon, ensnaring him twice in the blink of an eye, before yanking him forcefully from his flying contraption. The now uncontrollable flying device surged forward like a wild stallion, crashing heavily into the opposing wall with a thunderous boom. The little green demon clutched 2 pumpkin bombs tightly in his hands, yet before he could release them, Diana had already subdued him. With agile and robust strides, she approached swiftly, her hand accurately gripping the little green demon's wrist. The pain compelled him to instinctively loosen his grip, causing the oddly shaped bombs to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, the bombs had not yet been activated. Observing this, Li Chi rushed over without hesitation, positioning himself protectively in front of Diana as her steadfast follower, fully committed to her defense. Diana glanced down at the bound Helios Ben, ensnared by the lasso of truth, and gently removed the exaggerated mask, revealing Helios Ben's face, twisted almost grotesquely in anger. At that moment, his mind remained firmly under the thrall of an evil persona. Yet under the enchanting influence of a lasso, his true self was magnified, prompting him to emit a series of sinister cackles. Li Chi, and you, though I do not know your name, I shall remember you both. As long as you do not kill me, our affair is far from over. Ha ha ha. The malevolent persona continued to shriek, the lasso binding him radiating an orange-yellow glow. Li Chi, with a swift kick, sent the pumpkin bombs skidding into a corner. Casting a glance at the contorted visage of Helios Ben, and without a moment's pause, delivered a powerful side kick to his head with a resounding thud. First, let him quiet down. Diana retracted the lasso of truth, and only then did Richie gesture towards the office door, summoning the ordinary security personnel of the company to come in and clean up the aftermath, removing the pumpkin bombs, the flying apparatus embedded in the wall, and all other equipment and weapons from the little green goblin. As for Harry Osborn, he certainly could not be let off so easily. Richie glanced at Diana, who held the Godslayer's sword firmly, and a gentle smile graced his face as he addressed his follower. Diana, do you believe that if we deal with the small fry, the big one will soon come looking for us? Before long, a more formidable green goblin will trouble us. For the innocent-minded Wonder Woman Diana, this theory was entirely unfamiliar, and thus she blinked her bright eyes, her face reflecting skepticism at the leader's assertion that if they dealt with the small one, the larger one would soon follow. Richie smiled as he extended his arm, tenderly embracing the young Princess Diana, patiently explaining the reasoning behind his words, and then advised her to be prepared for the little green goblin's father, the big green goblin. Diana nodded earnestly, crossing the Godslayer sword over her chest, and resolutely assured the leader, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall approach you." Richie smiled and praised Diana, fully confident in her promise. Meanwhile, the little green goblin, bound by the lasso of truth, was recovering and was now seething with rage. Under the influence of the lasso, he was compelled to speak the truth. Thus the wicked Harry Osborn kept shouting, "In fact, I absolutely despise both of you. Let me tell you, I will take my revenge, and I will definitely return." Richie had no inquiries for the little green goblin, as he was well acquainted with Harry Osborn, so he did not take the opportunity presented by the lasso to probe further. To him, all of this was inconsequential. The Stark Industries security team entered the office, skillfully wrapping the struggling little green goblin in a specially manufactured metal from Stark Industries, then looked to the president, awaiting Richie's directive on how to handle this wicked individual. Richie hesitated internally, pondering whether to turn him over to the police or to detain him in Stark Industries' underground prison. Although keeping him here was not out of the question. How should they respond to the official stance? While he was not overly concerned with the official attitude, it was essential to maintain a semblance of cooperation, especially since his grand ambitions were only just beginning. Just then, the timely voice of the artificial intelligence JARVX echoed, reporting to Richie, Black Widow Natasha, accompanied by senior executive from SHIELD, is heading this way, less than a few hundred meters from Stark Tower. Upon hearing this, Richie glanced at the still struggling little green goblin, secretly pleased, as he now had an idea for the goblin's fate. He instructed JARVIS to bring up the surveillance footage and project it into the air. There, within the vehicle marked with the SHIELD insignia, sat two individuals in the front seats. Behind the wheel was the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha, her iconic crimson locks billowing in the wind, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Beside her in the passenger seat sat a woman clad in SHIELD uniform, her sleek black hair cropped to perfection. Her cerulean eyes resembled the depths of an icy abyss, while her strong jawline and resolute demeanor exuded an air of determination and defiance. Identified by RVs. This individual was none other than Maria Hill, the esteemed senior commander of SHIELD. Chapter 84. New followers. A flicker of surprise coursed through Rick's mind as he realized that the visitor was none other than Maria Hill, the deputy director of SHIELD. Observing the presence of the agent Black Widow Natasha, Rick couldn't help but ponder that perhaps this loyal follower had come bearing gifts. To Rick, the most coveted treasures in this world were undoubtedly its women, especially the formidable female superheroes. As an elite operative and a senior commander, Maria Hill had long been earmarked for conquest in Rick's grand design. Now, with this opportunity presenting itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Just as these thoughts swirled, the internal phone rang abruptly, informing Rick that it was Natasha calling. Upon connecting the call, Natasha's low and distinctive voice resonated. "Mr. President, this is Agent Natasha. We met a few days ago. I have persuaded the Deputy Director, Ms. Hill, to come to Stark Tower for an investigation. I hope you can forgive me for not seeking your prior consent." Natasha's tone was courteous, imbued with a profound respect. Maria Hill turned to her capable and familiar senior agent, a hint of astonishment flickering within her. As Natasha's direct supervisor, Maria was well acquainted with her temperament. Natasha was typically composed, rarely displaying deference even towards her superiors, including the director of SHIELD. Yet in this instance, her demeanor was unusually humble and respectful in her conversation with the person on the other end of the line. Maria observed this peculiar behavior without voicing her inquiries. The car sped along and soon arrived at the entrance of Stark Tower, coming to a steady halt in the underground parking garage. Subsequently, under the guidance of the elite agent, Deputy Director Hill took a private elevator directly to the presidential office on the top floor. At that moment, the Green Goblin had been temporarily relocated to another room. Rick had intended to detain him at the SHIELD base, as it was neither appropriate nor reasonable to hold him in Stark Tower. As the two super agent women arrived at the presidential office door, Black Widow Natasha enthusiastically began the introductions between the parties. Natasha's words were imbued with profound respect and reverence, while Maria Hill adopted a notably gentle tone, as if the esteemed Rick stood on equal footing with her, devoid of any official pretense. The two exchanged a warm handshake, and Maria Hill smiled as she addressed him. "Mr. Rick, I have come here specifically to express our gratitude for your generous contributions to HILD. The exceptional agent, Ms. Daisy Johnson, whom you have provided, will undoubtedly invigorate our team and elevate its overall capabilities." As Rick and Hill shook hands, he distinctly felt the softness and delicacy of the deputy director's hand. Before him, Hill appeared vibrant and spirited, her short hair framing a face that was exquisitely sculpted, her stature slightly taller than that of the Black Widow. The elegant curves of her figure, accentuated by the blue SHIELD uniform, were indeed striking. Rick humbly replied, "Commander, it is our duty as ordinary citizens to contribute towards the stability and prosperity of our nation and the Blue Planet." Following their handshake, the two engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries. At that moment, Hill noticed a girl standing beside Rick, wielding a resplendent, ancient golden sword. The girl, tall and fair-skinned as snow, had long hair cascading like a waterfall and bright, expressive eyes that exuded an air of innocent exuberance. With the keen perception characteristic of high-ranking SHIELD officials, Hill instantly recognized that this young woman was far from ordinary. Her physique, appearance, and the aura surrounding her all signified that she was another enigmatic individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Hill's gaze was immediately captivated, her eyes gleaming with eagerness as she looked towards Rick, silently expressing her hope that he would introduce this mysterious girl to SHIELD. Rick, perceptive to Hill's enthusiastic gaze, had already devised a plan in his mind to gradually place his talents within SHIELD and, given time, to take control of the organization. Thus, with a slight smile, he addressed Deputy Director Hill. "Ms. Hill, this is Diana, hailing from the mystical Paradise Island of the Amazons. She possesses innate strength, exceptional combat skills, and a rare lineage. I firmly believe that Diana has greater potential than Ms. Daisy Johnson and boasts even more formidable physical prowess. Therefore, I earnestly recommend that Diana be allowed to join SHIELD for training and subsequent operations." This proposal aligned perfectly with Hill's desires, and her face illuminated with an even brighter, more fervent smile as she promptly assured Rick, "Mr. Rick, on behalf of SHIELD, I wholeheartedly welcome Ms. Diana to our ranks. Rest assured, she will receive exceptional promotion and advancement within SHIELD and will not disappoint your trust." Diana, standing nearby, joyfully greeted Hill, and the two young women shared a warm handshake. Subsequently, Hill extended an even more enthusiastic welcome to Diana, expressing her delight at her joining the SHIELD family. This was Natasha's first encounter with Diana. Yet both women were subtly influenced by Rick's mental conditioning, leading them to instinctively draw closer, as if they were long-standing friends. After their handshake, a silent understanding passed between them, requiring no further words. Li Chi gazed at the three enchanting women before him, a sense of quiet satisfaction swelling within. He then discreetly channeled a surge of mental energy, deftly directing it into Maria Hill's mind. As the deputy director, Hill was merely an ordinary human, devoid of superpowers or unique attributes. Thus, this controlling force effortlessly placed her under Li Chi's mental dominion. In an instant, Hill regarded Li Chi as the most pivotal master in her life. Once this master-servant relationship was established, it became unbreakable. At this moment, Hill's gaze softened. Her head slightly bowed as she stepped forward, earnestly expressing her devotion. "Master, Maria Hill is willing to follow you for life, becoming your most loyal subordinate. I shall assist you in swiftly gaining control over the entire SHIELD. Please accept the respects of your follower, Maria Hill." Upon finishing her declaration, this devoted acolyte resolutely knelt upon the floor, respectfully bowing her head, and then, with reverence, grasped Li Chi's pant leg. The office door had long since been quietly locked, ensuring that such a harmonious and intimate scene remained unseen by others. Li Qi extended his hand, gently caressing Hill's resolute visage, and lightly stroking her neatly cropped hair before slowly helping his newly acquired follower to her feet. Chapter 85. Hill's report. Li Qi held a genuine fondness for his newly acquired follower, Maria Hill. With her tall stature and alluring curves, she radiated charm in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fitted blue uniform, delighting Li Qi's senses. Thus, he subtly gestured for the other two followers, Black Widow Natasha and Wonder Woman Diana, to temporarily withdraw. He wished to converse privately with this new companion. The two followers understood his intent, nodding obediently before bowing deeply in respect and quietly exiting the office. After they closed the door, the artificial intelligence, JRVs, also discreetly withdrew. In the expansive office, sunlight poured in unimpeded. Although remnants of the earlier skirmish still marred the floor and walls, the atmosphere within the room gradually transformed into one of harmony. Li Qi reached out once more, gently caressing the well-defined, resolute features of Hill's face, savoring the unique allure exuded by this biracial executive. Subsequently, Hill proactively unfastened the buttons of her uniform's upper section and began to methodically report the fundamental matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. As the newly promoted deputy director, Hill was responsible for a multitude of tasks. In addition to reconnaissance, counterintelligence, and global coordination, she also oversaw investigations into extraordinary incidents. Notably, she promptly informed her master of a recent anomaly, a mysterious hammer that had descended from the heavens. This hammer appeared unremarkable, not particularly large, yet astonishingly heavy, with a density so great that even cranes and heavy machinery were incapable of moving or lifting this seemingly petite object. Li Qi promptly grasped the situation. This was none other than the legendary Mjolnir, affectionately dubbed the Meow Meow Hammer, an unparalleled artifact. It was astonishing that it had only now descended upon Blue Star. He quickly inquired about the location of the hammer's fall, learning it to be in the deserts of New Mexico. After hearing this, Li Qi nodded at Hill, solemnly conveying that this information was of utmost importance to him, and asked what are S.H.I.E.L.D.'s subsequent plans. Hill reported to the leader that S.H.I.E.L.D. had assembled a scientific team intending to send personnel to the site for research and exploration, striving to thoroughly understand this mysterious object before bringing it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi nodded to Hill, stating, "I shall temporarily take charge of this project." Hill obediently nodded and then gracefully knelt on the floor, commencing a series of clear and detailed reports to the leader. Thus, over an hour passed, and Li Qi felt quite satisfied after listening to his subordinate's report. He slightly raised his hand, straightened his posture, prompting Hill to slowly rise from the couch. Her bronzed, mixed-race skin shimmered alluringly under the sunlight streaming through the window. With a curvaceous figure, ample hips, long legs, a slender waist, and a generous bosom, each contour was perfectly proportioned, enhancing her elegance and height. Li Qi found himself increasingly pleased with this formidable woman of mixed heritage. The presidential office was spacious yet, at first glance, somewhat monotonous. However, it was equipped with bathing and resting areas adjacent to it. He waved his hand once more, leading his newly acquired follower into the adjoining small room. After a refreshing bath and grooming, they donned their attire anew. Hill transformed back into the poised, graceful figure of a high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. executive. Once Li Qi had tidied his appearance, he utilized the intercom to summon Black Widow Natasha and Wonder Woman back into the room. He then instructed the intelligent Jarvis to gather relevant information regarding the extraterrestrial object in New Mexico. As the three women reunited, the mental imprint left by their leader resonated among them, deepening their camaraderie. Their gazes met, and in a silent understanding, they vowed to exert their utmost efforts in serving their master. Soon after, information regarding the extraterrestrial object was projected onto the desk from Jarvis's search. However, the content was limited as the matter had been classified as a secret project by S.H.I.E.L.D., making it challenging to uncover valuable information through the intranet. Li Qi turned to Wonder Woman Diana, saying, "Accompany me to New Mexico in a couple of days to investigate this mysterious celestial object. Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman's face lit up with delight. The opportunity to journey alongside him across the globe was indeed a joyous prospect. Her departure from Paradise Island was motivated by the desire to witness the grandeur of this splendid world. Hill promptly addressed the leader, stating, "I will begin arranging this project as soon as I return." Lee nodded thoughtfully, then recalled the frozen Captain America and inquired with his follower, "Hill, has S.H.I.E.L.D. recently discovered a man encased in ice beneath the Arctic ice sheet?" Hill shook her head in response. As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was generally well informed about the agency's affairs, yet this particular matter mentioned by her superior eluded her comprehension. She speculated that either her position limited her access to such information, or this project had not yet commenced. Consequently, she conveyed her thoughts to Lee, who instructed Hill to consult with higher-ranking officials within S.H.I.E.L.D. If the individual entombed in ice remained unfound, a large-scale search should be initiated. After receiving her orders, Hill bowed her head respectfully, indicating her compliance. She then asked Lee if there were any further instructions. Leaning thoughtfully on his hand, Lee suddenly remembered that other rooms on the same floor housed the Green Goblin. He promptly commanded the security team to bring the bound Harry Osborn forth. At this moment, the malevolent persona of the Green Goblin still dominated Harry's mind and body. Upon seeing Lee, the Green Goblin cackled wickedly, issuing threats. "Lee, if you know what's good for you, release me at once. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly for your actions. I will bring your company to ruin, wreak havoc upon the women around you, and ensure you face eternal despair. You have no idea whom you are dealing with." His incessant screeching was akin to a fly buzzing incessantly in one's ear, a true nuisance. In exasperation, Lee decided to have Wonder Woman, Diana, silence him with a rag. Despite having his mouth covered, the Green Goblin continued to whimper and struggle, desperately attempting to snap the specialized metallic bindings that restrained him. However, even with his enhanced physique, he found it impossible to escape. Lee pointed at the defiant Green Goblin and remarked to Hill, "This wretched creature dared to attempt my assassination in broad daylight. It is utterly despicable. Take him to S.H.I.E.L.D. and let him experience some consequences. But exercise caution. He may have accomplices. Those allies of his are likely similarly equipped and even stronger, possessing superior combat abilities and more advanced gear. Stay vigilant." Hill nodded solemnly, fully aware that her superior's safety was of utmost importance. The green-clad figure before her, exuding malevolence, was clearly no benign entity. Therefore, she resolved to confine him in S.H.I.L.D.'s underground detention facility, intending to extract valuable information and alleviate her superior's grievances. Chapter 86. Concerns of unforeseen circumstances. The matter concerning the treatment of the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, had been thoroughly discussed. He must be securely detained until it could be confirmed that he no longer posed a threat, at which point the possibility of his release could be considered. After all, the principle that if one villain is vanquished, another will surely arise had proven true time and again. Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, had yet to make an appearance. Thus efforts must be made to lure him out. A discussion ensued among Lee, Hill, Black Widow, and Diana. The three women, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated a confrontation with the formidable Green Goblin. After a moment of contemplation, Lee fixed his gaze upon Hill and stated, "Let us dispense with any pretense and directly devise a method to draw out the Green Goblin." With that, he instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to place a call to Peter Parker. At that moment, it was just past 2 in the afternoon. Once the call connected, Lee candidly informed Peter Parker of his friend Harry Osborn's intention to deliberately create chaos at Stark Tower, aiming to obstruct Stark Industries' acquisition of his family's company, Oscorp. Peter Parker, upon hearing such claims from his new patron, initially wore a face of skepticism, finding it hard to believe. Observing Peter's reaction, Lee promptly activated the phone's communication feature, transmitting an image of the bound and gagged Harry Osborn, now transformed into the diminutive Green Goblin. As Peter gazed at the screen, he beheld his friend clad in bizarre attire, his visage contorted with malevolence, adorned with an array of garish and unfamiliar makeup. His eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by disbelief at the transformation of his once familiar companion. Lee patiently elucidated to his devoted subordinate that the Osborns had illicitly utilized their own developed human enhancers. thereby giving rise to a sinister persona. At that moment, Harry was under the influence of this malevolent identity, having metamorphosed into the Green Goblin. His father, Norman Osborn, was likely afflicted by a similar fate, having developed an even more potent evil persona, posing a significant threat to societal order and endangering the lives of the innocent. With earnest conviction, Lee addressed Peter Parker, saying, "Peter, heed my words. The Green Goblin is exceedingly perilous, and Norman Osborn's transformation into the Green Goblin is fraught with danger. To safeguard the tranquility of New York City and uphold the peace of our blue planet, we must bring this father-son duo to justice." Noticing the struggle and turmoil reflected in Peter's expression, Lee refrained from intervening, allowing him the space to make his own decision. Ultimately, driven by a sense of justice and profound responsibility, Peter Parker resolutely resolved to assist in detaining the Osborns until their malevolent personas were eradicated. In doing so, he not only fulfilled the solemn promise he made to the citizens upon gaining his superpowers, but also adhered to the prerequisite established when he pledged allegiance to his new patron, Lee, to safeguard the innocent. Thus, Peter Parker expressed his unwavering willingness to comply with any plans devised by Lee. Observing a lingering hint of hesitation on Peter's face, Lee contemplated that perhaps, during their next encounter, he might need to impose a mental restraint upon this young spider to ensure control. After all, Peter's indecisive nature often hindered their endeavors. With this thought in mind, Lee turned his gaze toward his three steadfast followers, feeling a swell of gratitude within him. Their loyalty was unwavering, granting him peace of mind. Li Chi momentarily set aside his thoughts and, after a brief contemplation, instructed Peter Parker to seek out Norman Osborn and inform him of his son's capture, patiently awaiting Norman's response. After ending the call, Peter Parker swiftly gathered his belongings, preparing to depart at once. His classmates, Gwen and Mary Jane, observed his hurried movements after the call. Gwen maintained a calm demeanor, without any directive from superior. She had no intention of engaging Peter in conversation, silently bowing her head to prepare for the upcoming lesson. In stark contrast, Mary Jane's eyes sparkled with mischief. With a playful sway, she quickly approached Peter, grasping his sleeve and sweetly imploring, "Peter, was that Mr. Li Chi on the phone? You're heading to Stark Industries, aren't you? Take me along. I might be able to help you immensely, and who knows, Mr. Li Chi might see you in a new light. Just imagine how different things would be for us in New York if you performed well in front of him." Peter Parker was acutely aware of the precarious situation at hand. The Osborns, enhanced by human augmentation, posed a significant threat, and he could not risk putting Mary Jane, an ordinary person, in danger. Thus, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. However, Mary Jane was not so easily deterred. She clung to his sleeve like a vice, exclaiming, "Peter, don't be foolish. Having me along would only benefit you." Her voice pierced the air, drawing curious glances from their peers, yet she remained undeterred, fixated on the desire to accompany Peter to meet Li Chi. Seeing that the attention of his classmates was increasingly focused on them, and in a bid to avoid further commotion, Peter reluctantly nodded and hastily exited the classroom with her, making their way to the school gate. Considering the impracticality of traversing the city as Spider-Man with Mary Jane in tow, he hailed a taxi to take them to Oscorp's headquarters, where he intended to report Harry's current predicament to Norman Osborn. Throughout the ride, Mary Jane chattered incessantly like a lively sparrow, recounting how she would impress Li Chi and the benefits it would bring Peter, completely disregarding Peter's desire for silence. To which he simply replied that they were heading to Oscorp to see Mr. Norman Osborn, withholding any further details. Upon learning they were not en route to Stark Industries, Mary Jane's expression soured, and she muttered, "Why aren't we going to Stark Industries, you foolish Peter? You're wasting my time." She had been eagerly anticipating the chance to reunite with Li Chi, and now, with her hopes dashed, her enthusiasm waned. The taxi sped through the bustling streets of New York, with Peter Parker urging the driver to hasten, citing an urgent matter at Oscorp. At that moment, Li Chi reclined comfortably in his executive chair, attended to by three devoted followers who were diligently massaging his shoulders and legs, ensuring his utmost comfort. With his eyes closed in deep contemplation, Richie was suddenly struck by a pivotal thought, prompting him to open his eyes wide. He keenly sensed that a significant event was imminent and promptly instructed Jarvis to call Peter Parker, urging him to hasten to Stark Tower without delay. During the call, Jarvis informed Richie that Mary Jane was riding in a taxi with Peter Parker. Instantly, Richie's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he advised Peter to abandon Mary Jane and rush to Stark Tower, hinting at the potential for a major development. Chapter 87. Controlling Peter Parker. Richie spoke gravely over the phone, urging Peter Parker to converge at Stark Tower immediately, solemnly indicating that significant upheaval could be on the horizon. Upon hearing this, Parker's expression turned serious, and he assured Richie that he would depart at once, swiftly ending the call. He then glanced at Mary Jane, seated beside him in the taxi, and said, "Mr. Richie has an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention, so I must disembark now. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Richie expressly advised you not to seek him at Stark Tower." At this, Mary Jane's brows furrowed in irritation, and she was about to question him further. However, Peter Parker quickly instructed the taxi driver to pull over. After settling the fare, he turned his back and dashed towards the nearest subway station, leaving Mary Jane behind. Enraged, Mary Jane glared at the retreating figure of Peter Parker. Stubbornly, she insisted that the taxi driver alter their route to Stark Tower. In truth, Peter Parker had no intention of taking public transport or the subway. His sprint towards the subway entrance was merely a ruse to mislead Mary Jane. After rounding a corner, he arrived at a tall wall, where he swiftly shed his outer garments, revealing the meticulously crafted red spider suit beneath. In a flash, he activated his web shooters, embarking on his swift journey. Such speed, of course, far surpassed any form of transportation. After hanging up the phone, Richie's gaze slowly swept over the three followers before him. He had clearly communicated the gravity of the situation during the call, and it seemed rather dire. Consequently, Wonder Woman Diana, Hill, and Black Widow Natasha stood respectfully at his side, their expressions serious and slightly apprehensive, their heads bowed as they awaited his command. Noticing their tense demeanor, Richie could not help but smile faintly and proceeded to explain. "I have just conceived a possibility. The corruption and downfall of Harry Osborn may indeed be linked to another malevolent deity that has descended upon us, Loki. In Norse mythology, Loki is notoriously known as the god of mischief. It is conceivable that he has already arrived on our blue planet." Richie laid bare his suspicions, suggesting that the malevolent transformations of Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn were likely intertwined with Loki's influence. Indeed, as a deity of exalted stature, Loki possesses the formidable ability to exert influence across the vast void from Asgard to Earth. His capacity for mental projection is not to be underestimated. Upon the mention of this notorious trickster from Norse mythology by the leader, the three followers immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, their expressions betraying both vigilance and astonishment. In unison, they affirmed their unwavering loyalty, declaring their readiness to brave any peril for their master. Pleased with their steadfast devotion, the leader nodded and gestured for them to take their seats on the adjacent chairs and sofas. The three followers cautiously perched at the edge of the sofa, fully attentive and prepared to heed their leader's directives. The leader succinctly elucidated that the mysterious hammer which had descended in the New Mexico desert was none other than the weapon of the thunder god, Thor. With this revelation, the leader speculated that turmoil must be rife beyond Earth, amidst the celestial realms and under the skies of Asgard. It was imperative that they locate Thor, the banished son of the deity. However, their immediate priority was to address the predicament posed by the Green Goblin and his progeny, who were likely seduced by the wicked god and had thus strayed down a path of darkness. The leader then instructed Hill to ensure that once Peter Parker arrived, they would promptly transport Harry Osborn to the SHIELD secret base for confinement. As for his father, Norman Osborn, should he fail to appear today, they must implement stringent surveillance measures. The stakes were no longer confined to Stark Industries, but had escalated to encompass the safety of the entire planet, necessitating the assembly of a cadre of superpowered individuals to confront this crisis. Consequently, the leader resolved to take the reins, stepping in for SHIELD's director, Nick Fury, to initiate the Avengers Initiative and recruit superheroes. He first commanded Black Widow, Natasha, to commence her search for the whereabouts of the Hulk, Bruce Banner. The following day, at this juncture, the leader remained uncertain whether Banner had already been exposed to gamma radiation and transformed into the fearsome creature. Thus, he instructed Natasha to gather pertinent information on Banner. Next, he assigned Hill to investigate leads regarding Captain America. As for himself, he prepared a journey to the New Mexico desert in search of Thor, with the intent of persuading him to join the newly formed Avengers team. Wonder Woman, Diana, noticing the absence of a task assigned to her, pouted and suggested to the leader, "Perhaps I should return to Paradise Island and summon the Amazons?" Upon hearing this, the leader gently shook his head. He understood, well, that although the Amazons were valiant warriors, they would likely find themselves outmatched against deities from beyond Earth. Out of compassion for the Amazonian warriors, he declined Diana's proposal. Diana, upon receiving this response, pouted even further. Observing her discontent, the leader smiled, beckoned her closer, and tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist, inviting her to sit upon his lap. In contrast to Black Widow and Hill, Ritchie maintained a relatively lenient control over Diana, firmly securing her loyalty while refraining from excessive interference in her thoughts. Consequently, before her master, Wonder Woman Diana appeared far more liberated and vivacious than her two companions. Ritchie continued, stating that the current mission remained focused on subduing the Green Goblin and his progeny. Should Norman Osborn, transformed into the Green Goblin, make an appearance today, he must be captured without fail. The three followers nodded in understanding. Hill suggested mobilizing several S.H.I.E.L.D. agent squads to conduct ambush and reconnaissance operations. After pondering for a moment, Ritchie likewise shook his head in refusal. After all, most of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent squads comprised ordinary blue-blooded special forces, akin to the Amazons of Paradise Island. Should they be deployed, the casualty rate could be alarmingly high. Of course, there existed a specialized agent squad within S.H.I.E.L.D. that possessed considerable strength, but Ritchie was not inclined to utilize them at this juncture. After conversing with his three followers for a while, the artificial intelligence JARVIS reported to Ritchie, "Master, Peter Parker has arrived at the floor-to-ceiling windows of this level." Having traversed the exterior wall of Stark Tower, Ritchie nodded, gently rotating his swivel chair to face the windows. There, clad in his crimson spider suit, Peter Parker materialized at the window. Ritchie raised his hand, beckoning Peter Parker to enter promptly. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, swiftly and silently leapt into the room. Upon seeing the three captivating women beside Ritchie, Peter Parker was taken aback, marveling at his new employer's extraordinary allure, which could attract such remarkable companions. Ritchie lightly patted Wonder Woman Diana on the backside, signaling her to rise from his lap, and then gestured for Peter Parker to approach. Peter Parker removed his spider mask, revealing a youthful visage that bore a hint of shyness. He greeted the three female followers with a slight bashfulness. Diana, Black Widow, and Hill responded with warm smiles, recognizing him as their leader's newly acquired subordinate. Ritchie stood from his chair, fixing his gaze upon Peter Parker. In his heart, he had resolved to no longer allow Peter Parker to remain unrestrained. Instead, he would employ his mental prowess to fully dominate him, ensuring his unwavering obedience to every command. Thus, a tremendous wave of psychic energy enveloped Peter Parker, who soon found himself under Ritchie's control. Not only was his loyalty firmly secured, but he was also granted a measure of freedom. After being ensnared by Ritchie's influence, Peter Parker's eyes briefly dulled before regaining their brilliance. At this moment, he recognized Ritchie as his lifelong leader, to whom he would dedicate his unwavering service. He quickly assumed a stance, raising his hand to report. "Leader, your loyal follower Peter Parker has arrived to report for duty, ready to execute any command you bestow." Rick nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Peter Parker's shoulder, fully acknowledging his current performance. Chapter 88. The Temptation of Norman. With a discerning and pleased gaze, Rick slowly surveyed the four loyal followers before him, a wave of gratification surging within him. As the four followers swiftly and uniformly gathered around him, Rick's expression turned serious and focused, methodically beginning to outline the critical tasks for the afternoon. The utmost priority was to successfully lure out the formidable Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. To achieve this goal, it was essential for Norman Osborn to be unequivocally informed that his beloved son, Harry, had been detained by Rick, the newly appointed president of Stark Enterprises. After a moment of contemplation, Rick slightly nodded, his gaze settling on the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, his eyes conveying an unmistakable directive, signaling him to make a phone call to Norman Osborn and to ensure that this message was conveyed with clarity and precision. Peter Parker, with unwavering determination. Nodded vigorously without a hint of hesitation. He swiftly reached into his pocket, retrieving his phone. At this moment, he had shed his iconic red and blue, meticulously crafted spider suit, opting instead for a slightly oversized plain white shirt and light blue jeans. Under Rick's powerful and enigmatic mental influence, Peter Parker's loyalty was bound like iron shackles, firmly secured. At this juncture, he harbored only one steadfast belief: to remain unwaveringly loyal, diligently executing every command issued by his master, Rick, regardless of the arduous challenges that lay ahead. Peter Parker located Norman Osborn's phone number, the ringing tone echoing persistently in the quiet space. Over a minute passed before Norman Osborn's deep, somewhat fatigued voice finally resonated on the other end, imbued with a sense of profound weariness. "Hi, Peter. I'm truly glad you called." As the best friend of Norman's son, Harry, Norman had naturally saved Peter's number in his phone for emergencies. Upon hearing Norman's voice, Peter swiftly adjusted his demeanor, allowing a surge of anxious emotion to flood his heart, which he conveyed through his voice with palpable urgency. "Mr. Osborn, this is dire. Harry has been captured by Rick from Stark Enterprises and is currently being held on the top floor of Stark Tower. Mr. Osborn, I implore you to devise a plan to rescue Harry. I cannot bear to see my dearest friend in such peril." Peter Parker portrayed his anxiety and fervent concern for his friend with profound intensity. As Norman Osborn listened to this desperate call for help, he fell silent for several seconds, as if time had frozen in that moment. Just as Peter Parker was filled with dread, fearing Norman Osborn might hang up, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Stark Enterprises dares to be so brazen without a hint of restraint. It seems they are resolute in escalating this corporate conflict into something far more sinister. Do you think I, Norman Osborn, will be intimidated by them? Peter, I sincerely appreciate your timely notification regarding this matter. I shall devise a countermeasure promptly. However, you must remember, do not involve yourself in this situation. Do you understand? It is beyond your purview." Peter, with a complex tone of indignation and helplessness, quickly responded, "Mr. Osborn, I comprehend your reasoning, but Harry is my brother, and I cannot stand idly by while he suffers. Please come to his aid. I must end this call. I am hiding cautiously not far from the entrance of Stark Enterprises, keeping a vigilant watch over every vehicle that enters and exits. I shall notify you immediately should anything arise." After expressing his gratitude once more, Norman Osborn ended the call. Peter Parker slowly lifted his gaze. A mixture of tension and anticipation etched upon his face, his longing for acknowledgement evident as he looked up at Richie with admiration. Richie, slightly taller than Peter, loomed before him like a mountain, instilling in Peter an overwhelming sense of reverence and loyalty. A faint smile graced Richie's lips as he lightly patted Peter Parker's shoulder, praising him in an appreciative tone. "Your genuine and earnest performance was commendable, conveying urgency and concern for your friend exceptionally well." Then, turning slightly, he surveyed those present, his expression growing serious as he declared, "Let us rest here for an hour or two to gather our strength. Subsequently, we shall escort Harry Osborn to the S.H.E.L.D. base. I hope that during the escort, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, will not be able to resist revealing himself, enabling us to capture both father and son in one fell swoop. That would be the most flawless plan. Yet, the unpredictability of circumstances is daunting. Should Norman not take the bait, we shall need to devise an alternative strategy." Upon hearing their leader's plan, the four followers nodded without hesitation, expressing their unwavering obedience. Seeing this, Richie gestured subtly for them to make themselves comfortable in the president's office, whether seated or reclining, to relax. However, due to Richie's presence, they remained composed, sitting upright on the sofa and armchairs, occasionally offering shoulder massages and leg rubs to their leader, allowing Richie to savor a moment of comfort while simultaneously showcasing their loyalty and servitude. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Stark Enterprises, Mary Jane stood at the entrance, repeatedly informing the security and reception staff of her intention to meet Mr. Richie Stark, claiming a close relationship with him. However, the entrance had already received orders from the AI, JAR-VICE, prohibiting Mary Jane's entry. Thus, despite her earnest assertions of intimacy, she was denied access. Mary Jane attempted to call Richie, but her efforts were met with unanswered calls and busy signals. Consequently, unable to enter the company, she stood beside the gate, watching the ebb and flow of the crowd, yearning to blend in and gain entry. It was thwarted by the vigilant security personnel stationed at the entrance. In the opulent office of the company's president, Li Qi detected the fluctuating energies emanating from Mary Jane's spirit beneath the building. However, he had no immediate desire to manipulate her or bring her under his control. Yet, observing Mary Jane's escalating actions, which even included an attempt to forcibly breach Stark's gates, prompted Li Qi to activate the mental control link, transforming her into a mere puppet. While he did not entirely obliterate her connection with him, he ensured that she languidly forgot their relationship. Beyond securing her loyalty, he chose to disregard her existence, allowing her to live in peace for the time being, as her studies remained paramount. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn was rendered motionless upon receiving a call from his son's friend, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Gripping his phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulged under the strain. With his enhanced strength, the ordinary device could not withstand the pressure. It shattered with a crisp crack, splintering into pieces. A tumultuous battle raged within Norman's mind as a sinister voice, filled with temptation and wickedness, whispered like a demon, "Norman Osborn, don your armor and rescue your son like a true hero. Do not allow Stark Industries to trample over you any longer. Unleash your full potential and let them know that you, Norman Osborn, are not to be trifled with." This malevolent voice had echoed in his mind on more than one occasion. It was this incessant whispering that had driven him to obsessively pursue the development of human enhancement serums, tirelessly crafting advanced weaponry and aerial platforms. Utilizing his exceptional scientific prowess, he successfully manufactured a formidable system. However, he was blindsided to discover that his son, Harry Osborn, had secretly consumed the enhancement serum he had created, and was aware of the hidden secrets of the weaponry. It dawned on him that this dark influence did not solely affect him, but also ensnared his son. While the sinister voice tempted him, it also stealthily exerted control over his mind, gradually forging a new and malevolent persona. Unbeknownst to Norman, this evil voice was projected through mysterious astral means from the distant realm of Asgard, traversing the vast cosmos to precisely infiltrate Earth. Both planets belonged to a cryptic celestial domain, encompassed within the mysterious sphere of the 9 planets, perpetually under the sway of Asgard's enigmatic power. An impending crisis was silently looming over Earth. Chapter 89. Loki's conspiracy. At this moment, seated upon the throne of Asgard, wielding the eternal spear, was not the god King Odin. Instead, it is the malevolent god Loki who, having temporarily usurped the throne, now governs the affairs of Asgard in place of the All-Father Odin, who has entered a state of dormancy. Odin, in the twilight of his years, succumbs to slumber every few years, a consequence of his legendary confrontation with the frost giants in ages past. In that epic battle, Odin rescued Loki from the frigid, desolate, and shadowy realm of Jotunheim, where the infant frost giant was abandoned by his kin due to his frail condition, marked by peculiar patterns upon his skin. Having just emerged from a fierce conflict, Odin, with his right eye shattered by the giant Laufey, wielded the eternal spear and donned armor crafted from celestial gold. Upon encountering the wailing infant upon the stone altar, Odin furrowed his brow, conceiving a grand design. This child ought not to be forsaken. Perhaps the future of Jotunheim could be altered through him. With a resolute voice, he declared his intention to adopt the forsaken child of the frost giants and, upon his maturity, elevate him to the throne of Jotunheim in place of Laufey, thereby forging a millennium of peace between their races. Thus, Odin took the abandoned infant under his wing, nurturing him alongside his own newborn son, Thor, imparting to both the arts of warfare and wisdom. Until the present day, the malevolent Loki has discovered the truth of his origins and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Odin, why have you concealed this from me for so many years?" His roar echoed through the palace, and, compounded by the resurgence of old wounds, Odin fell into a deep unconsciousness. During Thor's exile, Loki assumed the duties of the All-Father, seemingly advancing a grand scheme according to his designs. However, the sudden emergence of a formidable figure, Loki, on Earth posed a threat to his plans. In his desire to dominate the 9 planets of the celestial realm, Loki deemed it necessary to eliminate any formidable foes, thus setting his sights on Loki. Understanding the principle of knowing both oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory, Loki sought to comprehend Loki's capabilities by corrupting Helios Ben, transforming him into the Green Goblin, and dispatching him to gauge Loki's strength. Yet, Helios Ben was easily apprehended, prompting Loki to sit upon his throne, tapping his fingers against the armrest, murmuring, "Norman, it seems I must find you some assistance." Subsequently, the malevolent Loki reached out to two dark races, the frost giants of Jotunheim and the dark elves who, having fled after their defeat millennia ago, now quietly re-emerged within the celestial realm. These two sinister factions were integral to his nefarious scheme. After deliberation, Loki established contact with the dark elf leader, Malekith, through a projection of his mind from the void. "Malekith, I am aware of your yearning for vengeance against Odin and your desire to shroud the celestial realm in darkness," Loki said with a sinister smile. "Now, the opportunity presents itself. There exists a troublesome individual on Earth who can both restrain Odin's power and serve as our pawn. As long as you assist me in dealing with him, I can reveal that Odin's true son, Thor the god of thunder, currently resides on Blue Star." A glimmer of avarice flashed in Malekith's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Loki, do not attempt to deceive me. If you dare to trick me, you shall pay the price." Loki shrugged nonchalantly, assuring him, "Rest assured, as long as you dispatch the royal guard as promised, you will reap the benefits." The two scheming individuals momentarily reached an accord, with Malekith pledging to send the royal guard to Blue Star. As the Minotaur squad leader prepared to depart, Malekith solemnly handed him a shard of an ether gem, stating, "This is one of the few cursed particles we possess. In a critical moment, its union with you will unleash an astonishing power. Go forth and strive for the ascendance of our dark race." For Loki, this was a twofold advantage, eliminating Richie while also neutralizing the threat posed by Thor, the legitimate heir of Asgard. Just as he basked in the triumph of his cunning, four resplendently armored elite warriors, 3 men and 1 woman, entered the Grand Hall. They were the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif. "Loki, where's the God King? We demand to see Odin." Vorstag's voice boomed first. Loki, with a sly grin, leisurely replied, "The God King has entered the sleep chamber. All matters of the Celestial Palace are now under my command." Hogun furrowed his brow, questioning, why would he suddenly enter slumber? The matter concerning Thor must be decreed by the God King. Loki's expression darkened as he thrust the eternal spear forcefully into the temple floor, its tip radiating a golden glow, an aura of divine power threatening to erupt from the spear. "To question my words is to question the laws of the Celestial Palace," Loki declared coldly. Faced with this, the 3 warriors and Sif reluctantly knelt, acknowledging Loki's temporary authority over the Celestial Palace. Loki smiled mischievously again and gestured for them to withdraw, warning, "Remember, do not act rashly, for the laws of the Celestial Palace show no mercy." The 4 rose, their hearts heavy with discontent. Upon exiting the temple, Vandal whispered, "This situation is too peculiar. I have a strong feeling Loki is plotting something." Sif crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must locate Thor swiftly. Perhaps he can unveil the truth." Hence, after deliberation, the 4 resolved to descend to the lower realms in search of the exiled god of thunder Thor. However, they needed to consult Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the Celestial Palace, for the precise location. Chapter 90. 2 minor antagonists as the tale unfolds. Norman Osborn clenched his hands tightly, crushing his mobile phone into pieces that scattered across the floor. Following this outburst, he hastily dialed his secretary through the internal phone, barking, "Bring me a new phone at once." Subsequently, he dashed from his office down to the underground garage, starting his vehicle and speeding towards his estate like an arrow released from a bow. He was acutely aware that the key to reversing his fortunes lay hidden within his equipment. At this moment, he had irrevocably succumbed to the Green Goblin persona. Under the influence of the malevolent Loki, his wicked nature surged forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing his mind. The malevolent deity Loki once again employed astral projection to convey a message to the shadowy figure consumed by darkness. A formidable tactical team would soon arrive to assist in the rescue of your son. Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn erupted into a series of sinister cackles within his speeding vehicle, the shrillness of his laughter piercing the air as he pressed the accelerator. Hurtling towards his villa, upon arriving, he forcefully flung open the car door, his wicked visage with its pointed chin protruding from the vehicle. His eyes, dark and fathomless, radiated a chilling malevolence. With hurried strides, he ascended the staircase to his study, where he faced a grand full-length mirror, unleashing another round of eerie laughter that echoed ominously throughout the room. He then reached into a hidden compartment and retrieved his concocted human enhancement serum, consuming it with a couple of audible crunches. In an instant, a torrent of boundless energy surged through his body, akin to a volcanic eruption, further fortifying his physique. Almost immediately, his muscles exploded forth like dynamite, tearing through his tailored suit with a resounding rip. At this moment, his extraordinarily sculpted form resembled the pinnacle of gym-honed perfection, exuding a raw, furious power that could rival the ironclad strength of Peter Parker. Gazing into the mirror, he contorted his features into a series of twisted, malevolent grins. He then extracted from another hidden compartment his secretive inventions, a flying hoverboard, demonic armor, and an array of cutting-edge personal weaponry. Fortunately, he had crafted 2 sets of equipment at home. One had been taken by Harry, leaving this set available for his use. Swiftly, he donned the green demonic armor piece by piece and mounted the hoverboard, feeling as though he were a menacing blade poised for action. Just then, a black, archaic extraterrestrial spacecraft descended gracefully into the villa's courtyard, transitioning from invisibility to visibility. The vessel was modest in size, and, as its hatch opened, 4 humanoid beings clad in black alien armor disembarked in a single file. Leading them was a towering minotaur captain adorned with horn-like embellishments, who was a squad leader of the dark elf Malekith's elite guard. From the second-floor windowsill, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, soared forth on his hoverboard, darting like a gust of wind from the study's window. Upon seeing the ancient spacecraft shimmering with black luminescence in the sunlight, he cackled once more, his voice imbued with arrogance and defiance. With a deep, gravelly tone tinged with fury, he called out, "You have come to join me against Stark Industries and to confront those from Lee's faction?" This taunt, uttered from the lips of his wicked persona, the Green Goblin, was laden with provocation and challenge. After summoning this malevolent identity, Loki had arranged for this reinforcement team. The Minotaur spoke little, merely nodding slightly as his gaze swept over the verdant gleam of the green-skinned demon's armor, a subtle smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet he refrained from further comment. As a member of the ancient and enigmatic Dark Elf race, whose technological prowess far surpasses that of the present Blue Star, he bore witness to the ancient ether particles, reality gems, born from their profound heritage. In days of yore, Malekith sought to utilize these ether particles to shroud the entirety of the divine realm in darkness. As the captain of Malekith's elite guard, this Minotaur held no regard for the somewhat juvenile equipment of the Green Demon. Norman Osborn, feeling the contempt emanating from the imposing figure clad in Minotaur armor, felt a surge of fierce and malevolent rivalry ignite within him. With a swift motion, he mounted his flying hoverboard and emitted a series of shrill, mocking roars akin to a provoked beast before diving downwards, his board slicing through the air like a bolt of green lightning aimed directly at the Minotaur captain. The robust, dark elf warrior, however, remained unperturbed, extending a hand with effortless grace to halt the board's descent, his feet firmly planted, not yielding an inch. It is noteworthy that at this moment, the dark elf warrior had yet to transform into a cursed warrior, showcasing immense strength. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for several moments, until Norman Osborn let out a series of sinister cackles, gradually diminishing the power of his hoverboard, casting a disdainful gaze upon the muscular humanoid beast, and declared, "Given the urgency of the situation today, I shall refrain from engaging in your domain. We are both pursuing the same objective, so I shall grant you a temporary reprieve." With that, Norman Osborn concluded the confrontation, letting out another cackle as he gracefully maneuvered his hoverboard in a sweeping arc, leading the way towards Stark Enterprises. The 4 Dark Elf members, witnessing this, re-entered their spacecraft, which swiftly activated its cloaking mechanism and ascended vertically, closely tailing the Green Demon as they sped towards Stark Tower. In the presidential office, at the top of Stark Tower, Rick glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing he had been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Yet, Norman Osborn had neither come to the headquarters to retrieve anyone nor appeared in his Green Demon form. Pondering this, Rick surmised that prior to escorting Harry Osborn into the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground prison, it was highly probable that Norman Osborn would attempt to abduct Harry en route. Thus, he resolutely decided to escort Harry to the S.H.I.L.D. New York base immediately. At Rick's command, his 3 female and 1 male followers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Hill had already notified the S.H.I.E.L.D. base to dispatch an escort vehicle. Wonder Woman, Diana, had donned her Amazonian divine armor from Paradise Island, adorned with the lasso of truth at her waist. Silver bracelets upon her wrists, wielding a shield of divine power, clad in a form-fitting red leather suit, crowned with a golden eagle emblem, and donning a blue leather skirt. She strode into the adjacent room with an air of grace, effortlessly lifting Harry Osborn as if he were but a mere chick. At this moment, Harry Osborn had removed his emerald green demonic suit and his personal flying skateboard, which were handed directly to Stark's weapons design department for disassembly, research, and enhancement. Cast upon the floor, Harry lifted his head in a daze, his eyes reflecting confusion and resentment as he surveyed the men and women surrounding him. The malevolent persona lingering in his mind had not dissipated, firmly entrenched in his consciousness like a relentless parasite. Harry Osborn erupted into a cacophony of maniacal laughter, defiantly exclaiming, "Just wait. You shall pay dearly. Once I break free, you will never know peace." Chapter 91. Escort Rick's gaze fell upon the arrogant youth before him, his brow furrowing slightly in response. Wonder Woman, Diana, immediately grasped Rick's intent and, with the agility of a cheetah on the hunt, swiftly seized a cloth and stepped forward, unhesitatingly stuffing it into Harry Osborn's mouth. Observing this impetuous and fearless high schooler, Rick considered his options, deciding against employing coercive mental control. In his eyes, Harry Osborn was but a trivial adversary, not yet deserving of his energy to be subdued and commanded. However, keeping him around could serve as a pivotal pawn to lure Norman Osborn. Bound and gagged, Harry Osborn struggled violently on the floor, attempting to rise using his own strength. His flushed face contorted with rage and indignation. Natasha, the Black Widow, known for her decisiveness, could no longer bear to watch. Approaching Harry, she delivered 2 precise kicks that struck him with considerable force, causing him to arch his back in pain, muffled groans escaping his lips. Nearby, Harry's friend Peter Parker observed silently, his expression devoid of emotion. Harry Osborn cast a malevolent and accusatory glance at his friend, as if to question, "Why do you stand there, silent and unmoving?" Clearly, he was blaming his good companion. Rick waved his hand gently, issuing orders to the Stark security team stationed by the door to escort Harry Osborn to the S.H.I.L.D. vehicle in the underground parking lot. The decision to employ a ground escort rather than an aerial one was a calculated move on Rick's part. The slower pace would afford Norman Osborn more time to succumb to his impulses and come to rescue his son. 4 or 5 burly men clad in Stark security uniforms quickly surrounded Harry, rudely hoisting him up and dragging him out of the CEO's office. As Harry Osborn departed, a semblance of quiet returned to Rick's office, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Rick surveyed the disarray, the large scratches on the walls glaringly evident amidst the turmoil. He gently instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to notify Pepper Potts to arrange for a thorough tidying and repair the office as soon as they departed. Jarvis promptly relayed the command to Pepper. At present, the majority of Stark Industries' routine affairs were still being meticulously overseen by the puppet-like duo of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, ensuring the company's operations ran smoothly. Meanwhile, Lee instructed Jarvis to gather further comprehensive information regarding Norman Osborn and Oscorp, preparing diligently for the impending acquisition of the Osborn Group. Lee's gaze shifted back to the trio of women and one man before him, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes as he nodded gently, then waved his hand and exited the presidential office. He hastily caught up with the security team escorting Harry Osborn, taking the express elevator directly to the underground parking lot. Upon arrival, 2 teal armored transport vehicles, accompanied by a squad of 4 S.H.I.L.D. agents, awaited them in a state of readiness. After handing Harry Osborn over to the agent team, Lee gestured for his own security team to return to the company and remain on standby. After securely placing Harry Osborn in the back of one of the transport vehicles, Lee, along with Black Widow and Hill, took their seats in the front of the S.H.I.L.D. vehicle. He had deliberately assigned Wonder Woman Diana and Spider-Man Peter Parker to the back transport vehicle. Soon, both S.H.I.L.D. Vehicles began to move slowly, exiting the underground parking lot en route to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York. Through the vehicle's communication system, Lee methodically instructed the drivers to maintain a moderate pace and not to accelerate excessively. He also chose a route that was not the most expedient, requesting Hill to notify the New York Traffic Management Authorities to swiftly clear the area of pedestrians and vehicles, ensuring the roads surrounding the S.H.I.E.L.D. escort vehicles remained unobstructed. His intent was solely to minimize potential civilian casualties during any ensuing conflict. Seated comfortably in the passenger seat, Lee had Black Widow at the helm, with Hill positioned to his right. He gently wrapped an arm around Hill's shoulder, while she wore a serious expression, acutely aware of the gravity of their task. After all, escorting a criminal clearly beyond the realm of the ordinary back to the S.H.I.L.D. base posed a constant risk of ambush. As seasoned operatives, they remained vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. Both Black Widow and Hill understood they were not merely dealing with an ordinary criminal, but rather an extraordinary individual endowed with superhuman abilities. A moment's negligence could precipitate a fierce confrontation. Observing Hill's tense demeanor, Lee couldn't help but smile slightly, patting her shoulder gently and reassuring her, "Hill, there's no need to be so anxious. You're making me feel uneasy as well. Relax, rest assured, no matter who comes, I shall ensure they cannot return." Upon hearing her superior's words, Hill's taut nerves gradually unwound. As a top agent who had ascended from the ranks to become the deputy director of S.H.I.L.D., Maria Hill possessed extensive combat experience. She smiled gratefully, expressing her appreciation for her master's reassurance. Two vehicles proceeded in succession, moving forward at a leisurely pace. Rick instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to continuously monitor the surroundings, leaving no room for complacency. Nearly half an hour later, Jarvis finally reported the latest surveillance results. "Master, we are under attack. An enemy is approaching from the left flank, and they have already launched 2 missiles at us." The artificial intelligence detected the imminent threat posed by the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, and promptly relayed the warning to the personnel in both escort vehicles. Instantly, an air of tension enveloped the group as everyone braced for the impending danger. Rick turned his head, peering through the window to clearly see a streak of green light racing toward them, accompanied by 2 rapidly approaching missiles. He swiftly communicated over the headset to Wonder Woman, "Diana, you must confront the Green Goblin." Black Widow and Hill, being ordinary humans of Earth, possessed considerable physical prowess, but lacked any extraordinary abilities. It would be unwise to send them against the Green Goblin, while Wonder Woman, as the daughter of a deity, was more than capable of handling the threat. At that moment, Diana occupied the front passenger seat of the rear escort vehicle, driven by a S.H.I.L.D. agent with Peter seated between them. Having heard the leader's command, Peter was eager to join Wonder Woman in battling the Green Goblin. He requested through the headset, "Leader, I wish to assist Diana in confronting the Green Goblin." Rick acquiesced to his request. Chapter 92. A dazzling presence Wonder Woman, Diana, and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, leapt from the speeding S.H.I.L.D. transport like agile hawks, landing gracefully atop the vehicle. Just then, 2 missiles, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtled toward them with the speed of lightning. In an instant, Peter reacted with remarkable swiftness, his wrist flicking deftly as webs erupted forth with the force of a tempest, ensnaring one of the missiles with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, Diana wielded her lasso of truth, which transformed into a brilliant golden stream, akin to a mystical serpent filled with enigmatic power, wrapping itself around the other missile. Under the influence of their formidable strength, the missiles were forcibly redirected, detonating with explosive force against the highway and barriers behind them like a volcanic eruption. The thunderous booms echoed, resembling the crack of thunder resonating in their ears, and the force of the blast caused both vehicles to shudder violently. Over the headset, Rick's voice emerged, cold and resolute, akin to the unyielding ice of winter. "Secure Norman Osborn as swiftly as possible." Diana and Peter exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with determination and unspoken understanding. Immediately, both individuals lifted their gazes toward the heavens, where the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, adorned in his resplendent emerald suit, commandeered a flying hoverboard, resembling a haunting specter of verdant hues, racing down from the clouds like a shooting star. The suit shimmered under the sun's rays, reflecting an icy and eerie glow akin to the gaze of a demon, exuding an aura of malevolence that starkly contrasted with the apprehended little green goblin, Harry Osborn, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Norman cackled ominously, his laughter echoing like a mournful cry of an owl, piercing through the tense atmosphere. In a swift motion, he conjured 2 pumpkin bombs into his hands, hurling them downwards with a forceful sweep of his arm, the bombs plummeting towards the ground like blazing meteors, trailing fierce. Fiery tails. Diana reacted with remarkable speed, urgently calling out to Peter, "You handle the bombs. I will confront him." Peter nodded resolutely, unfurling his arms as 2 strands of web shot forth like arrows, firmly ensnaring the descending bombs. Utilizing the web's elasticity, he maneuvered with the agility of a nimble monkey, propelling the bombs towards the roadside barrier. While Peter deftly averted the crisis, Diana had already brandished her lasso of truth, which surged forth like a sinuous serpent, accompanied by a rushing wind, propelling itself with tremendous force towards the Green Goblin and his hoverboard. Sensing impending peril, Norman's eyes glinted with cunning malice as he deftly maneuvered the hoverboard, evading the attack like a swift bat. Observing this, Diana launched herself from the top of the prison transport, her form soaring gracefully like an elegant hawk dancing across the night sky. In midair, she once again twirled the lasso, which traced brilliant arcs of golden light, ensnaring the Green Goblin's hoverboard with astonishing swiftness. Simultaneously, she drew the Godslayer's sword, its blade radiating a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight, a sight so breathtaking that one dared not gaze directly upon it. With a flick of her wrist, the Godslayer's sword, imbued with a chilling luminescence, shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning, hurtling towards the Green Goblin. Norman, taken aback, hastily redirected the hoverboard. However, the recoil diminished its speed. In a critical moment, he exerted all his strength to evade, his body nearly aligning with the hoverboard, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike of the Godslayer's sword. Yet, the lasso had expertly ensnared a corner of the hoverboard, abruptly halting Norman's momentum as if an invisible, powerful hand had grasped him firmly. Unwilling to capitulate easily, a fierce glint flashed in Norman's eyes as he increased the energy output of the hoverboard, which roared to life, expelling a torrent of searing flames accompanied by a deafening roar, akin to an enraged beast bellowing. The lasso, not securely bound, succumbed to the immense force, freeing him from its grasp. At this juncture, Diana found herself suspended in mid-air, her leverage diminished, and without the Godslayer's sword, her situation became precarious. In a moment of peril, she clasped her hands together, forcefully colliding the protective silver bracelets on her wrists. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as the silver bangles unleashed a formidable divine power, transforming into a surging shockwave that surged relentlessly toward the Green Goblin. Simultaneously, Diana tilted her head skyward, where the heavens roared with thunder and lightning. A mighty bolt, resembling a colossal dragon, descended with cataclysmic force, striking the Green Goblin directly. The dual assault nearly struck simultaneously, enveloping the Green Goblin in a dazzling electric brilliance, the crackling thunder echoing incessantly. The flying skateboard, subjected to the overwhelming force, sustained severe damage to its propulsion system, beginning to plummet through the air, emitting noxious black smoke. Norman trembled violently, yet his hands still attempted to hurl the pumpkin bomb in a final act of desperation. Diana, however, was swift and unyielding, casting her truth lasso once more. The lasso traced a graceful arc of gold through the air, resembling an indomitable golden shackle that ensnared Norman entirely. With a firm tug, Norman was sent spiraling downward like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, the flying skateboard veered off in an erratic trajectory, crashing violently into a nearby bridge pillar, resulting in a shower of sparks and debris. Peter stood atop a vehicle, witnessing Diana's extraordinary display of prowess with astonishment and admiration. This seemingly delicate woman unleashed a staggering strength that broadened his horizons. Just as the onlookers were still reeling from the fierce battle, a resounding crash echoed as Norman fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had ingested his own concocted performance-enhancing agent, elevating his physical abilities beyond the ordinary, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Diana elegantly landed, the truth lasso in her grasp, making her way toward the S.H.I.L.D. transport, simultaneously summoning back the Godslayer's sword. 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles had already slammed to a halt, patiently awaiting the apprehension of this green menace. Thus, the Osborn father and son had become prisoners of Rick. As Rick prepared to emerge from the transport, an urgent warning from the artificial intelligence Jarvis suddenly blared in his earpiece. Alert! Alert! An unidentified, massive object is rapidly approaching us from above, preliminarily estimated to be an invisible spacecraft or another unknown entity. Alert! Alert! Rick paused momentarily, pondering the implications. Could the restrained Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, be colluding with other nefarious forces? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, given the myriad events and villains that had emerged since his arrival in this peculiar fusion of the Marvel Universe. After a brief contemplation, Rick decisively gestured to Wonder Woman, urgently stating, "Diana, unleash a wave of energy attacks on the unknown object above with the protective silver bracelets." Diana, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly raised her arms, colliding them together with fervor, unleashing an overwhelming divine force akin to a surging tide. In an instant, a brilliant beam of energy shot upward like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed through the air. A spacecraft, archaic in design, yet enveloped in mystery, approximately 34 meters in length, slowly shed its cloaking disguise, revealing its true form amidst the tumult. The fierce onslaught of this energy storm had compromised the ship's invisibility, and it now stood plainly visible before Lich and his followers. As they gazed upward, they beheld the alien vessel, radiating a dark, resplendent glow, descending towards them, albeit at a slightly reduced velocity. Its unique design unmistakably identified it as an extraterrestrial assault cruiser. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn, ensnared by the lasso of truth, erupted into a fit of stammering yet maniacal laughter. The grotesque visage of his demon mask, paired with the flickering green luminescence of his devilish attire, rendered him a figure of absurdity reminiscent of a jester. Noticing the unfolding chaos, Natasha, the Black Widow, dashed forward, executing a swift and fierce kick aimed at Osborn. However, the formidable armor of the Green Goblin absorbed most of the kinetic force, causing him only to stagger momentarily before regaining his footing, glaring fiercely, and preparing for a vicious counterattack. Fortunately, Wonder Woman Diana reacted promptly. With a flick of her wrist, she yanked the lasso back, the forceful tug propelling Osborn backward, sending him crashing to the ground. In terms of individual prowess and combat capability, the Black Widow, a paragon of human strength, found it challenging to contend with the enhanced and technologically equipped Green Goblin. At that moment, Lich sprang into action. He crouched slightly, legs coiling like springs, and then, with astonishing force, propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he delivered a devastating blow to the descending spacecraft. Simultaneously, over 10 Iron Man suits surged forth from all directions, having been strategically deployed earlier during the transport of Harry Osborn. Lich had meticulously orchestrated their presence, with the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, covertly controlling their ambush. Now, faced with the emergence of an alien adversary, Lich deemed it the opportune moment to ensnare his foes. Summoning the mechanized suits, 8 suits unleashed their assault from various angles, missiles raining down upon the extraterrestrial vessel, erupting in a cacophony of explosions around it. The formidable explosion erupted with the ferocity of a surging tide, instantly hurling the alien spacecraft to a 90-degree angle, thereby thwarting its nefarious scheme to collide with the unsuspecting individuals and vehicles below. In swift succession, 4 Dark Elf Guard within the ship rapidly unlatched the hatch, leaping forth like agile panthers, crashing heavily onto the ground. Almost immediately, the now uncontrolled alien craft, subjected to relentless assaults from the mechs, was toppled to the earth, belching forth thick, billowing smoke. As the two factions met, the atmosphere turned palpably tense, with no words exchanged, for alien beings charged like ravenous wolves toward their adversaries. Unfazed, Diana, Peter Parker, Black Widow, and Hill from the opposing side boldly advanced, igniting a fierce melee on the ground. Hill and Black Widow demonstrated remarkable synergy, teaming up against a single alien entity, despite being among the pinnacle of Earth's ordinary combatants. They found themselves struggling against an opponent endowed with superior physical attributes and magical enhancements. In a 2-to-1 scenario, they were barely able to defend themselves against the onslaught. Observing this, Rick made a swift decision, promptly instructing Jarvis through his earpiece. Jarvis, command Iron Man's armor to provide immediate support for Hill and Black Widow. No sooner had he spoken than 3 armors streaked through the sky like meteors, elegantly arcing toward the fray. In a daunting 5-to-1 advantage, the Dark Elf warrior was thrust into a defensive predicament, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage from the 3 armors. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman Diana and Peter Parker engaged fiercely with their respective alien opponents. Utilizing his enhanced physical capabilities, Peter toyed with the Dark Elf warrior, weaving effortlessly around him. With deft movements, he unleashed webs that danced through the air like silvery serpents, ensnaring one of the warrior's arms and rendering it nearly impossible for him to retaliate. In a desperate bid, the Dark Elf warrior produced an alien firearm emanating an eerie glow, firing repeatedly at Peter. However, Peter's agility allowed him to evade with ease, dominating the fight. On the other hand, Wonder Woman Diana faced her humanoid alien adversary with remarkable finesse. Summoning her God-Killer sword, she flashed through the combat with precision, severing the alien's arm in a matter of moments. Rick descended gracefully from the air, his gaze fixed on the towering figure of the humanoid alien adorned with horned armor. A slight smirk graced his lips. This squad leader was considerably more robust than his 3 subordinates, clearly the dominant force among the 4. The squad leader shouted a series of alien utterances, and Rick could only shake his head in resignation. The language barrier rendered their communication futile, a mere cacophony of sounds lost in translation. Li Chi stood calmly in place, extending his hand and gently beckoning with a universally recognized gesture of provocation. The Dark Elf captain discerned the taunt immediately, his fury erupting like a tempest as he roared in outrage, then charged forward like a wrathful bull, intent on overpowering the seemingly frail blue-skinned humanoid with his formidable strength. However, he was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. With his exceptional physical attributes, Li Chi remained unscathed amidst the violent collision, while the captain staggered backward several paces, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Astounded by the incredible explosive power exhibited by this seemingly diminutive blue being, the captain steeled himself, resolved to unleash his ultimate move. This final resort was a priceless piece of etheric particle bestowed upon him by the Dark Elf leader Malekith just prior to their departure. He understood, well, that merging the etheric particle with his own essence would yield a strength several times greater than his current capabilities. Yet, he was aware of the tremendous cost involved. Nevertheless, for the future of the Dark Elf race, he had resolved to embrace this perilous fate. The etheric particles were exceedingly rare, with only a scant few remaining within the entire Dark Elf clan. He could not betray the leader's trust by failing to utilize such a precious gift. As this thought flashed like lightning through his mind, he swiftly drew forth a dagger radiating a dark luminescence, and without hesitation plunged it into his chest, piercing through his armor and deeply into his flesh. This sudden and shocking act left Li Chi utterly astonished. At that moment, he could scarcely comprehend why this alien captain would resort to such self-destructive madness. Yet, in the next instant, upon witnessing the towering extraterrestrial produce a small, irregularly shaped black crystal, roughly a third the size of a fingernail, he realized the gravity of the situation and inwardly exclaimed in alarm. This creature intended to transform into a cursed warrior using the etheric particle. He had to intervene immediately. Chapter 94. The wave of the Enchantress. Li Chi recognized at once that the Dark Elf captain's black shard was indeed a fragment of etheric particle. Alarm surged within him as he understood the captain's intent to become a cursed warrior to combat him. Naturally, he would not remain passive. With a swift movement, he darted to the side of the bull-headed captain, reaching out with lightning speed to seize the captain's left hand, halting his reckless attempt to insert the etheric particle into his body. The bull-headed captain grimaced in pain, his right hand brandishing the still bloodied alien dagger. Lunging menacingly at Li Chi. Reacting quickly, Li Chi raised his arm to block the attack. A sharp crack resonated through the air as the captain's left hand was forcibly crushed. In that very moment, the etheric particle fragment fell into Li Qi's grasp. As soon as Li Qi seized the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot, sending the bull-headed alien squad leader tumbling backward with a resounding thud, landing in a most undignified manner. Almost simultaneously, two Iron Man suits, under the precise guidance of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, swooped in from different directions, firmly pinning the bull-headed extraterrestrial commander to the ground. Shortly thereafter, two more mechs descended from above, completely subduing him and rendering him immobile. Li Qi did not directly touch the shard of the ether particle. Instead, he skillfully enveloped it with a gentle yet intricate flow of qi. This exquisite technique was one he had learned from the sisters Ying Nan and Ying Li during his time in Taro Village. This was the remarkable aspect of his system, a golden finger that allowed him to absorb the extraordinary abilities and traits of others at will. Much like the astonishing speed he exhibited when approaching the alien bull-headed creature moments earlier. Although his speed was far from that of Quicksilver or the Flash in this realm, it was nonetheless as swift as a tempest compared to ordinary superheroes. Through an in-depth study of his own golden finger and the system, Li Qi was acutely aware that there was still significant room for improvement in his velocity, and thus he was not in a rush for immediate results. Carefully wrapping the shard in qi, he calmly surveyed the battlefield, noting that, aside from the Green Goblin, the four newly arrived extraterrestrial warriors had been successfully subdued. Among them, the alien engaged with Wonder Woman was in particularly dire straits. With a wave of his hand, Li Qi decided to postpone the processing of these four aliens on site, opting instead to transport them to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for thorough examination and analysis. As for the alien spacecraft billowing black smoke nearby, it was undoubtedly a highly valuable extraterrestrial resource that would significantly enhance their strength, thus warranting its transfer to Stark Industries for comprehensive research, analysis, and reverse engineering. Subsequently, Li Qi methodically instructed Hill to notify the tactical team from S.H.I.L.D. to come and wrap things up, while also directing Jarvis to inform the personnel at Stark Industries to expedite the return of the alien spacecraft to the company. Not far away, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, was clearly taken aback by the disastrous failure of his meticulously devised heist. The formidable alien squad had proven utterly ineffectual before Li Qi. Bound tightly to the ground by the lasso of truth, he knelt half-heartedly, his gaze vacant, as if still reeling from the shock of defeat. The once overbearing and violent aura surrounding him had dissipated significantly, suggesting a weakening of the influence of his malevolent persona. Meanwhile, the four alien Dark Elf warriors proved to be exceedingly stubborn, fighting fiercely to resist capture. In exasperation, Li Qi signaled for Wonder Woman, Diana, to intervene. With a swift motion, Diana appeared before the quartet, dispatching them with decisive strikes, rendering them unconscious in no time. Following this, Li Qi instructed the team to take a brief respite while waiting for the cleanup crews dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D. in their own enterprise. A second prisoner transport vehicle came to a stop a few meters away, prompting Li Qi to direct Black Widow and Spider-Man to assess the condition of Harry Osborn confined within the vehicle. Two individuals received their orders and swiftly approached the rear of the prisoner transport vehicle. The Black Widow prepared to open the door, while Peter Parker stood attentively by, fully prepared for any eventuality. As soon as the door swung open, Harry Osborn leaped out of the compartment, desperately attempting to resist and make his escape. Peter Parker, however, was unencumbered by past friendships. With remarkable agility, he delivered a precise kick to Harry Osborn's leg, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, the Black Widow followed up with two swift kicks, rendering Harry Osborn unconscious to prevent any disturbances that could complicate matters for Nick Fury. With agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries already en route, the tactical team arrived moments after the orders were issued, soaring in on a Quinjet. The thunderous roar of the turbine engines filled the air as the sleek, black Quinjet, measuring over 10 meters in length, gracefully descended not far from the assembled group. The cargo bay doors opened slowly, and a squad of S.H.I.L.D. agents, clad in standard uniforms and equipped with regulation gear, filed out in an orderly fashion. Leading the squad was the long-absent Daisy Johnson, who had been training at S.H.I.L.D. for nearly half a month since Nick Fury had sent her there. Upon spotting Nick Fury in the distance, a glimmer of surprise sparked in her eyes, and her expression conveyed a mix of respect and eagerness as she jogged towards him. Upon reaching Nick Fury, Daisy knelt on one knee, offering a formal gesture of respect. She noted that the Black Widow and Deputy Director Hill had become loyal followers of Nick, which alleviated her concerns. The tactical squad behind her, disciplined and focused on their mission, paid little mind to formalities. Thus, in front of everyone, Daisy felt emboldened to perform this grand gesture. Nick Fury smiled and extended his hand, gently assisting his earliest follower to her feet, taking a moment to scrutinize Daisy's visage. Her complexion appeared darker than before, and her figure, accentuated by the S.H.I.L. uniform, was strikingly curvaceous. Nick nodded in satisfaction, expressing his approval. Excellent, Daisy. Your training at S.H.I.E.L.D. has yielded remarkable results, and I am thoroughly pleased. At these words, a flicker of pride danced in Daisy's eyes, reminiscent of a well-behaved pet receiving praise from its master. Continuing, Nick said, Daisy, these two are Peter and Diana. They too are my followers. Please take a moment to get acquainted. The followers warmly greeted one another, their minds subtly influenced by Nick's mental conditioning, allowing them to effortlessly forge a bond of friendship. Meanwhile, the other members of the tactical squad adeptly escorted the Osborns, along with the 4 incapacitated and securely bound extraterrestrial team members, into the Quinjet-S cargo bay. Afterward, they meticulously examined the area that had endured explosions and combat, clearing away all threatening objects and awaiting the subsequent arrival of a construction team from S.H.I.E.L.D. Minutes later, a transportation squad dispatched by Stark Enterprises also arrived on the scene. Numerous Stark employees united in their efforts to carefully transfer the alien spacecraft, which was still emitting dark smoke, onto a massive trailer, ensuring its secret transport to the subterranean facilities of Stark Tower for comprehensive analysis, research, and reverse engineering. With this matter essentially concluded, Ritchie considered that Black Widow and Hill were merely ordinary individuals, and although Quake, Daisy Johnson, possessed abilities, she was still a novice. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances during transit, he dispatched Spider-Man, Peter Parker, along with several mechs, to accompany them in escorting 6 prisoners to the S.H.E.L.D. base. He then gestured for Wonder Woman, Diana, to return with him to Stark Enterprises. Chapter 95. Diana on the couch. The series of incidents instigated by the Green Goblin, Osborn, and his son had reached a temporary resolution. Ritchie arranged for Peter Parker to follow Black Widow and Hill, assisting them in escorting the Green Goblin and 4 alien captives back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Meanwhile, the alien spacecraft was securely loaded onto the trailer, which began to move slowly toward the secret research facility located beneath Stark Enterprises. Ritchie subtly beckoned Wonder Woman, Diana, to accompany him back to Stark Enterprises. Daisy Johnson, having just met with Ritchie, returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. with the agent team, as she still needed further training. At this stage, she appeared somewhat inexperienced and had yet to fully embody the prowess befitting the title of Quake. During the drive back, Ritchie initiated a discussion with Wonder Woman, Diana, seated in the passenger seat, regarding the timing of her training at S.H.I.L.D. Diana lowered her gaze, her flowing hair cascading gently, reflecting absolute obedience to her leader, and softly replied, I shall follow the Master's arrangements. I am ready to depart at any moment, though I wish to first learn how to drive. Ritchie's control over Diana was not as stringent as it was over Peter Parker and Hill, allowing her to express her inner thoughts to a reasonable extent. Having arrived in New York from Themyscira for over half a month, Diana had diligently been learning to drive and adapting to various modernities, showing remarkable progress. Due to his busy schedule, Ritchie had yet to find time to assist Diana in acquiring a personal vehicle. Stark Enterprises indeed had several idle communal vehicles, and Ritchie initially planned to allocate one directly to Diana. However, Diana, who had been raised with a strong sense of independence and competitiveness, was reluctant to utilize public resources. Despite the entirety of Themyscira traditionally belonging to her mother, the Queen, Diana upheld her principles in this regard, conducting herself with admirable propriety. A gentle smile graced Rick's face as he extended his left hand, tenderly caressing Diana's silken, flowing hair and her increasingly delicate and soft cheeks. At this moment, Diana was clad in combat attire, having worn the Amazonian armor throughout their journey. Due to the limited space within the vehicle, she sat in the passenger seat, her legs somewhat cramped, appearing rather uncomfortable. Rick softly suggested to Diana, "This is easily resolved. Why not take the wheel and drive us back to Stark Industries?" Upon hearing this, Diana's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a joyful expression blossomed on her face as she enthusiastically nodded in agreement. As the vehicle traversed the highway, the area remained cordoned off, devoid of other cars in sight. Only a short distance ahead, a large trailer was slowly transporting an ancient, dark-hued alien spacecraft. After exiting the car and swapping positions, Diana eagerly took the driver's seat and cheerfully started the engine. This car had been hastily chosen by Rick from the Stark fleet, which had come to retrieve the alien vessel. The interior was rather cramped, and with its low chassis, Diana, clad in her battle gear, found herself somewhat uncomfortable. In her innate innocence, Diana briefly contemplated changing out of her armor into something more lightweight and comfortable in this moment. However, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the thought, fully aware that such an action would be deemed irresponsible, both for the leader and for herself. Thus, she drove the compact car closely behind the trailer, making their way toward the underground parking lot of Stark Industries. The trailer driver and the security personnel aboard held special credentials and, guided by the artificial intelligence Jarvis, unloaded the spacecraft from an underground elevator. Soon after, specialized researchers arrived to take over and commence their investigative work. Diana and Rick ascended directly to the top floor of the building via the elevator, entering the CEO's office. At this point, the office had been largely restored. Previously damaged items and walls had been repaired, making it appear as if nothing had ever happened. The entire room was infused with a serene ambience, illuminated by the afternoon sun. After an entire afternoon of bustling activity, it was now past 4 o'clock, and the company would soon begin to close for the day. However, this was of little concern to Rick, as he resided on the top floor. Moreover, without special access passes, ordinary employees, even those in mid-level management, were prohibited from intruding on his space. Thus, this place felt like a secluded paradise, untouched by the outside world. At this moment, only the leader Rick and his follower Diana occupied the top floor. Rick stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the captivating panorama of Manhattan, a city teeming with unique charm. Behind him, Diana moved with agility, having already shed her Amazonian armor. Crafted from specialized materials, the armor lay upon the ground. As she subsequently placed the Guardian silver bracelet, metallic battle boots, the truth lasso at her waist, and the god-slaying sword upon the table. At this moment, Wonder Woman Diana adorned herself solely in a sensual ensemble of lingerie. This exquisite set, adorned with delicate light-colored patterns, embraced her skin with a softness akin to clouds. The ingeniously designed lingerie elegantly accentuated her voluptuous bosom, while the snug fit around her slender waist contrasted strikingly with her rounded, pert posterior, perfectly showcasing her graceful curves. The narrow lace straps rested elegantly upon her beautifully sculpted shoulders, adding an extra touch of allure. Standing with poise, Diana's alluring figure was further enhanced by the lingerie, making her irresistibly captivating. Her long hair, cascaded like a waterfall, carelessly draping over her alabaster shoulders, harmonizing with the light patterns of her attire. With a prominent nose, exquisite features, and a clearly defined visage, it would not be an exaggeration to regard her as the most remarkable model on the entire blue planet. As Rick turned, his gaze fell upon this enchanting and delicate follower, stirring a wave of emotion within him. He approached her slowly, gently enveloping Diana in his embrace. The office lacked a bed, furnished only with a high-end designer sofa. Rick tenderly settled Diana upon the soft couch. Rising once more, he moved to the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. At this moment, the sunlight had taken on a hue of orange, with the sun having nearly dipped below the city skyline, revealing only a small portion that resembled a remnant mooncake from a distance. Surrounding them were fiery orange clouds, akin to a magnificent painting by Van Gogh, dreamlike and surreal. Just as Rick was about to instruct the catering department to bring forth dinner, the artificial intelligence Jarvis reported another message. Chapter 96. Which version of Betty Ross? Jarvis, with utmost respect, addressed Rick, the president of Stark Industries. Sir, General Ross, a 4-star general at the Army Gamma base, has just sent an urgent order. requesting our military department to immediately procure 2 supersonic cannons for his base. Upon hearing the name Ross, Rick's mind momentarily faltered. He instantly recalled the myriad connections this individual had with the Hulk and Bruce Banner. Intrigued, Rick set aside the thought of dinner for the moment. Wonder Woman Diana, ever composed and capable, proactively took charge of the situation, efficiently relaying the dining instructions to the catering department via the internal phone system. Rick instructed Jarvis to elaborate on the matter and promptly gather recent activity reports on General Ross. Within half a second, Jarvis compiled a summary of the recent undertakings of the 4-star general, under the pretense of developing gamma rays at the Gamma base. General Ross was secretly engrossed in research on individual body enhancement experiments. In essence, this pertains to the same category of human enhancement agents developed by the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, albeit with slight variations in implementation methods. General Ross's research primarily concentrates on techniques for stimulating cellular activity. In the course of his diligent studies, he inadvertently gave rise to the formidable Hulk. At this moment, the Hulk, who is none other than the esteemed physicist and gamma radiation expert, Bruce Banner, is being detained at the Gamma base by General Ross, under the supervision of the ruthless Colonel Talbot, who is intent on acquiring Bruce Banner's blood samples for patent purposes. General Ross has foreseen that this irate green behemoth may prove difficult to control. Hence, as night approaches, he urgently commissions Stark Industries to customize 2 supersonic cannons for precautionary measures. Upon receiving Jarvis's detailed report, Rich's interest in both the Hulk and Bruce Banner significantly piqued. He inquired about the location of the Gamma base, to which Jarvis replied that it is situated within the deserts of New Mexico. Coincidentally, Thor's hammer also fell in the deserts of New Mexico. The map projected by Jarvis in the void indicated that the 2 locations are not particularly far apart. Rich contemplated visiting the Hulk, Bruce Banner, and Thor in the coming days. However, he pondered whom to approach first. By deducing the sequence of events, it seemed that the transformation of Bruce Banner into the rampaging Hulk at the Gamma base was of greater urgency. Thus, Rich resolved to lead the 2 supersonic cannons destined for the base directly to General Ross's Gamma base. Moreover, General Ross's exquisite daughter, Betty Ross, is also someone Rich is determined to have under his command. Although Betty possesses no super attributes or abilities, her charm as an ordinary person is undeniably appealing. Yet, at this moment, Rich is unaware of what Betty Ross truly resembles in this world. He recalls that in the 2 Hulk films, Betty was portrayed by Jennifer Connelly and Liv Tyler, both of whom are strikingly beautiful. He finds himself curious about what this world's Betty Ross might look like. While he could have Jarvis project an image of her, Rich wishes to leave himself with a small surprise for the occasion. Before heading to the Gamma base, he intends to inquire with Hill about the specific composition of the S.H.I.L.D. team dispatched to study Thor's hammer. After connecting with Agent Hill, Rich posed his question. Hill, with utmost respect and a humble, slightly timid tone, responded, "Leader, the agency plans to send a research team led by Agent Phil Coulson, in collaboration with a group from partner universities, headed by Dr. Eric, accompanied by Ms. Jane Foster and Ms. Darcy Lewis, with security overseen by Hawkeye, Clint." Upon hearing this, Rich nodded slightly, finding it largely consistent with his previous expectations, though he noted that Jane Foster had now been designated as an official member. After a moment of contemplation, Richie informed Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. that Daisy Johnson would replace Hawkeye Clint. His tone was cold, yet commanding, leaving no room for dissent. He then conveyed that he would rendezvous with the S.H.I.E.L.D. team at the site of Thor's hammer's descent in the New Mexico desert, urging her to prepare accordingly. Once the call ended, Richie pondered that given General Ross's urgent request, he might as well set off for the Gamma base tonight to investigate further. He instructed Jarvis to relay orders to Stark Industries' clandestine military division to load 2 supersonic cannons onto a truck. After finishing his dinner, he would depart for the Gamma base. Jarvis promptly took action, while simultaneously, the dinner prepared by Wonder Woman Diana was ready, patiently awaiting outside the president's office. Soon, a fragrant meal was laid out on the table. After sharing the meal with the leader, Richie informed her to be prepared to gather necessary items, as they would soon journey to the Gamma base. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Diana's eyes. Naturally spirited and adventurous, She found combat to be the essence of life. The prospect of embarking on a new journey and facing fresh challenges ignited her anticipation. She readily agreed and swiftly made her way to her bedroom on the same floor to prepare her belongings. In addition to her essential combat gear, she meticulously selected several outfits for convenience. After all, the leader had already indicated that upon reaching the base, they would venture deep into the desert to study Thor's hammer, in search of a worthy adversary. Implicitly, this journey promised fierce battles, which undoubtedly thrilled Diana to her core. Richie also returned to his room to gather a few items, subsequently instructing the artificial intelligence JARVIS to inventory the currently produced iron mech puppets. Within the building, aside from those reserved for security, he could bring along 20 puppet mechs for the expedition into the depths of the New Mexico desert. Of course, these mechs would be controlled by JARVIS, positioned around Richie at varying angles and altitudes to provide comprehensive protection. Once all preparations were complete, 2 hours had already elapsed. The 2 specially modified sonic cannons were ready. Chapter 97. Control over the Ross father and daughter. The distance between New York and the Gamma base in the New Mexico desert rendered travel by car impractical. Therefore, the Gamma base dispatched 2 transport helicopters to convey the purchased supersonic cannons. Without hesitation, Richie decided to take Stark Industries' private helicopter to accompany the transport team to the base. After communicating with General Ross at the base, he was warmly welcomed. The personal escort from the president of Stark Industries was undoubtedly a splendid sign for General Ross. After all, who wouldn't wish to foster a positive relationship with Stark's military enterprise? Though Stark Enterprises has publicly announced the closure of its weapons design and manufacturing division, who among the outside world can truly comprehend the intricacies of the situation? Once all preparations were complete, the transport aircraft fleet gradually ascended from the helicopter pad atop Stark Enterprises. Richard personally piloted his private helicopter, accompanied solely by the remarkable Wonder Woman Diana. With no other individuals or star personnel in tow, only a dozen mechanized puppets, under the precise control of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, surrounded them, ensuring their safety. As the helicopter glided through the air, Richard gazed downwards, watching the sprawling metropolis of New York shrink into the distance. Upon exiting the city limits, they sped directly towards the Gamma base. In the solitude of the night, Richard found solace in the company of Wonder Woman, alleviating the potential tedium of the journey. The helicopter convoy sustained a high-speed flight for nearly 10 hours, and by the following morning, around 9 o'clock, they finally approached the Gamma base. Below lay an expansive expanse of orange desert, marred by what appeared to be the remnants of a dilapidated structure. Richard understood that this was merely a facade, concealing the true facilities buried underground. The helicopter fleet descended slowly, the powerful winds generated by the rotor blades stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Richard opened the cabin door, reached out to grasp Wonder Woman, and swiftly exited the tempestuous winds created by the rotors. Ahead, General Ross awaited them with a sincere smile, extending a warm welcome. Clad in light green military attire and sporting sunglasses, the 4 stars on his epaulets signified his rank as a 4-star general. His hair bore traces of gray, suggesting he was in his 40s or 50s, having effectively served at this base for nearly 2 decades. The whir of the helicopter blades could not overshadow General Ross's robust and resonant voice. Mr. Richard, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Gamma base. Your presence undoubtedly enhances the prestige of this facility and surely strengthens our collaborative relationship. General Ross extended his hand, prompting Richard to release his hold on his companion. They shook hands firmly, and Richard politely replied, General Ross, I have come out of genuine interest in your experiments, hoping to observe and learn. I trust you do not find my intrusion unwarranted. General Ross, after listening, erupted into hearty laughter. Of course not, Mr. Richard. I eagerly anticipate your invaluable insights. After all, it is well known that ascending to the presidency of Stark Enterprises signifies that you surpass Tony Stark in many respects. After a brief pause, General Ross continued, However, we currently face a minor predicament. The experimental subject has escaped, and we are preparing to capture it, which necessitates the use of the air cannon developed by your esteemed company. Upon hearing this, Richard felt no surprise. Indeed, the absence of issues would have been the true anomaly. He responded to the general, It seems my visit may not be timely after all. General Ross shook his head and stepped aside, revealing a woman in a white laboratory coat standing behind him. She exuded grace and sophistication, standing quietly in place. General Ross introduced her to Rick, stating that once he captured the experimental subject, he would invite Rick to observe. For now, it would be best for him to rest at the base while he arranged for tasks to be delegated. Mr. Rick, our base is predominantly inhabited by rugged individuals, not particularly suited for administrative duties. Therefore, Betty Ross from the laboratory will temporarily serve as your escort. Should you have any inquiries, you may direct them to her. At the mention of Betty Ross, Rick felt a surge of excitement. He had been contemplating how to bring her into his presence, and now General Ross had mentioned her. Much to his delight, upon looking up, he beheld Betty Ross, tall and graceful, her figure nearly perfect, radiating elegance in every gesture. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her soft blue eyes resembled the depths of serene lake. Her straight nose was perfectly proportioned, and her full lips curved upwards in a gentle smile. With a classic oval face, her features flowed seamlessly, highlighted by a delicately sculpted chin, a true embodiment of beauty. Rick instantly recognized her as the embodiment of Betty Ross, reminiscent of Jennifer Connelly, a vision that many young men dream of. Betty, appearing to be around 21 or 22, was in the prime of her youth, radiating vitality. Aware of Rick's gaze, she approached with poise, extending her hand and speaking in a melodious, articulate voice. Mr. Rick, during your stay at the base, I shall serve as your liaison. For any matters, be they mundane or professional, you are welcome to reach out to me. Her voice was like a celestial melody, captivating and enchanting. Rick grasped her hand, feeling its softness and delicacy, as if it were weightless, making it difficult to let go. Looking at Betty Ross before him, he felt a sense of fulfillment and turned to General Ross, exclaiming, General Ross, your daughter is truly a paragon of beauty, ethereal and captivating. It is indeed fitting for her to assume the role of liaison. Upon hearing this, General Ross beamed with pride. He was immensely pleased with his cherished daughter. He gestured for Rick to follow, inviting him. The winds here are fierce, and there are no decent facilities. Let us discuss matters further inside the base. Nearby, a group of soldiers clad in camouflage hurriedly transported 2 supersonic cannons into the underground of the base. Rick nodded in acknowledgement and beckoned Wonder Woman to follow. The group then descended into the subterranean section of the base, where remnants of past battles were evident. Bent steel beams, bullet holes, bloodstains, and a mass of foam solidifying remnants. General Ross remarked to Rick, these are the marks left by that experimental subject's escape. The base had been operational for quite some time, bearing the scars of history throughout. Almost everyone wore a serious expression, and the combat team gathered anxiously at the operations command center. Although this was an experimental base, its defense was formidable, manned by regular military forces. The group arrived at the administrative area of the base and entered the general's office. The environment here was markedly more comfortable compared to the tumultuous dust storms and howling winds outside. Betty Ross personally brewed coffee and brought it to Rick. As Rick accepted the steaming cup from Betty, his gaze once again fell upon her exquisite features and graceful figure. At that moment, Rick no longer hesitated and immediately activated his mental control ability. A surge of psychic energy flowed forth like a tidal wave, enveloping General Ross and Betty in an instant, rendering them completely subservient to his will. Controlling Betty was, of course, to bring the enchanting female doctor under his command. Meanwhile, securing General Ross was twofold. On one hand, it would facilitate his operations within the base, and on the other, the general was far from ordinary. He possessed extensive connections within the military and held considerable influence in Washington. Rick understood that following a forthcoming cosmic-level catastrophe, General Ross might even ascend to the presidency of the United States. Such a significant and potentially powerful figure was someone Rick was determined to dominate. Chapter 98. Betty's servitude. Rick effortlessly succeeded in controlling Betty Ross and General Ross. In that moment, a powerful and intangible psychic force surged from within him like a torrential undercurrent, enveloping the Ross duo in an unyielding grip. Betty's eyes instantly softened and became submissive. Once vibrant and sparkling like the stars, her gaze now reflected deep trepidation. Her long, elegantly sculpted legs trembled slightly as she slowly bent forward, her movements gentle yet tinged with apprehension, gracefully kneeling on one knee as if yielding to the feet of a sovereign. General Ross mirrored her actions, kneeling as well. Rick raised his hand slightly, his motion imbued with an undeniable authority, his eyes glinting with appraisal as he gestured for Betty to rise. Then, a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke in a tone laced with command. "Remove your laboratory coat." The knee-length white coat concealed Betty's alluring figure entirely. Obediently, she lowered her head and delicately unfastened the buttons of her coat. Afterward, she gently removed it and hung it on a rack. Only then was Rick able to truly appreciate the contours of Betty's voluptuous form. The white blouse she wore clung tightly to her body, perfectly accentuating her almost exaggerated curves, while her slender waist could be grasped with ease. Her jeans flowed smoothly around her rounded hips, showcasing her perfect silhouette to an exquisite degree. The slender, elongated legs, accentuated by the denim, appeared even more graceful and elongated. Li Qi nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes as he beckoned Betty Ross with a subtle gesture, softly calling her over. With a light and somewhat bashful step, Betty obediently approached his side. Li Qi reached out, drawing her into his embrace, and gently kissed the top of her head, exhibiting a possessive demeanor characteristic of a dominant figure. Standing behind them, the follower, Wonder Woman Diana, maintained a serene gaze, as tranquil as a deep, still pool, quietly observing the scene before her. Nearby, General Ross, having been thoroughly subjugated by mental control, resembled a puppet akin to Tony Stark, his mind entirely locked away, displaying unwavering loyalty and transformed completely into a marionette. While he had not yet reached the state of a mere shell of a man, he had wholly lost his independent thought in the presence of his master. However, upon leaving his master's presence, Li Qi granted these puppets considerable autonomy, allowing them to manage their daily affairs, General Ross included. Embracing Betty Ross, Li Qi could have actively probed General Ross's memories. Yet he chose instead to allow the general to recount the circumstances of the base in his own words. General Ross lowered his head slightly, his shoulders hunching. The robust demeanor he once exhibited while establishing dominance at the base now vanished, replaced by a subservient, compliant appearance. He disclosed all pertinent information regarding the base. He had been stationed there, conducting clandestine research for nearly 2 decades, dedicated to the study of human enhancement serums. Now on the brink of success. However, the research journey had not been without its challenges, encountering issues such as material shortages. Presently, due to an unforeseen incident, Bruce Banner had been exposed to gamma radiation and transformed into a monstrous green being. While his physical prowess aligned with the ultimate goal, he was uncontrollable and had escaped the base. However, they had dispatched Blonsky to recapture him. After listening intently, Li Qi nodded and turned his focus to the newly subdued follower, Betty Ross, intending to engage in a deeper conversation to better understand her circumstances. He then glanced at General Ross, his expression calm, yet imbued with an air of authority that brooked no dissent, stating, "You may attend to your duties now." General Ross, with his head bowed, mechanically nodded in agreement. Within the confines of his office, only 4 individuals remained: the Ross father and daughter, Li Qi and Diana. Subsequently, Li Qi led Betty Ross out of the General's office, making their way toward the living quarters of the base. Betty took the lead, guiding her master and her close friend Diana, successfully locating the opulent room designated for Li Qi. In the depths of their subconscious, due to the unique connection of their spirits, Betty Ross and Diana perceived themselves as followers under the same dominant leader, instantly becoming as familiar as old friends, blossoming into close confidence. This unspoken understanding was a continuity of the bond formed with their previously gathered followers. At the threshold of the room, the enchanting Wonder Woman, Diana, gracefully turned to enter another chamber. Despite a night spent traversing the skies, her extraordinary constitution rendered her immune to fatigue and weariness. The room featured a private bathing area and a tea corner. Throughout the lengthy flight, although the private helicopter was air-conditioned and the temperature was comfortable, prolonged stillness had caused a light sheen of sweat to form on her skin. After placing her suitcase in the corner of the room, Diana began to disrobe. She deftly unzipped her jacket, the movements clean and efficient, before methodically shedding her garments and stepping into the bathroom for a brief rinse. Subsequently, She utilized the internal phone to request a meal from the kitchen staff, despite not feeling hunger. Her demigod physique did not necessitate sustenance for energy replenishment. However, being in New York, in the realm of ordinary mortals, she adhered to their schedule. After a night of travel, typical humans would rest and dine, and she was determined to reflect that norm, as her leader, Richie, had repeatedly advised her, do not appear different from the ordinary. Within the lavish single room specially prepared for Richie, after he instructed Betty Ross to close the door, only the two of them remained. Richie refrained from any superfluous actions, his gaze tender yet discerning, softly commanding Betty Ross to remove her white shirt and jeans. A slight blush crept across her cheeks, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness and submission as she slowly peeled off her white shirt and jeans, revealing her exquisite form adorned in delicate white lace lingerie. The intricate patterns of the lace subtly accentuated her graceful curves, the straps slipping slightly, adding an air of languor and allure. Richie gently embraced her, his hands gliding around her knees and back, lifting her with a steady stride to the bedside, where he tenderly laid Betty Ross upon the bed. Thereafter, the leader commenced his inaugural lesson with the follower. He leaned slightly closer, his voice low and resonant as he murmured into her ear, "As my follower, you must always comprehend your identity and duties, remain loyal to me, and obey my commands." Betty Ross, her face flushed, nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes, master." In the embrace of her leader, her striking form appeared even more delicate. At this juncture, Richie was able to ascertain that Betty Ross was indeed an impeccable young woman. After utilizing his extraordinary abilities to delve into her past memories, he discovered that, although Betty shared a close bond with Bruce Banner, their relationship was not what others in the facility mistakenly believed to be romantic. Rather, they were simply exceptionally close colleagues. There was no intimate physical contact between them, and due to Bruce Banner's unique condition at that time, having transformed into an enormous green figure towering over 3 meters, any possibility of physical intimacy was utterly implausible. With this certainty, Richie felt reassured regarding Betty Ross. Nevertheless, he took the precaution of firmly securing her loyalty. Chapter 99. A gentle respite reclining upon the soft bedding within the modest yet well-appointed single room, Richie, after engaging in a profound conversation with Betty Ross, gently embraced her, savoring the warmth of her delicate form. Her exquisite visage was framed by cascading locks that lay upon the pillow, while her eyes resembled deep, tranquil pools. Her slender waist could be grasped with ease, and her long legs were slightly curled. The shirt she wore clung to her form, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves, while her trousers beautifully showcased her shapely figure. After a considerable time, Richie gestured for Betty to use the intercom to request the dining department to bring lunch. His gaze was tender, yet bore the authority of a leader. Betty nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with compliance, softly responding, "Yes, master." At that moment, despite having successfully gained control over the Ross father and daughter, Richie did not intend to intervene personally too soon. He urged Betty to rise swiftly and don her clothing. Betty gazed up at her master with a reverent expression, gradually rising from the bed and slipping into her shirt with delicate movements, as if each action were a testament to her respect for Richie. She then put on her trousers, foregoing the white lab coat. Soon, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Betty glided forward to open it, revealing a logistics officer wheeling in a cart laden with lunch. Richie glanced at the time. It was precisely noon. He gently pushed open his room's door and walked next door, knocking on that door. Inside, Wonder Woman Diana lay idly on her bed, her tall, athletic figure on full display, radiating an alluring exotic beauty. Lunch sat untouched beside her, as she had yet to feel hungry. Richie smiled and beckoned her to join him for lunch in his room. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Diana's eyes, and she promptly sprang from the bed. Moving swiftly to Richie's room, she gently closed the door behind her, standing tall beside him, her gaze filled with unwavering loyalty. Rich, accompanied by his followers Betty Ross and Wonder Woman Diana, enjoyed a cozy lunch in the room. After their meal, Rich did not rush to inquire about the affairs of the base. Instead, he leisurely reclined on the bed, embracing Betty on his left and Wonder Woman Diana on his right, preparing for a refreshing nap to alleviate the fatigue brought on by the long flight the previous night. With a physique as robust as that of a deity, the brief ordeal of travel posed no significant burden to him, yet a moment of restful indulgence was deemed essential. After a couple of hours, Rich slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his two companions on either side. Betty Ross had quietly drifted into slumber, the corners of her mouth gently curling upwards, as if in her dreams she felt the comforting protection of her leader. In contrast, Diana, ever vigilant, immediately opened her eyes at the slightest movement from Rich, demonstrating that her slumber was not profound. Rising from the bed, Rich chose not to awaken Betty, allowing her to continue her peaceful rest, and then gestured for Wonder Woman Diana to accompany him in seeking General Ross to ascertain the current situation at Gamma Base. Diana nodded obediently, her gaze fixed intently on Rich, as though every command he issued was an exalted decree. With careful precision, Diana rose from the bed, tidied her attire, and, without donning her Amazonian battle gear, gently pushed open the door alongside Rich, closing it softly behind them. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered patrolling soldiers at the periphery of the living quarters. Rich courteously requested the patrolling guards to lead the way to General Ross, and recognizing Rich's esteemed identity, the soldiers efficiently guided him through the base to the command center. At this juncture, Rich had only exerted control over General Ross and his daughter, having made no additional arrangements or exerted influence over other personnel within the base. The command center was in disarray, filled with a cacophony of voices. General Ross was in a rage, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, glaring furiously at the surrounding peacekeeping personnel and regular soldiers. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, lowering their heads in a display of despondency. Some shuffled aimlessly, while others sat in defeat, creating a stifling atmosphere. Observing the scene before him, Rich surmised that the pursuit of the experimental subjects, as mentioned by General Ross, had undoubtedly encountered severe setbacks. As soldiers and guards noticed Rich's approach, some instinctively attempted to impede his progress. The two leading guards hurriedly clarified that Rich was a distinguished guest summoned by the general for a meeting. Subsequently, Rich, accompanied by Wonder Woman Diana, boldly pushed open the door to the command center. Inside, General Ross was sternly reprimanding two individuals who appear to be squad leaders, vehemently interrogating them. "Blonsky has betrayed us and stolen vital assets from you, his military. What on earth is going on? Have you conspired with him?" Li Chi gently cleared his throat, prompting General Ross to emerge from his furious reverie. Turning his head, he noticed the overseer standing at the entrance of the operations room. The contorted visage wrought by anger gradually softened as he offered a slight nod to Li Chi, subsequently gesturing for the other squad leaders and Special Forces personnel to exit the room. Once the expansive chamber was left with only Li Chi, Wonder Woman, and General Ross, the general appeared deflated, as if a punctured balloon. The earlier display of rage, arrogance, and stubbornness was supplanted by a timid and apprehensive demeanor. Bending slightly, General Ross approached the overseer with a hesitant demeanor and murmured, "Overseer, a significant upheaval has occurred within the base. Not only has the test subject Bruce Banner evaded capture, but my subordinate, Lieutenant Emil Blonsky, has absconded with research findings in Bruce Banner's blood, taking several researchers from Gamma Base with him. I have dispatched soldiers to pursue both Bruce Banner and Emil Blonsky, but the efforts have all ended in failure, with substantial losses among my personnel. I was just reprimanding them for this." Li Chi, his expression grave, nodded in understanding of the dire situation at hand. Both the Hulk, Bruce Banner, and Emil Blonsky had spiraled out of control, necessitating his personal intervention. He signaled for the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance of the surrounding desert, employing all available means to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of these individuals. Following a meticulous inquiry, Li Chi learned that Emil Blonsky had not only taken the human enhancement serum from Gamma Base, but had also stolen a sample of Bruce Banner's blood, extracted during his unconsciousness from gamma radiation exposure. Among the abducted researchers was none other than David Banner, Bruce's estranged father, a specialist in genetics and biological sciences, who had been covertly residing at the base for several years, a fact that General Ross had only just discovered. Li Chi gently placed a reassuring hand on General Ross's shoulder, refraining from casting blame. "At this juncture, you must continue to oversee the normal operations of the base. Leave the matter concerning the test subjects to me." General Ross, filled with trepidation, nodded submissively, bowing slightly to convey his deep respect and loyalty to the overseer. Chapter 100, Diana, the Mecha Goddess. After dismissing General Ross, The vast operations command room was left with only Mickey and Wonder Woman Diana. Diana delicately grasped the doorknob, slowly closing the door to the operations room. She then composedly began to remove her shirt and jeans. Her long, slender legs were gradually revealed, with taut muscles and perfect proportions. A waist so slender it could be encircled with a single hand. She donned alluring lingerie purchased in New York, the fabric as sheer as gossamer, with exquisite lace skillfully conforming to her body's curves. Subsequently, she methodically began to equip herself with her gear, piece by piece. Clad in exquisite Amazonian armor that perfectly accentuated her athletic form, she transformed from an urban maiden into a celestial warrior, complemented by the lasso of truth, the Godslayer's sword, and specialized Amazonian gear. This striking ensemble captivated Rick's attention entirely. As Diana adorned herself, Rick stepped forward and gently embraced her. Diana lowered her head slightly, a soft blush gracing her cheeks, exuding a charming shyness. To Rick, Diana represented a uniquely significant presence. He granted her considerable autonomy, thus earning her the admiration of a leader. However, as he held the warrior in his arms, the chill of her armor and the rigidity of the Amazonian equipment rendered the embrace somewhat uncomfortable. The two bowl-shaped breastplates on Diana's chest pressed firmly against Rick's own, prompting him to reluctantly release her. He then instructed the AI, Jarvis, to project the findings from their pursuit into the command room's airspace. At that moment, Jarvis, leveraging his formidable computational power, was mobilizing multiple satellites and all surveillance equipment surrounding the base to conduct a comprehensive search for the fleeing Emil Blonsky and the now transformable Bruce Banner. The desolate expanse of desert surrounded them, with the nearest city far removed. Rick decisively commanded Jarvis to broaden the search radius, extending it to the vicinity of San Francisco on the East Coast. Tirelessly executing his duties, Jarvis continued his relentless search with unmatched efficiency. Seated in swivel chairs, Rick and Wonder Woman Diana awaited the search results, engaging in continuous conversation. Diana appeared relaxed, while Rick bore a serious expression, firmly advising her, "Diana, the green giant we face is no ordinary foe. We must exert ourselves fully and remain vigilant." Acknowledging her leader's admonition, Diana respectfully lowered her head and responded, "I shall adhere to your teachings and regard every battle as the final confrontation. Regardless of the opponent's strength or weakness, with you by my side, I will honor our adversaries and fight with unwavering resolve." Pleased with her response, Rick nodded in approval. He then utilized the internal communication system within the command room to instruct General Ross to promptly deliver all pertinent data from the base S experiments. Trembling slightly, General Ross complied, and soon there was a knock at the command room door. Diana approached and opened it to reveal General Ross, accompanied by two soldiers struggling to carry two large boxes of documents. With trepidation, General Ross addressed Rick. "Mr. Rick, here are all the documents for your review." Aware of the presence of others, he refrained from directly addressing Rick as master or leader, a detail Rick overlooked as he simply nodded and waved Ross away. Subsequently, he conducted a cursory examination of the research materials and discerned that there were no particularly esoteric theories, merely numerous challenges within the experimental domain. It is entirely understandable that General Ross, having diligently labored at the base for over a decade, has attained his current rank and accomplishments. The ultimate consequence of all this is the transformation of Bruce Banner into that formidable green giant. Meanwhile, Jarvis had successfully infiltrated the base's surveillance systems, swiftly retrieving the monitoring footage from within the facility. After a thorough search, he accurately identified David Banner, Bruce's father, who had stealthily entered the base, and projected the video of Emil Blonsky's betrayal of the facility into the air. In the footage, Emil Blonsky not only absconded with General Ross's research findings, but also kidnapped David Banner along with another distinguished researcher from the base, Samuel Stearns, who would later gain notoriety as the leader, an individual of remarkable intellect, yet devoid of physical prowess. Upon viewing the video, Ricky understood that aside from confronting the green giant that Bruce Banner had become, they would also have to contend with a monstrous abomination, transformed from Emil Blonsky. This abomination, both in size and destructive capability, was comparable to the Hulk, yet its nature was more savage and rebellious. However, subduing it would prove far less challenging than taming Bruce Banner. At this moment, Ricky reclined in a plush armchair, contemplating. he must bring the green giant under his command. As for the abomination, was it truly necessary to capture it? To subdue these two behemoths, they would undoubtedly need to venture far afield. At this time, Wonder Woman Diana had yet to acquire the ability to fly. To suddenly invoke such a skill would be rather hasty and imprudent for safety's sake. Thus, the only recourse was to have Diana pilot the armored mech or arrange for the base to dispatch a military helicopter to transport him and Diana for the pursuit. However, utilizing a military helicopter would significantly diminish agility. In contrast, equipping Diana with a mech would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. With this in mind, Ricky decisively instructed Jarvis to withdraw two mechs from the base's perimeter patrol and security duties, allowing them to enter the facility. Before long, the personnel within the base beheld two humanoid war machines swiftly approaching along the corridors, their expressions a mix of astonishment, as they speculated whether this might be a new weapon developed by General Ross or borrowed from elsewhere. Ricky stood, hastening to the command room, where he opened the door to allow the two mechs to enter in succession, gently landing upon the ground. He then closed the door behind him and turned to Diana, stating, "Diana, don the mech for combat. This will enable rapid long-distance flight, advantageous for our operations." Without hesitation, Diana nodded, ever obedient to the directives of her leader. She delicately placed the god-slaying sword upon the table, her gaze briefly flitting between the mech and the Amazonian armor adorning her form. With poise, she shed the formidable battle armor crafted from the unique material of Paradise Island, revealing a sleek ensemble reminiscent of leather, composed of a fitted bodice and skirt. As she approached the mech, at that moment, the mech's front compartment opened automatically, and Diana stood resolutely, allowing the mech to envelop her from behind, conforming flawlessly to her curvaceous silhouette. In an instant, the striking gold and crimson mech had enveloped her completely, adjusting itself to reveal a breathtaking form that harmonized exquisitely with her physique. The mech clung closely to her body's contours, accentuating her already alluring shape. The two bowl-shaped protective shields on the chest glimmered like radiant stars, perfectly enhancing the fullness and uprightness of her bosom, embodying a blend of technological elegance and feminine allure. Her elongated metallic legs, their lines both fluid and robust, echoed her own tall, straight limbs, adding an air of commanding grace. Overall, clad in the mech, Diana resembled a warrior goddess from a future epic. The stunning figure encased in the mech not only showcased her femininity, but also exuded a formidable and awe-inspiring strength. The overhead lights cascaded over the mech's surface, casting a dazzling array of reflections that further accentuated her enigmatic and captivating presence, drawing the gaze of all who beheld her. Rick gazed in admiration at this metallic embodiment of feminine perfection, exclaiming, "Absolutely magnificent." In Chapter 101, the dream goddess realized. In preparation for the impending battle against the Hulk and the potential emergence of the abomination, Rick, considering the importance of speed, prompted Wonder Woman Diana to don the Iron Mech. In an instant, the majestic form of the mech goddess was revealed, Diana's exquisite features radiating with enhanced valor against the backdrop of the armor. The mech, adorned in gold and crimson, shimmered with an alluring sheen, its unique lines flowing with a sense of power, perfectly conforming to her athletic physique. Though the mech appeared more robust than her natural form, it only served to amplify her commanding presence, rendering her figure even more svelte and curvaceous. The cold mech, imbued with Diana's inherent aesthetic grace, illuminated the room with a resplendent glow. Rick lavished praise upon his devoted companion without reservation. Upon hearing the compliment, Wonder Woman Diana shyly lowered her gaze. Having not donned the iron helmet, her bashful demeanor brought joy to Rick. A surge of impulse welled within him, compelling him to embrace his devoted follower. Yet he hesitated as his gaze fell upon her entire cold mech exterior, which, while elegant, rendered her form even more formidable than his own. At this moment, the mechanized armor remained a creation of metal rather than a product of nanotechnology. However, this did nothing to diminish its allure, instead adding an enchanting uniqueness to its charm. After a brief period of admiration, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, tirelessly sifting through vast amounts of data using complex algorithms to locate the target individuals, suddenly reported to Rick, "Boss, we have detected the whereabouts of Bruce Banner and Emil Blonsky. Currently, these two are engaged in a fierce chase across the desert. Blonsky has also utilized the super serum, transforming into a towering creature akin to the Hulk. Subsequently, Jarvis projected relevant surveillance footage into the void, showcasing several rather blurry images, some captured from high-altitude satellites, others derived from military reconnaissance data streams. Yet, the two green behemoths could still be seen leaping and grappling with one another, rapidly advancing toward San Francisco. The considerable distance they traversed across the expansive desert underscored the remarkable strength and speed of these two monsters. Rick swiftly focused his attention on the projection in the air, rapidly weighing various possibilities in his mind. Presently, it seemed far more convenient to confront the two green monsters together than to search for them individually. Thus, he solemnly addressed Wonder Woman, Diana. Diana, our objective is to capture these two green creatures alive. However, I must caution you, they are no ordinary beings. Their strength is nearly demigod-like. We must not underestimate them and should regard them as formidable adversaries. Their capabilities are such that even Ares, the god of war from Mount Olympus, would hold them in considerable regard. Upon hearing this, Diana's expression instantly turned grave. She nodded emphatically, her eyes radiating unwavering determination, signaling her understanding and commitment to adhere strictly to her leader's orders. She then slowly donned the metallic helmet of her mechanized armor, transforming into a perfect mechanized goddess closely aligned with Rick. Rick instructed Jarvis to enlarge the image, yet due to the great distance, the clarity diminished with each magnification. Consequently, Rick urged Jarvis to further investigate the whereabouts of the other researchers abducted by Emil Blonsky from a base. This way, they could simultaneously thwart the two green monsters while rescuing the captured personnel. Jarvis swiftly expanded the monitoring range and soon discovered a dilapidated temporary camp not far from the site of the two green creatures' frenzied pursuit. Amidst the ruins of makeshift power facilities and equipment lay a colossal humanoid figure of deep gray, its body crackling with sparks and electric light as it struggled to siphon the remaining power from the shattered electrical apparatus. In the nearby desert, upon a military stretcher, a researcher clad in a white lab coat lay in disarray, blood streaming from his head. He clutched his skull with both hands, his visage contorted in excruciating pain. The scene was obscured by a significant distance, rendering the expressions of both the man and the creature unclear and pixelated. Nevertheless, Li Chi recognized the two figures. One was David Banner, and the other, undoubtedly, was the mutated researcher. Scattered around were several armed personnel and scientists desperately attempting to flee. However, the vast expanse of the desert left them stranded, some kneeling, others striking their heads in sheer despair, utterly devoid of hope. After grasping the situation, Li Chi gestured to Diana beside him and spoke with calm determination. Now, let us resolve this matter. Diana nodded in acquiescence. While Li Chi had been monitoring aerial surveillance, she had paced back and forth in the command center, rehearsing various combat maneuvers with fluidity and confidence, each movement exuding power, as if she had become one with the mech's suit. As she familiarized herself with its capabilities, she felt the strength and agility coursing through the armor, which now clung to her like a second skin, allowing her to move effortlessly and engage in battle without hesitation. Subsequently, Li Chi summoned General Ross via intercom, informing him of the location of the armed personnel and researchers, instructing him to send helicopters for their retrieval only after he had dealt with the three monsters. The general, trembling, acknowledged the command. Li Chi then donned another mech suit within the room. As the two golden armors prepared to exit the command center, he caught sight of his recently acquired follower, Betty Ross, gracefully approaching from the corridor. Her beauty radiated, her skin as pale as snow, her clear eyes filled with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Upon awakening to find her leader absent, she had ventured from Li Chi's quarters, traversing half the base in search of him. Her cautious, somewhat timid gaze was instantly captivated upon seeing her leader in the striking metallic armor. For young women often find themselves drawn to such alluring sights. Yet, she soon shyly lowered her head, avoiding direct eye contact with him. Li Chi, instead of approaching her, offered a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of affection as he softly spoke to his follower. Betty, please return to your room and rest. The base is somewhat chaotic at the moment. Do take care of yourself, and I shall find you upon my return. Likistuna. in stark contrast to the frigid and unfeeling manner he had employed when issuing orders to General Ross, now conveyed a warmth devoid of emotional fluctuations. In his heart, he harbored a profound affection for Betty Ross. He could not help but reminisce about the countless youthful days when Betty's image loomed like a fantastical entity, a dream goddess cherished in the hearts of many adolescents. Now, as he embraced her, he felt as though he had fulfilled a long-held aspiration. Thus, he regarded Betty Ross with particular significance, indifferent to the fact that she possessed no extraordinary powers or abilities. Chapter 102. A brief trial in the desert. Betty Ross's fair visage bore a hint of confusion in her clear eyes. Upon witnessing the commanding figure of Li Qi and the armored Diana by his side, her gaze faltered and she instinctively bit her lip, pondering whether her impulsive visit to the commander had been excessively rash. However, Li Qi did not chastise her for her unexpected arrival. He gently raised his arm, exuding an undeniable authority as he tenderly caressed Betty's hair. The metallic sheen of his armor radiated a cold aura, and when this chill brushed against her forehead, Betty visibly froze for a moment, only to subsequently bow her head in humility and trepidation. Li Qi, after a brief caress, addressed Betty Ross. "We have matters to attend to. You should return to the living quarters and await our return. I will seek you out afterward." With that, he retracted his arm and, adorned in his striking armor, gracefully maneuvered around Betty, proceeding alongside Diana toward the nearby passage. Within the confines of the base, the duo refrained from activating their flight mode, opting instead for a deliberate walk. As they traversed the corridor and rounded corners, numerous patrolling soldiers and researchers caught sight of the two humanoid war machines. Their eyes lit up with admiration and reverence, their bodies instinctively straightening as though they beheld the guardians of their hopes. The base had been thrown into disarray over the past 2 days due to the tumult caused by Bruce Banner and Emil Blonsky, leaving everyone on edge. This period marked one of the most chaotic episodes in the base's decade-long history, with anxiety pervasive among the personnel. However, the presence of the two war machines provided a modicum of reassurance, as they were unaware that even more mechanized sentinels patrolled the periphery and skies above. With his helmet donned, Li Qi, alongside Diana, strode forward with resolute steps, each footfall upon the steel and concrete pathways of the base echoing with a resounding clang. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, they exited the base. Subsequently, Li Qi communicated with the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to allocate the remaining 18 suits of armor. Fully aware of the current significance of the Gamma base, he swiftly deliberated and resolved to leave a portion of the armor to safeguard the facility. Ultimately, this stronghold has become a pivotal element of his power. Thus, it must be safeguarded at all costs. Consequently, he meticulously stationed 5 mechs to protect the base, while the remaining 11 were under the command of Jarvis, serving as his personal guardians. Within his helmet, Li Qi utilized the internal communication device to converse with Diana, after which 2 mechs unleashed flames from their palms and sawls, soaring into the sky with a resounding whoosh. While at the base, Diana had not extensively tested her flying capabilities, making this her inaugural flight in the mech, and she exhibited a degree of clumsiness, her flight path wavering. Throughout their ascent, Li Qi refrained from accelerating to the maximum. Instead, he alternated between floating and hovering, occasionally pausing to allow Diana to catch up. He continuously advised her through the internal communication on adjusting the mech's flight posture, speed, and various tips for monitoring the parameters displayed on her helmet. Diana's gaze reflected focus and determination. Despite her initial lack of proficiency in flying, she endeavored to maintain balance, striving to master the flight dynamics swiftly. In a short span, leveraging her agile physique and keen coordination, Diana adeptly acquired the skills of aerial maneuvering, executing changes in trajectory and altitude with newfound ease. The 2 mechs then accelerated, bolstered by the steadfast protection of nearly 10 other mechs, as they hurtled toward the location indicated by Avis, where Bruce Banner and the Abomination awaited. Alongside the dilapidated makeshift camp, their foremost objective was to eliminate the colossal creature transformed from David Banner, while simultaneously instilling hope for the despairing researchers trapped deep within the desert. Guided by the coordinates, Li Qi and Diana sped forward, swiftly breaking the sound barrier and tracing a brilliant arc of light across the sky as they approached the ravaged encampment with astonishing velocity. In less than 20 minutes, they beheld the desolate camp amidst swirling sands. Through long-range observation, The helmet display revealed the helpless researchers and a handful of soldiers, teetering on the brink of despair, akin to wandering phantoms. At that moment, the enormous gray humanoid monster, birthed from David Banner, rose to its feet, emitting a furious roar. It surveyed the frail humans nearby with disdainful snorts, seemingly indifferent to their plight, instead gazing into the vast desert, where it sensed the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Bruce Banner and Emil Blonsky, two mutants far beyond its own transformation. In its monstrous state, it felt disoriented, compelled to act solely on instinct. Just then, the Mech Legion descended gracefully upon the scene. The gray behemoth looked around, realizing it was encircled by the shimmering mech forces suspended in midair. Unconsciously, a deafening roar erupted from the maw of the gray behemoth. Rick and Diana refrained from launching an offensive at the periphery of the Mech Legion, instead allowing Jarvis to control the mech puppets. Three mechs dove from different directions, paving the way with miniature missiles and aerial bombs, inflicting multiple injuries upon the gray monster, which collapsed to the ground. The wild sands swirled chaotically, the yellow dust raised by the explosions enveloping the battlefield like a golden shroud. In the wake of the explosions, the gray creature emitted a furious roar, its muscular arms flailing in an attempt to fend off the approaching mechs, each swing conjuring a gust of wind. Before long, amidst the swirling sands, the three mechs managed to subdue the gray monster. Although one mech sustained significant damage during the skirmish, the outcome was acceptable to Rick. The creature, David Banner, was temporarily restrained, bound with specialized chains carried by the mech, and cast onto the desert floor, helplessly writhing in a chaotic struggle to free itself. Rick removed his helmet and took a few steps forward. His gaze was steady and resolute as it swept over the scientists and soldiers on the brink of collapse. In a booming voice, he declared, "I am reinforcements sent from Gamma Base. First, let us secure the bloodied scientist who lies convulsing on the medical cot, showing evident signs of cranial mutation. Soon, the rescue team from the base will arrive to take you back." Upon hearing these words, the despondent individuals, teetering on the edge of despair, found a glimmer of hope and rallied their spirits, setting about the necessary tasks as instructed by Rick. However, Rick remained uneasy about the gray monstrosity. Leaving behind a lightly damaged mech and one severely impaired, he soared aloft once more with Diana. The Mech Puppet Legion followed closely, heading toward the tumultuous battleground of the two green behemoths. Chapter 103. A regrettable battle. Having dealt with David Banner, Rick sped toward the conflict between the Hulk, Bruce Banner, and the Abomination, Emil Blonsky, accompanied by Wonder Woman, Diana. The mechanical puppets closely trailed behind them, adjusting their formations in accordance with the defensive strategy devised by the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, maintaining a state of readiness. Minutes later, the Steel Legion arrived at the plains where the Abomination and the Hulk were locked in combat, on the very edge of the desert. The vast yellow sands met the endless expanse of the plains here. Two towering, muscular creatures, capable of leaping dozens of meters, were demonstrating their strength, leaving the ground pockmarked. Numerous boulders and mounds had been trampled beyond recognition, a testament to the overwhelming destructive power of these colossal beings. Rick did not hastily direct the Mech Legion to intervene in the struggle between these titans. Instead, he instructed Jarvis to meticulously analyze the comprehensive characteristics of the two monsters. A few minutes later, Jarvis reported to Richie and Diana the observational results. These two monstrous beings were unparalleled in speed, defense, and strength. Richie specifically instructed Jarvis to conduct a comparative analysis of these creatures against Wonder Woman, Diana, and to derive calculations accordingly. At present, only Diana accompanied him, as he had not brought any other subordinates. Based on Jarvis's deductions, these two monsters were certainly inferior to Wonder Woman in overall strength. Richie nodded slightly, his mind swiftly strategizing. Given the situation, it would be unwise to engage these two monsters directly. The solution lay in allying with one while suppressing the other. As for whom to ally with, the answer was evident. It was to be the Hulk, Bruce Banner, for he was inherently good-hearted, though the green monster within him often succumbed to rage. In contrast, the Abomination, Emil Blonsky, was purely an ambitious figure, willing to go to any lengths for power. Thus, Richie decisively commanded the Mech Legion to assist Bruce Banner, the green monster, in confronting the deep green creature, which was adorned with thorns. After issuing the order, Richie communicated with Diana, asking her to fly a bit farther away with him to observe the gladiatorial combat that was about to unfold. Subsequently, the mech puppets, encircling their target under Jarvis's command, launched a vigorous assault on the thorn-laden deep green monster. Countless missiles, trailing long tails of fire, shot towards the creature like meteors. Meanwhile, the Hulk, engaged in a fierce exchange with the creature, let out a thunderous roar before slightly retreating. At this moment, his anger subsided somewhat, and reason began to return to his chaotic mind. Explosions erupted around and upon the abomination, and amidst the fiery chaos, it turned to see the mech legion hovering above it. With a defiant roar, it disengaged from its battle with the Hulk, bending its legs to unleash tremendous force, propelling itself like a cannonball towards one of the airborne mechs. Its massive hand adjusted deftly in midair to maintain balance and trajectory. As it drew near the unfortunate mech, it was struck by several incoming missiles. The force of the explosion altered its course, sending it crashing down to the ground. However, the blasts left merely darkened spots on its body, inflicting no substantial damage. Almost immediately, it launched itself again, leaping towards another mech. This time, it moved even faster, allowing a few missiles to explode against it, ultimately seizing the ankle of a mech and yanking it down from the sky, crashing it to the ground alongside itself. Soon after, it was mercilessly bombarded by missiles and rapid explosives, the repeated detonations generating shockwaves that nearly eroded the earth beneath. Amidst the deafening roar of the explosion, Hulk moved aside the immense hand that obstructed his view, revealing the sight of Abomination not far off, merely spitting blood with no fatal wounds, casting a scornful glance skyward. As Richie observed the dazzling yet perilous scene of the explosion, reminiscent of fireworks, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The mechanical puppet's assault had not dealt any mortal injury to Abomination. When this creature went berserk, its strength was indeed on par with that of the Hulk. Thus, Richie turned to Diana, saying, "Diana, it is your moment to shine. Confront that beast with bone spikes protruding from its back." Diana, already eager for action, had a delicate visage with cerulean eyes as deep as the ocean, fixated on the increasingly formidable green monstrosity before her gaze sparkling with excitement and anticipation, revealing a confident smile. This was the most ferocious opponent she had encountered in centuries. Although Diana had never faced Ares, the god of death, through her mother-esque tales, she learned that only the deities atop Mount Olympus possessed such ferocity. Upon receiving her master's command, Diana piloted the mech that perfectly complemented her athletic form, charging towards Abomination with lightning speed. The lasso of truth in her hand whipped through the air like a sinuous serpent, shimmering with a golden glow, ensnaring Abomination in a swift motion akin to a shepherd guiding their flock. Diana hovered in the air, her eyes narrowed as she aimed to capture the hulking green behemoth effortlessly. Unexpectedly, however, this behemoth, with its explosive muscles twisted and bulging, attempted to break free from the lasso's grip, rendering the artifact taut. Yet, Diana's advantage lay in the mech's aerial capabilities, while Abomination relied solely on brute force. Naturally, suspended in midair, Diana found herself at a disadvantage, as the creatures might hurl her downward. Once Diana's feet were firmly planted on the ground, she swiftly retracted the lasso and surged forward, intent on delivering a severe lesson to the green giant with the force of a demigod's charge. Abomination watched the approaching mech with a disdainful smile. At that moment, Emil Blonsky was brimming with innate confidence in his power, dismissing any notion of engaging in a battle of brute strength with his opponent. Thus, he remained still, awaiting Wonder Woman's onslaught. The two titans collided with a tremendous impact, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward from the point of their clash. Chapter 104, Hulk Roars. Wonder Woman Diana and Abomination Emil Blonsky crashed into one another with considerable force. Diana propelled herself forward at full speed, while Abomination raised his arm defensively. In that instant of collision, the surrounding air was struck as if by a heavy hammer, dispersing in shockwaves in all directions. Although Richie hovered in midair, he could distinctly feel a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him. After the impact, Li Chi fixed his gaze upon the ground, where a formidable pit, approximately half a meter deep and 3 meters wide, had abruptly manifested. Dust swirled violently, and debris shot through the air like bullets, rendering the entire scene a chaotic battlefield. Emil Blonsky, transformed into the abomination, staggered backward with a series of heavy steps, each footfall carving a deep trench of 30 centimeters into the earth. It was evident that he could not withstand Wonder Woman Diana's seemingly casual strike. Indeed, Diana had not exerted her full strength. At that moment, she was clad in Li Chi's steel exosuit, which, though originally sleek, now bore twisted and shattered metal at the arms, as if wrenched apart by immense force, revealing Diana's delicate and graceful arms. The silver bracelets she wore glimmered coldly under the sunlight, contrasting beautifully with her porcelain-like hands. Ultimately, the exosuit that Li Chi had crafted, while robust, was composed of relatively common metallic compounds and could not withstand the tremendous force exchanged between the two. As the mask of the exosuit slowly retracted, Diana's mouth parted slightly in surprise as she stared at the damaged armor on her arm, resembling a child who had erred. She gradually lifted her gaze, her innocent eyes seeking Li Chi, who hovered above, her expression tinged with apprehension, her long eyelashes fluttering in a display of innocence. Li Chi, with a gaze full of affection, gently descended beside her, looking tenderly at the bewildered Diana, softly inquiring, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Diana shook her head, responding timidly, "I'm not injured, just the exosuit is damaged, Master." Li Chi shook his head in reassurance, responding with warmth, "It's quite all right, as long as you're unharmed." Gratitude filled Diana's eyes as she turned to regard her master. Her calm gaze then shifted to the formidable figure of the dark green monstrosity, the abomination, who was now swinging its arms and slowly advancing towards them. In terms of physique, the abomination towered over 3 meters, while Diana stood at just under 2 meters, creating a stark contrast between their sizes. However, the power they exhibited was distinctly different. Li Chi glanced at the abomination and noted several evident wounds on its arms. Clearly, it had suffered during their clash. This observation alleviated some of his earlier concerns. He had been somewhat astonished to hear the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, analyze that their metrics were not vastly different. The abomination, in this world, should not be considered a top-tier combatant. Could it truly contend with his most formidable female entourage? At that moment, Li Chi conceived a notion to gather all the superpowered women and heroines from this merged world under his command, forming a harem of extraordinary women, with Wonder Woman Diana being an indispensable member of this ensemble. Naturally, Rick did not wish to witness the malevolent force triumph over Diana. The recent clash of powers vividly illustrated the disparity between the two. He entrusted the battlefield back to Diana and resolutely strode towards the nearby figure of Bruce Banner, who was observing the fray. Simultaneously, he commanded Jarvis to meticulously monitor the movements of the abomination, ensuring that he would not escape. Upon receiving the directive from their leader, Jarvis and Diana refocused their attention on the abomination, engaging in a second round of tactical maneuvering and combat adaptability. The two danced about the battlefield, creating utter chaos. The abomination, towering and immensely powerful, delivered blows imbued with the force to shatter mountains. In contrast, the agile Wonder Woman, Diana, possessed strength that was not to be underestimated. Each of her strikes sent the abomination reeling, blood splattering as he was propelled backward several meters. This locale, being a confluence of desert and plain, had soil that was not particularly firm. Thus, their battle carved out a deep pit of 1 to 2 meters, with clouds of yellow sand and earth swirling through the air, reminiscent of the devastation wrought by a series of bomb blasts. At this moment, Rick had approached Bruce Banner. The Hulk, having transformed, loomed over 3 meters tall, making Rick appear diminutive in comparison. His armor was cloaked in a layer of yellow sand and scattered dirt as he lifted his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome Eastern visage with defined features and a mature, masculine allure. He greeted Banner. "Mr. Banner, good day. There's a matter we must discuss." Without beating around the bush, he articulated the purpose of his visit. The Hulk's face betrayed a clear expression of anger as he scrutinized the approaching mech. A voice within him cautioned against acting hastily, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the individual before him. The Hulk, occupying Banner's mind, manifested his classic furious expression, unleashing a thunderous roar from his gaping mouth, accompanied by his characteristic arm-raising gesture that exuded his formidable presence. The roar momentarily drowned out the sounds of the fierce combat nearby. Rick understood that the likelihood of communicating with the Hulk at this moment was slim, yet he endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor. He waved once more, displaying his trademark smile, and said, "Hulk, I know you may not wish to communicate right now, but I come bearing sincerity, hoping we can have a meaningful conversation. I understand your penchant for throwing things, for causing destruction, and for bringing down those who consider themselves gods or deities. I assure you, there will be ample opportunities for such endeavors in the future." Rick sought to appeal to both reason and emotion in persuading the Hulk. However, upon hearing these words, the Hulk merely narrowed his pupils slightly. Having just transformed twice, he was unable to respond significantly to such rhetoric. Thus, after a brief contraction of his pupils, he unleashed his signature Hulk roar once more, extending his hands as if to seize the humanoid mech before him, eager to unleash the pent-up fury that demanded release. Chapter 105. Crushing as the fierce clash between Wonder Woman Diana and the malevolent Emil Blonsky unfolded, Richie, adorned in a gleaming suit of metallic exoskeleton, elegantly approached the formidable Hulk, extending his greeting. Hulk responded with his iconic roar, the reverberation shaking the very air around them, serving as a salutation to Richie. Richie maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the behemoth, his eyes seemingly declaring an audacity that was unyielding. He understood that mere words or persuasive rhetoric would prove futile against this towering green giant. Only sheer strength could subdue him. Thus, after Hulk bellowed twice, Richie ceased any further verbal exchanges and resolutely prepared for combat. However, cognizant of the recent intense skirmish between Diana and Blonsky, he recognized that his armored suit would likely falter against Hulk's onslaught. Consequently, the imperative to develop a nanotech exoskeleton loomed large. Although Richie had grasped the genius concepts and practical skills of Tony Stark, he was aware that Oscorp, the enterprise of Norman Osborn, had delved deeply into the core stages of nanotech development. Hence, rather than laboring through his own research, acquiring Oscorp's advancements became an unavoidable venture. This thought flitted through his mind just as Hulk, after his classic roar, launched an assault. Hulk's massive form resembled a green mountain, muscles bulging like solid rock, his skin glistening under the sun, and his fierce visage accentuating his ferocity. His colossal green fist descended upon Richie with the force of a sledgehammer. Intent on gauging the Hulk's strength, Richie did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right fist to block the impending blow. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, unleashing a shockwave that surpassed the force of Diana and Blonsky's collision. In an instant, dust and debris flew, the air igniting with searing currents. The ground beneath them was upheaved, sending fragments scattering like shrapnel. Both combatants sank into the earth up to their knees. Richie stood steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, while the Hulk stumbled back, retreating 2 steps and carving a deep trench into the ground. Observing the astonished expression on Hulk's face, Richie assessed their relative strengths. He had not exerted his full power, merely deflecting Hulk's strike, yet the backlash had forced the giant to retreat. Hulk's anger intensified as he rubbed his already massive right fist, which was now swollen and bruised, a vivid display of red against his verdant skin. The mighty Hulk, it seemed, had been bested by Richie's casual defense. In this moment, Hulk's fury burgeoned, and Richie recognized that the more enraged this green giant became, the greater his explosive power would be. Clearly, the Hulk's capabilities were escalating. Hulk sprang forth from a shallow ditch beneath him, landing on the adjacent ground. Surrounding him was a landscape strewn with scattered soil and yellow sand, evoking a sense of apocalyptic desolation. In an attempt to harness the murky atmosphere to amplify his strength, Hulk leaped once more, propelled by the explosive power of his legs, soaring into the air. Like a meteor descending with overwhelming force, he aimed to suppress Rick, who remained unfazed. Extending his right hand, he clenched it into a fist, steadfastly intercepting Hulk's descending blow. The 2 titans collided with a resounding crash, unleashing an even greater roar as shockwaves rippled through the air. At this moment, Rick's arm and hand-mounted exosuit lay in ruins, revealing his signature pale, yellow skin, unblemished and showing no signs of injury. Conversely, the green giant experienced a more severe backlash, propelled backward like a rubber ball, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Hulk's right arm hung limply, though his regenerative abilities were remarkable. The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly. He quickly rolled to his feet, cautiously eyeing Rick from a distance. The swirling yellow sand and dispersing soil further augmented the sense of desolation in this forsaken realm. Not far off, half of the mechanized army closely observed the clash between Rick and Hulk, a confrontation that transcended mere combat. The other half of the robotic puppets, under the control of the artificial intelligence JAR-V, assisted Diana in encircling the abomination. Diana, poised and agile, radiated a powerful aura, her azure eyes shimmering with determination. With grace, she danced around, launching attacks against the abomination. Although he was a seasoned warrior, retaining his wits even after transformation, he struggled to withstand Diana's relentless onslaught. Coupled with the occasional strikes from the mechanized puppets launching missiles, the abomination sustained numerous injuries, blood seeping from his wounds, and several of the spines and bone protrusions on his back were shattered. In a fit of rage, the abomination roared, unleashing his fury upon the surrounding mechanized puppets. He leaped and finally seized one, slamming it to the ground. Yet, he was met with a crushing blow from Diana's shield on his back. While not an artifact of Olympus, this shield, forged from a mysterious metal on Paradise Island and crafted by the divine smiths of the Amazon Mountains, possessed formidable power. It proved particularly effective against the mutated monstrosity. The shield collided with the abomination, shattering one of his bone spikes and sending him hurtling away, crashing into a nearby boulder, which splintered upon impact. As he fell, a barrage of missiles followed, launching an assault against him. The deafening explosions echoed around, and the abomination finally suffered a grievous injury, his flesh mangled and blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Diana leaped high into the air, her hand firmly gripping the gleaming Godslayer's sword. Utilizing the momentum from her descent, bolstered by her divine physique and the sword's formidable power, she aimed to vanquish the abomination right where it stood. The Godslayer's sword, a relic from Mount Olympus, possessed the might to slay gods and vanquish foes. Should this blade indeed strike the abomination, it would cleave its body asunder. At that moment, the creature finally comprehended the terror embodied by Diana. Just as the blade was about to sever its arm, the abomination hesitated and cried out for mercy. "I surrender. I surrender. Do not bring that down upon me. I truly repent, I yield." Chapter 106. The battle concludes faced with the desperate struggles of the abomination, Emil Blonsky. Wonder Woman Diana could not suppress her growing fury. Thus, she resolved to unleash her ultimate technique. She descended gracefully, akin to a meteor, radiating a powerful aura of demigod strength, accompanied by flickering flashes of lightning. With the Godslayer's sword raised high, a tremendous pressure descended upon the abomination's shoulder and its thick neck, reminiscent of a mountain crashing down. Realizing the wrathful force of this divine strike, Emil Blonsky was filled with terror and hastily pleaded for mercy, imploring Wonder Woman Diana not to deliver such a cataclysmic blow upon him. The towering figure of deep green, in a rare display of humility, knelt heavily to the ground, his body marred by wounds, flesh torn and oozing dark blood. Ultimately, Diana's earth-shattering strike did not cleave the abomination, but instead struck the ground beside it, carving a trench over 20 meters long and more than 2 meters deep. The accompanying power of thunder ignited the earth within the pit, scorching it black, filling the air with a pungent scent of charred soil. At this moment, Wonder Woman Diana finally unleashed a portion of her inherent demigod attributes. The abomination, stunned, gazed at the terrifying mark left by the cataclysmic blow, taking a long time to regain its composure. Shaking its deep green head, it slowly crawled on the ground, bowing its head in submission, murmuring in a garbled tone, "I acknowledge my wrongs. I shall never again act rashly in battle. I am willing to bear the consequences of my misdeeds." At this juncture, Emil Blonsky appeared somewhat lucid, inching forward on his green form, attempting to draw nearer to Diana. Wonder Woman Diana raised the Godslayer's sword, its tip directed forward, gently gesturing to the colossal creature. "What I think is of little consequence. My master, Mr. Ritchie, is the true decision-maker. I am merely here to apprehend you, as instructed." The massive abomination nodded repeatedly, casting its gaze toward another, more chaotic battlefield not far away, where Ritchie and the hulking figure of Hulk were engaged in a fierce struggle. More precisely, The Green Giant was being subdued by Richie. Despite the Hulk's formidable size and strength, he was no match for Richie, particularly as Bruce Banner's dark persona. The Hulk grew increasingly enraged. Despite a significant surge in strength, he still found himself unable to overcome the man before him with an Eastern visage. Although the mechanical armor worn by Richie had been reduced to tatters by the Hulk's furious blows, the damaged suit was incapable of maintaining stable flight. Nevertheless, in their ground skirmish, Richie retained a firm advantage. Above them, 8 armored suits hovered, poised for action, with missile launchers and projectile ports fully opened. Countless missiles already locked onto the formidable Green Giant. Throughout their confrontation, the Hulk's fury diminished like air escaping a deflated balloon, his combat prowess waning correspondingly. Ultimately, after being sent flying multiple times by Richie and receiving 2 resounding slaps across the face, the Hulk's rage was finally subdued. As Bruce Banner's persona gradually reawakened within him, the Hulk's form began to shrink, and his verdant hue faded. With a thud, Bruce Banner revealed his human shape, nearly collapsing as he fell toward the ground. Richie waved his hand toward the sky, and 2 puppet mechs, under the precise control of the AI, Jarvis, swiftly descended beside Bruce Banner, ensuring he was supported and did not hit the ground. Slowly, he opened his vacant, dim eyes and finally discerned the handsome man with an Eastern visage approaching him, exuding a unique aura of leadership. Bruce Banner's spirit was in a state of extreme weakness. During the time the Hulk dominated his mind, his consciousness had remained dormant, leaving him particularly vulnerable upon awakening. Richie, with a smile, observed the feeble man before him, who was considerably smaller in stature. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a surge of mental force, akin to a mighty tide, enveloping the battered man. Richie attempted to exert mental control over Bruce Banner, but encountered fierce resistance from the Hulk, who was on the verge of slipping into deep slumber within him. This was the most intense opposition Richie had faced since acquiring his extraordinary ability. However, all efforts proved futile. As the vast ocean of psychic energy converged upon the Hulk, it was inevitable that he would ultimately succumb to complete mental control, though it would require some time. Richie was filled with confidence in his newfound power. At that moment, the Hulk was temporarily dormant, and Bruce Banner was entirely under his influence. He glanced toward the other side, where the massive, deep green figure of disgust was kneeling before Wonder Woman in supplication. Sensing that his mission for this outing was nearly complete, he waved his hand. The 2 puppet mechs escorted Bruce Banner away from the chaotic battlefield, arriving on a nearby, more even expanse of land, where they came to a halt to rest briefly. Meanwhile, several mech puppets in the sky tirelessly continued their defensive operations. The towering, deep green creature walked dejectedly, its arms hanging low, with droplets of its dark blood occasionally falling from its fingertips, obediently trailing behind Rick and Diana. The ferocity and savagery it once possessed had vanished, leaving it as docile as a lamb, clearly overwhelmed by a sense of fear towards Wonder Woman. Rick glanced back at the grotesque figure that loomed above him and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Blonsky, can you attempt to transform back?" Through Diana, the creature had understood that Rick was the master of its fate, and thus it nodded submissively, trying to revert the monstrous form into that of a human. However, it was evidently unsuccessful. The transformation of the abomination was starkly different from that of the Hulk. While Hulk could easily shift between forms, the abomination struggled to regain its human shape. After several attempts, the abomination despondently shook its large green head and, with a hint of regret, said to Rick, "I apologize. I cannot transform back at the moment, but this body possesses great strength. I believe I can accomplish more in this form than as a frail human." Chapter 107, Resurrected. The abomination exerted itself to advocate for its monstrous body, claiming it was far more powerful than its fragile human counterpart, capable of performing numerous tasks. It had become increasingly convinced that the young man before it, with his Eastern features, was a formidable individual. Just moments ago, it had battled against Bruce Banner's Hulk, but had failed to defeat him. Yet, this man had subdued the Hulk with mere fists and kicks, rendering him into slumber. At that moment, Bruce Banner appeared dazed, following the middle-aged man like a puppet. The abomination realized it was no match for this Eastern face man, leading to a demeanor marked by humility and a tone laden with flattery. Rick's gaze was cold and devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the abomination. His extraordinary abilities activated. enveloping the creature in a powerful mental force akin to a black vortex, leaving no room for resistance. The abomination was merely a simple mutation, unlike the complex transformation of Bruce Banner, and thus fell easily under Rick's mental control. In an instant, the deep green monster's shoulders slumped. Its legs grew weak and shaky, on the verge of collapsing. Rick hastily restrained the abomination, contemplating that it must not fall at that moment. Consequently, the creature's body held on, though its gaze shifted from confusion to emptiness, resembling a marionette under Rick's command, even less impressive than his first puppet, Tony Stark. At this moment, the abomination was entirely locked away from its self-determination, deeply buried within the recesses of its mind. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, it was unlikely that anyone other than Rick could liberate its thoughts and identity. Rick glanced at this loyal enforcer with satisfaction and gestured for it to take its place at the rear of the group. Wonder Woman, Diana, hastened to the side of Riki, slightly bending at the waist, her gaze filled with reverence and submission, her eyelids lowered in deference, unwilling to meet Riki's eyes. In a soft voice, she spoke, "Master, Diana stands ready for your command." At that moment, Diana possessed a breathtaking visage, her skin as fair and delicate as freshly fallen snow, radiating a gentle glow under the sunlight. Her eyes, a deep cerulean, resembled the enchanting depths of the Mediterranean Sea, exuding an alluring charm with every glance. Beneath her prominent nose lay luscious, crimson lips that parted slightly, as if whispering endless temptation. Her once exquisite steel armor was now marred by damage, the metallic shell distorted, revealing the black lace-trimmed bodysuit beneath, which clung tightly to her ample bosom, accentuating her slender waist. She paired this with black leather hot pants that revealed her long, elegant legs, the edges adorned with silver studs that added a touch of wildness. A lasso of truth, emanating a mysterious glow, was wrapped around her waist, while she held a shimmering blade in her hand. Riki lifted his chin slightly, his gaze imbued with the authority of a superior, scrutinizing Diana with a faint smile of satisfaction. He spoke slowly, "Diana, you have performed admirably. Many such battles await us, and I hope you will not shy away from adversity, but rather embrace a greater role." Diana promptly lowered her head respectfully, her voice resolute. "Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will heed your every command." She appeared like a devoted servant awaiting the master's bidding. Riki then cast a glance at Bruce Banner, who stood beside him. This super genius had made remarkable strides in synthetic biology and gamma radiation. As Riki controlled Bruce, he absorbed all the knowledge within Banner's mind, significantly expanding his own understanding. With his arms crossed and an air of undeniable authority upon his face, Riki swiftly weighed the pros and cons of each arrangement in his mind, acutely aware that every decision he made as the master affected his control over his subordinates. Observing Bruce, whose vacant expression revealed his struggle to walk, supported only by a puppet-like mech, Riki contemplated where to best position him. As for the abomination, Riki had devised a plan. For the time being, he would remain at the Gamma base, serving as both security and guardian of the facility. Once he established contact with the sorcerers led by the Ancient One, he would seek to exert control over their organization and then consider whether to relocate the abomination. Regarding Bruce Banner, Riki believed it essential to find a way for him to manage the emergence of the Hulk, ensuring that anger would not sway him. Consequently, Riki resolved to refrain from unleashing the Hulk until a significant event arose, choosing instead to place him in a remote location for proper training. Nevertheless, Riki did not intend to keep Bruce at the Gamma base. He was currently contemplating the most suitable place for him. At present, the territories under one's jurisdiction amount to merely 2 or 3 locations, with the Gamma base being the most recently acquired stronghold. As they pondered these thoughts, the group advanced for approximately 10 minutes, finally departing from the ravaged land that lay behind them. Ahead stretched an endless expanse of desert, while the rescue helicopter squad, dispatched from the base, had yet to arrive at their position. Several hundred miles in the opposite direction lay San Francisco, perched gracefully along the coastline. Clearly, it was out of the question to transport Bruce Banner to San Francisco. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Chi experienced a sudden epiphany. While he had recently been in control of Emil Blonsky, he had casually scanned his memories and thoughts. This seemingly trivial act unveiled a significant dilemma. Why had Captain Emil Blonsky, at the twilight of his career, suddenly rebelled within the Gamma base? Stealing the serum developed by General Ross along with a cadre of researchers? Did he merely desire to grow stronger, to attain power? Through the fleeting memories gleaned from Emil Blonsky, Leachy discerned that this exemplary army captain had been ensnared by external influences, igniting his violent rage and yearning for enhancement. From the scant, relevant memories of Blonsky, Leachy speculated that the instigator was not the malevolent Loki, but rather another dark, cunning entity. He surmised that this individual was likely Ares, the god of war, who had been defeated by Leachy on Paradise Island, and whose body had been secured within the confines of a Stark Industries laboratory for research and analysis. Hadn't he obliterated Ares? How then could this god of war re-emerge to manipulate a promising army captain? In the depths of Emil Blonsky's memories, Leachy discerned fragments hinting at Ares' seductive influence. While he could not ascertain with absolute certainty that it was indeed the son of Zeus from Mount Olympus, the likelihood was substantial. This revelation left Leachy perplexed. He had definitively dealt with Ares. Yet now it appeared that this enigmatic figure had intensified his allure over Blonsky in recent days. Despite the fact that Leachy had vanquished Ares nearly a month prior for attempting to assault Paradise Island. How could this be explained? Leachy found himself lost in profound contemplation as he steadily pressed forward, with the indomitable Wonder Woman, Diana, shadowing him closely yet respectfully refraining from interruption. Among the newly subdued followers, the abomination was completely under control, while Bruce Banner had regained a semblance of consciousness, albeit still firmly dominated, being assisted by a puppet mech as they slowly ventured deeper into the desert. After approximately 10 minutes, a small fleet of helicopters appeared in the distant sky, racing towards them from the Gamma base, heralding the arrival of reinforcements. Before long, 3 helicopters descended gently, their rapidly spinning rotors stirring the surrounding yellow sand into a tempest, engulfing the area in a whirlwind of dust. It was then that Rick regained his focus, observing General Ross emerging from the helicopter, hunched over and clutching his cap tightly. Rick approached, and General Ross saluted with military precision before reporting that arrangements had been made for helicopters to retrieve David Banner and several researchers and soldiers from another location. Rick nodded, reaffirming with General Ross whether sufficient forces had been deployed, as it was evident that David Banner had also transformed into a non-human entity. Although Rick had disciplined him, he had not managed to gain complete control, leaving Rick uncertain about how to handle David Banner. Thus, caution was paramount. Subsequently, Rick led everyone aboard the helicopter. After flying for a while along their return route, the rescue team began to descend slowly over the Gamma base. Though the underground facility appeared dilapidated, the sandy terrain was less severe, and the swirling dust was not as overwhelming. Exiting the cabin with Wonder Woman, Rick immediately spotted Betty Ross waiting at the entrance of the base, clad in a crisp white shirt that accentuated the curves of her form. Paired with blue jeans that showcased her long, slender legs, she exuded an air of effortless elegance. Absent was the lab coat, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, framing a delicate face with deep, soulful eyes reminiscent of a tranquil spring, radiating charm and vitality. Standing there, she was undeniably a captivating sight. Observing her demeanor, Rick felt a gentle smile tug at the corners of his lips, which invigorated Betty Ross, prompting her to stride forward with an eager pace to greet her esteemed leader. For this remarkable young woman, devoid of superpowers, yet possessing exceptional scientific acumen, Rick had firmly secured her loyalty. During their first interaction, Betty had experienced a slight manipulation of her consciousness. Yet Rick had subsequently alleviated the mental control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, apart from her unwavering loyalty, she appeared no different from an ordinary person, demonstrating the natural response of someone encountering their beloved. Leachy gently embraced Betty Ross, tenderly caressing her silky hair. He then instructed General Ross to confine the abomination for the time being. Although Leachy had firmly secured the creature's loyalty, ensuring it would neither betray nor jeopardize the base, he deemed it prudent to detain it temporarily before his departure from Gamma Base, releasing it only when necessary. The abomination, head bowed, appeared docile and compliant, resembling a sickly cat as it followed General Ross's subordinates into the facility. Nearby, Bruce Banner, supported by a puppet mech as he descended from the helicopter, had finally emerged from his daze. He slowly lifted his hazy eyes, recognizing the familiar ground and catching sight of Betty nestled in the leader's embrace. At that moment, Bruce's heart was as still as water, devoid of any tumult. Betty Ross had once been the object of his secret affection, yet now, under the leader's firm control, those feelings had been thoroughly eradicated, leaving him to regard her with the same calm detachment one might reserve for a mere colleague. Li Chi gestured for General Ross to have medical personnel escort Bruce to a recovery room, postponing any decisions regarding his further care. Clearly, the Green Giant Hulk was not suited to remain at Gamma Base until fully subdued under Li Chi's influence. Setting that matter aside, Li Chi returned to the subterranean Gamma Base with Diana and Betty Ross, heading to his quarters. The two followers sat obediently beside him, one on each side. Deep in thought about the war god Ares, he turned to Diana and inquired, "Diana, could you reach out to the gods on Olympus to ascertain whether Ares is alive or has perished?" Clarifying Ares' fate by consulting Zeus and the remaining Olympian deities seemed the most expedient course of action. Upon hearing her leader's request, Diana pondered briefly before cautiously responding, "Leader, to my knowledge, Paradise Island has been out of contact with Olympus for thousands of years. Currently, there is no way to proactively communicate with the mountain of the gods. Please hold on, I will consult my mother." Though Diana was not the sovereign of Paradise Island and possessed limited knowledge, her mother, Hippolyta, had presided over the island for millennia and would undoubtedly have more insight. Thus, consulting Hippolyta was a feasible approach. Li Chi nodded, signaling Diana to proceed. At that moment, Paradise Island was undergoing construction and modernization under Stark Industries, suggesting that communication with the outside world was likely seamless, although Li Chi had never attempted to call Paradise Island. Wonder Woman Diana retrieved her phone and, without stepping away, dialed her mother Hippolyta's number in the presence of her leader. At this moment, her mother remained the highest authority on Paradise Island, a role bestowed upon her by Li Chi. After the call connected, Diana, without waiting for Hippolyta to speak, eagerly inquired, "Mother, is there any way for us on Paradise Island to directly contact the gods of Olympus?" Chapter 109. The emptiness of the former queen in her quest to ascertain the fate of Ares, the god of war, Wonder Woman Diana approached Lich with grace and determination. She slightly inclined her body, respectfully suggesting, "Leader, perhaps we could inquire with my mother, the former queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyta." Lich nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes, as if he held great hope for the answer. Diana then dialed the phone, anxiously asking her mother, "Mother, is there a way to directly reach Mount Olympus?" On the other end, Hippolyta appeared somewhat perplexed. After a brief silence, only a faint static hum emanated from the receiver. Noticing her mother's prolonged silence, Diana anxiously reiterated, "Mother, this is crucial. It is information that Lich requires." Upon hearing Lich's name, Hippolyta snapped back to attention, responding respectfully, "Diana, we on Paradise Island have been out of contact with Olympus for nearly 10,000 years. During this time, we have not exchanged any information. I am even unaware of how many deities still reside on modern Olympus. Therefore, we currently have no means to reach Mount Olympus unless they choose to contact us." Lich, upon hearing this, visibly expressed disappointment, gently shaking his head, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. He signaled that he did not wish to speak with her mother at that moment. Understanding his unspoken desire, Diana addressed Hippolyta, saying, "Mother, we are currently deliberating on something important. I will call you back when we have the time." With that, she hung up before Hippolyta could respond. At the same time, in a spacious bedroom on Paradise Island, the modern decor exuded both style and luxury, with various electrical appliances and home conveniences radiating comfort and ease. Hippolyta sat on a plush bed, her luxurious silk robe just shed and lying nearby. The robe's delicate texture and soft sheen epitomized opulence. Clad in exquisite custom lingerie that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous bosom, slender waist, and rounded hips, she embodied an enchanting hourglass figure. As she gently adjusted the straps of her lingerie, her fingers glided over the silky fabric, preparing to remove her garments and head to the bathroom for a wash before indulging in a gourmet dinner. At this moment, the time zone of Paradise Island was nearing evening, with a 2 to 3 hour difference from other locales, and the sunset as golden rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow in one corner of the room. Just as she had discarded her nightgown, the phone rang. Upon answering and hearing her daughter's sudden inquiry, Coupled with the knowledge that it was Lich who prompted the question, the figure of the leader, whom she had longed to see once more, vividly appeared in her mind. Her emotions were tumultuous, her heart racing uncontrollably. After responding swiftly, her voice quivering, she yearned to exchange a few more words with the one in charge. The profound attachment she felt for Li Qi surged within her like an overwhelming tide, leaving her with an aching longing for her master. However, her daughter decisively ended the call, provoking a deep sense of agitation within Hippolyta, akin to 1,000 claws scratching at her heart. The desire to be near her master intensified, and the void within her grew ever more pronounced. She bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a blend of disappointment and helplessness, as her emotions roiled like a tempestuous sea, refusing to find tranquility. Rising from her bed, Hippolyta's long legs supported her elegant figure as she paced restlessly within the spacious bedroom. Distracted, she picked up the remote control and lowered the air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees, hoping to alleviate the oppressive heat that clung to her skin. Yet her inner turmoil remained unrelieved. This modern upscale community was inhabited solely by the brave female warriors of Paradise Island. Most of her kin had already relocated to this newly constructed abode. The ancient Amazonian Greek-style palace and training grounds were preserved as per the directives of the one in charge, remaining open for daily use. As a part of the harem under the dominion of the leader, Paradise Island necessitated protectors and guardians. Thus, military training, encompassing firearms and modern weaponry, alongside traditional cold weapon training, was conducted in an orderly manner. The female warriors wielded firearms with practiced precision, their gazes focused when brandishing cold weapons. Their movements were agile and their techniques fierce, all playing a crucial role in safeguarding their master's harem. Hippolyta contemplated stepping outside the community for a stroll. The setting sun cast a gentle golden glow over the entire neighborhood, resembling a gilded ink painting. The greenery within the community shimmered under the fading light, as if adorned with a golden edge. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soothing sound. Yet, she abruptly halted her intention to open the door, realizing that she was only clad in her undergarments, an undeniable affront to her dignity. Despite the community being predominantly inhabited by Amazonian women, her long-standing regal image as queen forbade her from wandering about in such attire. Nearby, construction crews from Stark Enterprises were diligently engaged in the construction of a military defense base. Workers busily navigated the site, their efforts accompanied by the cacophony of machinery. Various modern security devices, missile silos, launch pads, and radar systems were being systematically erected and deployed. At this moment, the portly supervisor, Harpy, was not on Paradise Island, but had returned to the company headquarters in New York just days prior. Nevertheless, the construction proceeded methodically. Hippolyta opened her exquisite wardrobe and retrieved a set of bespoke white cotton athletic attire. Upon donning her athletic attire, she instantly exuded an air of graceful elegance. With a deft hand, she smoothed her golden locks, ensuring each strand fell perfectly into place. Standing at the threshold of her bedroom, she adjusted her appearance, offering a subtle nod to her reflection before gently pushing the door open and gliding out. In the corridor by the entrance, she spotted her sister, Antiope, emerging from the elevator. Antiope was clad in a military green camouflage uniform that fitted her statuesque frame impeccably, accentuating her straight and powerful silhouette. Armed with a sidearm and ammunition, and donning a beret, she embodied the image of a seasoned warrior. Together, the sisters were entrusted with the security and daily operations of Paradise Island. In the absence of their leader, Richie, Hippolyta oversaw all matters. They worked in tandem, safeguarding the tranquility of their realm. Upon seeing her sister, Antiope's serious demeanor softened into a slight smile. "Sister, have you finally decided to venture out for some exercise? Don't waste that lovely athletic wear," she remarked. As the queen, Hippolyta had seldom engaged in physical activities or martial training, but now that Paradise Island had embraced modernization, Antiope felt it was time for her sister to adapt and partake in more activities, not only to maintain her well-being, but also to better assimilate into their new lifestyle. The sisters exchanged a few words in the hallway before Antiope shifted the conversation to the new king, Richie. "Sister, do you know when the king will return to Paradise Island? There are numerous matters regarding construction progress and security levels that require his personal attention." Hearing Richie's name stirred a ripple of emotion within Hippolyta. A fleeting softness and anticipation flickered in her gaze. yet she refrained from showing too much longing in front of her sister. With a smile, she replied, "The king has his own affairs to attend to. Let's not burden him with our concerns. We can make our own decisions." Chapter 110. A resolution to assemble a legion of enchanting women bathed in the gentle glow of the sunset, akin to golden silk, the sisters strolled through their community. Hippolyta, tall and statuesque, was perfectly clad in her athletic wear, which accentuated her full bosom, slender waist, and rounded, pert posterior. Her sister, brimming with youthful vigor in her military uniform, radiated an energetic presence. With bright, determined eyes, Antiope expressed her concerns. "Sister, look at our Amazonian sisters. Since arriving in this modernized place, the changes have been drastic. Training has been neglected, and the discipline has waned alarmingly. If this continues, the glory of our Amazons may be irretrievably lost." Furrowing her brow and clenching her fists, she continued, "I believe we must host a dinner gathering, inviting all the high-ranking officials of Paradise Island. This will be an opportunity to rekindle the Amazonian spirit within everyone and help our sisters reclaim their former glory." At this moment, Hippolyta's thoughts remained focused on her role as a leader, and she responded slowly, "Indeed, you make a valid point." As the last golden rays of sunlight gradually vanished beyond the island's edge, the sisters turned to walk towards the opulent residential building. With unwavering determination, the younger sister stated, "Sister, we must prepare swiftly. We must ensure the success of this gathering." Hippolyta silently nodded in agreement. The two then began to earnestly plan the evening's banquet. For now, setting aside the events on Paradise Island, let us redirect our gaze to the Gamma base. Upon hearing that Hippolyta could not provide a means to initiate contact with Mount Olympus, Rick furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, as waves of frustration surged within him. At this moment, relying on his own abilities, he found it difficult to ascertain whether the war god Ares he had vanquished above Paradise Island was indeed his true form. The intricacies of the enmity and its connection to Ares were shrouded in a dense fog of uncertainty. He pondered deeply, drawing upon his knowledge of the comic book narrative, convinced that a more formidable force was clandestinely orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Perhaps it was a mysterious organization, coveting resources from the blue planet, seeking to disrupt the world's order. If he wished to establish a foothold in this perilous comic book world, it was imperative to form his own faction without delay. Moreover, this faction must possess the capability to confront not only overt adversaries, but also to contend with those threats lurking in the shadows. Rick contemplated what name to bestow upon his burgeoning power. He recalled the grand ambition he had set upon his arrival, to recruit at least 50 female heroes into his harem. After a moment's reflection, an idea took shape in his mind. He would call it the League of Beautiful Harem Warriors, a name both simple and direct, yet highly representative, as he would require the addition of even more women. With his decision made, Rick turned to the sorrowful figure of Wonder Woman, Diana, who was silently staring at the ground. Tall and athletic, with a robust physique, she now lowered her head, her hands nervously entwined, her face reflecting deep regret, as if burdened by the leader's inability to share her worries. Rick placed a reassuring hand on Diana's shoulder and pulled her into an embrace. Gazing at her troubled expression, he remarked coolly, "Look at you, this demeanor truly vexes me as your leader. Do not frown. The situation is not as dire as it seems." Upon hearing her leader's words, Diana's troubled expression instantly dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. She quickly lifted her head, gazing up at her esteemed leader. Her eyes filled with admiration and joy, and said, "Leader, I am merely concerned for you. With Ares' fate uncertain, I fear it may affect your grand plans." Rick's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently tapped Diana's nose, replying, "Rest assured, I am formidable. A mere Ares cannot impede my path. For now, let's set this matter aside. I intend to establish the League of Beautiful Harem Warriors, and you, my dear, are an invaluable ally. Let's strive together." Diana, upon hearing the news, was filled with a profound sense of happiness and pride, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Master, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting you. To join your exquisite court of beauties is the greatest honor of my life." With that, she gently extricated herself from Rich's embrace and knelt reverently before him on one knee, expressing her deep respect and admiration in the most devout manner, showcasing her absolute submission to the master. To Rich's left sat Betty Ross, Though somewhat bewildered, she, being directly under Rich's mental control, understood that the master intended to organize all subdued women into a formal legion. Betty, possessing a gentle figure and a graceful countenance, revealed a sense of dependence on Rich through her gaze. Mimicking Diana's gesture, she respectfully knelt before Rich and softly declared, "Master, I too shall follow you faithfully and contribute my strength to your legion." As Rich beheld the two exquisite women kneeling before him in sincerity, an overwhelming sense of grandeur surged within him. Regrettably, the vast majority of the previously subdued courtesans were absent. Only the formidable Diana remained, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. However, in an instant, the fervor rekindled within his chest. He firmly believed that with the power at his disposal, he could recruit even more loyal members for his court. At that moment, the spark of creation was fully ignited within Rich's heart. With resolute determination, he vowed to ascend to the highest position in this comic book world. Having clarified his ambitions, Rich assertively pulled up the kneeling Diana and Betty, embracing both followers tightly. He laid them upon the bed, where the dim yellow light cast an intimate atmosphere. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he coldly regarded Diana and Betty, commanding, "Serve me well." Quickly, Diana rose to her feet, gently removing Rich's shoes and meticulously massaging his feet, her gaze perpetually lowered, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Meanwhile, Betty picked up a nearby towel and delicately wiped Rich's forehead, her movements soft and cautious, her face reflecting a mix of anxiety and reverence. Rich, with his eyes slightly narrowed, relished their attentive service, stating, "If you both perform well and dedicate yourselves to my legion, you shall be rewarded. But if you dare show divided loyalties, you know the consequences." Both women nodded eagerly, responding in unison, "Yes, master, we shall remain utterly loyal." In this modest room, the master Rich contemplated the future of his legion while being served by Diana and Betty, who were wholly focused on executing his commands, leaving no room for distraction. Chapter 111. Jennifer and Matt Murdock that night, beside the master Rich. His two devoted followers kept him company. Wonder Woman Diana, a paragon of perfect form, graced the scene. Her proud bosom and rounded hips, paired with long, taut legs, are accentuated by her gossamer nightgown that clings to her form, elegantly outlining her ethereal curves as if from a dream. In contrast, Betty Ross embodies a different charm. Her figure is soft, her skin as delicate as mutton fat jade, and her features are as refined as the blossoms of spring. The loosely draped nightgown she wears does not appear sloppy. Rather, it adds an air of fragile beauty to her demeanor. With a slight bow of her head, her submissive expression seems to convey endless compliance, perpetually revealing the humble stance of a follower. Rick had initially planned to depart from the Gamma base the following day, hastening toward a temporary camp set up by SHIELD in the New Mexico desert, driven by a desire to uncover matters concerning the Meow Meow Hammer and the God of Thunder. However, on the next morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at Gamma Base. When General Ross informed Rick that a female lawyer had come with her partner in search of Bruce Banner, a flicker of delight ignited within him. He had not anticipated this early encounter with the formidable future She-Hulk, Jennifer Walters. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated how to harness this power to bolster his own influence. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he nodded slightly to General Ross and then placed a firm hand on the loyal puppet's shoulder, offering words imbued with appreciation. Turning his gaze behind him, he observed Diana and Betty Ross rising slowly from the bed, still clad in their nightgowns. These two lovely followers displayed no sign of panic before the puppet, instead radiating a devoted expression as they clustered closely around Rick. At that moment, Jennifer, who had journeyed from Los Angeles, stood at the dilapidated camouflage camp on the surface of the base. The sun blazed fiercely, and the hot desert winds cut through the air like blades, leaving the surroundings awash in a desolate yellow hue. The camp structures lay in ruins, crumbling walls swaying precariously in the wind, adding to the atmosphere of desolation and melancholy. Jennifer's inner restlessness blazed like an ignited flame, intensifying with each passing moment. Tall and well-proportioned, her exquisitely tailored professional attire clung perfectly to her curves, accentuating her slender waist. Her long, cascading hair shimmered brilliantly, dancing freely in the hot breeze. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, imbued with the wisdom and acuity characteristic of a lawyer. Despite exhaustion creeping onto her face, the pride of her profession upheld her posture. Beside Jennifer stood Matt Murdock, dressed in a finely tailored black suit. The dark sunglasses he wore lent an air of mystery and depth, obscuring his eyes, yet the slight furrow of his brow revealed his inner vigilance. The quality of the cane he wielded was evident, moving fluidly with his motions, showcasing his adeptness in its use. He exudes an air of elegance and competence. A renowned lawyer in New York, who also transforms into the vigilant vigilante at night, known as Daredevil. At this moment, he walks hand in hand with Jennifer, intent on delivering a stern warning to General Ross. With his acute ability to discern sound and location, even amidst howling winds, he can roughly ascertain the layout of this gamma base. He is well aware that this is no ordinary site, but rather a fortified underground defense facility. Though he prides himself on his martial prowess and agility, navigating rooftops with ease and possessing top-tier combat capabilities upon entering this place, he is inexplicably struck by a formidable force that sets his nerves on edge. This sense of dread is not unfounded, but rather stems from years of honed intuition accumulated through his quest for justice, suggesting that this base harbors something that could alter his fate. A sense of unease creeps into his heart as he gently taps his cane on the ground twice, precisely locating Jennifer's position. He then reaches out with his left hand, lightly grasping her arm, his tone imbued with caution and concern. "Jennifer, we have been shouting here for 2 minutes, yet those below remain utterly silent. I believe we may need to reconsider our accusations against General Ross. Perhaps our actions have been too aggressive, frightening this general. In my view, it would be prudent for us to calm ourselves, clarify our thoughts, and our immediate priority should be to locate Mr. Banner." Rarely does Matt Murdock retreat in this manner, which ignites a flame of anger within Jennifer, her face instantly flushed with ire. Having already shouted for several minutes, parched and fatigued from a long night of travel, compounded by the oppressive heat of the sandy weather, her mood has soured considerably. She casts a disapproving glare at the esteemed attorney she has hired, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. The embodiment of justice in New York, Matt Murdock's current demeanor has left her profoundly disappointed. Although she is unaware of his fearless valor in the shadows, he is nonetheless a celebrated figure in the legal realm. Just as she is about to unleash a torrent of reproach upon Matt Murdock, venting her pent-up frustrations, the slightly dilapidated camp they occupy sees a large door gradually swing open with a creaking sound. A few individuals emerge in succession. Jennifer temporarily suppresses her anger towards her companion and looks up. From the darkened doorway steps a striking Eastern man, Li Chi. Accompanying him are 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, akin to stars surrounding the moon, followed closely by General Ross, adorned with 3 stars on his shoulder. General Ross strides forth with a steady gait, emanating the aura of an authority figure, a power conferred upon him by Li Chi, as he must project the gravitas and capability befitting his station before outsiders. At this moment, the previously light-hearted Matt Murdock feels an involuntary tremor course through his body as he senses the formidable presence of Li Chi not far away. The fear that gripped his heart surged like a tidal wave, compelling him to instinctively seek refuge from this place. He grasped Jennifer's arm tightly, his voice trembling as he endeavored to guide his female companion away. "Jennifer, let us refine our strategy for seeking justice and compensation for your cousin. This location seems fraught with uncertainties. We must not act recklessly." However, the resolute Jennifer clung steadfastly to Matt Murdock's attire, refusing to permit him a single step backward, and instead, she propelled the bespectacled attorney forward. Jennifer was the first to speak, her voice imbued with conviction, striving to seize the initiative in this legal battle. "General Ross, the grave experimental mishap at your facility has inflicted severe mental and physical harm upon my client, Mr. Bruce Banner. I have journeyed across great distances to demand a fair legal resolution on behalf of Mr. Banner, and I implore you, General Ross, to provide my client with a reasonable explanation." Chapter 112. Is she not better than a girl? At that moment, Bruce Banner's cousin, with a gaze as sharp as an arrow, fixed her eyes intently upon General Ross, determined to seek justice for her cousin and family. She stood tall, embodying the essence of righteousness, as if she were the very incarnation of justice. With her hands placed firmly on her hips, Her meticulously tailored attorney suit accentuated her graceful silhouette, subtly highlighting the exquisite support of her undergarments. Her long, slender legs, elegantly encased in the suit, added an air of sophistication, while the black uniform perfectly enveloped her alluring figure, exuding the unique poise and confidence of a professional woman. Her lustrous, wavy hair cascaded elegantly around her shoulders, framing her poised demeanor. Beside her stood Matt Murdock, clad in a similar black suit, his expression increasingly cautious. The tip of his white cane tapped rhythmically against the ground, the subtle variations in its cadence betraying his inner turmoil. He slightly turned his body, his previously pursed lips now pressed even tighter. With an almost pleading gesture, he grasped the hem of Jennifer's garment, attempting to dissuade her from provoking the imposing figure before them. Though blind, Matt Murdock, the guardian of justice lurking in the shadows of New York City, had honed his extraordinary senses through years of experience. At that moment, he acutely perceived the formidable aura emanating from the individual beside General Ross. This presence loomed over him like an invisible weight, pressing heavily upon his chest. He yearned to escape this seemingly tranquil, yet turbulent desert and return to the familiar chaos of the streets, where, despite the harsh conditions, he would feel safer than confronting this powerful adversary. Thus, he cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice, and urgently urged Jennifer once more, "This is absurd. We must leave at once. We cannot contend with the people within this facility." As Matt Murdock's words hung in the air, Jennifer, a fledgling attorney with less than a year of experience, remained as obstinate as a young bull, disregarding the counsel of her partner. Anger surged within her as she forcefully shook off Matt's hand, her body trembling slightly with agitation. In a low yet resolute voice, she declared, "Matt, since we are here, we must take action. There is not a single virtuous soul in this establishment. Their so-called research program is utterly nefarious. We must expose their malevolent scheme, avenging our cousin while uprooting this malignant tumor." Her words were imbued with fervor and righteous indignation. Matt Murdock, acutely aware of the powerful presence nearby that seemed to simmer with fury, felt beads of sweat trickle from his forehead, glistening in the sunlight as they cascaded down his cheek. Although it was early morning in the heart of the desert, with the sun barely peeking above the horizon, the arid winds already unleashed their relentless heat, carrying the desert's unique, scorching essence that threatened to incinerate everything in its path. The undulating silhouette of distant sand dunes flickered in the hazy heat. Rick observed the dynamic between the man and woman before him, who had been vociferously spirited moments ago, but now appeared to be locked in a tense stalemate like cornered beasts. He instantly deduced their identities. The puppet, General Ross, bore a visage of remorse and fear, resembling a cowering puppy after a misstep. His head bowed and body trembling as he dared not meet Rick's gaze, awaiting the impending reprimand. Rick maintained a calm demeanor, subtly raising his hand to gesture with an air of undeniable authority, indicating that this was not a place for punishment. He approached with a confident stride. As he drew near, Matt instinctively took 2 steps back, his hands clenching and unclenching in a nervous rhythm, his knuckles paling from exertion, betraying his extreme anxiety. He yearned to escape this dreadful place, yet without Jennifer to drive him, he knew it would be arduous to leave the forsaken military camp alone. Rick, now merely 2 steps away from them, lifted his gaze slightly, scrutinizing Jennifer as though she were prey. At approximately 21 or 22 years of age, her exquisite features were framed by bright, expressive eyes. Her straight nose and slightly pursed lips exuded a sense of stubbornness. Compared to the average North American woman, her physique was somewhat sturdier. Lacking the traditional delicate beauty, she nevertheless radiated a unique sense of health and strength. The innate aura of an elite attorney emanating from her set this novice apart from other followers or subordinates, akin to a resilient rose blooming alone in the desert. Rick found himself increasingly intrigued by Bruce Banner's cousin. His attention then shifted to the bespectacled Matt Murdock, the infamous daredevil of New York City's underbelly. At that moment, Matt's body was taut, like a string on the verge of snapping, clearly perceiving himself as a villain of unspeakable depravity. With a slight upward curve of his lips, a hint of an elusive smile graced Li Chi's face, imbued with a touch of disdain and composure as he dismissed the situation from his mind. After all, The appearance of these two individuals was merely that of inconsequential pawns on the otherwise mundane chessboard of his life, perhaps even offering a modicum of amusement. Thus, with a warm smile, Li Chi addressed Jennifer in a congenial manner. "Miss, I fear there has been a misunderstanding. All activities conducted at our base are meticulously documented and entirely legal. The incident you referenced was but a minor oversight during the experimental process. I assure you that I shall provide appropriate compensation and assume the corresponding responsibilities. You need not worry." Li Chi had endeavored to accommodate Jennifer's demands with utmost gentleness. However, perceiving this Eastern gentleman as merely a spokesperson for General Ross, she regarded him as nothing more than the General's secretary or diplomat, failing to recognize his significance within the base. With a mischievous glint in her bright, expressive eyes, she boldly declared, "I wish to speak with General Ross. I require the person in charge of this base. I have no need for a mere messenger." Jennifer's straightforwardness and unwavering tone displayed a fearless audacity characteristic of the young and inexperienced. Such candid words caused a jolt of apprehension in Matt Murdock, who, ever perceptive, understood that addressing a formidable adversary in such a manner could lead to dire consequences. He hastily reached out, gripping the sleeve of Jennifer's garment in an attempt to pull her back, signaling her to temper her words. Yet, Jennifer forcefully shook off Matt's grasp, her actions imbued with determination and defiance, as if proclaiming her resilience to the world. Li Chi turned his gaze towards Matt Murdock, observing the renowned vigilante's cautious demeanor, which struck him as ludicrously excessive. Unable to resist, he quipped, "Mr. Murdock, you are ever so cautious. You can learn a thing or two about courage from this young lady." Chapter 113. Jennifer under control. Li Chi regarded Matt Murdock, the vigilant protector of New York, who appeared as if facing an imminent threat, and he could not help but find the man's fragility amusing. Thus, he teased, "Look at the lady's boldness, Mr. Murdock." In Matt's perception, the formidable presence before him, brimming with energy, rendered his face muscles twitching in irritation. He longed to leap forth, discarding his white cane, and engage this insufferable individual in a grand battle. However, such fantasies were merely figments of his imagination. He had come to realize that the person addressing him, exuding an aura of remarkable strength, was far beyond the reach of an ordinary man like himself. Having witnessed numerous astonishing phenomena, Matt Murdock had long since accepted the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. There were those with extraordinary abilities, and it seemed that even beings from beyond the stars continually descended upon the planet he called home. At this moment, confronted by the formidable Li Chi, Matt, maintaining his cautious demeanor, instinctively took a step back. He attempted to distance himself from the formidable figure before him. Yet Li Chi boldly advanced a step closer, narrowing the gap between himself and Matt Murdock. Beside them stood Jennifer, tall and elegantly curved, her bright and piercing eyes reflecting an unwavering confidence. The tailored lawyer's attire accentuated her voluptuous bosom, slender waist, and rounded hips. The neckline of her suit was slightly open, revealing delicate lace trim beneath. Observing the two men before her, one exuding dominance while the other appeared timid and retreating, she found this starkly contrasted with her impression of the illustrious attorney. Unable to contain her bewilderment, she turned to Matt Murdock and queried, "Mr. Murdock, what are you doing? Why are you retreating? Mustering your courage is imperative. You must uphold justice for my cousin." At that moment, Li Chi interjected, pressing the daredevil further. "Mr. Murdock, is this truly how you conduct yourself? To retreat in the face of a formidable adversary is hardly reflective of your reputation on the streets of New York." Jennifer cast a curious glance at Li Chi, unable to perceive the true power residing within him. However, Matt Murdock felt the oppressive weight of the situation, his brows furrowed tightly as he gripped his cane, embodying a sense of being trapped. In the face of such aggressive pressure, he understood that he was no match for this peculiar man. Conceding defeat would undeniably tarnish his stature in front of Jennifer. This realization stirred a sense of agitation within him, contrasting sharply with the composure he had cultivated over the years. Although Matt Murdock possessed an exceptional physical prowess, he remained, at his core, a man in his prime. He had come at the invitation of Jennifer, a fellow lawyer with a carefree disposition, yet an unmistakable innocence, to advocate for Mr. Banner. Deep down, Matt harbored feelings for Jennifer that transcended mere camaraderie. Thus, under Li Chi's intense menace, he was reluctant to lose face in front of the woman he admired. Caught in this turmoil, the daredevil found himself at an impasse. Li Qi regarded the formally dressed young man and woman before him with a smile. In this desolate camp deep within the desert, their suits appeared somewhat soiled, yet their professional demeanor remained strikingly evident. Seizing the moment, Li Qi spoke again, his tone laced with temptation. "Mr. Murdoch, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. Should you manage to defeat me, the terms are yours to dictate. I can afford any price, including compensation for Mr. Bruce Banner, and even arrange for General Ross to serve as a scapegoat. I would acquiesce to your demands." With this, Li Qi laid bare the most significant objective of their endeavor. Upon hearing his words, Jennifer's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mix of astonishment and incredulity at the unexpected proclamation from the man of Eastern descent before her. Matt Murdoch took a step back, fully aware that anyone who casts a bait harbors ulterior motives. At that moment, he yearned to turn and flee into the depths of the desert, distancing himself from this peculiar man. However, just as he considered making his escape, Jennifer seized his arm. With fervor, she encouraged him, "Mr. Murdoch, Matt, this is a splendid opportunity to defeat this obstinate fellow and show this impertinent individual the formidable legal prowess of a New York attorney." Jennifer was practically brimming with excitement. The prospect of winning what appeared to be a protracted legal battle with mere physical prowess was, to her, an exceedingly efficient endeavor. Nevertheless, Matt Murdoch harbored a contrary sentiment, feeling as though the end of his world was nigh. Despite the encouragement from the somewhat endearing girl beside him, he ultimately lacked the courage to strike. Jennifer clutched his sleeve tightly, urging him eloquently, "Matt, hurry. This is your moment to establish yourself as the foremost attorney in New York. Should you topple the Gamma base, you will undeniably become a leading figure in the legal realm across North America." At that moment, Matt Murdoch felt as if he were riding a wave of fervent flames. Beads of perspiration formed on his brow, cascading down his cheeks like tiny pearls. Yet, Jennifer remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to articulate their purpose for being there. Meanwhile, Li Qi stepped forward assertively, observing the inner turmoil of this elite martial artist for Blue Star. He contemplated whether to exert his mental control now or to first test the man's skills before proceeding with his psychological manipulation. Regardless, the outcome would be the same. Acquiring such a powerful ally would be advantageous. Thus, Li Qi regarded the suited Matt Murdoch with a calm demeanor. Not far behind Li Qi, Wonder Woman Diana stepped forward, wishing to assist in neutralizing the evidently alert male. However, Li Qi gestured for her to halt, allowing him to handle the situation at hand. Ultimately, Matt Murdoch seemed unable to endure the inner turmoil any longer, compounded by Jennifer's incessant exhortations and temptations. With Li Qi's subtle interference and guidance, he resolved to confront the formidable man before him. The nightmarish daredevil, an elite fighter, unleashed a flurry of strikes with his white cane, attacking with the swiftness of a tempest. Jennifer was nearly toppled to the ground of the dilapidated camp as Matt Murdoch directed her to the side. After evading Murdoch's rapid assault, Li Qi swiftly maneuvered aside, seizing Jennifer's clothing and embracing her with one arm, preventing her from falling onto the crumbling earth. Jennifer, somewhat astonished, looked up to see the handsome Easter man who had caught her. After a moment of eye contact between Jennifer and Richie, he decisively harnessed the vast ocean of his mental prowess to envelop her instantly, thereby subduing the newcomer of the legal realm. Chapter 114. The articulation of the female lawyer faced with the ordinary yet formidable female Hulk and the top-tier martial artist Matt Murdoch. Richie initially toyed with them. However, without further hesitation, he unleashed his mental control. In an instant, Jennifer fell under his influence, her eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and fear. Gradually, her haughty head bowed, shoulders sagging helplessly as if bereft of support. Her body bent deeply, nearly at a 90-degree angle, hands trembling involuntarily, betraying her submission and trepidation. Nearby, Diana furrowed her brow slightly and whispered to Betty Ross, "This new sister will require our guidance." Betty nodded in response. "Indeed, I hope she adapts swiftly." A silent understanding passed between them as they stepped forward. Under Richie's mental directive, they each took hold of Jennifer's hands, gently drawing her into their embrace. In that moment, the three female followers felt an instantaneous spiritual connection, as if they shared an unspoken bond, swiftly becoming inseparable confidants. Thus, Richie's entourage of beautiful companions expanded by one. Matt Murdock, after a flurry of rapid attacks, found himself unable to inflict a single scratch on Richie. Cautiously, he leaped outside the fray, swiftly adopting a martial stance. At this juncture, his muscles tensed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and splashing onto the dusty ground. He had unleashed his most potent techniques, every punch striking with ferocity, angled with precision, as he sought a flaw in Richie's defense. Yet, against this formidable opponent, his efforts were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Memories of his past encounters in Hell's Kitchen now seemed utterly insipid. Compared to Richie, the criminal organizations he had previously faced, such as the Hand and others, felt trivial, like children's games, unworthy of mention. Matt Murdock keenly sensed the disorientation and control of Jennifer, who had invited him, sending a chill down his spine and a wave of dread washing over him. The renowned daredevil, without a moment's thought, turned and fled deeper into the desert. The howling winds carried shards of sand that struck his face like sharp projectiles, causing him pain. The soft sand beneath his feet shifted, each step demanding an extra effort, making his escape arduous. His only thought was to flee this place. Whether he could exit the desert was a concern for another time. However, having ensnared Jennifer, Richie would not allow Matt Murdock to escape easily. Without moving from his position, a colossal wave of mental force surged towards Matt, overwhelming him. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented pressure, as if walls were closing in on him, threatening to crush his very soul. Despite being a formidable martial artist from Blue Star, strong and robust, he possessed no other abilities or supernatural powers. Faced with this mental pressure, he found himself almost entirely defenseless. Matt Murdock managed to endure merely a few milliseconds longer than an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star before he was completely subjugated by Rick's mental control. Standing there like a marionette, his guiding cane clattering to the dilapidated ground. A gust of wind, laden with sand, swept past, knocking off the sunglasses from Matt's face and revealing his pale, yet handsome youthful visage, his eyes tightly shut, facial muscles frozen. The fierce struggle that had raged in his mind now utterly defeated. Rick approached leisurely, slightly lifting his chin, his gaze emanating an undeniable authority as he scrutinized the top warrior of Blue Star. He then gently patted Matt on the shoulder, his voice steady and resonant, commanding, "Let us return to the base first. Afterward, you shall assist me in restoring order in Hell's Kitchen." Following this directive, Matt nodded numbly, his expression void of emotion. Observing this, Rick felt that his control was somewhat excessive and thus relaxed it slightly, allowing other expressions to surface on Matt's face. He furrowed his brow, silently chastising himself for his earlier recklessness and disrespect towards Rick. Then, with a thud, he knelt on one knee, his voice trembling noticeably, humbly stating, "Master, I have been exceedingly disrespectful. Please punish me." Rick nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed teachable. He reached out again, gently patting Matt's shoulder, and considering his blindness, reiterated the command, "Let us return to the base first. Upon our return tomorrow, ensure that Hell's Kitchen is properly organized. No more chaos. Eliminate all threats, be it the Gold Gang, the Hand, or any other criminal organizations that need to be dealt with." Rick pondered internally. Matt's skills are commendable, and the intricate situation in Hell's Kitchen is well suited for him to rectify. He may prove to be a significant ally. Upon receiving the order, Matt cautiously rose to his feet. Rick personally retrieved the fallen guiding cane, handing it to Matt. This act of kindness deepened Matt's subservience, and he vowed to forever follow Rick henceforth. Subsequently, Rick waved to his 3 embracing followers and, accompanied by General Ross and others, returned to the underground base. Once back, he instructed General Ross to prepare a room for Matt, allowing him to freshen up and rest. After all, Jennifer had journeyed from Los Angeles to New York to enlist Matt's assistance, and together they had ventured to this remote Gamma base in the desert, consuming nearly an entire day. Understanding the need, Rick arranged for Matt to rest for a day at the base before their return to New York. Meanwhile, Rick took Jennifer back to his bedroom, instructing Diana and Betty Ross to vacate the room. He intended to personally mentor this newly acquired lawyer. The 2 followers obediently bowed to Rick before proceeding to Diana's room. Rick gestured for Jennifer to enter the bedroom with him and indicated for her to close the door. Subsequently, he scrutinized Jennifer, who resembled a marionette in her demeanor. At that moment, the once proud and imperious woman had relinquished her former arrogance. Her attorney's attire, marred by the rigors of travel and the abrasive desert winds, was beset with creases, yet it clung to her voluptuous and curvaceous form, elegantly accentuating her slender waist and rounded, pert hips. Strands of her curly hair were interspersed with grains of yellow sand, and as she slightly bowed her head, her fair skin and gracefully swan-like neck were revealed. Upon entering the room with Jennifer, she embodied the essence of a compliant servant. The confident and haughty glimmer in her eyes had transformed into a hollow, dazed stare, as if her spirit had been siphoned away, leaving only an abyss of absolute submission. Her golden locks, slightly disheveled, framed her pale cheeks, lending her an air of poignant vulnerability. Even beneath the somewhat wrinkled attorney's uniform, her figure remained captivating. With each gentle breath, her bosom rose and fell, the fabric clinging more tightly to her form due to the creases. She kept her head lowered, her hands unconsciously folded in front of her, trembling slightly, her legs together with knees slightly bent, her entire body leaning forward in a posture of humility, ready to heed any command from Lee. Lee regarded her and spoke. As an attorney, one must not only possess a robust professional acumen, but also wield sharp rhetoric and keen discernment in the courtroom. Each lawyer must be a master of eloquence. Now, my dear, I shall test the prowess of your speech. In Chapter 115, A Competent Follower, upon the soft bedding, Lee assessed Jennifer's verbal skills. Indeed, all attorneys are elite, particularly in the realm of oratory. Lee was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. As a submissive follower who had been tamed by her master, Jennifer was exceedingly eager and cooperative. With a legal education spanning 6 years and 2 years of internship, she had finally attained her license as a novice attorney, showcasing both her professional aptitude and rhetorical finesse. After a period of conditioning, he allowed her to sit. At this juncture, Jennifer was devoid of clothing. Lee admired his newly acquired follower. While exerting his mental control over her, he absorbed all the knowledge she possessed regarding law and legal practice. As one of the foremost powers on Blue Star, this information held limited practical utility for him, yet he welcomed the acquisition of such expertise, for knowledge is never burdensome. With a humble gaze, Jennifer, having risen from the bed, gracefully knelt upon it. Her frame was slightly broader than that of the average Northern American woman, yet possessed a unique allure. Lee beheld his follower, whose skin bore a healthy wheat hue, her curly hair framing a well-proportioned figure, and promptly pressed her down onto the bed, commencing an evaluation of her other professional capabilities. After a considerable duration, the two finally concluded their practical examination. Subsequently, Li Chi took Jennifer into the somewhat cramped bathroom of the bedroom to cleanse their bodies. At this moment, Jennifer was entirely under the thrall of her master's spirit, revering him with unwavering loyalty. Following this, Li Chi loosened his control over Jennifer even further. The blonde attorney's demeanor gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Her head bowed. She dutifully attended to her master's bathing, meticulously drying his body before obediently standing beside the bed. A look of devotion adorned her face as she gently inquired, with a quiver in her voice, "Master, once I have finished attending to you, do you have any further commands?" As a devoted follower, Jennifer's performance at this juncture was nothing short of impeccable. Li Chi observed Jennifer, who was clad in exquisite lingerie. Her slightly curled, damp hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, while her healthy complexion glimmered alluringly under the bedroom's overhead light. He contemplated that Jennifer was merely a novice attorney at this stage, lacking the formidable powers of the She-Hulk. To forcibly transform her into the She-Hulk would be excessively cruel. Therefore, he resolved to allow events to unfold naturally, first sending her back to Los Angeles. There was no need for her to engage in any other activities until her transformation was complete. Having made up his mind, Li Chi instructed Jennifer to return to Los Angeles directly from the base the following day, as there were no pressing matters requiring her attention for the time being. Upon hearing this, Jennifer deeply bowed to her master, her face reflecting both reverence and trepidation. Deep down, she was acutely aware of her master's formidable prowess. Afterward, Li Chi waved his hand, and they each donned their outer garments. Dressed in a shirt and trousers, Li Chi exuded an air of competence, while Jennifer changed into a white shirt adorned with cartoon patterns paired with brown trousers. She tidied her slightly curled hair once more before they exited the room. Li Chi instructed Jennifer to summon Wonder Woman Diana and Betty Ross from the adjacent room, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal. He mused that amidst the daily affairs at the base, they had yet to enjoy a proper meal, and it would be delightful to share a meal with both new and old followers alike. Upon knocking on the door, Jennifer found Diana and Betty engaged in conversation. Upon hearing their master call them for dinner, both girls joyfully rose and followed Li Chi to the base's rear kitchen. The base accommodated nearly 200 individuals, so the crucial kitchen and food supply systems were certainly not lacking. Despite the damage inflicted by the mutated Hulk at the front, there were no signs of disturbance or destruction in the rear area. Li Chi inspected both the kitchen and dining areas, finding them to be exceptionally clean and hygienic. With ample lighting, the entire base is constructed deep underground, with an expansive and boundless desert above, offering commendable concealment and security. Situated far from urbanity, this base represents a rather discreet asset acquired by Richie. Although General Ross has not publicly declared Richie as the owner and leader of the entire base, the vast majority of soldiers, researchers, and logistical personnel within the facility have been loyal followers of General Ross for 7 to 8 years. There's a consensus among them regarding this young man with an Eastern visage who has descended upon Gamma Base. Exuding an aura of authority, he is recognized as General Ross's superior, a concealed power broker. Despite the fact that no one within their ranks or command structure has been able to uncover the background of this Eastern figure, wherever Richie goes, he is met with reverence and courtesy. Richie chooses not to expend excessive energy on trivial matters. He merely exercises control over General Ross and his daughter. As for the rest of the personnel, as long as they do not cause him trouble, he finds them quite trustworthy. Should anyone dare to create disturbances, a mere thought allows Richie to exert control over everyone within the base, granting him the liberty to act as he pleases and pursue his own contentment. Richie dines in a private booth with 3 of his loyal followers, not bothering to summon the puppet General Ross to join them. The meal is filled with warmth, as the 3 followers wholeheartedly engage with their leader. After finishing their meal, Richie glances at the time. It is already midday. Upon exiting the booth, he observes the bustling dining hall filled with personnel in various uniforms, including researchers, security staff, and a small contingent of special armed forces. A cursory glance reveals a reasonable staffing arrangement, sufficient to handle typical enemy assaults. With the addition of an enhanced individual, this location could emerge as a formidable bastion of security. As he prepares to leave the logistics dining hall, he notices General Ross entering with his aide for a meal. Upon seeing the leader, the puppet general immediately adopts a submissive posture, bowing his head and bending slightly at the waist to greet him. The surrounding personnel cast glances of awe, further accentuating Richie's stature. He gestures for Ross to attend to his own affairs, allowing the puppet general to cautiously pass by him. Richie's grip on General Ross's mind is unwavering, ensuring loyalty. He merely loosens the reins on some of Ross's personal thoughts. After Richie departs, he will release more of his control, allowing General Ross to appear as a normal person. However, even from a great distance, Richie is capable of exercising control over this puppet with just a thought. Upon returning to his master bedroom, Richie contemplates that since Jennifer has come to advocate for her cousin Bruce Banner, he should at least allow her to meet him. Otherwise, he would appear quite unkind. Thus, Richie turned to Jennifer and suggested that she visit Bruce Banner first. Chapter 116, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Although Richie had successfully won over Jennifer, her initial purpose for coming to the Gamma Base, to seek justice for her cousin Bruce Banner and attempt to overthrow the base and General Ross, no longer existed. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of caring for his followers, Richie permitted Jennifer to see her cousin. At this moment, Jennifer had fully devoted herself to the leader, having long since cast aside thoughts of Bruce Banner. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her elegantly shaped shoulders, the ends slightly curled and shimmering under the lights with captivating brilliance. The lively sparkle that once characterized her was now replaced by a profound reverence for the leader. Her gaze often lowered. The soft white fabric of her shirt clung to her full bosom, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves, while the slightly open neckline revealed delicate collarbones that exuded a unique sensuality. The brown trousers tightly enveloped her long, straight legs, showcasing her firm and elastic posterior. She nodded gently, her head bowed, softly expressing her gratitude to the leader. Jennifer was unfamiliar with the pathways within the Gamma base, and without someone knowledgeable to guide her, she would surely struggle to locate Bruce Banner's room. Thus, Richie instructed Jennifer to fetch Betty Ross from the adjacent bedroom, so that Betty could accompany her. With a countenance filled with a mixture of admiration and trepidation, Jennifer cautiously retreated from the leader's bedroom. The corridor of the accommodation area was eerily quiet, bathed in the soft glow of ambient lighting. Jennifer approached the door to the side room and gently knocked. Inside, Betty Ross was resting, having just enjoyed a hearty lunch with the leader and two other sisters, taking this time to digest. Her heart was filled with admiration and longing for the leader, mingled with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing the knock, she looked up to see it was Jennifer. After assessing Jennifer and understanding her purpose, Betty, without a moment's hesitation, complied with the leader's wishes and left the accommodation area with Jennifer. The two traversed through the experimental zone, arriving at the medical area. Bruce Banner was resting in his ward, having just undergone a series of tests. His complexion was as pale as paper, his lips cracked and dry, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he lay weakly on the hospital bed. Several advanced medical devices in the room were monitoring his various functions in real time. Squinting his eyes, Bruce, upon hearing the knock, weakly called out, "Come in." The door then swung open, revealing the two radiant and amiable beauties, Betty and Jennifer. At the threshold, in keeping with her professional demeanor, Betty had donned a pristine white lab coat, impeccably tailored at the collar and cuffs, showcasing her competent aura before stepping out of her room to meet Jennifer. Meanwhile, Jennifer remained attired in her white shirt and brown trousers. Upon seeing her cousin Bruce Banner lying on the hospital bed, Jennifer felt neither joy nor excitement. Instead, she remained composed, standing at the doorway and greeting her cousin with a sense of calm. Bruce paused for a moment upon noticing the two lovely ladies at the entrance, and it took him several seconds to recall their identities. One was his former colleague Betty Ross, and the other was his cousin Jennifer. The sight of them at the threshold stirred a ripple of emotions within him. Memories flashed through his mind of working diligently alongside Betty in the laboratory, where their eyes had once met with an unspoken understanding. He also recalled the laughter shared with Jennifer during family gatherings in their childhood, her radiant smile lingering vividly in his memory. At that moment, Bruce had not yet succumbed entirely to the mental control exerted by Reek, as the transformation into the Hulk had not fully taken hold of him. The duality of his form, the monstrous Hulk and his original self, required more time to be entirely managed. However, Reek was in no hurry. His mental influence over Bruce and the Hulk was merely a gentle dose. Had Reek chosen to intensify the mental tether, he could have completely dominated both Bruce and the Hulk at that instant. Yet his benevolent nature prevented him from doing so. A flicker of joy crossed Bruce's face as he lifted the sheets from his bed, intending to rise. His feet touched the floor, but as he stood, he swayed slightly, revealing his evident weakness. Observing Bruce's condition, Betty and Jennifer stepped into the room, each supporting one of Bruce's arms without engaging in excessive contact. Betty's expression was largely devoid of emotion, her words mechanical as she addressed her old colleague. "Bruce, your body is still fragile. It's unwise to move around too much. Please sit back down." Jennifer echoed this sentiment with a similar coldness, remarking, "Cousin, you have been rather careless. Experiments can go awry. I initially thought there was a fault at the facility, but it turns out the issue stemmed from your own oversight. You must exercise greater caution in the future." Jennifer had unequivocally framed the incident as Bruce's own negligence, absolving the instigator of any blame. Bruce felt the distance in Betty's tone, a mechanical demeanor typical of colleagues, which left him grappling with a sense of guilt and self-reproach. He lifted his gaze to Betty's delicate features, and the affections he once harbored for her began to fade into the recesses of his heart. Turning his attention to his cousin, he noticed that the warmth of familial bonds and friendship had diminished in her eyes as she regarded him as merely another member of the family. Although Bruce could not fully grasp the reasons behind this shift, he felt no resentment toward Betty or Jennifer, silently accepting this new reality. His heart gradually grew cold and tranquil, a reflection of the mental fortitude of Li Qi gradually taking hold and diminishing him. Within the confines of the somewhat cramped hospital room, an air of awkwardness enveloped the three of them, an invisible tension spreading among them. Betty Ross cleared her throat and mechanically stated, "Jennifer, I have brought you here. Now I must attend to other matters." Without awaiting Jennifer's response, She turned on her heel and exited the room with resolute steps, leaving the door slightly ajar, yet not fully closed, before returning unhesitatingly to the accommodation area. At that moment, only the cousin and the cousin remained in the hospital room. Jennifer had lost her reliance and regard for her cousin, her heart entirely dominated by the master. Her visit was merely a command from the master to check on her cousin. Hence her tone was somewhat distant and stiff as she said, "Cousin, you are still unwell. Make sure to rest in bed and follow Mr. Li Chi and the facility's arrangements." Bruce Banner was aware of Li Chi, yet the tumultuous struggle between Hulk and mental control caused a throbbing pain in his head upon hearing Li Chi's name. Releasing Jennifer, he cradled his head in his hands, bowing it low in helplessness, murmuring softly, "Mr. Li Chi, gamma experiment, radioactive exposure, controllable growth factors, mental shackles, mental control. I'm aware of all these. I am fighting against them. I refuse to submit." After uttering a string of disjointed thoughts, the buzzing in his head seemed to diminish slightly. He lifted his gaze, only to meet the lifeless, indifferent stare of his cousin, a stark contrast to the Jennifer he remembered. A tumult of emotions stirred within Bruce Banner. He was acutely aware that all of this was certainly related to the man, Li Chi, whom he had encountered, and he vaguely recalled that Li Chi had once struck him. A sense of dread towards this oppressive figure ignited within him, a fear burning fiercely like a wildfire, intensifying his headache. He shouted a couple of times and suddenly stood up, intending to rush to the door in search of cold water to calm himself. Jennifer was taken aback by her cousin's sudden movement. In the collision, both of them stumbled toward the nearby table. The table bore water cups, medicine bottles, and two portable devices, with several disordered wires scattered beneath their feet. Their abrupt actions caused the table to tilt, shattering the cups and bottles. Glass fragments slicing through their arms, blood spilling from the wounds and splattering onto each other. Coincidentally, a drop of Bruce Banner's blood landed precisely on the wound on Jennifer's arm. Chapter 117. Ultimately transforming into She-Hulk, Jennifer's flowing golden locks cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, with a few strands delicately framing her exquisite visage. Her azure eyes, clear yet imbued with a sense of subdued compliance, conveyed an intriguing vulnerability. Clad in a simple white shirt that accentuated her slender waist and brown trousers that outlined her long, straight legs, she was the epitome of elegance. As Jennifer visited her nominal cousin, Bruce Banner, an unexpected incident unfolded. The confined space, coupled with Bruce's extreme frailty at that moment, led to a near calamity. Inadvertently, both nearly lost their balance, their bodies leaning perilously against an adjacent table. In an instant, the glass objects upon the table shattered, scattering shards that glimmered ominously in the light, slicing into both of their arms. A drop of Bruce's blood fell directly onto Jennifer's wound, prompting a sharp gasp from him. Panicking, Bruce swiftly reached for a nearby white tissue, hastily dabbing at the blood that flowed from Jennifer's injury. He muttered incoherently, "Oh no. Oh no. The mutation in my blood can be transmitted. Cousin, you must hurry to the lab next door for a complete screening and safety check. Please, do not let this calamity befall you, as it has me." At this moment, Jennifer was perplexed by her cousin's sudden descent into frantic madness. Observing Bruce's furrowed brow and his incessant motion of tending to her wound, she gradually began to comprehend his words. After a few tense seconds, she withdrew her arm from his grasp, her tone cool and detached. "Cousin, it's all right. It's just blood. There's no need for such alarm." Her voice, low and icy, betrayed her discomfort at his reckless touch. She took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Gently, she brushed her fingers over the small wound on her arm, noting that it was oozing a bit of blood. However, she was aware that such a minor injury posed no real threat. With summer nearing its end, she knew it would heal completely within a day or two, and thus dismissed the matter. Yet Bruce remained in a state of heightened anxiety, his brow still knitted with worry. He continued to implore her in a hushed tone, "Cousin, my body has undergone a mutation, and my blood carries the mutation factor. I saw my blood fall onto your wound. If it invades through your blood, you must check for any signs of mutation. Do you feel any heat, restlessness, or an inexplicable surge of anger within you?" His inquiries were steeped in his own experiences, leading him to question Jennifer based on his personal ordeal. Jennifer gazed at her flustered cousin and slowly shook her head, feeling no extraordinary sensations within her. However, across two separate domains. Rick, seated in his chamber, keenly sensed a transformation occurring within his newly acquired female servant, Jennifer. Rising from his bed, he could hardly believe the magnitude of this change. Once a mental connection is established between the master and the follower, any fluctuations within the follower's body and mind become apparent to the master, allowing Rick to detect Jennifer's transformation with immediacy. This transformation felt akin to an inexhaustible energy within her awakening, gradually reaching a crescendo. Rick understood that this was an inevitable consequence of Jennifer being infected by the altered Bruce Banner, leading her towards her destined metamorphosis into the female Hulk. Thus, he hesitated no longer. Through their mental link, he directly contacted General Ross in his mind, informing him of another subject undergoing mutation at the base, urging him to swiftly prepare the full array of experimental apparatus and assemble the necessary personnel for an urgent experimental deployment. As the master, Rick possessed this mental capability, though he seldom employed it. Given the unexpected nature of the situation, there was no need to use the telephone to contact his puppet. Hence, he transmitted his mental directive directly to Ross's consciousness. Upon receiving the master's command, General Ross promptly pledged his allegiance and quickly began to coordinate with all active personnel in the base's experimental department. The facility immediately sprang into action, with the researchers moving with urgency, skillfully preparing various experimental tools, while nurses systematically organized the testing procedures, creating an atmosphere of tense yet orderly efficiency. Meanwhile, Rick did not remain idle. He opened the door, surveyed the two adjoining rooms, and, without the other two followers, moved with a light step towards the medical service area on the side of the base, the very zone where Bruce Banner resided. Inside the infirmary, the atmosphere between the cousins had grown somewhat chilly. Bruce Banner sought to persuade his cousin to undergo examinations and preventative measures, fully aware that the radioactive mutations within him could easily be transmitted through blood. Having just witnessed signs of possible infection in his cousin, he felt an urgent need to continue his entreaties. However, until given a command by her master, Jennifer, as a compliant puppet follower, had little independent thought or volition. Just as the tension hung in the air, the blaring alarm within the infirmary pierced through the silence. Instantly, personnel in the corridor outside and within other medical rooms sprang into action, mobilizing medical equipment, stretchers, and various large testing devices, as well as blood analysis apparatus, all commencing their operations. Outside the infirmary, a stretcher was wheeled in. Bruce Banner initially assumed it was yet another transport for his tests and treatment, but this time he was mistaken. A masked female nurse, with a sense of urgency in her voice, addressed the somewhat dazed Jennifer. "Madam, please lie down on the stretcher. We will take you to the testing department for examination." Though her tone was hurried, it remained exceedingly courteous. At this moment, Jennifer vaguely sensed the impending challenges she was about to confront. However, being completely dominated, her emotions remained steady. She neither experienced profound joy nor sorrow, but accepted her current predicament with remarkable composure. She nodded, relaxed her body, and lowered her left hand, which had been tending to her right arm, allowing the blood-stained white paper to fall from her grasp. Nearby, a nurse hurriedly collected the obviously bloodied papers and shards of glass from the table and floor, meticulously placing them into a special container to prevent the possible spread of infection. At this time, Rick was making his way along the path to this location. As Jennifer was gently placed on a stretcher by the medical staff and wheeled to the entrance of the examination room, Rick arrived in the vicinity. From a distance, he spotted Jennifer lying on the stretcher, raised his hand slightly in greeting, his face a mask of tranquility, devoid of any visible emotion, with the corners of his mouth curving upwards in a faint smile. Nevertheless, he had already conveyed a mental command to Jennifer to cooperate fully during the examination, for perhaps she could become his capable assistant and a formidable asset in his endeavors. Her once tightly bound golden hair now lay in disarray beside the pillow, a few strands clinging to her pallid cheeks. Upon seeing her master, Rick, approaching and raising his hand in salutation, a fleeting glimmer of light sparkled in her azure eyes, quickly replaced by a profound sense of reverence and submission. She made a slight effort to sit up, attempting to respond to her master-esque greeting, but was gently restrained by the nurse beside her. Within her heart, ripples of emotion stirred as if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil lake. Deep within her controlled psyche surged an endless gratitude and loyalty towards Rick. She silently vowed to cooperate fully during the examination, striving to meet her master's expectations and to become a reliable aide, thereby repaying his attentiveness. Upon receiving the mental directive from her master, a rare wave of emotion stirred within Jennifer, revealing a trace of gratitude in her otherwise controlled demeanor. Chapter 118. The guilt of Betty. This newly acquired follower was filled with profound gratitude, nearly brought to tears, and had silently sworn to devote her life to following her master. Just then, from a nearby ward, Bruce Banner peeked out. With a frail physique, he stumbled forward. Upon catching sight of Rick from across the corridor, Bruce was momentarily taken aback, instinctively bowing his weakened head in a gesture of respect. Although Bruce had yet to fully align himself with Rick, in his heart, Rick had already become an insurmountable presence, akin to an unbridgeable chasm. The dormant hulk within him had gradually been worn down by the mental control Rick had instilled. In a day or two, the formidable green giant hidden within Bruce Banner was poised to become a powerful asset for Rick. Li Chi nodded slightly to Bruce Banner, bestowing considerable respect upon this formidable elite. Noticing that Jennifer had been moved to the examination area, Li Chi returned from the medical zone to the accommodation area, contemplating the forthcoming arrangements during his journey. The underground base was dimly lit, and the corridors appeared somewhat profound. Upon reaching the accommodation quarter, he discovered Wonder Woman Diana and Betty Ross awaiting him in a modest square at the entrance. The square, measuring less than 1,300 square feet, housed various fitness and sports facilities for the personnel on rest to unwind and rejuvenate. The two women stood to his left and right, beside a somewhat vacant artificially planted lawn, their faces betraying a sense of urgency. They both sensed that, as sisters within the same control system, Jennifer was undergoing a transformation. Wonder Woman Diana understood that this signified a shift from frailty to strength. Meanwhile, Betty Ross was consumed by anxiety, contemplating the likelihood of Jennifer becoming a powerful right-hand ally to the leader, while she remained a fragile human, plagued by guilt. She wrestled internally, torn between the fear of her inability to alleviate the leader's burdens and the apprehension of the unknown risks posed by gamma radiation exposure. Yet, her loyalty to the leader and yearning for acknowledgement ultimately solidified her resolve. Upon catching sight of the leader from afar, Betty Ross dashed toward him, disregarding the base personnel who were exercising and jogging nearby. Clad in a white lab coat, her coat billowed in the wind as she ran, accentuating her slender waist and long legs, radiating youthful vitality and graceful curves. Her long hair danced freely, and her beautiful face was etched with concern. As the leader, Li Chi, wielding the power of mental control, could effortlessly perceive Betty Ross's thoughts at that moment. The follower was contemplating that Jennifer could very well become the leader's capable assistant, while she felt woefully inadequate. She yearned to enter the experimental zone to undergo gamma radiation exposure, aspiring to gain strength and earn the leader's recognition. This complex emotional state ensnared her in profound guilt and inferiority. Betty Ross sprinted before the leader, unhesitatingly kneeling on the stone floor, clasping his legs tightly with both hands, tears streaming down her face in a poignant display of regret as she murmured a heartfelt plea. "Master, please allow me to undergo gamma radiation exposure as well, to transform into a valiant warrior like Bruce Banner, so that I may serve you with even greater devotion." Despite not being wholly reduced to a mere puppet, Betty Ross, having experienced a slight loosening of Li Chi's control, possessed a degree of autonomy. At that moment, her singular desire was to become like Bruce Banner, alleviating the leader's troubles. Li Chi, observing the tear-streaked visage of the pitiful Betty Ross, found her willingness to kneel and plead before him in such a public setting to be a rare sentiment. He gently lifted her from the ground, speaking softly, "Do not perform such a grand gesture in broad daylight." Betty Ross felt the strong physique and power of the Dominator enveloping her in a warm embrace. The Dominator's gentle actions and tender demeanor further endeared him to Betty Ross. Rick lightly traced his fingers along Betty Ross's prominent nose, smiling as he said, "Whether you are an ordinary person or a warrior endowed with formidable strength, you hold a place in my harem of beauties. Do not pursue power for its own sake, for great strength comes with equal risks. Nevertheless, I hold you in high regard." After calmly offering his counsel, Rick used his mental control to soothe his devoted follower. Gradually, Betty Ross's heart found tranquility. She nodded softly and nestled into the Dominator's embrace, her heart brimming with happiness. The personnel of the base, who were walking or exercising nearby, seemed oblivious to this somewhat peculiar scene, continuing with their activities. At that moment, Wonder Woman Diana approached Rick, bowing slightly in reverence and greeting. Rick smiled and waved, leading his two followers back to the bedroom. On the soft bed, he devotedly instructed them further. After some time, with the assistance of his two followers, Rick took a bath and relaxed momentarily. By this time, Jennifer's comprehensive examination had concluded. Rick intended to check on this new follower to see if her transformation into She-Hulk had proceeded smoothly. He left Diana and Betty in the accommodation area and traversed the entire base alone, returning to the medical ward. There, he found Jennifer lying on the hospital bed. While nurses and medical staff were finishing their tasks, Rick stood quietly outside the medical area for a moment when General Ross, accompanied by a middle-aged woman, the head of the medical department, approached swiftly to report to him. In truth, there was no need for their report. Through his mental link, Rick had already sensed that Jennifer had just passed through the most perilous phase of her transformation. The infected blood of Bruce Banner within her had fully adapted to her own blood, forming a symbiotic and mutated structure in harmony with her genes. This meant that She-Hulk had already taken form within Jennifer. After hearing General Ross's brief report, Rick waved his hand, allowing him to continue overseeing the base's operations. He stood firm, continuously releasing his mental energy. Seizing the moment of She-Hulk's nascent emergence, he tightly bound her persona with a mental chain. In contrast to his previous failure to arrive promptly at the birth of the Hulk, he found it considerably easier to control this powerful entity, She-Hulk. Rick felt the immense power of She-Hulk becoming more docile under his command, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. In the hospital room, Jennifer sensed the Dominator's mental link, bravely suppressing her discomfort as she struggled to rise from the bed. With great effort, she staggered, supporting herself against the bed and the wall until she reached the doorway. Upon seeing the Dominator from afar, her knees buckled, and with a thud, she knelt at the entrance of the hospital room, deeply bowing her head in homage to him. Li Chi stepped forward, gently assisting Jennifer to her feet, and softly said, "For the time being, rest within the base. Return to Los Angeles after a while. Bruce Banner's Hulk is also here, and you two cousins can discuss the utilization of your formidable powers. The persona of She-Hulk within you has been entirely controlled by me. There is no need for concern, merely focus on training your strength." Overwhelmed with gratitude towards her benefactor, Jennifer vowed to always stand by his side. Li Chi nodded slightly, offering encouragement with a reassuring gaze. Chapter 119. Training Jennifer in her She-Hulk form. Seeking reviews. It had been nearly half an hour since Jennifer was infected with Bruce Banner's mutated blood, yet she had not transformed into the towering green figure of She-Hulk. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Chi's mind at this moment. Logically, the mutation process should be swift following infection. It seemed time for him to lend some assistance. With a warm expression, Li Chi gestured for Jennifer to sit on the hospital bed and gently inquired, "Jennifer, I am about to accelerate your mutation process, drawing forth the immense power within you. This journey will be excruciating. Can you endure it?" His inquiry transformed into a fervent warmth within Jennifer's heart, as she understood that her benefactor genuinely cared for her and his subordinates. Resolutely, she nodded, her delicate features tilting slightly upwards as she gazed at Li Chi, her voice imbued with sincerity and respect. "My benefactor, I can endure it. I only wish to grow stronger and become your right-hand ally, fulfilling the duties of a servant." Li Chi felt a sense of fulfillment upon hearing Jennifer's words and nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped back, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes as an intangible wave of mental energy emanated from him. In an instant, the air within the room seemed to tremble, and the lights flickered erratically. He activated his mental control. This time, he aimed to swiftly awaken the already mutated persona of She-Hulk, allowing it to inhabit Jennifer's body, facilitating a fusion of both her identities, thus creating a new persona that would better serve him. Of course, this diverged slightly from the original narrative of She-Hulk and Jennifer states, yet it was an outcome Li Chi could accept. As a powerful wave of mental control surged into Jennifer's mind, it subtly altered both the newly formed She-Hulk persona and Jennifer's identity, prompting their integration and enabling a seamless transformation between She-Hulk and her human form. This process was accompanied by excruciating pain for Jennifer, who writhed intensely on the bed, nearly collapsing the iron frame beneath her. her brow furrowed deeply, features contorted in agony, beads of sweat steadily trickling down her forehead and cascading down her cheeks. As her body continued to exude perspiration, soaking her white hospital gown. Through the wet hospital gown, her slender waist and elongated legs, along with the subtle curves of her chest, were faintly visible, all undergoing transformation. Li Qi gazed at the anguished Jennifer on the hospital bed, harboring a certain admiration for this female slave. This process of fusion accelerated over the course of a little more than a minute, until Li Qi sensed that the personalities of She-Hulk and Jennifer had seamlessly merged. At that moment, the iron bed, unable to bear the weight, snapped with a crack. Lying on the fractured bed, Jennifer had transformed into a towering green behemoth. At this point, She-Hulk's shirt and pants had completely torn apart. Her physique had swelled considerably, reaching nearly 34 meters in height. Her already robust frame was now even more imposing in the guise of She-Hulk. Her green skin radiated a mysterious and alluring sheen, reminiscent of glimmering emeralds deep within a forest. Her eyes blazed like burning green flames, exuding a sense of formidable and untamed power. Her chest had become fuller, plump and elastic, rising and falling slightly with a breath. Her rounded hips delineated an enticing curve. The muscle contours were firm and fluid, especially in her arms and legs, where pronounced muscles displayed immense strength, balancing power with feminine allure. As Jennifer felt the agonizing pain dissipate, she incredulously opened her eyes, becoming aware of her transformed body. Dominated by the will of her controller, she experienced little emotional fluctuation. She merely raised her arm to examine its color before springing up from the ground with a sudden motion. At this point, the She-Hulk Jennifer towered over Li Qi in height and stature, the difference in their size almost a complete inversion. Li Qi looked up slightly at the transformed female slave, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. After all, he welcomed this change. If she had not surpassed him in height post-transformation, it would have been visually unappealing. Furthermore, the fully merged Jennifer and She-Hulk's personality and all other aspects were firmly under Li Qi's mental control, leaving no room for rebellion. Once in this form, She-Hulk lowered her gaze and slightly bowed her head. Upon realizing her towering height compared to her controller, she promptly knelt on the hospital floor. The force of her kneeling was considerable. The tiles shattered instantly, and the concrete beneath was also significantly damaged, showcasing her strength far surpassing that of an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star. Observing the rapid transformation of She-Hulk and the fractured ground beneath her knees, Li Qi nodded slightly, indicating that this did indeed align with the appearance of her transformation. She-Hulk, her expression one of trepidation, lowered her head and repeatedly pleaded for mercy from her controller. "Master, I should not have shown disrespect. Please punish me as you see fit." Li Qi had no intention of punishing She-Hulk. Instead, he extended his hand to help her up. From the sensation and strength alone, it was clear that She-Hulk had gained considerable weight, her arms brimming with taut muscles, their density surpassing that of even the most formidable bodybuilders. The She-Hulk, submissively lifted, trembled as she stood before the Dominator, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any resistance. "You appear splendid," Li remarked, "and will undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. Is there anything discomforting or amiss with you?" The She-Hulk assessed her body, shook her head, and with a somewhat muffled and fearful tone, replied, "Dominator, I feel quite well. I am brimming with explosive power and yearn for an exhilarating fight." Li nodded in response, recognizing that the agony of her transformation had come to an end. Observing her tattered garments, he instructed her to wrap herself in the sheets for modesty's sake. The She-Hulk obediently complied, fashioning a makeshift cover for her upper body and hips, revealing only her large feet, arms, and head. As he gazed upon her, Li found himself stirred by peculiar thoughts. He had previously trained Jennifer when she was merely human. Now, he pondered how this extraordinary state of a She-Hulk would unfold. He had diligently trained Wonder Woman. Diana, despite being of similar stature, was simply an older human. However, this towering green figure presented an entirely different scenario, filling him with anticipation. Thus, Li commanded the She-Hulk to accompany him to the master bedroom, intending to conduct personal training before proceeding with further examinations. The She-Hulk, naturally obedient to the Dominator's command, lowered her head slightly and bent at the waist, cautious not to overtly showcase her towering height as she followed closely behind him. At this moment, the entire medical area and surrounding zones were under strict control, and their journey back to the living quarters was devoid of any encounters with others in the base. Wonder Woman, Diana, and Betty Ross awaited in the medical area, observing with little surprise as the green creature trailed behind the Dominator. Lee gestured to his two followers, instructing them to return to their respective quarters for rest, while he led the She-Hulk back to the master bedroom. He waited for her to cleanse herself first. Having just endured considerable pain, her forehead and body glistened with sweat, which, though evaporated, left her looking quite disheveled. The She-Hulk complied, stepping into the bathroom. The warm, yellow light cast a soft glow through the enveloping steam. Her imposing physique stood beneath the showerhead as the water cascaded over her skin, which shimmered with an enigmatic sheen. Water droplets slid down her full, resilient chest and firm, smooth muscles, outlining her powerful form. She bowed her head slightly, methodically cleansing her body, her gaze imbued with a peculiar submission induced by the Dominator's control. In that moment, the bathroom, shrouded in steam, seemed to isolate her from the outside world, yet could not sever her absolute obedience to the Dominator. The water splashed against her green skin, creating a crystalline spray. Ricky stood in the master bedroom, observing the verdant giantess in the bathroom. Chapter 120. From the bathroom to the bed, the Maiden Hulk's first trial. After Jennifer completed her bath in the form of the Maiden Hulk, she stepped out of the bathroom, enveloped in a mist of steam, with a hint of obedience in her demeanor. Her green skin glistened under the vapor, radiating a mysterious and alluring sheen, making the rather cramped space of the bedroom and bathroom feel even smaller. With each turn, she appeared somewhat constrained, her graceful yet powerful figure seeming slightly awkward in the confined area, which was precisely why Ricky had refrained from accompanying this newly transformed follower into the bathroom. He quietly observed from the side, his gaze revealing scrutiny and contemplation as he pondered the potential role of the Maiden Hulk within the team. As the respectful and dutiful Jennifer emerged, Ricky casually tossed a pristine white towel her way, his voice deep and commanding as he instructed, "Dry yourself." Water droplets cascaded from her cascading black hair, rolling down her green skin and splattering on the floor. The Maiden Hulk hastily lowered her head, slightly bending at the waist, her hands trembling with reverence as she accepted the towel, demonstrating her deference to her leader. After quickly drying herself, Ricky commanded, "Get on the bed." The Maiden Hulk promptly complied, her movements swift and decisive. On the bed, Ricky began to impart his teachings to the Maiden Hulk. This instruction continued for some time before he finally rose from the bed. By then, the bed was precariously wobbling, nearly in ruins, with splintered wood protruding and the sheets strewn chaotically across the floor, a scene of disarray. The Maiden Hulk's eyes brimmed with submission, not daring to meet her leader Ricky's gaze. Ricky felt a sense of satisfaction with the Maiden Hulk's training, having gleaned insights into her combat prowess from multiple perspectives. It is no exaggeration to state that, compared to the likes of Wave Woman, Ingnan, and Inli, other mutated or superpowered individuals, the Maiden Hulk's combat capabilities were significantly superior. However, there remained a considerable gap when compared to Wonder Woman. Thus, he was quite pleased with Jennifer's transformation. After offering her a few words of praise, he promptly instructed Jennifer, "Now attempt to transform back into your ordinary form." The Maiden Hulk, towering and distinctly heavier than an average person, would find it more convenient to operate in her human guise, reverting to her Hulk form only when necessary. This process of returning to her normal physique was crucial, hence Ricky wished for her to give it a try. Upon hearing her leader's command, the Maiden Hulk nodded quickly, her eyes reflecting focus and determination as she contemplated the method of transformation. As she concentrated, her body began to change. Her muscles gradually contracted like waves, her form shrinking, the green skin seemingly peeling away like a layer of gossamer, revealing a normal, fair complexion as if undergoing a marvelous metamorphosis. Fortunately, she had not donned any garments prior to her transformation. At this moment, her form gradually returned to normal, revealing a woman with a skeletal physique slightly broader than that of an average person, characterized by curly hair, a prominent nose, and eyes that exuded a submissive demeanor, perceiving obedience to commands as paramount. Observing this, Li Chi nodded, acknowledging that her successful transformation was commendable. However, recalling the yet untamed green behemoth, the Hulk, and Bruce Banner. Li Chi subtly sensed from a distance that the formidable green giant was on the verge of being subdued by him. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Li Chi resolved to temporarily retain She-Hulk at the Gamma base, allowing her to engage in discussions regarding transformation and the utilization of superpowers with Bruce Banner. These two individuals, endowed with immense strength, were capable of extraordinary feats, necessitating their mastery over the raw energy coursing within them. Li Chi then cast his gaze upon Jennifer. In her normal form, appeared significantly smaller and frilier than himself, and instructed, for the time being, you shall remain at the Gamma base. If you find yourself adequately adept at harnessing this anomalous energy, engage in earnest discussions with your cousin Bruce Banner regarding transformation and combat strategies. In the future, there will be numerous matters requiring the assistance of you two cousins. Upon hearing her master's command, She-Hulk trembled slightly, filled with trepidation, and fervently vowed to fulfill her duties. The fear and obedience towards her master were deeply etched in Jennifer's mind, ensuring her unwavering diligence. Li Chi nodded, casting a glance at the disheveled state of the bed area behind him. It was evident that the bedroom required tidying up, prompting him to consider temporarily relocating to another room. He gestured to Jennifer, saying, "Put on some clothes and accompany me to Diana's room." Jennifer hurriedly complied, clumsily yet eagerly donning Li Chi's shirt and jeans. Having torn her clothing during her transformation into She-Hulk, and having traveled from Los Angeles without additional luggage, she had no choice but to wear the Master S attire. The garments hung loosely on her, accentuated by her damp hair, creating a unique charm. Li Chi nodded approvingly before pushing open the door. The Master, accompanied by his follower, entered the adjacent room of Diana. Inside, Wonder Woman and Betty Ross trembled slightly upon recognizing the Master, their breaths quickening as they promptly bowed their heads in respectful submission. Li Chi strode into the room with confidence and instructed Betty, "Please summon the maintenance staff from logistics to tidy up my room and replace the bed with a sturdier one." Betty nodded anxiously and hurriedly exited to find someone for the repairs. Li Chi turned his attention to Wonder Woman Diana, who stood quietly by, poised and ready to heed her master's commands. Reflecting on the tasks at Gamma Base that had been largely concluded, Li Chi's next objective lay in the opposite direction of the desert town, to resolve matters concerning the Meow Meow Hammer. However, before departing, he needed to meet with others in the base, including the daredevil Matt Murdock and Bruce Banner's father, David Banner. At this moment, David Banner was also undergoing a physical transformation, though the specifics of his combat capabilities remained uncertain. Additionally, the abomination resulting from Blonsky's transformation was currently imprisoned at the Gamma base, and Rick had yet to devise a plan for his future. In any case, it was imperative to wrap things up succinctly and promptly seek out Thor, as that was the most pressing matter at hand. Chapter 121: Confronting the Monster in Truth. Several mutants associated with the Hulk incident were being detained within the Gamma base. Thus, before Rick departed for the next stage of his mission, he needed to address these pressing concerns. The first individual he sought to meet was Bruce Banner's father, David Banner, exposed to the intense radiation of gamma rays. His body had grotesquely transformed into a grayish-green hue, and he was currently confined in a cell deep within the base. To prevent David Banner from causing any trouble, Rick had imposed deep mental control over him, rendering him utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, to ensure absolute security, he remained imprisoned in the dark, subterranean cell. Rick, accompanied by the composed Wonder Woman, Diana, arranged for the newly transformed She-Hulk, Jennifer, to rest in the accommodations after her recent metamorphosis and experience sharing. However, she still wore the garb of the Dominator and needed a change. Jennifer gently caressed her arm, feeling the surge of power within her, her gaze both focused and entranced, preparing to fully embrace the overwhelming force and further master the art of transformation. Subsequently, Rick and Diana made their way to the base's lower levels, towards the dark cell. Along the route, the soldiers and security personnel expressed their allegiance and respect to this newly arrived leader. Wherever Rick walked, they bowed deeply in reverence. Rick was unfazed by this show of respect and proceeded smoothly to the lowest level of the prison, where he beheld David Banner lying on the frigid ground. At this moment, under Rick's mental control, David Banner had reverted to his human form. His skin was loose and wrinkled, his posture hunched, and his disheveled white beard and hair added to his dilapidated appearance. clad in tattered remnants of a stolen guard uniform. His body bore bruises and battle scars, revealing the toll of his transformations. He resembled an elderly man on the brink of death. His chapped lips trembled slightly, and his emaciated fingers instinctively clawed at the ground. A picture of helplessness. David Banner was filled with despair and resignation regarding his fate, fully aware that he had become a mere pawn in the hands of others. Rick gazed upon him, a flicker of compassion stirring within, conjuring memories of his family before his journey across dimensions. Moved by the plight of this frail elder, Rick resolved against administering the final punishment to him. However, he was acutely aware that this deranged scientist was profoundly twisted, and the mutant power residing within him could not be allowed to persist. Standing outside the cell, Rick summoned his mental prowess. In an instant, the lights within the cell flickered, and the force of his psychic assault surged forth like a turbulent tide, enveloping David Banner and penetrating deep into his mind. Endowed with the unique qualities of the Golden Finger, Li Chi forged an intricate connection with David Banner, extracting the mutated power that was deeply intertwined with his entire psyche. This excruciating process left David in torment, emitting faint groans as his body and mind reacted violently. Awakened by the searing pain, his features contorted in agony. Drenched in cold sweat, he lay convulsing on the ground. His eyes reflected a numbed expression, utterly dominated, gazing at the imposing, indomitable figure of the mysterious man outside his cell. His mind had been irrevocably branded as a puppet, devoid of any inclination to resist the severance of his mutated powers, passively enduring the ordeal. This further solidified the mental domination over him. Moments later, the mutated power was finally extricated from David's being. With the elderly man no longer posing a threat, Li Chi felt a sense of relief. However, to prevent any potential harm to himself or others, a mental control would accompany David for the remainder of his life. This could be perceived as an additional favor bestowed upon Bruce Banner, Li Chi's capable subordinate. With this thought, Li Chi turned and departed from the dark prison, utilizing the internal communication channel to inform the puppet General Ross. He instructed that the now harmless elder be relocated to a clean, well-supplied cell, where his personal freedom would be restricted, but no further oppressive actions would be permitted. Upon receiving the directive from the leader, General Ross complied without hesitation. As for the matter of David Banner, it would be addressed once Bruce Banner could seamlessly transition between his Hulk and human forms. Thus, the affairs concerning this mutant were cast aside by Li Chi. The next issue on Li Chi's agenda was the abomination that Major Blonsky had transformed into. Within the expansive cell housing the abomination, Li Chi beheld a massive, deep green creature hunched over with its head bowed. Each bulging muscle was as solid as rock, exuding a foul, acrid odor. The protruding dorsal fins and bony spikes glimmered ominously, and the creature's immense form radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. This beast, subjected to profound mental control by Li Chi, despite its fiery temperament, now sat in the pitch-black confines of its cell, displaying no signs of unrest or dissatisfaction. As the abomination lifted its head and unexpectedly caught sight of the leader Li Chi, its leg muscles twitched slightly in fear. The entire creature trembled. Its eyes filled with terror as it involuntarily knelt within its cell, demonstrating absolute loyalty. In the face of this towering behemoth, Li Chi smiled gently, confidently reassessing the flawless grip of his mental control over it. He commanded the creature to recuperate at the base, to familiarize itself with the superpowers it had acquired, and to await summons when needed. Having already submitted, it was unnecessary to confine it perpetually to the dark, unyielding cell. Li Chi promptly arranged for the deep green monster to be relocated to a segregated area in the accommodation zone. Surrounding it were cold metallic walls, dim lighting, and a lack of direct connection to the living quarters of other personnel at the base. Loathing to heed the commands of the master, yet filled with gratitude, he vowed to execute future orders with unwavering loyalty. However, when Liqui urged him to attempt a return to his human form, Loathing found himself unsuccessful after several attempts. Liqui felt a tinge of regret. Such a grand and uniquely hued figure would likely need to remain concealed for a considerable time in the current world context, only to be revealed when truly necessary. As a puppet under the absolute control of another's will, Loathing offered no resistance. Ultimately, Liqui visited Daredevil, also known as Matt Murdock, a loyal subordinate of righteous heart and agile prowess. Lequi had not transformed him into a mere automaton devoid of independent thought. Instead, he retained a significant degree of mental freedom. Upon meeting the master, Matt Murdock was awestruck by Lequi's formidable power, his body trembling involuntarily. A sense of fear welled up from within. He straightened his back, silently kneeling on one knee, his deep and resolute gaze revealing a profound respect for Lequi as he listened attentively to the master's directives. In his heart, Matt Murdock silently vowed to steadfastly execute the master's commands. Lequi, rather than imposing strict demands upon Matt Murdock, encouraged him, saying, "I believe that with your capabilities, you will excel in your tasks." He then instructed him to control the chaos within his designated area, eradicate nefarious organizations, subdue relevant gangs, and unite individuals with extraordinary abilities and super soldiers. Aware of the weight of his responsibility, Matt Murdock accepted the mission. He had come with Jennifer, who would spend some time at the base acclimatizing to her newfound superpowers. Therefore, Lequi decided that Matt Murdock would return to New York City alone the following day to carry out the cleansing task. In addition to the three of them, there was another ordinary researcher at the base who had mutated due to contamination from Hulk's blood. After his mutation, despite his highly developed intellect, he possessed no remarkable physical prowess or combat skills. A couple of days prior, in a desolate camp in the desert, Lequi encountered this infected individual and immediately exerted his mental power to firmly control him, ensuring he would not act against Lequi's interests in the future. At this moment, the mutant remained in a comatose state, securely contained within the base. Lequi did not issue further commands, merely instructing General Ross to safeguard him properly, without his explicit orders. No one was to thaw or awaken the individual. The puppet, General Ross, naturally complied with the master's commands. With his thorough round of actions, matters at the base were largely resolved. After another night, Lequi would embark on a journey to another location in the desert to meet the deity who had descended from the heavens, along with the artifact. Chapter 122. After a night's passage, Lequi had effectively managed affairs within the Gamma base. He intended to stay one more night before setting out early the next morning for the other side of the desert to commence the next phase of his mission. Thus, this evening, it was essential for Lequi to thoughtfully consider which of his three female followers would serve him. Due to certain constraints, it was naturally unfeasible for all three female attendants to serve the master simultaneously. After a brief contemplation, Leachy resolved to be accompanied by Betty Ross, intending to once again relish a perfect night at the base. He informed his loyal puppet, General Ross, to inquire about the circumstances of military or SHELD bases within his operational purview, at least to ascertain their locations, thereby facilitating the expansion of his influence. General Ross nodded in agreement, pledging his allegiance to the Dominator's grand design. Operating within a different command structure from SHIELD, Leachy harbored no excessive expectations regarding the extent of information and intelligence he could procure. That night, in the meticulously arranged master bedroom, Leachy and Betty Ross engaged in intimate discourse throughout the evening. Leachy slightly loosened the constraints on Betty's thoughts, allowing him to discern her innermost feelings through her gaze and gestures. At that moment, Betty, adorned in delicate white lace lingerie with intricately embroidered patterns akin to floral petals, gracefully enveloped her slender waist, rounded hips, long legs, and ample bosom, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous form. Following their closeness, she nestled gently beside Leachy before reclining on the bed, pondering a question that had occupied her mind throughout the day. Should she expose herself to gamma rays, replicating the experiences of her colleague, Bruce Banner? Perceiving Betty's thoughts, Leachy tenderly lifted her exquisitely delicate face, reminiscent of jade, and spoke softly, "Betty, do not entertain such perilous notions. To replicate Mr. Banner's extraordinary journey entails considerable risk. As your devoted follower, I wish to spare you from any unnecessary sacrifice. Rest assured, I possess a mature plan that can significantly enhance your combat prowess without such great peril, enabling you to become my invaluable aid." Cast aside these dangerous thoughts. Overall, Leachy held a deep fondness for Betty Ross, his loyal and gentle young servant with a captivating figure, and naturally wished to protect her from danger. Although he could mitigate risks through mental control, it was wise to avoid unnecessary perils whenever possible. He envisioned providing Betty with a combat suit, perhaps a mechanized armor or a super suit crafted from PIM particles. Indeed, the Ant-Man suit was also an exceptionally advanced and combat-efficient apparatus. At that moment, Leechy felt a strong curiosity about the Ant-Man family. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to hear news of Ant-Man and planned to visit Hank Pym once he completed his current endeavors. He briefly considered whether Scott Lang, the noble thief devoted to his daughter, had made contact with Hank Pym, but dismissed the thought from his mind. Upon hearing her master's genuine concern, Betty felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She rose from the bed and knelt before him, offering a heartfelt bow and dedicating herself to his service. The events of that night need not be elaborated further. The following morning, as Leechy awakened, Betty, connected spiritually to her master, also opened her eyes. She followed him out of bed and into the confined bathroom adjoining the bedroom. The bathroom was considerably more cramped than the one she had previously occupied, making it difficult for two individuals to wash up together and turn around. Leechy had been preoccupied with duties at the Gamma base and had neglected to arrange for a more spacious accommodation. However, as he was due to leave that morning, he had no intention of changing rooms. After finishing their bath with obedient Betty, who assisted the master in dressing, she opened the door. In a corridor, two other female followers, Jennifer, the She-Hulk, and Diana, the Wonder Woman, awaited outside. Puppet General Ross was occupied with base affairs, and Leechy had not mandated him to report daily or seek his opinions, allowing Ross to continue managing the center's operations. Jennifer, tall and athletic, possessed broad yet graceful shoulders, her muscular arms a testament to her strength, contrasting with her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Dressed in a form-fitting sports ensemble, her top accentuated her impressive bust, while her shorts showcased her long, toned legs. Upon seeing Leechy, she slightly bowed, her gaze focused and respectful as she inquired, "Master, what are your commands?" Diana, equally statuesque and proportionate, exhibited powerful, elegant legs, a full and upright bosom, and a slender waist. She donned a chic urban shirt and jeans, standing tall with unwavering loyalty, awaiting Leechy's instructions. Leechy waved his hand, leading the three followers through the living quarters to the dining area, where they entered a larger private room. In an unprecedented move, he instructed Jennifer to summon her cousin Bruce Banner and Daredevil Matt Murdock to join them for a communal meal. He deliberately excluded General Ross, as his role was that of the base's authority figure. Moments later, the two male followers obediently followed Jennifer. Upon entering the private room, both bowed their heads, their faces etched with trepidation. Bruce Banner was attired in a shirt and dress pants, while Matt Murdock wore a formal black suit, appearing quite restrained, with trembling muscles betraying their inner fear. Bruce seemed somewhat listless, and Leechy sensed that the Hulk had fully integrated with him, resulting in a slight decrease in combat prowess compared to the purely enraged Hulk. However, this did not concern Leechy. When choosing between a loyal subordinate and a powerful enforcer, he naturally preferred the former. Initially, the five followers sat cautiously, mechanically, as if puppets, observing their demeanor. Leechy felt a twinge of exasperation and slightly eased his mental control over the two male followers, allowing them some respite from his authoritative pressure. Subsequently, Bruce and Matt appeared more at ease, their eating motions becoming noticeably more fluid. Yet, their half-seated posture on the chairs betrayed their lingering caution, as if they were treading on thin ice. Leechy smiled at the five followers, offering praise to each in turn, encouraging them to diligently serve their master, expand their territory, and increase their influence. The followers expressed their gratitude for the master's commendations and expectations, readily agreeing to his words. The meal lasted nearly 40 minutes, and the atmosphere of fear had noticeably diminished. After finishing their meal, Richie promptly instructed Matt Murdock to return to New York, while he himself prepared to depart from the base, heading towards another temporary S.H.I.L.D. camp in the desert. Naturally, the mode of transportation had to be the swiftest available, and thus he opted for a helicopter. Chapter 123. Arrival at the camp. The leader, Richie, after dining with his followers, sent Matt Murdock and Bruce Banner back. Matt Murdock was set to leave Gamma Base early the next morning to pursue his own objectives in New York. Bruce Banner and the She-Hulk, Jennifer, would remain at the base for a while to familiarize themselves with their newfound powers. This evening, it was still Betty who attended to the leader. Betty's attentive service the previous day had greatly pleased Richie. He had already contemplated providing Betty with a set of combat gear in the future, finding Ant-Man's PIM quantum suit particularly suitable. As for the nearly 20 Iron Man armors he had brought along, Richie did not intend for Betty to don one to accompany him. After all, the Armored Legion was adequately controlled by the intelligent J.A.R.V.I.S., and having a follower in armor held little practical significance for him. Of course, having Wonder Woman, Diana, wear an armor was primarily to enhance her flight speed. Currently, Diana's divine equipment was not yet complete, so this would serve as a temporary substitute. That night, the devoted follower Betty diligently attended to the leader Richie, ensuring his utmost satisfaction. The following morning, before dawn broke, Richie arose early and met with his follower Diana, accompanied by Betty and Jennifer. They hurriedly enjoyed a splendid breakfast prepared by the kitchen staff in the bedroom. Subsequently, they proceeded to the somewhat dilapidated camp on the surface of the base. 2 helicopters awaited them at the camp. As the sun slowly ascended from the desert horizon, the surrounding winds noticeably subsiding and the swirling sands diminishing significantly. Gazing at the boundless expanse of orange-yellow desert, reminiscent of a golden sea, Richie couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. He glanced back to see General Ross, in puppet form, waiting respectfully on the ground for the leader. After reiterating his instructions and meticulously checking his mental control over General Ross to ensure there were no flaws, Richie boarded the first helicopter with Wonder Woman Diana. Considering the limited personnel and equipment within the base, Richie decided to leave the second helicopter behind, deeming one sufficient for his needs. The puppet General Ross nodded mechanically, expressing absolute obedience to the leader. Meanwhile, Betty Ross, clad in a fitted white lab coat that accentuated her curves, bore an expression of reluctance, her eyes filled with deep emotion, gently biting her lip, her hands unconsciously clutching the edges of her garment. Compared to her father, Betty's mental control was more relaxed. Beside them, the cousins Bruce Banner and Jennifer, who had fully regained their human forms, displayed a palpable sense of reluctance. However, Bruce's expression appeared somewhat more rigid than that of his cousin Jennifer, reflecting the varying degrees of mental control exerted by Rick upon the two. In recognition of the devoted service of his female subordinate, Rick traditionally afforded her a measure of freedom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a howling tempest, the helicopter gradually ascended into the sky, swirling the debris and sand scattered across the camp. General Betty, holding her beret, bowed deeply in farewell to the leader. During the flight to their destination, Rick, seated in the rear of the helicopter, donned a headset and engaged in lively conversation with Wonder Woman. The helicopter was devoid of a human pilot, being entirely controlled by the artificial intelligence known as JARVIS. This helicopter had undergone a rapid overnight transformation. Its interior reconfigured into a luxurious layout with soft bedding suitable for 2 occupants. The aircraft's fuel tanks brimmed with aviation oil, while a dozen armored suits surrounded them, providing comprehensive protection. Additionally, a new batch of approximately 30 mechanized suits, recently fabricated at Stark Tower in New York, sped towards the Gamma Base. Of these, 15 would remain at the Gamma Base as a defensive force, while the other 15 would pursue their destination deep within the desert, further bolstering Rick's security. Throughout the flight, glimpses of the majestic desert landscape could be seen through the helicopter's windows. The vast sea of sand shimmered with golden light under the sun, and occasionally, the distant edge of a sandstorm could be spotted, resembling a rampaging yellow dragon, adding a sense of tension to their journey. After several hours of flying over the desert, Rick and Diana frequently reclined on the plush bedding, their playful banter and laughter alleviating the monotony of the trip. Rick inquired about various aspects of Paradise Island, to which Diana readily and comprehensively responded. By around 4 in the afternoon, the navigation system indicated they were nearing their destination. A temporary camp established by SHIELD had been stationed there for over a week. Having spent nearly 5 days at the Gamma Base, Rick found the lingering heat of summer to be particularly oppressive in the desert. Despite the air conditioning running inside the helicopter, both he and Diana were still perspiring profusely, feeling rather uncomfortable. As they approached their destination, Rick sat up from the soft bedding, signaling Diana to tidy their attire. Subsequently, JARVIS completed communication with the nearby SHIELD temporary camp. After confirming their identities, the communication channel crackled to life with the exuberant voice of Quake. Daisy Johnson. This S.H.I.E.L.D. team was led by the highly authorized super agent Phil Coulson and included Hawkeye and Daisy Johnson. Daisy's cheerful voice emanated from the speaker. Leader, this is your follower Daisy Johnson, warmly welcoming you to the camp for inspection. We have all greatly missed your invaluable guidance. Daisy Johnson's voice was imbued with excitement and an ethereal quality. Lychee could genuinely sense that this, his first and foremost female subordinate, welcomed him wholeheartedly for an inspection. He remotely assessed Daisy Johnson's mental conditioning. Finding no discrepancies, she remained steadfastly loyal to him. Moreover, upon reviewing her recent memories, he discovered that she had been diligently training within S.H.I.L.D., having recently ascended to the position of deputy leader of a combat unit, with no thoughts or actions betraying him. Indeed, a commendable subordinate, much to Lychee's satisfaction. In addition, within the nearby encampment, he detected no other mentally controlled followers. However, he noted several agents who were injured to varying degrees, some even deceased. Lychee was mildly astonished, uncertain of what had transpired in this temporary S.H.I.L.D. camp. He responded in a somewhat languid tone, Daisy, it brings me great joy to see you here. Please report the situation in detail shortly. After issuing his rather solemn command, he could see through the windshield the desert encampment drawing closer into view. This was a temporary camp situated behind the dunes, featuring a large white yurt-like tent at its center, surrounded by several smaller tents, each serving different purposes. Within the perimeter, armed agents were patrolling back and forth, and the entire base appeared to be in impeccable order. In front of the camp was a relatively open area with a firm ground, where a group of individuals awaited eagerly. Leading them were a man and a woman. The woman, clad in a brown S.H.I.L.D. bodysuit, possessed a tall and graceful figure, her long hair cascading before her as she focused intently on the rapidly approaching helicopter. Beside her, the male agent, dressed in a black suit, maintained a meticulously composed appearance even in the desert, his face reflecting a serious and focused demeanor. He bore a countenance reminiscent of a good-natured individual with a slightly receding hairline. Lychee recognized him as the leader of this S.H.I.L.D. team, Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson. High atop the substantial white tent, Hawkeye lay concealed, monitoring the camp's every movement, tasked with security. Lychee clearly observed Hawkeye's muscular physique, his form well-proportioned, equipped with protective goggles, a specialized bow in hand, and a quiver strapped to his back. Evidently, he had received instructions through his earpiece and did not sound any alarms or attempt to intervene as the helicopter approached. Chapter 124. Enemy attack. As the helicopter gradually descended towards the ground, the deafening roar of its rotors stirred the surrounding yellow sands into a frenzy. The air was filled with a golden haze of swirling dust, slowly obscuring the summer twilight that was about to dip below the horizon. Those gathered to welcome Lychee raised their hands to shield their faces against the onslaught of the fierce winds and swirling sands. They leaned slightly forward, striving to maintain their balance, heads bowed as they struggled to evade the clouds of dust kicked up by the helicopter's rotors. The cabin door was forcefully pushed open by Diana, as Richie, accompanied by his lithe and graceful female attendant, descended the helicopter with a steady and powerful gait. The fierce wind continued to howl like a wild beast. Richie swiftly raised his hand, shielding his eyes with his palm to ward off the encroaching dust, and then hastened forward with purposeful strides. His most devoted follower, the agile and elegant Daisy Johnson, donned a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curves. Her eyes sparkled with reverence and obedience as she respectfully addressed him. Master, you have finally arrived. We have been stationed at the camp for over a week, eagerly anticipating your esteemed presence each day. Although there were other S.H.I.L.D. agents nearby, Daisy's words, despite their deep respect, carried a tone of calmness rather than subservience. Richie nodded slightly, his gaze betraying a hint of authority as he gestured to his attendant and spoke with measured composure. Let's first depart from this tempestuous place. Understanding his intent, Daisy's eyes flickered with determination as she nodded firmly and gracefully stepped aside to clear the path. Beside them, the amiable Phil Coulson, dressed in a well-tailored formal suit and wearing a warm smile, made a respectful gesture for Richie to proceed, leading the way with a steady and strong stride. Amidst the howling winds, the group hurriedly retreated into the camp, finally escaping the wailing cacophony outside. The camp, though somewhat ruggedly constructed, stood tall and sturdy, resembling a colossal yurt from a distance, reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters with a diameter of over 30 meters. Erecting such a temporary encampment in the vast, barren desert was undoubtedly a formidable and monumental task, showcasing SHALD's professionalism and efficiency. Within the camp, several interconnecting pathways crisscrossed, linking different departments in an orderly fashion akin to the veins of a body. A special passageway made of white, dust-proof plastic snaked through the camp, leading straight to its center like a winding white serpent. Richie speculated that this dust-proof corridor must lead to the mysterious location of Thor's hammer. However, he did not rush to uncover the secrets of this celestial artifact. Instead, he followed Phil Coulson, an 8th-level SHALD agent, at a leisurely pace toward a relatively spacious meeting room. Once the accompanying agents had swiftly and efficiently resumed their routine patrols, only 4 individuals remained in the meeting room. Richie, the tall and uniquely graceful Wonder Woman, the agile Daisy Johnson, and the team leader of this SHIELD squad, Phil Coulson, who was ostensibly in charge of the mission. This genial-looking senior agent, with a somewhat naive smile, raised his hand to smooth his slightly disheveled hair, tousled by the helicopter's rotor winds, and cleared his throat, preparing to utter some pleasantries. However, Richie did not afford him the opportunity. His gaze suddenly sharpened like an eagle, and he immediately activated his telepathic control ability from a distance. Like a surging tide, a powerful psychic force enveloped the senior agent in an instant, akin to an invisible key that penetrated deep into his mind. Phil Coulson, an ordinary human, although distinguished among agents for his physical prowess and professional skills, possessed no extraordinary abilities. Faced with the sudden and formidable mental assault from Richie, he was utterly defenseless. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing his mind, overwhelmed by fear and struggle, attempting to resist, yet finding himself powerless. In an instant, a vacant expression overtook his face, his gaze became hollow, and his head drooped as if bereft of support. His hands hung limply along the seams of his trousers, his shoulders sagging slightly, presenting the image of a marionette. Observing this, Richie furrowed his brow, contemplating whether his control was excessively stringent. With a mere thought, he eased his grip, and in the next moment, a flicker of expression returned to Coulson's face, no longer so wooden and rigid. Slowly, he raised his head, his eyes reflecting submission and reverence as he gazed at Richie, spontaneously uttering words of respect, humility, and a hint of trepidation. "Master, the command of the entire camp is now wholly entrusted to you. We are your most loyal adherents, ready to heed your every command." Moreover, within the camp resides the super agent Hawkeye, Clint, whose remarkable abilities will undoubtedly aid you in achieving grand ambitions. Richie nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. He then employed his unique perceptual abilities to survey the camp, discovering Hawkeye Clint still quietly concealed at the highest point, diligently executing his defensive and observational duties. Additionally, several female figures were present, while other crucial monitoring points in the camp were manned by experienced agents, poised like statues, their eyes betraying vigilance and focus. Richie couldn't help but feel curious about the palpable atmosphere of tension that permeated this professional and heavily fortified team's encampment. His eyes, sharp as a beacon, gradually turned towards Phil Coulson and Daisy Johnson. Sensing their master's probing and serious gaze, the 2 devoted followers immediately stiffened, bowing their heads further. Bending at the waist in sincere fear, their bodies trembling slightly from anxiety. Almost in unison, they spoke, their voices quavering as they addressed their master. "Master, prior to your arrival, the camp was besieged by an unexpected attack. Fortunately, we exerted every effort to resist and ultimately managed to safeguard the extraterrestrial artifact you hold dear." Richie nodded gently, his expression largely unchanged, his tone calm and steady as he replied, "There is no need for such fear. I harbor no resentment. Now, please elaborate on what transpired." Despite Richie's reassurances, the 2 remained unable to straighten their backs, their bodies still trembling slightly. Subsequently, Phil Coulson took a deep breath and began to recount the events of the past few days. Originally, as the SHIELD task force was stationed the next day, the camp's tranquility was abruptly shattered by a piercing alarm that echoed through the desert. Almost immediately, they found themselves under an unexpected assault from unidentified adversaries. Although it was not a large-scale invasion, the enemy's actions were shrouded in secrecy and exhibited remarkable stealth and ferocity. Judging by the coordinated firepower, it was evident that they were a well-trained, fully staffed team. What perplexed Phil Coulson most was the advanced cloaking technology employed by the attackers, rendering the latest radar system carried by the team nearly ineffective in pinpointing their location. Even more astonishing was the enemy's ability to achieve complete visual invisibility, leaving the agents to defend themselves like blind men feeling an elephant, an exceedingly challenging predicament. Despite SHIELD's extensive investment in researching visual cloaking technology, they had yet to develop a viable solution, while the adversaries had seemingly accomplished it with ease, indicating their technological prowess far exceeded expectations. Moreover, the enemy's firepower bore an enigmatic magical quality, with each assault accompanied by strange luminescence and formidable impact. All signs suggested that these assailants were not of this earth. Listening intently to Coulson's report, Daisy Johnson, known as Quake, added some crucial details. Her expression grave, she remarked, "I have encountered these mysterious invaders before. They are all robust, and when their cloaking systems falter, one can clearly see humanoid figures clad in bizarre armor and protective gear, their physical capabilities surpassing even the finest special forces on Earth. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, they would not stand a chance against me. Yet, their overwhelming numbers and seamless coordination have posed significant challenges for us." Upon hearing their detailed accounts, Nick Fury furrowed his brow in contemplation, subtly suspecting that these intruders might belong to the Dark Elf race. Clearly, it was not a large regiment of Dark Elves attacking, but rather a small squadron or two. It seemed they had learned of the Thor's hammer resurfacing and were coveting the artifact with intentions to seize it. Chapter 125. The flustered Jane Foster upon realizing the issues confronting the temporary encampment. Nick Fury's mind settled. This dilemma was one he could easily resolve. With his capable assistant and the formidable Wonder Woman, Diana, by his side, dealing with these minor adversaries would be a mere formality. As for the sophisticated fire control and cloaking systems, they posed no concern. At this moment, Fury calmly issued a command into his earpiece. JARVIS. Integrate the entire base's patrol into the daily protection protocol. JARVIS's mechanically resonant voice promptly echoed in his earpiece. Command received. Adjusting the mech patrol range. Expected to complete within 30 seconds. Following this, JARVIS meticulously mapped out the patrol routes for each mech. Moments later, Jarvis reported again to Richie. "Sir, an additional dozen Iron Man suits have flown in from Star Tower in New York and have joined the combat squad, significantly enhancing our armed forces." At that moment, Phil Coulson's earpiece crackled with the slightly anxious voice of Hawkeye. "Clint, Captain, unidentified armed forces have been detected in the airspace surrounding the camp. I have urgently put the SHIELD squad on alert, ready to repel any attacks." Through a powerful telescope, Hawkeye focused intently on the faint energy fluctuations hovering around the camp, his mind alert. These energy signatures are unfamiliar. Unlike any known armed forces on Earth, due to the recent disturbances caused by the unidentified armed squad, Hawkeye had instinctively adopted a state of readiness. Hearing this, Coulson promptly consulted the leader. "Leader, Hawkeye has detected numerous unidentified forces outside the camp. I kindly request your decision." Richie, with a gentle demeanor, addressed the amiable squad leader. "Phil, inform Hawkeye that those are our forces. There is no need for alarm. Let him and his team take some time to rest while the defense is taken over by my personnel." The leader's command was clear, and Coulson adhered to it strictly. He respectfully bowed to the leader in compliance and relayed the message to Hawkeye. "Hawkeye, those are our forces. You and your team should rest. The defense will be handled by others." As a diligent senior agent, Hawkeye had first learned the importance of obeying superior orders. Although a sense of unease lingered in his heart, he complied with the directive. After disconnecting the call, he addressed his weary team members. "Brothers, per orders, rest now. Others will handle the defense." Subsequently, Hawkeye slid down a smooth flagpole from the highest point of the camp, with furrowed brows and a hint of worry on his face. He followed orders, but could not help glancing back at the camp's defensive structures, anxious. I hope those replacing the defense are dependable. Clad in his standard S.H.I.E.L.D. black uniform and armed with specialized arrows, he did not return to rest, but instead headed directly to the infirmary to visit his injured subordinates. In this mission, his agents had suffered casualties as they faced alien personnel and weapons, far more formidable than dealing with certain warlords and criminals on Earth. Perceiving Hawkeye's actions within the camp, Richie momentarily diverted his attention from the super agent and inquired about the damage sustained during this operation. After all, the camp now belonged to him, and naturally, his foremost concern was the safety of his subordinates. Coulson, without hesitation, replied, "Leader, in the past week, while there have been no fatalities within the S.H.L.D. squad, over 10 have been injured, placing the entire team in a state of combat decrement. This morning, I submitted an urgent request to S.H.L.D. headquarters for the deployment of an armed squad, and I trust they will send reinforcements shortly." Richie nodded in response, deciding to determine the arrangement for the reinforcements once they arrived. At last, Li Chi developed an interest in the Meow Meow hammer located within the camp and inquired about its whereabouts. Phil Coulson reported truthfully, "Master, at this moment, the miraculous hammer is situated at the very center of the camp, under the vigilant guard of designated personnel, and is isolated through chemical and contamination prevention equipment." Upon hearing this, Li Chi could not contain his enthusiasm and yearned to witness the wonders of this celestial artifact. He instructed Phil Coulson and the Shockwave Woman to lead the way, taking the Wonder Woman along with them. The four emerged from the reception room, proceeding onward until they entered the conspicuous white contamination prevention corridor. Inside the corridor, armed squad members stood guard, their weapons at the ready, with Phil Coulson at the forefront. No one dared to question Li Chi's identity. The entire base housed approximately 50 to 60 individuals, and Li Chi had no intention of exerting control over the others. After navigating several twists and turns, they arrived at a sealed space in the center of the camp, constructed of white chemical-resistant tents. Below lay a circular sandpit, its surface marred by numerous footprints. At the bottom of the pit, a hammer-like weapon, radiating a brilliant white light and exuding an imposing presence, lay at an angle of approximately 45 degrees. The surface of the artifact was inscribed with mysterious and ancient runes that flickered with a faint glow, emanating an air of grandeur and undeniable authority, adorned with the intricate emblem of the celestial realm. Standing at the edge of the sandpit, Li Chi earnestly absorbed the formidable power radiating from the artifact, distinctly aware of its divergence from all earthly matters. He leaped into the sandpit and approached the hammer. Bending down for a closer inspection, the hammer, ancient and weighty, exuded an aura of enigmatic strength. As he reached out to grasp the handle, a refreshing chill coursed through his body, providing a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of the enclosed space, bringing him immense comfort. He had not anticipated this additional benefit of the artifact. Gradually, Li Chi summoned his strength, and to his astonishment, he found that he required far less force than he had imagined to effortlessly lift the hammer. This action left Phil Coulson and the Shockwave Woman, who had bent down to observe, utterly astonished. They had studied the artifact for a week, yet not a single person, nor any machine or crane, had managed to move it even slightly. Despite its modest size, the hammer possessed an astonishing density. Their calculations suggested a weight that exceeded even the mass of the Earth itself. At that moment, witnessing the master wield this extraterrestrial marvel filled the two devoted followers, whose minds had been firmly ensnared, with a sense of reverence. Li Chi held the hammer in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully before swinging it casually, producing a whooshing sound as the air parted like a blade. Although the artifact was not large, it fit perfectly in his grasp, truly deserving of its status as divine equipment. As Li Chi swung the hammer, several cameras within the sealed space recorded this moment and transmitted it to the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, the distinguished astrophysicist Jane Foster, accompanying the S.H.I.L.D. team, intently observed the unfolding scene on the screen. She donned a soft, skin-friendly white cotton shirt that gracefully embraced her body's contours, subtly accentuating her slender waistline. The minimalist round neckline complemented her elongated neck exquisitely. Below, she paired it with classic light blue straight-leg jeans, crafted from a slightly stretchy fabric that perfectly enveloped her long, straight legs, showcasing their smooth and proportional lines to perfection. The cuffs of her jeans were slightly rolled up, revealing her delicate ankles, and she completed the ensemble with a pair of white low-top canvas shoes. Her long hair, as lustrous and smooth as black satin, cascaded casually over her shoulders, with gentle curls at the ends that added a touch of softness to her demeanor. In terms of body proportions, her upper and lower have approached the golden ratio, resulting in a figure that was both slender and curvaceous. Upon witnessing the astonishing scene of Li Qi wielding the extraordinary hammer, the pen in her hand inadvertently slipped away, and she instantly rose from her seat. Her gaze fixed intently on the screen, her expression a blend of shock and exhilaration. She swiftly closed her notebook, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and hurriedly made her way towards the tent in the center of the camp, eager to meet the enigmatic individual capable of lifting the celestial iron. Chapter 126. Control astrophysicist Jane Foster, in the monitoring room, was taken aback to see someone actually able to lift the extraterrestrial iron. With a hurried demeanor, she dashed from the monitoring room to the center of the camp, standing atop the sandpit. Her delicate, oval face contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin. Her large, azure eyes widened in astonishment, filled with boundless curiosity and shock, fixated on the hammer-shaped meteorite being swung with a resounding whoosh. The strikingly handsome man, possessing an extraordinary aura and Eastern features, immediately captured Jane Foster's attention. Indeed, Jane Foster had always perceived the Mjolnir, or the Hammer of Thor, as a dazzling meteorite that had fallen from the heavens. Although it appeared to be a meticulously crafted hammer, its essence was that of a cosmic meteorite, extraordinarily dense, which no human or machine had previously been able to move even an inch. This peculiar phenomenon had drawn the particular attention of Jane Foster and her mentor's team, marking the reason why SHIELD had brought them to study this meteorite. Witnessing such an extraordinary sight, Jane Foster's eyes widened in disbelief. Her luscious red lips parted slightly, forming a perfect oval, as if one could effortlessly place an egg within, while she raised her hands high above her head. This exaggerated expression caught the attention of Li Qi, who was currently wielding the Hammer of Thor. He retracted the mighty hammer, weighing it thoughtfully in his hands before placing it back onto the sandpit. Then, he turned to gaze at the astrophysicist, who had somewhat regained her composure after her earlier dramatic display. Without uttering a word, a peculiar glint flickered in Li Qi's eyes, like a surging tide of spiritual energy. An unceasing flow enveloped Jane Foster, the female scientist who, at this moment, was still merely mortal. It infiltrated and altered the depths of her mind, instilling within her a profound conviction that Loki was the natural leader and master, while she willingly accepted the role of a devoted follower and submissive. This control was established in an instant, transforming Jane from an esteemed astrophysicist into a loyal adherent of Loki. With a mere gesture, Loki summoned the waves of mental command, which swiftly reached the recesses of Jane's consciousness. The newly converted follower leaped from the edge of the pit, her movements strikingly rigid. The vacant expression on her face indicated that she had become a marionette under manipulation. As she leaped through the air, her body, waist, and legs remained unnaturally stiff and fixed, incapable of adjusting her limbs for agility and balance. Without intervention, she was bound to stumble within the sand pit. With no other choice, Loki extended his arm and gently embraced the newly reclaimed follower in midair, cradling her to prevent the fragile astrophysicist from falling. In his embrace, Jane's soft form was fully enveloped by her master following the descent. Loki held her momentarily before setting her down once again. As her feet touched the uneven floor of the sand pit, Loki relaxed his mental grip on her, restoring her research and learning capabilities while steadfastly locking in her loyalty. Subsequently, a flash of inspiration ignited in Loki's mind. He resolved to activate Jane's Thor-like attributes, granting her the ability to wield the power of the hammer. Although this significantly accelerated Jane's trajectory to becoming Thor in the Marvel Universe, Loki needed to swiftly bolster the strength of his cadre of formidable women, making it a viable strategy. However, to truly awaken Jane's potential and enable her to grasp the hammer, a more private space was essential, as the sandpit was clearly not conducive to such a transformation. Temporarily suppressing this thought, Loki allowed a sincere smile to grace his features as he addressed Jane and her assistant, Darcy, who had arrived at the edge of the pit. I presume you too are the astrophysicist specially appointed by S.H. L.D. It is indeed an honor to meet you. I am Loki, a contracted external consultant for S.H.I.L.D., if one could put it that way. Loki remained humble, refraining from disclosing his role as the temporary leader of the camp, instead adopting the title of an external consultant. Phil Coulson, the well-meaning figure who stood atop the sandpit and was nominally the team leader, promptly smiled and explained to Jane and Darcy, "Indeed, Mr. Loki is a specially appointed external expert from S.H.I.L.D., just having arrived here. I believe we can consider this our official introduction." In this particular setting, although Phil Coulson could perceive that Jane Foster had succumbed to the influence of the Dominator, the strikingly endowed Darcy Lewis beside him evidently had not yet aligned herself with their kind. Thus, Coulson, with a tense demeanor, introduced his Dominator in a tone that was semi-official. It was clear that this trivial matter did not concern Richard. He lifted his gaze toward Darcy, his eyes sparkling like stars, instantly captivating her with their intense brilliance. Darcy Lewis, a vivacious university girl fond of reading romantic novels, was particularly enamored with handsome young men. The air around the sandbox seemed to grow slightly warmer due to this unexpected encounter. Darcy, with her petite, rosy lips parted, gazed at the young man who looked up from the pit, her bright, expressive eyes shimmering with intrigue. She wore a snug black shirt that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, showcasing her curves in all their glory. Her blue jeans clung closely to her pert posterior, slightly rolled at the cuffs to reveal her slender ankles, complemented by a pair of white low-top canvas shoes that exuded youthful vitality. Her impressive bosom rose and fell gently, betraying her inner excitement. It was evident that the somewhat brash Darcy was deeply attracted to Richard. He, too, noticed the shift in the brave assistant's gaze, thus refraining from employing his mental abilities to compel her complete submission, choosing instead to observe her natural reactions. Darcy hastily put down the paper notes in her hands, stammering as she addressed Richard. "Mr. Richard, I am Jane S. assistant, a junior student currently interning here, mainly to see handsome men, no, I mean to achieve a good evaluation and conduct research." Inadvertently, Darcy let slip her candid thoughts, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, her bosom rising and falling as she expressed her regret over the slip of the tongue. Richard smiled gently at Darcy, saying, "Miss Lewis, I have heard before my arrival at the camp that you are a kind-hearted girl with remarkable research talent. I trust you will excel in your endeavors here. And I hope Mr. Coulson, our amiable friend, has not imposed any undue burdens upon you scholars." Coulson, with his affable demeanor, promptly echoed his superior's sentiments, stating, "Mr. Richard, of course, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. have always respected researchers, especially distinguished individuals like Miss Foster and Miss Lewis, as well as Dr. Eric Selvig." Richard was already aware of the capabilities of the three astrophysicists who had joined him, having discussed this matter with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deputy director, Maria Hill, prior to his arrival. Now, standing at the edge of the sandbox, he was merely awaiting the presence of Dr. Eric Selvig. Chapter 127, The Loyal Hawkeye at the Edge of the Sandpit. Rick encountered two members of the research team, Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis, conspicuously missing Eric Selvig. However, Rick's purpose for being there was not to investigate Mjolnir, but rather to subdue Thor and subsequently wield the power of the God of Thunder. He gestured with a wave of his hand, then gracefully leaped from the bottom of the sandpit to its edge, akin to a nimble cheetah. The others instinctively took a step back as Rick landed with poise, promptly beckoning them to return to the reception room. Mjolnir was left behind at the base of the sandpit, serving as a mere bait for the moment. At this time, Jane Foster possessed an exquisitely oval face, her skin as fair as snow, radiating a gentle sheen. Her cerulean eyes resembled the depths of the ocean, now devoid of their usual wisdom, replaced instead by a compliant and dreamy expression, reflecting her reverence for her master, Rick. Her long, ebony hair cascaded casually over her rounded shoulders, with a few strands sliding down her chest. She was attired in a white shirt, the collar slightly undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and expanse of pale skin. The sleeves featured a loose lantern design, while the fitted cuffs accentuated her slender wrists. Below, she wore black straight-leg trousers that clung to her long, elegant legs, perfectly showcasing their smooth and toned contours while simultaneously highlighting the curvature of her pert backside. Under Rick's control, she slightly hunched forward, cautiously trailing behind him, embodying the humble demeanor of a servant. Darcy Lewis, on the other hand, possessed a round and adorable visage. Her complexion a rosy hue reminiscent of a fresh peach. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like twinkling stars, brimming with admiration and infatuation as they fixated on Rick. Her petite nose tilted slightly upwards, and her pink lips parted gently, occasionally drawing breath in a state of nervous excitement. Her playful short hair, with a slight curl, conveyed an exuberant vitality. She wore a snug black shirt that perfectly accentuated her slender waist, with a wide neckline revealing her rounded shoulders and the delicate straps of her lingerie, adding a hint of allure. Her bosom seemed to beckon, rising and falling dramatically with her excited breaths. Below, she sported distressed jeans, artfully torn above the knees and at the sides of her thighs, exposing her fair skin. The hems were casually rolled up, revealing her delicate ankles, complemented by a pair of white low-top canvas shoes, their laces tied in charming bows, exuding a youthful and fashionable vibe. Upon seeing Rick, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with adoration and excitement, her chest heaving as she animatedly gestured while speaking. A portrait of infatuation. Upon returning to the reception room, Rick was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Hawkeye, Clint Barton, clad in military attire, standing within. This fellow had just exited the hospital room of an injured comrade, intending to rest in the lounge. Nevertheless, this super agent, possessing both a sense of responsibility and capability, thought it prudent to meet with Captain Phil Coulson before taking a break. Hawkeye felt an uncanny sense of urgency, as if he were standing on the precipice of danger, compelling him to consult his superior. As he glanced upward, he spotted Captain Phil Coulson, the formidable Quake, and two researchers hastily approaching with the enigmatic Li Chi. Their conversation was laced with trepidation, as if they feared the slightest misstep in their words, exuding an air of caution that bordered on rigidity. This demeanor heightened Hawkeye's astute vigilance, prompting him to grip the powerful composite bow slung across his back. Amidst the gathering, only Darcy Lewis exhibited a distinctly different demeanor. Her cheeks were flushed like the evening sky, her large eyes sparkling with fervor, and her chest heaving with rapid breaths. She spoke in a stammering manner, gasping for air, and with each two sentences, her chest rose and fell dramatically, as if she were in the presence of her long-cherished idol, eager to showcase her remarkable research accomplishments and stellar academic record. Such behavior was indeed in line with her character, for she had not been subjected to Li Chi's mental manipulation. Upon encountering the strikingly handsome and commanding Li Chi, Darcy transformed into a fervent admirer, repeatedly professing her loyalty, vowing to make significant contributions to the camp. Li Chi had long since noticed the sudden appearance of Hawkeye in the reception area. A subtle smile graced his lips as he called out from a distance, "You must be the renowned super agent, Mr. Clint. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am truly grateful for your contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D. Please accept my sincere respect." With these words, Li Chi clearly regarded the camp as his domain, offering praise to the diligent guards and security personnel. Instead of relaxing his guard upon hearing the handsome Asian man's compliments, Hawkeye Clint felt an intensified sense of intrigue, sensing an aura of leadership emanating from him, and began to suspect that the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp had undergone a profound transformation. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Clint was beset with doubts. Who was this unfamiliar man with the Eastern visage? And what was it that commanded such reverence from others? Had the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp truly experienced a seismic shift? Determined to take the initiative, he resolved to swiftly draw his specially crafted composite bow, intending to subdue this man before seeking clarity from Coulson and Quake. However, no matter how swiftly his thoughts raced or how timely his actions were, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming and enigmatic mental control wielded by Li Chi. A peculiar and dazzling light flickered in Li Chi's eyes, a manifestation of his formidable mental prowess that surged forth like a relentless golden tide, engulfing Hawkeye in an instant. The mental invasion penetrated the depths of this elite agent's mind, etching, rewriting, invading, augmenting, and restraining his very psyche in the blink of an eye. In but a fleeting moment, Hawkeye relinquished his grip on the bow, his mind indelibly inscribed with the command to serve his master and respect all his orders. In his heart, Nick Fury had become an unassailable sovereign of S.H.I.L.D., perceiving Hawkeye's mechanical obedience devoid of personal thought, which did not align with his expectations for capable allies. Nick slightly relaxed his mental control over him, though loyalty remained steadfastly locked. It was then that a glimmer of independent thought and humanity illuminated Hawkeye's gaze, granting him a modicum of autonomy, slightly more than that of Phil Coulson. Hawkeye lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, admiration, and unwavering obedience. Satisfied, Nick nodded in approval and gestured for his companions to enter the reception room. The somewhat cramped space was now filled to capacity with individuals. The affable Phil Coulson, the formidable Quake, the illustrious Wonder Woman Diana, alongside the newly recruited Jane Foster. All since that Clint Barton had also become a devoted follower of their master. Through their mental connection, they naturally evolved into close colleagues and companions. Sensing the atmosphere, Nick waved his hand for everyone to take a seat, contemplating how best to win over Thor, the greatest ally. Subsequently, Nick directly inquired of Coulson and Hawkeye whether they had spotted a rather disheveled giant, providing a rough description of Thor's features. Having yet to encounter Thor since arriving, Nick could only convey a general image, a tall and robust figure with golden locks, fierce yet somewhat foolish in appearance. Upon hearing the description, Coulson and Hawkeye promptly rose from their seats. They had only dared to perch half-heartedly on their chairs in the presence of their leader, and upon being addressed, they stood in immediate response out of basic courtesy. Coulson, lowering his gaze, respectfully replied, "Master, in recent days, surveillance footage has indeed captured an individual resembling your description. He was clad in somewhat tattered clothing, lurking in the desolate sands and dunes surrounding the camp, attempting on several occasions to breach the perimeter, but was thwarted by those mysterious assailants that appeared out of nowhere." After Coulson's account, Hawkeye nodded in agreement, offering a few additional remarks. Upon hearing their words, Nick understood fully. Indeed, this exiled prince of Asgard was still fixated on his enchanted hammer. As long as he remained in proximity to the camp, Nick was confident that they would soon encounter the fallen prince. Resolute in his decision, Nick dismissed any plans to seek Thor in the nearby town. Hawkeye, as a loyal follower and subordinate of a master, remained acutely aware of his duty to protect the camp. In a tone that was somewhat stiff and monotonous, he addressed Nick, "Master, may I be permitted to continue safeguarding the camp, monitoring the surroundings from a vantage point to ensure your safety?" Appreciative of Hawkeye's heartfelt loyalty and diligence, Nick stood and approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Clint, I shall remember your valor and loyalty. However, Phil informed me that you have been tirelessly working for over a day. It is imperative that you take a rest to recuperate, rather than stubbornly remaining at your post. Do you understand? Go and rest first, and afterward, we shall arrange for you to resume your duties." Hearing the leader's genuine concern for his well-being, Hawkeye Clint felt a surge of gratitude, deeply bowing in appreciation before exiting the reception room and hastily returning to the lounge. He consumed a light meal before lying down fully clothed on his bed, his weapons and gear still donned, ever prepared for battle, exemplifying his unwavering dedication. Chapter 128. The excited Darcy Rick was quite pleased with Hawkeye, the dutiful super agent, and offered him gentle words of encouragement before sending him off to rest. Subsequently, accompanied by Phil Coulson, Rick strolled leisurely around the expansive camp with Wonder Woman, Diana. The camp was impressively vast, sprawling across an area equivalent to 7 or 8 basketball courts. In one of the monitoring rooms, Rick spotted a familiar figure. It was a bald man wearing glasses, exuding an air of refinement in his impeccably tailored black suit, every detail meticulously attended to. S.H.I.E.L.D. Personnel, whether research staff or administrative members, often donned such formal attire, much like Phil Coulson, who stood quietly behind him, embodying the essence of a standard gentleman in his black suit. Rick stood at the entrance of the monitoring room, his gaze sweeping over a row of more than a dozen surveillance screens, several instruments placed nearby. He did not inquire about what they were monitoring, but fixated on the man, a wave of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of reflection, He suddenly recalled that this individual was, in fact, a spy planted by Hydra within Schild to avert any future complications. Rick swiftly took decisive action. His formidable mental prowess surged forth like a tempest, instantly enveloping the bespectacled bald man, rendering him completely immobilized, a mere puppet devoid of resistance. Like a treasure hunter, Rick meticulously sifted through the memories of this spy. Indeed, he was deeply embedded within Schild, and would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for Captain America in the future. Having resolved this internal threat, Rick opted to leave the spy in place for the time being, intending to return when he could allocate the necessary time to thoroughly eliminate all complications associated with this matter. He then turned and departed the monitoring room with his two followers. As for the other monitoring personnel, Rick chose not to exert control or interference over them. In his perspective, they were inconsequential figures, akin to ordinary employees at Gamma Base or Stark Enterprises. Thereafter, Rick casually inquired about the recent research outcomes. Phil Coulson slightly bowed his head, a look of deep remorse on his face, as he respectfully addressed the leader. Leader, despite our team of senior researchers at Schild having resided here for over a week, we have regrettably achieved little of significance. At present, we have only detected that this meteorite possesses an exceptionally high density and emits certain forms of intense radiation, which differ considerably from that found on Blue Planet. Nick Fury did not delve into further inquiries, as he held little interest in these so-called scientific findings. Meanwhile, in Jane Foster's lounge, she was diligently organizing recent research outcomes alongside her assistant, Darcy Lewis. Since Nick Fury had disbanded the gathering, Darcy had eagerly slipped away to her mentor's room. The space was cluttered with scattered books and personal belongings, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Jane Foster and Darcy had studied at the same university, sharing a bond as fellow scholars, and it was entirely natural for Darcy to address her as senior sister. As Darcy meticulously compiled their recent research, she excitedly exclaimed to Jane, "Jane, I truly believe I've encountered true love this time. Mr. Fury is simply someone I admire and look up to. I have never seen a man as handsome and charming as him. This time, I will certainly make my feelings known. Please, don't hold me back. I must pursue this." Jane had previously advised Darcy to temper her infatuation, having attempted to dissuade her on multiple occasions. However, facing her own leader, Jane felt it was beyond her authority to intervene. In that moment, she stood quietly, her expression significantly more animated than when she had been in the reception area, shedding her previous stiffness as if returning to the familiar persona of Jane Foster. A gentle smile graced her lips as she softly replied, "Darcy, this time I will not hinder you, nor will I assign you any other research tasks. Follow your heart. I shall not stand in your way." Darcy was taken aback by this response. She lifted her head slightly, her breaths momentarily quickening. With a gleeful expression, she exclaimed to her dear friend, "Jane, I knew you would come to your senses in this challenging environment. My dear sister, it seems you too must find a handsome man to become so understanding." Jane merely nodded in response to her sister's teasing, her face blooming with a warm, sweet smile akin to that of a caring older sister. Indeed, indeed. Darcy, however, paid little mind to her sister's demeanor. Eagerly, she opened her laptop, copying all the research findings from recent days into a single file. She then grabbed her handwritten notes, appearing ready to present her work. Jane Foster offered no objections to this, for whether it pertained to her own research, that of Eric Shavig, or the discoveries made by Darcy, all belonged to the collective efforts of their trio. The identity of the presenter was inconsequential. At this moment, the research-obsessed Eric Shavig was wholly immersed in the makeshift laboratory at the camp, tirelessly analyzing various scientific data day and night. He employed self-made research tools, striving to uncover the connection between the peculiar electromagnetic waves emitted by MJ Lunar and certain celestial phenomena, as well as their relationship with the unique geological traits of the surrounding area, attempting to weave these seemingly disparate fields into a coherent narrative. In recent days, having just discerned this peculiarity, he had plunged headlong into his studies, neglecting sleep and rest. Consequently, upon arriving at the camp, LeQuy found himself unable to encounter this somewhat eccentric scientist. Conversely, Jane Foster's focus lay elsewhere, as she concentrated on celestial and astronomical phenomena. "Darcy Lewis, with her expertise in the study and observation of natural phenomena, complemented their trio perfectly. Observing that Darcy had prepared her materials for presentation, she glanced down at her attire, an unremarkable black t-shirt paired with blue jeans, decidedly plain. She mused that such attire would not serve her well for the report. With a hint of shyness, Darcy turned to Jean Foster and said, "Sister, I'm going to change into something else before my presentation. Wish me luck." With that, she darted off like a cheerful little bird back to her dormitory, which was conveniently adjacent to Jean Foster's. Once the door was closed, her heart continued to race. She gently patted her ample chest and eagerly opened her wardrobe, pondering what ensemble would best showcase her beauty before the dashing Mr. Lequy. Chapter 129. Darcy's Confession. Darcy was aflame with anticipation as she was about to present herself to the object of her affections in a brand new light. At that moment, she anxiously paced before the clothes rack, searching desperately among her limited garments for the perfect outfit. Clad in a nondescript black t-shirt and blue jeans, her undulating curves resembled tumultuous ocean waves, betraying the excitement and turmoil within her heart. Her hands fluttered between several pieces of clothing, fingers trembling slightly in a state of indecision. This venture into the desert was for research, not leisure. Thus the clothing she had brought was scant. After much deliberation, Darcy resolved to don a lightweight pink t-shirt. The fabric clung closely to her form, subtly revealing the intricate contours of her undergarments, as if inadvertently disclosing a hint of sensuality. The ultra-short, form-fitting beach shorts she wore snugly embraced her rounded, pert posterior, accentuating her ample and somewhat voluptuous curves to perfection. Though Darcy's figure was not flawless, it possessed a unique charm. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders like black satin, while a pair of framed glasses perched elegantly on her nose, exuding an air of cultured femininity. Aware that her physique paled in comparison to that of Lequy's other female admirers, she sought to highlight her silhouette with the tight shorts, aspiring to reveal a different kind of allure. After donning her new attire, she felt rather delightful. Turning her body side to side before the mirror, she gently swayed her hips and nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of confidence emanating from her gaze. She casually tied back her slightly curled hair with a scrunchie, a few playful strands cascading down her cheeks. Replacing her framed glasses with rimless ones instantly lent her a fresh, tidy appearance, as if rejuvenated. Having completed her meticulous preparations, she carefully embraced her laptop and retrieved the cherished notebook filled with her research efforts before stepping out. Jean Foster, a devoted follower, stood quietly at the door, a warm and understanding smile gracing her face as she watched her dear friend depart to meet the leader, making no attempt to intervene. In her heart, obedience to the leader had long since become instinctual. She then turned and slowly returned to the somewhat disheveled break room. Upon entering, the sight of a cluttered desk, a bed strewn with research materials and papers, as well as several instant noodle cups and unwashed dishes, flooded her with a wave of guilt. She let out a soft sigh, imbued with self-reproach. Prompted by her feelings, she began to tidy up earnestly. She meticulously wiped down the desk, carefully placing the noodle cups into a black plastic bag, and attentively scrubbed the dishes clean. As she worked, she resolved in her heart to serve the leader in a better state. After her cleaning efforts, she shed her habitual laziness and immersed herself in the research of the extraterrestrial iron, her eyes filled with focus and determination. As Darcy exited the break room, she suddenly realized she had no knowledge of Lequy's whereabouts. Just as anxiety began to creep in, she fortuitously encountered Phil Coulson, the camp leader, in the hallway. A sweet smile instantly illuminated her face as she approached him, her voice soft and warm. "Mr. Coulson, may I ask which room our new arrival, Mr. Lequy, has been assigned to?" Phil Coulson's expression bore a slight dullness, mechanical and rigid. Upon hearing Darcy's inquiry about the leader's accommodations, he paused momentarily, a flicker of subtle confusion crossing his gaze. He then swiftly reported the matter to Lequy through their mental link. To facilitate communication with his followers, Lequy had partially opened the connection to his controlled admirers. In a heartbeat, Li Chi swiftly received a report from Phil Coulson. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed him to directly inform Darcy of his resting room's location. Following this directive, Phil calmly relayed to Darcy Li Chi's room number, before continuing his inspection of other areas in the camp. Upon receiving the news, Darcy's cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly made her way towards her intended destination. As she walked through the corridor, she anxiously contemplated the appropriateness of her attire, occasionally glancing down at her ultra-short shorts and adjusting her pink shirt in a bid to appear more flawless. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and after navigating 2 turns, she finally arrived at the resting area, room 001. At that moment, the rising and falling of her chest intensified, betraying the volcanic excitement bubbling within her. The prospect of a close encounter with her admired figure sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through her. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. Striving to compose herself, with trembling fingers, she gently knocked on the door. Inside, Li Qi lounged comfortably in an armchair, the faint scent of perfume enveloping the room, while the occasional rustle of wind wafted through the window. There were no other followers present. Wonder Woman Diana had been dispatched by the leader to conduct a thorough inspection of the temporary camp's restroom. For someone as experienced as her, this task was as routine as a daily chore, and she executed her orders with meticulous diligence. Upon hearing the knock, Li Qi's magnetic voice beckoned her to enter. Darcy cautiously pushed the door open and stepped into the room, her face a blend of excitement and shyness as she tightly clutched her notebook and held a paper notepad in her hand. Overwhelmed by nerves, she found herself momentarily speechless at the door. Observing her flustered demeanor, Li Qi's face softened into a gentle smile. Rising from his chair, he approached Darcy and tenderly took the notebook from her grasp. "Miss Lewis, what brings you here?" This snapped Darcy back to reality, and she stuttered, Mr. Li Qi, I have come to report our research team's findings, all of which are on the computer. I will show you." Fumbling, she hastily opened her notebook, the system still active, and nervously clicked on the folder, beginning to present her research results, her voice trembling slightly. As they leaned closer to the screen, their bodies nearly touching, Darcy could sense the warmth radiating from Li Qi. A heat washed over her face, akin to being ignited by fire. She was acutely aware that her cheeks must be as red as a ripe apple, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide in. The mature charm exuding from Li Qi enveloped her like an invisible magnet, causing her body to warm and an unprecedented sensation to ripple through her heart. Her gaze occasionally darted away, only to stealthily glance at Li Qi, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. Li Qi, naturally perceptiva, noticed the unusual body language and movements of Darcy. His eyes swept over her pink shirt and the deliberately tight, ultra-short beach shorts she wore, a combination he found somewhat inappropriate. Yet, he revealed none of his thoughts, allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. He nodded slightly, seemingly encouraging Darcy to continue speaking. However, Darcy believed this was the best attire to showcase her beauty. The snug outfit accentuated her figure, her curvaceous body with skin that was pale yet slightly yellowed. And though her legs were straight, a lack of exercise rendered them akin to those of an ordinary woman, falling short of the starlet physique. Yet at that moment, her heart was filled with admiration for Li Qi, leaving her little room to ponder such matters. Nevertheless, Li Qi was indifferent. He showed scant interest in the research findings Darcy was introducing, instead watching the young girl with keen curiosity, eager to see what she would do next. His gaze remained fixed on her, imbued with a hint of inquiry. The atmosphere in the room gradually became subtle, as if an invisible veil enveloped the two. After more than a minute, Darcy felt parched, her throat burning as if scorched by fire. The scientific content on the computer screen had slipped from her mind, and she could scarcely recall what she had just said, her thoughts a chaotic blur. She straightened her back, turned around, and looked up at Li Qi, who stood half a head taller than her, requiring her to tilt her head slightly to meet his eyes. Gazing upon Li Qi's handsome eastern features, his deep-set eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky, Darcy found herself irresistibly drawn in, as if an invisible force were pulling her closer. In a moment of impulsive abandon, she reached to remove her pink shirt, then embraced Li Qi, rising onto her toes in an eager and fervent motion, tilting her head up to kiss him. Li Qi did not reject Darcy's bold declaration. Instead, he gently lifted her, carrying her to the bed, and leaned down to reciprocate her kiss. With this innocent, romantic, and spirited girl, Li Qi neither exerted mental control nor resistance. Instead, on the soft bed in the resting room, he accepted Darcy's passionate affection, allowing that love to permeate the air around them. In Chapter 130, Applause for Love, Within the confines of the modest resting room, Li Qi did not resist the fervent declaration and ardent dedication of Darcy Lewis. An atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped the room as Li Qi gently laid Darcy upon the soft bed, openly embracing her admiration. His movements were tender and practiced as he gradually removed her somewhat playful pink shirt and snug beach shorts. At that moment, Darcy's subtly alluring figure was fully revealed. Her skin, delicate as jade, showcased its elegance as her tight clothing slipped away. Long, graceful legs exude an enticing elasticity, complemented by a slender waist and voluptuous curves that form an alluring silhouette. Although her physique may not rival the statuesque and athletic Wonder Woman, Diana, nor does it compare to the long-ignored Daisy Johnson, or even to Betty Ross, who has been favored at the Gamma base. Darcy Lewis possesses a distinct advantage. She is a university student, currently in her junior year, radiating an invigorating aura of youth, characterized by the vivacity and exuberance typical of her age group. In the presence of the man she admires, Darcy fully embraces her emotions, pouring forth years of pent-up passion onto the bed. After tenderly guiding Darcy in their intimate encounter, Lee realized that this shy yet lively girl's previous admiration for handsome men was merely superficial. This moment marked her genuine first experience of closeness with a man she coveted. Lee felt a sense of satisfaction with Darcy and chose not to impose comprehensive mental control over her. As their movements gradually subsided, Darcy nestled completely in Lee's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze reflecting a blend of shyness from their initial intimacy and an unmistakable affection and reliance on him. Seizing the moment, Lee activated his unique abilities, ensuring Darcy's loyalty was firmly secured, compelling her to be wholly devoted to him, while forbidding any indiscretions with other men. Lee's selfish tendencies surfaced, as is common among men, for he wished to ensure that Darcy Lewis would truly belong to him alone. Not possessing any superhuman abilities or extraordinary skills, he refrained from exerting excessive control over this ordinary girl, simply hoping she would continue to pursue her beloved scientific endeavors. Reclining on the bed, Lee lay at ease while Darcy languidly nestled against his chest. Her captivating bosom rose and fell steadily with her calming breaths. Lee's hand glided gently from her navel upward, as Darcy lay peacefully in his embrace, relishing the tender caresses of the man she adored. In that moment, silence enveloped them, yet their subtle gestures seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words. After a prolonged period of closeness, Lee gently lifted Darcy from his arms and tenderly placed her back on the bed. He then softly addressed her. "Darcy, I have pressing matters to attend to here, and our cherished moments are fleeting. Regarding that extraterrestrial metal, which your research group refers to, I prefer to call it Thor's hammer. There remains much I do not understand about this artifact, and my purpose for coming here is clear. I seek a capable ally." As he spoke, Lee affectionately pinched Darcy's cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness and adoration. Darcy understood his intentions. As a kind-hearted, research-obsessed individual, her love for scientific exploration was second only to her feelings for the man before her. Her lively eyes sparkled with the brilliance of youth, each smile and frown radiating the unique exuberance of a university student. With the earnestness of a well-mannered young girl, she nodded vigorously and addressed the man she admired. "Li Qi, I shall go seek out my senior to continue our research on MJ-Nur. I am aware that our camp has been rather unstable lately, so please take care of yourself." She added, "Mr. Clint is a wonderful person. I will ask him to look after you." The kind-hearted Darcy remained blissfully unaware of the immense power Li Qi possessed, feeling only a deep sense of astonishment and shyness at the intimacy they had just shared. Given the peculiar attacks their camp had recently endured, she contemplated requesting Agent Hawkeye to watch over the man she cherished. Listening to Darcy's sincere words, Li Qi's heart swelled with joy. Gently, he tousled her slightly curled hair and caressed her soft cheek, his gaze firm as he promised. "Darcy, you must also take care of yourself in the camp. I am quite capable. Rest assured, no danger can threaten me. Moreover, you need not worry. From now on, no one shall bully you in this world. This is my vow to you." At his words, Darcy's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. She lightly placed her hand on Li Qi's neck, and they exchanged a few more sweet nothings. Subsequently, she gently descended from the bed and donned her somewhat inappropriate attire once more. Li Qi observed her, earnestly advising, "Listen, "Darcy, I believe you should change into something else. This outfit seems somewhat out of place, not quite befitting the camp's environment." Upon hearing her beloved man's candid remarks, a blush spread across Darcy's cheeks, and she nodded vigorously. She then picked up the notebook and paper from the table, turning to leave his room while thoughtfully closing the door behind her, before hastily returning to her own quarters. Just as she was about to shut her door, her neighbor, Jane Foster, caught the sound and gently pulled open the door to her dear friend's room. With a slight arch of her brow and a knowing glimmer in her eyes, Jane wore a subtle smile that conveyed both blessings for her junior and respect for the leader. Noticing Darcy's still flushed cheeks and slightly disheveled attire, Jane understood what had transpired between her and the leader. As a loyal follower of Li Qi, she sensed that her junior had not been under any mental control, which, in turn, deepened her respect for Darcy. The relationship between the two had quietly shifted. Soon after, the two sisters began to exchange their thoughts regarding the research on MJ. Darcy earnestly informed her senior that Mr. Li Qi referred to the meteorite as MJ, and Jane naturally adopted the same nomenclature. Meanwhile, after Darcy left his room, Li Qi also rose to reassemble his attire, traversing through the desert to reach the camp. Although the sweat on his body had long since dried, he still felt an overwhelming discomfort. He rummaged through his meager belongings and retrieved a clean set of garments. As he made his way to the communal bathhouse, he observed his surroundings, contemplating the safety of the encampment. Due to the lack of private bathrooms in the single lounge and dormitories of the temporary camp, everyone was required to use the public facilities for bathing. As the former leader of the camp, Phil Coulson had not afforded any special treatment to the quarters of the captain and others. Their dormitories also lacked independent bathing facilities. Meanwhile, Diana, the remarkable Wonder Woman under Rick's command, had also come to the bathhouse during Rick's busy hours to freshen up. After washing away the sweat from her body, she returned dutifully to the designated lounge prepared for her, quietly awaiting the leader's summons and directives. Chapter 131. The Intimate Handmaiden after finishing his bath. Rick returned to room 001 in the lounge area, walking with a steady and confident gait. He gently pushed the door open, leaving it ajar, and strolled leisurely to the wicker chair, settling into it with grace. His gaze was profound, lost in deep contemplation of the forthcoming actions. Regarding Darcy, Rick felt a surge of compassion and affirmation. She possessed no means of self-defense, lacking any special abilities or unique skills. She was simply an innocent and naive, ordinary girl. Ensuring her safety in this perilous desert was of utmost importance, necessitating comprehensive and meticulous protection. Thus, Rick promptly connected through the communication link, his expression grave as he addressed the artificial intelligence. Jarvis, dispatch 2 mechs equipped with cloaking capabilities and energy shields. Provide round-the-clock protection for Darcy during her time in the desert. Upon detecting any danger, prioritize the activation of the energy shield for her protection, should the threat escalate. Implement appropriate offensive strategies based on the situation. The mechanical voice of Jarvis responded swiftly. Command received. 2 mechs have recalibrated their current patrol route and are expected to arrive at the designated area in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The cloaking function and energy shields are activated, and the all-encompassing scanning system will report on Miss Darcy Lewis's surroundings every 3 seconds to ensure her absolute safety. Upon receiving the command, Jarvis executed it immediately, closely monitoring Darcy's every move to ensure she remained free from any unforeseen harm. Subsequently, Rick leaned back in his chair, utilizing his formidable mental perception to sense that the nearby room housed Daisy Johnson, the Quake. Reflecting on their long absence from each other, a slight smile graced Rick's lips, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions, both nostalgia for the past and a sense of anticipation and possessiveness as the leader in the present. He gradually rose, adjusting his attire with a refined gesture, and strode confidently, exuding the aura of authority, out of his quarters and into the adjacent room. Daisy Johnson, clad in the iconic uniform of SHIELD, wore the fitted attire that perfectly accentuated every curve of her form, delineating her elegant silhouette with striking detail. Her long, straight legs and slender waist, barely encircled by a hand, stand in stark contrast to her full and upright bosom, embodying both elegance and allure. Yet, at this moment, her gaze is vacant, her expression numb, as if her very soul has been extracted. As she hears Li Qi's footsteps drawing near, she mechanically turns her head, her body slightly straightening, her spine taut, awaiting her master's arrival like a statue devoid of emotion. Li Qi gently pushes the door open, his gaze piercing as he fixes his eyes upon the shockwave woman. His look imbued with scrutiny and an undeniable possessiveness. His eyes slowly traverse her form, and he marvels, "Daisy, this uniform accentuates your captivating essence even further." The shockwave woman responds in a mechanical tone, "Thank you, master." Her voice is flat, void of emotion. Li Qi approaches her with deliberate slowness, reaching out to caress her cheek, his touch imbued with an irresistible force. The shockwave woman's body trembles slightly, her gaze remaining hollow, yet her breath becomes involuntarily more rapid. Li Qi gently envelopes her in his embrace, her body initially stiffening, muscles taut, before gradually relaxing within his hold. A subtle flush creeping across her cheeks. Sensing the delicate shifts within her, Li Qi's lips curl into a satisfied smile as he whispers, "You are mine, always." His actions become decisive as he slowly begins to remove her top. The shockwave woman offers no protest, merely nestling quietly against him. A flicker of confusion crossing her expression before she quickly reverts to her vacant stare. Li Qi carries her to the bedside and gently lays her down, subsequently engaging in an intimate interaction with her. Afterward, despite the air conditioning working at full capacity, the oppressive heat of the desert seems intent on reducing everything to ash, and both are beaded with fine droplets of sweat. Li Qi exhales softly, shaking his head in resignation as he rises from the bed, gazing at the shockwave woman, and softly instructs, "You should rest." She silently nods, her eyes still vacant, yet her body subconsciously shifts closer into the bed, as if guided by some primal instinct. She slightly turns, curling into herself, while Li Qi dons his clothes alone and returns to the rest area of room 001. Resuming his seat in the wicker chair, he feels a slight discomfort from the sweat upon his skin and reluctantly considers taking a shower. At that moment, he recalls Jane Foster. Among the two pairs of scientific sisters, he has already interacted with Darcy, yet Jane Foster, the female scientist now under his control, remains largely unexplored. Why not seize this opportunity to gauge Jane Foster's potential and, with the aid of his unique abilities, help her unlock her latent powers? Perhaps she could wield Thor's hammer and become a valuable ally. Li Qi finds this plan quite satisfactory and nods to himself. Meanwhile, Jane Foster is deeply engrossed in her experiments within the laboratory. The table before her is laden with an array of intricate instruments, while the computer screen beside her pulsates with streams of data. She furrowed her brows, unconsciously nibbling on the pen tip, utterly engrossed in recording the experimental results. Suddenly, she received a command from Li Qi through their mental link, "Jane Foster, come to the lounge immediately." The pen in Jane Foster's hand fell abruptly, her body stiffened slightly, and her gaze lost focus in an instant. After a moment, she mechanically set down her recording board, tidied the workstation, and silently exited the research room. Darcy looked up in bewilderment, watching her retreating figure, filled with curiosity, yet choosing not to inquire further. Jane Foster made her way down the corridor to the lounge designated as T001, gently pushing the door open. She found the leader seated in a wicker chair, a smile gracing his face as he regarded her. As an ordinary person devoid of any supernatural abilities at that moment, Jane Foster involuntarily tensed upon seeing the leader, her face instantly adopting a mechanical, rigid, and restrained expression, her eyes dulled as if robbed of vitality. Observing this, Li Qi slightly eased his mental control over her. Only then did Jane Foster begin to regain her composure, her expression softening. At this moment, Jane Foster retained her previous attire, a white blouse paired with straight-cut trousers and flat shoes. A pair of delicate black-framed glasses perched upon her prominent nose, her hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of intellectual elegance. Chapter 132. Unblocking Jian's meridians. Jane Foster, summoned by the leader Li Qi, hurriedly approached his room. She gently opened the door, and soft light bathed her figure. Compared to their initial encounter, Jane Foster appeared considerably more refreshed and graceful. Clad in a simple blouse and comfortable trousers, her previously disheveled hair was now neatly arranged. Although she had not taken a shower, the scholar's rigid demeanor had faded, replaced by a subtle essence of youthful exuberance that quietly emanated from her. Li Qi watched Jane Foster enter, his profound gaze appraising her. He raised a hand, signaling for her to close the door and come closer. Instinctively, Jean Foster bent slightly, her face marked by fear and submission, resembling a programmed puppet, mechanical and devoid of autonomy. Sensing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Li Qi's eyes, prompting him to relax his mental control slightly. This allowed Jean Foster to regain a semblance of vitality, her expression gradually becoming more animated. At this moment, Jean Foster, slightly bent at the waist, wore an oversized white blouse, revealing a hint of her sun-kissed shoulder blades and the fair skin beneath the garment, creating a stark contrast in skin tones. Li Qi observed this scene, understanding that this girl, passionate about scientific research, had devoted considerable effort to her project. Li Qi nodded with satisfaction and then spoke slowly. The purpose of summoning you this time is to cultivate you into a loyal guardian for your master, to become a formidable force capable of wielding that celestial iron, which I refer to as the divine hammer, or the hammer of Thor. He succinctly articulated the reason for her summons. In truth, even without explaining to Jean Foster, under the influence of mental control, the female servant would hold no thoughts of defiance or rebuttal. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express his intentions. Upon hearing this, Jean Foster, who had already been slightly bent, bowed her head further, her voice carrying a hint of mechanical obedience and trepidation as she said, "I shall comply with my master's arrangements. As a member of the master's beautiful legion, I shall devote myself to enhancing my strength and assisting my master in overcoming all obstacles." This was the attitude and sense of responsibility that every female servant should embody, and Li Qi found great satisfaction in her response. He then continued to address his newly acquired servant. The Hammer of Thor is an otherworldly artifact, not native to our blue star. Thus, if you wish to lift it, you must first open the meridians within your body. By cooperating with me in a dual cultivation method, we can awaken your spiritual veins. At this moment, I shall clear your meridians. In facilitating the opening of Jean Foster's meridians, Li Qi opted for the dual cultivation method rather than the initial approach of using electrical stimulation, which he had employed to awaken the powers within the Shockwave Woman. Ultimately, regardless of the method, the essence remained the same, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to evoke the attributes of the female Thor within Jean Foster, bestowing her with divine power, enabling her to respond to the call of the Hammer of Thor, while simultaneously creating a slight fissure in the curse emanating from a higher dimension of Asgard, thus allowing her to wield the hammer. Despite Li Qi's earlier effortless manipulation of the Hammer of Thor, which had seemed like a gust of wind, it was all facilitated by his extraordinary abilities. After all, he possessed this unique power while Jean Foster did not. Hence, he needed to leverage his gifts to unlock Odin's curse upon the hammer. Li Qi raised his hand, making a gesture in the air. Far in the center of the camp, the Hammer of Thor, still standing at the bottom of a sandpit, seemed to sense the call of immense power and suddenly shot upwards with a whoosh, like a black lightning bolt piercing through layers of rooms and tents, instantly arriving in Li Qi's grasp. Simultaneously, a hole the size of a bowl was smashed into the ceiling of the resting area, yet Li Qi paid it no heed. He gently set the hammer down on the ground, his gaze returning to Jean Foster, his eyes revealing an unassailable authority as he softly commanded, "Remove all your clothing." Jean Foster slowly extended her hand, first taking off her outer garment with a somewhat sluggish motion. Then, she unbuttoned her shirt, her fair skin gradually exposed to the air. Following this, she undid the button of her jeans, sliding them down to reveal her long legs. Finally, she removed the ordinary cotton panties she wore, discarding them carelessly on the ground, standing before Li Qi completely bare, her head bowed deeper, her face devoid of any expression. Lijibekonet Hadgenti, enveloping the female slave in his embrace, feeling the subtle tremor of her body, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. He then lifted her effortlessly, making his way toward the bed. Jean Faust, slender and not particularly tall, possessed a sharp nose and small yet lively eyes, her figure undeniably appealing. However, her entire body bore the marks of the sun, her shoulder blades, neck, and calves deeply tanned, while other areas such as her thighs, back, buttocks, and abdomen remained as pale as snow, the stark contrast in skin tone exuding an inexplicable allure. Li Qi placed Jean Faust abruptly on the bed, following suit himself, his own garments already loosened. He gazed at Jean Faust with a blend of scrutiny and anticipation, his hand reaching out to tenderly explore her body, beginning at her shoulders and gradually gliding down her arms, savoring the warmth and texture of her skin. His fingers seemed to possess an enchanting power. With each touch, Jian Fa's body quivered slightly. Subsequently, Li Qi commenced a thorough examination of Jian Fa's physique, closing his eyes to concentrate, employing the power of his golden touch to delve into the flow of her blood, her physical characteristics, and the specific pathways and development of her meridians. As the golden energy flowed into Jian Fa's body like a gentle stream, he distinctly sensed every subtle change within her form. As an individual of ordinary constitution, Jian Fa's health was far from ideal, teetering on the brink of suboptimal well-being. Being an academic, she rarely engaged in physical activity, her diet exceedingly haphazard, often failing to secure 2 adequate meals a day. Such dietary habits and a sedentary lifestyle had forged her current state of subhealth. However, for Li Qi, who wielded the golden touch, these conditions could be effortlessly altered and improved. As he penetrated Jian Fa's body with his golden ability, it released a gentle yet powerful energy, akin to a warm stream, flowing steadily within her. Jian Fa felt a surge of warmth rising from various parts of her body, initially encompassing her limbs and gradually converging in her abdomen, then radiating throughout her entire form. Her skin began to flush lightly, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, and she involuntarily emitted soft sounds. She could sense the remarkable transformations occurring within her body, as if a force were reshaping her very sinews. While guiding the energy of his golden touch, Li Qi softly reassured Jian Fa, urging her not to fear, to embrace this power, for it would empower her. Relax your body and cooperate with me. Jian Fa bit her lip, nodding slightly, striving to ease her body. She wrapped her arms around Li Qi's neck, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and trust, allowing that mysterious force to traverse within her. Under the full force of the Golden Fingers transformation, Jian Fa's body experienced a qualitative leap. Her previously frail arms and legs began to develop muscle, their contours becoming increasingly firm. Her skin grew smoother and more delicate, as if polished anew. The energy within her surged like a tumultuous tide, continuously battering her meridians, clearing away all obstructions. She could sense her strength growing, a newfound confidence blossoming in her heart. Subsequently, Li Qi rose from Jian Fa's side and sat on the edge of the bed. He beckoned the hammer of Thor to his hand and, utilizing the formidable golden finger, pried open the Odin's curse that enveloped the hammer, inputting Jian Fa's personal attributes into its core, thus granting her the right to wield the celestial artifact. The transformation process was now complete. At this moment, Jian Fa was already markedly different from the average person of Blue Star, harboring unfathomable energy within her. Her strength had vastly increased, and under this great power's transformation, she had undergone a revolutionary change compared to her previous suboptimal state. Jian Fa now possessed a physique akin to that of a seasoned athlete, radiating strength, with well-defined muscles in her arms and legs. However, due to her naturally shorter stature, these changes did not appear as pronounced as those of the towering Amazonian warriors. Yet, the surging mysterious power within her was sufficient to bridge the physical disparity. If she were to engage in combat with the strongest ordinary Amazonian warrior at this moment, the latter would undoubtedly be no match for Jian Fa. Li Qi was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. He handed the hammer of Thor to Jian Fa, inviting her to test the celestial artifact. At this juncture, Li Qi had successfully transformed Jian Fa into a warrior-type female slave imbued with superhuman abilities. He summoned the hammer of Thor and placed it in Jian Fa's hands, encouraging her to see if she could wield it in battle. Jian Fa stood there, her transformed body exuding a captivating allure. Her legs were long and toned, the muscle definition subtly visible beneath her velvety skin, resembling the ivory-like whiteness and elegance that extended from her slender ankles upward, each inch radiating a harmonious blend of strength and grace. Her hips were shaped like succulent peaches, perfectly flawless, with a springy texture that seemed to rebound against the pressure of fingertips. With her slightest movements, the enchanting curves quivered slightly, outlining an endless allure. Her waist was slender enough to be grasped delicately, forming a striking silhouette in conjunction with her ample bosom and pert bottom, showcasing the perfect proportions of her physique. Jian Fa gripped the hammer of Thor, feeling its weight. Previously, this celestial iron meteor weighed over 100 million tons. Regardless of the lifting equipment employed or the force exerted, it could not be moved even an inch. Yet at this moment, in her grasp, it appeared to be merely an ordinary iron hammer. Although it still bore a hint of weight, she could effortlessly lift and wield it. Li Qi observed Jane Foster, noticing the taut muscles in her arms as she swung the gleaming silver hammer of Thor with remarkable vigor. It seemed that the transformation of Jane Foster had been exceedingly successful. Subsequently, Li Qi took the hammer and demonstrated several fundamental movements and techniques to Jane Foster, articulating his instructions with an undeniable authority. The simple maneuvers, when executed by him, exuded an undeniable charm. Jane Foster stood attentively on the floor of the resting chamber, her gaze focused yet vacant, intently watching every motion of Li Qi, waiting for her master's command. Once Li Qi completed his explanation, he returned the hammer to Jane Foster. After her physical transformation and the unblocking of her energy channels, her capacity for learning and comprehension had significantly enhanced within mere minutes. She grasped the secrets of wielding the hammer adeptly, each movement executed with precision, requiring only practical training for mastery. Li Qi surveyed the female Thor he had meticulously created, feeling quite satisfied with her alluring physique. As the orchestrator, he deemed it essential to provide this newly acquired follower with thorough physical instruction. Sensing her master's intent, Jane Foster gently placed the hammer on the ground and stood obediently before Li Qi. He stepped closer, embracing her firmly, his gaze filled with scrutiny and possessiveness. Slowly traversing her form, his hands glided down her back, appreciating the smooth contours and the firmness of her muscles, silently admiring this exquisite physique. His hands then softly settled upon her peach-like, rounded posterior, and with a slight pressure, he could feel its astonishing resilience. Thinking to himself, this transformation has indeed rendered every part of her so captivating. Jane Foster's body quivered slightly, although devoid of autonomous emotion. Her physical instincts betrayed her sensitivity. He then grasped her elongated legs, slowly gliding from her thighs to her calves, his fingertips brushing against her velvety skin, sensing the strength harbored within her limbs. As Li Qi reveled in the beauty of Jane Foster's physique, he commenced detailed instruction. His hands moved from her legs to her waist, gently pinching her slender midsection, stating, "During combat, the power generated here is crucial. You must learn to adeptly harness the strength of your waist to drive your entire body." Jane Foster mechanically nodded, her expression vacant, yet intensely focused on each word spoken by her master. Li Qi's hands then gradually ascended to her arms, gently lifting her arm, bending and extending it, adjusting angles, explaining that when swinging the hammer, the movements of the arms must be precise and forceful to unleash maximum impact. As he spoke, he guided Jennifer Foster's movements with his own hands, allowing her to repeatedly experience the technique of exertion. Jennifer obediently followed Li Qi's instructions, striving for precision in each motion. Subsequently, Li Qi gently laid Jennifer down on the bed, positioning himself half-reclined beside her. His gaze wandered over her body, from her graceful neck to her full bosom, then to her flat abdomen, finally resting on her long legs. He softly grasped her ankle, lifting her legs slightly, feeling the tension and relaxation of the muscles, reminding her that on the battlefield, every inch of your body could serve as a weapon. One must learn to master them. Jennifer lay quietly on the bed, allowing Li Qi to manipulate her body, wholly attentive to her master's teachings. As her body subtly shifted with his movements, she offered no resistance, fully immersed in the execution of his commands. The leader then provided in-depth instruction to the follower in this somewhat confined resting area, where only Li Qi's steady voice and their faint breaths filled the air. After a considerable time, Li Qi released Jennifer, both of them drenched in sweat. The desert environment made it challenging to escape the scorching sunlight and relentless heat, despite the air conditioning and ventilation within their tent. Thus, Li Qi led his newly acquired follower, Jennifer Foster, toward the bathing area specially constructed for him within the camp. This bathroom, nestled in a corner of the resting area, was simply yet elegantly decorated. The soft lighting cascaded like gossamer over the polished tiles, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Various exquisite bathing products adorned the space, with the water temperature carefully adjusted to a comfortable level. As they entered the bathroom, Li Qi gestured for Jennifer to begin her preparations. Understanding immediately, she picked up a bottle of lavender-scented shower gel, pouring it into her hands. Following her master's previous preferences, she began by cleansing Li Qi's back. Her movements were precise and her pressure just right, providing Li Qi with a sense of comfort without being overly forceful. After tending to his back, Li Qi slightly turned, indicating for her to wash his chest. Without hesitation, Jennifer let the foam glide down his torso, and, after cleansing his upper body, Li Qi sat on a low stool in the bathroom. Jennifer knelt down to wash his legs, carefully applying the foam to his thighs and calves, her fingers gently pressing to ensure every area was thoroughly cleansed. As she washed, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Jennifer to intuitively adjust her pressure until he displayed a satisfied expression. Once she had finished washing Li Qi, Jennifer, at her master's indication, began to cleanse herself. Her movements were swift and adept, droplets of water cascading down her elongated legs and shapely hips, adding an alluring touch to her figure. Once the cleansing was complete and she had dried off, the two donned fresh garments. Jane Foster slipped into a white shirt provided by Scarlet. The fabric soft and form-fitting, paired with brown trousers that perfectly embraced her curvaceous form, accentuating the flawless lines of her lower body. Following her physical transformation, her bosom still appeared modest, though her physique had improved somewhat, standing upright beside the leader. They emerged from the bathing area and returned to Rick's resting quarters. Just as they settled in, Rick received a report from the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. It turned out that Jarvis had detected unusual activity around the perimeter of the camp. Several mechs were conducting round-the-clock surveillance to ensure Rick's safety. At that moment, less than 30 kilometers to the southeast, aerial patrols had detected an unidentified signal rapidly approaching the base. The advanced radar depicted a peculiar vessel, identical in design to those previously encountered piloted by the Dark Elf race in New York. It seemed a squad of Dark Elves was preparing to assault the camp. Upon receiving this information, Jarvis promptly reported to Rick. After listening, Rick turned to Jane Foster, who awaited her master's next command with focused anticipation, ready to execute her task. Having just become the goddess of thunder, Jane Foster was finally presented with her first opportunity for real combat. Chapter 134. The naked descent of the female slave. Rick had never anticipated that immediately after successfully transforming Jane Foster from a mere slave into a formidable goddess of thunder, the Dark Elves would launch a sudden attack. Thus, he decisively resolved to grant the goddess of thunder her inaugural combat training. However, at that moment, Jane Foster stood before Rick completely unclothed. Her long legs were straight and proportionate, the lines extending gracefully from her slender ankles upward, gradually sculpting rounded calves and firm thighs that glistened under the light like delicate jade. Her waist was slender, easily encircled by a single hand, seamlessly connecting the perfect proportions of her upper and lower body. Above, her full and pert breasts stood proudly, the rosy tips resembling ripe cherries, exuding an enticing allure. Her back showcased elegant contours, with slightly pronounced scapulae radiating a unique sensuality. A cascade of lustrous black hair flowed like a waterfall down her fair back, forming a striking contrast. In her right hand, she firmly grasped the hammer of the thunder god, its gleaming surface reflecting the indoor lights like a beacon of sanctity. This divine yet somewhat timid goddess of thunder was truly a sight to behold, evoking a sense of endearment. Since receiving the empowering force of thunder, Jane Foster has seemingly undergone a profound transformation. Previously, when her physical prowess had not yet been fully awakened, she exhibited a demeanor of subservience and trepidation in the presence of her master, which has notably eased. At this moment, her heart brims with the fervor of battle, vowing to pave the way for her master against any adversary that dares to approach. As Nick Fury beheld the striking figure of the female Thor, Jane Foster, he noted the subtle tan on her neck and shoulder blades, which starkly contrasted with the fair complexion of the rest of her body, evoking a faint amusement within him. However, given the urgency of the situation, he swiftly set aside this triviality and, after admiring her elegant silhouette once more, prioritized finding her suitable attire, a battle axe. Her other gear, within the temporary Scarlet camp, Nick seized the internal phone and dialed, stating, "Phil, it's Nick. Please bring me a set of premium Scarlet combat gear, the finest available." On the other end, Phil Coulson promptly replied, "Yes, sir. I'll deliver it right away." Moments later, Phil respectfully obeyed his master's command, delivering the best combat equipment the camp had to offer to Nick's room before quietly departing. The entire resting area was remarkably tranquil, devoid of other agents or patrol personnel. Thus, Jane Foster confidently opened the door, entering the room in her natural state to retrieve the gear. Before her master, she began donning the S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform piece by piece. The snug, specialized fabric accentuated her already graceful form exquisitely. She chose not to adorn herself with sidearms, submachine guns, or other weaponry, firmly believing that the might of Mjolnir alone sufficed. Once fully equipped, she lowered her head slightly and stood reverently beside her master, resembling a soldier awaiting inspection. Nick surveyed the poised and striking figure of the female Thor before him, inwardly nodding in approval. This was the ideal servant he had envisioned. Simultaneously, Jarvis, in accordance with Nick's directive, swiftly alerted the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp to issue a warning. In an instant, the entire camp sprang into action, each member diligently fulfilling their roles, preparing to obliterate the impending threat. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, who had just taken a brief respite in his quarters, sprang into action upon hearing the alarm, deftly seizing the specialized bow and arrows beside his bed and racing towards the camp's vantage point, his designated combat position, determined to impart a harsh lesson to their foes. At that moment, Wonder Woman, Diana, was positioned atop a slightly elevated mound of earth, executing her patrol duties around the perimeter of the camp. With a statuesque posture and a keen gaze fixed ahead, she sensed the swift approach of the invisible dark elf vessel, her divine instincts alerting her to the imminent danger. She slowly drew forth the god-slaying sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light. Diana remained vigilant, her gaze sharp and unwavering, awaiting her master's command before daring to act. Meanwhile, in another room of the camp, the well-endowed Darcy had also heard the alarm. However, for her, such sounds had become rather commonplace. Having spent nearly a week at the camp, she had already endured 6 or 7 of these alerts. Quietly, she settled back in her chair, her focus returning to the pile of data before her, while 3 steel mechs stood silently in the unseen corners, safeguarding her. Yet she failed to notice the camp's organized management. All agents and security personnel swiftly assumed their positions, bracing for action. Through the radio, Nick Fury addressed the nominal leader of the camp, Phil Coulson, saying, "Phil, continue to oversee internal affairs, ensuring the stability within the camp. I will handle the situation outside." Phil Coulson replied resolutely, "Yes, sir. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." He promptly relayed the directives for maintaining order. Soon after, Nick led the female Thor, Jane Foster, out of the break room, striding purposefully towards the camp's entrance. Along the way, Daisy Johnson, clad in a tight-fitting uniform, hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing her master, she promptly halted, bowing her head respectfully and earnestly imploring, "Master, please command me to join the battle. I shall not disappoint you." Nick regarded the young woman with Eastern features, adorned in the snug attire of S.H.I.L.D., her grace accentuated by the uniform. Pleased, he waved his hand, saying, "Very well, come with me." Thus, Nick, accompanied by Daisy Johnson and Jane Foster, continued towards the entrance. Throughout their journey, they observed the camp's security and tactical teams executing their deployments with meticulous precision, fortifying the camp's defenses, which deepened Nick's appreciation for Phil Coulson's capabilities. Nick chose not to take additional security or special operations teams, leading the 2 women directly out of the camp and into the vast expanse of the desert. At this moment, the encroaching dark elven spacecraft was drawing perilously close. The artificial intelligence, JARVIS, in accordance with Nick's combat directives, initiated the aerial warning and defense mechs to unleash a barrage against the dark elven ship, attempting to compel it to relinquish its cloaked state. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of intense exchanges as the steel mechs unleashed their firepower in an orderly fashion, while the dark elves quickly retaliated, resulting in a breathtaking aerial confrontation. Fire missiles and specialized rounds danced through the sky like magnificent fireworks. Before long, under the relentless barrage, the enemy ship was compelled to abandon its invisible guise. Only then did the onlookers discern its form, a somewhat peculiar battle vessel, approximately 10 meters in length, streamlined in shape, adorned with black wings. After revealing its true form, Li Chi gestured for Jane Foster, the Lady Thor, to take action, indicating that it was her turn to demonstrate their formidable power. Jane Foster immediately obeyed her master's command, bowing slightly before resolutely advancing. The howling winds whipped around her, and the swirling sands danced violently as her long black hair flowed freely in the tempest. Sand particles hovered before her, and a surge of potent energy erupted from within her, radiating from the enchanted hammer of the Thunder God. Forged from the core of a dying planet and imbued with the might of thunder. As she gazed upward, Jane observed that the enemy's spacecraft had sustained considerable damage, and several of the attacking steel mechs were similarly impaired. She gripped the handle of the Thunder God's hammer tightly and began to rotate it rapidly. Empowered by both the artifact and her own extraordinary energy, she ascended slowly into the air, able to hover momentarily. With unwavering resolve in her eyes, she looked down upon the beleaguered enemy ship, and her determination ignited into a fierce blaze. She was eager to prove her evolved abilities after unlocking her potential. With both hands firmly clasped around the hammer, she plummeted earthward like a meteor, crashing down upon the spacecraft with a thunderous impact. Thanks to the protection of the divine hammer and her enigmatic energy, Jane Foster emerged unscathed. In contrast, the enemy vessel, stricken by such overwhelming force, careened towards the ground, crashing into the vast, sandy expanse with a resounding thud, erupting in a thick plume of black smoke. The dark elf marauders hidden within the ship scrambled in a panic to escape. Chapter 135. Failed ambush in the wake of Jane Foster's earth-shattering strike. The dark elf battle vessel plummeted into the desert, instantly raising a towering sandstorm. As the hatch opened, several towering dark elf warriors stumbled out in disarray. They surveyed their surroundings, meeting the fierce glares of the gathered crowd without an ounce of fear. Instead, they brandished an array of long spears, short cannons, and other alien weaponry, charging aggressively toward Li Chi. At that moment, Jane Foster, wielding the hammer of the Thunder God, descended like a bolt of lightning from above. She positioned herself protectively in front of her master, exuding confidence and sharp determination as she faced the approaching alien warriors. Lowering her voice, she declared, "You shall contend with me. Come at me with all you've got." Jane had resolved to confront these 7 or 8 alien fighters simultaneously. Upon hearing her commanding words, the alien warriors instinctively halted in their tracks. They exchanged glances, momentarily struck with hesitation, none daring to advance. Just then, from the already fallen alien spacecraft, emerged an exceptionally tall alien warrior. He donned a black rhinoceros helmet, its worn spikes bearing testament to the battles it had endured. His body was clad in tattered alien armor, adorned with the mottled marks of combat. In his right hand, he wielded a formidable and hefty mace, while his left grasped a fragmentary object measuring less than 3 centimeters on each side. From a distance, it was clear that it was a shard of etheric particles. This individual was none other than the dark elf Death Knight, poised to transform into a cursed warrior. Upon witnessing this, Ricky hurriedly warned Jane Foster, "Jane, that as a cursed warrior of extraordinary might, you may not stand a chance against him." In truth, Ricky was not entirely certain of the capabilities of the female Thor he had just forged, but he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this cursed warrior. Hearing the leader's call, the female Thor turned to face Ricky and bowed deeply, demonstrating the respect a follower ought to show a leader, expressing gratitude for the warning. Then, with a voice that trembled yet was imbued with determination, she declared, "Leader, I am willing to brave fire and water for you. I shall surely vanquish this vile cursed warrior." Ricky did not deter Jane Foster. At that moment, the alien warrior swiftly inserted the etheric shard into a bloodied wound created by a dagger on his body. Instantly, he became enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist, his form flickering in and out of visibility, elusive and unpredictable. Following this, he let out a thunderous roar, brandishing his mace as he advanced with a cacophony of sound. With each step, he sank deeply into the soft sands, half of his foot becoming buried. As he passed by several alien warriors, he roughly shoved them aside, cursing their cowardice and deeming them unworthy of being part of the dark race. Then, like an enraged beast, he charged wildly towards Jane Foster, who met his advance with unwavering resolve, swinging the hammer of Thor with the fury of a tempest. Observing this, Daisy Johnson, the Quake, attempted to assist, but was restrained by Ricky's firm grip on her shoulder. He understood that given the intensity of their confrontation, her intervention would likely yield little benefit. It was prudent to watch the clash between the female Thor and the cursed warrior unfold. The ensuing confrontation was nothing short of cataclysmic. The mace met the hammer of Thor in a fierce collision, producing a deafening crack that seemed to rend the very air asunder. As they sprinted, the sands beneath their feet ignited with heat, swirling into a mini cyclone of dust. With the amplification of sound waves, the surrounding sands billowed wildly, creating a sandpit over a meter deep beneath them. Following this mighty collision, they quickly separated, each demonstrating immense strength, neither able to topple the other. The female, Thor, steadied herself as the ground beneath her cracked from the force of the impact. She breathed softly, wielding the Mjolnir with grace, her shoulders and arms appearing relaxed while secretly accumulating power. This unexpected turn of events caught her off guard, the enhanced warrior before her possessed strength beyond imagination. The cursed warrior, augmented by the ethereal particles, exhibited a blurred yet exhilarated demeanor. He swung his spiked mace wildly, several of its protrusions already shattered by the Mjolnir. This seemed to further incite his frenzy. His face flushed crimson, and his tattered armor appeared even more fragmented, while dark, swirling mists coiled around him like a living entity. He resembled a demon escaped from hell, howling as he charged once more toward the goddess of thunder. At that moment, from the heavens, the armored Wonder Woman, Diana, plummeted swiftly. It turned out that Diana had summoned a mech suit during her patrol and donned it rapidly for better aerial surveillance. Observing Jane Foster's failure to vanquish the cursed warrior in a single blow, she decisively descended from the sky. She landed gracefully and swiftly beside the goddess of thunder, standing shoulder to shoulder with her while signaling to Rick with a nod. As allies, they fought together, and Rick raised no objections. Meanwhile, at the camp entrance, the affable Phil Coulson led a team of agents rushing forth. They formed an orderly line, encircling Rick for protection. Above the camp gate, Hawkeye Clint, armed with a specialized bow, had already targeted the cursed warrior, inquiring via his earpiece whether to initiate the attack. Just then, Rick received an urgent report from the AI. Jarvis, Master, several alien cloaked ships have been detected nearby, presumably a support squad approaching rapidly. Rick immediately shouted to the goddess of thunder and Wonder Woman. The enemy has reinforcements on the way. We must act swiftly to secure the camp. Heeding their leader's command, both followers advanced without hesitation, charging towards the cursed warrior. The Shockwave Woman, understanding the leader's intent, also dashed towards several other alien combatants. Hawkeye Clint loosed arrows from above, targeting the ordinary alien soldiers. The battlefield erupted in chaos. Under the combined assault of Wonder Woman and the Goddess of Thunder, the already enhanced alien warrior proved utterly defenseless. Following their second clash, the cursed warrior's fractured armor collapsed entirely, and his robust body erupted with black blood from multiple wounds. His grotesque visage twisted further, marked by a colossal footprint. Ultimately, the cursed warrior fell upon the desert, struggling a few moments before succumbing to defeat. Not far away, Jarvis directed the Mech Legion to unleash firepower against the approaching alien warships, igniting a fierce aerial skirmish. The alien Dark Elf soldiers were swiftly subdued or shot down by the formidable power of Richie. Thus, the Dark Elves' audacious ambush culminated in a complete failure. Chapter 136. The bodies of the three maidens on the very day Richie arrived at the S.H.I.L.D. camp located in the desert. He successfully thwarted a large-scale assault by the Dark Elf race. In this endeavor, the Lady Thor, Jane Foster, and Wonder Woman, Diana, played pivotal roles, joining forces to eliminate the cursed warrior. In the skies not far from the camp, the Mech Legion commanded by Jar Vis bravely engaged, utterly dismantling the Dark Elf warships that had come to provide support. The fierce winds carried swirling sands, painting a desolate post-battle tableau, several black, smoke-belching alien vessels lay wrecked upon the desert, scattered like fallen beasts. A multitude of Dark Elf warriors lay, sprawled across the ground. Once the chaos subsided, Richie decisively ordered the retreat and dispatched a specialized security team to clear the alien corpses. Simultaneously, the downed alien warships were carefully transported to Stark Industries headquarters in New York for disassembly and reverse engineering. Although Ritchie had publicly declared the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing and design division, this was merely a fade. These alien vessels would undoubtedly contribute to the future of Stark technology. Lady Thor, Jane Foster, Wonder Woman, Diana, and Quake, Daisy Johnson, the three devoted followers, accompanied the leader Ritchie back to the camp. Meanwhile, the amiable Phil Coulson, alongside Hawkeye, Clint Barton, was left to tidy up the battlefield. Upon returning to the somewhat cramped dormitory, Ritchie seated himself on the bed, while the three followers stood beside him, further compressing the already limited space. Ritchie gazed up at his companions. Jane Foster and Daisy Johnson were clad in DS form-fitting uniforms, one in brown, the other in black. The tight attire accentuated their figures, showcasing their exquisite curves in all their glory. After a taxing day in the sweltering desert, the first order of business was a refreshing bath. Despite most of the camp personnel being engaged outside, Ritchie instructed JARVIS to temporarily secure the resting quarters. In the bathroom, Jane Foster was the first to shed her brown SHIELD uniform as she unfastened her attire. Her ample bosom quivered slightly, reminiscent of a ripe fruit, soft and rounded. Her delicate waist was as slender as a willow, creating a perfect silhouette with her firm and pert posterior. She stepped gently into the flowing water, warm streams cascading down her porcelain skin, droplets gathering momentarily at her collarbone before tracing the elegant curve of her neck and disappearing into the valley of her chest. Daisy Johnson also removed her black, form-fitting uniform. Her sun-kissed skin glistened with a healthy sheen in the humid air, and the graceful contours of her long, athletic legs flowed smoothly, with muscles subtly undulating as she moved, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Her flat and toned abdomen revealed the faint outline of defined abs, adding an alluring touch to her allure. As she lifted her arms to adjust the water temperature, the lines of her back unfurled like a beautiful canvas, with her shoulder blades slightly protruding and the delicate curve of her spine subtly visible, extending along her slender waist to her rounded hips, resembling a captivating landscape. Wonder Woman Diana, having shed her somewhat tattered armor, revealed a shirt clinging to her impressive physique, already drenched in sweat. Her ample bosom lifted the shirt, accentuating a breathtaking silhouette. The broad and powerful lines of her shoulders showcased the strength and resilience of an Amazon warrior. The jeans she wore embraced her long and powerful legs, sculpting her firm posterior. As she stepped into the flowing water, it cascaded over her, sending sparkling droplets into the air, a sight that was truly delightful. "Your figures are indeed a feast for the eyes," remarked Rick, his gaze slowly sweeping over the three followers in admiration. Upon hearing the compliment, the three followers felt a blush creep onto their cheeks, their eyes betraying a mix of shyness and delight. The four entered the steam-filled bathing area of the relaxation zone, the small bathroom thick with humidity. Leaning against the wall, Rick watched the three bodies partially concealed in the flowing water. Jane's golden hair clung to her collarbone, droplets cascading from the tips. Daisy's sun-kissed skin shimmered with moisture, beads of sweat trickling down her spine, and Diana's battle scars emerged and faded in the steam, the water flowing over the dip in her lower back. "Jane, hand me a towel," Rick commanded. Before he finished speaking, Daisy had already knelt on the damp, non-slip mat, her knees pressing down as she held the pristine white towel high above her head. As she tilted her head back, her Adam's apple moved along her slender neck, beads of sweat rolling from her collarbone into her voluptuous cleavage. Diana squeezed some shower gel into her palm, saying, "The leader needs to relax." Rick pressed his hand against Daisy's neck, guiding her beneath the shower head. The water cascaded over her slightly trembling shoulder blades, flowing down her spine and into her curves, washing away the accumulated grains of sand into tiny eddies. "Use sound waves to disperse the sand," he whispered close to her ear, his fingertips tracing her sensitive lower back. Daisy shivered, her ample form tensing in response, while Jane suddenly wrapped her arms around Rick's waist from behind, her damp bosom pressing against his back. "I too wish to serve the leader," she breathed, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Diana, pulling off her soaked shirt, let her full breast sway gently with the movement, guiding Jane's hand to Rick's belt, instructing, "First, please the leader." After their bath, the three female followers vied eagerly to dry the leader's body. Daisy Johnson's eyes sparkled with desire and urgency as she took the initiative, humbly kneeling before Rick. Holding a towel as white as snow, her gaze intensely focused and fervent, fixed unwaveringly on him. She slightly tilted her head back, revealing her elongated neck. Gently grasping the corner of the towel as she began to meticulously wipe down Li Qi's body. As she bent over, the contours of her back once again came into view, the slenderness of her waist and the pertness of her hips forming an alluring arc that captivated the gaze. Before long, all four of them were clean, and they donned their clothes in the changing area outside the bathroom. Jane Foster and Daisy Johnson remained in their S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, while Diana still wore her shirt and jeans. Once dressed, the four of them exited the bathroom. The entire camp was still on high alert. Aside from the usual security and patrol personnel, others have been summoned by Phil Coulson to assist in clearing the battlefield in the desert. The large alien spacecraft had been loaded onto a truck, ready to be transported directly to Stark Industries in New York. Li Qi instructed his 3 female companions to attend to their own matters, leaving only the Wonder Woman, Diana, to accompany him as they leisurely made their way to the camp entrance. He cast a glance at the security team in the distance, diligently clearing the aftermath in the desert. At that moment, Phil Coulson, upon spotting the leader, hastened toward him from afar. Under the blazing sun, Coulson remained impeccably dressed in his suit and shoes, though his attire was now wrinkled and dust-laden, and what little hair he had clung to his forehead. Upon reaching the leader, Coulson halted and reported in his characteristic calm voice. Leaders, H.O.D. Headquarters has dispatched a team of reinforcements, led by Agent May, expected to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Please advise on the subsequent course of action. Meanwhile, in another expansive room within the research area, the balding researcher Eric, clad in a lab coat and shorts, stood before a table. On the table lay a model of the sandy terrain, alongside the positions of the 9 celestial bodies currently in the sky. As Jane Foster's mentor, Eric Selvig possessed a wealth of specialized and theoretical knowledge. At this moment, his brow was furrowed tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he feverishly jotted notes and recalculated with a calculator, murmuring to himself, "I've discovered it. I've uncovered the secret of Thor's hammer, the secrets of the 9 planets." His expression was one of excitement, bordering on mania, as he hurriedly slipped on his slippers and rushed out of the room, intent on finding Jane Foster to share his astonishing findings with the ever-amiable Phil Coulson. Chapter 137. The control of Agent May. The research fanatic Eric was in a state of frantic exultation, dashing toward the camp entrance with wild urgency. His mind was solely focused on locating the affable Phil Coulson to divulge his monumental discovery. Unbeknownst to Eric, the authority of the S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary camp had quietly shifted to Li Qi, who had not exerted any control over Eric. At this moment, Richie stood majestically at the entrance of the camp, observing the scene with keen interest. Eric, with his hair flying wildly and dressed in oversized shorts and a tank top, epitomized the quintessential scholar as he stumbled toward Phil Coulson, who was directing the cleanup in the desert, shouting loudly, "Mr. Coulson, I have made a crucial discovery. You must see this. Besides this extraordinary hammer-shaped meteorite, several locations around the globe show signs of suspected portals, which may be closely related to the celestial phenomenon of the 9-star alignment. I fear there is a monumental crisis lurking behind this." Just as Eric was speaking fervently, Phil Coulson turned to him, and suddenly a fierce wind swept through the sky. Simultaneously, Richie's earpiece relayed the calm report of the artificial intelligence. "Jarvis, sir, a fast-flying Quinjet is disengaging its cloaking mode in the high altitude and is preparing for a vertical descent. The powerful thrust from its tail is stirring up the desert like a violent storm." Since Jarvis had already identified the aircraft as belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., it did not intercept it, allowing it to approach freely. Upon sighting the jet, Phil Coulson snapped back to attention, disregarding Eric's report, and hurriedly turned to stride toward Richie, stating, "Leader, Agent May is estimated to arrive even sooner. This jet is piloted by her. Our reinforcements have arrived." The agents in the camp had long anticipated Agent May's arrival. News of her impending presence had enveloped her in an aura of mystery and charm. She was a legendary figure within S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, she completes every mission with such finesse, I truly look forward to witnessing her prowess firsthand. These hushed discussions cast an enchanting shadow over Agent May even before her appearance. Richie, having developed a profound interest in this renowned super agent, recalled that during his half-day at the camp, his follower, Quake, had mentioned that Daisy was trained by Agent May when she was with HLD, and they had formed a small team directly under Phil Coulson's leadership. Agent May had been engaged in other missions until now, and upon their completion, she had come to support Coulson and Quake. Phil introduced her to the leader. Agent May's full name is Melinda May. Like the super agent Black Widow, she possesses no superhuman abilities. Her exceptional combat skills and remarkable intellect have secured her position as one of SHIELD's top agents. As he finished the introduction, the Quinjet gradually descended onto the desert beside the camp. Instantly, the fierce wind and swirling sand created a chaotic scene, forcing the agents and security personnel attending to the battlefield to bow their heads and cover their noses, appearing quite disheveled amidst the swirling yellow dust. The belly hatch of the aircraft slowly opened, and a squad of agents emerged in perfect formation. As the leading agent, May, made her appearance, she became a striking sight, captivating the attention of all present. She possesses an almost flawless 9-head body proportion, her figure curvaceous and alluring. The specially crafted tight uniform from SHIELD clings to her form, accentuating every curve exquisitely. Her full and resilient bosom, enveloped by the fitted attire, creates a deep and enticing cleavage. Her slender waist, delicate as a willow in the breeze, harmonizes beautifully with her rounded and pert hips, which sway gently with a mature and captivating rhythm as she walks. Her legs are long and straight, muscular yet powerful, each step imbued with resolve. Cascading down her shoulders is a mane of lustrous black hair, a few strands dancing in the wind. Her face is exquisitely sculpted, with faint smile lines at the corners of her eyes, adding a touch of mature charm that comes with the passage of time. Her bright eyes, at times sharp as an eagle's, and at others gentle as water, reflect a myriad of emotions. Her full, rosy lips curve slightly upwards, exuding an air of confidence and sensuality. Upon seeing Phil Coulson, Agent May's face lit up with a genuine smile. Their eyes met, and memories of past missions flashed through their minds. Old friend, do you remember our mission on the ice fields? That was quite a thrilling experience, Agent May remarked softly. Coulson smiled back, reminiscing indeed. It was thanks to you that we managed to avoid trouble. Nearby, Quake approached with a quickened step, embracing Agent May warmly, playfully whispering in her ear, May, since you arrived, even this desert feels less scorching. Do you have some secret? Agent May affectionately squeezed Quake's hand, chuckling, oh, you sweet talker. Quake then led May towards Rick. Introducing him, May, allow me to introduce you to Rick. He is my leader. May paused slightly, her eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity as she scrutinized Rick. When their gazes met, an electric tension surged through the air, a palpable sense of pressure igniting her instincts. Yet, sharing an Eastern heritage with Rick instilled in her a peculiar familiarity. At that moment, Rick decisively activated his mental control abilities. An unseen psychic field surged forth like a tumultuous tide, enveloping Agent May instantly. A sharp tightening sensation gripped her heart, an overwhelming strangeness coursing through her body like electricity. She attempted to resist, her body beginning to squirm slightly, her eyes betraying her struggle and defiance. However, Rick's mental control was both efficient and swift, piercing through her mental defenses like an arrow. A flush gradually crept over her skin, beginning at her cheeks and swiftly spreading to her neck and then to her chest. Her breathing became rapid and warm, her breath mingling with the air as her chest rose and fell dramatically, the fullness of her bosom quivering with each inhalation. As her gaze began to shift, her pupils constricted sharply, seemingly gathering the last vestige of resistance, only to subsequently expand uncontrollably, filling her eyes with a veil of hazy confusion. With the depth of mental control intensifying, her legs trembled involuntarily, her knees bending slowly, while the gluteal muscles tightened with exertion, creating intricate creases across her form-fitting tactical pants. Just as her knees were about to collapse heavily to the ground, Li Chi appeared like a specter, extending his iron-like arm to firmly grasp her elbow. At that moment, the last flicker of defiance in Agent May's eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by utter submission and bewilderment. She gazed up at Li Qi, her ruby lips parting slightly, exhaling a faint, trembling whisper, "The Dominator." Li Qi fixed his gaze upon her, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features as he smiled gently yet authoritatively, saying, "Agent May, it is too hot outside. Let us converse at the camp." With that, he tenderly pulled her arm, guiding her towards the direction of the camp. Around them, the relentless sun blazed down, while the wind and sand swirled around them, as if heralding a unique symphony for this swift and complete mental dominion. Chapter 138. Agent May kneeling in the bathroom, Li Qi forcefully led Agent May into the rest and accommodation area of the camp. Wonder Woman and Thor, like vigilant sentinels, patrolled the periphery of the military encampment, keeping a close watch for a potential second wave of enemy attacks. Yellow sand danced wildly in the air, while a few downed alien spacecraft were being carefully packaged and loaded onto trucks, slowly making their way to Stark Industries headquarters in New York. The affable Phil Coulson stood dutifully at the entrance of the rest and accommodation area, ensuring absolute silence and safety by clearing the vicinity for Li Qi. Under Hawkeye's effective management, the camp had resumed normal operations, with numerous undercover sentries and guards returning to their posts. The Vibranium Woman accompanied the members of the S.H.I.L.A. team brought by Agent May as they relaxed and explored the rest area, their laughter and chatter echoing occasionally. Some members of the team expressed surprise at the closeness between Agent May and Li Qi. The Vibranium Woman quickly clarified that they were longtime acquaintances, leading to a collective realization among the other team members. Li Qi typically refrained from exerting mental control over ordinary agents. His focus was primarily on individuals with extraordinary abilities or talents. Although Agent May lacked superpowers, she was an unparalleled master of human skills, ranking among the elite in the global agent community, thus becoming a valuable aid to Li Qi. Upon entering the resting room, Agent May lowered her head, resembling a startled fawn, obediently trailing behind Li Qi. The overhead light cascaded down, accentuating her poised yet delicate silhouette. Agent May's features were exquisitely refined, her skin smooth as fine jade, emanating a soft, luminous sheen. A pair of phoenix eyes, bright and profound, emanates an intelligence and resilience unique to a secret agent. Her straight nose rises majestically like a mountain peak, accentuating the three-dimensionality of her facial features. Her slightly pursed lips bear a delicate blush. Her figure is nothing short of perfection, a slender waist that can be grasped with a single hand, yet it embodies a sense of robust strength. Her bosom is full and curvaceous, elegantly outlined by the fitted uniform, showcasing both feminine grace and the competence of an agent. Her rounded and pert hips resemble a ripe peach, swaying gently with each step, exuding an enchanting allure. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth flowing lines, muscles taut and elastic, transitioning seamlessly from thigh to calf. The firmness of her thigh muscles, brimming with power, becomes even more pronounced in the snug fit of her pants. Li Qi reaches out to grasp Agent May's chin, gently lifting her face, his gaze scrutinizing, while simultaneously easing his mental hold over her. Agent May trembles slightly, her eyes filled with fear and submission, slowly raising her head to reveal a pleasing smile, akin to a flower blossoming in the wind, albeit tinged with caution. A smile that delights Li Qi. Without hesitation, Li Qi rudely unfastens the buttons of May's S.H.I.L.D. uniform. Beneath the brown-fitted attire lies a meticulously crafted bulletproof vest, made from the latest ultra-aggregate material developed by S.H.I.L.D. Lighter and sturdier than Kevlar armor, the vest only slightly thicker than a regular shirt, yet boasting superior ballistic protection. Agent May promptly removes the upper half of her bulletproof vest, swiftly followed by her uniform trousers, revealing a pair of briefs designed to cover her hips and thighs, effectively safeguarding vital areas. Of course, in the midst of an intense battle, a specially designed helmet is necessary for head protection. As she sheds these layers, Agent May is left clad only in a light blue high-waisted undergarment, the fabric soft and comfortable against her skin. Her abdomen is flat and firm, with hints of defined muscles, showcasing her formidable core strength. At this moment, having just descended from the Quinjet into the sweltering desert, a thin sheen of sweat forms on her body. As her clothes are removed, the sweat gradually evaporates in the cool air of the room, causing goosebumps to rise on her back and legs. Noticing this, Li Qi reaches out to rub her back and thighs vigorously, the goosebumps slowly fading away, revealing her flawless physique once more before his eyes. Agent May trembles as she gradually leans against Li Qi's chest, while he, in turn, removes his shirt. In this somewhat confined space, Li Qi pushes May onto the bed. In this intimate exchange with such an Eastern woman, Li Qi experiences a sensation distinct from his encounters with other female followers, garnering a deeper sense of joy and fulfillment. In the ongoing interactions with the leader, May gradually began to take the initiative to please him, employing the gentle demeanor and grace characteristic of Eastern women to serve him continuously. Spiritually, emotionally, and physically, she had completely surrendered to Li Qi. Amidst this intimate connection, time slipped away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. It was only then that Li Qi rose from the bed. Both of them were drenched in sweat, despite the gentle breeze circulating in the small room. It could not dissipate the moisture that enveloped them. Thus, Li Qi led Agent May to the bathroom in the accommodation area for a refreshing wash. This bathroom had been designated by the benevolent Filkerson for the exclusive use of Li Qi and his followers, forbidden to others in the base. Upon entering the bathroom, Li Qi turned on the shower, warm water cascading down. He sat on a nearby chair, gesturing towards the floor. Agent May immediately grasped his intent and obediently knelt beneath the flowing water, allowing it to cleanse her body. The water streamed down from her head, dampening her hair, with strands clinging to her cheeks. She tilted her head slightly back, her elongated neck exposed to Li Qi's gaze. Li Qi tossed her a towel, curtly instructing her to dry herself. Agent May swiftly caught the towel, beginning to wipe her face with swift and practiced motions, her gaze lowered, not daring to meet Li Qi's eyes. As she wiped her neck, her slender fingers glided gently across her skin, as if fearing to miss any spot. She moved on to her shoulders, which were broad and strong from prolonged training and missions, yet appeared somewhat diminished before Li Qi. The contours of her arm muscles flowed gracefully, trembling slightly during the process. Whether from the alternating temperatures of the water or her inner tension remained uncertain. When she reached her chest, her movements hesitated momentarily, a blush creeping on her face, yet she dared not linger, continuing to wipe, her rounded chest subtly swaying with her actions. Her abdomen was flat, with hints of defined muscles barely visible as the towel glided over her torso. As it moved to her legs, she began with her firm thighs, muscular and powerful, yet her motions bore a hint of fluster under Li Qi's scrutiny. The scar on her knee, a remnant from her missions, became increasingly pronounced under the water's touch. She delicately wiped over her knee, progressing down to her slender calves, whose elegant lines and delicate ankles were attended to with utmost care, each inch of skin meticulously dried, the water trickling down her legs and splashing softly onto the floor. Once she had completed drying her body, Agent May looked up at Li Qi, her eyes reflecting a question. Li Qi nodded subtly, prompting her to rise, take another towel, and kneel beside him to commence the process of drying his body. Her movements were gentle and cautious, transitioning from her face to her neck and then to her shoulders, each action imbued with meticulous care. As she wiped his arm, she delicately grasped Richi's bicep, her fingers gliding along the contours of his muscles with unwavering diligence. When she attended to his abdomen, she could feel the firmness of his muscles beneath her touch. As she reached his legs, she exercised even greater caution. After her bath, Agent May swiftly donned her S.H.I.L.D. form-fitting uniform, regaining her composed demeanor, yet her eyes still betrayed a hint of fear. Richi, accompanied by Phil Coulson and Agent May, proceeded to the command center to assess the damage inflicted by the recent assault. Following reports from Coulson and Hawkeye, it became clear that the camp had suffered minimal losses, primarily due to the valiant efforts of several formidable members, while ordinary agents merely provided support. Glancing at the report, Agent May spoke to Richi in a voice tinged with tremor, yet resolute. "Master, should adversaries dare to intrude again, I shall devote myself entirely to tracking down their lair and ensnaring them all." Richi, satisfied, affectionately patted Agent May's head, acknowledging her loyalty. At that moment, The artificial intelligence Jarvis reported to Ricci, "Sir, we have identified the long-haired man you described, who is suspected to be the former master of Thor's hammer, stealthily approaching our camp. What shall we do?" Chapter 139. The weeping god of thunder having successfully tamed and enjoyed the company of the S.H.I.E.L.D. super agent, Agent May, Ricci was met with an unexpected surprise. The intelligent assistant Jarvis conveyed, "Sir, we have located a target, likely the very Thor you have been searching for, who has descended from the heavens." Just as the words left Jarvis's virtual lips, the images captured by the aerial patrol mech were projected clearly before Ricci's eyes. In the vast expanse of a sandy desert, distance from the temporary S.H.I.L.D. camp, a figure atop a sand dune drew immediate attention. Clad in tattered garments, his golden hair billowed freely in the wind, and a rugged beard adorned his face, revealing the weight of time. At that moment, he cautiously navigated the terrain between the dune and the elevation, slowly advancing toward the camp. His wary demeanor resembled that of a startled bird, each step marked by trepidation, and his comical attempts at stealth evoked a sense of absurdity, as if staging a farcical play that elicited quiet laughter. Yet, oblivious to the absurdity, the man persisted in his careful approach, occasionally peering around or closing his eyes in concentration, seemingly relying on some mysterious intuition to seek out the hammer of Thor that occupied his thoughts. Witnessing this scene, Ricci felt an undeniable certainty. This man was indeed Thor, the son of the god of thunder. Stripped of his divine powers, Thor had been reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Nevertheless, his extraordinary presence and physique remained unmistakably evident. As Ricci gazed at Thor's image, a flicker of excitement and anticipation danced in his eyes, and he mused inwardly, "I have traversed this desert expanse, waiting solely for you." In the present moment, Li Chi promptly instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to summon his esteemed subordinates. Among them were the skilled archer, Hawkeye, the steadfast and reliable Phil Coulson, and his legion of enchanting women. He also specifically requested the presence of Wonder Woman and Thor, who were patrolling the perimeter of the desert camp. Upon receiving their leader's summons, the assembled individuals displayed no hint of hesitation and swiftly made their way to the designated location. Agents May and Quake respectfully positioned themselves behind Li Chi, while Wonder Woman Diana and Thor stood solemnly on either side before him. Li Chi turned to the ever-reliable Phil Coulson and spoke with a measured tone. "Phil, the individual in the footage is the target I am determined to capture. Should he attempt to infiltrate the camp, do not impede him. Simply allow him entry." He then directed his attention to Hawkeye and said, "Hawkeye, continue to oversee the smooth operation of base." Subsequently, he addressed Wonder Woman Diana and Thor, emphasizing, "You two must ensure the safety of the base. No unwelcome guests must approach." The two formidable warriors accepted their orders without hesitation, turning to re-enter the desert, concealing their forms to safeguard the camp's security. As for Agents May and Quake, Li Chi had no immediate special assignments for them. He instructed them to lead the S.H.I.L.D. team in taking a brief respite within the camp while maintaining its daily defense. The two agents, upon receiving their orders, efficiently began to organize their respective teams. Li Chi strolled to the heart of the camp, where the renowned Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, lay quietly in the hands of Jane Foster, the female Thor. The fallen prince of Asgard, Thor, had traversed great distances to reclaim his beloved hammer. After contemplatively pondering, Li Chi established a mental link with Jane Foster to convey his thoughts. He then raised his arm, opening his palm and making a grasping motion toward the void. In an instant, Mjolnir, which had been in Jane Foster's possession, seemed to respond to a mysterious force, breaking free from its constraints and transforming into a streak of light that soared directly toward Li Chi. It traversed the air like a shooting star, carving a brilliant trajectory, effortlessly piercing through the camp's 2 layers of barriers before landing firmly in Li Chi's grasp. Upon seizing the divine weapon, Li Chi felt a surge of potent and familiar energy coursing through him, as if Mjolnir and he had established a profound connection, becoming one. With a mere thought, the hammer began to whirl in his hand, radiating dazzling light as if celebrating the discovery of a new master. Beyond the specific conditions bestowed upon Mjolnir by Odin, it was perhaps the purity and goodness within Li Chi's heart that led this artifact to acknowledge him. After demonstrating his prowess with the hammer to his satisfaction, Li Chi gently placed it in a sandy pit beneath him, then leapt out of the pit and returned along the passage to the command room. Surrounding the command center, all functional areas are meticulously arranged. The surveillance room, security office, research lab, weapon display room, and rest area are in harmonious order. Li Chi sits in the command center, adeptly monitoring the movements around the camp through multiple screens before him. Simultaneously, under the precise control of Javis, the Mech Legion patrolling the skies remains ever vigilant, ready to report any disturbances. At this moment, Li Chi's gaze is intensely fixed on the surveillance footage, closely observing the actions of Thor, the god of thunder. To facilitate Thor's covert infiltration into the camp, Li Chi has deliberately lowered the security level to its minimum. Thor proceeds cautiously, moving in a serpentine manner, resembling a stealthy thief with ulterior motives. After a lengthy 20 minutes, he successfully blends into the camp. Li Chi has been silently observing him for a while, scrutinizing the appearance of this fallen prince, noting that it differs slightly from his preconceived image. At this moment, despite his disheveled state, Thor's eyes still convey a sense of determination and tenacity. As he advances, he murmurs to himself, "Old friend, I can sense your presence nearby, waiting for me. We shall return to the realm of the gods and restore the glory of Asgard, bringing peace back to the 9 realms." He rambles on as if Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, could hear his words. After skillfully evading waves of patrolling security personnel, Thor finally arrives beside the hammer he has longed for. He slowly lowers his head, his gaze instantly captivated by the hammer, which gleams under the light, filled with obsession and deep affection, as if it were not merely a weapon, but a long-lost beloved. At this moment, Thor trembles with excitement, whispering, "Old friend, I have finally found you." With that, he crouches down, extending his right hand to grasp the hammer's handle, attempting to lift Mjolnir using his own strength. For him, this hammer represents not just a weapon, but the source of his power, a symbol of his identity, and the hope of returning to the realm of the gods. "Father, watch over me. I will prove myself. I am the true son of the gods in the 9 realms. I will reclaim Asgard's dominion over all." Thor grits his teeth, exerting all his strength to lift the hammer and escape this feeble human camp in his eyes. However, regardless of his efforts, Mjolnir remains steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. A flicker of panic and frustration appears on Thor's face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his beard. His arms strain under the exertion, muscles aching painfully, yet he refuses to relent, continuously shifting positions in search of a method to lift the hammer. But all is in vain. Mjolnir remains resolutely in place, mercilessly declaring his failure. At long last, Thor could no longer endure. His legs gave way, and he sank to the sandy ground. His eyes brimmed with despair and confusion as his mind involuntarily revisited the moment when he was cast down to earth by the Allfather Odin. In that instant, his father not only stripped him of his divine powers and armor, but also placed a mysterious curse upon Mjolnir, excluding him from its wielders. Reflecting on this, the son of the gods, who had traversed great hardships from a distant oasis town to this desolate place, could no longer contain the anguish within and broke down in tears. The pride and confidence he once held began to crumble into dust at that moment. Chapter 140. The fallen thunder god, the thunder god. Thor watched helplessly as his beloved hammer lay before him, unattainable. His internal defenses shattered, he wept openly on the ground. His unrestrained sobs resonated like a heavy hammer, shattering the tranquility of the camp and startling the agents who had deliberately skirted around him during their patrols. They stared in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, in the command room, Rick, lounging with his feet propped up and gazing at the surveillance screens, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Thor's emotional breakdown. After a brief pause of incredulity, he nodded slightly, contemplating that this thunder god seemed somewhat impetuous, bearing the temperament of a child. Nevertheless, he recognized that this formidable ally was essential to his plans. Rising from his chair, Rick exited the command room and made his way toward the encircled mound of sand in the center of the camp, followed closely by Agent May, the ever-amiable Phil Coulson, the formidable Quake, and other members of the SHIELD team. They accompanied their leader through the corridor, directly to the platform beside the sandpit. Rick looked down at the Asgardian prince, whose eyes were red-rimmed and whose tears had long since dried. A knowing smile crept across his face. Just as he prepared to speak, Thor sensed the approach of others, abruptly halting his cries and rising to his feet. He disregarded the sand clinging to his attire, eyeing the group with vigilance, his body tensed and ready for either battle or flight. In his mind, these frail humans had never commanded respect. After all, as the exalted prince of Asgard, he had previously dealt with beings from the Nine Realms with a mere strike of his hammer. Though stripped of his powers and artifacts, his proud heart remained unchanged. He lifted his chin, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Thor was the first to speak, his tone brooking no contradiction. Have you kept my hammer in good condition? Has it been shielded from the elements? His words conveyed an air as if the hammer were a delicate extraterrestrial maiden. Rick found amusement in Thor's retort, responding not with anger, but with a grin. You claim this is your hammer. Can you lift it? I might as well say it is mine. Upon hearing the words, Thor, the god of thunder, could not help but emit a derisive chuckle, his face adorned with a confident smile, radiating an otherworldly superiority. Mortal, should you truly manage to lift this divine hammer, I shall follow you henceforth, he proclaimed. Ha! Ignorant being of Midgard. Do you not comprehend that this artifact was forged from a dead star? Just as he was about to embark on an elaborate discourse regarding the origins and attributes of Mjolnir, he was halted by a raised hand from Li Chi. Li Chi countered, if I were to effortlessly lift and wield it, would you genuinely acknowledge me as your master and obey my commands? Thor once again displayed his enigmatic confidence and disdain, responding, that is indeed the case. We gods are known for our steadfast promises. Mortal, you remain unaware that in our realm, we hold truth and valor in the highest regard. Li Chi swiftly interrupted the disheartened deity's impending monologue with a gentle shake of his head. He then leaped gracefully into the modest sand pit beside Thor. Under the attentive gaze of the thunder god, Li Chi extended his hand, summoning Mjolnir from a void. In an instant, the artifact seemed to respond to its master's call, erupting with a thunderous resonance and soaring into his grasp. With effortless grace, Li Chi twirled Mjolnir as if it were a mere trinket, the sound and shadow of the hammer flickering like lightning within the confined space. Witnessing this, Thor's jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the very hammer he struggled to lift was being wielded so effortlessly by this Midgardian mortal. Observing Thor's astonishment, Li Chi tossed Mjolnir between his hands, adopting a languid tone as he inquired, now that I have lifted and wielded this hammer with ease, does that not compel you to honor your prior promise? The noble son of Asgard was not one to be easily commanded, and thus Thor quickly reconsidered, stepping back to make his escape. Li Chi refrained from directly obstructing him. Instead, he lightly leaped onto the platform bordering the sandpit, eager to witness Thor's performance. He then instructed Phil Coulson to summon a bald researcher from the team to deal with the intruding deity. Although Coulson was perplexed by the leader's intentions, he acted without hesitation to comply. He knew of a bald team leader within the research group, bespectacled and clad in a suit, exuding an air of refined mischief. Thus, Coulson promptly turned to fetch the research team leader. Meanwhile, Thor turned and sprinted away, entering another corridor in an attempt to escape the makeshift camp. Along the way, he inevitably encountered patrolling agents, but despite having lost his divine powers and artifact, his godly physique rendered him several times stronger than the average human. Utilizing his brute strength and combat experience, he easily overpowered the ordinary security personnel, even in his diminished state. In a fleeting moment, the base erupted into a fierce contest of strength and combat. High above, Hawkeye had already drawn his bow, aiming at the intruder, and sought confirmation from Phil Coulson via his earpiece regarding whether to take action. The ever-gentle Coulson, however, would not allow Hawkeye to act impulsively, for at that moment, Richie was not exerting mental control over him. As Thor barreled through, the bewildered bald team leader approached Richie, a look of confusion etched upon his face. He spoke, Captain. I am a researcher, solely responsible for studying this extraterrestrial iron. Has the hammer emitted some unforeseen rays or radiation? His words were directed toward the camp commander, Coulson. For such a low-level researcher, Richie deemed it unnecessary to exert control. Following Richie's guidance, Coulson shook his head and, in his uniquely gentle yet authoritative tone, instructed the bald researcher, you must intercept the intruder with utmost effort. Richie understood that this bald individual was, in fact, a traitor. Sending him to confront Thor was merely allowing him to fulfill his final purpose. The bald man wished to offer further explanations or refusals, but upon seeing Coulson's stern expression, he complied, compelled by the command of a SHIELD agent. Chapter 141. The Battle of the Three Female Followers. As for the reasons behind this directive, Ritchie elucidated them to Coulson, although he need not have elaborated to his subordinate. Once the bald traitor was coerced into pursuing Thor down the corridor, Ritchie followed leisurely behind, curious to observe the extent of Thor's disarray. Minutes later, the traitorous bald man finally caught up with Thor, who was encircled by a team of agents. The agents had managed to restrain Thor, who was clad in a tattered hospital gown, the ill-fitting shirt and jeans beneath appearing increasingly disheveled. After a struggle, the agents retreated, leaving the battlefield to the bald traitor and Thor. The traitor approached Thor with trepidation, his body quaking with anxiety. Though he was a Hydra infiltrator within SHIELD, his expertise lay in research, and he possessed little combat prowess. Seeing yet another obstacle in his path, Thor's fury ignited, and with a thunderous roar, he charged forward like a rampaging tank. The bald man stood no chance against the god of thunder. Upon collision, he was immediately struck down, suffering several broken ribs as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony from his grievous injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Thor leapt over him, continuing his charge toward the exit of the camp. Agent May, observing the powerful figure striving to break through her teammates' blockade, felt a surge of excitement. Her lithe legs, encased perfectly in the fitted SHIELD uniform, were taut with muscle and graceful lines, while her pert derriere, accentuated by her slight movements, exuded a combination of strength and allure. With a hint of urgency in her tone, she implored, "Master, allow me to intercept him." Rick discerned Agent May's intent and nodded slightly, eager to seize the opportunity to gauge whether Agent May's prowess could rival that of the current mortal Thor. Once granted permission by the Master, Agent May swiftly darted forward, her speed akin to a bolt of lightning, quickly closing the distance to Thor. Her lithe figure, propelled by her rapid movement, showcased the graceful extension of her long neck and the agile twist of her slender waist, embodying a unique aesthetic. In less than half a minute, she engaged Thor in combat on a modest patch of ground. Thor, despite the absence of his divine powers and artifacts, wielded a wealth of combat experience, executing practical and effective martial techniques. Meanwhile, Agent May, as a top-tier martial artist from Blue Star, had undergone various missions and faced numerous scenarios, demonstrating her agility and nimbleness. Her abdominal muscles rippled like waves, allowing her body to pivot gracefully with each counterattack. Her arm muscles tensed instantaneously, unleashing formidable strength. The two battled fiercely, revealing Agent May's superiority over ordinary operatives. Watching the confrontation between her captain and Thor, Shockwave Girl clenched her fists anxiously. With her sleek ponytail and form-fitting combat attire that accentuated her lithe physique, she exuded an aura of readiness. The snug fit of her outfit highlighted her full and elastic curves, presenting a perfect proportion of her slender waist and rounded hips. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to Rick, saying, "Master, I wish to assist the captain." Rick, however, refrained from sending Shockwave Girl into the fray just yet. Nevertheless, Agent May soon began to struggle against Thor's relentless assaults, as their physical capabilities were markedly disparate. The fact that Agent May had held her ground for so long was commendable. It was then that Rick signaled Shockwave Girl to join the battle. Without hesitation, she leapt into the fray with the swiftness of the wind. The atmosphere grew tense as the two women faced the fallen alien prince. With a resounding crash, a wave of energy erupted from Shockwave Girl, Daisy Johnson's palm, striking Thor with the force of tempest and causing him to stagger back a step. In the moment of unleashing her energy wave, Daisy's arm muscles bulged, gleaming with vitality, as her waist and hips exerted power, slightly arching her body to better control the energy output. This unexpected twist caught Thor off guard, compelling him to genuinely acknowledge his adversaries. Previously, he had approached the conflict with a sense of playfulness and a desire to break free swiftly, not fully showcasing his martial prowess. Now, it was time for a serious confrontation, and the three were soon entangled in fierce combat once more. Clearly, Thor had significantly heightened his combat capabilities against Midgard. At this moment, Wonder Woman Diana and the newly appointed female, Thor Jane Foster, were tasked with patrolling outside the camp. Aware of the upheaval within, they hesitated to return without the command of a leader. Consequently, Diana, who had been the leader's trusted companion for the longest time, took the initiative to allow Jane Foster to continue patrolling outside while she ventured into the camp to assist the leader. She understood that should the leader take action, she would likely miss the opportunity to serve him. Diana swiftly entered the camp and approached the leader's side, shedding her loose outer garments to reveal the classic Amazonian battle attire interwoven with red and gold, which accentuated her stunning physique. Her full bosom, highlighted by the attire, appeared even more pronounced, while her slender waist could be grasped delicately, and her long, strong legs contributed to an almost perfect silhouette. Armed with the god-killer sword and exuding determination, she knelt on one knee, her muscular contours subtly visible beneath her battle skirt, and declared leader, Diana requests to engage in battle. The leader, Rick, signaled her to remain composed, indicating that her intervention was not yet required, as they should first observe the combat of the other two female subordinates. Upon receiving the leader's command, Diana quietly stood by his side, watching the unfolding battle from a distance. With her millennia of combat experience, she discerned that her two companions were certainly no match for the imposing figure they faced, thus remaining poised to offer assistance at any moment. As expected, despite the fallen demigod's loss of divine power and his artifacts, his extensive battlefield experience and robust physique were proving formidable against the two women. Observing this from behind, Rick finally gestured for Wonder Woman Diana to apprehend the unexpected intruder. At last, Diana received the leader's signal, and with a graceful leap, she descended into the heart of the battlefield, separating the three combatants and sheltering her companions behind her, her gaze fixed intently on the towering adversary. As she leapt, her garments billowed in the wind, accentuating her flawless contours, particularly the graceful arc of her well-defined posterior. Being of divine lineage, Diana recognized the rugged figure before her was not native to Earth, piquing her curiosity further. Hence, she decisively executed the leader's command, launching a series of strikes. With a swift motion, she sheathed the god-killer sword and seized the lasso of truth, preparing to capture Thor alive. Thor, sensing the prowess of this formidable warrior, was compelled to engage with full intensity. The two immediately clashed, with Wonder Woman's combat style characterized by bold and sweeping maneuvers. As the lasso of truth coiled around Thor's body and legs like a relentless serpent, as she wielded the lasso of truth, her core remained steadfast and powerful, allowing her entire body to maintain balance and agility throughout the conflict. Her legs moved with rapidity at times, and with forceful thrusts at others, showcasing formidable lower body strength. Diana herself danced and leaped with unrelenting vigor, each movement exuding a sense of power, while her red and gold attire billowed gracefully, adding an air of gallantry to her presence. The mighty Thor, despite his brute strength, found himself distanced by the lasso's relentless grip, unable to inflict any harm upon her. In this frustrating exchange, within mere moments, Thor was ensnared, his legs bound by the lasso of truth, rendering him incapable of offense. Subsequently, Diana summoned her strength to flip him onto the ground. Then, like a bolt of lightning, she surged forward, planting her leg firmly upon Thor's chest, effectively halting his struggles. The muscles in her thigh were taut and bursting with energy, firmly suppressing the god, a testament to her incredible strength. Chapter 142. Subduing the god of thunder, Wonder Woman Diana strode into battle with an athletic grace, confronting the once mighty Thor, now stripped of his powers and divine artifacts. In this encounter, Diana seized the advantage of timing, terrain, and morale. In less than 2 minutes, she swiftly overturned Thor, her movements precise and decisive. Following this, she skillfully wielded the lasso of truth, which coiled around Thor's hands and feet like a nimble serpent, binding him tightly. She then elevated her leg, planting it firmly upon his chest, the strength of her thighs subtly revealed beneath her crimson battle skirt, epitomizing the beauty of power. At that moment, Thor's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed with rage as he involuntarily uttered a few choice expletives he had learned since arriving on this blue planet. Not far away, Rick observed the scene, nodding slightly. He pondered privately that, in the face of such a formidable warrior, the elite agents of this blue planet appeared somewhat lacking. Perhaps it was indeed time to consider artificially enhancing the physical potential of these top-tier warriors to awaken their latent abilities. However, that matter would have to wait. The immediate priority was to address the situation at hand. Thus, he steadily approached the subdued Thor beneath his foot. Agent May and Quake stood to the side, their hand at their sides. Agent May donned a form-fitting S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, which accentuated her slender waist and long legs, exuding both sensuality and competence. She lowered her gaze slightly, glancing occasionally at Rick with a look of reverence. Quake, with her sleek ponytail, wore a fitted combat suit that highlighted her ample bosom and curvaceous hips. Her body trembled slightly, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, betraying her inner tension and unease, while also revealing her physical sensitivity. The two followed Rick quietly, heads bowed like children who had erred, too apprehensive to speak. Around them, several patrolling agents had gathered, their eyes fixed on the disheveled, bearded man sprawled on the ground. Laquis approached Thor, the god of thunder, leaning slightly forward to observe the furious expression on Thor's face as he flailed his arms, attempting to break free from his restraints and rise once more to continue the battle. In a soft voice, Laquis inquired, "So, esteemed god of thunder, do your words still hold true? Now that you have been captured, should you not acknowledge me as your master, bending the knee to my command?" Unbeknownst to him, Laquis' speech had taken on a somewhat archaic tone, likely influenced by Thor's earlier grandiloquent utterances. Noticing this, Thor relinquished his struggle, lifting his gaze towards the formidable Wonder Woman, Diana, who resembled a warrior goddess. Although he was unaware of her name, he was acutely aware that he was no match for her at this moment. Thus, he resignedly relaxed his body, remaining sprawled on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes caught sight of the armored boots resting upon him, prompting him to sulkily close his mouth, turn his head aside, and let his hair cascade messily onto the ground, as if he intended to fall asleep right there. Witnessing Thor's petulant demeanor, Laquis couldn't help but shake his head gently, feeling a mix of helplessness and disappointment. After all, the god of thunder before him was a far cry from the regal image of a divine prince he had envisioned. After a moment of contemplation, Laquis exchanged a glance with Diana. She understood immediately, bowing her head slightly in respect, and with a graceful flick of her wrist, the lasso of truth obediently unwound itself from Thor's limbs. Stepping back with poise and steadiness, Diana allowed Thor to free himself from his bindings. As he opened his eyes in surprise, he surveyed the gathering crowd around him, suddenly feeling that reclining on the ground was beneath his dignity. With a somewhat clumsy motion, he executed a fish-like leap to stand upright. He advanced a couple of steps towards Laquis and, in a huff, declared, "It was others who defeated me, not you. Thus, I shall not heed your words." At this, Laquis found himself both amused and exasperated. He nodded resignedly and replied to Thor, "Very well. Allow me to teach you a lesson then. If you attempt to sulk again, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, Laquis gestured for Thor to strike him. Thor did not shy away, swinging his fists and employing an ancient combat technique to attack Laquis. This time, Laquis did not indulge him, unleashing a powerful counterattack. With the extraordinary physical strength and resilience bestowed upon him by his enhancements, he swiftly overpowered the god of thunder, sending Thor crashing to the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as the stone pavement beneath them shattered. In truth, Laquis had not exerted his full power. After all, his body was not only augmented, but also capable of replicating and absorbing the peculiar attributes of others at will. At this moment, his physical density and capability far surpassed those of Thor, making the encounter akin to an adult playfully besting a child. Thor, sprawled on the ground, looked as though he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. It took him several moments to regain his composure. At this moment, he was inwardly astonished. The handsome man before him was far more formidable than the robust female warrior. How could the illustrious son of a god, a prince no less, heed the commands of a mere Midgardian? A thought of cunningly escaping this place began to stir within him. However, Loki had already discerned Thor's thoughts through their mental connection. In an instant, the power of mental domination surged towards Thor like an overwhelming tide, enveloping the extraterrestrial god's essence. Loki activated his unique abilities, swiftly invading the depths of Thor's mind, seeking to reconstruct and exert control over it. After all, Thor, as the Prince of Asgard, presented a greater challenge for mental intrusion than an ordinary inhabitant of Earth or even those endowed with special powers. This process persisted for approximately a minute. Within Thor's mind, it was as if a celestial battle was unfolding. After a fierce struggle, Loki ultimately secured complete mastery over the god of thunder. At that moment, Thor bore a mechanical and vacant expression, his body relaxed, shoulders drooping slightly, resembling a lifeless wooden statue devoid of spirit. Observing this, Loki sensed that he had perhaps exerted too much control over Thor's psyche, so he eased his grip slightly, allowing Thor's humanity and emotions to gradually resurface. Though Thor's demeanor remained markedly dull and wooden, a flicker of vitality returned to him. Having successfully reclaimed Thor, Loki's mind turned to his next plan, which was to pursue the course of action he had previously devised before venturing into the desert, specifically to seek out the Ant-Man family. Chapter 143, The Useless God of Thunder? At this juncture, Thor was bereft of his divine powers and in a state of disgrace. Consequently, Loki found it relatively easy to impose his mental dominion over him, transforming Thor into his loyal subordinate. He designated the god of thunder as a steadfast and reliable enforcer, a companion destined to follow him unwaveringly, all while subtly locking away in Thor's mind an unbreakable vow of loyalty. At that time, Thor appeared quite disheveled. He had just been bound to the ground, covered in dust. The hospital gown, procured from an unknown establishment, was tattered and ragged. His already ill-fitting shirt and jeans looked even more chaotic, lacking any semblance of proportion. The sword, with a slight grimace, cast a reluctant glance at the fallen prince of the gods. Subsequently, he gestured to his companion, Ferkelson, saying, "Find someone to take this fellow for a shower and provide him with clean clothes." The ever-accommodating Ferkelson, having received the directive from the master, promptly guided the newly subdued companion towards the bathing area for cleansing and a change of attire. Lin Jianxue, feeling rather bored, surveyed the surrounding agents who had gathered, initially poised for battle. He waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. Hawkeye continued attending to matters at the base, while Wonder Woman, Diana, had neatly stowed away her lasso of truth. At this moment, she donned the distinctive Amazonian battle attire, standing out remarkably within the modern base. Her long, elegant legs exhibited a graceful silhouette, while her bosom curved alluringly, enhancing her already exquisite figure, rendering her utterly unforgettable. Surrounding agents could not help but cast envious glances her way. Li Chi, however, paid them no mind. It was his steadfast principle to refrain from exerting mental control over these ordinary individuals. Subsequently, he prepared to escort the formidable Shockwave girl back to the command center. At that moment, an agent placed a foot upon the forehead of a spy, who lay on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Observing the leader's impending departure, the agent hastily inquired, "What shall be done about this treacherous traitor?" Lin Jianxue nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "First, take this bald fellow to a cell. We shall interrogate him at a leisurely pace. He must possess some valuable information worth extracting, which may yield intriguing intelligence." The agent nodded, withdrawing his foot from the spy's head. He then bent down, grasped the collar of the bald man, and hoisted him off the ground, tossing him to two accompanying SHIELD agents, signaling them to escort him to the camp's prison. Afterward, the agent hurried to rejoin the leader and Shockwave girl, flanking them on either side. Outside the camp, Wonder Woman, Diana, donned a light garment crafted from breathable fabric, providing some respite from the scorching desert sun. She sought out the diligent Thor, Jane Foster, who was executing her patrol duties, and briefly recounted the recent events that transpired within the base. Subsequently, the two women resumed their patrol with heightened vigilance, unwilling to allow even a moment of complacency, for the leader was a figure they revered, and safeguarding his well-being was their paramount duty. Li Chi returned to the command center with the two female agents, settling into a spacious and comfortable armchair, rubbing his forehead. The primary objective of this visit was to recruit Thor, and with that goal accomplished, it was time to depart in search of Ant-Man's family. More specifically, he intended to locate the daughter of the original Ant-Man. Li Chi remained uncertain as to whether Scott Lang, the second Ant-Man, had yet made his appearance, so he deemed it prudent to gather information on this matter in advance. Thus, he summoned the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, instructing it to search for information regarding Ant-Man. Moments later, Jarvis reported back, revealing only details about Hank Pym and his family, without explicitly identifying him as Ant-Man at that time. Consequently, Li Qi surmised that Scott Lang, as the second Ant-Man, had likely not yet formally emerged. This presented him with an opportunity to recruit Hank Pym's daughter into his cadre of captivating allies before Scott Lang's arrival. Even if Scott did appear, nothing would impede Li Qi's forward momentum. With this realization, a faint smile finally graced Li Qi's face. At that moment, the affable Filkerson entered the command room to report to the leader. Thor has been cleansed and attired, waiting outside for your summons. Richie nodded and said, "Let Thor the Thunderer in." The door was gently pushed open, and Thor, with a vacant expression, walked in. After a refreshing wash and change of attire, the scruffy beard on his face had been trimmed. His once disheveled golden locks were now clean and smooth, and he donned a security uniform of the base. Although unarmed, he appeared far more composed and dashing compared to his previous disheveled state. However, the emptiness in his eyes, the dullness of his expression, and his mechanical movements all indicated that he had become a mere puppet, entirely controlled by the leader. Richie sensed Thor's state through their mental connection and discovered that his fundamental qualities, memories, and abilities remained intact. Though his divine power had yet to be restored by King Odin, he was now merely a formidable enforcer, devoid of divine strength. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Richie attempted to initiate a mental control link, seeking to utilize his unique abilities to restore Thor's divine power. However, after several attempts, he realized that, with his current capabilities, he could not empower Thor, forcing him to abandon this notion. Thus, Richie pondered, must King Odin be the one to restore Thor's divine power? Or what method could be employed to enable Thor to regain his divine strength? After much contemplation, he concluded that the most prudent approach would be to control Thor directly, guiding him to acknowledge his errors from the depths of his heart. This reckless son of the gods, who only knew how to charge into battle with brute force, needed to transform into a benevolent, humble, and cultured deity. Only then might his divine power have a chance of restoration. Therefore, Richie resolved to release Thor, allowing him to undergo this psychological transformation independently. He was eager to leave this place the following day, for even more delightful surprises awaited him. Chapter 144. The Deputy Director's Salutation. Richie firmly grasped Mjolnir, having essentially fulfilled the primary objective of this desert expedition. He had already formulated plans to depart the camp either tomorrow or the day after, heading towards his predetermined destination in search of the Ant-Man family. Previously, while instructing the AI Jarvis to conduct a search, he had not obtained any information regarding the second-generation Ant-Man, Scott Lang. It seemed likely that he could encounter relevant individuals before Scott Lang arrived. With this in mind, Richie began to contemplate the situation at the camp. This temporary encampment had been established by S.H.I.E.L.D. to study Mjolnir, and now that he intended to take the hammer, how should he account for the people within the camp? After a brief consideration, Richie turned to the ever-helpful Filkerson and instructed, called Deputy Director Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. This deputy director had already been successfully wooed and was directly under Richie's control. Filkerson, upon receiving his orders, promptly retrieved his communication headset, deftly operating it to swiftly call Deputy Director Hill. Within a mere 10 seconds, he successfully established a connection. Just as Filkerson was about to speak, Lee raised his hand to signal him and then took the headset from Filkerson. His expression was grave, and his tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation as he addressed the voice on the other end. "Hill, this is Lee. I have successfully acquired Mjolnir here at the base. You may handle it as you see fit and consider how to report this to your director. I am preparing to withdraw now, should further communication be necessary. I will reach out to you." Upon hearing these words, Deputy Director Hill on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Since parting ways with Lee at the Stark Industries headquarters in New York, Lee had first ventured into the ocean in search of Paradise Island, and subsequently arrived in the heart of the desert. It had been over a month since Deputy Director Hill had last communicated with the leader. Hearing his voice again filled her with immense joy, momentarily overshadowing thoughts of the hammer, the camp, and other affairs of S.H.I.L.D. The opportunity to reconnect with the leader was of utmost importance to her. Soon after, Lee heard a clattering sound followed by the sound of repeated bowing emanating from the headset. He could easily envision Deputy Director Maria Hill kneeling on the ground, offering her respectful greetings from afar, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy as she expressed her unwavering loyalty to the leader. "Leader, it brings me immense happiness to hear your voice once more. I am ever awaiting your arrival and instructions. please command the next phase of our mission. In truth, since parting ways with Maria Hill at Stark Tower, Lee had not assigned her any specific tasks, merely instructing her to keep an eye on gathering information regarding a certain super soldier, Captain America, who had been frozen for decades. At this moment, Lee casually inquired, "Have you any news regarding the individual you were to monitor, recently rescued from the polar ice?" Maria Hill's sorrowful and timid voice promptly responded through the headset. Leader S.H.I.L.D. did indeed recover a man from beneath the Arctic ice who had been frozen for decades. He is currently undergoing revival, but has not yet awakened. If you wish to see him, I can arrange it immediately. Lee pondered that meeting the still unconscious Captain America would be of no significance, as he could not exert direct control over him, and thus set aside the notion of a meeting. Subsequently, he conveyed a new task to his loyal follower through the headset. Hill, listen carefully. You are to fully consolidate and develop your influence within S.H.I.L.D., laying the groundwork for my future assumption of control. This is a test in which I have placed great expectations upon you. Do you understand? Maria Hill had always been obedient to the leader, filled with gratitude. Even upon receiving such a daunting, almost fantastical task, she accepted it without hesitation. Afterward, she reiterated her loyalty in several statements, expressing her deep longing for the leader. In response, Lee did not engage further in conversation. After exchanging a few more words with her, he finally terminated the call and returned the headset to Phil Coulson. At that moment, she remained kneeling on the floor of her private office, which was both confidential and serene, clad in the uniform of the director of S.H.I.L.D., her curvaceous figure accentuated. The fabric of Maria Hill's uniform trousers bore deep creases at the knees, tightly adhering to her skin due to prolonged kneeling, outlining the taut muscles of her thighs. Her fingers unconsciously traced delicate patterns on the wool carpet, as if inscribing an invisible oath of loyalty. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow upon her crisp uniform shirt, the collar slightly ajar from her labored breathing, revealing her collarbone. Whispering her master's name, she suddenly grasped the carpet's fibers with a fierce intensity, a stifled sob escaping her throat. The warmth of her palm glided along her waist, feeling the subtle rise and fall beneath the uniform, akin to caressing the indelible mark her master had left deep within her soul. Realizing she was prostrating before the air, she curled into a ball, pressing her flushed cheek against the cool floor. Ultimately, facing the disconnected headset, she responded in a voice tinged with sorrow yet resolute. "Yes, master. The servant shall exert every effort to ascertain the conditions of all departments within S.H. I'll diligently preparing for your grand endeavors." Lee could no longer hear her, having ended the call and returned the device to Coulson. He then instructed Coulson, "You will continue to oversee the camp's affairs. Let Thor temporarily serve as my bodyguard, patrolling the rest area for security." With that, he turned with Agent May and returned to his quarters. Throughout the day, he had been tirelessly occupied, scarcely finding a moment to rest. As dusk approached, Lee intended to return to his dormitory for a brief respite before dining and enjoying a good night's sleep, for he would depart the camp the following day, heading toward San Francisco, where Ant-Man awaited. The distance from the camp to San Francisco was approximately 1,000 kilometers. Traveling directly by helicopter dispatch from the camp would undoubtedly be far more comfortable than by car. After all, the car journey would be lengthy and the weather sweltering. Just as he was about to enter the rest area, Lee suddenly turned back, advising Coulson, "Coordinate with Hawkeye to interrogate that bald-headed spy and extract as much pertinent information as possible." Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression grew serious, and he nodded affirmatively. The presence of a Hydra spy within his team, especially one deeply embedded, represented a significant breach for Coulson and S.H.I.L.D. as a whole. Thus, a thorough investigation and inspection of the camp were imperative. It was only then that Lee recalled the formidable Wonder Woman, Diana, and the mighty Thor, Jane Foster, who had been executing patrols and security work around the camp. Diana had swiftly subdued Thor moments ago and had returned to the sweltering desert to continue her patrol duties. At this moment, the entire camp was fortified as securely as an iron barrel, with the Mech Legion patrolling above, conducting comprehensive defense measures. Thus, Li Chi communicated orders to them through his headset. "Diana, Jane, you two should retreat to the camp and rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, Agent May had already tidied the bed. She shed her combat uniform, donning only a simple white camisole nightdress, the fabric clinging to the contours of her thigh muscles as she moved. "Please, master, take a bath first." Exiting the dormitory, she arrived at the bathroom specifically prepared for Li Qi, kneeling at the entrance with her hands folded upon her knees. As Li Qi turned around, she quickly lowered her head, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure faintly visible amidst the steam rising from the hot water. She knelt at the edge of the bathtub, her fingertips dipped in bath salts, gently massaging Li Qi's temples. When his fingers brushed against her bare knees, May trembled slightly, yet maintained her kneeling posture. After Li Qi finished his ablutions, he returned to the dormitory with May, intending to rest for a while. Chapter 145. The cup shatters as a signal. Upon returning from the bathroom, it was obvious that Li Qi and Agent May could not rest as publicly claimed. On the modest bed, Agent May utilized her unique skills as an operative to attend to her master. Time passed quietly, and nearly an hour and a half went by as the temperature gradually cooled, the vibrant sun setting slowly over the desert expanse. Only then did Li Qi step out of the dormitory again. In the nearby open area of the rest zone, Thor, clad in base security uniform, was patrolling back and forth. His movements appeared somewhat mechanical. However, the uniform, combined with his refreshed appearance post-bath, made him considerably more handsome. His golden hair had been trimmed slightly, and though his face remained adorned with a thick beard, his features had become much more refined. The standard security uniform accentuated Thor's remarkable physique perfectly, prompting Li Qi to nod in approval, as this male puppet was indeed more pleasing to the eye than his other male subordinates. Upon seeing his master emerge, the somewhat mechanical Thor quickly approached. His serious demeanor, coupled with his somewhat robotic actions, rendered him a bit comical, contrasting sharply with his usual image. Consequently, Li Qi slightly relaxed his mental control over Thor, allowing his expressions and movements to become more natural and amiable. Thor, breaking character for the first time, sincerely addressed his master. "Master, rest assured, with me guarding this place, the entire rest area is undoubtedly the safest zone. Tonight, I shall also remain vigilant here, fulfilling the duties of a devoted follower." Although his speech was somewhat halting, as if he had yet to fully grasp the language of Blue Star, Li Qi nodded nonchalantly, placing a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. "Thor, you're doing splendidly. I have great faith in you. You shall undoubtedly become an outstanding commander in my legion in the future. Now let us go and have some dinner together." The opportunity to dine alongside the leader filled Thor, the god of thunder, with palpable excitement. To be valued and acknowledged by the leader surpassed all else for him. He nodded in affirmation, his expression devoid of the trepidation, sorrow, and obsequiousness that marked the faces of other followers. Instead, his gaze held a resolute determination, akin to that of a true security guard trailing behind the leader. He spared no glance at the alluring agent, May, despite their subtle connection through a mental link, both being subordinates of the leader. The pair, a man and a woman, followed closely behind the leader, maintaining a half-step distance as they made their way to the cafeteria. At that moment, nearly every security team and researcher within the camp had come to realize that the actual authority of the entire base resided in this handsome man with an Eastern visage. The peculiarities of Laqui's actions had long ceased to astonish them. Under the collaborative management of Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, the base operated with tranquil efficiency. Everyone diligently fulfilled their roles, striving to contribute to the endeavors of this young master. Few acknowledged Laqui with nods or greetings along the way, an oversight he met with indifference. Upon entering the dining hall, Laqui encountered Diana and the female Thor, Jane Foster. The two followers had spent most of the day together, prompting their joint attendance for the meal. Having just collected their food, they hurried to greet the leader upon his arrival, and Laqui invited everyone to a private room to enjoy dinner merrily. Thor occupied the far end of the table, his head bowed as he hastily consumed his meal. Wiping his mouth, he drained his cup of juice and, with a sudden motion, crashed the cup onto the floor. This somewhat unexpected act astonished all present. The other followers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the newcomer's apparent indiscretion before the leader. Only Laqui understood that this was merely a reflection of Thor's personal habits. Laqui took it upon himself to elucidate the customs of Blue Star to the newly appointed security and bodyguard. "Thor, heed my words. In our realm, there is no custom of shattering cups in moments of joy or celebration. An ancient Eastern proverb states that breaking a cup is a signal, a behavior associated with conspirators, rebels, and those who contemplate betrayal of their leader. As he articulated the final words, Lequi deliberately infused his tone with a somber gravity. Thor's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, and he hastily rose from his seat, his body trembling involuntarily. Lequi intentionally exerted a measure of mental pressure upon Thor. Even stripped of his divine power, the leader's innate psychological control and dominance over his followers rendered Thor quaking like a leaf. After a few seconds of trembling, Thor dropped to one knee with a resounding thud, offering a solemn gesture of submission to the leader. Lequi retracted some of his mental pressure, allowing Thor to regain his composure, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead to the floor. Lequi gestured for him to resume his seat. At this moment, Thor's plate lay empty before him. He dared not eat any further and simply sat in silence. The other female followers observed this scene, their reverence for the leader deepening, as they silently vowed to pledge their loyalty even more fervently. Richie finished the last morsel of food on his plate and rose again. Glancing at the time, it was already past 7 in the evening. During his days in the heart of the desert, the sight of the sun setting into the golden sands possessed a unique beauty of its own. Thus, Richie resolved to venture outside the base to witness the sunset's glow reflecting upon the orange-yellow desert expanse. Accompanied by Wonder Woman Diana and Valkyrie Jane Foster, he navigated the winding paths beyond the base. Meanwhile, Agent May sought out her teammate, Quake, to gather their belongings in preparation for the following day's return to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in accordance with the leader's directive to assist Deputy Director Hill in executing the second phase of orders. Chapter 146. First, find Darcy before the temporary camp lay an endless stretch of sand. The sun's afterglow had rendered this vast desert dreamlike and ethereal. The surrounding endless sea of sand and dunes appeared as a golden ocean, the remnants of prior battles having been meticulously cleared away. Richie strolled slowly around the base, accompanied by Thor, Wonder Woman Diana, and Valkyrie Jane Foster. Though the scorching sun was soon to dip beneath the clouds, alleviating the burning sensation, the air remained stiflingly dry. It was not long before Richie found himself drenched in sweat. Despite possessing a physique more robust than that of the god of thunder behind him, he was unwilling to endure such meaningless torment. With his 3 formidable protectors in tow, Richie turned back toward the camp. The astute Jarvis diligently performed surveillance and protective duties from above, promptly reporting to Richie, "Boss, no anomalies detected in the vicinity." Richie nodded in acknowledgement. Considering that this was the final night at the camp, he pondered which female follower he might summon to attend to him. The 3 followers behind him seemed to share a telepathic understanding, synchronously halting their steps and standing at the periphery of the resting area, awaiting their leader's command. After a moment's contemplation, Richie reached a decision. He summoned Valkyrie Jane Foster to serve him, while assigning Thor to maintain security and guard duties in the hallway and fitness area outside the resting zone. Richie couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his creatively devised arrangement, convinced that his alterations to the original narrative were indeed distinctive. Once he conveyed his intentions to the 3 followers, Wonder Woman Diana nodded and, in accordance with her master's instructions, made her way back to her own quarters for rest. As a second-generation daughter of the divine lineage, Diana felt no fatigue whatsoever, although she had been engaged in a busy and tense state for the past 2 days. For one with millennia of training experience, it was merely an ordinary affair. Meanwhile, Richie instructed Thor to continue his guard duties in the corridor and open areas of the resting zone. Though Phil Kessel had arranged a private dormitory for the Thunder God, the command of the leader was absolute, and thus the Thunder God dared not defy it. He ambled about, patrolling the vicinity. Meanwhile, Richie turned his attention towards the research area, intending to pay a visit to his mortal follower, Darcy Lewis. Darcy, a confidant of the female Thunder God, despite lacking any supernatural abilities, possessed numerous admirable traits that Richie greatly valued. At this moment, within the research zone, Darcy was engrossed in data analysis. She donned a loose white cotton t-shirt, its hem casually tucked into the waistband of her fitted jeans, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Her slender waist was delicate, and her long legs appeared even more elongated beneath the snug fabric. Her soft, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few wisps gently framing her exquisite face. As Richie gently pushed open the door to the research room, he beheld the fervent researcher, Eric, who was tirelessly recalculating data, occasionally glancing at various monitoring screens. His thinning Mediterranean hairstyle was carelessly tousled, completely indifferent to the wild appearance he presented. Earlier that day, when Agent May had landed the Quinjet outside the camp, Eric had rushed to inform Phil Kessel of a significant discovery. However, at that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their tasks, and Phil had not delved deeper into the matter. Richie, too, had been largely absorbed in other affairs, leaving him unaware of Eric's findings. Thus, at this juncture, he sought both to visit Darcy Lewis and to inquire about the revelations of the astrophysicist, Eric Shaw. Upon hearing the door to the research room creak open, Darcy looked up, her eyes lighting up with delight as she spotted her Prince Charming. A radiant spark flickered in her gaze, and like a joyful fawn, she bounded towards Richie, grasping his arms tightly, rising onto her toes slightly, her bosom rising and falling with her quickened breaths. "Richie, you finally made it," Darcy exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "So much has happened at the camp today. I've been restless all day, fearing something might happen to you. You have no idea how worried I was, constantly wondering if you were safe. Though the defenses here are stringent, my heart remains unsettled." Seeing this ordinary girl express such genuine concern for him deeply touched Richie. He lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes softening as he looked at Darcy, opening his arms to gently embrace her, soothingly whispering, "Silly girl, see, I'm perfectly fine. I possess sufficient ability to protect myself, so there is no need for your unwarranted worries. But you must promise to stay within the camp and not wander about. Do you understand? If anything were to happen to you, it would break my heart." Listening to Richie's tender words, Darcy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She nestled her face against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, playfully murmuring, "I know you're capable, but I simply can't help but worry about you." Unbeknownst to him, whenever she could not see him, her heart was devoid of purpose. As she spoke, she slightly tilted her head back, her sparkling eyes gazing affectionately at Li Qi. Rising onto her toes, she felt an irresistible urge to kiss him. Observing her intent, Li Qi reciprocated by lowering his head, sharing a tender kiss with Darcy. At that moment, Eric Shavig was entirely engrossed in his research, oblivious to the presence of another in the laboratory. He remained steadfast in his scientific fervor, wholly absorbed in calculations and computations. After a brief embrace, Darcy appeared somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes reflected a mix of shyness and anticipation. Gently taking Li Qi's hand, she hesitantly remarked, "Li Qi, I wish to bring you back to my dormitory for a while." Yet, she also thought that sharing a dinner together would be delightful. Longing to spend more time with him, no matter the activity, Li Qi, charmed by Darcy's endearing demeanor, smiled and replied, "I've already dined. Perhaps we should return to your dormitory first." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes as she tightly grasped his hand, as if fearful he might escape, eagerly pulling him along while murmuring, "That sounds wonderful. Let us hurry back, for I have so much to share with you." A youthful girl, imbued with innocence and vivacity, found herself unable to quell the ripples of emotion that surged within her after experiencing the novelty of interaction with the opposite sex. Thus, at this moment, Darcy Lewis's heart brimmed with a singular thought. She yearned to hold her beloved's hand, to elude the surrounding clamor, and to discover a tranquil corner where they could simply be together. She wished to feel the warmth of their closeness, allowing this nascent affection to flourish and deepen through their shared moments, fostering a more profound connection. Chapter 147. Intimacy with Darcy and underground energy as a competent leader, and the ideal Prince Charming and lover in Darcy Johnson's eyes. Li Qi was naturally inclined to fulfill her desires. With that, he gently took Darcy's hand, leading her away from the laboratory. Meanwhile, the research enthusiast Eric remained oblivious to the amorous duo, fully engrossed in his final calculations. In the eyes of this scientific zealot, nothing held greater significance than his research. At that moment, he was merely one step away from completing his last verification, his excitement for scientific achievement far surpassing any romantic sentiments. Li Qi accompanied Darcy back to her modest single dormitory. The room felt somewhat cramped, considerably smaller than his own. The bed was adorned with a subtle fragrance, while the bedside cabinet overflowed with books, notes, and documents. Mint green curtains framed several verdant potted plants, infusing life into the space. And the corners of an experimental report on the desk curled slightly. As Darcy turned to lock the door, the button of her lab coat brushed against Li Qi's wrist, carrying her distinct lavender scent. Suddenly, she pivoted and leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. The fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the fine hair at the nape of his neck. Today in a laboratory, every instrument was a reminder. The warm breath seeped through the fabric of his shirt, a gentle nudge that he had yet to share with you. When Li Qi was drawn down to the bed by her, he caught a faint whiff of sandalwood wafting through her tresses. Darcy Lewis straddled his waist, the hem of her lab coat cascading down to her thighs, revealing the elastic band of her black leggings. Her movements were as urgent as a desert storm, yet imbued with the meticulous rhythm characteristic of a researcher. Suddenly, she pressed her flushed cheek against his heart, her fingertips tracing his collarbone. Do you hear? The sound here is louder than that of a particle collider. Moonlight filtered through the curtain seams, illuminating the glistening droplets on her eyelashes. I have counted. This is the 108th time I have thought of you. As the fierce wind whipped up sand and battered the window pane, Darcy Lewis playfully bit his earlobe. Her fingers trembled as they unfastened the buttons of his shirt, yet she persisted in tracing the contours of his collarbone with her tongue. Do not speak, she whispered breathlessly. Let me prove with data that upon this soft bed, a youthful girl in her senior year of university tightly embraces her perfect lover. Her movements were unrestrained, her eyes brimming with fervent affection as she swiftly shed her garments and nestled onto the bed. Li Qi intuitively understood her desires, and the two shared a tender moment on the bed, filling her with sweetness. 40 minutes later, Li Qi stood at the door, adjusting his collar, while Darcy curled up at the foot of the bed. She pulled the blanket over her shoulders, the tips of her hair still warm from his body. Next time, she suddenly turned with a mischievous smile. You must compensate me with a gentle touch for the 107 times I missed you. Gazing at the quartz clock on the wall, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had two purposes for visiting the research lab: to see Darcy and to inquire about any new discoveries from the research enthusiast. Li Qi had always held great interest and concern for researchers. After they both donned their attire, Darcy nestled against him for a moment before he broached the subject of Eric. Being an understanding person, Darcy sprang to her feet upon hearing this, and together they returned to the research lab. By now, the base had descended into night, with most researchers and staff having concluded their workday. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals. In the research area, Darcy was like a ray of sunshine, cheerfully greeting others with enthusiasm. Her voice was sweet, her demeanor considerate, making her quite endearing, and she effortlessly engaged with everyone. In contrast, standing beside Darcy, Li Qi appeared somewhat subdued. However, he relished this quietude. In a lab belonging to Eric, Darcy, and Jane Foster, Darcy hastily approached the research enthusiast. Eric's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood before the large blackboard, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He exclaimed to himself in astonishment, I have discovered something. I have uncovered the enigma of electromagnetic storms, revealing the unparalleled spectacle of the celestial alignment of 9 stars in the universe. And I have discovered a mysterious energy concealed here that has exerted a profound influence on the surrounding desert for centuries. In a state of fervent excitement, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm rendering him nearly speechless. Eric turned his head and, upon catching sight of Darcy, his excitement intensified. Darcy, I have discovered that beneath our feet lies a colossal reservoir of enigmatic energy, though I am yet uncertain how to excavate it. Where has Gina disappeared to? She has been absent for quite some time, and her expertise is urgently needed. Quickly summon your dear friend. We have significant matters to address. Yes, indeed. I must report to the captain and request resources. I shall dig to the very depths if necessary to extract this energy. In his exuberance, the research enthusiast failed to realize that the phrase digging to the depths was somewhat inaccurate. He likely intended to convey a depth of 3 meters or even 30. Observing the scientist's elation, Richie sensed that something of great importance was about to unfold. Considering the ongoing search for Thor's hammer, he speculated that some form of mysterious energy beneath the surface might soon be revealed. Consequently, he urgently instructed his follower, Phil Corson, to rendezvous at their location and commanded all personnel, both on duty and off, to return immediately, as significant events were imminent. As the sky darkened and the desert winds howled, the heart of the desert, sweltering and arid by day, remained stiflingly oppressive even under the cover of night. Noticing that the research enthusiast Eric was about to leave the laboratory in search of Captain Phil Corson, Richie quickly detained the slightly disheveled scientist, gently reassuring him, "Eric, there's no need to search. The captain will arrive shortly. Please share your discovery with me, so that I too may partake in your joy." At this moment, Eric seemed oblivious to the fact that the situation was under the control of the young man with the Eastern features. Yet his overwhelming desire to share and excitement overshadowed this realization as he eagerly recounted his astonishing findings to Richie and Darcy. He articulated, albeit somewhat incoherently, "Do you know? Beneath this desert lies a surging energy that has been altering the geological and subsurface environment for dozens, if not hundreds, of kilometers around. Furthermore, the fallen meteoric iron is mysteriously interconnected with it. We are now situated in a region prone to electromagnetic storms. According to my calculations, there is a possibility of a mysterious passage emerging here, perhaps even a cosmic gateway that could connect disparate regions or any point in space. However, this would require an immense amount of energy. The energy hidden underground is currently insufficient to realize such phenomena. It is more likely to connect to locations on the blue planet. We must excavate and harness this subterranean energy, for it will represent an entirely new and boundless source of power." Upon hearing this, Richie speculated privately that this might be the ethereal particle, the treasured relic of the Dark Elf clan, buried deep underground, emanating a fraction of its energy. Now, standing here, he found himself not only in possession of Thor's hammer, but perhaps also on the brink of harnessing a mysterious power. With this thought in mind, he hastily summoned Phil Coulson, preparing to initiate the second task for the entire camp. Shortly thereafter, Coulson arrived at the door of the laboratory, accompanied by Agent May and Hawkeye Clint. The trio of women, Quake, Wonder Woman, and Jane Foster, had yet to make an appearance, as they had not received a summons from the leader. Upon Coulson's arrival, he promptly inquired about the leader's directives. Richie instructed Eric to reiterate his findings, directing Coulson to collaborate with Eric in swiftly determining the location and coordinates of the underground mysterious energy before deliberating on the possibility of extracting this energy. Chapter 148. Preparation for excavation. The research enthusiast Eric could hardly contain his excitement as he recounted his significant scientific breakthrough to Coulson once more. His eyes sparkled with fervor, his words tumbling forth at a rapid pace, hands gesturing animatedly. "Phil, this discovery is extraordinary. The mysterious energy beneath Blue Planet possesses unique properties. Once understood, the scientific community will be in upheaval." Coulson listened intently, his astonishment evident. Beside him, Agent May raised an eyebrow, and Hawkeye Clint widened his eyes in disbelief, as they had not anticipated such a mysterious entity hidden underground. Without delay, Richie decisively instructed Coulson, "There shall be no retreat from this location. We must fully investigate this matter." Coulson immediately straightened his posture, responding respectfully, "Yes, leader. I assure you we will accomplish the task." Subsequently, Eric and Coulson discussed methods to locate the energy. Eric eagerly stated, "Phil, to pinpoint this energy, I require the assistance of Darcy and Jane Foster. Our previous collaborations have proven effective and efficient." Coulson nodded and turned to Richie. Upon receiving the acknowledgement, Richie promptly called for Jane Foster through his earpiece. Shortly thereafter, Wonder Woman Diana approached with a graceful stride, followed closely by the steadfast Jane Foster, and Quake appeared, exuding an energetic aura. The followers at the base gathered around. Richie's gaze swept over the crowd as he announced loudly, "Everyone must urgently identify the coordinates of the underground mysterious energy storage point. This is of monumental significance to S.H.I.E.L.D. and all of humanity. Jane, along with the Doctor and Darcy, expedite the location determination." He then turned to Eric. "Eric, this matter is entrusted to you. Successfully identifying the energy will be a remarkable achievement." Eric's face was resolute, though fatigue was evident. Excitement overshadowed it. "Rest assured, leader, with Jane and Darcy's support, we shall not fail in our mission. Our immediate priority is to prepare the excavation equipment and commence work through the night." Richie nodded and turned to Coulson. "Prepare as Eric suggests." Coulson swiftly replied, "Yes, leader." He then turned to Hawkeye and Quake, commanding, "Follow me." We must organize the excavation and manpower allocation without a moment's delay. Hawkeye and Quake responded in unison, understood, and promptly followed. Dashi, like a jubilant little bird, hopped over to Jane Foster and Eric, exclaiming, "Wow, I get to work alongside my senior sister and Dr. Eric again. We are sure to unravel the secrets of the mysterious energy." Jane Foster smiled, her gaze radiating warmth and encouragement, gently patting Dashi on the shoulder. "Indeed, after numerous collaborations, our mutual trust will ensure we accomplish the task entrusted by the leader." Eric nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. With both of you here, I am filled with confidence. Let us prepare immediately." Meanwhile, Phil Coulson was en route to arrange the excavation work, reaching out to Deputy Director Maria Hill of S.H.L. Maria. "The leader has requested the dispatch of specialized excavators and heavy machinery to the camp. Please expedite the arrangements," Phil stated solemnly. Maria Hill replied succinctly, "Understood, Phil. I will take care of it right away. We will follow the leader's directives." The camp soon buzzed with activity as the research team rapidly commenced preliminary surveys and map-making. While intently operating the instruments, Jane Foster instructed Dashi, meticulously record the data. Every detail is crucial for energy localization. Dashi nodded earnestly, "Understood, senior sister. I will ensure there are no mistakes." As the chief authority, Licky returned to the dormitory accompanied by Agent May. Upon entering, Agent May gently closed the door and approached Licky, her voice soft. "Leader, you must be exhausted after such a busy day." She slightly turned, extending her delicate fingers to deftly unbutton his collar, her movements gentle and practiced, her eyes filled with concern. "First, take a moment to relax. I will prepare a bath for you to ease your fatigue." Licky nodded slightly, a hint of weary smile gracing his face. Agent May hurried to the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water echoed from within. She returned to Licky's side, softly stating, "Leader, the water is ready. You may take your bath now." Licky rose and entered the bathroom, while Agent May meticulously tidied the room, folding clothes neatly and organizing the documents on the table. When Licky emerged from the bathroom, Agent May had already prepared the bed. She assisted him in sitting at the edge of the bed, then knelt to slip on his slippers, looking up with a smile. "Leader, rest early. There are many tasks awaiting us tomorrow." After Licky lay down, Agent May also quietly settled beside him, ever attentive to his movements. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Agent May woke first, carefully getting out of bed to avoid stirring Licky. She approached the wardrobe, retrieving a fitted brown S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform and expertly donning it, ensuring her long hair was impeccably styled in the mirror. Then, she approached the bedside, softly saying, "Leader, I will fetch breakfast for you from the cafeteria." Licky opened his eyes slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Agent May returned with an exquisite breakfast. The plate adorned with golden brown toast, perfectly cooked eggs, and a steaming cup of coffee. She placed breakfast on the table, smiling as she said, "Leader, breakfast is ready for you to enjoy while it's hot." After Rick freshened up, he shared breakfast with Agent May before proceeding to the control hall, where most others had already gathered. Following a night of busyness, Rick briefly listened to Phil Coulson's report. Phil stated, "Leader, the excavation equipment is arriving in succession, and preparations are proceeding in an orderly fashion." Next, Jane Foster reported, "Our research team of 3 is currently unable to precisely determine the location of the underground mysterious energy. If there were to be an unexpected temporal shift or a massive energy accumulation triggering resonance, it would be easier to locate with special instruments." Upon hearing this, Rick furrowed his brow momentarily before regaining his composure and nodding gently. He was acutely aware that achieving temporal transportation and massive energy accumulation was implausible at present, even with the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. would require time. Rubbing his temples, he waved his hand. "Everyone, continue your work. Phil, arrange for staggered breaks. We must not exhaust everyone." Phil Coulson replied, "Yes, leader." Thus, in the sweltering heart of the desert camp, Rick spent another 2 days. Progress in energy exploration was sluggish. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched heavy excavators, tunnel-boring machines, and specialized detection instrument from New York, effectively doubling the size of the camp and gradually establishing, supporting living facilities. Over 200 individuals were working simultaneously within the camp, depleting resources at a staggering rate. During these 2 days, Eric and Jane observed that the phenomenon of the 9 planets aligning in the solar system was gradually taking shape. Eric hurried to report to Rick. Leader, the alignment of the 9 planets may be closely related to the underground energy. It presents both an opportunity and the potential for challenges and disasters. Rick's expression grew serious. Monitor closely and report any changes promptly. Research and excavation must not cease. We must locate the energy as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, in a small desert town, less than 50 miles south of the camp, a significant event was unfolding. Chapter 149. Darcy discovers her boyfriend's bed linens belong to another woman. Under the meticulous arrangement of Phil Coulson and Agent May, the heavy excavators and trucks transported from headquarters were systematically deployed around the S.H.A.L.D. desert camp, awaiting the coordinates of the underground mysterious energy to commence excavation. During these 2 days, Rick found himself in a state of ennui at the camp, spending time with a different female admirer each day. On the first day, he was accompanied by the quake-inducing Daisy Johnson. The second day featured Jane Foster, the female Thor. As for Agent Diana, she had long been a devoted follower of the leader, primarily responsible for security and bodyguard duties. Above the camp, Mets controlled by the artificial intelligence JARVIS patrolled diligently, creating a bustling atmosphere. On the morning of the 3rd day, while Rick was engaged in a deep conversation with Agent May in the dormitory, Eric and his 2 assistants, Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis, were calibrating the surveillance equipment in the research room. Suddenly, an alert emitted a series of beeping sounds within the research room. Eric's spirits soared as he swiftly turned to the machine, emitting the warning signal. On the screens, displaying energy intensity and parameters, a flickering orange glow indicated a sudden energy surge. Instinctively, Eric ran his hand over his balding head, tidying the scattered strands of hair, and an expression of sheer ecstasy illuminated his face. Slipping on his sandals, he hurried to the 2 monitoring screens, meticulously examining the relevant data. Jan Foster and Darcy Lewis shared in his exhilaration, their faces radiant with uncontainable smiles. Over the past few days, under the intentional modulation by Richie, Jan had experienced a significant reduction in mental control, allowing her to immerse herself more deeply in her research, making her smile all the more brilliant in this moment. Eric murmured to himself, his voice brimming with elation. A mysterious energy has suddenly manifested, pouring in from outer space, remarkably akin to what was recorded in New York a fortnight ago. Gamma rays are within the superradiation range, yet pose little threat to human beings. And the location is also similar. This energy radiation is situated just 40 miles to the southwest. As he spoke, he employed a pre-established triangulation method to precisely identify the energy's eruption site, swiftly retrieving the coordinates. Exuberantly, he declared to Darcy and Jan, "Our research has finally borne fruit. Should we harness the eruption of this divine energy to trigger a resonance with a mysterious underground energy, we could pinpoint its coordinates. Quickly, we must relay this splendid news to the captain." Upon hearing this, Darcy's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly volunteered. "You 2 continue your research here. I shall report to Captain Ritchie at once." Her rapport with Ritchie was quite amicable. He had, on various occasions, subtly disclosed that he had control over the base now, ensuring her safety. Thus, Darcy did not hesitate to express her intent to inform Ritchie. Jan, as a controlled follower, was well aware of the underlying reasons but refrained from disclosing them to others. The research enthusiast Eric, absorbed in his passion for scientific inquiry and astrophysics, remained indifferent to the identity of the base's overseer. Nodding along with January Darcy, bubbling with excitement, took a light leap before striding towards the door, her somewhat robust figure leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Along the way, she encountered several patrol security personnel who greeted the camp's joybringer with friendly nods and waves. Lost in her thoughts of delivering the news, Darcy hardly acknowledged them as she dashed towards the rest area. At that moment, Thor was nowhere to be found, likely occupied in some corner of the camp, and Ritchie would never insist on Thor shadowing him around the clock. Thus he paid little mind to these trivialities. Darcy arrived promptly at Ritchie's dormitory door, raising her hand and gently knocking twice, her nerves evident. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. As the base was entirely under his control, Ritchie had long abandoned the habit of locking the door, regardless of whom he was with. At that moment, He lay on a soft bed beside Agent May, fully aware of the distant sound of Darcy approaching swiftly, yet he made no move to react. When Darcy knocked and pushed the door open, she was taken aback to find her beloved man entwined with the alluring, naked Agent May. The sight of their bodies intertwined in the morning light was truly unexpected. In the gentle glow of dawn, Agent May's silhouette was captivating as she arched her neck. Her collarbone subtly visible among the creases of the sheets, beads of sweat cascading down her jawline, tracing silvery lines in the light. With bare feet propped against the bedpost, her calf muscles tensed with movement, an old scar on her ankle glimmering faintly with a pink hue. Just as Darcy entered, Agent May lay sprawled on the bed in a classic Brazilian jiu-jitsu pose, her firm thighs creating deep impressions in the sheets. As she turned, the curvature of her lower back and hips formed a graceful line, the morning light illuminating the scars along her side. Initially taken aback, Darcy's heart raced momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. She mused that her beloved man's ability to engage deeply with such remarkable women was a testament to his extraordinary charm. Her discernment had proven correct. In this self-reassuring thought, Darcy's face bore no trace of anger or panic. Li Qi, too, experienced no emotional upheaval at being seen by Darcy. A mere mortal, for he had always ensured her loyalty remained steadfast, preventing any interest in other men. Calmly, he rose from the bed, and Agent May, lying beside him, followed suit, casually draping a white shirt over her bronze-toned upper body. Only then did Darcy regain her focus and cheerfully address Li Qi, saying, "Li Qi, Professor Eric has observed an unexpected energy surge. Perhaps we could uncover the hidden mysterious energy underground. Should I report this to Captain Coulson?" Hearing Darcy's words, Li Qi stood up leisurely and replied in a composed tone, "This is indeed good news and will greatly aid our project's advancement. Please discuss it with Phil. I will first check the research room." With that, he began to dress with a leisurely pace. Darcy, believing herself to be Li Qi's devoted girlfriend, naturally stepped forward to assist him in donning his attire. Agent May also rose to lend a hand. Once the two women had helped Li Qi get dressed, he was the first to exit the dormitory, heading towards the research room. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Agent May methodically began to put on her undergarments and SHIELD uniform. Darcy stood to the side, observing Agent May as she dressed, hesitating momentarily before expressing with a hint of resentment, "Sister May, I actually don't oppose your relationship with Li Qi. In fact, I've spent several nights with him myself. In a certain sense, we should consider ourselves as close friends." Agent May, fastening her pants zipper, lifted her gaze to meet the innocent and spirited young girl with a calm demeanor. A rare expression flickered across her typically stern and aloof face. She felt no disdain or anger towards this naive girl. Under the influence of the Dominator's mental control, she regarded the female followers around him as companions serving a common purpose, treating even Darcy, an ordinary researcher, with equal regard. Agent May stepped forward, drawing closer to Darcy, wrapping her arms around her gently, and in her customary cool tone whispered in Darcy's ear, "Darcy, the Dominator is indeed a remarkable person. The trust and support he bestows upon us should be cherished. You must not betray his affection for you. Remember, we are steadfast supporters of the Dominator. Only by uniting our efforts can we better assist him in fulfilling his mission. From now on, let us look out for one another and share the burdens of the Dominator." Listening to Agent May's words, warmth surged within Darcy. Nodding vigorously, she embraced Agent May in return, touched as she said, "Sister May, I understand. I will always stand by Li Qi and support him alongside you. If there is anything in the future, please teach me." Agent May smiled faintly, gently patting Darcy's back as she replied, "Very well, we are all family. Whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together." In that moment, the two women held each other tightly, their bond deepening, having reached a mutual understanding of unwavering support for Li Qi. Chapter 150. Another visitor from the upper realm? Agent May and Darcy Lewis embraced tightly, sharing an unspoken camaraderie, having fully integrated into the Dominator's Legion. Clad in her SHIELD uniform, Agent May's attire accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. Her ample bosom created a captivating curve at the front of her uniform. Her slender waist and pert derriere formed a flawless silhouette, while her long, straight legs exuded a mature and sophisticated sensuality. Although Darcy Lewis was merely an ordinary person, Agent May treated her with the same respect as the other beautiful members of the Dominator's ranks. Agent May's diligence and unwavering loyalty to the Dominator were the reasons for her continuous ascent within S.H.I.E.L.D. After half a minute of their embrace, the two women released each other. Darcy looked at the statuesque Agent May, filled with admiration. Though she possessed her own admirable figure, her body appeared a bit fuller due to a lack of maintenance, yet it had its own unique allure. She had contemplated seeking Agent May's advice on fitness, but given the pressing circumstances, she dismissed the thought. Darcy Lewis casually seized the nearby agent's pistol and tucked it in her belt holster. Observing this, Agent May extended her long, strong hand and gently grasped Darcy, leading her directly towards the research room. As they followed the leader, Agent May noted that under Phil Coulson's command, the camp's operations were proceeding with remarkable order, with the potential to discover the coordinates of a mysterious subterranean energy source. It was indeed the time to undertake significant endeavors. Along the way, Agent May spotted Daisy Johnson, the Quake, hurrying from the opposite side of the camp. Quake's athletic and agile form was clad in a specially designed, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her toned musculature, radiating strength. The two sisters exchanged glances that conveyed a profound understanding and trust, silently acknowledging one another as they hastened towards the research room. At this moment, Agent May had no time to introduce Darcy to Quake, yet through their psychic connection, Quake was already aware of certain developments. Before long, the three women arrived at the research room, where Phil Coulson and Hawkeye Clint had already arrived ahead of them. The research enthusiast Eric was animatedly reiterating his discoveries to Coulson, his demeanor somewhat frenzied as he exclaimed, "Captain, we merely need to await feedback from a mysterious underground energy to initiate resonance. The wait may be prolonged or fleeting. We might receive a response imminently." His words offered no definitive answers, leaving everything to chance. Nearby, Richie, inspired by sudden thought, inquired, "Doctor, could you indicate the location of that mysterious energy wave on the map? Additionally, is there any way to ascertain the nature of this energy fluctuation?" Eric promptly pinpointed the coordinates on the navigation map, revealing a small desert oasis town situated not far to the southwest. He had also analyzed the energy's attributes, frequencies, and wavelengths, displaying the data on the screen. Richie glanced at the information with little interest, yet he was particularly intrigued by the location. Based on his knowledge of the Marvel narrative, he recognized that significant events were destined to unfold in that desert town. At that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, hurriedly joined the assembly in the research room, positioning himself at the rear of the crowd. Upon noticing the towering new bodyguard, Richie summoned him forward, pointing at the coordinates and the town's name on the screen, asking, "Thor, are you familiar with this location? Is this where you descended to Earth?" Thor scrutinized the details, nodding repeatedly as he replied mechanically, "Report, leader. Indeed, I was cast down from there and spent a rather arduous 2 or 3 weeks in that vicinity, leader." Richie nodded in acknowledgement, recalling Eric's mention of a similar energy fluctuation occurring 2 weeks prior. He requested Eric to retrieve the date and source information from the previous occurrence. After a few swift maneuvers on the screen, Eric displayed the data from the last similar energy fluctuation on another monitor. Richie compared the two screens and discovered that the physical characteristics of the two energy waves were nearly identical. Thus, there was no need to inquire further with Eric, as he had already determined that the last source of energy was the god of thunder, who had been cast down to the blue planet. The question now loomed: who had arrived on this world once more? Rich was filled with curiosity regarding this matter, uncertain if events would unfold as he anticipated. Consequently, he resolved to venture immediately to the desert town to seek answers. He communicated his intentions to his subordinates, all of whom eagerly volunteered to accompany their leader on this expedition. Rich pondered that the entire camp could not be left unattended. After a brief consideration, he decided to have Wonder Woman remain behind, along with Hawkeye and Phil Coulson to guard the camp. Agent May and Quake, as agents of S.H.I.L.D., would continue to assist Coulson. Jane Foster, the Lady Thor, would accompany him. Jane Foster was statuesque, her long golden hair cascading freely over her broad yet graceful shoulders. Her physique embodied both strength and beauty. Her powerful legs and upright stance exuded an aura of captivating charm, perfectly complemented by her resolute gaze. Additionally, he would bring along Thor, initiating a journey of redemption for him, in hopes of helping him attain a higher purpose and perhaps regain his lost divine powers. With his decision made, Rich promptly ordered preparations for vehicles to set off to the desert town. It lay approximately 30 kilometers from the camp, and although driving through the desert was somewhat slower, they could arrive within an hour. Rich first commanded the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, to dispatch 2 mech to swiftly scout for any anomalies. Upon receiving the command, JARVIS sprang into action. The 2 mechs, executing surveillance and security tasks in the air, immediately altered their course and, with full throttle, sped like lightning towards the desert town over 30 kilometers away, continuously relaying information back to Rich. The mech cruised through the air at speeds exceeding twice the speed of sound. Rich estimated that they would reach the desert town in about a minute. Thus, JARVIS projected real-time images into the void of the laboratory, allowing everyone present to witness the unfolding scene. Rich stood at the center, flanked by his female followers. All eyes were fixated on the images in the void, observing the mechs racing forward. The orange-hued desert landscape flowing past them like a luminous blur. In less than a minute, a small desert town came into view. The town lacked rivers, relying instead on subterranean water for sustenance. A main street, less than 200 meters long, threaded through the settlement, surrounded by sparse buildings. Not far from the town, a faint black circular mark could be discerned. Upon a mere glance, Rich concluded that this black imprint was likely the site left by the Bifrost transport. Thus, it was confirmed that the recent surge of energy was indeed the result of yet another arrival from above. The question remained, who could it be? Chapter 151. Preparing to sacrifice the female subordinate not far from the town, in the desert, lay the unmistakable black imprint left by the Bifrost descent. Upon noticing the situation, Li Qi instinctively touched his chin, a flicker of interest gleaming in his eyes, as he mused that the unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. He promptly commanded 2 mech to commence a search around the town for any unfamiliar or suspicious individuals. Subsequently, he summoned Thor, the god of thunder, to his side, pointing at the projected images in the void, instructing Thor scrutinize closely and see if any familiar faces appear. Thor, upon hearing this, stood at attention, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, fully aware of the gravity of his leader's command. Without hesitation, the 2 mech split into 2 directions, swiftly scouring the surroundings. At that moment, Phil Coulson approached hastily to report, "Sir, the vehicles are prepared and ready for departure." Li Qi nodded slightly, but chose to remain in place, awaiting the results of the search rather than heading directly to the camp's entrance to board a vehicle for the town. The group silently observed the 2 surveillance feeds projected in the air. At this time, the main street of the town was sparsely populated, as the sun hung high in the sky, radiating unbearable heat, which deterred most people from venturing outside, a perfectly reasonable circumstance. However, at one end of the main street, 4 figures caught Li Qi's attention. Simultaneously, the mech that captured this image raced towards the suspicious figures, gradually magnifying the silhouettes on the screen. Upon closer inspection, Li Qi discerned 4 individuals clad in armor reminiscent of ancient warriors, 3 men and 1 woman. He quickly recognized them as friends of Thor. They must have recently descended from Asgard in search of Thor, albeit arriving rather late. Li Qi gestured for Thor, inquiring, "Thor, do you recognize these 4?" Thor slightly bowed, standing beside his leader, equally transfixed by the surveillance image. Upon hearing the question, he nodded eagerly, responding respectfully, "My lord, those are 4 of my friends from Asgard. I did not expect them to descend in search of me. Would you like me to summon them to pledge their allegiance to you?" Although Thor had been cast down, his memory remained unsealed, enabling him to recognize his friends at a glance. In this moment, he earnestly advocated for them to Li Qi. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi nodded in agreement. For the warriors of Asgard, their prowess certainly surpassed that of SHIELD agents and could prove beneficial, if only as additional support. Noticing his leader's approval, Thor appeared somewhat exhilarated as he continued, "Then, my lord, I shall depart immediately to find them and bring them before you." However, Li Qi shook his head, his expression calm as he replied, "There is no need. Let us go together, as it would be a good opportunity to meet them." With his leader's directive, Thor naturally complied without hesitation. Following the previously established plan, Li Chi would take only Thor and Lady Thor, Jane Foster, to the desert oasis town, while the others remained at the camp to ensure its defense. At this moment, the imposing excavators and shield machines were poised and ready, awaiting the coordinates provided by the research enthusiast, Eric, to commence their operations. The group swiftly divided into teams, and Li Chi was preparing to depart from the research facility. Just then, an anomaly occurred within the projected image in the void. As the mechas rapidly approached the four Asgardian magic warriors, they too became aware of two figures drawing near. The three men and one woman simultaneously lifted their gazes toward the peculiar humanoid constructs, drawing their weapons and bracing for confrontation. All four were elite warriors from Asgard, a realm steeped in magic. While they possessed some understanding of technological matters, they were not extensively equipped to deal with them. At that moment, gazing at the two humanoid war machines hovering around them, a wave of surprise washed over them as they pondered. Having just descended from the sky to Midgard, how could they have been discovered so swiftly? The three male warriors began to engage in a heated debate, each holding firm to their own opinions. Meanwhile, the female warrior Sif, tall and athletic, donned armor that accentuated her graceful form, embodying a harmonious blend of strength and beauty. Her golden hair was elegantly tied back, with a few stray strands dancing in the wind, framing her striking and profound features. Her eyes resembled deep azure lakes, radiating determination and bravery beneath her high-bridged nose. Her tightly pressed lips revealed her tenacity and resolve. Brandishing a glistening short sword that caught the light, her shield complemented her formidable presence. She raised her gaze to the hovering humanoid war machines, remaining silent yet vigilant, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring valor. The scene lingered on the warrior Sif. Observing her from the projected image, Li Chi mused that though she may not possess the exquisite allure of his other female followers as a formidable warrior, she exuded a unique martial grace. He couldn't help but nod in approval, thinking to himself that she seemed to be an intriguing individual. Noticing the leader's interest in Sif, Thor, who had completely submitted to the leader's will and considered his every thought, promptly suggested, "My leader. This female subordinate and friend of mine is exceptionally strong and is famously known as the Ice Princess in Asgard. Such an ice beauty can only be conquered by you. When my subordinates encounter them, I shall present Sif to you first. I am certain she will regard it as an unparalleled honor." This flattery resonated well with Li Chi. He was quite pleased with such a thoughtful subordinate. Turning to Thor, he patted him on the shoulder and praised, "Well done, Thor. You truly understand the mind of your leader. Indeed, I find myself quite intrigued by that girl named Sif. Let us proceed to meet your friends." Upon receiving the leader's commendation, Thor's face blossomed with joy and excitement. In his heart, the leader's appreciation was more precious than any treasure in the world. He nodded fervently and led the way to the door. Li Chi then turned to Wonder Woman Diana and instructed, "Diana, ensure the protection of the base." Having spoken, he led Jane Foster out of the research room. Upon arriving outdoors, Thor, the god of thunder, was already standing respectfully at the entrance, eagerly following behind Richard as the leader emerged. The trio swiftly traversed the pathway, reaching the camp's exterior where a yellow military Humvee awaited at the gate. Richard did not instruct Phil Coulson to dispatch additional SHIELD agents to accompany them. On either side of the entrance, the agents, Quake and May, were already positioned beside the military vehicle, attempting to follow their leader to the desert town, but Richard raised his hand to decline their involvement, signaling them to remain and assist Phil Coulson in preparing for geological exploration. Chapter 152. 3 men and 1 woman. Richard took the driver's seat of the Humvee, gesturing for Thor and Jane Foster to enter the vehicle. Although under mental control, Thor's curiosity was evident as he fidgeted like a child, glancing around the interior, shifting restlessly in his seat and running his hands over the leather surface. Occasionally, he would touch the window or peer up at the ceiling, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Jane Foster naturally occupied the passenger seat beside the leader, while Thor settled into the back seat. Once everyone was seated, Richard pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, its wheels kicking up a cloud of dust. Not far behind, Phil Coulson, along with Quake and May, watched their leader depart, preferring not to accompany him on this perilous venture. In the vastness of the desert, Richard drove at breakneck speed, covering the 30-kilometer distance in merely 20 minutes. During the journey, He glanced in the rearview mirror at the now calm Thor, and then at his newly acquired female follower. Feeling a swell of pride for the two puppets under his control, he could not help but contemplate. Tonight, Jane Foster must attend to his needs. 2 minutes later, as the vehicle gradually stabilized, Richard turned to Thor, inquiring whether his four companions were more subordinates or friends. Thor, responding mechanically to the leader's question, stated, "Esteemed leader, our relationship leans more towards friendship. They are valiant warriors of Asgard, fearless and bold, and as a fellow warrior, I consider them my friends." Richard nodded in acknowledgement, casually asking about the abilities and weapons of the four companions, though it was merely idle conversation. In his mind, regardless of their prowess, they paled in comparison to his cadre of formidable female agents. Considering the prospect of having Thor meet his esteemed friends, Richard relaxed his mental control over Thor and Jane Foster slightly, allowing their expressions, movements, and speech to regain a semblance of normalcy, resembling that of ordinary individuals. Thor's face once again displayed a hint of pride as he addressed the leader. "Leader, upon meeting them, a single word from me will ensure their loyalty to you. Additionally, there is Sif, the renowned warrior of Asgard, with her statuesque figure and long, straight legs that seem capable of spanning the heavens and the earth. Her slender waist, delicate enough to be encircled by a mere hand, and her impressive curves, accentuated by her exquisite armor, evoke a striking feminine allure. More importantly, she has yet to experience the tender affections of romance. With her thousands of years, I present her to you as a testament to the profound camaraderie between friends." At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, appeared more composed, embodying a blend of aloofness and a certain approachable strength. While delivering these words, he exhibited a notable assertiveness regarding the treatment of friends. Richie nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic of Sif, as he undoubtedly harbored his own intentions. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the desert oasis town. Richie drove slowly onto the main thoroughfare. Along the way, with the continuous reports from the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, and the monitoring images projected within the vehicle, the trio became well aware of the peculiar events that had transpired since the arrival of four oddly dressed individuals, varying in height, weight, and appearance. Clad in combat armor of a distinctly fantastical style, they wielded an array of weapons, including long swords, short swords, flails, and axes. Among them was a short, stout man with a scruffy beard, brandishing a small axe, resembling a goblin from mythical tale. The other two men were of average height, one bearing a striking resemblance to an East Asian, and the other speaking with a foreign accent. The woman in armor, with her flowing hair and striking features, was particularly captivating. In her left hand, she held a small shield, while the right gripped a short sword that was only slightly larger than a dagger, her posture regal. The armor, uniquely designed, was adorned with intricate patterns woven from mithril threads, fitting her form and glimmering with a cool sheen under the sun. The shoulders and hem of her armor were trimmed with supple leather, adding a touch of grace. The short sword she wielded, slightly larger than a dagger, featured a hilt set with a deep blue gemstone, harmoniously complementing her petite shield, which bore ancient runes. Compared to her three male companions, this female warrior left an indelible impression, and thus, this ensemble quickly became the talk of the entire town. The town was small, with a modest population. Any novelty would soon be known by nearly everyone. Upon hearing of the arrival of four peculiar outsiders, many residents flung open their doors, peering from shops and courtyards, eager to glimpse the happenings on the main street. The short, elf-like man with the scruffy beard, despite his stature, was quite sociable and enjoyed engaging with others, taking on the role of communicator among the group. His every utterance elicited laughter from those around him, earning him the title of the jester among the four. Soon enough, through various inquiries, they discovered that Thor's dear friends had indeed been seen in this town. However, they had not been spotted for approximately a week. However, kind-hearted individuals provided them with clues about a suddenly emerged camp situated several dozen kilometers beyond the town, established atop an immensely heavy extraterrestrial meteorite. Coupled with the erratic days when Thor rambled about mysterious companions and the formidable weapon known as Mjolnir, speculation arose that Thor was indeed heading towards this enigmatic camp that had sprung up overnight. Upon sharing this lead with the four warriors of Asgard, the quartet resolved to depart the town and make their way towards the camp. In the meantime, this quaint little town, imbued with a festive atmosphere and rich local character, left a profound impression on the four. Lined with wooden houses that were artfully arranged, the streets were adorned with vibrant green vines climbing their walls. Colorful signs swayed gently in the breeze outside the shops. The air was filled with the malty aroma of beer, the sweet scent of desserts, and the oiliness emanating from steel motorcycles, intertwining to create a unique ambience. Here, they experienced the delights of beer, chewing gum, steel motorcycles, delectable desserts, and the kindness of the local inhabitants, rendering this journey quite meaningful for the four individuals. After bidding farewell to the benevolent townsfolk, the warriors prepared to trek towards the camp. At that moment, a deep green Hummer sped down the main thoroughfare of the town, abruptly breaking to a halt just half a meter before them. The forest guardian warriors, robust and spirited, were not startled enough to collapse. They stood there, gazing with a mix of intrigue and bewilderment at the imposing green steel behemoth before them. Seated in the driver's seat, Richie scrutinized the trio of men and one woman. Their contrasting heights and builds were evident, with Sif particularly exuding the aura and appearance of a warrior goddess. Her long hair danced in the wind. Her exquisite armor seemed petite, yet concealed lethal weaponry, igniting within each man a deep-seated desire to compete with such a formidable female warrior. Consequently, Richie immediately resolved to secure Sif, intending to recruit her into his cadre of beautiful warriors. Chapter 153. Capturing the warrior woman. Upon encountering the trio once more, Sif appeared even more striking alongside the three men. Her profound and piercing gaze, high and straight nose, elegantly shaped lips, and long, athletic legs, all encased in her refined armor, accentuated her strength. The contrast between her ample bosom and slender waist highlighted the beauty of her feminine curves. Observing this, Richie was resolute in his determination to capture Sif and enlist her as a member of his beautiful legion. According to Thor, these four warriors possessed formidable physical attributes and honed combat skills, yet lacked enchanted properties or supernatural abilities, relying solely on their martial prowess to secure their crucial positions as golden warriors in Asgard as heavenly realm. Thus, Richie did not perceive Sif as particularly formidable. At this moment, sunlight bathed the desolate landscape, while a gentle breeze stirred up a few grains of sand, adding a touch of drama to this encounter. Li Chi emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by his two subordinates. Jane Foster, clad in a fitted brown uniform of S.H.I.E.L.D., perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Firmly grasping the white Mjolnir, she appeared particularly striking. Thor, emerging from the back seat, exuded an air of undeniable charisma. The forest guardian warriors stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily blank in disbelief. The very Thor they had sought with great effort now stood before them, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words, as if their brains had momentarily short-circuited. After a brief pause, the four regained their composure. The goblin-like Hogan took a few hurried steps forward, enthusiastically patting Thor on the back, exclaiming, "Thor, we've traversed great distances to find you. Heimdall nearly wept in his search for you." The other three male warriors gathered around, exchanging hearty punches and backpats, greeting Thor with enthusiasm. In contrast, Sif's gaze was fixed on the Mjolnir in Jane Foster's hand. Upon seeing it, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Sif was acutely aware that Mjolnir was forged from the core of a dead star, weighing over 1,000 tons, a true planetary nucleus. Yet here it was, held by this seemingly frail young woman. In terms of physical stature, Jane Foster appeared significantly more delicate compared to Sif. However, they had successfully located Prince Thor, and the enchanted hammer cast into the Nine Realms by Odin had also been found, thus fulfilling their mission. Consequently, Sif refrained from questioning the hammer's presence. After exchanging a few words with his three close friends, Thor quickly ushered them aside and turned to introduce his four companions. "Everyone, allow me to present my superior, Mr. Li Chi, whom I met on Earth. You are all my comrades, and I specifically wish to introduce you to my superior, hoping you may serve together under him, forging new imperial territories." As Thor, the son of a god and prince of the divine, uttered these seemingly grandiose words, his friends were left in a state of bewilderment. Confusion and uncertainty filled their minds as they exchanged glances, seeking answers within each other's eyes. They did not fully grasp the implications of the term superior, but witnessing Thor's respectful demeanor, they sensed that their destinies were about to change and that they must yield to his will. This realization left them profoundly perplexed and agitated, igniting a desire to inquire, to contradict, even to resist. However, Li Qi did not grant them the opportunity to speak. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and an aura of formidable and enigmatic power radiated from him, as if a tangible light emanated outward from his very being. The forest guardian warriors were suddenly engulfed by an invisible pressure, as though a colossal mountain were bearing down upon them. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, expressions of agony etched upon their faces, yet they valiantly endeavored to resist. Regrettably, despite their formidable physical prowess and exceptional combat skills, they lacked any magical or supernatural attributes. Thus, their resistance lasted merely a second or two longer than that of an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star. Soon, their countenances became vacant, their gazes hollow, and their bodies slackened, rendering them entirely puppets of Lich. This fate befell all four, including the usually boisterous and loquacious Goblin Hogan, whose current state was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The female warrior Sif wore an expression devoid of emotion. Her astonishment and joy at the sight of Thor vanished completely. Deep within her psyche, Lich had indelibly imprinted the mindset of a leader and a follower, her loyalty firmly locked in place. As for the other three Sky Warriors, Lich did not exert such intricate control. He simply transformed them into complete puppets. The three male warriors silently positioned themselves behind Jane Foster, assuming the roles of attendants and bodyguards. Jane found this behavior unremarkable. Lich stepped forward, approaching Sif, scrutinizing the striking female warrior hailing from the celestial realm. Renowned as a formidable Valkyrie, Sif's reputation had spread across many lands over the millennia. Her chiseled features, somewhat alluring visage, and striking aura, complemented by her resplendent armor and dainty weaponry, epitomized the ideal of combat prowess in the eyes of men. Curiosity stirred within Lich. Sif's physical strength was several times that of a top-tier Special Forces operative from Blue Star. What extraordinary qualities lay within her physique? With this inquiry lingering in his mind, Lich resolved to spend a night in the quaint town. He conveyed this intention to his puppets, who all expressed enthusiastic approval. Even the three newly subjugated Sky Warriors demonstrated great support for their leader, which delighted Lich immensely. Of course, they had little choice in the matter. Subsequently, Lich instructed Jane Foster to drive, carrying Thor and the three male warriors as they trailed behind him at a leisurely pace, with Sif accompanying him. The group meandered along the main thoroughfare of the town, searching for a lodging establishment. It was midday, an opportune time for a meal. The town was gradually becoming busier, with shops, eateries, and various establishments opening for business. Among these, the presence of gas stations and fuel depots was indispensable. Finally, beside a small crossroad in the heart of the town, they discovered a tranquil and unpretentious inn. The inn was modest, comprising only 3 stories, adorned with local architectural charm. Situated in a desert locale, both the ground and the eaves were dusted with sand, imparting an orange hue to the entire town. This quaint inn particularly exuded an ambience reminiscent of Torpon's distinctive character. After reviewing the situation, Li Qi decided to settle into this particular inn, reserving 3 rooms for a night's stay before returning to the camp the following day. Chapter 154. Dining, contemplating the circumstances. Li Qi reasoned that since he had already subdued Thor's companions, it would be prudent to spend a night in the desert town and observe whether any unforeseen developments would unfold, as per the narrative he was familiar with. Thus, Thor led the group to a quaint and reminiscent of Torpon architecture, where they secured 3 rooms. Naturally, these arrangements were orchestrated by the Goblin Hogan. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor corridor, the group paused, and Li Qi proceeded to allocate the rooms. The central room was reserved for himself and the newly acquired warrior follower, Sif. The left room was designated for Jane Foster, while the right room was assigned to Thor and his 3 companions. For men sharing the same room would not raise any eyebrows. Li Qi, ever considerate, inspected the room designated for the 4 men, glancing inside to find 2 spacious beds, nodding in approval before finalizing the arrangements. Once the rooms were allocated, Li Qi led his subordinates downstairs for a meal. Though these individuals were far from ordinary, and Li Qi, blessed with his extraordinary abilities, could easily forego food for days, he still adhered to the rhythms of normalcy and the habits of human life. As noon approached, the natural inclination to dine took over, prompting him to descend with his companions. They meandered through the town, where the main street stretched a mere 200 meters, flanked by several narrow alleyways. The entire desert town was built upon an underground aquifer, with sparse trees and vegetation, predominantly featuring low-lying structures. Then they had just rented, if one could call it that, was a 3-story building, considered quite tall for the area. At the end of the street stood a towering water tower, the tallest structure in sight, while a gas station and refueling station were located at the opposite end. There were 2 inns in the town, but 3 or 4 eateries to choose from. Li Qi selected a seemingly clean establishment, pushing open the glass door and finding 2 tables by the window, where they divided into 2 groups to dine. Li Qi, Jane Foster, and Sif naturally occupied one table, while Thor and his 3 friends settled at a nearby table, the 2 tables closely situated. The restaurant was suffused with a subtle aroma of culinary delights, and the wooden tables and chairs exuded a rustic charm. Li Qi maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze leisurely scanning the menu as he thoughtfully selected dishes. Jane Foster, attired in a finely tailored brown shirt with a slightly open collar revealing her fair collarbone, elegantly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Meanwhile, Sif, unabashedly resting her elbows on the table, eagerly surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she awaited the arrival of their meal. Before long, a kitchen staff member approached, bearing steaming dishes filled with enticing fare. The table was suddenly adorned with an array of tantalizing Eastern delicacies, their alluring colors and fragrant aromas filling the air. Li Qi picked up a chopstick full of vegetables, placed it in his mouth, and chewed thoughtfully, nodding slightly with a hint of satisfaction. He remarked slowly, "The flavors found in this desert town possess a certain Eastern charm. Indeed, this journey has proven worthwhile." Jian Fuster's lips curled into an elegant smile, his eyes sparkling with delight as he replied, "Indeed, I never imagined I would encounter such authentic flavors in this remote locale. It is truly a delightful surprise." Meanwhile, Sif, unable to contain her eagerness, her eyes gleaming, eagerly seized a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of soup. She drank it down and sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "Delicious. The flavors are robust, far superior to those trinkets I had in the Celestial Palace." Her boisterous eating and candid remarks attracted curious glances from the surrounding diners. At Thor's table, several burly men were animatedly discussing tales of battle, their laughter erupting from time to time. Outside, the howling winds and sands created a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere within the restaurant. The other patrons in the establishment engaged in hushed conversations or observed the uniquely attired newcomers with interest. However, everyone seemed accustomed to the ebb and flow of travelers and soon returned to their own affairs. Li Qi slightly furrowed his brow, gently waving his hand, and advised, "While we discuss culinary delights in this relaxed setting, it is prudent not to be overly ostentatious. Our identities are special, and it is best to maintain a low profile." Sif scratched her head and grinned. "I know the balance, don't worry, leader." Jian Fuster nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it is always wise to exercise caution." Speaking of which, the culinary cultural disparities between worlds are vast. I wonder what the flavors of Asgard are like, Sif? Sif's eyes brightened with enthusiasm as she gestured animatedly. The cuisine of Asgard primarily consists of roasted meats and mead, ample in quantity and rich in flavor, truly invigorating, especially during victory feasts when everyone gathers, devouring large portions of meat and drinking heartily. The joy is unparalleled. Li Qi listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting a thought. The group continued to dine and chat, the atmosphere growing increasingly harmonious. At that moment, Li Qi set down his chopsticks, his gaze resting on Sif, curiosity evident in his eyes as he inquired, "Sif, hearing you speak of Asgard's cuisine piques my interest in your life there. I imagine you have many unforgettable experiences from your youth in Asgard. Would you be willing to share some?" Sif paused momentarily, a nostalgic expression crossing her face as she placed her spoon down and said, "Oh, there are countless tales, leader. In my youth, I spent my days training alongside Thor and the others in the Celestial Palace's training grounds. Each day before dawn, we were summoned by our instructor for rigorous training in swordsmanship, combat techniques, and various battle skills." She paused for a moment, a proud smile gracing her face, and continued, I remember an occasion when we stealthily slipped out of the Celestial Palace and ventured near the Rainbow Bridge to frolic. At that time, we were filled with curiosity about the outside world and inadvertently triggered the protective barrier, summoning a horde of guardian beasts. Those creatures were formidable, towering in stature and radiating immense magical power. Jean Foster listened intently, unable to suppress a soft inquiry. What happened next? How did you confront them? Chapter 155. Sif removes her armor. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sif's eyes as she replied. We were certainly startled, but we did not falter. Thor brandished his hammer, and my companions and I drew our weapons. We stood back to back, engaging in a fierce battle against those guardian beasts. Though the encounter was perilous, our teamwork proved effective, and we ultimately succeeded in driving them away. That experience solidified the bonds among us. Rick listened with great interest, remarking, "It sounds truly exhilarating. I imagine that after that ordeal, you gained a new understanding of your own strength." Sif nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, leader." From that moment on, we trained with even greater diligence, aspiring to enhance our capabilities for exploring the outside world and safeguarding Asgard. The group continued to eat and converse, enraptured by Sif's narrative. The atmosphere within the restaurant of this desert town was distinctly unique. Sitting by the window, they observed the bustling street, which was spacious enough to accommodate the few hundred residents, resulting in a sparse number of vehicles. The setting resembled a film set, primarily attracting visitors seeking leisure, adventure, and strolls. In this place, to avoid drawing excessive attention, Rick relaxed his mental control over his subordinates, allowing their behavior and conversation to appear entirely normal. Through Sif's descriptions, Asgard was portrayed as a celestial palace in the sky, and after listening, Rick felt a burgeoning longing to visit the palace and explore its wonders. Thus, he inquired in detail. Sif described the entire palace as if adorned in gold, shimmering with an infinite radiant glow, connected by the Rainbow Bridge to the 9 major planets. The palace's guardians were valiant warriors, embodying unwavering resolve to protect the lord of the palace. As Rick listened, his fascination with Asgard deepened. He pondered when he would have the opportunity to wander through the celestial palace. He understood that Asgard was presently undergoing a transition of leadership, with the old king Odin harboring certain disappointments regarding his son Thor. Consequently, without his father's approval, Thor challenged the Frost Kingdom, inciting Odin's wrath and resulting in his demotion from the palace for further training. Rick fully comprehended the father's frustration over his son's shortcomings. Moreover, Li Chi inquired about the journey that several of them had undertaken from the Celestial Palace. Sif recounted to the master that they had first sought out Heimdall to locate the coordinates of Thor, the god of thunder, within the 9 realms. And only after acquiring these coordinates did they descend from the heavens to the mortal realm. During this narration, Sif mentioned how the search had caused Heimdall's eyes to redden, even bringing him to tears. At this point, a bold smile graced Sif's face, drawing the attention of the diners around her. Upon realizing the presence of these 4 foreign visitors, they found it rather unremarkable. After finishing their meal at the tavern, Li Chi found little inclination to wander through the town. Coupled with the strong winds sweeping through the area, a yellow sandstorm enveloped the town, with grains swirling across the streets. Thus, they returned to the inn, intending to exercise indoors for the afternoon and refrain from venturing outside. After the 4 male followers and Jane Foster returned to their respective rooms, Li Chi requested Sif to close the door to her room, which was quite spacious. Aside from a soft bed, it was equipped with bathing facilities, prompting Li Chi to suggest that Sif remove her clothes and join him for a bath. A rare blush graced Sif's face at this moment, as her mental control had been significantly relaxed by the master, allowing her to exhibit a reaction akin to that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, her obedience and loyalty to the master remained unwavering, firmly maintaining control over her followers. Sif slightly lowered her head and approached the cabinet, gently placing the shield and short sword she had been holding upon it. Subsequently, she lifted her hands to unfasten the clasps at the neck of her armor, the soft click signaling its release. Gripping the shoulder plates on either side, she exerted a slight force to deftly remove them, setting them aside on a nearby chair. Then, she skillfully untied the straps of her breastplate, which slipped away like a serpent, freeing the armor from her body. Sif carefully folded the breastplate, demonstrating her reverence for the armor. Li Chi observed as his follower disrobed, and soon after, Sif removed the plates from her greaves, revealing her long legs. The muscular lines of her legs were firm and fluid, and as the last piece of armor fell to the floor, her form was fully illuminated in the light of the room. Her musculature was not exaggerated like that of a bodybuilder, but rather it flowed with the grace of perfectly forged steel, each contour hinting at latent power. The 6 diamond-shaped abdominal muscles formed a harmonious ratio with her supple hips, while the pronounced grooves of her spine descended from her shoulder blades to her lower back, reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece that emphasized the aesthetics of muscle and physique. As she turned, her ample bosom gently swayed beneath her undergarment, creating a striking contrast with her taut abdomen. The legs cascaded down from the waist, the quadriceps revealing an exquisite curve as she moved. This harmonious contradiction of strength and grace reminded Lequi of the Valkyrie Sif from Asgardian mythology, possessing a slender, yet powerful waist that contrasted sharply with her firm abdomen. On her abdomen, several well-defined muscles were arranged like meticulously crafted jade, outlining perfect lines. Higher up, her ample and upright bosom accentuated her feminine allure and sensuality, supported by the garment she wore. Her back muscles were equally taut, with lines flowing smoothly from her neck to her waist, achieving a delicate balance between strength and form, radiating the power of a warrior while preserving the enchanting essence of femininity. As Lequi watched Sif remove the armor that clung tightly to her body, he noted that beneath it lay a traditional Asgardian outfit, markedly different from the contemporary attire of Earth. It resembled the garments of antiquity, albeit with distinctions such as a bra and underwear, the latter being a short-skirt attire. Once removed, only her bra and snug undergarments remained. In Chapter 156, exploring the differences between Sif's physique and that of ordinary humans, Lequi urged Sif to shed the final 2 garments. Thus, he beheld her exquisitely forged physique, markedly different from the female followers he had previously encountered. Sif exuded both strength and beauty, though her face did not possess the striking allure of his other female companions. While her oval visage added a touch of charm, it ultimately did not match the beauty of others. However, there was a confidence and bravery within her that set her apart from the ordinary. Lequi considered Sif's figure and appearance acceptable, provided he did not dwell upon her age. He beckoned her, leading Sif into the bathroom, inviting this warrior from the celestial palace to attend to his bathing. In the bathroom, Lequi stood quietly while Sif, somewhat hesitant, adjusted the water temperature with a towel in hand. After applying shower gel to her master, she began to wash him. Although her mastery of strength was not flawless, her earnest attitude was sufficient to satisfy Lequi. As the dominant figure, he savored the moment. After a short while, once the washing was complete, Sif dried him off, and Lequi guided her to the soft bed. The room was spacious, and Lequi was uncertain about the soundproofing in this relatively modest dwelling within the desert town. After laying Sif down on the bed, he gently climbed in beside her, placing his hand over her mouth to signal her to remain quiet. Sif immediately grasped the will of the leader, who proceeded to impart knowledge and guidance, enlightening her on the etiquette of the celestial palace and the respect due to the leader within its confines. During Li Qi's instruction, he also came to understand the stark contrast between the physique of those from Blue Star and the formidable warriors of the Asgardian palace. The density of their constitutions differed by several folds, undoubtedly marking Sif as a far more robust warrior. This realization led Li Qi to appreciate the nuances of serving his master with greater sensitivity. Meanwhile, Sif, mindful of her demeanor, maintained a composed silence. A gentle breeze wafted through the room, and through the adjacent window, one could observe the main thoroughfare of the desert town, now besieged by swirling sands that scattered refuse. Billboards and garments alike. The town seemed to have acclimated to this harsh, sand-laden environment, with nearly all inhabitants choosing to remain indoors, enduring the periodic torment of dust storms that struck every few days. Li Qi rose from his bed and stood upon the floor, gazing at the new female follower, Sif, who lay before him. Her delicate features, flowing hair, and the athletic physique befitting a warrior evoked a sense of exotic allure in Li Qi. This prompted him to ponder whether he should seek out more followers from distant realms. However, this notion was fleeting, swiftly dismissed as he embraced a more serendipitous approach to such matters. As Sif sat up from the bed, she did not exhibit the coyness often associated with female followers. Instead, she displayed a refreshing confidence. This demeanor was likely influenced by the relaxed mental control Li Qi, as the leader, had over his followers at that moment. He offered Sif words of praise, acknowledging her devoted contributions, which brought her great joy, for the leader's recognition meant more to her than anything else. Soon after, they exchanged some intimate words. At that moment, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, suddenly reported to Li Qi that, not far to the south of the town, a mysterious source of energy was descending from the heavens, reminiscent of the energy fluctuations experienced when Thor's friends had recently visited. Li Qi's eyes brightened upon hearing this news, contemplating that events were unfolding in alignment with his understanding of the narrative, which boded well. Seizing Sif's wrist, he inquired, "Do you have any companions who are also descending? We have detected another surge of energy outside the town. Is it possible that you have others joining you?" Sif, taken aback by the leader's question, shook her head in denial, responding, "Leader, there should be no one else seeking Thor. We are his closest and dearest friends. If there were to be anyone else, it would likely be his brother, Loki." Li Qi nodded, believing that it should not be Loki, but rather another creation that had arrived outside the town. According to the original narrative, it was the war weapon known as the Destroyer from the Celestial Palace. Thus, before Li Qi could inquire with the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, it was Jarvis who first reported to his master, "Boss, a mysterious entity from the heavens has descended outside the town, resembling an oversized steel mech, and is heading this way. It is estimated that it will enter the town in less than 2 minutes. What shall we do? Should we attempt to thwart that creature?" Upon hearing the report, Li Qi instructed Jarvis to closely monitor the movements of the colossal figure. He then urged Sif to don her attire and promptly gather everyone. Sif, upon receiving the order, swiftly donned her garments and armor, completing the transformation into a formidable warrior in less than 10 seconds. She then proceeded to knock on the door of the room where Thor was situated. The impatience of the goblin, Hogan, was palpable as he replied, and Sif formally addressed them. "Listen, comrades, the Celestial Palace has dispatched another formidable entity. We must convene to discuss our course of action. Hurry to the leader's chamber." Upon hearing Sif's words, Hogan ceased his complaints, obediently opened the door, and the 4 men quickly filed into the leader's room. Li Qi personally called for the female thunder god, Jane Foster, from the adjoining room. The group gathered around the round table, ready to heed the leader's directives. Chapter 157. The thunder god still unable to rise at this moment. Li Qi's followers congregated in the leader's chamber, poised for action, prepare to follow their leader's commands in response to the immense humanoid war machine advancing towards them. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had already mobilized additional mechs, which were now circling above the town, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the menacing behemoth. The real-time surveillance footage was projected before them in a wordless void. The humanoid mech on the ground towered at 7 to 8 meters, constructed entirely of gleaming steel rings. The surface of the rings shimmered with a cold light, and white steam occasionally erupted from its leg joints as it moved. Its strides were resolute and imposing, resembling a mobile mountain, steadily yet purposefully making its way towards the town. At that moment, it was less than 400 meters from the oasis town. Many residents within the town had already sensed the anomaly outside, with numerous individuals stepping out of their homes to gaze down the main thoroughfare towards the outside. They beheld the fearsome colossus with astonishment. Some residents covered their mouths in terror. Children widened their eyes in curiosity, and young adults clenched their fists in anxiety. Many whispered among themselves, speculating, could this be a new type of war machine developed by Stark Industries? It is worth noting that news of Tony Stark's creation of mechs had already spread widely throughout this world. As the shadowy mastermind, Licky has consistently concealed himself behind the scenes, with all advanced technology and weaponry still bearing the name of Tony Stark. Thus, the residents of the small town are perplexed by how Mr. Stark has managed to create such an imposing suit of armor. Is it here to conduct security patrols, or perhaps to host an exhibition? Licky stands by the table, gently tapping his fingers on its surface, his gaze focused on the horizon. He ponders the formidable war machine that descended from the last Asgard, contemplating how effortlessly it could be defeated or even destroyed. Not to mention Thor's 3 seemingly ineffectual, yet genuinely ineffectual male companions. Even the female Thor, Jane Foster, could likely shatter this metallic behemoth with ease, let alone if he were to intervene personally. However, at this moment, Licky's thoughts revolve around seizing this opportunity to cultivate Thor's character. encouraging him to rely on his own efforts to break the curse imposed by Odin, the Allfather. Although termed a curse, it is in reality a test. He believes that through this trial, Thor can genuinely mature, liberating himself from his dependency on divine power and evolving into a more formidable warrior. For Thor, this represents both a challenge and an opportunity. With this in mind, Loki glances at Thor and decides to let him confront this crisis. Loki instructs Thor to take the hammer of the Thunder God from Jane Foster to ascertain whether Odin's curse has been lifted. Upon hearing the leader's command, Thor's eyes flash with determination, his chest swelling with confidence as he nods affirmatively. At that moment, he has regained some of his autonomy from the leader's mental control. Feeling a surge of pride, convinced that the hammer will resonate with his spirit, he reaches out to Jane Foster, who slightly raises her chin, her gaze full of confidence as she gently hands over the hammer. The four companions nearby watch intently, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on Thor's hand. They too have been released from the leader's mental grip, regaining a semblance of independent thought. They are acutely aware that their friend, before being cast down from the celestial realm, had been stripped of his ability to wield the hammer, and they are eager to see if the curse has been broken. Particularly, the warrior Sif displays an expression of exhilaration, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clenches her fists in anticipation. She yearns for the imminent battle outside the town, hoping to once again fight alongside Thor, allowing her name to be sung across distant planets. Thor grasps the handle of the hammer, nodding affirmatively at Jane Foster. His face a mask of resolve, he firmly clutches the hammer's grip, his arm muscles taut as he attempts to lift it. Observing this, Jane slowly releases her hold. However, in an instant, an unforeseen turn of events occurs. Thor is suddenly beset by an overwhelming force, causing him to uncontrollably plummet towards the ground. At this moment, the mighty Mjolnir weighed over 10,000 tons, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud, causing Thor to be violently thrown down, producing a deafening clang. This outcome did not surprise the leader, Rick, yet the other four companions stared in wide-eyed astonishment. They understood that Thor had not yet lifted Odin's curse, which posed a significant dilemma. The three male friends rushed forward to help the god of thunder to his feet, anxiously inquiring, "Are you injured? Did you hurt yourself?" Thor's face was a mask of disappointment, disbelief etched upon his features as he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. In his heart, he sincerely repented, pondering why he had yet to receive forgiveness from his father, King Odin. He silently stepped back, feeling a profound sense of guilt for failing the leader's expectations. Bowing his head deeply, unable to meet their gaze. Rick's expression remained serene. He had anticipated this result. He gently instructed the group. The threat approaching from outside the town presents a challenge for Thor, as well as an opportunity to reclaim Mjolnir. Therefore, let us stand by him, allowing him to confront this predicament alone and overcome his inner turmoil. I believe that through this experience, he will genuinely grow. Now, let us proceed to the outskirts of the town and prevent this charming yet unremarkable place from suffering devastation. With that, Rick cast an encouraging glance at Thor. Feeling the leader's gaze, Thor slowly raised his head, meeting Rick's eyes filled with encouragement. This rekindled his spirit, igniting a renewed determination within him, as he realized that the leader still held hope for him, and he could not betray that trust. Inspired by this support, Thor revitalized his vigor. Jane Foster picked up Mjolnir from the ground, giving her arm a gentle shake, elegantly spinning the hammer. This act left Thor's three male friends utterly astonished. Although the leader had relaxed his mental control over them to some extent, out of respect for Rick's presence, none dared to voice their confusion. Sif, witnessing Jane's action, was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by shock. Despite her formidable warrior physique, she could not lift Mjolnir even slightly. How could this seemingly delicate female follower of the leader possess such strength? In her heart, Sif vowed to achieve a feat of valor before the leader. Rick dismissed the thoughts of his followers, striding forward and leading them out of the house. Descending the stairs, they climbed into the Hummer parked at the entrance and sped towards the outskirts of the town. At that moment, the colossal destroyer drew ever closer to the town, and they had to race against time to reach the town's edge, safeguarding the settlement while allowing Thor to face this trial. Chapter 158. At worst, severe injury. Is dying so easy? The followers followed Rick, swiftly boarding the Hummer as they raced towards the town's exterior. Meanwhile, in the desert town, Many had begun to notice the towering steel giant looming outside, and the crowd buzzed with speculation. In less than half a minute, the vehicle burst forth from the town. Li Qi's gaze was instantly drawn to the destroyer. This fantastical creation of steel towered at a height of 7 to 8 meters. Its form constructed from concentric rings of specialized metal. The face was shrouded in darkness, with flickering embers faintly visible within. Magical energy swirling like a tumultuous undercurrent. That was its energy core. At that moment, the destroyer launched its assault. A beam of white laser shot forth from its gaping maw, striking like lightning towards the recently departed Hummer. Observing this, Li Qi swiftly wrenched the steering wheel, narrowly evading the magical beam. The beam struck the resilient sand dune they had just traversed, instantly creating a charred crater, from which billowed thick black smoke. And clouds of golden sand were kicked up around them. The magical laser energy of this destroyer was undeniably far more formidable than any weapon found on Blue Star. Li Qi slammed the brakes, the tires screeching as they left a deep mark upon the ground. He and his followers quickly disembarked from the vehicle. At that moment, only Thor, the god of thunder, Jane Foster, and the warrior Sif remained by his side. The three valiant warriors of Asgard were not permitted to ride. Instead, Li Qi urged them to run ahead, for they had yet to reach the outskirts of the town. Confronted by this colossal, magical entity, Li Qi had already devised a plan. He intended for Thor to engage in battle, thereby demonstrating Thor's resolve to stand with the people and protect them, ultimately breaking the shackles and curses Odin had imposed upon his son. Thus, after retreating a few paces to evade another beam of magical laser fire from the destroyer, Li Qi turned to Thor and commanded, "Thor, this great beast is now in your hands. Go forth and conquer it. Liberate yourself from the chains that bind your heart." Upon hearing the leader's command, Thor inhaled deeply, steeling himself, and took 2 steps forward, preparing to face the destroyer alone. In stark contrast, the destroyer loomed at a towering height of 8 to 9 meters, while Thor stood at less than 2, appearing diminutive. At that moment, the 3 Asgardian warriors hastily arrived. Seeing their friend confronting such a formidable foe alone, they quickly gathered around Thor, vociferously insisting on joining him in battle. At this juncture, the mental hold of the leader on Thor and the Asgardian warriors had considerably weakened, allowing a flicker of independent thought to emerge. Li Qi stood behind, observing silently, signaling Sif to persuade the 3 warriors to withdraw. Receiving the telepathic instruction from Li Qi, Sif's expression transformed into one of determination. With a graceful stride, she approached the Asgardian warriors. She grasped the shoulder of the dwarf Hogun and addressed the trio. "The leader intends for Thor to fight alone. We must retreat and await further instructions. Quickly, you 2 return." Upon hearing Sif's words, the 3 warriors, though reluctant, turned to Thor and urged, "Thor, we can only protect you from the rear. Fear not, with so many of us here, you have nothing to dread." Thor, the god of thunder, gazed upon the colossal annihilator, fear surging within him like a tidal wave. His legs trembled involuntarily, yet, under the watchful eyes of his companions, he feigned composure, lowering his gaze to address them. "This is hopeless. I am devoid of my divine powers and my enchanted hammer, and I fear I cannot withstand this metallic sorcerer's might. It is far too resilient." No sooner had he spoken than the annihilator's immense iron fist descended upon him like a mountain crashing down. Thor, unable to evade, braced himself and raised his own fist to meet the impending blow. With a thunderous crash, iron collided with flesh, producing a deafening roar. Thor was propelled backward, landing heavily several meters away, creating a crater in the sand, dust scattering in all directions. He coughed several times, regaining his breath. Meanwhile, the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif had retreated to a safe distance of 7 or 8 meters, standing protectively before their leader, Li Qi. Li Qi, with hands clasped behind his back, maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that the situation lay within his control. He remained unperturbed. To him, the Annihilator, despite its imposing stature and magical prowess, was but a fade, evenly matched against the current god of thunder. Among the celestial warriors, a fighter resembling an Eastern warrior, brandishing a longsword, called out, "Thor, fear not. Engage in battle with confidence. We shall observe your movements and stand ready to assist." should you find yourself in peril. Our weapons are not to be trifled with." Hearing his friend's words, Thor furrowed his brow and retorted loudly, "But I am the one in the front. If you throw your weapons, do you not risk harming me as well?" The warrior continued to reassure him, "Worry not. It is not so easy to be injured. At worst, you may sustain some serious wounds. In the presence of our leader, you must shine, Thor. We all believe in you, so give it your all." With that, he raised his sword before him, adopting a defensive stance. Li Chi, overhearing their exchange, could not help but shake his head in quiet amusement, reflecting on the cleverness of their words, which he himself had failed to articulate in a timely manner. At that moment, the Annihilator approached Thor, who lay on the ground, extending its hand and bending down to capture the god of thunder. This entity, having descended from the upper realm, had but one primary objective: to seize Thor and, if possible, eliminate him entirely. Thus, even in the presence of others, its foremost target remained Thor. Seeing this, Thor quickly rolled aside, narrowly evading the Annihilator's iron claws. Covered in sand, he sprang to his feet, mustering his courage to boldly declare to the Annihilator, "I care not who wields you. Here, I am the one in command." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when the colossal figure of the Annihilator bore down upon him once more, its dark, cavernous head gathering magical energy that erupted forth in a beam of arcane light, akin to a lighthouse's beacon. Thor swiftly dodged to the side, feeling the intense heat and pressure of the magical beam graze his body as it sliced into the sandy earth to his left. Thor felt a sudden searing heat singe the fine hairs on his face, a wave of warmth crashing against him. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, stumbling awkwardly to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught of magical energy. Chapter 159, Tormented. The god of thunder, Thor, found himself cornered by the magical iron behemoth, the Destroyer. Despite his harrowing escape from the magical beam, the Destroyer swiftly extended its iron hand, seizing Thor's shoulder with an iron grip and lifting him high into the air. Initially taken aback, Thor quickly regained his composure and retaliated with fervent blows, striking at the Destroyer's hand with a series of desperate punches. In terms of physical prowess, Thor surpassed the elite soldiers and warriors of Earth by an astounding margin, his strength eclipsing theirs by a factor of 10, even 20. However, the Destroyer, a war machine forged from celestial gold, proved a formidable opponent. Stripped of his divine powers, Thor found it exceedingly challenging to inflict any damage upon the Destroyer, let alone leave even the faintest mark on its metallic form. At that moment, Thor resembled a chick ensnared by a hawk, futilely flailing against its captor's grasp. With Thor firmly in its clutches, the Destroyer delivered several powerful punches, leaving distinct imprints on Thor's body. Each blow from the Destroyer, as thick as Thor's thigh, sent ripples of discomfort through him, compelling him to furrow his brow. Soon after, the Destroyer seized Thor's leg, swinging him violently and slamming him into the desert floor, sending up a cloud of dust and creating a crater in the sand. Thor's mouth and nose filled with sand, prompting a fit of coughing. The soft terrain of the desert cushioned his falls, allowing him to sustain minimal injury despite being thrown multiple times. He continued to struggle, attempting to free himself from the Destroyer's iron grip, but the creature's strength was insurmountable for a Thor stripped of his powers. Even amidst the torment, Thor refused to concede, persistently striving to escape the clutches of the Destroyer. The relentless assault stirred a sense of pity in the watching Loki, who felt a flicker of hesitation, contemplating whether to summon Lady Thor, Jane Foster, for assistance, yet suppressing the thought. His three companions, the three valiant warriors of Asgard, stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed Thor in such a diminished state throughout their countless battles over the millennia. They understood well that, even bereft of his divine strength, Thor was not easily vanquished. Beside them, the warrior Sif was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene, an outcome she had not anticipated. She harbored no inclination to intervene, her gaze resolute as she remained vigilant to Loki's every move, regarding his safety as her paramount duty. In her mind, the god king Odin and Thor were secondary to the primary role of guiding Loki. With a cool detachment, she merely observed the unfolding drama, fully aware that Thor would not be easily crushed by the Destroyer. At long last, an opportunity presented itself to Thor. As the magical beam emanated from the head of the Destructor, he exerted every ounce of strength to free himself from the grasp of its iron palm. leaping aside and adopting a vigilant stance, pondering how to vanquish this colossal metal beast. Seizing the advantage of speed, he swiftly maneuvered beneath the Destructor's legs, darting to its rear, and launched himself upward, delivering a powerful punch to the iron back of the Destructor. The impact caused the behemoth to stagger forward slightly. However, in that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The Destructor sought to turn its body to confront Thor, the god of thunder, not by merely pivoting, but by rotating on the very foundation of its forged magical steel, converting its back into its front. The magical beam, ignited within its cranial space, adjusted its trajectory and, in an instant, struck Thor in the abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound of light. Thor, caught mid-air by this devastating blow, was hurled away like a severed kite, golden blood spilling from his wound. As the son of the gods, the foremost heir to the celestial throne, his blood was not akin to that of the humans of Blue Star. He pressed his hand against the penetrating injury, disbelief filling his eyes as he gazed up at the Destructor, which was already preparing a second wave of magical beams. This marked the first time in centuries that he had bled. Even during his battles against the frost creatures on the icy planet, he had remained unscathed. Now, truly enraged, his eyes widened, flames of fury igniting within them, and he resolutely launched a physical assault against the Destructor. Meanwhile, at the end of the street in the desert town, the townsfolk poured out of their homes and shops, converging at the town's entrance to witness the immense metallic entity outside. Was it Stark Industries' latest war machine, or a demon from the depths of hell? Driven by insatiable curiosity, these brave yet gossiping villagers disregarded the dangers, and soon, 6 or 7 out of 10 residents had gathered. In the midst of confronting Thor, the Destructor's magical beams, capable of incinerating most creations of Blue Star, unwittingly darkened the surroundings. Several beams swiftly sliced towards the town, but fortunately, Thor, in a moment of urgency, collided with the iron behemoth, diverting the beam's path. Despite the perilous circumstances, many villagers remained as spectators, captivated by this uneven battle. At this juncture, Thor faced yet another barrage of punches and kicks from the Destructor, and a sudden calmness enveloped his mind. Memories of the grand events in the 9 realms of the Celestial Palace, which he had orchestrated and participated in over the past millennium, surged forth. Each war had been accompanied by the suffering of the populace, and the scene before him felt hauntingly familiar. If the Destructor were to raise this town, how would it differ from the past? Thus, a profound sense of compassion for humanity welled up within Thor's heart, radiating from the depths of his being. In his heart, a resolute determination had taken root. He was unwavering in his resolve to thwart the Destroyer, refusing to allow it to advance even a single step further, even if it meant sacrificing his own body. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, drew a deep breath, his gaze gradually hardening into one of unwavering resolve, a fierce determination surging within him, filled with profound care for this land and its people. Chapter 160. Regaining power, Thor had firmly resolved that he would not retreat an inch, even at the cost of his life, vowing to protect this small town. With each punch, fists the size of sandbags rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, inflicting excruciating pain upon his divine form. Despite possessing the physique of a demigod, he found himself unable to withstand such devastating blows, having lost his divine powers. With a few coughs, Thor spat out blood, his face paling as he felt his vitality wane, his gaze becoming unfocused and disoriented. The recent blow to his forehead had delivered a staggering impact. Not far away, in front of the small town, Rick observed the scene with great interest. 3 warriors from the Celestial Palace were vociferously chattering, as if performing a comedic skit. The female warrior, Sif, remained steadfastly focused, entirely devoted to protecting Rick, oblivious to the chaos on the battlefield, her sole belief anchored in safeguarding her leader. Rick was closely monitoring Thor's condition, ready to probe his thoughts with his mental acuity at any moment. With the power of the golden finger, the leader could effortlessly delve into the minds of his followers. As Thor harbored such grand aspirations, Rick felt that perhaps the longed-for moment might finally arrive. Thor would break the curse of Odin, emerging once more with divine strength and the recognition of the Thunder Hammer, driven by boundless love and compassion. However, Rick remained steadfast in his belief that even so, Thor would never escape his mental control, forever remaining a mere puppet. He stood with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. the kind-hearted villagers. Witnessing the monstrous figure mercilessly battering the unfamiliar man, instinctively assumed that this creature had come to attack their town. Thus, Thor was regarded as a savior. The townsfolk lingering at the entrance, still present, began to express their concern for the unfamiliar golden-haired man, offering words of encouragement and gratitude. These utterances held more symbolic meaning than practical significance. Yet, upon hearing their expressions of gratitude and support, Thor's nascent grand ambition solidified even further. He staggered to his feet, raising his fist once more, charging ahead. A fierce wind howled, and yellow sand swirled chaotically, as if the entire desert were caught in a colossal tempest. The sandstorm loomed like a ferocious beast, steadily drawing closer to the town, adding an apocalyptic atmosphere to the fierce battle. A massive pit had formed in the desert, surrounded by swirling sands. After enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, Thor felt an overwhelming pain coursing through him, having never sustained such grave injuries. It felt as though he had exhausted the last vestiges of his strength. Once again struck by the destroyer's fist, he was sent flying, crashing into the depths of the pit in the desert, half of his leg buried beneath the sand, utterly powerless to rise again. Despite propping himself up with his elbow on the sandy ground, he found himself utterly exhausted, struggling to rise once more. The destroyer approached with heavy steps, each footfall leaving deep imprints in the sand, while within its hollow head, magical energy surged like a tumultuous undercurrent, heralding an impending deadly strike. It sought to eliminate Thor, the god of thunder. Right here, from that terrifying black void, magical beams were poised to erupt. Li Chi, witnessing this scene, pondered whether his puppet could transcend life and death, breaking the curse at this pivotal moment. The three celestial warriors, who had been exchanging banter, halted their chatter, their eyes tense and fixed on the unfolding drama. Li Chi lowered his arms, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Townsfolk, eager to assist, rushed out from the village, but were intercepted by Jane Foster and Sif, for no one was needed to intervene at this juncture. In this critical moment, Thor had relinquished his obsessions and illusions, ready to confront his fate. Just as the destroyer's dazzling magical beam was on the verge of coalescing, Thor felt a surge of overwhelming power rise within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting. This force erupted from the depths of his soul, coursing through him like a raging river, instantly activating every cell of his divine body. A crackling surge of electricity enveloped him, igniting his divine essence and unleashing the latent potential hidden within. Simultaneously, it felt as though he had broken through a barrier. The lost power of the god of thunder transcended time and space, converging into his being like a mighty torrent. The electric current within him intensified, its voltage potentially reaching thousands or even tens of thousands. Stimulated by this vast energy, Thor felt as though he had been recharged, his entire being brimming with strength. His eyes erupted with radiant brilliance, akin to two blazing stars, as his muscles tensed and bulged. His golden hair stood on end, his beard as rigid as silver needles. The uniform of S.H.I.E.L.D. he wore rustled loudly, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Seeing his puppet in such a state, Li Chi nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that only in the face of peril and despair could one's true potential be awakened. Much like his earlier coercion of the powers within the Scarlet Witch, and now he had succeeded once more. The electrified figure before him embodied the essence of a true guardian and follower. Li Chi couldn't help but applaud, praising Thor as an extraordinary talent. At that moment, he sensed a wave of excitement and agitation emanating from Mjolnir. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the hammer remained in Jane Foster's hands. Now that Thor had regained his divine power, breaking Odin's curse, had the little one considered betrayal? Intrigued, Li Chi beckoned her to hand over the hammer. Jane Foster presented it with both hands. Li Chi accepted it, examining it briefly before extending his left hand to clap against the hammer's head several times. The divine artifact has birthed a spirit, a small entity endowed with independent thought, and naturally, Li Chi would not indulge it. He promptly activated his extraordinary ability once more, bestowing upon this diminutive spirit a shackle, ensuring it could neither escape nor dare to defy his control. Subsequently, Li Chi hurled the hammer of thunder into the air, signaling the spirit to assist Thor temporarily. Chapter 161. Unleashing the ultimate move. Thor, the god of thunder, did not disappoint his master's expectations. In this critical moment of life and death, he finally grasped the profound sentiments and transformative thoughts, laboriously breaking the curse imposed by his father, and reclaiming the divine power that enveloped him. At that moment, his gaze was resolute, his stature as upright as a pine tree, and his spirit invigorated. His body had fully healed, devoid of any pain, now radiating with the essence of lightning. Under Li Qi's renewed mental command, the hammer of thunder had surrendered entirely, obediently yielding to his will. Li Qi, with arms crossed, observed the scene of Thor confronting the destroyer from a distance. He softly murmured to the hammer, "Go, assist my puppet subordinate." Thor, the hammer, sensing its master's tacit approval, transformed instantaneously into a blinding white light, accompanied by the fury of thunder, soaring towards Thor like a shooting star. Instinctively, Thor extended his right hand, opening his palm in the void, and the hammer of thunder returned to him as it had in times past. However, this time, the connection of mutual understanding and telepathy between Thor and the hammer had nearly severed. The hammer's mission now was solely to aid Thor in vanquishing the war machine, the destroyer. Facing the severed link with the hammer, Thor felt no surprise. Rather, he accepted it as a matter of course. At this moment, the vast love within him radiated outward. He beheld the imposing destroyer, which continued to amass magical energy, a confident smile gracing his lips, bolstering his courage. His leg muscles tensed as he charged towards the destroyer, swinging the mighty hammer, which whistled through the air, striking fiercely at the destroyer's thigh. The destroyer, towering and sluggish, was caught off guard by Thor's rapid assault, the hammer striking precisely at the root of its thigh. With a resounding crash, the immense force not only dented the destroyer's form, but also caused the metallic shell at its thigh to shatter, revealing an interior flickering with sparks and a hollow abyss, while some circuits crackled ominously, emitting wisps of black smoke. The destroyer trembled violently, emitting a cacophony of sharp metallic friction, before staggering backward 2 steps, its form askew. At this juncture, Thor's power surged dramatically, propelling him forward once more. The hammer descended again, with colossal might upon the destroyer's body. This strike pierced through one side of the destroyer, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that surged forth like an uncontrollable flood, creating a dazzling yet perilous ripple of energy in midair. The entire form of the destroyer quaked under the weight of this heavy blow, as if it might disintegrate at any moment, emitting a shrill alarm, seemingly announcing the grievous wounds it had sustained. At that moment, the magical laser charging in the hollow of the destroyer's head reached its zenith, unleashing a lethal beam that shot forth like an arrow aimed directly at Thor, the god of thunder. As Thor demonstrated his might, the kind-hearted townsfolk on the outskirts of the desert oasis, who had been fervently cheering for him, sensed the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Some covered their eyes in terror, others could not suppress their screams, while children cried out in fear, trembling behind their guardians. Yet, despite their fright, they summoned their courage and cheered even louder for Thor, turning the tide of the battle. As the destroyer's magical beam barreled towards him, Thor swiftly raised his enchanted hammer, deflecting the beam and expertly redirecting it into the depths of the desert. For a brief moment, both figures were locked in a stalemate, Thor bracing against the force of the beam while gathering his strength to advance. Moments later, the magical energy the destroyer had amassed dissipated, and the brilliant beam gradually faded away. With a mighty roar, Thor propelled himself off the soft sands, soaring high into the air like a spring, reaching a height comparable to that of the destroyer's head. He swung his hammer down with tremendous force. The destroyer hastily raised his metallic arm to block the strike, resulting in a thunderous collision that echoed through the air, sending both combatants sprawling from the powerful shockwave. The metallic arm of the destroyer was severely twisted and deformed from the impact, its elbow joint shattered, dangling uselessly as magical energy gushed forth from the break. With no foothold in the air, Thor was forced to descend back to the sandy ground. This clash of immense powers only fueled Thor's resolve. While the destroyer suffered increasingly severe damage, its body riddled with deep fissures and on the brink of collapse. However, at that very moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. The body of the war machine, the destroyer, began to radiate with brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings like a colossal bulb. Rick squinted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the scene. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the destroyer had likely been in a state of unconsciousness, operating under a preordained mission in battle, but was now being manipulated by someone through a void projection or distant connection. As the son of a god and prince of Asgard, Thor was well acquainted with the war machine known as the Destroyer. Realizing that someone was regaining control of it, he hesitated no longer. He hoisted his hammer once more and charged at the destroyer. In response, the colossal war machine also advanced, its movements significantly quicker than before. The two titans collided once again, unleashing waves of sound that surged outward, causing pain in the eardrums of all those nearby. The townsfolk, who had been fervently cheering for Thor just moments ago, now doubled over, hands clasped over their ears, emitting anguished cries, with blood trickling from many of their ears. Loki gently pressed a hand to his ear, surveying the battlefield before him. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif had evidently recognized the dire situation, their attention drawn forward with intense focus. Lacking orders from their leader, they remained poised, refraining from action. On the battlefield, Thor, the god of thunder, sensed a surge in the destroyer's power. His hammer strike left only a small indentation upon his foe. This only ignited Thor's fighting spirit further. As he raised his hammer once more, channeling the newly born energies of thunder and divine power into a mightier blow aimed at the destroyer. The clash of their forces reverberated like the sound of metal being forged, yet the innocent villagers endured a more intense auditory torment. With no other option, Loki instructed the three celestial warriors to temporarily evacuate the nearby townsfolk. Thus, the duel continued for several minutes, until Thor resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. It was clear that defeating the augmented destroyer with conventional means would prove arduous. Hence, he prepared for a grand maneuver. Gripping the hammer's pommel tightly, he swung it with all his might, the air rushing around him. Empowered by the lightning coursing within him, Thor summoned bolts from the heavens, creating a negative pressure zone around himself. In an instant, a furious wind howled, whipping up the surrounding sands into a desert tornado. Loki hastily covered his mouth and nose, retreating backwards. As Thor gathered his ultimate attack, the destroyer refrained from interruption, instead channeling a larger magical orb within its hollow head. Both combatants were poised to unleash their devastating strikes, an impending clash of titanic proportions looming. Chapter 162. A promise fulfilled. Loki observed from a distance as Thor and the destroyer prepared for their final confrontation amidst the desert battlefield. His gaze was profound, imbued with a confidence that suggested he had a firm grasp on the unfolding events. His interest piqued regarding the capabilities of his puppet subordinate. The scene was slightly chaotic. The townspeople, aided by the three celestial warriors, were retreating in an orderly fashion towards the heart of the village. All were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, with the majority congregating in public spaces, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the climactic showdown. The light within the destroyer's head blazed intensely, as torrents of formidable magical energy coalesced like a furious tide. Subsequently, a thick, brilliant beam of magic erupted forth, exuding an earth-shattering aura, akin to an enraged dragon of light, hurtling towards Thor. At this moment, Thor's hammer spun in his grasp like the rotor of a helicopter, creating a thunderous tumult that stirred the surrounding air and sand, forming a compact whirlwind that obscured the sky. The beam of laser descending from the heights collided violently with the divine barrier formed by the hammer, producing a deafening roar. The area was instantly enveloped in dust and light, rendering it invisible to ordinary onlookers. Li Chi squinted, observing intently, and could faintly discern that the god of thunder had gained the upper hand. With the impetus of his hammer, Thor steadily ascended from the ground into the air. Meanwhile, the destroyer, under the influence of an operator who augmented its energy supply, also rose into the sky, granting both entities the ability to hover. However, mere minutes later, Thor's power surged dramatically. Empowered by the hammer, the latent thunderous might within him, and the divine energies coalescing, he unleashed unparalleled energy. The heavens were rent with colossal bolts of lightning, akin to a great dragon coiling through the sky, drawn towards Thor by the hammer's allure, and with tremendous force. It struck the hovering destroyer. At that moment, Thor found himself within the eye of a tempestuous whirlwind, and the immense energy struck the destroyer with ferocity, penetrating the black hole of its energy core. A thunderous clap resounded as the destroyer ultimately erupted, its interior exploding with a resounding bang. Errant beams of magical energy and unknown metallic debris rained down like a torrential downpour within a radius of hundreds of meters. The massive whirlwind that had resembled a dragon's tail gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. Shielded by his hammer, Thor descended gently onto the desert, leaving behind a pit several meters deep in the sand. Witnessing this victorious spectacle, the townsfolk in the distance, armed with telescopes or straining their eyes to catch a glimpse, erupted into jubilant cheers. They rejoiced, hailing their golden-haired hero. Li-Chi nodded in approval, fully acknowledging the capabilities of this puppet warrior. He then stepped forward, with Jane Foster following closely behind him, her eyes filled with admiration and fascination. Sif, with a serious demeanor, remained vigilant, regarding the protection of Li-Chi as her paramount duty. As Thor descended from the air, his gaze resolute and his steps steady and powerful, he stood tall like a pine tree. There was no trace of confusion or doubt in his demeanor as he promptly advanced towards his master, Li-Chi. Empowered by numerous divine forces, his strength had reached its zenith, yet he remained under the thrall of Li-Chi's mental control, still a loyal puppet. Upon reaching his master, Thor knelt on one knee in the desert, raising the hammer high above his head, presenting it to Li-Chi, and proclaimed, "Master, I have fulfilled my duty and destroyed the war machine." Li-Chi grasped the mighty Mjolnir, feeling its substantial weight, as an ancient and formidable power coursed through his palm. He gently weighed it in his hands, sensing the hammer's low, resonant hum, as if it were submitting to him. The spirit of the weapon remained obedient, devoid of any thoughts of rebellion or escape, being merely a nascent entity. Satisfied, Li-Chi casually handed the hammer to Jane Foster, who, upon reclaiming it, distinctly felt its newfound agility and ease, deepening her admiration for Li-Chi to a reverent state. Glancing at the shattered, glimmering fragments of celestial metal nearby, materials utterly absent from Blue Star, Li-Chi knew he had to retrieve them. With a slight elevation of his chin and a tone imbued with undeniable authority, he instructed Jane Foster to notify Phil Coulson at the camp to dispatch vehicles to transport the luminous materials back to the base, from where they would be sent to Stark Industries in New York. Jane Foster nodded and promptly contacted the camp via her headset. Meanwhile, the Mech Legion, patrolling the skies to ensure the town's safety under the guidance of the AI Jarvis, temporarily ceased their protective measures, redirecting their focus toward their leader, Li-Chi. The townsfolk, filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, rushed out of their homes to gather around Thor, the god of thunder. Children enthusiastically surrounded him, waving flowers and chanting, "Thor, the hero! Thor, the hero!" Noticing this, Li-Chi stepped aside, gesturing for Thor to immerse himself among the townspeople, urging him to rise quickly. After all, it would be disconcerting for these innocent citizens to witness their idle kneeling before another. Complying with his leader's command, Thor swiftly stood, dusting off his already pristine yet now crumpled and sand-encrusted camp uniform, which bore signs of battle. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, he remained unscathed. The wounds inflicted by the destroyer had already been mended by the newly awakened power of thunder within him, rendering him even more robust and imbued with divine strength. The naive townsfolk eagerly attempted to lift Thor, striving to hold a grand, welcoming ceremony. However, they soon realized that despite his towering stature, Thor's weight was astonishingly burdensome. It took the combined efforts of 4 or 5 young men to barely elevate him before they exerted all their strength to toss him into the air. This was a local tradition to celebrate victory and honor heroes. Yet, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Due to Thor's considerable heft, the crowd below failed to catch him, resulting in a cascade of retreating townsfolk as Thor landed with a thud upon the desert sands. The innocent citizens displayed genuine expressions of regret. Setting aside this interlude, Rick returned to the town, accompanied by Jane Foster and the warrior Sif. The town gradually transitioned from a state of sheer terror to a celebration of victory, before eventually regaining its tranquility. The townsfolk returned to their homes, while Thor, the god of thunder, received a warm and lavish reception. The 3 valiant warriors shared laughter as they made their way back into the heart of the town. Chapter 163. Transmission. Rick led Jane Foster and the warrior Sif back to the hotel room they had rented in the town. Inside, soft light bathed the simple yet tidy furnishings, and several paintings depicting desert landscapes adorned the walls. Once inside, Sif, with decisive grace, swiftly unfastened the straps of her armor, casting the heavy gear aside onto a nearby chair. In contrast, Jane appeared slightly bashful, carefully unbuttoning her S.H.L. uniform before gently removing it. Her movements delicate. Rick observed as both women shed their outer garments, revealing soft undergarments beneath. Sif exhibited the quintessential physique of a female warrior, her toned muscles subtly apparent beneath her skin. Her long, powerful legs seemed to harbor boundless strength, while her broad shoulders and narrow waist sculpted a perfect inverted triangle. The fullness of her bosom, accentuated by a white camisole, lent her an air of elegance. Conversely, Jane possessed a comparatively delicate yet vibrant form. Her slender waist was barely graspable, her porcelain skin as smooth as fine jade. Her petite, rounded shoulders flowed seamlessly into long, straight legs, though lacking Sif's muscularity. She radiated a graceful vitality, her gently rising bosom exuding a tender charm. Rick gently embraced both women, guiding them onto the bed before removing his own upper garments. After a period of intimate connection, more than an hour slipped by unnoticed. Meanwhile, downstairs, Thor continued to regale the numerous villagers with tales of his illustrious past. The entire hall, and even the area outside the inn, teeming with admirers. For Thor, having endured a profound period of personal trials, he not only regained his confidence, but also clarified his mission: to protect all the inhabitants across the 9 realms, including the ancestors and beings from other planets. This realization deepened his allegiance to Rick, elevating his spirit further. Around 4 in the afternoon, after Rick and his 2 female companions had finished bathing in the modest bathroom, they dressed and descended the stairs. Noticing that the 4 male puppets had concluded their incessant speeches, Rick frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with Thor's boisterous nature, which contrasted with his own preference for subtlety. Nevertheless, he refrained from addressing the issue of his subordinate's demeanor at that moment. The innkeeper personally prepared a sumptuous meal from the kitchen, which, though not yet dinner time, could certainly be considered as such. The proprietress, fervently extolling her admiration, reverence, and gratitude for the mighty Thor, seemed to neglect the dashing eastern figure of Li Chi, the leader of Thor. Li Chi, however, bore no resentment. After partaking in a modest meal generously provided by the inn, he resolved to meander through the town, seeking a pleasant evening. Just then, an urgent alarm resonated in his earpiece, emanating from the artificial intelligence. Jarvis, warning, warning. Sir, a powerful surge of energy has occurred beneath the town, with shockwaves affecting nearly the entire area. You are advised to evacuate immediately. This alert was simultaneously received by Jane Foster and Thor, while Sif and the 3 warriors from Asgard remained oblivious, lacking communication devices. Li Chi's demeanor shifted, his brow furrowing as he sprang from his seat. He decisively addressed Thor, the puppet subordinate. There are energy fluctuations beneath the town that could precipitate significant upheaval. Thor, immediately evacuate these innocent townsfolk. Let them observe from outside for the night. As the commanding leader, Thor had no choice but to comply. He exchanged determined glances with his 3 Asgardian companions, nodding affirmatively to execute the leader's orders. The 4 swiftly rose, informing the proprietress to hastily evacuate the inn's occupants. Trusting Thor implicitly, she asked no questions and hurried to the kitchen to alert her staff and other guests. Sif also stood, expressing her readiness to heed the leader's command and assist in the evacuation of the townspeople. Only Jane Foster remained quietly by the leader's side, fulfilling her duty as protector. Li Chi nodded, signaling for Sif to catch up with Thor and the others who had already exited the inn. Li Chi then stood and made his way toward the door, preparing to board the jeep and initiate the evacuation, all while contacting the camp to inquire whether Dr. Eric could detect the energy fluctuations beneath the town. After all, if Jarvis could sense it, surely Dr. Eric could as well. Just as Li Chi opened the jeep door, a distinct tremor resonated through the very ground beneath them. The earth began to shake slightly, showing no signs of respite, and the vibrations intensified. Li Chi felt the mysterious energy below surging like a furious tide, relentlessly battering the surface, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if on the verge of being torn asunder. Wherever the energy passed, immense fissures marred the earth, resembling grotesque wounds that emitted radiant light. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly perilous sign, Should the energy prove too potent, it could lead to structural collapse or an overflow of subterranean energy, with catastrophic consequences. Thus, Li Qi instinctively urged Thor and the others to expedite their evacuation efforts. At that moment, the camp's phone rang. After receiving the communication signal, the slightly agitated voice of Phil Coulson echoed through the headset. Leader, Dr. Eric has detected multiple recently erupted underground tremors and intense energy responses. Through triangulation, Dr. Eric has determined that the mysterious energy reservoir is highly likely situated deep beneath your town. Therefore, we urge you, leader, to promptly evacuate the town and return to the camp, where your leadership is indispensable. Upon hearing this news, Richie was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the dark particles he had been seeking might indeed lie within the subterranean realm beneath his very feet. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed Phil Coulson to prepare for the reception of the townsfolk evacuating from the town, ensuring a secure haven for them. Upon receiving the leader's directive, Phil Coulson committed himself wholeheartedly, asserting that arrangements would be made immediately for the camp to accommodate these innocent townspeople. Just as Richie ended the call and turned to instruct Jane Foster to notify Thor and the others to expedite the evacuation of the townsfolk, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In this region of the town, the space abruptly dimmed, as if an invisible force had distorted and blurred the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a magnificent surge of energy erupted from below, enveloping the area in a cocoon of power, where space warped and time seemed to come to a standstill. With his extraordinary abilities, Richie discerned that this area had been transported to another location, encompassing the entire town, all its inhabitants, and his 5 loyal followers. As the distortion of space gradually subsided and time resumed its normal flow, the townspeople, some covering their mouths in terror, while others excitedly pointed at the wondrous sights around them, found themselves in a serene mountain meadow, enveloped in tranquility and illuminated by golden light. The meadow was lush with verdant grass, adorned with a myriad of colorful wildflowers scattered throughout, and not far off, quaint villages nestled harmoniously. The houses within these villages were constructed from peculiar stones and timber, their walls etched with enigmatic symbols and patterns that seemed to narrate ancient tales. In the distance, a grand and towering golden celestial palace rose majestically. The outer walls of the palace shimmered with golden radiance, akin to the glory of the sun, imposing and awe-inspiring. The palace's dome-shaped roof was embedded with countless dazzling gemstones, refracting vibrant rays of light under the sun's embrace, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The grand entrance of the palace stood imposing, intricately carved with lifelike mythical creatures, as if they were poised to burst forth at any moment. The entire celestial palace emanated an aura of mystery and formidable power, invoking a profound sense of reverence within all who beheld it.